A mundane individual unexpectedly acquires a system that bestows various rewards simply by signing in each day. Chapter 1. The Boy with the Burlap Sack. In the city of Tianyang, amidst the sweltering summer heat, a well-dressed man, Yang Minghu, adorned with a prestigious timepiece on his wrist, addressed a staff member at the Tianyang gold store. "Please bring out that gold necklace for my wife to admire." Nestled in his embrace was a stylishly attired woman. "Isn't that one of our high school classmates?" Yang Minghu remarked, pointing towards a young man approaching them, who carried a burlap sack. The man's clothes were soiled, his trousers tattered, and he wore a pair of flip-flops. His face bore traces of mud, presenting the unmistakable appearance of a beggar. The woman, Zhong Meiting, gazed in his direction and soon recognized the familiar figure of a beggar drawing closer. "Oh, it truly is our old classmate, Yi Wentian." Yi Wentian was more than just a former classmate. He was the object of her affections during high school, a pursuit that had gone unreciprocated. Clad in ragged attire, Yi Wentian murmured to himself, "What bad luck. I stepped on a loose manhole cover and fell in." He gently patted his clothing, expressing his dismay. "Isn't that Yi Wentian?" Yang Minghu feigned surprise, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He had always harbored resentment towards Yi Wentian, who had once captivated Zhong Meiting's heart, making Yang feel as though he was merely a second-hand choice. His pursuit of Zhong Meiting had been thwarted by Yi Wentian, whom he now viewed as a rival. Witnessing his rival's current state of disarray was an opportunity for mockery. Yi Wentian looked directly at them. "Yang Minghu, Zhong Meiting." Yang Minghu cast a disdainful glance at Yi Wentian and sneered. "What are you up to, Yi Wentian? Collecting trash? I recall you were the only one from our class to be admitted to Hucking University. At the graduation ceremony, the principal praised your bright future. How have you fallen to such depths? It seems that attending Hucking isn't all that impressive after all. If you're unemployed, feel free to let me know. My family runs a company earning 5 to 6 million a year. As a distinguished Hucking graduate and an old classmate, I would certainly consider hiring you." He spoke with an air of arrogance, as if surveying his domain. Yet, his eyes revealed that he was not genuinely inclined to offer assistance. Rather, he sought to ridicule and boast about his own success. Zhong Meiting chimed in with a cold mockery. "Yes, if you find yourself without work, you can always approach my dear. Given our old camaraderie, he would surely offer you a position. Why subject yourself to such degradation? My dear, remember how you once fancied him? Just look at him now. Doesn't it make you regret your past affections?" Yang Minghu derisively assessed Yi Wentian, recalling the sentiments Zhong Meiting once held for him. Zhong Meiting cast a glance at Yi Wentian, who appeared disheveled, emanating an unpleasant odor. She immediately expressed her disgust, saying, "I must have been blind back then to have taken a liking to someone like you, a mere scavenger. My dear, let's never speak of this again. I fear I might have nightmares tonight." Yi Wentian felt a profound disappointment towards Yang Minghu and Zhong Meiting. Despite years of camaraderie, they exchanged no pleasantries upon their reunion. Instead, they resorted to mockery, which was truly disheartening. He recognized that they had misjudged him, yet he refrained from elaborating, simply replying, "Are you finished? Oh, a few words about you, and you're already upset? I was merely planning to arrange a job for you. Hey, race the deal. Kneel down and lick my shoes clean, and I shall appoint you as the project manager of my company." The project manager position boasts a monthly income of over 10,000, far superior to your current life of begging and scavenging. So what do you say? Will you kneel and lick my shoes? Zhong Meiting chimed in, secretly reveling in the thought that once she had pursued him, only for him to refuse now, he was compelled to kneel and serve her man. At that moment, a waitress approached, presenting a gold necklace to Yang Minghu. "Sir, please take a look." Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Yi Wentian and immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. "Mr. Yi, what has happened to you?" Mr. Yi? Did she just call him Mr. Yi?" Yang Minghu and Zhong Meiting exchanged incredulous glances, uncertain if they had misheard, but the exchanged looks confirmed their suspicions. Yi Wentian's subsequent words further validated their astonishment. "It's nothing. I accidentally fell into a sewer." "Ah, I see." The waitress quickly called to her colleagues. "Someone, please escort Mr. Yi to change his clothes." Within mere seconds, 2 elegantly dressed women in high heels approached, assisting Yi Wentian toward the inner chamber. If one looked closely, they might have noticed the peculiar glances exchanged between the 2 women, as if they were eager for Yi Wentian to engage with them in some manner. "No need, I'm quite busy. I just need to pay this month's rent before moving on to the next place." As Yi Wentian stated this, the women had no grounds to insist otherwise. A tall, fairly attractive woman approached, holding several bundles of cash. Mr. Yi, here is this month's rent 50,000 in total. Please count it. Yi Wentian did not bother to count instead. He took the money and tossed it into a sack. No need to count, I trust you. Yang Minghu, regaining his composure, casually glanced at the sack, realizing it was filled with vibrant red 100 yuan notes, approximately 5 to 600,000 in total. Without uttering another word, Yi Wentian turned to leave. Mr. Yi, please take care. Yang Minghu, noticing his departure, hurried after him, calling, Wentian, wait. Yi Wentian turned to glance at him, his expression remarkably indifferent, for he held little interest in those who looked down upon others. What's the matter? Wentian, you seem to be doing quite well. I was merely joking earlier, my apologies. Yi Wentian replied coldly. I find that joke to be quite unamusing. Do not utter such things again, or you shall bear the consequences. I'm rather busy, I must take my leave. With a straightened posture, he swept out with the grace of the wind. Witnessing Yi Wentian's demeanor, Yang Minghu felt an intense surge of anger, exclaiming furiously, what's so impressive about that? It's merely a few storefronts. What's the big deal? Don't act so superior. I earn 5 to 6 million a year. I'm not inferior to him. Overhearing Yang Minghu's tirade, the manager could not help but interject, excuse me, but Yi is not just a few storefronts, he possesses hundreds. He thought to himself, and this one earns a few million, and yet dares to compare himself with Yi? Someone should wake him up, he needs a reality check. Yang Minghu, Zhou Meiting, and not just storefronts, but also houses. In fact, all 10 buildings in this vicinity belong to him. Yang Minghu, Zhou Meiting. The manager cast a derisive glance at him. What does his 5 million a year amount to? He casually earns that in a month. Chapter 2. The hero saves the beauty. Is this it? Mocking me? You deserve to eat dirt. Feeling the manager's gaze, Yang Minghu's cheeks burned with embarrassment. I can't believe. Zhou Meiting was engulfed in regret, wishing she had exerted more effort to align herself with him. Why did I have to insult him? Had I not done so, perhaps I would still hold hope. Sign-in system. It's new and please sign in. Sign in. Reward. 9 Yang Divine Skill Red. Current status of the host. Host. Yi Wentian. Martial arts. Body shifting. 9 Yang Divine Skill. Techniques. None. Divine powers. None. Realm. Peak of yellow rank 01000. Wow. Red level 9 Yang Divine Skill. My luck is astounding. Yi Wentian exclaimed with excitement. On this day last month, Yi Wentian, frustrated by a bothersome issue, had kicked a trash can in a moment of venting, inadvertently activating the sign-in system. Having read hundreds of novels, he understood precisely what this entailed. An external aid in life. The aura of a protagonist. He knew he was destined for the extraordinary. Subsequently, he discovered that he could sign in daily at noon, receiving various rewards at random. The 10 buildings under his name were all acquired through sign-ins, including the body, shifting martial arts, and his peak yellow rank strength, all obtained through this process. With a sack over his shoulder, he couldn't help but hum a tune. 2 yellow orioles amidst the green willows. I still lack a girlfriend. Little sister at the bow of the boat. I am here. As he turned a corner, bang! Suddenly, a cascade of bright orange 100 yuan bills spilled forth. Yi Wentian found himself at a loss for words, on the verge of reprimanding someone. At first glance, the person before him was a woman. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, adorned in a pristine white off-shoulder top that elegantly showcased her delicate, fair shoulders. Her lower half was clad in blue jeans, accentuating her curves in all the right places. Her overall attire was simple, yet exuded an air of pure beauty. A flurry of emotions surged within Yi Wentian. Akin to a deer caught in headlights, he felt a warmth ignite within him, as if a blazing fire had been kindled amidst winter's chill. Just as he was about to speak, a menacing voice bellowed from behind the woman. Halt. Suddenly, 6 burly men clad in black surged forward. The woman, sensing danger, glanced at Yi Wentian and clutched his arm tightly, exclaiming, Darling, save me. In being pursued by bad men. Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Darling? To whom is she referring? It seemed she was addressing him. Me? The woman, embodying the spirit of a dramatic actress, gesticulated animatedly. Darling, what are you doing? Are you truly going to deny your own wife just because of a few ruffians? Yi Wentian finally grasped the situation. He had unwittingly become a human shield. As the 6 men approached, the leader of the group fixed a steely gaze on Yi Wentian, warning, Kid, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Scram. Yi Wentian furrowed his brow, incredulous at the man's lack of courtesy. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved in this mess. Yet, with his fiery temper flaring, he declared, "What do you mean by not meddling? You lot are bullying my wife, and you expect me to stand idly by?" Insufferable. The 6 men scowled, fully aware that Yi Wentian was not truly the woman's husband. The leader coldly reiterated, "Kid, consider this your final warning. Leave now, or you will regret it." Worried that Yi Wentian might genuinely be intimidated by the thugs, the woman once again adopted a coy tone. "Darling, you're not truly afraid, are you? Please don't abandon me." With that, she tugged gently at Yi Wentian's arm, her demeanor resembling that of a playful wife seeking affection. Having resolved to assist the woman, Yi Wentian decided to follow through. After all, she seemed intent on utilizing him. He might as well extract a small favor in return. He playfully squeezed her waist, prompting her to shiver. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger, he could not discern. Yi Wentian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Fear not. My dear, your husband will protect you from the monsters." The woman gazed at him, her eyes narrowing with an unmistakable hint of threat, as if to say, "Be careful with your actions, or I might retaliate." However, Yi Wentian appeared oblivious to her warning, his arms still securely around her waist, leaving onlookers to believe she was indeed his girlfriend. The woman felt she was at a disadvantage, yearning to resist, yet quickly reconsidered if she rebelled. Wouldn't she expose her true relationship with Yi Wentian? Moreover, should she provoke his displeasure, she would have squandered her opportunity to benefit from him. After much contemplation, she concluded that compliance was her best course of action. In a moment, he contemplated creating trouble for him, or perhaps waiting for the group of 6 men in black to assault him, while he made his escape, thus venting his frustrations and allowing them to turn against one another. The 6 men in black, observing that Yi Wentian showed no intention of leaving, chose not to waste further words. The leader of the group exchanged a knowing glance with 2 of his companions, who promptly stepped forward. They extended their hands, intending to restrain Yi Wentian and cast him aside. The woman, witnessing this unfolding scenario, pondered her escape, contemplating whether to call for help while fleeing. She believed that such a cry might attract the attention of passers-by, compelling these thugs to retreat. I refuse to believe there are no police officers around." Just as she was calculating her strategy, the sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. Crack! The 2 men in black simultaneously let out wails akin to those mourning a lost father. The woman and the remaining 4 men turned their gazes toward the commotion. To their astonishment, Yi Wentian had seized the wrists of the 2 men, his expression one of feigned innocence as he remarked, "What do you intend to do? Please do not harm me." The onlookers, taken aback by his seemingly aggrieved demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to scold him. "You scoundrel! It was you who broke their hands, and now you dare to act innocent? Have you lost all sense of the victim?" Yi Wentian, with a flick of his wrist, propelled the 2 men backward, sending them crashing to the ground. He shook his head, a look of disdain crossing his face as he commented, "Given your imposing stature, how could you be so fragile? A mere push, and you topple over. Truly, what a disservice to your muscles. Perhaps you ought to sell them." The leader of the men in black cast a reproachful glance at his fallen comrades, as if to chastise them for their weakness. The 2 men, sprawled on the ground, were at a loss for words, utterly despondent. To an outside observer, it appeared as though Yi Wentian had merely given them a gentle shove, yet they were acutely aware of the overwhelming force behind it, a strength far beyond their capacity to withstand. Chapter 3. Collecting rent. Though Yi Wentian currently stands at the pinnacle of the yellow rank, dealing with a few ordinary strongmen is a trivial task for him, particularly with his mastery of the 9-yang divine skill, which embodies utmost strength and vitality. His internal energy recovers with remarkable speed, allowing him to unleash tremendous power even with simple punches and kicks. Under the blazing summer sun, the leading figure, a dark-clad man, wore a grim expression. While he chastised his 2 subordinates, he was acutely aware that they were not truly weaklings. They were capable of contending with 5 or 6 ordinary individuals. The only explanation for their failure was that Yi Wentian was a skilled martial artist. With a shadowy gaze, he remarked to Yi Wentian, "Kid, I never expected you to be a practitioner." Yi Wentian clasped his fists in a gesture of humility and replied, "I've only trained for a few days." A smile crept onto his lips. "Shall we continue?" The leader of the dark-clad men, noticing the growing crowd, realized it was time to withdraw to avoid unnecessary complications. With a meaningful glance at Yi Wentian, he declared, "Kid, we shall meet again. Today's events are not concluded." He then turned and departed swiftly. The beautiful woman, having observed their departure, instantly released her grip and distanced herself from Yi Wentian. Reminded of how he had just pinched her, her chest rose and fell with indignation, her eyes narrowing as she glared at him. "You scoundrel! How dare you?" Yi Wentian nonchalantly stretched, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, "My lady, did you think I wished to pinch you?" I was left with no choice. The woman felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, her anger palpable. "What do you mean by left with no choice? Would you have died had you not pinched me?" Yi Wentian pondered seriously for a moment, as if genuinely contemplating the matter. Finally, he stated, "Well, that certainly would not be the case." The woman, nearly livid, was exasperated at his need to deliberate over such an issue. "However, if I hadn't done that, how would anyone believe we are married? Also, do you think it appropriate to scold your husband like this?" With a devilish grin that exuded charm, yet hinted at mischief, Yi Wentian replied, "I was merely responding to a mosquito bite." Unfazed by her thoughts, he squatted down, picked up his sack, and began collecting the scattered bills, hoisting the bag over his shoulder as he strode toward another of his properties. Many onlookers noticed that Yi Wentian's sack was filled with money, yet none were surprised, as most recognized him as the landlord of the 10 buildings nearby. To Yi Wentian, such a sum was hardly significant. The woman, catching sight of the vibrant bills, seemed to have an epiphany, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a different light as she swiftly pursued Yi Wentian. What are you doing?" With a sly smile, she replied, "Don't you think you should be responsible for me?" "Not at all," Yi Wentian retorted bluntly. A stunning beauty was nearly driven to madness, exclaiming, "What sort of person have I encountered? So unyielding, so quintessentially masculine, truly the epitome of a steel-hearted man." Despite possessing an exceptional beauty myself, he remains utterly unmoved. "Don't you think? I believe you ought to take responsibility for me." "Is that so?" he replied nonchalantly. "Do you know why they are after me?" The beauty continued, eager to pique Yi Wentian's curiosity and ensnare him in her elaborate trap. Yet, he remained uninterested. "I have no desire to know." Yi Wentian resolutely rejected her, maintaining his stoic demeanor. "May I drown you in a mouthful of soda?" the beauty exclaimed, unable to restrain her exasperation. Unperturbed, Yi Wentian soon arrived at a bubble tea shop, collected the rent, and moved on to the next location, all the while followed by the beauty. "I ask you, are you ever going to stop trailing behind me? Could it be that you are captivated by my charm and wish to cling to me?" Upon hearing his words, the beauty was incensed, her face flushed with rage as she retorted, "Humph, I have no interest in you. I'm leaving now. But let me warn you, don't come chasing after me, for I will not return with you." Yi Wentian shrugged dismissively. "Chase you? I'm far too occupied for such nonsense." He regarded the beauty as undeniably exquisite, more so than any woman he had encountered in reality. However, he sensed numerous red flags surrounding her. Most notably, she had not intended to follow him until she caught sight of the substantial cash in his pocket. Thus, he concluded that her interest stemmed solely from his wealth. He was not fond of women who were excessively materialistic or pragmatic, as they were inherently unreliable. Should misfortune befall him, they would swiftly abandon him for another affluent suitor. Thus, even though this flower before him was strikingly beautiful, he felt no allure. The beauty turned to leave, yet her steps were slow, almost as if she were waiting for something. In a quiet mutter, she cursed the steel-hearted man for not pursuing her, wondering if he truly had the heart to let her go. Unable to resist, she glanced back. Alas, she discovered that Yi Wentian had vanished, completely out of her sight. Enraged, she stomped her foot, her chest heaving as her cherry-like lips moved silently. What a man devoid of romantic sensibility. Meanwhile, Yi Wentian had arrived at a tech company named Dreamers to collect rent. Upon entering, given his disheveled and unkempt appearance, one would expect to be ignored or even turned away. However, a beautiful female employee immediately approached him with enthusiasm. "Young Master Yi, you've arrived." Her gaze sparkled with admiration, as though she wished to envelop him entirely, showing no disdain for his attire. The other beautiful female employees exhibited similar behavior, their eyes sparkling with a certain allure as they cast flirtatious glances at Yi Wentian, hoping to receive some subtle indication from him. Had it not been for the constraints of office hours, they would have approached him without hesitation. Yi Wentian understood their motivations all too well. The reason was quite straightforward. They aspired to become landlords. However, he was not particularly fond of such types. "Oh, time to collect this month's rent. Young Master Yi, please make yourself comfortable here. I shall promptly inform our manager." One of the enchanting employees escorted Yi Wentian to the lounge area and poured him a cup of tea. "Go ahead," Yi Wentian replied as he retrieved his mobile phone and opened a game titled Garbage Collection. As soon as he logged in, he immediately received a private message. Chapter 4. Reinforcement. As Yi Wentian perused the contents of a private message, a playful smile graced his lips, and he murmured to himself, "Oh, such a thing exists?" Upon logging into the game, he discovered a message from the patriarch of his clan, which read, "Master, you haven't logged in for several days to participate in clan battles. The members of the Qingfeng Pavilion clan are saying you have abandoned the game, frightened by defeat." In this game, Yi Wentian was known as Dragon God. He had joined a clan called Divine Realm, where he consistently ranked first in combat prowess, not only within his clan, but across the entire server. Just last week, due to an event, he had been preoccupied with studying the sign-in system, resulting in his failure to complete the event tasks. Consequently, in the following days, a lack of time prevented him from logging in, causing his combat ranking to drop to second place. Thus, the members of Qifeng Pavilion assumed he had quit the game due to his earlier failure, leading to their increased arrogance. Yi Wentian replied, "I was quite busy these past few days and had no time to play." As soon as he sent his response, the Patriarch of Divine Realm promptly replied, "I knew you had matters to attend to, but those rascals from Qifeng Pavilion are just running their mouths." Yi Wentian glanced at the messages, but chose not to reply further. Instead, he opened the recharge interface, where he noted that the maximum recharge amount was not 8, but rather 4888. Without hesitation, he selected the 4888 recharge option. In the clan channel, the Patriarch announced, "Our esteemed Dragon God has returned." Upon seeing the Patriarch's message, clan members quickly checked their friend list, confirming that indeed, Dragon God's name was lit up. Divine Realm, Iching, Dragon God, you have finally returned. The little brats from Qingfeng Pavilion are getting too full of themselves. His tone conveyed dissatisfaction towards the members of Qingfeng Pavilion. Divine Realm, Miandao, welcome back, Dragon God. However, Yi Wentian did not respond to their messages. As he continued with his recharging, Divine Realm, Qitian, why isn't Dragon God speaking? Is he merely here to idle? Divine Realm, Patriarch, oh no, look, Dragon God has upgraded from V15 to V16. He isn't here just to idle, but to recharge. His tone was filled with astonishment and admiration. Divine Realm, Luotian, a master is indeed a master. He logs in just to recharge, truly remarkable. To activate V15, one needed to recharge 150,000, while V16 required 200,000, indicating that Yi Wentian had already spent 200,000 in this game. Divine Realm, Wonkai, look, the master's VIP level has increased again. It has reached V17. Incredible. V17 requires a recharge of 250,000. The master is furious. Qingfeng Pavilion shall face annihilation. Let us remain silent and observe how much the master will recharge. The members of the Divine Realm clan remained fixated on the changes in Yi Wentian's VIP level. Before long, when Yi Wentian's credits reached 3,000,000, he finally ceased, not by choice, but because he had reached the maximum limit for credits. 3 million equates to 300,000. As Yi Wentian proceeded with his recharge, the game's backend programmers were closely monitoring the situation. Upon witnessing him reach 3 million, they realized he could no longer make any further deposits. One programmer could not help but exclaim, what on earth was the point of imposing a 3 million limit? It should have been set at 10 million, or even 100 million. This is simply a disservice to the prominent players. Once Yi Wentian completed his recharge, he switched to the family channel and announced, "Greetings, everyone. It's been a while." The V20 emblem flickered before this statement. Activating V20 requires a recharge of 450,000. Greetings, everyone. Upon seeing V20, the crowd erupted in admiration. V20, you are truly remarkable, achieving this with such ease. Yi Wentian then activated the red envelope feature, sending out a coupon red envelope, 99,000 coupons. A flurry of excitement ensued as the family members scrambled to seize it, with one fortunate player snatching up 10,000 coupons, equivalent to 1,000 yuan. As the self-proclaimed Luck King, Xinyu felt an exhilarating thrill. However, Yi Wentian did not linger in conversation and instead accessed the equipment interface. Thank you, esteemed one. His character was a mage, possessing the abilities of health restoration and area damage. He opened the weapon tab, where players could name their weapons. Yi Wentian named his staff the Dragon God Staff. Although it was only upgraded to level 10, it was the most formidable mage weapon in their realm. Once equipment is enhanced beyond level 5, the success rate of further enhancements drops significantly. The success rate for level 6 is 40%, 30% for level 7, 20% for level 8, 10% for level 9, 5% for level 11, 4% for level 12, and a mere 1% for level 15. Moreover, A failed enhancement carries the substantial risk of destroying the equipment altogether. To mitigate this, the developers introduced the indestructible stone, which, while costly at 500 coupons each, ensures that equipment remains intact even in the event of failure. However, the price of these stones is steep, equivalent to 50 yuan each. With the odds of success so low for upgrades from level 11 to 15, few players are willing to take the risk. Yet, should someone manage to upgrade a weapon to level 12, their combat power could easily place them in the top 5 of their realm. Achieving level 15 would elevate them even further among the elite. Yi Wentian accessed the weapon enhancement interface, purchasing 999 indestructible stones, the maximum allowable. This expenditure amounted to nearly 500,000 coupons. He then acquired materials worth 1 million. Once all preparations were complete, he began the enhancement process, clicking fervently. Boom, boom, boom. In less than a few seconds, the system broadcast announced, "Congratulations to player Xinyu for enhancing the Dragon God Staff to level 11. Upon witnessing this, players in the game exclaimed, "Goodness gracious, a level 11 weapon, how impressive." Wait a moment, hasn't Dragon God abandoned the game? Why is he playing again now? One particularly observant player remarked, "Oh my goodness, quickly check Dragon God's profile, there's a surprise." As the crowd clicked to see, they were greeted by the shimmering words, VIP 20. My word, when did Dragon God reach VIP 20? Invincible indeed, truly invincible. This time, Clear Wind Pavilion is doomed. They will probably have no chance in the family war. Members of the Divine Realm, upon receiving this notification, conversed within their clan. Do you realize how formidable our esteemed leader has become? The leader is about to enhance his weapon. I can hardly contain my excitement. Naturally, the rival family members of Clear Wind Pavilion also noticed this news, and they flooded their own clan chat with messages. Why has Dragon God returned? Didn't he quit the game? And he has upgraded his weapon to level 11. That is secondary. The crucial point is he is now VIP 20. What shall we do? How will we secure resources in future family wars? How can we complete tasks without the fear of being slain upon venturing out? Chapter 5, Features Maddening. I wish to change my name and transfer to another family. The game system announced, "Congratulations to the player Xinyu. The Dragon God has successfully enhanced his weapon to level 12. Congratulations, enhanced to level 13, and then to level 15. Upon witnessing Yi Wantian's weapon ascend to the 15th level, the public channel erupted. What? Xinyu, the Dragon God has elevated his weapon to level 15. This is utterly astonishing. Indeed, it is remarkable. Reaching level 15 entails a mere 1% success rate. The fact that he succeeded is extraordinary, especially given the difficulties in enhancing from levels 11 to 14. Overall, achieving level 15 is an immense challenge. It's settled. The Dragon God's position as the top player in the server is assured. What is Chi Feng Pavilion even worth now? At that moment, the internal discussions within Chi Feng Pavilion were equally tumultuous. The Dragon God's weapon has reached level 15. My goodness, how many indestructible stones did he use? Did he buy 999 at once? What is impossible about that? Did you not see his V20? Indeed, there is no strategy in gaming. The most effective strategy is to recharge. If you possess wealth, there is nothing that a payment of 4,888 cannot resolve. If you have one, then 10 4,888s would suffice. It seems Chi Feng Pavilion can no longer hold its ground. Meanwhile, Xinyu was engrossed in discussions about Yi Wantian's weapon. Yet Yi Wantian himself remained oblivious to their chatter. After enhancing his weapon to level 15, its attack power surged tenfold, and moreover, it activated 3 extraordinary special attributes, truly formidable. Observing these attributes, Yi Wantian mused. Indeed, possessing a level 15 weapon renders one nearly invincible in this server. The hidden attributes are utterly outrageous. However, this is precisely the effect I desire. He continued to purchase indestructible stones and materials, preparing to enhance his clothing to level 15 as well. Ultimately, Yi Wantian expended over 2.5 million in-game currency to elevate both his weapon and clothing to level 15. Once his clothing reached this level, it too activated special attributes, resulting in a staggering increase of over 1 million in combat power, widening the gap with the second strongest player by 800,000 combat points. My goodness, this is incredible. 2 pieces of equipment enhanced to level 15. This is bound to break through the cross-server boundaries. Among our 3 neighboring servers, the highest-ranking player possesses merely 2 pieces of level 12 equipment. The Dragon God is phenomenal. I hereby declare him the overlord of this server, unifying our domain. I wish to ally with the Dragon God. Dragon God, where are you? Do you need any accessories? I am available. Yi Wantian switched to the chat page, and, upon reading the messages from these players, couldn't help but smile, calculating that he still had 300,000 in game currency left. He decided to send out a red envelope. He opened the currency envelope and directly input 300,000 points, distributing it into 300 portions. Swish. The players scrambling for the red envelope were filled with exhilaration, eager enough to nearly pierce their phone screens. The Dragon God exudes an aura of magnificence, and the Dragon God is truly formidable. A staggering 300,000 points in a red envelope may very well be the largest bounty ever bestowed upon players throughout history. In this serendipitous event, one fortunate soul exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! I seized over 50,000 points, amounting to more than 5,000 yuan. Dragon God, I have come to realize that you are the most dashing man in the world." Amidst the jubilation, there were also those who lamented their misfortune. One player, hailing from the Qingfeng Pavilion, could not contain his frustration, stating, "Damn it, 300,000 points, and I managed to grab only one. My luck is utterly abysmal. Could it be because I am a member of Qingfeng Pavilion? No way, I must change my allegiance." As he spoke, other players noticed his avatar indicating that he had no family, implying he truly had abandoned his clan. The clan leader of Qingfeng Pavilion, witnessing this spectacle, could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. His own greed was apparent as he realized he had only acquired a mere 100 points himself. He contemplated whether he should relinquish his position as leader and leave the clan as well. If others were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely chastise him for being such a feeble leader, harboring thoughts of abandoning his own family while criticizing others. At this moment, Yuan Tian's interface, or rather the interface of every player in their district, flickered with excitement as a system notification emerged in the divine realm. The Dragon God player has completed the rich and reckless mission for the first time, showering the entire server in a splendid display. A flurry of colors erupted on their screens, accompanied by the resounding explosions of fireworks. What was already a vibrant display transformed into a dazzling spectacle of golden brilliance, captivating all who beheld it. For a brief moment, no messages could be sent throughout the district, akin to a temporary silence imposed upon them. After a full minute, as the fireworks faded into the ether, players finally resumed their chatter. "Wow, I had no idea such hidden surprises existed. This is absolutely incredible. I must post about this later. Thankfully, I recorded it. This is truly amazing. And just now, weren't you all unable to send messages?" It felt as though everyone was muted. The Dragon God truly is remarkable. Even the system congratulates you. As they engaged in conversation, Yuan Tian had already taken control of his character to boldly venture into the territory of Qifeng Pavilion. The clan territory serves as a repository for resources, allowing for rapid accumulation. Thus, clan members often prefer to store their resources there. However, with such rapid growth comes the risk of sharing, as enemies may launch attacks to seize a portion of the stored resources. The extent of what can be taken depends on the capacity of the attacker's inventory, a distinctive feature of this game that is immensely popular. One member of Qingfeng Pavilion, noticing Yuan Tian's presence in their territory, frantically attempted to send a distress message via the clan channel, but mistakenly posted it in the public channel instead. This error promptly captured the attention of all nearby. I exclaimed, "Where has the Dragon God gone?" It turns out he has ventured to the territory of the Qingfeng Pavilion. It seems the Dragon God is truly intent on bloodily cleansing the Qingfeng Pavilion. A multitude of players gathered at the outskirts of the Qingfeng Pavilion territory, observing with keen interest. "How long do you think it will take for the Dragon God to completely plunder them?" One inquired. "It should take about 10 minutes. Considering the Dragon God has just recently fortified his equipment, and some functionalities remain unexplored." Another replied, 10 minutes? I can't help but feel that the Dragon God might not be able to conquer the entire Qifeng Pavilion family alone. Although his weapons and armor have reached level 15 enhancement, he has yet to fully comprehend certain attributes. That makes sense. Upon hearing this analysis, many nodded in agreement. Members of the Divine Realm family chimed in. "Dragon God, we are here to assist you." Yuan Tian responded, "No need, just gather resources from the sidelines." "Ah, is he really that formidable?" With a deft maneuver, Yuan Tian guided his mage character directly into the territory of the Qingfeng Pavilion. A fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 6. System Protection. Upon entering the territory of the Qingfeng Pavilion, Yuan Tian was met with a cold smile from the clan leader, who disdainfully remarked in the public channel, "This Dragon God truly believes that with merely 2 pieces of equipment enhanced to level 15, he can single-handedly plunder our clan's domain." Ma Darren from the Qingfeng Pavilion added, "Indeed, do you really think you are formidable? You must realize that the clan territory is protected by defensive towers. Without assistance, can you withstand the damage from the towers alone? Our clan's powerful guardian is always stationed at the territory, even if he is absent. The system will intervene to repel any intruders. The members of the Qingfeng Pavilion were brimming with confidence, convinced they could easily withstand Yuantian's solitary assault. Deeming him overly presumptuous, the members of the Divine Realm could not help but inquire once more, Dragon God, are you truly certain you do not require our assistance? Facing the defensive towers alone could prove to be quite challenging. Yi Wentian chose not to respond. Instead, he unleashed his skill directly towards the front of the Qingfeng clan's territory. Thunder Dragon's roar. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a surge of thunder erupted at the position of the first defensive tower of the Qingfeng Pavilion. The clan members, witnessing this maneuver, immediately scoffed. Is this Thunder Dragon's roar truly capable of damaging a defensive tower? Such a waste of mana, it's utterly laughable. Yet, scarcely had they uttered those words when the defensive tower was completely obliterated, leaving behind only remnants of rubble. What on earth? How could this attack destroy a defensive tower? This defies logic. Seeing the expressions of shock from the onlookers, Yi Wentian smiled subtly, revealing, you may not be aware, but my Dragon God staff activates an attribute that grants 100% attack effectiveness against defensive towers. In my eyes, a defensive tower is no more formidable than a mere super minion. It is virtually non-existent. As the Qingfeng clan members witnessed the loss of one of their towers, panic ensued. This was astonishing. Why had they never realized how formidable Thunder Dragon's roar could truly be? Could it be the result of the level 15 enhanced Dragon God staff? The clan leader, overwhelmed by the situation, issued a command, attack. Instantly, all online players charged towards Yi Wentian. Observing the 30 or so players approaching, Yi Wentian remained unfazed, leisurely casting a healing spell upon himself to maintain his health. He then moved towards the players of the Qingfeng Pavilion, showing no intention of casting further skills. The onlooking players were puzzled by his actions. Voicing their confusion in the public channel, what does the Dragon God mean by this? He seems to have no intention of unleashing any other skills? Indeed. It is quite strange. Shouldn't a mage maintain distance to cast spells? Why is he approaching so boldly? Isn't he afraid of being overwhelmed? The players of Qingfeng, however, soon grasped his intentions. Without hesitation, the mage-class players unleashed their spells while the warriors charged forward, engaging in a flurry of combat techniques. Swish. Boom. A striking scene unfolded before them. They watched as Yi Wentian's health bar, after being decimated by their assault, was instantaneously restored by a healing spell. They were aware that the healing spell could replenish health, so that was not particularly surprising. What left them utterly bewildered was that with every sword strike, every spell they unleashed upon Yi Wentian's character, they themselves suffered damage. Indeed, it was their own health that dwindled, reflecting the damage back upon them. And they observed their own vitality plummeting sharply, the reflected damage appearing alarmingly high. Among them, 2 warriors were outright vanquished by the retaliatory strikes of Yi Wentian's mage character. As for Yi Wentian, not a single point of health was lost. His health bar remained as full as ever. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers found themselves at a loss for words to express their feelings. In light of this scene, I intended to compose a poem to honor the esteemed players present. Alas, lacking in literary prowess, I can only exclaim, what the hell, this is simply astounding. Truly invincible. What does the power of RMB signify? This is the very essence of RMB power. The system has directly shielded its financial benefactor, preventing any attacks. This is utterly unplayable for Qingfeng Pavilion. Who was it that claimed the Dragon God could not possibly empty Qingfeng Pavilion? Step forward, let me deal with you. Yi Wentian paid no heed to the spectators, activating his second skill, Frenzied Dance. Instantly, a tempest roared to life, chilling winds howled, and dark, violent gales began to ravage the characters within Qingfeng Pavilion. Whoosh. Aside from the warriors and tanks, all mage and other class characters caught in the frenzied dance were obliterated. The warriors were left with merely a third of their health. What the hell? Is this even playable? The damage is simply explosive. At that moment, the Grandmaster of Qingfeng Pavilion logged in. Upon noticing an intruder in their territory, the screen turned red with alerts. Without grasping the full situation, he hastily typed a message. Qingfeng Jiwuzhen. What the hell? Who dares to intrude upon our Qingfeng Pavilion territory? Do they wish to be banished from this realm? Upon reading his words, someone remarked with a sense of intrigue. Is that so? Perhaps you should take a closer look before speaking. The Dragon God has returned. Qingfeng Jiwuzhen hesitated for a few seconds. The Dragon God has returned? He then typed a few more messages, and what of it? I made him quit last time. I can do so again. For heaven's sake, go assess the situation. Do you truly believe that this is merely a virtual world where you can flaunt your bravado? The universe did not give birth to keyboard warriors. Their words echo through eternity. Come at me. Upon seeing the crowd's comments, Qing Feng Jiwuzhen promptly arrived at the family territory. He found Yi Wentian, the dragon god, standing alone amidst the corpses of his family members. Frowning deeply, he remarked in a peculiar tone, "Dragon god, I thought you had quit. How is it that you have returned? Are you unwilling to accept your previous defeat?" Yi Wentian calmly responded with 3 words. "Do you deserve it? Humph. You have been offline for several days, missing out on numerous resources. You will soon realize whether or not you are deserving." Qing Feng Jiwuzhen, an assassin of remarkable prowess, initiated his attack with a swift application of his stealth skill, deftly maneuvering to the side of the mage Yi Wentian. Observing that Yi Wentian had yet to react, he sneered dismissively, "Is this all you have? Witness my lethal strike. Long rainbow assassination concealment." This technique was the most formidable at that moment, brimming with explosive power. Yi Wentian, having refrained from activating any skills, allowed the assault to unfold unimpeded. Suddenly, the screen of Qing Feng Jiwuzhen's mobile device turned a dismal gray. However, it was not Yi Wentian's screen that displayed this ominous hue. Rather, it was the screen belonging to the illustrious Qing Feng Jiwuzhen himself, who now lay defeated at Yi Wentian's feet. What just transpired?" Qing Feng Jiwuzhen typed in astonishment. He then reviewed the death replay, only to discover the damage inflicted by Yi Wentian. Reflected damage, a staggering 100%. What? I was slain by my own reflection? Isn't he a mage? How could his counter damage be so immense? Longshan, you shameless wretch, you're using hacks. The onlookers, witnessing his outburst, could not help but express their disdain. Perhaps you should check his equipment before making accusations. Qing Feng Jiwuzhen promptly opened Yi Wentian's character equipment. In an instant, a flurry of text erupted on his screen. Chapter 7. Warning. Qing Feng, with no regard for respect, clicked on Yi Wentian's character equipment. In an instant, a flurry of words appeared. Level 15 weapon, level 15 clothing. How can this be played? I can't compete. I'm done. As one of the top players, he was well aware of what these 2 level 15 upgrades implied. Without investing 300,000, he stood no chance against Yi Wentian. In the past, he had mocked Yi Wentian mercilessly, but now, faced with insurmountable odds, could he continue to play with any dignity? Absolutely not. His avatar turned gray, and he abandoned the game, too embarrassed to continue. The players of Qing Feng Pavilion also dared not linger, each quietly returning to their quests. From that moment on, this server became Yi Wentian's dominion. The might of the dragon god left no room for challengers. Yi Wentian felt an immediate sense of boredom, murmuring to himself, "Have I played too fiercely? With no rivals left, this is truly dull. What a splendid mobile game. Yet I've turned it into a cracked version. Young Master Yi, sorry to keep you waiting." At that moment, a sweet yet crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. A woman, nearing 30, approached him. Her elegantly arched brows framed a delicate nose that turned slightly upwards. Her skin as flawless as white jade, radiating beauty. Dressed in a black professional skirt that accentuated her perfect figure, she exuded an alluring presence, her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, leaving a striking visual impact. With a fair complexion and a graceful waist, she moved with the lightness of a breeze. Her name was Long Yueqing, the owner of this technology company. Yi Wentian held a deep admiration for her. In summary, she embodied both beauty and intelligence. To his knowledge, she had no notable background. Yet she boldly took out loans to establish her tech firm, successfully setting it on a promising path. She epitomized the modern urban woman of strength. Upon her arrival, Yi Wentian stood in recognition, expressing his admiration. "It's all right. A little gaming will make the time fly." Long Yueqing smiled gently, her charming dimples appearing, both adorable and breathtaking. Gazing at her enchanting smile, Yi Wentian was reminded of a poetic line. In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and independent. A single glance can topple a city. A second can bring a nation to its knees. "I understand, young Master Yi," Long Yueqing replied. She then retrieved a check for 50,000 from her pocket, saying, "Young Master Yi, this is the rent for this month." Yi Wentian accepted the check with a slight smile. "Thank you. I won't disturb your work any longer. Let's chat when you have time." "Of course, young Master Yi. You can come over for tea anytime." With that, she turned to leave. Long Yueqing looked at Yi Wentian's retreating figure, wanting to say something but held back, feeling it was not the right moment. At 5 in the afternoon, Yi Wentian returned home. He lived on the 32nd floor of a unit, the top floor. Changing into casual attire, he approached the refrigerator, preparing to make dinner. It is difficult to fathom why someone so affluent would choose to prepare their own meals, devoid of a caretaker or even parental assistance. The reason lies in the fact that Yi Wentian is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, having never laid eyes on his parents. Throughout his life, he excelled academically, which led the orphanage to support him until he gained admission to Hucking University. Upon entering Hucking, Yi Wentian, through his exceptional academic performance, was exempted from tuition fees and received annual scholarships. During times devoid of classes, he would tutor students on the side. Thus, his university life, while not extravagant, was certainly adequate. As for the absence of a caretaker, he deemed it unnecessary. He was not particularly fond of sharing his space with a stranger, unless perhaps she were a stunning beauty. Yet, who among such beauties would willingly take on the role of a caregiver? Upon opening his refrigerator, he discovered it utterly barren of food. "Oh no, I forgot to buy groceries," he exclaimed. It seemed he would have to venture out to shop. After donning his attire and stepping outside, he realized that 7 or 8 minutes had already elapsed, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. Living on the top floor is not as convenient as it seems. The view is nice, but in matters of urgency, it proves cumbersome. Perhaps I should consider purchasing a villa for ease. He drove his trusty Xia Li to the market. This vehicle had been acquired a year prior when he was employed in a sales department, necessitating frequent business trips. Lacking a car had proven inconvenient. So he had tightened his budget to procure a second-hand model, costing him over 25,000. Although it was pre-owned, the car ran smoothly. And Yi Wentian had developed a fondness for the manual transmission. Shifting gears imparted a thrill akin to racing, in stark contrast to the monotony of automatic vehicles. Upon arriving at the market, he parked and entered to procure his groceries. In a mere 10 minutes, he had amassed a considerable selection. As he strolled leisurely, he noticed a man clad in a black t-shirt attempting to pilfer someone else's wallet. Though not a paragon of virtue, Yi Wentian believed that one should stand against injustice. Adding a touch of love to the world, he approached the thief with determined steps. The thief, accustomed to his illicit trade, had honed his instincts and sensed he was being observed. He glanced up to find Yi Wentian regarding him with a mischievous glimmer in his eyes, causing the thief's expression to darken as he scowled back, radiating displeasure. His gaze bore a warning, as if to say, "Leave quickly and do not disrupt my misdeeds, or you shall face dire consequences." His demeanor was fierce, akin to a rabid teddy bear. However, Yi Wentian had already resolved to intervene. He would not be deterred by the thief's threats or menacing glances. He continued his advance, while the thief's countenance grew increasingly grim. Just as the wallet was about to be extracted, an unexpected figure emerged, undeterred by the thief's intimidation, desiring to seize the opportunity to abscond with the wallet. Yet feeling the weight of the considerable risk, he realized the consequences of being apprehended would be dire, leading to severe repercussions. Ultimately, he chose to abandon the notion. Casting a fierce glare at Yi Wentian, he exclaimed, "You brat, thwarting my endeavors, you shall pay for this. Mark my words, should I cross your path again, you will regret it." Yi Wentian dismissed his threats entirely, for he believed in the age-old adage that righteousness prevails over wickedness. He had no fear of such menacing words. The thief's utterance caught the attention of a woman who was shopping for groceries, prompting her to glance back, only to witness Xiao Yu walking away from her side. Furrowing her delicate brows, she inquired, "What are you doing?" The thief, feeling guilty, chose to ignore her and quickened his pace to depart. Yi Wentian, upon seeing the woman, was taken aback, and she, in turn, was equally astonished. In unison, they exclaimed, "It's you." Chapter 8 Serendipity, It is you. The woman before me is none other than my tenant, Long Yueqing. Yi Wentian jested, "I knew it. Who else could possess such an exquisite silhouette but you, General Long?" Long Yueqing chuckled, "Mr. Yi, you truly have a knack for humor. I must thank you for your timely intervention earlier. I was utterly oblivious to the fact that someone was approaching to pilfer my belongings." Upon witnessing her radiant smile, Yi Wentian felt an overwhelming sense of beauty, akin to basking in the sunlight of a gentle spring breeze. She was captivating. If the youthful girls of 17 or 18 were likened to green apples, then Long Yueqing before me was a ripe red apple, irresistibly tempting to pluck. Nevertheless, civility must prevail. As a matter of courtesy, Yi Wentian did not linger his gaze upon her visage for too long. He replied with a smile, "It was nothing. One must stand up against injustice when encountered." Long Yueqing remarked, "I never expected you to be such a paragon of righteousness." Yi Wentian waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that extraordinary. I simply believe one ought to lend a hand when witnessing wrongdoing." Noticing the vegetables he carried, Long Yueqing inquired with curiosity, "Mr. Yi, it appears you are preparing to cook?" "Indeed, it is a tough life, having to fend for myself." Yi Wentian shrugged with a hint of resignation. Long Yueqing burst into laughter. "Mr. Yi, you consider yourself unfortunate? You hardly lift a finger and merely collect rent each month. The sum you receive in 1 month could sustain many for a lifetime." Yi Wentian replied earnestly, "General Long, truth be told, I do not have a particular fondness for money. At times, I find it burdensome." Long Yueqing stifled a laugh, nearly bursting forth. You might want to refrain from such statements in the future. Why so? He asked. I fear that should others overhear, they might come seeking to do you harm. Yi Wentian recognized her jest and played along, retracting his neck and feigning fear. Ah, is that so? I shall tread carefully henceforth. Seeing his comical demeanor, Long Yueqing couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Yi, I never anticipated you to possess such a delightful sense of humor. If you do not mind, I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for driving away the thief. Surely, you would not refuse? Yi Wentian pondered for a moment and responded playfully, with an invitation to dine. How could I possibly decline? It is a most welcomed proposition. What would you like to eat? Long Yueqing queried. Yi Wentian contemplated briefly. I cannot seem to decide. Everything seems rather similar. Subsequently, his peripheral vision caught sight of the vegetables he held, and he suggested, General Long, I truly cannot think of what to eat. Perhaps we could prepare these vegetables at your home? It would be rather cumbersome to carry them about otherwise. Long Yueqing was also uncertain of what to eat. As she rarely dined out, she preferred home-cooked meals, believing them to be far cleaner than the offerings of restaurants. All right, that opinion is quite agreeable. However, Mr. Yi, I must first give you a precautionary warning. My culinary skills are not particularly exceptional. Please do not find them lacking when the time comes. Yi Wentian immediately responded with earnest conviction, declaring, Mr. Long, how can you say such a thing? To savor your culinary artistry would indeed be a tremendous privilege for me. Yi Wentian. Long Yueqing was amused, bursting into laughter, and then, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Mr. Yi, do you have many girlfriends? Why do you ask that? Yi Wentian queried, puzzled. With your eloquence, handsome appearance, and affluence, you embody the ideal standards many women seek in a partner. Surely, you must have numerous girlfriends? Yi Wentian, thinking it was a serious matter, responded earnestly, Mr. Long, you are mistaken. To this day, I have not had a single girlfriend. What? Not even one? Who are you trying to fool? Long Yueqing exclaimed in astonishment, quickly expressing her disbelief. In her view, such a claim was utterly implausible. Perhaps if he had mentioned 2 or 3, she might have believed it, but to assert he had none was beyond her comprehension. In truth, Yi Wentian was not lying. He genuinely had never had a girlfriend. Before the age of 18, he had lived in an orphanage, making early romantic involvement impossible. Upon entering university, he dedicated himself to his studies and part-time work, leaving no time for relationships. It was only after acquiring the sign-in system that his life underwent a transformative leap. Otherwise, he would still be toiling away at work, lacking the leisure to engage in such conversations, let alone contemplate romance. Seeing her disbelief, he chose not to explain further, as delving into such matters often complicated things. With a smile, he shifted the topic, saying, Mr. Long, do we need to purchase any other ingredients? Long Yueqing, a remarkably astute woman, recognized his attempt to divert the conversation and refrained from pursuing the topic further. No, that will suffice. 15 minutes later, Yi Wentian accompanied Long Yueqing to her residence. Her home, located nearby, was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, elegantly decorated, covering over 130 square meters, a rather commendable abode. Mr. Yi, please have a seat while I prepare some tea. Approaching the water dispenser, Long Yueqing suddenly recalled a detail and awkwardly stated, Mr. Yi, I apologize, but I forgot to mention that we have no tea leaves at home. Would you prefer a cup of instant coffee instead? How could I allow Mr. Yi to drink plain water? I will brew you a cup of coffee, she promptly replied. Before long, the coffee was ready. Thank you. Yi Wentian expressed his gratitude upon receiving the cup. You're too courteous, Mr. Yi. By the way, could you please just call me Yi Wentian, or simply Wentian? It feels rather odd for you to keep addressing me as Mr. Yi, he suggested. Long Yueqing felt a sense of peculiarity. Although she often referred to people as general or director, this was typically reserved for strangers or those with whom she was not well acquainted. As for Yi Wentian, while she was not extremely familiar with him, having invited him into her home for a meal signified a considerable advancement in their relationship. Referring to him as director Yi seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, she decided to address him as Yi Wentian, and in turn, requested that he refrain from calling her Director Long, opting instead for Long Yueqing. By the way, Director Yueqing, could you kindly direct me to the restroom? I wish to wash my hands. Long Yueqing gestured towards the first room on the left. It's over there. Thank you. Chapter 9. Concealment. As Yi Wentian stepped into the bathroom, his eyes darkened momentarily, tinged with a hint of embarrassment, for he clearly discerned a pile of garments atop the washing machine. Among them lay a leopard print piece, slightly sheer around the edges, evoking an unusual sensation. Additionally, he spotted a diminutive pair of panties, also adorned with leopard lace, a complete set, unmistakably, for reasons unknown. The sight of this ensemble conjured the image of Long Yueqing's devilish figure in his mind, and he couldn't help but imagine how it would appear on her. Exquisitely alluring. A thought flickered within him, urging him to approach for a closer look. However, he quickly extinguished that notion. It would be inappropriate. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he understood a fundamental truth. A man may appreciate beauty without descending into lewdness. Everyone admires a beautiful woman, but there must be limits. If he were to act upon those thoughts, it would be utterly disgraceful. At that moment, Long Yueqing hurried into the bathroom. Upon seeing Yi Wentian standing dazedly at the entrance, she instantly grasped that her fears had materialized. Earlier, after directing him towards the restroom, she had harbored a vague premonition, but it had eluded her until he stepped inside. It then struck her that she had left her intimate garments unwashed in the bathroom. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed over, exclaiming, "I'm sorry." She quickly gathered her clothes, bowing her head in embarrassment, and fled the bathroom in a flurry. The entire episode unfolded in mere seconds. Swift and chaotic. Once Yi Wentian regained his composure, he noticed she had retreated to the master bedroom, leaving him feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He thought to himself how fortunate he was for not having acted inappropriately. Otherwise, he would have faced expulsion, a truly humiliating prospect. Resolving to steady his thoughts and divert his mind from such matters, he splashed cold water on his face before using the toilet. Upon exiting, he found Long Yueqing in the kitchen, busily preparing a meal. Unable to resist, he inquired, "Long Yueqing, may I lend you a hand?" At the sound of his voice, she jolted, startled, seemingly still preoccupied with the earlier incident. It was evident that the matter weighed heavily on her mind. She promptly declined. No, you can just sit and watch some television." Still caught in her shyness, her cheeks flushed. She was anxious that Yi Wentian might approach and witness her present state. She berated herself internally for allowing him to see her intimate apparel, especially the unwashed items from yesterday. How mortifying. Regret coursed through her as she realized she should have anticipated the need to retrieve her undergarments before directing him to the restroom. Yi Wentian, aware of her lingering embarrassment, refrained from offering assistance. Had their interaction been entirely normal, devoid of any awkwardness, he would have certainly stepped in to help. As he gazed at Long Yueqing's retreating figure, an unexpected warmth enveloped him, reminiscent of returning home from work to find his beloved wife preparing dinner in anticipation. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this sensation was merely a figment of his imagination. Half an hour later, Long Yueqing had completed the meal, and together with Yi Wentian, they set the dishes on the dining table. At this moment, her bashfulness had significantly diminished, and she appeared much more relaxed. "Yi Wentian, do you drink?" she inquired. "Never mind, I won't have any. I need to drive back later." He had arrived in his own car, and the consequences of drinking and driving were far from pleasant. Long Yueqing suddenly recalled, "Oh, I forgot, my apologies. Let me serve you some rice." She reached out for Yi Wentian's bowl, but he looked up at her and replied, "No need to be so polite. I can do it myself." Suddenly, Yi Wentian noticed a single hair on Long Yueqing's face, curly, slightly coarse, and distinctly out of place. In an instant, memories of earlier events flooded back to him. She had been holding her clothes while hurriedly exiting, and it was likely that the wind had swept it across her face at that moment. Realizing this, Long Yueqing observed his fixed gaze and curiously asked, "Is there something dirty on my face?" Knowing her sensitivity, Yi Wentian was concerned that his acknowledgement would only heighten her embarrassment, so he was about to deny it. However, he was too late. Long Yueqing instinctively reached up to touch her cheek. Sure enough, she felt the hair and, with a slight poke, remarked, "There's a hair here." After speaking, she realized something was amiss. This hair did not belong to her. In an instant, her thoughts raced back to earlier events, and within the span of mere seconds, a deep blush crept up to her ears. Her once porcelain white neck transformed into a vivid crimson, and the rosy hue on her cheeks intensified, resembling a blazing inferno. Yi Wentian, observing her flushed countenance, couldn't help but speculate that if an egg were placed against her cheek, it would likely fry instantly. Yet, in an effort to maintain the atmosphere, he chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance as he continued to eat. Unbeknownst to him, the more he acted nonchalant, the more Long Yueqing believed he had uncovered her secret. At that moment, she wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in, concealing her current state of embarrassment from Yi Wentian. Taking a bite of his food, Yi Wentian remarked, "This is delightful, Long Yueqing. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Long Yueqing, feeling shy, merely responded with a soft and continued to eat in silence. Observing her demeanor, Yi Wentian realized that this topic alone could not salvage her discomfort. Without further ado, he focused on his meal. At this moment, The most prudent course of action was to eat heartily and depart swiftly. Only by leaving could he facilitate Long Yueqing's prompt recovery. Long Yueqing, I have finished my meal. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Long Yueqing, noticing his rising, was about to speak. Chapter 10. Thank you for your patronage. After leaving the home of Long Yueqing, Yu Wentian returned directly to his abode to rest. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with warm rays of sunlight streaming into his room, infusing it with a sense of hope. Yi Wentian stretched languidly and emerged from his bedroom. Glancing at the time, it was 7:30. The previous day, Long Yueqing had wished to say something to him as he departed, yet ultimately swallowed his words and remained silent. Yi Wentian, oblivious to this, proceeded to the bathroom, where he began his morning routine while contemplating the changes that had transpired over the past month. The sign-in system was truly remarkable. Since its inception, his life had transformed dramatically. 10 buildings, a bank balance of 10 billion, and he had become a martial artist. Mastering the 9-yang divine skill, his existence felt as though he had activated a cheat code. No, it was more accurate to say that he had indeed activated a cheat code. It was not merely a sensation. Nevertheless, even with the sign-in system, he could not afford to squander time as he had over the past month. He needed to engage in meaningful pursuits to realize his life's value. What should he do? Should he harness his strengths? Engage in scientific research? During his time at Hucking, he majored in biological research. After graduation, he chose not to pursue opportunities in Tiandu but returned to Tianyang City. After all, this was the city he had inhabited for decades, even as an orphan. How could he bear to leave? However, upon returning, he discovered that despite being a distinguished graduate from Hucking, he was treated no differently from others. After joining a company, the management disregarded him, relegating him to a position of little significance. This was not due to a lack of capability, but rather because he lacked connections. They had no need for him, and even feared that he might outshine others and claim undue credit. After experiencing such treatment, fueled by frustration, he kicked a trash bin, which inadvertently triggered the sign-in system. Thus, his life began to change. Well then, I shall establish my own biological research company. However, given my current capabilities, it would be impossible to develop anything substantial, especially as my focus is primarily on. I must first outline a concrete plan of action and seek out talented individuals. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Wentian swiftly completed his morning routine and made his way to the living room, where he commenced drafting a plan. Time flew by, and before long, several hours had passed, and his plan was nearly complete. He intended to establish a company, equip it with the necessary apparatus, and subsequently recruit talent. Embarking on biological research. To ensure the company generated a stable income, he needed to begin with simpler projects, ensuring that monthly expenditures did not lead to significant losses before launching larger initiatives. The system emitted a mechanical notification. Noon has arrived, please sign in. Yi Wentian glanced at the clock. Indeed, it was noon. He promptly declared, sign in. Acquisition successful. Thank you for your patronage, and may you enjoy a pleasant life. Upon hearing the reminder, Yi Wentian felt a sudden numbness wash over him, his mouth agape in disbelief. His expression akin to that of someone who had been struck by lightning. What on earth? Thank you for your patronage? Such a thing exists? In the past, even if the rewards were meager, there was always something of value. Yet today, he was met with a mere thank you for your patronage. The system's notification chimed again. After signing in for a month consecutively, you have achieved the milestone of a signing-in master and earned a 10-draw ticket. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Yi Wentian distinctly felt a ticket materialize within his system, inscribed with the words 10 draw. What purpose does this serve? How is it utilized? Is it akin to the 10 draws in games? Yet, he discerned no prize pool. Could it be that, like signing in, it was merely a blind draw? System, I wish to use the 10 draw immediately. Beep. The 10 draw was successfully initiated. He received 50 billion. Thank you for your patronage X4. A biological technology memory for the next 20 years, a 5-star business prodigy, male, transformation technique, and 2 mid-grade experience elixirs for martial artists. Seeing such a plethora of items, Yi Wentian leapt in exhilaration. So many treasures. I've just been contemplating delving into biological research, and now I've received a memory of biological research. With technology from the next 20 years, how delightful. It's as if the pillow has come to me just as I've felt sleepy. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared in his consciousness, utilize the biological technology memory. Beep. The biological technology memory was fused. Instantly, Yi Wentian felt a wealth of knowledge regarding biological technology flood his consciousness, far surpassing anything he had previously known. Alongside this knowledge, he acquired various research materials and methodologies. With a face brimming with excitement, he exclaimed. Use the transformation technique. Utilize the mid-grade experience elixirs X2. Employ the 5-star business prodigy and spend 50 billion. Beep. Transformation technique acquired. Beep. The use of 2 mid-grade experience elixirs was successful, granting him 10,000 experience points, elevating the host's strength to the mid-tier of the Xian realm. Current host status. Host. Yuantian. Martial arts. Shadow shift. 9 Yang divine skill. Techniques. None. Supernatural abilities. Transformation technique. Realm. Mid-tier Xian. 010,000. Incredible. He had swiftly ascended to the mid-tier of the Xian realm, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Beep. The 5-star business prodigy was successfully activated. Instantly, he perceived a shift in the air around him. Whoosh. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, materialized before Yi Wentian. The man was rather handsome, exuding a sense of stability. With neatly combed hair and clad in a black suit, adorned with a Swiss watch on his wrist, an embodiment of a successful individual. Yi Wentian looked at him with curiosity. Are you addressing me as master directly? As soon as the words left his mouth, in his consciousness, an additional piece of information emerged, shedding light on the identity of this remarkable commercial prodigy. The term commercial prodigy refers to individuals of the highest caliber in the realm of business, endowed with formidable abilities. Upon grasping this explanation, he comprehended why this individual addressed him as master, for he was summoned through his own invocation, thus rendering himself the sole master of this entity. Moreover, even without the skill of telepathy, a mere awareness would suffice to discern the thoughts residing within his mind. Most astonishingly, he realized that he too could exert his will, capable of obliterating him if desired. Consequently, he could entrust all his assets to this man without a shred of concern for betrayal. Yi Wentian gazed at the middle-aged man and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Yi Long." "Yes, master." Yi Wentian found the title master rather awkward and chuckled. "You may simply address me as young master from now on." "Yes, young master." Chapter 11, A Certain Method. Yi Long. Take some time to familiarize yourself with this era. My room is equipped with a computer. You can conduct your own research. "Yes, master." Although Yi Long possessed a general understanding of this era, Yi Wentian encouraged him to deepen his comprehension. Yi Wentian changed into casual attire and donned his sneakers, preparing for a run. He had long cultivated the habit of morning jogging, a routine established during his first year in the orphanage. He understood that maintaining good physical health was essential to avoid illness, thereby ensuring his studies would not be disrupted. Descending the stairs, he sprinted towards the perimeter of the community, reaching the moat in merely 15 minutes. Following the moat, a lengthy path stretched before him, and it was along this route that he typically ran. His steps were light, and his pace remained consistently steady. After 25 minutes, he arrived at the easternmost source of the moat. There, a staircase descended to the riverbank, and Yi Wentian headed in that direction, intending to splash some water on his face. Stop. Suddenly, someone obstructed his path. At first glance, the person blocking him appeared to be in his 40s. With a robust physique, clad in a black trench coat, exuding a distinct aura of authority, a presence reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. This individual was no ordinary man. However, his attire suggested he might also serve as a bodyguard. Yi Wentian was perplexed by the man's obstruction. "Is there a problem? My master is practicing in the morning ahead. No outsiders are permitted to approach," the burly man stated calmly. Yi Wentian felt a surge of displeasure. This was a public space, after all. If I recall correctly, this area is designated as public. If your master is exercising here, is it too much to allow others to pass? That seems rather domineering. The strong man showed no inclination to engage in a debate with Yi Wentian and reiterated, "Please leave. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Yi Wentian's stubborn nature flared. The more the man insisted, the more he felt compelled to see what those consequences entailed. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall approach, indeed. What's the matter?" At that moment, a voice as clear as a bell rang out. A strikingly beautiful woman approached, her skin flawless and radiating an otherworldly perfection, rivaling even that of Long Yueqing. Clad in pink athletic wear, her excellent physique was accentuated, yet her first impression on Yi Wentian was one of coldness. Akin to an unyielding iceberg, an aura of aloofness enveloped her. As the woman drew nearer, the burly man immediately bowed slightly, addressing her with respect. "Miss. Someone seeks to pass through." The woman's name was Qinling Shuang. She cast a frigid glance at Yi Wentian, barely lifting her eyes, as if he were inconsequential, unworthy of her attention. Her ruby-red lips parted slightly, and though her voice was soft, it bore an icy tone. "Remove him." "Yes, miss." Qinling Shuang turned around and said, Do not disturb my grandfather. Understood. The burly man, without uttering another word to Yi Wentian, moved to seize him. Just as he was about to grasp Yi Wentian's arm, Yi Wentian deftly dodged, evading the man's grasp with ease. The burly man paused, astonished as he glanced at Yi Wentian. Upon hearing his subtle exclamation, Qin Lingshuang turned to see Yi Wentian still standing firm, unperturbed. Her brow furrowed tightly, her expression icy. When had Uncle Kuan ever been so sluggish in his duties? Uncle Kuan, what is going on? This is not your usual way of handling matters. The man referred to as Uncle Kuan replied, Miss, this young man possesses some skill. From the moment he attempted to seize Yi Wentian, it was clear that, under normal circumstances, an ordinary person would not have been able to evade him. However, Yi Wentian had done so effortlessly. This indicated that the young man before them was not to be underestimated. Qin Lingshuang turned back, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Wentian. Scoffing, not to be underestimated? Is this person truly remarkable? Is Uncle Kuan unable to handle him? Uncle Kuan calmly responded, that is, of course, impossible. If it came down to it, I am confident I could subdue Yi Wentian within 3 moves. I merely underestimated him earlier, which allowed him to evade. Yi Wentian, overhearing Qin Lingshuang's remarks, felt a surge of irritation and inquired, Miss, what do you mean by that? What is it about me that warrants your disdain? Do you believe you can contend with me? Her words pierced like a soul-stirring interrogation. Qin Lingshuang, her eyes cold and indifferent, replied, Do you truly think you are worth my effort? Yi Wentian chuckled softly, turning his head aside, thinking she must be quite deranged. Deciding against further engagement, he prepared to depart. If these individuals were indeed irrational, why should he concern himself with their antics? Women are certainly strange creatures. Observing Yi Wentian attempt to leave, Qin Lingshuang swiftly stepped in front of him, blocking his path and demanding, What is that expression supposed to mean? Yi Wentian shrugged nonchalantly, responding, Oh, what is the matter? Earlier, you wouldn't let me pass. Now you want to permit me to return home? Do you truly believe this road belongs to you? To do with as you please? Qin Lingshuang, incensed by his attitude, exclaimed with indignation, Impertinent. With a swift motion, she aimed a slap at Yi Wentian. Her speed nearly 5 times that of an average person. Yet, to Yi Wentian, her speed was still too slow. He stepped back effortlessly, evading her strike. Surprised by her failure, Qin Lingshuang recalled Uncle Kuan's earlier words about Yi Wentian's capabilities. Oh, it seems he does have some skill. Very well, let me test him. With that, she prepared to engage further. She skillfully maneuvered her hands, launching an offensive with a swift strike aimed at Yi Wentian. This time, her palm technique was exponentially faster than the slap she had delivered moments ago. Yi Wentian remained steadfast, unperturbed in his stance, and calmly uttered, A true gentleman does not engage in combat with a lady. Upon hearing this, Qin Lingshuang was infuriated to the utmost, her chest heaving dramatically with indignation. How dare you disregard me? Meanwhile, Uncle Kuan silently contemplated, recognizing that this young man was indeed unfortunate today. For the young lady had always loathed being dismissed simply because she was a woman. The palm strike surged forward with ferocity. Bang. Chapter 12, A Test of Skill? Bang. As Qin Lingshuang struck with her palm, Yi Wentian met her force with his own. Witnessing her stagger back, she retreated 7 or 8 steps before finally regaining her balance. Uncle Kuan, Qin Lingshuang exclaimed in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? The young lady was a peak practitioner of the yellow rank. Given her strength, how could she have been pushed back? Uncle Kuan was bewildered, and Qin Lingshuang was even more so. She had always been the one to repel others. Yet today, she found herself bested by an ordinary passerby. This ignited a profound sense of humiliation within her. In an instant, her fury reached its zenith. And like a furious tigress, she lunged forward with renewed vigor. Stop! At that moment, a stern voice pierced through the air. Recognizing the voice, Qin Lingshuang's anger flared. Yet she halted her assault. With an expression of displeasure, she stamped her foot, her beautiful phoenix eyes fixed on Yi Wentian. If her gaze could kill, Yi Wentian would have perished countless times over. An elderly man clad in a blue tang suit approached, with a square face and appearing to be in his 70s. He bore a rosy complexion and moved with a lightness that belied his age, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. This commanding presence could only be possessed by one accustomed to positions of power. Although Yi Wentian did not know this elder, he surmised from Uncle Kuan's demeanor that the individuals in this place were far from ordinary. However, the elder's temperament was somewhat brusque. Had Uncle Kuan merely suggested he wash his face, he might have taken his leave. Instead, Uncle Kuan had insisted that no outsiders were allowed to approach, which left him feeling rather uncomfortable. Just as he contemplated leaving, he was intercepted by Qin Lingshuang, rendering him speechless. Upon the elder's arrival, Uncle Kuan immediately greeted him with respect. Master. Qin Lingshuang also addressed him with deference. Grandfather. This elder was none other than Qin Tianhong. He acknowledged both with a slight nod, though his gaze remained fixed on Yi Wentian. Observing the young man before him, he sensed an unusual depth to him. Finally, he smiled gently and said, "Hello, young one." Yi Wentian returned the smile, replying, "Greetings, old man." This was his nature. He treated others as they treated him. His guiding principle was simple: respect others, and they shall respect you in return. Those who show disrespect shall be met with their own kind. Since Qin Tianhong was conversing amicably, he reciprocated with equal cordiality. However, upon hearing Yi Wentian's casual address, both Qin Lingshuang and Uncle Kuan were incensed, with Uncle Kuan bellowing, "You insolent brat! Do you know?" Qin Tianhong waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well, then turned to Yi Wentian. "Young one, you possess quite the character. It is rare for anyone to speak to me in such a manner." Yi Wentian, grinning mischievously, replied, "Oh, is that so? This merely indicates that your circle of true friends has dwindled." Qin Tianhong paused slightly, then responded with a hearty laugh, "Perhaps you are right." Yi Wentian sensed that the time was ripe to return and pursue his entrepreneurial ambitions. "If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave." "Wait." Qin Tianhong called out to Yi Wentian. "Old man, you do not intend to challenge me, do you? While your martial skills are commendable, you may not be my match. Better to avoid injury to yourself." Yi Wentian could discern Qin Tianhong's prowess. The Qin Tianhong before him was a martial artist at a higher stage, belonging to the pinnacle of the Xian realm. Yet, despite the difference in realms, he felt undaunted, for he possessed the 9-yang divine skill, a technique of utmost strength and brightness, instilling him with confidence to defeat this elder. Among martial artists, as long as the gap in realms is not excessively vast, if one's martial arts surpass the other significantly, the likelihood of victory is substantial. When the realm falls short, let the martial arts scriptures compensate. Just as Yi Wentian was contemplating, the 9-yang divine skill is a red-tier technique, undoubtedly superior to the martial arts practiced by Qin Tianhong. If Qin Tianhong were also cultivating a red-tier skill, he would not be at his current age, still stymied at the pinnacle of the Xian realm. Qin Lingshuang suddenly erupted in fury, her body trembling, her delicate fists clenched tightly, even emitting audible cracking sounds from her bones. It is hard to envision the extent of a woman's anger to reach such a state. With a fierce tone, she exclaimed, "How dare you insult my grandfather? Die!" Raising her fists, she harnessed her inner strength, intending to charge forward. Lingshuang. Nevertheless, she was halted by Qin Tianhong's voice. Reluctantly, Qin Lingshuang glanced back. "Grandfather, throughout Tianyang City, none have dared to insult you. Yet this person shamelessly speaks with derision. I, Xiao Shuang, shall not let him go unpunished." Yi Wentian, wearing an expression of indifference, replied earnestly, "My dear lady, you truly are peculiar. I merely speak the truth. When have I insulted your grandfather? You must be delusional." Qin Lingshuang's lips twitched in frustration. She dared not act, for if her grandfather were not present to restrain her, she would surely make him regret his words, silencing him for a lifetime. Yet, she overlooked one crucial factor: her own capabilities. After all, Qin Tianhong had lived for over 70 years. His composure far surpassed that of these youth, his emotions stable, his demeanor calm. He spoke kindly. "Youngster, your words seem somewhat exaggerated. Though you are not to be underestimated, I am no novice myself. Do not be deceived by my age. My legs remain quite nimble." After a brief pause, Qin Tianhong continued, "How about we engage in a friendly spar?" As he proposed this, an inexplicable anticipation welled within him. He was eager to see what abilities this young man possessed to be so confident in asserting his superiority. Yi Wentian had no intention of engaging in a duel with Qin Tianhong. However, upon reflection, he realized that since his inception as a martial artist, he had never truly unleashed his full potential. He had long desired an opportunity to test his abilities. Now, with someone readily proposing a spar, he saw it as a perfect occasion, especially with this elder being an exceptional candidate. "Old man, since you have cordially invited me, I shall indulge in this sparring match," he proclaimed with a serious demeanor. "However, I must caution you, my dear elder, that in the realm of combat, one must beware, as you initiated this challenge. Should I inadvertently cause you harm, do not hold it against me." Qin Tianhong chuckled heartily. "Huh, young one, you are quite forthright. I appreciate that." Chapter 13. The Contest. "Ah, young one, you are quite forthright. I must say, I appreciate that." Qin Tianhong harbored a degree of admiration for Yi Wentian's character. He promptly gestured invitingly, signaling for the contest to commence. Yi Wentian stepped forward, advancing to a more spacious square. Qin Lingshuang and Uncle Kuan followed closely behind. Yet they maintained a respectful distance, allowing ample room for the two to engage in their duel. With a warm smile, Qin Tianhong gestured once more, saying, "Please, young one." Yi Wentian reciprocated the gesture, and in a flash of fiery gazes, both of their expressions turned serious, brimming with determination, as they prepared to engage in battle. Yi Wentian swiftly harnessed his internal energy, elevating it to the mid-level of the Xian stage. Upon sensing the surge in Yi Wentian's aura, Qin Tianhong's eyes widened in surprise. Mid-level of the Xian stage? Quite impressive for one so young. Qin Lingshuang and Uncle Kuan were equally astonished. While they were aware of Yi Wentian's capabilities, they had never anticipated that he would reach the mid-level of the Xian stage. Qin Lingshuang gently bit her crimson lips, reflecting, "No wonder I was no match for him earlier. His strength has already surpassed mine." Although she had only been forced back a few steps in their previous exchange, she understood that it was due to his leniency, as he had not exerted his full power. A smile graced Yi Wentian's lips as he declared, "Old man, you must take this seriously." With that, he launched himself forward like a streak of lightning towards Qin Tianhong. Realizing Yi Wentian had attained mid-level Xian stage, Qin Tianhong also elevated his internal energy to the same level, though he refrained from reaching the pinnacle. He contemplated, having trained for decades, that his mid-level Xian stage prowess would be sufficient to contend with Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian, sensing the rise in Qin Tianhong's energy, met his advance with a powerful palm strike. The impact reverberated through the air as Qin Tianhong staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Qin Lingshuang and Uncle Kuan gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Qin Tianhong, although surprised, was not astonished by Yi Wentian's ability to push him back. Instead, he exclaimed in awe, "Such a vigorous internal energy." Yi Wentian smirked slightly, responding, "Old man, I warned you to take this seriously, yet you chose to disregard my words. In a true battle, you would have been defeated." Qin Tianhong did not refute this statement. He humbly acknowledged, "You speak wisely, young brother." In that moment, his address shifted from young one to young brother, having recognized Yi Wentian's true prowess. To continue calling him young one would be somewhat disrespectful. With that, he rapidly unleashed his hands, forming a claw-like shape with his right hand. Observing this gesture, Yi Wentian chuckled, "Oh, is that Xingyi Quan? Very well, let us proceed." The two charged at one another in unison. Boom, boom. Yi Wentian executed a swift kick, prompting Qin Tianhong to twist his body to the left, narrowly evading the assault. Following this, he unleashed a claw-like strike towards Yi Wentian's shoulder. Yi Wentian deftly leaned back, similarly dodging the attack. Observing the fierce battle between the two, Qin Lingshuang could not restrain her curiosity and turned to Uncle Kuan, asking, "Uncle Kuan, grandfather will undoubtedly triumph, won't he?" Uncle Kuan, affirming her words with a nod, replied, "Indeed, the old master is certain to win." Despite their conversation, both harbored uncertainty within, for the combatants were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Logically, they should have complete faith in Qin Tianhong. However, Yi Wentian had previously stated that Tianhong might not be his opponent, which left them feeling apprehensive. During the fray, Qin Tianhong's right toe grazed the ground, channeling all his might into his hands. With a serpentine motion, he lunged fiercely at Yi Wentian's chest. Yi Wentian quickly dodged, but at that moment, Qin Tianhong's other claw struck like a viper, making evasion increasingly challenging. Resolutely, he chose not to retreat. Instead, his right palm swiftly curved into a knife hand strike aimed at Qin Tianhong's wrist. Surprised, Qin Tianhong had not anticipated Yi Wentian's intent to target his wrist, striking a snake at its vital point. Realizing that his serpentine fist had been countered, he understood the critical need to protect his wrist. Without hesitation, he withdrew his hand and retreated. After several exchanges, Qin Tianhong recognized the truth. His younger opponent was formidable. The Xingyi Quan had proven ineffective against him. Yi Wentian, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, remarked, "Old man, if you truly wish to test your skills, then showcase your genuine prowess. This Xingyi technique may work against others, but it holds little effect against me." Qin Tianhong laughed heartily, brushing off his sleeves as his aura surged. "Young brother, you have yet to exert your full strength. Throughout this contest, you have not revealed the martial arts you have cultivated. Thus, let us engage in earnest combat. Come." With that, Qin Tianhong elevated his internal energy to its peak, concentrating it in his fists. He charged toward Yi Wentian, leaping high into the air like a majestic eagle, arms outstretched in a claw-like manner as he bellowed, "Tingzhao Gong." The claw technique differed from Xingyi Quan, while Xingyi primarily mimicked various animal attacks. The claw technique was a tangible martial art. Though it too stemmed from profound understanding, its power surpassed that of Xing Yiquan. As Qin Tianhong descended upon Yi Wentian like an eagle, Yi Wentian retreated, legs spread apart, a wicked smile gracing his lips. In an instant, Qin Tianhong's claws met empty air, and his foot crashed down onto the ground, shattering the bricks beneath him into countless fragments. A series of attacks had gone awry. Qin Tianhong gazed at Yi Wentian in astonishment. He had presumed that his eagle claw technique would inevitably strike Yi Wentian. However, to his surprise, Yi Wentian had deftly evaded the attack. Upon reflecting on the incident, he found something amiss. Given his recent speed and the range of his assault, it should have successfully hit Yi Wentian. Yet it had not. Moreover, this fellow had dodged with remarkable agility. Could it be that he had mastered the art of teleportation? My young friend, did you just employ a technique of teleportation? He asked, his expression filled with skepticism. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yi Wentian's mouth. Chapter 14. I truly am no match indeed. It is the art of spatial transformation. Although Qin Tianhong had surmised this in his heart, hearing the other party's admission left him somewhat astounded. The technique of spatial transformation is a formidable aspect of body arts, surpassing even the elegance of the ripple technique. It was akin to a previous encounter. According to calculations, his attack should have been successful, yet it failed inexplicably. The position had suddenly shifted, leaving him without a target for his assault. After Yi Wentian responded, he assumed an aggressive stance, poised to strike. Qin Tianhong hastily gestured for him to cease, exclaiming, "Enough. Young brother, let us leave it at that." "Huh? Are we not going to fight?" Yi Wentian inquired, perplexed by Qin Tianhong's gesture. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Qin Tianhong thought, "You understand spatial transformation, yet I'm still trying to land a blow? Even my most formidable techniques are futile against you." Upon hearing that the fight was off, Yi Wentian shrugged, unconcerned. Qin Tianhong approached with an amicable smile, suggesting, "Young brother, how about we become friends?" The old man interjected, "Friendship is indeed welcome, but let us refrain from swearing brotherhood." Yi Wentian replied with a chuckle. Qin Tianhong was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the reasoning behind this statement. His granddaughter and bodyguard were equally puzzled. After all, how many sought to forge a connection with Qin Tianhong in Tianyang City? How many dreamed of swearing brotherhood with him? Yet this fellow was explicitly cautioning against it. Was he perhaps overly indulgent? Qin Tianhong, filled with curiosity, asked, "Young brother, could you explain why we should not swear brotherhood?" Yi Wentian, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Before I answer, allow me to pose a question." The three pondered in their hearts. Could it be that he wishes to inquire about the old man's identity? If one must know of his esteemed identity to forge brotherhood, then this fellow is truly shameless and excessively opportunistic. I shall certainly advise grandfather against forming any bond with him, even friendship. Young brother, may I ask?" Yi Wentian said with a mysterious smile, "How old are you today, old man?" Qin Tianhong replied with a grin, 78. Precisely, 78. Therefore, you must understand that when two individuals swear brotherhood, they typically exchange vows of loyalty, proclaiming sentiments such as not seeking to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same month. Qin Tianhong, ever astute, grasped the implication before Yi Wentian could finish. Recognizing the reason for Yi Wentian's hesitation to swear brotherhood, it stemmed from a concern over mortality, given his advanced age and uncertainty about how much longer he could endure. Especially if he had not trained in martial arts, his health would surely deteriorate. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Haha, young brother, your candor is truly refreshing. I find your character quite likable. It reminds me of my own youth." However, Qin Lingshuang and the others furrowed their brows. This young man seemed to be implying that he deemed his grandfather too old, and that his lifespan paled in comparison to his own. Yi Wentian observed that the old man was not angry. On the contrary, he chuckled heartily and could not help but exclaim, "Old man, not bad. I say this, and you remain unfazed. You are indeed a friend worth having." In truth, Yi Wentian's earlier remarks were merely a means to gauge Qin Tianhong. He had already contemplated that if Qin Tianhong were to take offense at his words, then this friendship would be unnecessary, as it would suggest a lack of grace on Qin Tianhong's part. Yi Wentian was rather discerning in his friendships. He had few genuine friends. Yet he steadfastly adhered to a principle. True friendship lies not in quantity, but in sincerity. Naturally, having both abundance and authenticity in friendships is the ideal. Qin Tianhong realized that he had been tested. "Young brother, it seems you approach friendship with great caution." "Indeed, I seek friends who would stand by me in times of need, not those who would betray me." He laughed, adding, "Young brother, you speak wisely. True friends are those of genuine sentiment, and I, Qin Tianhong, consider you one such friend." Yi Wentian introduced himself. "I am Yi Wentian, brother Yi." Qin Tianhong replied. Perhaps I should call you Brother Yi, but I think I shall stick with Old Man Qin. Calling you brother would make me feel aged. Yi Wentian smiled gently in response. Qin Tianhong then approached and patted Yi Wentian on the shoulder, saying, Feel free. There are no formalities here. He exchanged a glance with Uncle Kuan, who understood instantly and retrieved a business card from his pocket, handing it to Yi Wentian. Brother Yi, here is my contact information. Do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything. Yi Wentian gestured an okay sign, saying, No problem, though I lack a business card. My number is 137. All right. Noted. At that moment, Qin Lingshuang received a phone call. She stepped aside to take it and after a brief conversation, returned to Qin Tianhong's side, respectfully stating, Grandfather, the person you were expecting has arrived. Qin Tianhong turned to Yi Wentian and said, Brother, I have a matter to attend to and must take my leave. Should anything arise, feel free to reach out. I assure you, there is nothing in Tianyang City that I, Qin Tianhong, cannot resolve. Very well. Thank you, Old Man Qin. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to mention it. Yi Wentian replied with a smile. Since the other party had made such a declaration, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Upon hearing the name Qin Tianhong, Yi Wentian felt a vague sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered it before, though he could not quite recall where. Meanwhile, in a limited edition extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, Qin Lingshuang remarked, Grandfather, how did you become friends with that fellow? His words were utterly audacious, showing no regard for you at all. Qin Lingshuang remained less than pleased with her grandfather's friendship with Yi Wentian. Little Shuang, tell me, how was he audacious? Is it merely because he claimed I am not his match that you consider him bold? Qin Lingshuang pondered for a moment, realizing that this situation stemmed from the very fact that her grandfather, though merely at the mid-level of the Xian realm, had the audacity to utter such grandiose claims. Grandfather, you should have taught him a lesson just now, to let him understand your prowess. Little Shuang, the truth is, I am not his match, Qin Tian candidly admitted. Qin Tianhong disregarded his granddaughter's astonishment and continued his analysis. Although he is merely at the mid-level of the Xian realm, he possesses the ability to shift positions, rendering my attacks ineffective. I cannot strike him. Furthermore, I am certain he has martial techniques yet to be revealed. Given that he understands such a sophisticated technique as the art of shifting shadows, it stands to reason that his other martial skills must also be exceptional. If his martial techniques are combined with his ability to shift positions, I would undoubtedly be outmatched. Additionally, an individual without a background could not possibly possess a technique of such caliber. This young man's background must be quite extraordinary. How intriguing it is that such a young talent has emerged in Tianyang. I had been oblivious to his existence. Qin Lingshuang was left in a state of shock, her eyes glimmering with a strange light. Chapter 15. The Pig's Nose and the Green Onion. After parting ways with Qin Tianhong, Yi Wentian returned home. Observing Yi Long engrossed in the news in the living room, he inquired, So, have you comprehended everything thoroughly? Upon noticing Yi Wentian's arrival, Yi Long promptly rose, responding with utmost respect, Young master, we have grasped it all. All right, there is a plan I drafted on the coffee table. Take a look while I freshen up. Understood. 15 minutes later, Yi Wentian emerged from the bathroom and settled onto the sofa. Noticing Yi Long still standing, he gently gestured for him to sit. Please, take a seat. Thank you, young master. Yi Long replied. Now, what are your thoughts on my plan? Yi Long responded, This plan is feasible. However, to establish a biological research company, substantial funding and talent are required. Are those resources within your reach? Yi Wentian did not rush to reply and instead inquired, What amount do you estimate is necessary? Young master, based on my preliminary assessment, we would need around 1 billion. Biological research requires the most advanced equipment, along with various other expenses, including registration fees. It might take up to 1 billion to get the company operational. Moreover, the biological company outlined in your plan is not a small-scale endeavor. We will also need to lease considerable office space. Yi Wentian pondered for a moment, deducing that his preliminary estimation aligned with Yi Long's. Indeed, to realize his vision of a substantial company rather than a modest research entity, 1 billion would be necessary. After all, a small-scale operation would lack meaningful achievements in biological research. To attract talent and yield valuable discoveries, it must be sufficiently large with top-tier equipment. Very well. I shall transfer 3 billion to you. Regarding the office space, you need not worry. I currently own 10 buildings, one of which is vacant. We shall utilize that building for the company. Yi Long's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Young master, if that is the case, it simplifies matters greatly. However, I believe you need not provide me with such a sum. Just enough to suffice will do. Yi Wentian understood that Yi Long would never betray him. With assets amounting to 60 billion, What harm could it do to allocate 30 billion for the company? I shall provide ample funding. It will facilitate any unforeseen circumstances. Yilong immediately stood up from the sofa, earnestly assuring, I will never disappoint your expectations, young master. Yu Wentian nodded gently, that is reassuring. Do you possess a bank card? No, young master, I do not have a bank card, Yilong replied. In the distant east, a dragon soared. Suddenly, Yu Wentian's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He took out the device and answered. Mr. Yi, good day. I am the manager of Tianyang City Bank. We have noted that your account has sufficient funds. Would you like to activate unlimited transfer capabilities? Yes, I would. Good day, Mr. Yi. May I inquire about your current location? We shall promptly come to fetch you for your business affairs. Yu Wentian shook his head and replied, no need. I can drive there myself. Very well, I am at your service, Mr. Yi, at all times. After hanging up the phone, Yu Wentian couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have thought that a bank manager could offer such attentive service? I had assumed their daily tasks were merely transactional. It seems my previous poverty limited my imagination. He turned to Yilong and said, hand me your identification. I shall procure a bank card for you. Certainly, young master. Once Yu Wentian received the identification, he promptly descended and drove his Xia Li to the headquarters of Tianyang City Bank. 20 minutes later, Yu Wentian arrived at the bank's headquarters. Upon entering, a female staff member stationed at the entrance promptly inquired, Sir, what service do you require? I wish to activate unlimited payment capabilities, Yu Wentian stated, simultaneously glancing at the name tag of the staff member, which read Lu Gaoding. Upon hearing Yu Wentian's request, Lu Gaoding scrutinized him, seemingly assessing something. After a brief 3 seconds, a glimmer of disdain flickered in her eyes as she replied, I'm afraid we cannot activate unlimited payment capabilities. All our accounts are subject to limits, primarily categorized into 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, or 300,000. Which limit would you like to set? To activate a 300,000 limit, your bank account must reflect a transaction volume of 600,000. Does your account possess such a volume? As she posed this question, her gaze was laced with disdain and indifference. Clearly, even without Yu Wentian's response, she presumed to know the answer. Before Yu Wentian could reply, she continued, you surely don't have 600,000 in transactions. At your age, the highest limit you could secure is probably 1,000. Activating a higher limit, if mismanaged, would be beyond your capacity to bear. You would merely create trouble for our bank, rendering it all rather futile. Yu Wentian, upon hearing her remarks, recognized her condescension and smiled faintly. 1,000? That's unnecessary. I shall ask once more, is it possible to activate unlimited payment capabilities? Lu Gaoding furrowed her brow and crossed her arms, retorting, why is it that you cannot comprehend? Very well, let me clarify. While the unlimited payment function exists, you are ineligible for it. Do you believe my assessment of your transaction volume is lacking? Pray tell, what volume is required? Yu Wentian inquired calmly. Lu Gaoding, with an air of superiority, responded dismissively. Oh, your tone suggests you could have someone transfer hundreds of thousands to you. But do you think the unlimited feature requires just a transaction volume? I shall inform you that this function necessitates a deposit volume of 3 billion to activate. Do you truly believe you possess such funds? Now, please depart swiftly. I would rather not witness you make a spectacle of yourself here. Yu Wentian was instantly incensed. Shouldn't the staff be eager to address others' inquiries? Why did it seem as though they looked down upon him here? How could they presume that he lacked the financial means? Upon hearing this, Lu Gaoding erupted into laughter, clutching her abdomen as if she had just heard the most amusing joke. She pointed at the shabby Xia Li car outside. Is this it? Just a moment ago, I distinctly saw you arriving in that very vehicle. With a mocking tone, she continued, if you truly possessed billions, would you be driving a car worth only a few thousand? It was akin to a pig's nose adorned with a green onion, attempting to masquerade as an elephant. Ah, Mr. Yi, you have arrived. Chapter 16. What did I misunderstand? Mr. Yi, you have arrived. A middle-aged man, somewhat portly and impeccably dressed in a suit, approached briskly, beaming at Yu Wentian. This man, the bank manager of Tianyang City, was none other than Yang Jun previously. It was he who had made the call to Yu Wentian. Although Yang Jun had never met Yu Wentian in person, their database contained his information and photograph. For a client of Yu Wentian's stature, it was imperative for the manager to remember him. Thus, upon seeing Yu Wentian for the first time, he recognized him immediately. Yu Wentian, on the other hand, did not know him. However, noting the man's formal attire and his recognition of himself, he surmised that this individual must be the manager of the bank. Lu Gaoding observed as Yang Jun approached, greeting Yu Wentian with a broad smile. This interaction stirred within her a sense of foreboding. How could the manager possibly know Yu Wentian? What could be the nature of their acquaintance? Could it be that this man was a relative of the manager? No, that seemed unlikely. If he were a family member, The manager would not address him so formally. The only plausible explanation was that this young man was indeed a client of the manager. She recalled Yu Wentian's earlier words. Was he truly there to arrange for an unlimited payment feature? Such a privilege typically required a deposit in the billions. Could he possibly possess such wealth? It seemed implausible. If he were that affluent, he wouldn't be driving a modest vehicle like a Xiaoli, nor would he be clad in ordinary casual attire. Manager Yang. Yang Jun nodded gently at her and reproached, Mr. Yi has arrived. Why did you not escort him to my office? My apologies for the inadequate reception, Mr. Yi, he added. Yi Wentian merely smiled faintly and remained silent. Unable to contain herself, Lu Gaoting interjected, Manager, are you perhaps mistaken? Yang Jun appeared perplexed by her statement. What did she mean by that? What had he misunderstood? What did I misinterpret? He inquired, confusion evident on his face. Lu Gaoting struggled to articulate her thoughts, as she could not outright declare that Yi Wentian was unworthy of such attention. Instead, she opted for an alternate approach. He arrived in a Xiaoli. Xiaoli? Yang Jun's expression shifted instantly, a mixture of surprise and puzzlement crossing his features. Upon witnessing his reaction, Lu Gaoting felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It seemed that Manager Yang had indeed erred, which had momentarily terrified her. If this man were truly a client of the manager, her position would be perilous. Should he disclose the recent events to Yang Jun, she would undoubtedly face termination. As Tianyang Bank was a private enterprise, the manager held the authority to dismiss ordinary employees like herself. Seeing that Yang Jun was still processing the information, Lu Gaoting seized the opportunity to speak again. Her confidence bolstered. Yes, manager, he did arrive in a Xiaoli. Given your stature, you should be attending to more significant matters rather than wasting time here. Yi Wentian let out a soft hum, his gaze sharp as it pierced through to Yang Jun, his eyes radiating an undeniable intensity as he inquired, do you think likewise? Upon hearing their exchange, Yang Jun immediately gained clarity, casting another glance at Yi Wentian, and he was certain that this was indeed Mr. Yi, identical to the figure in the photograph. Moreover, when he had addressed Yi as Mr. Yi, Yi Wentian had turned his attention towards him. Hastily, he bowed and offered his apologies. Mr. Yi, please calm your anger. I acknowledge my shortcomings in the arrangement. It is entirely my fault. He understood that he must quell Yi Wentian's ire. Otherwise, should Yi Wentian transfer all the funds, his performance metrics would plummet significantly. This could potentially attract scrutiny from higher-ups. And if it were revealed that his actions had prompted Yi Wentian to transfer 60 billion, his position as manager would be at stake. After extending his apologies to Yi Wentian, he immediately directed a furious glare at Lu Gaoting, veins bulging on his forehead as he rebuked, such nonsense. It is my duty to attend to every client. You, however, are wholly unfit for employment at our bank. He waved dismissively, commanding, go to finance and collect your pay for this month. In an instant, Lu Gaoting felt numb, as though a basin of icy water had been poured over her in the dead of winter. Frozen, she found herself unable to move. By the time she regained her composure, Yi Wentian and Yang Jun had already made their way to the manager's office. Throughout the journey, Yang Jun continued to express his apologies. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. Our bank places great emphasis on service. After all, as a private enterprise, if our service is lacking, how can we compete with other banks? Therefore, I implore you to trust me and grant us another chance. Yi Wentian was not one to dwell excessively on grievances and nodded slightly. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Yang Jun was elated. Upon entering the office, he personally prepared a cup of tea for Yi Wentian, presenting it with both hands. Mr. Yi, please. Yi Wentian took a sip of the tea, remarking, this tea is quite good. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I also have a whole jar of it, which I will send to you shortly. That won't be necessary. Yi Wentian waved his hand, adhering to the principle of not accepting unearned favors. He was aware that accepting Yang Jun's gift could complicate future discussions. Noticing that Yang Jun was about to mention the tea again, Yi Wentian interjected, enough about the tea. Here, he produced his card and handed it to Yang Jun. Please activate the unlimited payment and transfer functions. Yang Jun, brimming with joy, accepted the card with both hands. Of course, please hold on for just a moment. Within less than 2 minutes, the functions were activated. Yang Jun stood, returning the card to Yi Wentian with a smile. Mr. Yi, it's all set. Yi Wentian was somewhat taken aback. He recalled that such procedures at banks typically took considerable time. Could it be that wealth truly has its advantages? After receiving the card, he took out Yi Long's identification. Please assist in processing a bank card with this ID. Yang Jun accepted the ID with both hands, glanced at the name, realizing that Yi Long was associated with Mr. Yi. Very well, Mr. Yi, please hold on for a moment. Initially, Yi Long had no identification upon his emergence, But following Yi Wentian's bestowal of a name, the system promptly arranged for Yi Long's ID. This exemplifies the formidable capabilities of the system. 2 minutes later, the bank card was ready. By the way, could you transfer 30 billion from my card to his? Certainly. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, rather urgent in nature. Yang Jun furrowed his brow, saying, I apologize, Mr. Yi. Allow me to take a quick look. He pondered, who could be knocking at this hour? Upon opening the door, he exclaimed, You? Chapter 17. Whatever it takes, are you not leaving after I instructed you to handle this month's financial matters? The one knocking at the door was Lu Gaoding. After being dismissed, Lu Gaoding felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, for the job market in Tianyang was exceedingly daunting. Moreover, the remuneration at Tianyang Bank was quite favorable. Being fired meant she faced the arduous task of seeking new employment. Yet, how could someone who had been terminated possibly secure such a desirable position so swiftly? Thus, she resolved to plead with the manager, Yi Wentian, hoping for another chance. As Lu Gaoding saw Yang Jun attempting to close the door, she interposed her hand, imploring, Manager Yang, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me one more opportunity. I assure you I shall not err again. Grant you a chance? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the losses you almost inflicted upon the group? Tell me, how can I possibly offer you another chance? Yang Jun retorted, his tone unyielding. Recognizing the futility of her plea, Lu Gaoding shifted her gaze to Yi Wentian, who sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea. She swiftly bypassed Yang Jun, who was taken aback, questioning her intentions. Was she contemplating some outrageous act against Mr. Yi? Lu Gaoding. What are you doing? Yang Jun exclaimed. Ignoring him, Lu Gaoding gazed earnestly at Yi Wentian, pleading, Mr. Yi, I truly realize my errors. I beg you for another chance. I carry various loans. What shall I do without a job? Please, anything but dismissal. Although she did not explicitly state her willingness to acquiesce to his desires, her demeanor and tone suggested such intentions. Yi Wentian appraised her, noting her decent appearance, dressed in a light gray business attire, complemented by flesh-toned stockings that accentuated her long legs. Finished with silver high heels, she presented a commendable overall impression. As he continued to scrutinize her, Lu Gaoding felt a tinge of embarrassment and lowered her head, secretly delighted at the prospect of what might unfold if he were truly inclined to pursue her. Should she acquiesce or resist? While contemplating this, her peripheral vision caught sight of Yang Jun's computer, displaying the staggering balance of Yi Wentian's bank account, 6 billion. The revelation left her breathless. What? 6 billion? He possesses 6 billion? A man of such wealth, and I had the audacity to claim he lacked even 60,000 in transactions? And he drives a modest vehicle worth merely 20 to 30,000. No wonder Yang Jun holds him in such high regard. He is indeed a significant client. With this realization, her hesitation began to dissipate. If he were genuinely inclined to pursue her, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. After all, even if she could not become his woman, surely there could be some form of compensation to be gained. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she no longer worried about whether Yi Wentian would indeed seek to exploit her. Conversely, she eagerly wished for Yi Wentian to take the initiative. Had Yang Jun not been present, she would have already approached him. Observing Yi Wentian's scrutiny of Lu Gaoding, Yang Jun couldn't help but ponder whether Yi Wentian was also a man of licentious inclinations. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that most men harbor such desires. Contemplating his own escape to allow the two to engage, he mused that if something were to transpire between them, it might not necessarily be detrimental to him. Just as he decided to depart, Yi Wentian promptly interjected, Manager Yang, where do you think you are going? Is my matter resolved? Startled, Yang Jun quickly rushed to Yi Wentian's side, exclaiming, I will attend to it immediately. Did he not desire Lu Gaoding? Given his demeanor, it seemed he held no interest in her. Although Lu Gaoding possessed an appealing appearance and her attire exuded a hint of allure that stirred a modicum of impulse, Yi Wentian remained indifferent to such women. For those lacking wealth, they could only admire her sweetness, while the affluent could savor her saltiness. The impoverished might appreciate her fair skin and beauty, while the wealthy could discern her true essence. Such women were unreliable, especially when compared to Long Yueqing, with whom they bore no resemblance whatsoever. Lu Gaoding, noticing Yi Wentian's apparent disregard, felt a surge of confusion. What could this mean? Was he concerned about the office setting and the potential for interruption? Surely, that must be it, for it was still daylight, and this office belonged to Yang Jun, not him. After considering these thoughts, she suggested, Mr. Yi, I can leave you my number. Should you require anything, feel free to call me, and I will assist you. Although she did not explicitly state that he should call her when he wished to be intimate, those present were not oblivious. Both Yang Jun and Yi Wentian discerned her implication. While Yang Jun operated his computer, he found himself intrigued, realizing he had previously overlooked her provocative nature. Had he known sooner, he would have made his move. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that with a woman of her cunning, it was best to tread carefully. Yi Wentian, with forthrightness, declared, "I apologize, but I have no interest in you. As for your potential dismissal, it bears little relevance to me. That is a matter for your bank." Had he foreseen this day, he might have acted differently. Lu Gaoding felt a profound disappointment wash over her. She had offered herself on a silver platter. Yet he refused to partake. What could possibly justify such rejection? Was her appearance insufficient to captivate his attention? For a woman, the worst fear is to doubt her own desirability, to question her existence. Clearly, Lu Gaoding was enveloped in such turmoil at that moment. Yi Wentian then turned to Yang Jun and inquired, "Has the transfer been completed?" Yang Jun presented 2 cards, hands extended towards Yi Wentian, stating, "Here you are, Mr. Yi. Please take good care of these." Yang Jun appeared to have an epiphany and hurriedly retrieved a black and gold bank card from the safe. "Mr. Yi, this is our bank's limited edition black gold card, which allows an overdraft of up to 10 billion, commonly referred to as an unlimited credit card." Yi Wentian accepted the card. "Are there any procedures to complete?" "None at all. In a moment, I will input Mr. Ye's identification card to activate the card." "Very well." Yi Wentian gathered the 3 cards and proceeded toward the door, with Yang Jun hastily following behind him. Meanwhile, Lu Gaoding stood dazedly in place, utterly at a loss. Despite having presented her best offer, she still failed to sway Yi Wentian. A wave of regret washed over her. Suddenly, it seemed she had an idea, and a peculiar glint sparked in her eyes. Chapter 18. It seems I am only fit for consumption after completing all the necessary formalities at the bank. Yi Wentian returned home in his humble car. He waited a full 10 minutes for the elevator, which finally arrived at the ground floor. It appeared that purchasing a villa was indeed in order. Residing on the top floor and spending so much time waiting for the elevator was hardly a favorable situation. Upon entering his home, Yi Wentian returned Yilong's bank card and identification, stating, "I have transferred 30 billion into your account. The password is 6 zeros." Yilong received the items with both hands and respectfully replied, "Thank you, young master. You should now begin the process of establishing the company. Let us name it Wentian Group." "Very well, young master. I shall attend to it immediately." Yilong exited without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, Yi Wentian recalled a matter and added, "By the way, could you also purchase a mobile phone and give me a call? My number is 137. "Understood." "Young master." Yilong swiftly departed. Once he left, Yi Wentian found himself in a state of idleness. This doesn't seem right. The reason I wanted to embark on something meaningful was to avoid boredom, hence, the creation of a company. But now that I have a business prodigy like Yilong managing it, what shall I do? It seemed he was only suited for consumption. However, consuming everywhere was not a trivial matter. It could stimulate the GDP of Tianyang and benefit the city. With that in mind, he decided to indulge in some consumption and set out to purchase a villa. He immediately departed, driving his modest car through the community. The security guards, upon spotting his vehicle from afar, promptly opened the barrier and saluted respectfully. If one were unaware, they might think these guards were exceptionally dedicated, yet in truth, they recognized that this humble car belonged to Yi Wentian, and the building was his as well. They were concerned that failing to salute him might jeopardize their positions. The wages of these guards in the 10-building complex were significantly higher than those in most communities in Tianyang, and they could not afford to lose their jobs. For a long time, these guards had pondered why Yi Wentian, despite his wealth, continued to drive such an inexpensive car instead of a luxury vehicle. They ultimately concluded that it must be the nature of the wealthy. They preferred to save rather than spend frivolously. In reality, Yi Wentian was not particularly frugal. He simply found his car to be reliable and easy to drive, with no need for a replacement. Additionally, it served as a cherished reminder, as it was the vehicle he had diligently earned through his hard work. Shortly thereafter, Yi Wentian arrived at Tianli Villa. Tianli Villa is the largest development in Tianyang, with its parent company, Tianli Group, being the most formidable real estate developer in the area. Upon entering, he was greeted with a radiant smile from a beautiful woman. She was striking, clad in a sleek black ensemble, and her fitted skirt accentuated her long, graceful legs. Long legs adorned in black stockings, complemented by a pair of sleek black stilettos, impart an invigorating allure to men. "Good day, sir. Are you interested in purchasing a property?" Buying a house. "What size are you considering? Do you have specific requirements for the layout?" As Zhui Jingyun, the sales representative, posed these inquiries, she was keenly assessing Yi Wentian with her discerning gaze. Noticing his rather ordinary attire, she mused that clients like him typically sought properties ranging from 60 to around 100 square meters. Although slightly disheartened, she remained undeterred, for any sale would earn her a commission. However, Yunt's response took her by surprise. I wish to acquire a villa, and the larger, the better. Ah, Zhui Jingyun gasped, her delicate lips parting in astonishment, revealing a glimpse of her alluring tongue. Other male clients passing by couldn't help but cast curious glances, their minds conjuring vivid scenarios. Once she regained her composure, she hastily apologized. I beg your pardon, sir. I lost my composure. As she spoke, she scrutinized Yuan closely, trying to discern if he was jesting. Could it be that he genuinely intended to purchase a villa? Surely, no one would frivolously toy with such matters. Perhaps it was wise to assess the situation further. After all, many affluent individuals were quite understated. What is the matter? Do you not have villas here? Yuan inquired, noticing her astonishment. In truth, he was aware that they certainly had villas, and among them, the finest in Tianyang. After all, this was the largest development in Tianyang, backed by the most significant real estate developer. If there were no villas, how could it claim such stature? His question aimed to gauge whether Zhui Jingyun possessed the arrogance reminiscent of a bank employee who might look down upon him. Should that be the case, he would promptly seek assistance from another representative. Zhui Jingyun, maintaining her composure, smiled apologetically. Indeed, we do have villas. However, I have not had anyone inquire about them in the past month, which has left me somewhat surprised. I sincerely apologize, sir. This way, please. She gestured gracefully, inviting him to follow. Yuan noted her pleasant demeanor and decided to proceed with her assistance. Upon arriving at the villa model display, Zhui Jingyun enthusiastically explained, Sir, this is our villa model. This particular one is located in the northern suburbs of Tianyang, named the Northward Villa, boasting a total area of 3,200 square meters with an European style of DCOR. Yuan glanced over the models, observing that the villas range from 500 to over 3,000 square meters, and curiously asked, is this the largest villa you have? At just over 3,000 square meters? Zhui Jingyun promptly clarified, we also have a 5,000 square meter villa, featuring a mixed DCOR style and fully automated facilities. Truly the premier villa in Tianyang. Yuan's interest was piqued. Very well, then take me to see this villa? Zhui Jingyun found herself in a quandary, hesitant to voice certain matters. Upon observing her demeanor, Yuan inquired with curiosity, is there a difficulty? Has someone forfeited their deposit? Zhuang Jingjin promptly waved her delicate hand in response. Not at all. It is simply that our villa is a premier property. To express interest in purchasing, one must first submit a deposit. Then, I shall escort you to the site of the stone residence. If you wish to proceed with the purchase, you may do so. If not, the deposit will be refunded. Is this truly a regulation? Yuan expressed his surprise, then candidly discerned. You implement this to deter individuals with malicious intent from merely browsing, do you not? Zhuang Jingyun offered a slight smile. Sir, I kindly ask for your understanding. Very well. I understand. What amount is required for the deposit? 1 million. Here, take this. Yuan produced his black gold card. Chapter 19. Securing the deal. Upon seeing the black gold card, Zhui Jingyun's heart raced with excitement. Although she did not possess such a card, she was well aware of its significance. It allowed for an overdraft of up to 10 billion. Moreover, to acquire such a card, one must have a minimum of 50 billion in liquid assets. Given his immense wealth, why did he choose to dress so ordinarily? It was undoubtedly a matter of discretion. As Yuan noticed that she had yet to accept the bank card, he gently waved his hand. Zhui Jingyun quickly regained her composure and eagerly accepted the black gold card with both hands. The moment she grasped the card, she felt a slight tremor in her hands, as if she were truly carrying 10 billion. However, the weight was primarily psychological. In reality, she would be unable to lift such an amount. This card could indeed facilitate an overdraft of 10 billion. With a somewhat stammering voice, yet an expression brimming with utmost respect, she said, Sir, please rest here for a moment. I will handle the paperwork promptly and then take you to view the property. All right. Zhui Jingyun flashed what she believed to be her sweetest smile before departing. Once she reached the office area, she could not contain her excitement and jumped up with a triumphant gesture, her face alight with joy. The office staff, witnessing her exuberance, curiously inquired, Xiaoshua, what's got you so excited? Did you meet a big client? Zhui Jingyun did not rush to answer, but instead smiled exuberantly. The onlookers felt she appeared almost foolish. Child, have you lost your senses? Zhui Jingyun, unfazed, swayed her body with pride and declared, I just secured a client who wishes to view Villa Number 1. The female sales representatives, upon hearing this, merely waved their hands dismissively. We thought it was something significant. Viewing Villa Number 1 is merely that, viewing. Very few can actually purchase it. Those capable of affording it would not come to us. They would contact our boss directly. Their assertions held truth. Those who could afford Villa Number 1 were typically affluent and influential individuals, likely acquainted with their boss. If they were familiar with their employer, they would naturally seek to purchase through him to secure the best possible deal and cultivate a relationship with him. Thus, upon hearing Zhuo Jingyun's statement, they were entirely unconcerned, with one even cautioning, Zhuo Jingyun, don't let yourself be fooled. You must discern people wisely. Furthermore, viewing Villa number 1 comes with conditions. A deposit of 1 million is required. Without proper procedures, you cannot obtain the keys. Zhuo Jingyun smiled mysteriously and raised the black gold card, excitedly waving it a few times as if it were truly her own. The female sales representatives and staff, upon seeing the card, were immediately taken aback, swallowing hard. They hastily set aside their work and rushed over to examine the black gold card in Zhuo Jingyun's hand. This black gold card is authentic. Most of the individuals employed here have undergone extensive training, endowing them with a relatively keen eye, substantial sales knowledge, and an understanding of various clothing brands. Most importantly, they are well versed in the significance of different bank cards. The black gold card is the epitome of their aspirations, however. They have only glimpsed it on computers during training sessions and have yet to encounter one in reality. Nonetheless, the impact it has left on them is indelible, making it nearly impossible to forget. Upon hearing her colleague's remarks, Zhuo Jingyun proudly proclaimed, of course it's true. The initially indifferent crowd suddenly became envious. Some even green with jealousy. Zhuo Jingyun, you are indeed fortunate to have secured a substantial order. If this succeeds, you could easily afford a home in Tianyang City. Exclaimed one. Indeed, such a windfall. Why can't I possess such luck? Another female salesperson's eyes flickered with an unusual glint as she silently exited the office area, briskly heading towards Yi Wentian. Upon reaching Yi Wentian, she endeavored to present her most charming smile and inquired, Sir, good day. Are you interested in viewing Villa number 1? This woman, named Xia Meidan, recognized that Zhuo Jingyun's guest was Yi Wentian because she had observed him entering from outside earlier. Initially, she had intended to attend to him, but upon assessing his attire, she deemed him unremarkable and chose not to squander her time. Why waste time on a person like him when I could enjoy a cup of coffee instead? She thought. Little did she realize that the individual she dismissed as an unsophisticated country bumpkin could indeed produce a black gold card. Regret washed over her. Yet she believed there was still a chance for redemption. If she could provide exceptional service to Yi Wentian now, that opportunity might still be hers. Yi Wentian glanced up at Xia Meidan and, noticing she was not Zhuo Jingyun, questioned, why are you here? Wasn't he that other person supposed to assist me? Anticipating this response, Xia Meidan had already formulated a counter-strategy. With a smile, she replied, Sir, she has gone to handle your paperwork, so I will be your guide. Just as Yi Wentian prepared to respond, he noticed Zhuo Jingyun striding towards them in her high heels, her expression ablaze with anger as she glared at Xia Meidan. What are you doing? She demanded. Accompanying Zhuo Jingyun was the office manager, who, intrigued by the situation, had followed to witness the identity of the person who possessed a black gold card and was engaging the company's staff to purchase a villa. However, upon seeing Xia Meidan, she remained unfazed, understanding the gravity of creating a scene in front of a client. Such behavior was a cardinal sin in their profession. Xia Guangdan felt a twinge of guilt, but she quickly regained her composure, striving to present her most polished self before Yi Wentian. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, Oh, it's nothing. I noticed this gentleman was unattended, so I thought I would attend to him. Zhuo Jingyun, fully aware of the woman's intentions, refrained from engaging in a quarrel in front of Yi Wentian. She made an effort to temper her simmering anger and said, Very well. Allow me to inform you that he is my client. Thank you for your recent hospitality towards him. Subsequently, she displayed her enchanting smile and turned to Yi Wentian, Sir, the formalities have been completed, and here is your card. She extended the black gold card towards Yi Wentian. Thank you. Zhuo Jingyun, taken aback by the compliment, responded hastily. It is my pleasure. I shall take you to view the property now. Sir, allow me to guide you, as I am quite familiar with that area. Chapter 20. The mysterious wreck of a car. Sir, allow me to guide you. I am quite familiar with that area. Summer Meidan was reluctant to concede. If she succeeded in this deal, it would yield millions in revenue. As she spoke, she cast flirtatious glances at Yi Wentian, secretly wishing to engage him more intimately had it not been for the numerous onlookers present in the grand hall. Zhuo Jingyun was taken aback that Summer Meidan had not given up. Right before her eyes, she was audaciously attempting to steal her client. Was she truly so devoid of decency? Just as she prepared to speak, Yi Wentian interjected, No, I would prefer her to accompany me. The office manager, who had been silent until now, chimed in. Jingyun is also well acquainted with this, and since this is her client, let her take you. Zhuo Jingyun shot a glare at Summer Meidan, dismissing her presence, and gestured politely to Yi Wentian. saying with utmost respect, "Sir, please." The group proceeded towards the exit, with Yi Wentian leading the way, followed by 3 professional women, exuding an air of confidence that drew envious glances from those around them, all wondering who he was to warrant such attention from 3 female sales representatives. One of them appeared to be a manager as well, though Summer Maydan felt discontent. She trailed behind, hoping for an opportunity to share her contact information with Yi Wentian. The office manager, of course, understood the necessity of accompanying such a client throughout. Regardless of whether the client was hers, should the deal succeed, her contribution would certainly be acknowledged. Upon reaching the door, Zhuo Jingyan pointed to the BMW X5 parked nearby and said, "I will take you there." "Very well," he replied. As they approached the car, Zhuo Jingyan swiftly moved to open the rear door for Yi Wentian, saying, "Sir, please step inside." The office manager added with a warm smile, "Sir, should you need anything, do not hesitate to instruct our staff." "Understood." "Jingyun, drive cautiously," the office manager advised, aware that this was a significant client, and any mishap could jeopardize their standing. "Of course, manager." Zhuo Jingyun started the vehicle and prepared to reverse, but as she engaged the rearview camera and turned the wheel, she found herself unable to move due to a Xiaoli car blocking the path. In reality, it was possible to maneuver out, but the female driver's sense of direction was slightly off, causing her to struggle to back out. Watching her repeated attempts to no avail, Summer Maydan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the spectacle. How embarrassing. When you fail to exit and the client grows irate, it will be my time to shine. It seems following you was indeed a wise choice. The office manager, however, was preoccupied with the potential ramifications. What if the client became dissatisfied and walked away? Would she not lose out on a bonus and a promotion opportunity? This could even be deemed negligence. She promptly turned to Summer Maydan and said, "Go check whose car is behind us." Summer Maydan, her face a mask of reluctance, knew she dared not defy the manager's request, regardless of her feelings. She truly desired to secure this deal. However, the fear of incurring her manager's wrath and facing termination loomed large, potentially disqualifying her from taking charge. Reluctantly, she approached the rear of the vehicle, only to find a dilapidated Xiangli car obstructing her path. A glance at the workbench revealed no contact number left behind. Confronting the office manager, her already irritable demeanor manifested as she vented her frustration at the car, exclaiming, "I wonder whose wretched Xiangli car is blocking the way." "With no number left." "Excuse me, that would be mine," interjected Yuandian calmly from within his BMW. The office manager, Zhuo Jingjun, and Xia Guangdan were taken aback, their thoughts racing with dread as they realized the gravity of the situation. The Xiangli car belonged to him, yet he had the audacity to label it a wreck. No one anticipated that a person capable of wielding a black gold card would be driving such a second-hand vehicle. Zhuo Jingyun swallowed hard, her complexion paling, understanding that if this deal fell through, it would cost her millions. The office manager felt even greater pressure, acutely aware that if this transaction failed due to this incident, she would bear the brunt of the blame, possibly facing dismissal. The issue stemmed from their inadequate service, not from the client's dissatisfaction with the property. She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Meidan, who instinctively recoiled, her face flushed with embarrassment, utterly at a loss for words. The office manager hastily approached Yuantian, apologizing profusely. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for our oversight." She then turned her stern gaze towards Xiao Meidan, commanding her sharply, "You need to apologize at once." Xia Guangdan was momentarily stunned by the turn of events, as if struck by lightning, her mind in a daze. Observing her state, the office manager pulled her sharply, prompting her to come to her senses and repeatedly bow in apology. "I'm so sorry, I misjudged the situation. It was my mistake." Her legs trembled uncontrollably, as if they might give way beneath her. Her fear stemmed primarily from the responsibilities tied to her position, given that she had signed a contract. Any major error on her part could lead to severe consequences for the company. If her words inadvertently drove Yuanian away, the repercussions would be beyond her capacity to bear. After all, he was not in the market for an ordinary property, but rather the luxurious #1 villa. Could she possibly compensate for that? Even if she worked tirelessly day and night, until her last breath, it would be impossible for her to make amends. Yuantian remained unfazed by her apologies, merely casting a glance in her direction. He was not angered. He had long grown accustomed to such encounters. If he allowed himself to become irate over every trivial matter, he would surely be overwhelmed by the incessant trivialities of daily life. In truth, most individuals might have pursued accountability or voiced their displeasure, yet Yuantian, an esteemed graduate of Hucking, possessed a higher caliber of composure. The most significant aspect lies in his possession of a check-in system, a life-affirming aura. Over the course of this month, having endured various changes, He perceives that his state of mind has elevated countless times. Such trivial matters fail to stir his inner being. His emotions remain concealed. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he silently approached his own car. Observing his actions, the office manager and Zhuo Jingyan hurriedly rushed to his side, anxiously exclaiming, "Sir, please do not be angry. It is our fault. We are willing to compensate you for your distress. We implore you to grant us an opportunity to rectify our mistake. We assure you that this will not happen again." Yi Wentian leisurely rolled down his window, as the vehicle lacked electric functionality, a method of entry that starkly contrasted with his identity as a holder of a black gold card. Calmly, he remarked, "What is going on? If I do not move my car, how can she exit?" With this statement, both women instantly exhaled in relief, realizing that their earlier tension had nearly overwhelmed them. Chapter 21. Please stop. This is the scenery surrounding Villa Number 1. As Yi Wentian stepped out of the car, he was greeted by clusters of golden chrysanthemums, their armor-like petals glistening in the sunlight, prompting him to take a deep breath. On either side of the villa stood various trees, not particularly tall, yet remarkably beautiful. Zhuo Jingyan enthusiastically explained, "Mr. Yi, our company regularly sends people to maintain these trees to ensure the villa appears more exquisite. The effect is quite pleasing. Wouldn't you agree?" During the car ride, Zhuo Jingyan had already learned of Yi Wentian's surname. He nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is quite impressive. Rest assured, even if you decide to purchase this villa, there will always be someone to maintain these trees. Our company offers lifetime maintenance service." Zhuo Jingyan continued. "Excellent." The two entered the villa's courtyard. The three-story villa, built against the mountainside, offered stunning views from each floor, each more beautiful than the last. A single word could aptly describe it: magnificent. Under Zhuo Jingyan's guidance, they stepped into the grand hall. Upon his first glance, Yi Wentian felt a sense of grandeur. The space was vast. Although the decor appeared simple, every detail, from the layout to the materials and craftsmanship, was of the highest caliber. The black marble floor shone like a mirror, seamless and flawless. Crystal chandeliers, cascading in 5 arcs, evoked the image of a bird's nest. The table, crafted from pure black fragrant wood, was adorned with exquisite carvings, intricate and lifelike. Elegant, yet comfortable, the villa was indeed impressive. "Do you like the layout of this hall, Mr. Yi?" Zhuo Jingyan inquired, noticing his nod of approval, which confirmed her satisfaction. "I do. Mr. Yi, allow me to show you the other rooms," she said, gesturing invitingly. Yi Wentian waved his hand. "No need for that." Zhuo Jingyan felt a wave of anxiety. Did he not find it appealing? Was the decor not to his liking? Or did he desire something more from her? Moving a step closer, she extended her hand, lightly adjusting her black stockings. Biting her cherry-like lips, she made an alluring gesture, leaning towards Yi Wentian's ear and exhaling a sweet breath. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she said, "Mr. Yi, if you sign for this villa today, I will be at your disposal. If you wish, I can learn from you for a week. My skills are quite extensive." As she spoke, her hand glided gently over his chest. The fragrance brushing against his ears sent a thrill through him, and as her hand moved across his torso, he found himself swallowing hard, his pulse quickening. At that moment, a phone rang, startling both Yi Wentian and Zhuo Jingyan. "Apologies, I must take a phone call." Yi Wentian retrieved his phone and stepped aside. Glancing at the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number calling. "Hello, young master, it's me, Yulong. This is my number. All right, go ahead with your matters." With that, he ended the call. Zhuo Jingyan watched Yi Wentian on the phone, her heart racing with excitement, for she knew that with one more action, success was within her grasp. If all went well, her worries about sustenance would vanish, and at the very least, she could secure a commission for this villa. After he finished the call, she prepared to approach him once more, intending to tease Yi Wentian. However, just as she took a step forward, Yi Wentian hurriedly retreated and gestured for her to stop. "Halt." Zhuo Jingyan paused, but still pursed her crimson lips and inquired, "Mr. Yi, what is this? Do you have any suggestions regarding my services? Or do you prefer to take the initiative rather than have me do so?" She understood that some men had such preferences. They enjoyed the thrill of being the pursuer. Yi Wentian, aware of her misunderstanding, clarified, "I have no suggestions regarding your services. I merely wish to convey that you need not worry about me rejecting this villa. I desire it." Even before entering, while observing the villa from outside, he had already taken a liking to it. Now, seeing the layout of the living room, which perfectly matched his taste, he indicated that he did not need to see other rooms when Zhuo Jingyan offered. Unbeknownst to him, she had misconstrued his intentions, believing he wanted to forego it. Zhuo Jingyan's heart soared with joy. "Really? Is that true? I truly adore this villa. What is the price? 220 million? Yi Wentian inquired, somewhat surprised. The price seemed reasonable. He had initially anticipated it to be 250 million. Zhui Jingyun, thinking he found it overly expensive, immediately responded, "Indeed, Mr. Yi. The decor we used is top tier in every aspect, and we offer lifetime maintenance, which justifies the price. If you feel it is too high, I can request a greater discount from the company." Yi Wentian waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. This price will suffice." "Ah, Mr. Yi, you are truly extravagant." Zhui Jingyun could not help but exclaim. She realized she had misinterpreted his words. He did not think the price was excessive, but rather appropriate. "Mr. Yi, would you really not consider me? I could spend a few days learning and exchanging ideas with you. I assure you, I am attentive and not clingy." In her heart, she genuinely hoped for Yi Wentian's affection. Firstly, he was handsome, and secondly, wealthy. He epitomized the ideal standards for a woman's partner. On the surface, it was about learning and exchanging ideas, but both understood the underlying truth. It was an invitation to the bedroom. Once, a man was caught in the act with a foreign woman. Faced with law enforcement, he boldly proclaimed that he was merely studying English, thus turning the term study into a euphemism for intimate encounters between men and women. Yi Wentian immediately gestured for silence, stating, "That is enough. Furthermore, do not speak of this matter again, or I shall withdraw my purchase." Although he had initially felt a flicker of attraction, deep within, he was profoundly averse to such conduct. Goodness, he had nearly compromised himself. It seemed imperative for a young man to safeguard his integrity while abroad. Zhui Jingyun's countenance changed dramatically. The allure that once adorned her features vanished, and she hastily replied, "Very well, Mr. Yi. Let us return to finalize the contract." Rejected and warned, Zhui Jingyun felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. However, she found solace in the fact that the villa deal was secured, ensuring her substantial commission. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief for not continuing her flirtation. Had Yi Wentian been displeased, he might have withdrawn entirely from the agreement. Chapter 22. I offer you 100,000 upon returning to the Tianli Villa and completing all necessary formalities. It was already noon. The staff at Tianli Villa earnestly urged Yi Wentian to stay for lunch, but he graciously declined. He discerned that the women surrounding him gazed upon him as if he were a delectable feast, their eyes gleaming with desire. Yet, he was acutely aware that such fervor was entirely attributable to his financial prowess. Attracting women was a rather straightforward endeavor, as long as one possessed ample monetary resources. The allure was undeniable. When one's wealth reaches a certain threshold, even in the absence of overt flirtation, women would readily present themselves. Even those lacking in conventional attractiveness would find themselves described as unique or distinctive. Conversely, if one were unattractive and impoverished, the harsh reality remained. True ugliness prevailed. The affluent ultimately find companionship, while the destitute can only witness from the sidelines. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Yi Wentian gently caressed his abdomen, driving his modest xiaoli. One hand on the steering wheel and the other resting casually on the window, he maneuvered the vehicle with ease and composure. Surprisingly, this inexpensive xiaoli was quite comfortable to drive, proving to be economical and practical. Behind him, the female sales associate Zhui Jingyun, along with the office manager, observed Yi Wentian's relaxed demeanor, their eyes sparkling with admiration. He looks so dashing driving the xiaoli with one hand. They marveled. Passers-by, overhearing Zhui Jingyun's exclamation, could not help but smirk. Was it truly impressive to flaunt a dilapidated vehicle? Shouldn't one aspire to drive a Ferrari instead? Had the preferences of these young ladies truly shifted? Unbeknownst to Yi Wentian, he remained oblivious to their conversation, scanning the vicinity for a suitable restaurant. Although several dining establishments were nearby, he noted a disconcerting absence of patrons. At this hour, even the most lackluster of venues should have at least a few diners. The complete lack of customers could only signify one thing. The restaurant was subpar. Never mind, I shall venture to the city center, he decided, pressing the accelerator and propelling his vehicle towards the bustling heart of the city. 10 minutes later, upon arriving at the city center and finding a parking spot, he alighted from the car, eager to seek out a restaurant. Having walked approximately 100 meters, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Turning to glance back, he was greeted by a familiar face. Before Yi Wentian could utter a word, the familiar figure exclaimed, "Of course it's you. I knew it. Fate has brought us together once more." Before him stood a gaunt young man clad in a black t-shirt, possessing an unappealing countenance and an air of mischievousness, reminiscent of a shifty character. Recognizing him immediately, Yi Wentian recalled this was the same individual he had encountered the previous day at the market, Wei Suanan, the young man who had attempted to pilfer his wallet. "What a surprise. I didn't expect to see you so soon," Yi Wentian remarked. "Ah, you did not anticipate this, did you? Today, upon my arrival at Wei Suanan, if you fail to clarify yesterday's incident, You shall not leave unscathed, Wei Suanan remarked with a sinister smile. Though it was a smirk, it indeed bore a rather lascivious air. What are you called? Lascivious man. Indeed, your name is not without merit. Your smile is truly quite lewd, a perfect match. A perfect match. Upon hearing this name, Yuanian initially thought he had misheard. Yet, upon reflection, how could there be any mistake at such close range? Wei Suanan's face twisted like a blooming chrysanthemum, radiating in 7 or 8 directions. He despised being mocked for his name, and, in a fit of rage, barked, "Laugh all you want, but soon I shall render you unable to smile." He then turned to the 5 men behind him and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Zhu, this is the scoundrel who thwarted my plans yesterday." Yi Wentian glanced back and saw 5 men approaching, all likely between the ages of 27 and 34. They were clad in t-shirts, their arms adorned with various tattoos. The man leading them, Brother Zhu, whose full name was Zhao Dezhan, was dressed flamboyantly. Despite being in his 30s, he sported a head of multicolored hair, unwilling to yield to the delinquent youths of 17 or 18. Zhao Dezhan sauntered forward with his 4 subordinates, a cigarette dangling from his lips, raising an eyebrow while his nostrils flared almost skyward, his thigh quivering incessantly. Observing his antics, Yi Wentian couldn't resist asking, "Brother, may I inquire about something?" Zhao Dezhan paused. He had yet to speak, and this fellow was already questioning him. "What is it? Is your leg afflicted with chicken foot madness?" Yi Wentian inquired earnestly. He was acutely aware that this fellow's appearance was merely an act. Zhao Dezhan had expected a serious question, but was taken aback to find himself the subject of ridicule. His expression darkened, and he raised the cigarette in his mouth even higher. "Are you mocking me?" Yi Wentian replied with a faint smile. "No, I merely wish to suggest that if your leg is indeed suffering from chicken foot madness, I possess a secret remedy for your ailment." Zhao Dezhan's demeanor softened considerably, and he reached out, intending to pat Yi Wentian on the shoulder. "You are trying to win me over, aren't you?" Yi Wentian slightly recoiled, evading his hand. Observing this, Zhao Dezhan furrowed his brow. Was he not attempting to curry favor with him? Why then did he withdraw? Did he fear that I would strike him? "Young man, I have heard from my brother that you disrupted a significant business deal of his yesterday. Pray tell, how shall we settle this account?" Yi Wentian shrugged nonchalantly. "Settle? How do we settle it? I am unaware of how to calculate it. You tell me how it should be done." Zhao Dezhan crossed his arms confidently, as if already certain that Yi Wentian would owe him 10,000. He believed that since Yi Wentian was already attempting to appease him, he would undoubtedly not dare to contradict his words. 10,000? Is that not a tad insufficient? Perhaps this way, I could offer you 100,000. What do you think? Yi Wentian inquired earnestly. 100,000? Zhao Dezhu and his companions were momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the young man before them. They thought to themselves that they might have encountered a simpleton, unwilling to part with 1,000, yet willing to offer an additional 90,000. "Brother, are you jesting with me? One who provides sustenance is akin to a mother." With such generosity from Yi Wentian, Zhao Dezhu naturally altered his address, contemplating how he might transform Yi Wentian into his personal treasury. This way, he would have ample funds available for a considerable time to come. Wasn't it you who initiated this jest? Chapter 23. This is how one wields a knife. Wasn't it you who initiated the jest? Yi Wentian retorted. Zhao Dezhu momentarily found himself at a loss for words, but Wei Suanan, standing nearby, quickly grasped the situation and interjected, "Brother Zhu, he is mocking us. You demand 10,000, and he claims we're joking." It dawned on Zhao Dezhu that indeed, he had been made a fool of by Yi Wentian, which ignited a wave of indignation within him. He smacked the back of Wei Suanan's head forcefully and exclaimed, "Do you think I am unaware? Must you remind me? You've made me lose face." Wei Suanan, stung by the blow, harbored his resentment silently, thinking to himself, "You clearly didn't he realize it. How ridiculous." Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. "Listen, lad, I advise you to hand over the money swiftly, or I shall make it a bloody affair." As Zhao Dezhu issued his warning, he brandished his dagger before Yi Wentian. A subtle smile crept upon Yi Wentian's lips as he replied, "A bloody affair? What does that mean? I can't quite comprehend. You seem eager to play with knives. However, wielding a knife is not a mere game." In the blink of an eye, Yi Wentian made his move, swiftly snatching the dagger from Zhao Dezhu's grasp. Zhao Dezhu was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a flicker of terror. The surrounding lackeys were equally unprepared, merely witnessing the dagger being taken from their leader. They stood dumbfounded, utterly unsure of how to respond, for Yi Wentian's speed was astonishing, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Without regard for their presence, Yi Wentian, now holding the dagger, began to swing it menacingly at Zhao Dezhu. The onlookers instinctively took a step back, while Zhao Dezhu, attempting to retreat from the onslaught of slashes, found his feet unwilling to obey. Consequently, he raised his hands in a futile attempt to shield his face, though his true intention was to guard his body, a notion he dared not express. After a brief 5 seconds of swift action, Yi Wentian withdrew his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This ensemble suits you perfectly." Upon hearing this, the onlookers opened their eyes wide, and the lackeys, upon glancing at Zhao Dezhu, erupted into laughter. Haha. Zhao Dezhu, noticing his subordinates in fits of laughter, turned to see what had prompted their mirth. To his dismay, he discovered his clothing was in tatters, yet in the center, the letters SB had been meticulously etched in a neat square. Unlike his lackeys, who found the situation humorous, he was engulfed in a wave of embarrassment. He glared fiercely at his subordinates, who, upon meeting his gaze, instantly ceased their laughter, clamping their mouths shut. 2 of them, however, struggled to contain themselves, their faces flushed and puffed up. Zhao Dezhu's was seething with anger, yet he chose to disregard his subordinates. For he understood that the entire situation had been instigated by Yi Wentian. With a shadowy gaze fixed upon Yi Wentian, he remarked, "You little rascal. I never imagined you to be a master of the dagger." Yi Wentian continued to wield his dagger with remarkable flair, his movements swift and intricate. Witnessing the speed with which he brandished the weapon, Zhao Dezhu felt a twinge of trepidation. Casting a sidelong glance at the 5 subordinates beside him, he realized that collectively, they might not stand a chance against their adversary. Moreover, it was broad daylight on the streets. Should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of law enforcement. Given their respective pasts, being apprehended would spell disaster for them. Most importantly, his current attire was utterly humiliating, emblazoned with a glaring fool across his chest. Should this be captured on camera, his reputation in Tianyang City would be irreparably tarnished. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to endure this indignity for now, planning to return with greater numbers to settle the score with Yi Wentian. "You got lucky this time, just you wait," Zhao Dezhu declared, his irritation palpable. Wei Suanan stood in disbelief, gazing at Zhao Dezhu. "Brother Zhu, are we just going to let it in like this?" Zhao Dezhu shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, "If you have the guts, why not take action yourself? What can we do now? Have you not seen how adept he is with that dagger?" Under the weight of such a fierce stare, Wei Suanan dared not utter another word, shrinking back in silence, aware of his leader's fury, and cautiously retreated to a safer distance to avoid incurring his wrath. "Let us go," Zhao Dezhu commanded, and his subordinates hastily followed suit. Once they had departed, Yi Wentian deftly held the dagger between his index and middle fingers, applying pressure. To his astonishment, the dagger bent effortlessly, and without a flicker of hesitation, he tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Had Zhao Dezhu and his crew witnessed this display of strength, they might have felt a sense of relief that they had not engaged Yi Wentian. His stomach growled. Hunger was becoming increasingly insistent. These ruffians had truly wasted his time, interrupting his meal. Casting his gaze ahead, he spotted an appealing restaurant and hurried over. Upon reaching the entrance of Shenya Restaurant, 2 young ladies standing at the door greeted him warmly. "Welcome. Please, sir, come inside." Impressed by the courteous service, Yi Wentian thought to himself that a restaurant's quality is not solely defined by its cuisine, but also by its service. Upon entering, he surveyed his surroundings and noted the restaurant's tasteful decor, cleanliness, and fresh air, a stark contrast to some establishments that assaulted the senses with an unpleasant greasy odor. "Good afternoon, sir. How many in your party?" A waitress approached with a menu in hand. Yi Wentian held up a single finger, indicating, "Just me." "Very well, this way please," she replied, gesturing towards a table by the glass. Yi Wentian nodded with a smile and proceeded to take his seat. Just as he was about to settle in, a melodious voice rang out, "Wentian." Yi Wentian felt a faint call beckoning him, yet he was momentarily taken aback, for aside from the director of the orphanage, no one had ever addressed him as Wentian. However, this voice was clearly not that of the orphanage director. He distinctly remembered that the director was a middle-aged man in his 50s, and given the passage of time since his departure from the orphanage, the director must now be in his 60s. Reflecting on this, he realized it had indeed been a long time since he last saw the director, and he contemplated paying a visit to the venerable man soon. He held a deep sense of gratitude towards the director. Without him, there would be no Yi Wentian. And certainly, he would not be the person he was today. "Wentian, I am here." Chapter 24. I am here. Wentian, I am here. Once again, a melodious and enchanting voice echoed. This voice was identical to the previous one, and Yi Wentian felt as though it was calling out to him. Could it truly be directed at me? With a gaze filled with curiosity, he turned towards the source of the sound. Indeed, he recognized a familiar figure, Long Yueqing. Today, Long Yueqing donned a white off-the-shoulder gown, revealing her shoulders, which glistened like jade. This perfect proportioned shoulder would captivate the gaze of men and evoke envy in women. Upon seeing her, Yuan became fully convinced that she was indeed calling for him. Wait, something feels amiss. Although I know her, we are not so intimately acquainted that she would directly refer to me as Wentian. Are we? Could it be that, due to yesterday's incident, she has subtly developed feelings for me? Alas, it is indeed a nuisance when one is handsome, haha. Yi Wentian mused to himself. As he scrutinized the scene further, he noticed a gentleman seated across from Long Yueqing. The man appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in formal attire, exuding an air of professionalism. Out of courtesy, Yi Wentian approached them, and Long Yueqing also walked towards him. Wentian, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you for 10 minutes. Long Yueqing exclaimed, linking her arm through his, her tone imbued with a hint of melancholy. It was as if she were a scorned lady from a secluded chamber, lamenting that Yi Wentian had neglected her. Taken aback, Yi Wentian thought the transition was rather abrupt. How could she casually drape her arm around his? Could it be that she was on a blind date with this man, and, disinterested in him, had chosen to use me as a shield? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Long Yueqing leaned back slightly and whispered, Yi Wentian, I need a favor. Pretend to be my boyfriend. Please. Just as he had surmised. It was indeed the case. How peculiar that I am frequently asked to assume the role of a boyfriend lately, and all with extraordinary women. Am I perhaps experiencing a stroke of romantic fortune? Or am I merely the finest prop for such occasions? As Long Yueqing clung to Yi Wentian's arm and approached her suitor, she introduced him, saying, Mr. Kai, this is my boyfriend. I had previously informed you that I have a boyfriend. She continued, I have also mentioned this to my parents. But they refused to believe me and have insisted that I meet you. So I am quite helpless in this matter. I hope you understand. Once again, Yi Wentian was entirely convinced that Long Yueqing was indeed on a blind date with this man. This Mr. Kai, whose full name was Kai Duoji, was precisely as Yi Wentian had imagined, a suitor for Long Yueqing, and he was evidently quite pleased with her. Kai Duoji could be considered a semi-successful individual, as he owned a company with over 30 employees, valued at 50 million, generating an annual profit of 7 to 8 million. Kai Duoji scrutinized Yi Wentian. His attire reminiscent of market stalls, with a t-shirt that had faded to a dull white, yet he still wore it. How audacious. A glint of disdain and condescension flickered in his eyes. This? He dares to compete with me, Kai Duoji, for a woman? What a daydream. Did De Lang not advise us to refrain from pursuing high positions when lacking wealth and power? Are you still unaware of this? Although he harbored a profound disdain within, he maintained his composure, rising to extend his hand towards Yi Wentian. Greetings, I am Kai Duoji. Yi Wentian. After a brief handshake, Kai Duoji feigned curiosity, inquiring, May I ask where Mr. Yi is currently employed? Employed? I have no such occupation. I am an unemployed drifter still in search of work. Yi Wentian responded with remarkable candor. Upon hearing this, Kai Duoji's pride surged, and he feigned a benevolent demeanor as he remarked, Oh, how can this be? You appear to be at least 27 and still seeking employment. However, the world is unpredictable. If you don't mind, you could join my company. Although my situation isn't particularly impressive, I have started my own business. We have dozens of employees, and the company is valued at nearly 100 million. In reality, his company was worth no more than 50 million, yet he exaggerated to appear impressive. He then rambled on, initially mentioning a job for Yi Wentian, but quickly veering off to boast about his own accomplishments. Finally, feeling he had said enough, he asked, So, Mr. Yi, are you interested in working for my company? Although we are strangers, since you know Yueqing, I must extend her my respect. Yi Wentian replied nonchalantly, Thank you, but I am accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle and do not particularly enjoy working. Also, my relationship with Yueqing is more than mere acquaintance. We are in a romantic relationship. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance, as disrupting others' feelings is not commendable. Kai Duoji internally scoffed, truly believing I would offer you a job? What a fantasy. However, he outwardly feigned distress, saying, Oh, your rejection truly pains me. Then, as if fearing Yi Wentian might reconsider, he quickly added, Nonetheless, since you are accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, I shall not press the matter. After all, our company, while only valued at 100 million, is not a colossal enterprise. We seek diligent and ambitious individuals. Lazy people, even for a janitorial position, would not be welcome in our company. His insinuation was clear. You lack even the qualifications for such a role. Yi Wentian found no value in arguing with him, as it was pointless. He casually wrapped an arm around the slender waist of Long Yueqing, his gesture appearing entirely natural and practiced. This sight incited profound jealousy within Kai Duoji. To embrace a woman of such exquisite proportions was undoubtedly an exhilarating experience. Yet, the fact that such a remarkable woman was now in the arms of this worthless individual was infuriating. Shouldn't a woman of her caliber be reserved for someone of my stature? In that fleeting moment of being held, Long Yueqing herself trembled slightly. In her entire life, she had never been embraced by a man in such a manner. For a moment, she felt somewhat out of sorts. Yet upon experiencing the gentle touch of Yi Wentian's hand, she realized that this discomfort swiftly dissipated. Instead, a unique softness enveloped her. She could only hear Yi Wentian softly say, "Yueqing, let us be on our way." Long Yueqing had feigned the need for a boyfriend in order to hastily depart. Thus, upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, she found herself most eager to comply. With a gentle hum, she exhibited the delicate charm of a woman. Turning around, she had barely taken a step when Kai Duoji hurriedly called out, "Mr. Yi, please wait." Yi Wentian turned to him, inquiring, "Is there something else?" Kai Duoji asked, "May I inquire if you are aware of what Yueqing does?" Yi Wentian tilted his head slightly, responding, "From the tone of your voice, it seems you suspect Yueqing of engaging in some secretive work. However, your question is rather foolish. As her boyfriend, how could I be unaware of such matters? Well, since you are aware, how does a jobless drifter presume to be worthy of Yueqing? Chapter 25, To Your Home? Well, since you are aware, how does a jobless vagabond like you deserve the moonlight wine? Kai Duoji questioned with a grim expression. Before Yi Wentian could respond, he continued with a disdainful snort. Humph. Don't tell me you intend to live off her. Yi Wentian remained unfazed by the mockery, replying calmly with a simple acknowledgement. Kai Duoji was taken aback. Perplexed, what do you mean? Could it be that this fellow truly plans to live off her? Fine, I shall expose you. I refuse to believe that after I reveal your intentions, Long Yueqing will still favor you. With a soft sigh, Yi Wentian expressed his helplessness. In truth, I have no choice. The doctor advised me to maintain a light diet due to my poor stomach. Moreover, living off someone is a sophisticated art. Take you for instance. Can you even afford it? Kai Duoji was instantly enraged, left speechless and unable to utter a word. To live off someone, and yet speak so earnestly about it. He directed his gaze towards Long Yueqing, ignoring Yi Wentian completely. Yueqing, look at what kind of man you have chosen. He wishes to live off you. Do you not find that disgraceful? What purpose does a man like this serve? Why not break up with him now instead of waiting for the new year? However, Long Yueqing paid no mind to his words. On the contrary, she responded with a calm demeanor. He is my boyfriend, so what if he benefits from me? I would gladly give him everything. Kai Duoji was rendered speechless, utterly at a loss for words, bewildered by the presence of such a foolish woman. Yet, upon reflection, he thought to himself, this may work in my favor. Once I win her over, her wealth will become mine, and I shall indulge in pleasures with her money. But at that moment, he realized he should not dwell on such thoughts. He needed to compose himself. Yueqing, you are truly misguided. He is a man, lacking ambition and requiring your support. Can you truly accept that? I can endure this, but surely you cannot. Long Yueqing responded with unwavering calmness. I can endure. You can endure this? What spell has he cast upon you? How can you be so deluded? Kai Duoji felt as though he might explode from frustration. Enough. I have fulfilled my parents' wishes. Farewell, or rather, never to meet again. Long Yueqing grasped Yi Wentian's arm and turned to leave. Kai Duoji, observing Yi Wentian's nonchalant demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. How could he be outdone by such a man? Was it merely because this fellow was endowed? Unwilling to concede, he hurriedly stepped in front of them, blocking their path. What do you want? Long Yueqing frowned, clearly displeased. Kai Duoji spread his arms wide and pressed with fervent questions. Why? Yueqing, why are you doing this? Why would you not choose a man as exceptional as I? Opting instead for someone so utterly worthless? Can he truly bring you happiness? Can he ensure your comfort and security? Does he possess wealth? Long Yueqing chuckled softly and replied, do you believe that mere comfort equates to happiness? Do you think that money is synonymous with joy? Step away, or I shall summon the security. Kai Duoji retracted his hand, swiftly retrieving a bank card from his pocket, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Wentian as he exclaimed, Isn't your desire simply for money? This card contains 5 million. Should you depart from Long Yueqing, all the funds therein will be yours. Initially, Kai Duoji would not have resorted to such measures. But upon realizing that Long Yueqing was foolish enough to support Yi Wentian, he thought, what difference does it make if he offers 5 million? Once he wins Long Yueqing's affections, her wealth and company would ultimately belong to him. This venture would be undeniably profitable. Yi Wentian glanced at the card, a smile playing on his lips. 5 million? What is 5 million worth? Long Yueqing regarded Kai Duoji's actions with disdain, truly believing that wealth grants one superiority. She chose to ignore him entirely. Security. The commotion had not gone unnoticed by the security personnel in the restaurant, and upon hearing Long Yueqing's call, they rushed over with haste. This man is preventing me from leaving. Please handle the situation. The 4 security guards exchanged glances before addressing Kai Duoji. Sir, we kindly ask that you cooperate and allow her to depart. Please refrain from causing a disturbance in the restaurant. Kai Duoji shot a fierce glare at the guard, disdainfully retorting, guard dogs can bite whomever they please. The other 3 guards, incensed, prepared to take action but were restrained by their leader. Kai Duoji regarded them with contempt, dismissing them entirely. He then turned his gaze back to Long Yueqing. Long Yueqing, if you wish to be with him, it is utterly impossible. I will ensure your parents are aware of today's events. Long Yueqing did not even glance at him, turning her head away. Finally, Kai Duoji cast a significant look at Yi Wentian, let out a soft huff, and departed. Once he was gone, the other 3 guards expressed their frustration. Boss, that guy is insufferable. Why can't we deal with him? There is no need. He is merely a rabid dog. If bitten, do you intend to bite back? Long Yueqing grasped Yi Wentian's arm and softly remarked, it seems that not only I perceive him as a mad dog, even the security guards share this sentiment. Yi Wentian smiled. That's to be expected, but a man with such a volatile temperament is not one to pursue. He could easily resort to domestic violence. Long Yueqing chuckled. Domestic violence? I never intended to meet him. I was entirely coerced by my parents. She instinctively raised her hand to cover her cherry lips, only to realize she was still holding onto Yi Wentian's arm. Upon regaining her composure, she hastily withdrew her hand. A wave of delicate charm enveloped her, reminiscent of a playful young woman. Yi Wentian, observing her expression, couldn't help but reflect on the unexpected softness of a woman who typically exuded strength and authority. It stirred within him a profound sense of affection. Indeed, it is often said that the divine created women to inspire tenderness in men. However, it is only those who truly embrace their femininity that merit such affection. Those who do not regard themselves as women, in essence, become unworthy of such care. So, shall we go to your residence? Chapter 26. You were the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Visiting your home? Yi Wentian curiously inquired. Upon hearing the suggestion of visiting his home, Long Yueqing immediately recalled the awkward incident from the previous day. Her cheeks, already tinged with embarrassment, flushed an even deeper shade of red. Perhaps we should dine out instead. It would be too much hassle to prepare a meal at home. Yi Wentian also felt that dining at home was unnecessary, as it would consume too much time, unless there was an intention for something else to transpire. However, it was evident that nothing of that sort would occur. All right then, where shall we go? Should we dine at this establishment? Long Yueqing pondered for a moment, deciding against it. Given the commotion they had just created, returning here for a meal would surely invite curious glances from others. Let's South choose another place. Yi Wentian, what do you fancy eating? I'm open to anything. Perhaps we could try the restaurant next door? Yi Wentian was truly reluctant to search for another dining option, as his hunger was becoming quite pressing. That sounds good. The two entered the restaurant, and after ordering several dishes, Long Yueqing expressed her gratitude once more. Yi Wentian, thank you so much for today. Without your timely appearance, I would have been at a loss. Yi Wentian smiled. Oh, it was nothing. Just a small effort on my part. Long Yueqing felt quite embarrassed, saying, I truly feel bad about it. You had to endure Kai Duoji's scorn, who even called you a layabout living off others. If he knew you were the landlord of the 10 buildings, leisurely enjoying a month's income while he toils for a year, I can only imagine how furious he would be. Yi Wentian gestured for her to lower her voice. Let us keep a low profile. There is no need to engage in disputes with such individuals. Indeed, there is no need for contention. By the way, Yi Wentian, aren't you planning to do something more with your life? You can't possibly intend to just live off rent forever, can you? Although your current lifestyle is quite leisurely and lucrative, it seems rather dull. Long Yueqing inquired with curiosity. She believed that with Yi Wentian's financial resources, he could undertake many ventures, even potentially growing to great heights. Yes, I too feel a bit bored, which is why I plan to establish a technology company. A technology company? Just like me? Long Yueqing was surprised to learn that Yi Wentian aspired to venture into the tech industry. Yi Wentian gently tapped the table. No need to worry, we want to be competitors. Your focus is on electronic technology, while I am preparing to delve into biological research. Biological research? Long Yueqing looked at Yi Wentian in astonishment. Biological research is not just a trivial endeavor. Developing a unique patent requires extensive time and effort. Moreover, talent in this field is exceedingly scarce, and Yi Wentian's pursuit of biological research would be tantamount to undertaking a significant challenge. Noticing her astonishment, Yi Wentian elaborated, "Indeed. I am referring to biological research. My major in university was in this field, and now that I am starting a company, it only makes sense to align with my specialization. Additionally, I have a keen interest in this area." "You attended university?" Long Yueqing was once again taken aback. Yi Wentian couldn't help but smile wryly. "What kind of question is this? Is attending university really that challenging now?" "I apologize. I had no idea you had any thoughts about college. I had assumed you had never attended. However, university life has indeed become quite manageable. Even a vocational school counts as higher education. By the way, what did you major in during your university studies?" He thought to himself. If he claims that studying at university is simple, then he must have graduated from a vocational program, perhaps majoring in biological research before venturing into business. Wouldn't that be a bit presumptuous? Huaqing. Yi Wentian calmly poured a cup of tea and offered it to Long Yueqing. The latter was momentarily taken aback, staring at Yi Wentian like a wooden statue. After her mind processed the information for several seconds, she finally responded with a tone laced with complexity. "You actually graduated from Huaqing?" "Yes, is that so surprising?" Yi Wentian replied with an air of tranquility, as if gaining admission to Huaqing was an ordinary feat for him. Suddenly, Long Yueqing seemed to recall something and hastily took out her phone. "Wait a moment. What year did you take the college entrance examination?" "I can't remember precisely, but I think it was in 2011. Yi Wentian responded, as if it was indeed the year in question. Long Yueqing opened her browser and typed in a few words. Seconds later, her mouth fell agape in astonishment as she gazed at Yi Wentian. "What? You were the top scorer in the 2011 college entrance examination in Pingyang province." Yi Wentian had assumed she was searching for something of greater significance, not realizing it was just this minor detail. No wonder his name sounded so familiar. She must have encountered it online. Long Yueqing, being just a year or two older than Yi Wentian and having experienced the rigorous college entrance exam herself, had naturally kept an eye on the top scorers from the preceding years. "It seems I've misjudged you. I thought you found studying at university easy because you were a vocational student. It turns out you are a genuine academic prodigy in the realm of learning." For both scholars and underachievers, the experience can be vastly different. Scholars find it simple because they grasp concepts swiftly with minimal effort, while underachievers deem it easy simply because they cannot comprehend the material, often filling in answers randomly during exams without much thought. As for those whose grades hover in the middle, it becomes a formidable challenge. They aspire to improve but find it difficult, and they dread disappointing their parents with their performance. Yi Wentian jokingly clasped his fists and said, "I humbly decline the title of academic prodigy." Long Yueqing responded playfully. "If word got out that a Huaqing graduate is now collecting rent, it would surely make headlines." "Haha, just hearing that is amusing." Yi Wentian gestured for silence. "Please, do not let this information escape. I have no desire to make headlines. Back in the day, it was manageable, but in this era, if I were to hit the headlines, a swarm of media outlets would come knocking, and I certainly do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble." Upon witnessing the flustered and anxious demeanor of Yi Wentian, Long Yueqing could not help but let out a soft chuckle, revealing her charming dimples and pristine white teeth. Swiftly, she covered her smile with her delicate hand, concealing her mirth. If her employees were to catch sight of this, they would undoubtedly be astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of their usually stern and serious boss displaying such a moment of levity. "Rest assured, I was merely jesting with you. How could I possibly mean it?" Yi Wentian understood that her words were but a playful tease and feigned relaxation, taking a moment to compose herself. "Fortunately, all is well," she reassured. "Please remember our names." Just then, Long Yueqing's phone began to ring. Chapter 27. To continue or not. Long Yueqing glanced at the caller ID. It was her mother calling. She was not in a hurry to answer and instead waved her phone in front of Yi Wentian, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Troublesome person has arrived." She knew her mother was about to create a fuss. Nevertheless, she answered the call. "Hello, Mom," she greeted, only to be met with an irate voice on the other end. "What do you mean, Mom? You still remember I'm your mother?" Long Yueqing understood the reason behind her mother's anger and, unfazed by her words, replied with a smile, "How could I forget? You are indeed my biological mother." "Biological mother? It seems you have no regard for me at all. Tell me, why is it that you dismiss someone as outstanding as Xiao Kai? I heard from Xiao Kai that you are intent on pursuing a man who merely relies on others for support. Let me tell you, our Long family does not accept a son-in-law who depends on his wife's family, so don't even think about bringing home such a person." The middle-aged woman in the phone shouted. Long Yueqing felt a bit awkward at the mention of a son-in-law. How could a prominent landlord come to be a son-in-law? Even if he were not a landlord, he was still a high-achieving graduate of Huaqing University, a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Mom, what are you talking about? When did I ever say I wanted him to be your son-in-law? The middle-aged woman grew anxious upon hearing this. From your tone, it sounds like you have found a man who relies on others, and you are thinking of marrying him directly. Long Yueqing truly felt a sense of helplessness and advised, Mom, please do not listen to Kai Duoji's nonsense. Let me clarify, I have absolutely no feelings for Kai Duoji. You should give up on that idea. Moreover, Mom, you should abandon that thought as well. It is impossible for me to be with Kai Duoji. The woman on the other end of the line completely disregarded her words and shouted, I tell you, a mother never misjudges a person. Xiao Kai is much more suitable for you. He runs a company just like you do. Besides, his company earns several million a year, which is quite substantial and will provide a safeguard for your future. Long Yueqing replied, utterly speechless, Mom, I do not choose my boyfriend based on his wealth. I can earn money for myself. Earn money for yourself? You work tirelessly day in and day out, yet your annual income barely reaches 200,000, and sometimes even less. On paper, you may be a boss, but in reality, what difference is there between you and an employee? Enough of this. Stop rambling and come back quickly. I need to tell you something. Believe me, I am your mother, and I would never harm you. Long Yueqing immediately retorted. I haven't eaten yet. I will eat first. Besides, I have matters to attend to at the company. I absolutely cannot be with Kai Duoji. We can discuss anything when I return tonight. You. Long Yueqing's mother was evidently infuriated. Yi Wentian possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing, far surpassing that of the average person, and thus he overheard their conversation. He mused to himself that it seemed her mother indeed hoped she would find a wealthy suitor. Once Long Yuejia regained her composure, she immediately declared, All right, since you are so fond of that fellow, what was his name? Bring him to us. If we are not satisfied, you shall not pursue him, unless you wish to disown me as your mother. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. Long Yueqing felt a sense of helplessness. Her mother's insistence was becoming excessively pressing. Turning to Yi Wentian, she awkwardly said, I apologize for the embarrassment. Naturally, every parent desires their children to find a good partner. Yi Wentian consoled her with a smile. Long Yueqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging, that is indeed true. However, this Kai Duoji is decidedly not my type. You noticed it yourself during your brief encounter. He is quite a volatile individual. As you mentioned, should I indeed end up with him, I might very well face domestic violence. Regardless, I have resolved that even if all the men in the world perished, I would never be with Kai Duoji. Yi Wentian chuckled awkwardly, pondering that if all men were to die, he too would be included. It appeared that Long Yueqing was quite affected by her mother's words. Your resolve is quite strong. Long Yueqing, realizing her previous statement might have been misinterpreted, clarified. Yi Wentian, my words were not meant to curse you. I merely used a metaphor. Understood, understood. Yi Wentian was not offended by her inadvertent remark. Long Yueqing recalled her mother's final admonition and glanced at Yi Wentian, her expression revealing a mix of embarrassment and hesitation. Yi Wentian discerned her demeanor and, with a smile, inquired, Do you wish for me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Long Yueqing was taken aback by Yi Wentian's proactive suggestion. However, it presented a splendid opportunity. Blushing delicately, she softly replied, Yes, if you are willing. I hope you can assist me once more. Yi Wentian pondered for a moment. It was a trivial matter, and he held a favorable impression of Long Yueqing. He genuinely did not wish to see her wed Kai Duoji, not wanting her happiness to be compromised. Very well, I shall assist you wholeheartedly, I promise. Long Yuejia nearly leaped with excitement. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of fulfillment welled up inside when she heard Yi Wentian's affirmative response. Yi Wentian, witnessing her joy, felt elated as well. Whenever you need me, feel free to call. All right. Long Yueqing gestured with a beckoning motion. Soon after, their ordered dishes began to arrive. After more than half an hour, the two emerged from the restaurant. Yi Wentian patted his stomach contentedly, remarking, The flavors were exquisite. I am thoroughly satisfied. Long Yueqing had consistently limited her midday meal to a single bowl of rice. Today, however, she could not determine whether it was the delectable nature of the food or the pleasure of dining with Yi Wentian that enhanced her experience. She found the meal particularly delightful, consuming 1.5 bowls, exclaiming, I feel quite full. Are you heading to work now? Did you drive here? Yi Wentian inquired with curiosity. I encountered a bit of traffic on my way, so I opted not to drive, she replied. All right, then let me give you a ride. Yi Wentian gestured towards the car parked ahead. With a smile and a nod, Long Yueqing agreed, sure. They both entered the vehicle. Yi Wentian swiftly started the engine, heading directly towards the direction of Long Yueqing's workplace. Seated in the passenger seat, Long Yueqing glanced around at the interior of the modest car, remarking, "I didn't expect your vehicle to be so well kept. Yes, it may be inexpensive, but it serves its purpose quite well." Yi Wentian responded. Before long, they arrived at a traffic light. "Excuse me, beautiful, where are you headed? I can take you. That old car will surely be a discomfort." Chapter 28. Collision. "Where are you headed, beautiful? Allow me to give you a ride. That dilapidated vehicle must be quite uncomfortable." A young man driving a BMW whistled at Long Yueqing. She glanced at him, noting his gaudy yellow shirt, a large tattoo of a woman on his arm, and a hefty gold necklace around his neck. One couldn't help but wonder if it would float away while he was soaking in a bathhouse. Regardless of his appearance, it was evident that this young man was no gentleman. Long Yueqing chose to ignore him, redirecting her gaze ahead. The BMW driver, noticing her indifference, let out a soft chuckle. "Oh, so feisty are we? What is the point of riding in that old car?" Yi Wentian frowned, ready to interject. But Long Yueqing stopped him, saying, "Don't pay him any mind. Individuals like him are nothing but thugs, unworthy of conversation." Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian lost interest in engaging with the man. The traffic light turned green, and he revved the engine, speeding away. Although he remained silent, the BMW driver noticed his intent to speak. After starting his own vehicle, he disdainfully remarked, "Damn, this kid is still sulking. Let's see how I deal with you." He tailed Yi Wentian until they reached a relatively wide road, where the BMW driver suddenly accelerated, overtaking Yi Wentian. The latter, believing the man merely sought to flaunt his car's speed, was taken aback when, just 3 seconds after passing him, the BMW driver abruptly changed lanes, cutting directly in front of Yi Wentian. Startled, Yi Wentian reacted instantly, slamming on the brakes, but due to the car's momentum, even with full force applied, it surged forward a short distance. Ultimately, his vehicle collided with the rear bumper and tail light of the BMW, shattering the latter's light. The BMW driver swung open his door and stormed over, fuming as he shouted at Yi Wentian, "What were you thinking? How do you drive?" In response to this accusation, Yi Wentian retorted coldly, "And you have the audacity to question me? Perhaps you should reflect on your own driving." It became clear to him that this BMW driver was merely seeking to instigate trouble. The driver scoffed, pointing at the damage to his bumper and tail light, and demanded, "Look at the mess you've made. What do you propose we do about this?" Initially, he had no intention of having Yi Wentian crash into his car. His aim was simply to scare him by changing lanes abruptly. However, in his haste, he miscalculated and changed lanes too soon, leaving insufficient distance for his rear driver to react and avoid the inevitable collision. Nevertheless, the BMW driver had no intention of admitting his fault. He was determined to shift the entire blame onto Yi Wentian. "What should we do? You ought to be the one explaining how to handle your car. Your sudden lane change is entirely your responsibility, and you bear full liability." Yi Wentian replied calmly. The BMW owner naturally would not admit his fault, stating emphatically, "Impossible. How could I have suddenly changed lanes? My transition was gradual. Furthermore, what damages could your worthless car possibly incur? Do you even know what vehicle I drive? It's a top-tier BMW 3 Series. Just one of my headlights is worth more than your entire car. Tell me, what right do you have to demand compensation from me? In fact, you should be the one paying me. If you refuse to pay, this matter will not be resolved today." Yi Wentian let out a cold laugh, astonished by such unreasonable behavior. Someone who had deliberately cut him off now expecting him to pay for the damages. Long Yueqing turned to Yi Wentian and said, "Don't waste your breath on him. Let us call the police." After a moment's thought, Yi Wentian agreed, not wishing to squander words on such a person. "Fine, let us report it." Upon hearing the mention of the police, the BMW owner felt a pang of anxiety, for he knew this traffic incident was entirely his fault. If the authorities were involved, the outcome would inevitably lead to him bearing the financial burden. However, he was unwilling to concede, especially with his car's headlight utterly wrecked. He was displeased at the thought of letting this slide. "No, do not call the police." Long Yueqing shot him a glance. "Why shouldn't we? Since you refuse to compensate for our losses, we will indeed call the police." The BMW owner scoffed, eyeing Yi Wentian's modest vehicle. "What is that clunker worth? You crashed into my car, and you have the audacity to ask me for money? Shouldn't you be the one compensating me instead? Let me tell you, I have pressing matters to attend to, and I don't wish to prolong this. Give me 5,000, and we shall consider this matter settled. If you don't comply, then by all means, call the police. If I have to take my car to the dealership for repairs, it will cost me at least 30,000, enough to purchase another one of your cars." He sought to intimidate Yi Wentian with monetary threats, reasoning that under normal circumstances, one would be reluctant to pay 30,000 but might be amenable to 5,000. However, Yi Wentian was not one to be easily swayed by conventional tactics. Even if he could afford the 5,000, he would not pay, as this incident was not his fault. If he were to compensate him, it would be akin to allowing this man to walk all over him. Such indignation was intolerable. Calmly, he replied, I assure you, I will not pay you a single cent. Not only that, but you owe me 1,000 for my repairs. What? You think your dilapidated vehicle merits such compensation? Are you jesting? Yi Wentian ignored his protest and signaled Long Wuqing to call the police. She promptly took out her phone to report the incident. The BMW owner was deeply frustrated. If the police arrived, he would have no chance of extorting money from Yi Wentian. In a desperate attempt, he lunged to snatch Long Wuqing's phone away. However, before his hand could reach it, he found it grasped firmly by Yi Wentian. With a calm yet stern warning, Yi Wentian said, Let us keep our conversation civil. No need for physical altercations. The man in the BMW, suddenly enraged, fixed his large, bulging eyes upon Yi Wentian. In an instant, bloodshot veins spread across his irises, and with a flushed face and a thick neck, he bellowed, Release me. Do you not believe that with a single call, I could summon hundreds of brothers to come and end your life? Yi Wentian coldly replied, I do not believe you. The BMW man strained to free himself, only to discover that his hand was gripped as if by a vice, rendering him powerless to escape. He began to curse vehemently. Let go, you. Slap. Chapter 29. Captured before the affluent man could finish his words. Yi Wentian delivered a resounding slap that sent him crashing to the ground, rolling over twice. As he turned back, one could see his face swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That single slap had left his visage puffed and marred. Witnessing this scene, Long Wuqing felt a jolt of shock. She had never anticipated that Yi Wentian could be so ruthless. Little did she know that he had actually restrained much of his strength. Had she been aware, one could only imagine her reaction. At that moment, the affluent man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as countless stars danced before his eyes, leaving him utterly bewildered. Upon rising, he looked at Yi Wentian and exclaimed, Why are there two identical people? Long Wuqing couldn't help but chuckle at his naivety. He was thoroughly befuddled. After a brief moment, the affluent man regained some composure, and upon seeing Yi Wentian, he no longer perceived duplicates. However, he was now engulfed in rage, unable to comprehend how a mere driver of a dilapidated vehicle could dare to strike him. He raised his fists and bellowed, How dare you hit me? I will ruin you today. Stop. What are you doing? At that moment, two officers in uniform from the law enforcement swiftly approached. Despite their presence, the affluent man was beyond furious, disregarding the authority before him. He swung a punch aimed at Yi Wentian's head. Bang! Yet, before his fist could make contact with Yi Wentian, he felt a sudden, forceful impact in his chest. Ah! He cried out, as he was propelled back like a rubber ball, landing 5 meters away and skidding across the ground. The two law enforcement officers were taken aback, astonished by the sheer strength displayed. How could one punch send an average man flying so far? Had he undergone some form of training? With such thoughts racing through their minds, they grew cautious and drew their rubber batons. Approaching Yi Wentian, they commanded, Get down and cover your head. Yi Wentian, fully aware of the implications of resisting law enforcement, raised his hands and gently clenched his fists, signaling his compliance. The officers exchanged wary glances, cautiously advancing towards him. Upon seeing his lack of resistance, they felt a measure of relief, given the formidable display of power he had just exhibited. They understood that they were no match for him. Finally, after handcuffing Yi Wentian, the officers felt a wave of reassurance wash over them, releasing a deep breath of relief. Observing the capture, Long Wuqing was visibly anxious. Her concern was not for herself, but for Yi Wentian's safety. Hastily, he exclaimed, Gentlemen, this matter is not his fault. It is entirely that person's mistake. The two members of the law enforcement team glanced at Long Wuqing, and upon seeing her, were momentarily mesmerized, lost in thought. And a singular notion emerged in their minds. My goodness, how can there exist such a stunning woman? Surely, these two must not be quarreling over this enchanting lady. Leading to a collision as if it were a scene from a film. Long Wuqing, noticing their lack of response, assumed they had not heard her words and reiterated. This incident is not his fault. It is the individual in the BMW who is to blame, as he deliberately swerved to collide with us. At this juncture, the two law enforcement members regained their composure, exchanged polite smiles, and explained, Madam, we are currently uncertain as to whose fault it is or who has committed an offense. We must escort both parties back for further investigation. Once we review the surveillance footage, the truth will come to light. However, we did witness him striking someone. The him referred to by the officers was, in fact, Yi Wentian. Just then, Two additional members of the law enforcement team arrived, apprehending Yi Wentian. One of the officers turned to his colleagues and said, "Comrades, please detain that individual as well and transport him to the bureau for violations." Understood. Subsequently, one of the law enforcement members addressed Long Yueqing, saying, "Madam, we kindly request that you accompany us for a moment to recount what you witnessed. We need to take your statement." At this moment, Long Yueqing was deeply concerned for Yi Wentian. All thoughts of work had vanished from her mind. At that instant, nothing else seemed to matter. The group boarded the police vehicle, and after traveling a short distance, the BMW driver regained his senses. Upon his first glance, he saw the law enforcement members and was taken aback, instinctively reaching into his pocket, intending to offer them cigarettes. Suddenly realizing his hands were cuffed, he wore a look of dismay and exclaimed, "Brothers, why have you restrained me?" One of the law enforcement members cast a detached glance in his direction and replied, "Who are your brothers? Address us as comrades." The BMW driver, feeling slighted by the lack of respect, retorted, "Comrade, what is the meaning of this?" As he gestured, he flaunted his silver bracelet, asserting, "What does this signify? You commit an offense and are apprehended. What is the issue?" The law enforcement member responded with unwavering firmness. At that moment, the BMW driver began to recollect the events leading to his situation. He remembered attempting to strike Yi Wentian, with two law enforcement members rushing in, yet he had not ceased his actions. Ultimately, it was he who had been sent flying by a punch from Yi Wentian. He then cast a cold, menacing glance at Yi Wentian, his eyes reflecting a chilling resolve. "You are finished, kid. You struck me, and I shall sue you, ensuring you spend your life behind bars." Although Yi Wentian is not a law student, he is aware that such a minor issue would warrant at most a detention of 15 days. A lifetime? Is that a possibility? Does he believe the Enforcement Bureau is his personal domain? Without even a glance in his direction, the BMW driver immediately resorted to insults. Yi Wentian shot him a fierce glare, causing the driver to instantly seal his lips, too intimidated to utter another word. An unshakable sense of fear crept in. After all, having been incapacitated twice by Yi Wentian, it was impossible for him to feel no trepidation. Members of the enforcement team interjected sternly, "Silence. Bro. No. Comrade, please, let us not resort to this. I am friends with your Captain Zhang. Grant me some leniency and allow me to." Chapter 30. Everyone assemble. Before the man in the BMW could finish his sentence, the leader of the law enforcement team immediately barked, "Silence. What respect do you think you deserve? You are breaking the law, and regardless of your connections, there is no leniency to be had. Law will take its course." The BMW man twitched his lips in anger, glaring fiercely at Yi Wentian, directing all his fury towards him. "You wait. I'll make sure you regret this." In the distance, a dragon appeared. Suddenly, Yi Wentian's phone rang. He turned to Long Yueqing and said, "Could you please help me retrieve my phone? I need to take a call." The members of the law enforcement team exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating whether to allow Yi Wentian to answer the phone. After some consideration, they concluded that the offenses committed by the two were not particularly grave, and answering the phone posed no significant issue. Thus, they paid him no mind. Long Yueqing retrieved the phone and held it before Yi Wentian. It displayed an unfamiliar number. "Please connect the call," he requested. After Long Yueqing assisted in connecting the call, she held the phone to Yi Wentian's ear. "Hello, is this Yi Wentian? Mr. Yi?" A robust voice inquired from the other end. "Indeed, it is I," Yi Wentian responded. "Mr. Yi, please hold for a moment. Our master wishes to speak with you." Almost immediately, the line crackled with noise, and an elderly voice emerged. "Young brother Yi, are you aware of my presence?" Upon hearing the title master, Yi Wentian swiftly deduced the caller's identity. Among those he knew, only Qin Tianhong was ever addressed in such a manner. Such a designation had become exceedingly rare in contemporary society. It was typically reserved for affluent families wielding significant influence. "Haha, I knew you wouldn't forget this old man." Qin Tianhong exclaimed jovially. "Young brother, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Do you have time?" Yi Wentian let out a soft sigh. "Old Qin, I would love to join you, but unfortunately, I am currently in custody and en route to the Law Enforcement Bureau." "Oh, you've been apprehended? What crime have you committed?" Qin Tianhong's tone bore no hint of surprise, as if to him, being arrested was a trivial matter. Yi Wentian explained casually, "It's nothing serious. Someone deliberately sought to provoke me, attempted to strike me, but ended up receiving a taste of his own medicine." Haha. Qin Tianhong's hearty laughter resonated through the phone. "So someone dared to make the first move against you? They truly have no fear of consequences. Very well. I shall make a call to them right now and send someone to fetch you." "All right," Yi Wentian replied before the call ended. The leader of the law enforcement team regarded Yi Wentian, saying, "You seem quite at ease, speaking without a trace of fear." Yuanian shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? I have committed no wrongdoing. All right, soon at the Law Enforcement Bureau, you shall see who among you has committed a transgression. The man in the BMW chuckled sinisterly at Yi Wentian, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he plotted inwardly. Captain Zhong and I are quite the allies. Soon enough, I shall have my way with you. Even if I cannot confine you for a lifetime, I shall ensure your suffering is considerable. Huh. Even if I am in the wrong, what of it? In the end, it is you who will bear the consequences. Compensation must be made. And the woman shall be handed over to me. How delightful. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly anticipating their arrival at the Law Enforcement Bureau. 10 minutes later, at the bureau, the director burst forth from his office in a flurry. Observers outside were taken aback by his sudden urgency, pondering the reason behind it. A middle-aged man inquired, Director, is there a significant task at hand? The director of the bureau, Chen Yunxue, possessed a square face and a robust physique. Standing at 6 feet tall, his stoutness only added to his imposing presence. Chen Yunxue glanced at the middle-aged man, urgency evident in his tone. Immediately notify all personnel of captain rank and above to accompany me. The man, Zhong Tianjiao, held the title of captain within the law enforcement team. Momentarily taken aback by the command, Chen Yunxue shot him a piercing look, furrowing his brow. What are you waiting for? Did you not hear my orders? Yes. I heard. Zhong Tianjiao quickly responded, rushing to inform the necessary individuals. Within 2 minutes, over a dozen captains had gathered in the hall. The members of the law enforcement team were left bewildered by the unusual assembly of all officers of captain rank and above. Even the deputy director was present. Not only were they perplexed, but those gathered were also filled with curiosity. It seemed unprecedented for such a meeting to occur. Deputy Director Lu Kai could no longer contain his inquisitiveness, asking, Director Chen, what is happening? Why have you summoned everyone? Is there a significant event unfolding? Chen Yunxue cast him a glance and replied, There is no time for explanations. Let us discuss as we proceed. With that, he strode toward the entrance of the bureau, prompting the others to follow suit. Deputy Director Lu Kai closely trailed Chen Yunxue. Director, what is the matter? Why do you appear so tense? Has something occurred? He pondered internally. If it were an inspection from higher-ups, they should be on high alert. Yet, the director had not called upon the entire team, only summoning those of captain rank and above to accompany him. As they walked briskly, Chen Yunxue elucidated, it is somewhat akin to that. But it is not an inspection from higher authorities. Rather, one of Master Qin's associates has been apprehended by our personnel. Lu Kai's expression changed dramatically. His once ruddy face turned pale in an instant. He coughed lightly and swallowed hard. Qin Lao's brother has been captured by our men? How could this be possible? How could we have apprehended Qin Lao's brother? Chen Yunxue appeared bewildered. I am unclear as well. But according to the call from the city lord, there is no mistake. It was indeed our people who captured him. What did he do? Lu Kai inquired urgently. It seems that someone attempted to assault him, and in self-defense, he retaliated. That's it. If that's the case, it's merely a simple brawl. Chen Yunshue's expression grew serious. Yes, but the fact remains that we have taken him into custody. This truly is, well, we shall see how the situation unfolds. Chapter 31. The self-assured BMW man. 15 minutes later, a police car approached the entrance of the regulatory bureau. Upon sighting the patrol vehicle, Chen Yunxiong, Lu Kai, and others straightened up, their expressions turning grave as they fixed their gaze on the driver of the police car. The driver, perplexed by the demeanor of Chen Yunxiong and his companions, wore a look of utter confusion, almost as if question marks were emblazoned across his face. He inquired, What is happening here? Why are Director Chun and the others standing at the entrance? Another member of the regulatory team speculated. It seems that someone has come for an inspection. Indeed, otherwise they wouldn't be standing outside. Another team member concurred. The driver sensed something amiss and remarked, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. It seems like Director Chun and the others are watching us, almost as if they are waiting for us. Upon hearing his words, the other members of the regulatory team scrutinized the scene more closely and found it to be true. The gazes directed at them carried an air of indignation, as if they had committed some grave error. A wave of confusion washed over them. What was going on? They felt they had done nothing wrong. Yuwenshin and his companion, the BMW man, also turned their attention towards Chun Yunxiong and the others. The BMW man, upon spotting a middle-aged man standing behind Chen Yunxiong, immediately exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, Captain Zhong! Captain Zhong! The members of the regulatory team reacted instantly upon hearing him call out to Captain Zhong, realizing that the individual he referred to was indeed Zhong Tianjiao. The BMW man, reveling in his bravado, boasted, Do you know why Captain Zhong and the others are standing outside? It is because you apprehended me. He surmised that Captain Zhang must have been informed of his arrest, prompting him to rally his comrades, with Director Chen present as well. Truly, Captain Zhang's influence was remarkable. Even Director Chen had come out to greet him. The presence of so many high-ranking members of the regulatory team to welcome him was enough to fuel his pride for a considerable time. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Yu Wenxian, a smug smirk adorning his face as he taunted, "Kid, you're finished. I'm telling you, you're truly finished." Yu Wenxian, however, felt no fear upon seeing them, for he did not believe for a moment that the BMW man had orchestrated their presence. Even if the BMW man did share a close relationship with the Captain Zhang he spoke of, it was inconceivable that Captain Zhang would extend such assistance. It was equally improbable that a mere captain could summon the bureau chief to welcome him. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Clearly, the BMW man was deluded, lost in his own fantasies. The only plausible explanation was that this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Qin Tianhong. Firstly, Qin Tianhong had just spoken to him on the phone, assuring him not to panic, for he would handle the situation with a call. Although he was unaware of Qin Tianhong's true identity, he could sense that Qin Tianhong was no ordinary individual, possessing influential connections that were entirely reasonable. The BMW driver, feeling slighted by Yu Wenxian's disregard, thought to himself, "How dare he ignore me when I am so impressive? This is akin to courting death." Clenching his fists, he prepared to confront Yu Wenxian, exclaiming, "You, huh?" At that moment, Yu Wenxian shot him a glance. Instantly, the BMW driver faltered, taking a seat as he swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that Yu Wenxian's prowess surpassed his own. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was no match for Yu Wenxian, especially on the territory of Captain Zhang. If he were to be beaten here, it would not be worth the trouble. He threatened with his words, "All right, kid. I won't strike you now, but soon someone will take care of you. Just wait and see." Once the vehicle came to a halt, Chen Yunxue and her companions approached swiftly, arriving at the police car. The members of the enforcement team promptly disembarked and saluted Director Chen. Chen Yunxue shot a fierce glare at them, but remained silent. Upon exiting the vehicle, the BMW driver wore a broad smile as he looked at Chen Yunxue, saying, "Director Chen, hello?" Chen Yunxue immediately assumed that this BMW driver was the younger brother Qin Tianhong had mentioned and responded enthusiastically, "Hello, hello," extending her hand for a handshake. The BMW driver was taken aback when she reached out first, feeling flattered and surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure and extended his hand in return. "Director, I apologize for making you wait outside," he thought to himself, feeling grateful for Captain Zhang's support. Even a mere greeting from him had earned such deference from Director Chen. This was simply outstanding. In light of his character, having met Qin Tianhong, he believed the driver should have boasted about it by now. Yet he had not flaunted it before him. Was it possible that Elder Qin had advised him to remain low-key? This BMW driver was indeed fortunate to have connected with such a powerful figure. Chen Yunxue smiled and replied, "It's nothing, really, not a problem at all." At this moment, Lu Kai also extended his hand, saying, "Young brother, this truly is. You've worked hard. You've worked hard." The BMW driver recognized Lu Kai and, seeing him also reaching out, felt a surge of excitement as they shook hands, laughing heartily. Not at all, not at all. He was elated, feeling on top of the world. He could assure himself that this was the most impressive moment of his life. Initially, he thought it would be enough to boast for a month, but now it seemed ample for years to come. Finally, the BMW driver turned to Captain Zhang. His voice filled with gratitude, "Captain Zhang, thank you for your generosity." Captain Zhang, somewhat bewildered by the remark, pondered what he meant by generosity. Did he mean that Captain Zhang had gone out of his way to welcome him? After some reflection, he concluded that must be the case and responded, "It's nothing, really, not a problem at all." Yu Wenxian observed the unfolding scene, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Could it be that these individuals were indeed arranged by the team leader Zhang, as described by the BMW man? Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. It was highly probable that Qin Tianhong had failed to convey the details accurately, leading to a case of mistaken identity. Meanwhile, Long Yueqing, witnessing the cordial demeanor of Chen Yunxiao, Lu Kai, and others towards the BMW man, felt a chill sweep through her heart. Her face turned ashen. The situation had spiraled into difficulty for Yu Wenxian. What should he do? This predicament stemmed from her actions. Had she not allied with him, such turmoil would not have arisen. What course of action should she take? Seek assistance? Yet, she knew no one. It was all her fault, all her fault. Her enchanting eyes turned towards Yu Wenxian, a flicker of apology evident within them, yet she soon realized that he remained remarkably composed, devoid of any worry. Curiously, Chen Yunxiao inquired of the BMW man, "Do you know Team Leader Zhang?" Chapter 32. Did you not understand? Chen Yunxiao, with a curious demeanor, Inquired of the man with the BMW. Do you know team leader Zhong? His question left the BMW man perplexed, his mind swirling with conjectures. What was happening? Wasn't he team leader Zhong who had arranged this? Why would Director Chen now question his acquaintance with Zhong? Suddenly, a realization struck him. It must be that Director Chen wished for him to distance himself from Zhong to avoid suspicion. After all, Yi Wentian was still present. The thought of Yi Wentian ignited a flicker of anger within him. Yet he responded to Director Chen, stating, I do not know him. I have merely seen him before. That's all. Zhong Tianjiao furrowed his brow, feeling an intense displeasure, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Now that he knows Qin Tianhong, he claims not to know me. How utterly superficial. Although discontent simmered within him, he refrained from overtly expressing it, allowing only a flicker of displeasure to reflect in his eyes. After all, the BMW man was now acquainted with Old Man Qin. If he displayed too much animosity, it could lead to complications when he faced Old Man Qin. Chen Yinqing pondered for a moment. Given that this fellow knew Old Man Qin, it was hardly surprising that he had encountered Zhong Tianjiao. Once he grasped this, he nodded and smiled, I see. At that moment, the BMW man resumed, Director Chen, this individual violated traffic laws on the road, not only damaging my car, but also assaulted me. Look at my face. It's still somewhat swollen. He pointed at his cheek, which indeed bore a slight puffiness, though it did not hinder his ability to speak. Director Chen turned his gaze toward Yi Wentian. Before he could utter a word, Long Yueqing, standing nearby, hastily interjected. That's not how it happened. He deliberately changed lanes, causing our collision. His car is valuable, and he demands compensation. When we suggested calling the police, he attempted to seize my phone, leading to the altercation. Chen Yun paused, initially assuming that Long Yueqing was the BMW man's partner, for it seemed reasonable that someone acquainted with Old Man Qin would have such a beautiful girlfriend. However, he was taken aback to discover that this radiant woman was a friend of Yi Wentian. The BMW man retorted vehemently, You're talking nonsense. It's clear you're envious of me. You wanted to get into my car, and when I refused, you harbored resentment, prompting this man to drive over and provoke me. I merely changed lanes normally. He unabashedly countered, reveling in his cleverness, thinking, in this situation, you likely have no idea what is happening, yet you wish to argue with me? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing the BMW man's crude remarks, Chen Yunxiao felt a twinge of surprise. How could someone connected to Old Man Qin speak so coarsely? Casting a glance outside, he contemplated voicing his thoughts but ultimately swallowed his words. Instead, he declared, bring them in for investigation. Just then, as two members of the law enforcement team approached to restrain Yi Wentian, a fully equipped Maybach sped into view. As the crowd beheld the astonishing speed, they instinctively halted their steps to glance at the vehicle. Upon first sight, they perceived nothing extraordinary about the car, for in Tianyang City, affluent individuals were abundant, and it was not uncommon for someone to possess a vehicle worth several million. However, when their eyes fell upon the license plate, their hearts whispered in awe. Remarkable. They instantly comprehended the identity of the driver. The license plate read, Tian A00000. This plate had always belonged to the Qin family. Seeing this car was akin to encountering a member of the Qin clan. Thus, Chen Yuxiao, who had initially turned away, swiftly redirected his attention towards the approaching driver. Soon enough, the vehicle came to a halt before the onlookers. From within emerged a stunningly radiant beauty, dressed in a white t-shirt and ultra-short shorts that showcased her long, slender legs. Despite her casual white sneakers, her allure remained undiminished. Some bystanders mused internally, goodness, if those legs were mine to enjoy, I could revel in them for at least 5 years. Her beauty transcended mere words. It was best encapsulated in poetic elegance, her enchanting gaze like autumn waves, her delicate form reminiscent of spring bamboo, the vibrant colors of her attire swaying gracefully, while the diamonds upon her chest sparkled with brilliance. Captivated by her presence, the crowd found it difficult to divert their gaze, with some even feeling their hearts race. The man with the BMW silently exclaimed in his heart, this feels like first love. Though in his 40s, Chen Yunxiao, too, was struck by the stunning beauty before him. Long Yuejia, upon seeing her, acknowledged inwardly, this woman is quite lovely as well. Her beauty rivals my own, and her aura is undeniably powerful. Yet, there was an air of aloofness about her, evoking the image of an ice-cold beauty. The enchanting lady approached Yi Wentian, who bore no surprise, for he recognized her as Qin Tianhong's granddaughter, Qin Lingshuang. Not only did Yi Wentian know her, but Chen Yunxiao also recognized her. Upon her arrival, he promptly greeted her with courtesy, saying, Miss Qin, welcome. Chen Yunxiao then remarked, indeed, we can take her away. We shall simply review the surveillance footage. He was astounded, pondering the identity of the BMW driver, questioning how someone so significant could warrant a personal welcome from Qin Lingshuang. It was truly remarkable. The BMW driver remained entranced by Qin Lingshuang's beauty and her fair, elongated legs. Meanwhile, as Chun Yunxiao spoke, he discreetly scrutinized the BMW driver, reflecting on the man's demeanor. What is this fellow's disposition? Is this truly the type of individual that old Qin favors? Is he really referred to as little brother? Could it be a mistake? This seems improbable. He disembarked with a cheerful smile and greeted me warmly. Would anyone else not be intimidated? Is it possible that this man hails from an illustrious lineage, compelling old Qin to lower himself to such familiarity? If that is indeed the case, then the identity of this individual is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I have treated him with courtesy. With this thought, a heavy sigh escaped my lips, leaving me uncertain if I felt relief or burdened. Chun Yunxue gently touched the arm of the BMW gentleman and announced, "Miss Qin has come to fetch you." Startled, the BMW gentleman gazed at Chun Yunxue, pondering. She is here for me? Why would she come for me? Have I perhaps encountered a stroke of luck in romance? Qin Lingshuang furrowed her elegant brows and coldly questioned. Fetching him? Did you not clarify who among us is a friend of my grandfather? Chapter 33, A Grand Mistake. Did you not just ascertain who my grandfather's friend is? Qin Lingshuang's beautiful eyes gazed at Chen Yunxiao, her expression flickering with disbelief. She had not anticipated that Chen Yunxiao would commit such a grave blunder and be subjected to such inquiry. Shen Yun, Lu Kai, and the others quickly realized their error. The individual they sought was not the man with the BMW, but rather Yi Wentian. Upon this realization, Chen Yunxiao thought to herself, I had my suspicions. If the BMW owner knew old Qin, then surely this lady would be accompanying him. Yet, he had no such companion. How absurd of him to claim that this esteemed lady wished to enter his vehicle. I cannot believe I was misled. Zhong Tianjiao stood by, silently mocking the situation. How naive of you. I thought you had risen to prominence and claimed not to recognize me. Truly superficial. From now on, I shall feign ignorance as well. Witnessing the unfolding drama, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, akin to a breath of fresh air. The BMW owner, now fully aware, realized that none of this had been orchestrated by Zhong Tianjiao. It was an entirely separate individual who had arranged this for Yi Wentian. He had sensed something amiss. How could Zhong Tianjiao, merely a team leader, command such deference from Qin Yun? Moreover, the grand reception he received, complete with an extraordinary and independent beauty to greet him, was all due to a misunderstanding. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a wave of dread washed over him as he regarded Yi Wentian. Who was this person? Why had Qin Yunxue assembled such a large contingent to welcome him, and why did her tone convey a hint of apology regarding the day's events? It was bewildering that someone of such caliber would be driving an old car. Was this not an affront to my dignity? No one paid the BMW owner any heed. Qin Yunxue swiftly approached Yi Wentian and promptly apologized. My brother, I sincerely apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. It's quite all right. You have not wronged me. Yi Wentian replied with remarkable composure. Indeed, Qin Yunxiao had not acted improperly, though had it not been for Qin Lingshuang's arrival, the outcome might have been uncertain. Nevertheless, he trusted that upon reviewing the surveillance footage, Qin Yunxiao would handle matters fairly and justly. Qin Yunxiao felt a wave of relief. He was grateful that he had refrained from making any foolish remarks against Yi Wentian. Had he done so, he would be in a difficult position now. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost impartiality and will not shield anyone, as it is my responsibility. I understand, and I trust you. Yi Wentian smiled. Seeing his approachable demeanor, Qin Yunxue thought to herself, this is the mark of a magnanimous individual. Compared to the BMW owner, he is leagues above. It was clear that old Qin would not associate with someone of the BMW owner's ilk. He would rather be acquainted with someone of Yi Wentian's stature, a person of immense capability. At that moment, Qin Lingshuang inquired again, Director Chun, may I take him away now? Chun Yun was just about to nod in agreement when he suddenly recalled something, blushing as he said, Miss Qin, may I speak with this brother in private? Qin Lingshuang remained as frigid as before, replying, I have no requests. Ask him yourself. Qin Yunxiao immediately turned his gaze towards Yi Wentian, his eyes reflecting a sense of deference, preparing to speak. Yi Wentian interjected, Director Chun, you're too polite. If there is something to discuss, please go ahead. He bore no airs, fully aware that this situation was not a testament to his own abilities, but rather a consequence of Qin Tianhong's influence. Brother, may I borrow you for a moment? Qin Yunxiao gestured invitingly. The two moved aside. Qin Yunlei glanced back and, noticing no one was eavesdropping, awkwardly said, Brother, I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. Yi Wentian seemed puzzled, thinking, was this merely an apology? Hadn't he already been addressed? He responded graciously, Director Chun. It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. Please don't dwell on it. Indeed, with you saying that, I feel much more at ease. However, I must ask a favor of you. Chen Yunqing rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat bashful. Yi Wentian, noticing his demeanor, sought to ease the tension, saying nonchalantly, Feel free to speak. If it's within my power, I will gladly assist. Brother, it's about this earlier incident where I mistakenly associated you with that family's affairs. Could you perhaps refrain from mentioning it to old Qin? Shen Yunxiao felt quite embarrassed, yet believed it necessary to voice his concern to avoid future discomfort should Yi Wentian mention it to old Qin. Yi Wentian presumed it was a matter of greater significance. Is that all? Don't worry, I won't say a word. I'll even inform Qin Lingshuang to keep it from her grandfather. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunmong was immensely relieved, quickly extending both hands to fervently grasp Yi Wentian's, exclaiming with excitement, Brother, thank you so much. Truly, I admire your generosity. It's something I aspire to emulate. His worries had finally been alleviated. Yi Wentian smiled lightly, replying, It's nothing, just a trivial matter, really. To him, it was indeed a negligible issue, and he harbored intentions of fostering a good relationship with Chen Yun. As the head of the Weifa Bureau, cultivating ties with him could only be advantageous. Although he had acquired wealth, he lacked connections. In this era, what holds the utmost importance? Science, knowledge, and connections. Science he could delve into immediately, knowledge he possessed. What he lacked most was connections. Thus, he aimed to expand his network. Brother, thank you once again. I'll treat you to a meal another day. By the way, could you share your number? Certainly. My number is 13. After leaving his phone number, Chen Yunxiao did not wish to waste any more of Yi Wentian's time, concerned that prolonged engagement might displease Qin Lingshuang. She is certainly a woman one cannot afford to offend. Brother, you may proceed with your tasks. Very well. Older brother, let us leave it at that. I would appreciate your assistance with my vehicle. I do not require any preferential treatment. Merely fairness will suffice. Yi Wentian smiled. Upon hearing Yi Wentian affectionately refer to him as older brother, Chen Yunxiao's face blossomed with joy, radiating a brilliant smile. Understood, fairness is my guiding principle. Qin Lingshuang cast a fleeting glance at Long Yueqing. Is she your girlfriend? Does she intend to accompany us? Chapter 34. You are misleading me. Yi Wentian clarified, No, she is merely a friend. If convenient, please escort her to her company. All right. After the three departed, Chen Yun and the others turned their gazes towards the man with the BMW. Upon feeling the collective scrutiny of the group, the BMW man inexplicably tightened his grip. A wave of anxiety washing over him. He sensed that the situation was precarious. Instinctively, he inquired, What do you intend to do? Chen Yunxue did not respond to his query but shot him a fierce glare, her heart ablaze with anger. This fellow had nearly led her astray. Kai equally displayed no kindness towards this individual. Observing the somber expressions of both, particularly Chen Yun's wrathful glare directed at him, the BMW man felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In a flurry, he caught sight of Zhong Tianjiao and hastily exclaimed, Captain Zhong, please help me. Zhong Tianjiao, having anticipated the BMW man's plea, revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes and feigned ignorance by digging into his ear. What? Who are you? Do not make baseless claims here. I do not know you. As you previously mentioned, you have only seen me once. Moreover, no one can assist you. If you have done nothing wrong, if you are innocent, then there is no issue. However, if you have indeed broken the law, not even a deity can save you. The barrage of words left the BMW man feeling utterly miserable, regret gnawing at him. He cursed himself for his predicament. He had initially believed he was merely avoiding suspicion. But what a folly that was. With Qin Bureau already in such a state, what was the point of evasion? How could he have claimed not to recognize Zhong Tianjiao? Now, he had undoubtedly earned Zhong's ire, and with that, his last glimmer of hope had vanished. It was over. He was utterly doomed. As these thoughts spiraled through his mind, he felt a tightening in his core. Meanwhile, after escorting Long Yueqing back to her company, Qin Lingshuang brought Yi Wentian to the entrance of an exquisite villa. The villa's design was unique, its interior a labyrinth of winding paths, evoking a sense of leisure, antiquity, and tranquility. Stepping into this majestic abode instilled a serene and rustic ambience. Yi Wentian remarked appreciatively, This villa is splendidly designed, as Qin Lingshuang guided him inside. She discreetly observed him, curious to see if he would be astonished by her residence, perhaps revealing a rustic demeanor. However, to her disappointment, Yi Wentian's eyes reflected nothing but admiration, devoid of the reaction she had anticipated. Simultaneously, she pondered, could he also possess a villa? His attire appeared quite ordinary. Yet many in this era preferred to remain understated. Who would have guessed that such an unassuming individual could outshine even his own grandfather? Responding to Yi Wentian's compliment, she simply said, "It's decent." After approximately 3 minutes of walking, they arrived at the villa's grand hall. Yi Wentian glanced around. There were 6 individuals present. One standing behind Qin Tianhong, this man he recognized as Uncle Kuan, Qin Tianhong's bodyguard and assistant. As for the 5 seated on the sofa, aside from Qin Tianhong, there were merely 4 others. Among these 4 individuals, there exists a middle-aged couple. They are none other than the parents of Qin Lingshuang. The other 2, seated upon a single sofa, maintain an upright posture reminiscent of a clock, indicative of their specialized training. Notably, an aura of unwavering resilience and fearlessness emanates from them. Upon observing their attire, Yi Wentian comprehended the reason behind their rigid demeanor and formidable presence. Both were clad in military garb, signifying their affiliation with the combat regiment. As they sensed the entrance of newcomers, Qin Tianhong turned and beheld Qin Lingshuang entering alongside Yi Wentian. Instantly, a broad smile illuminated Qin Tianhong's face as he rose from the sofa to greet them. The others, witnessing his action, hastily followed suit. Upon encountering Yi Wentian, they scrutinized him closely, pondering what remarkable qualities he possessed that warranted such deference from Elder Qin. Upon reaching Yi Wentian, Qin Tianhong joyfully exclaimed, "Young brother, you have arrived." Yi Wentian reciprocated with a smile, "Old man, have you missed me after just 1 day?" Such sentiments could lead to misunderstandings. Except for Uncle Kuan and Qin Lingshuang, the others were momentarily taken aback. What? He referred to Elder Qin as old man? Did this lad not understand the gravity of his words? Was he not concerned about provoking Elder Qin's ire? Amidst their bewilderment, Qin Tianhong chuckled heartily. "What misunderstanding? Do you think I have affections for you? If I did, would you dare to accept?" Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. Gazing at Qin Tianhong's wrinkled visage, goosebumps surged upon him as he stammered, "Old man. My apologies, my apologies. Please do not frighten me. I am still a fine young man." "You rascal." Qin Tianhong chided with a laugh. Yi Wentian recognized that the elder was merely jesting. Nevertheless, when he first heard Qin Tianhong's words, he truly felt a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, the elder's eyes appeared normal, for had he exhibited a sinister expression, Yi Wentian would have undoubtedly made a hasty retreat. At that moment, Qin Tianhong introduced, "Wentian, allow me to present to you this esteemed individual, the 3-star general of our Tianyang combat regiment, Gu Yonglong." Yi Wentian, upon hearing 3-star general, felt a surge of admiration. Judging by the man's age, he seemed to be in his 40s, impressive indeed. Qin Tianhong then addressed Dong Yonglong, "Xiao Dong, this is the young brother I mentioned, Yi Wentian." Upon hearing Elder Qin's introduction, Yi Wentian was struck by the elder's remarkable stature, referring to a 3-star general in such an informal manner. Dong Yonglong extended his hand, "Greetings." "Hello." The two exchanged pleasantries as they clasped hands. However, just as Yi Wentian was about to release his grip, Dong Yonglong not only retained his hold, but tightened it instead. Yi Wentian glanced at him, only to be met with a warm smile. "So, you wish to test my strength?" Yi Wentian also revealed a faint smile. With each deliberate step, the onlookers comprehended the nature of their exchange. Sharing knowing smiles without uttering a word, Dong Yonglong began to channel his internal energy, and Yi Wentian did likewise. In an instant, both ascended their powers to the mid-level of the profound stage, which represented their utmost capabilities. However, for martial artists, a handshake contest equates to a battle of internal strength. Yi Wentian had cultivated the 9-yang divine art, his internal energy being both robust and unyielding, flowing endlessly. Thus, he feared not the confrontation of internal forces. Chapter 35, A Matchmaking Encounter. Before long, Dong Yonglong began to feel a sharp pain in his hand, his complexion taking on a purplish hue. Yi Wentian, sensing it was time to relent, released his grip and jested, "Brother Dong, you truly are something. Just because my hands are smooth, there's no need to keep holding on." Dong Yonglong offered an awkward smile, understanding that Yi Wentian's words were primarily intended to ease the atmosphere, and replied, "You certainly know how to jest, my friend." Qin Tianhong, along with another member of the combat camp, recognized that Yi Wentian had emerged victorious in the contest. However, in the most critical moment of decision, Yi Wentian had chosen to forego victory. Qin Tianhong felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, he was not only capable, but also adept at navigating social circumstances. He would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. A gem does not languish in a pool. When the winds arise, it transforms into a dragon. He remarked with a smile, "Wentian, this esteemed individual is also a 3-star warrior from our Tianyang combat camp, Guanbao." Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Another 3-star warrior. In ancient times, such a rank equated to that of a general, and attaining an additional star would elevate one to the status of a commanding officer. Both men were merely in their 40s or 50s, with tremendous potential to reach 4 stars, and perhaps, with rapid advancement, a slight chance of attaining 5 stars. However, reaching 5 stars was no easy feat. Once attained, the level of engagement and influence would change entirely. The two exchanged a simple handshake and introduced themselves. Qin Tianhong then presented his son, Qin Baochai, and his daughter-in-law, Zhao Shuzhen, followed by Uncle Kuan. Qin Tianhong gestured for everyone to sit, saying, "Let us take a seat and converse leisurely." Qin Lao is too polite. The two 3-star warriors clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, expressing their apologies. Yuanian found himself puzzled by Qin Tianhong's true identity. How could someone of such stature command such reverence from 3-star warriors? Typically, such figures would not exhibit such deference to anyone else inviting them to sit. Indeed, Qin Tianhong's standing was extraordinary. It is no exaggeration to say that he wielded immense influence in Tianyang City and even throughout the entire Pingyang province. This was not merely due to his prowess as a martial artist. The many surpassed him in strength, rather, it was the formidable connections he possessed, supported by influential allies, which secured his position. Such was his clout that a single phone call could elicit significant responses, as evidenced by Qin Yun's reaction. Once everyone was seated, Qin Lingshuang gracefully poured tea. Qin Tianhong turned to Yi Wentian and inquired, "Have you been busy these past few days?" Yi Wentian thought to himself, "Could this elder be seeking my assistance?" He appeared genuine and, given his extensive connections, had already aided him. To refuse would be rather ungrateful. He replied, "It's been manageable. Neither too busy nor too idle." His words held truth, as he endeavored to establish a company, while much of the work was delegated to Yi Long. There were still matters that required his direct attention. Qin Tianhong nodded gently. "That's good to hear. To speak candidly, the reason for your visit today is not solely due to my longing for you. There is also a matter I wish to entrust to you." Yi Wentian extended his hand, inviting the other to speak. "If I can assist, I shall have no reservations. The situation is that the Tianyang battle camp is currently experiencing a shortage of personnel, and we would like to invite you to lend your aid there." "To enlist?" Yuanian inquired with curiosity. During his university days, he had entertained such thoughts, yet upon reflection, he chose to graduate promptly and pursue a means of livelihood. After all, his circumstances were unique. Sustenance is paramount, and that was his reality. Qin Tianhong immediately broke into a hearty smile, revealing his benevolent demeanor. "Wentian, with your abilities, even as a junior in the camp, none would dare to instruct you. Our intention in inviting you is for you to assume the role of an instructor." "Instructor?" Yuanian pondered momentarily. At this juncture, Dong Yonglong interjected, "Indeed, Brother Yi, we wish to invite you to become an instructor, which is why I just assessed your capabilities. You are truly exceptional." Suddenly, Yi Wentian comprehended that they had long planned to gauge his strength. Qin Tianhong, concerned that Yi Wentian might decline, continued, "Wentian, becoming an instructor won't demand too much of your time. Merely guiding their training each day would suffice. Having someone of mid-Xian stage to provide guidance is undoubtedly a significant advantage for these soldiers." Yuanian reflected, having previously promised Elder Qin to assist when possible. He recognized that he could indeed help with this matter. Moreover, it presented a rare opportunity for him to expand his network and gain valuable insights. "Elder Qin, since you have made the request, I shall certainly acquiesce." Upon hearing this, the two 3-star generals were elated, rising to their feet and extending their hands, not merely in recognition of Yi Wentian, but as a gesture of welcome. Yi Wentian naturally stood as well. "Welcome aboard." "Thank you." Dong Yonglong and Guanbao expressed their gratitude towards Elder Qin. "We are immensely grateful for your recommendation of such an individual." "Not at all. Mutual assistance is only natural." Qin Tianhong smiled in response. "By the way, upon your return, please convey to that old fellow that I shall visit him for tea in a few days. He should promptly prepare his treasured tea leaves, lest I arrive only to hear that he forgot to bring them." Dong Yonglong and Guanbao exchanged amused glances, fully aware of whom Elder Qin referred to, their superior commander, the only 4-star general of Tianyang, the general himself. They promptly replied, "Elder Qin, rest assured, we shall convey your message to the Tianyang Battle King." Initially, the Battle King intended to visit you personally, but due to pressing matters, he was unable to do so. "I understand that perfectly," Qin Tianhong remarked, harboring no feelings of reproach. "After all, everyone has their own responsibilities, especially a 4-star Battle King." Dong Yonglong clasped his fists and said, "Old Qin, I trust you have no further matters to discuss with Brother Yi?" "None at all. I will take my leave of you," Qin Tianhong replied with a smile. Yuanian chuckled awkwardly, remarking, "This feels rather akin to a matchmaking scenario." In that case, old Qin, we shall accompany Brother Yi to report back. Qin Tianhong waved his hand dismissively, not insisting on their stay, for he understood the customs of these individuals. Please, Brother Yi, Guan Bao gestured invitingly. You're too kind, Brother Guan. Chapter 36. The War King's son hung on the road to the military camp. Yi Wentian and Dong Yonglong sat in a green war chariot, perplexed. Brother Dong, there are so many people in the camp. Why have they suddenly summoned me to become an instructor? Dong Yonglong, without deceiving Yi Wentian, explained, My dear Brother Yi, since you have agreed to be an instructor at our Tianyang military camp, I shall not withhold the truth from you. Our camp has consistently struggled in its development, which has led many senior instructors to be reluctant to transfer here. At times, we have had to train the recruits ourselves, but our time is quite limited. Thus, our War King contacted Elder Qin, hoping he could recommend someone, and he recommended you. Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian was suddenly enlightened and chuckled. It seems that the development of our Tianyang military camp is indeed lacking. Indeed, our War King has been quite troubled by this and has been diligently seeking talent. Guo Bao interjected. Dong Yonglong cautioned, Brother Yi, this is truly a remarkable opportunity for you. With your abilities, should you decide to immerse yourself in our camp, the War King will undoubtedly place great trust in you. Yu Wentian pondered for a moment and replied, Let us see how it goes. While being part of the military camp is indeed a commendable choice, I feel constrained by too many obligations. I am not particularly fond of being bound by others. As for the role of an instructor, I harbor no strong inclinations, and I sense that I may not be suited for such a position. Noticing Yi Wentian's hesitance, Dong Yonglong contemplated speaking further but ultimately decided against it. Such matters require the willingness of the individual. Without genuine interest, any effort would be in vain. 15 minutes later, they drove into the Tianyang military camp. The guards recognized Dong Yonglong and saluted without checking any credentials. As they disembarked, Yi Wentian observed the vastness of the camp, noting that every 8 meters there was a sentry post, with personnel equipped with real firearms. Arrived. Soon, they parked the vehicle behind the square. As the three descended from the chariot, Yi Wentian clearly noted that the parking area was not only filled with standard vehicles, but also with war chariots and armored vehicles, machines he had only seen on television or the internet. Witnessing them in reality stirred an inexplicable surge of excitement within him. Dong Yonglong, noticing his expression, smiled knowingly. He understood that any man would feel a rush of exhilaration upon seeing such formidable machines for the first time. Brother Yi, come. We shall introduce you to our War King. All right. He followed the two men through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at the door of an office. The sign above read War King's office. Dong Yonglong knocked on the door. Enter. The two led Yu Wentian inside. Upon entering, they saw an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, wearing reading glasses while engrossed in documents. The individual in question is Sun Hong, a 4-star warlord from the Tianyang battle camp. He did not raise his head initially. Dong Yonglong promptly reported, Warlord, the person has been brought here. Upon hearing this, he immediately lifted his gaze. At that moment, Yi Wentian fully beheld the visage of the venerable warlord. Sun Hong possessed an unremarkable appearance. Although he had reached the age of 70, he appeared remarkably sprightly, with neither his hair nor beard showing any signs of gray. However, unlike Qin Tianhong, who exuded a benevolent aura, this warlord radiated a stern demeanor. Yi Wentian understood this distinction well, recognizing that the warlord's decisiveness and fortitude in action necessitated a serious countenance. A gentle, kind face would hardly command respect within the ranks of the battle camp. His gaze scrutinized Yi Wentian for approximately 3 seconds before he unleashed an aura of formidable pressure. A gust of energy, indicative of the early stages of the Earth rank, bore down upon Yi Wentian. Dong Yonglong and his companions sensed this surge, yet it was not directed at them, allowing them to remain at ease. They were well aware of the warlord's intention to assess Yi Wentian, a customary practice of their leader. On their first day in his company, they too had undergone such an evaluation. At that time, their martial prowess had not yet reached the mid-tier of the mysterious rank. They were merely at the pinnacle of the yellow rank, yet under the warlord's pressure, they had managed to endure for a full 10 seconds. With their current strength, they could withstand the warlord's aura for a minute, but exceeding that threshold would become increasingly arduous. Yi Wentian, keenly aware of the pressure, thought to himself, haven't we already been tested? The eagerness to evaluate others was indeed peculiar. Determined not to falter, he elevated his internal energy to the mid-tier of the mysterious rank, resolutely resisting the warlord's aura. Although he felt the strain of the warlord's early Earth rank pressure, he did not succumb. Instead, he continuously supplied his energy in a relentless defense, exhibiting a growing fortitude that even led him to consider pushing back against the pressure. Noticing this, Warlord Sun Hung cast a disbelieving glance at Yi Wentian, astonished. Is he attempting to counter my pressure? How intriguing. He promptly intensified his aura to that of the mid-tier of the Earth rank. Yi Wentian, sensing the escalation, remained undaunted and resolute, pushing his internal energy to its utmost limits. Soon, 2 minutes had elapsed. Aside from the beads of sweat forming like dew on his forehead, Yi Wentian's legs remained steadfast, and his internal energy showed no signs of waning in its resistance. Suddenly, Warlord Sun Hung withdrew his aura and burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Both Dong Yonglong and Guanbao exchanged surprised glances, for it had been quite some time since they had witnessed their warlord's unrestrained merriment. It appears that Yi Wentian is indeed a fortunate star. Once the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, Yi Wentian felt an immediate sense of relief, akin to the liberation from countless burdens weighing upon him. Yet, his tone remained devoid of any hint of drowsiness as he clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Battle King, for your permission. Sun Hung approached Yi Wentian and gently patted him on the shoulder, remarking, sturdy, a fine specimen indeed. The purpose of bringing you here should have been conveyed to you by old Qin, has it not? Indeed, to serve as an instructor, Yi Wentian replied. Correct. We are in dire need of talent within our battle camp, which necessitates the special recruitment of individuals like yourself who perfectly match our criteria. However, there is one matter that perplexes me. Chapter 37. Exceptional promotion. There exists a question that has sparked my profound curiosity. How is it that you, a mere child, possess martial prowess? By my estimation, your martial arts realm resides within the mid-level of the Xian tier. Previously, Sun Hung had been perusing documents, which contained investigations conducted by his subordinates regarding Yi Wentian. Within those records, he uncovered the entirety of Yi Wentian's remarkable history, an orphan from a young age, excelling academically, and once a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Such a talent, with a clear background, was indispensable to him, especially upon realizing that Yi Wentian's strength was not insignificant. Under his oppressive aura, he still dared to prepare for a counterattack, albeit unsuccessfully. As he remained under Sun Heng's control, both this incident and such audacity were unprecedented in their military camp. Yi Wentian was taken aback by the inquiry. His mind raced, for he could never reveal the existence of the sign-in system. This system was his lifeline, his trump card, a secret he would carry to his grave. Fabricating a tale, he responded, Indeed, I am an orphan. During my time at the orphanage, I encountered a mysterious old man who claimed that my bone structure was extraordinary and that I was a martial arts prodigy. At that time, I possessed a mere 10 yuan, which he requested in exchange for teaching me unparalleled martial arts. I was skeptical but moved by his tattered clothing and pitiful appearance. I handed him the 10 yuan. Who could have anticipated that after the orphanage closed each night, he would come to find me and teach me martial arts? Initially, I was perplexed as to how he could enter our heavily secured orphanage. Later, I discovered that he flew in. As for the War King, I can divulge no more. I cannot reveal his name or his appearance, for I promised this mysterious figure that I would keep his identity secret. Upon hearing this, Sun Hung nodded gently, understanding that such an extraordinary individual likely wished to remain concealed from the world. Wentian, what an incredible stroke of fortune you have encountered. Yi Wentian sighed dramatically. Indeed, it is a remarkable twist of fate, yet I lament that I can no longer see him. I wonder where he has gone. Otherwise, I would surely express my gratitude. At the very least, by treating him to a meal. Sun Hung immediately affirmed. Indeed, you ought to show him your gratitude. Alas, Yi Wentian displayed a melancholic demeanor, deeply saddened. The three individuals in the office observed him closely, finding no hint of deception in his words. On the contrary, witnessing his sorrowful expression, Sun Hung remarked, Wentian, let us set this matter aside for now. It seems to weigh heavily on your heart. Thank you for your understanding, War King. Yi Wentian sighed softly, his countenance so sorrowful that it seemed tears might cascade down to his lips. The depth of his sadness was palpable, and from behind, one could almost sense a poetic longing emanating from him. Wentian, the reason I sought you out this time is to assist us in training a group of newcomers. Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Newcomers? Isn't that the usual training? Although he had never been a part of the combat camp, he understood that with his abilities, he should be training more seasoned individuals. Moreover, as someone who had been specially recruited, it seemed illogical for him to train newcomers. Seeing Yi Wentian's bewilderment, the Battle King, Sun Hung, chuckled heartily, lightly tapping the file on the table, and said, Wentian, these are not just any newcomers. They are rather exceptional recruits. and we intend to form them into a specialized combat team. Each of them possesses unique talents. Some possess extraordinary strength, while others excel in computational abilities, even capable of predicting the trajectory of opponents' moves. Upon hearing this description, Yu and Tian remarked, "Impressive. It seems they are indeed a group of talents." "Absolutely. A collection of gifted individuals, which is why we require your expertise." The mere mention of this group filled Battle King Sun Hung with exhilaration, as he sensed that they would emerge as invaluable assets in the future. Yu and Tian could sense his enthusiasm, realizing how much the Battle King valued this batch of recruits. "Very well, I shall agree to train them." Sun Hung rejoiced, extending his hand, when Tian, "We welcome you aboard." "You are too kind, Battle King. By the way, when Tian, there is something I need to clarify." Sun Hung suddenly recalled an important detail. "What is it?" "It is thus. Since you were specially recruited and have yet to achieve any commendable deeds, you can only be elevated to a 2-star general. Furthermore, this is already a significant exception, and I trust you have no objections to this." Yu and Tian was indifferent to this matter, though a thought he wished to dismiss lingered in his mind. "Battle King, let us set aside the promotion. It is not that I disdain the lower rank, but rather, I am averse to restrictions and disfavor being governed. Given my laid-back nature, it is all too easy to infringe upon the camp's regulations." Sun Hung presumed he understood, saying, "I can grasp your perspective, as you have not trained within the camp and would naturally harbor some resistance upon entering. However, I can assure you that we impose no constraints upon you. Your sole responsibility will be to train our recruits, and you need not concern yourself with anything else. Moreover, should you wish to resign, you may simply train this batch of cadets and then depart." Yu and Tian pondered for a moment. If that is the case, it indeed sounds appealing. He was curious to see what life in the combat camp entailed. With such an opportunity at hand, he felt that failing to explore the camp's environment would lead to regret in his later years. Sun Hung continued, "Your title as a 2-star general remains intact." As he spoke, without allowing Yu and Tian a moment to respond, he pressed a button on the table, and soon a man clad in combat attire entered, carrying a set of uniforms. Battle King. He was the first to salute Sun Hung. Sun Hung took the battle attire from his hands and, with a mere glance, signaled him to exit. "When Tian, the 2-star battle attire has been prepared for you, and the documentation is also complete. Once I press confirm, it will be uploaded." Yu and Tian gazed at the ensemble, and a surge of fervor ignited within him. "War King, I have already given my word, and I shall not retract it." His commitment stemmed not from this sudden fervor, but from the promises he had made to several individuals from the outset, thus rendering any thought of reversal unthinkable. "Haha, brave man, this battle attire is rightfully yours. It contains your credentials. Once you don it, I shall have Dong Yonglong escort you to meet your students." Chapter 38. Unprecedented. Dong Yonglong led Yi Wentian towards the training square. "Brother Yi, how old are you this year?" Yi Tian, slightly puzzled by the sudden inquiry, did not ponder it for long. 26. "Impressive. At 26, you have been promoted to a 2-star warrior. This is a first in our Tianyang battle camp. Unprecedented and brimming with potential. You must truly cherish this opportunity." Yi Wentian smiled, uncertain of what to say. As he was not particularly concerned about the title of a 2-star warrior, he merely wished to experience life in the camp to avoid future regrets. A few minutes later, they arrived at the training square. In the center stood a group of 36 individuals, divided into 6 teams of 6, evenly split between genders. However, these 36 individuals displayed no signs of training. They laughed and chatted, some even playfully teasing the female team members. "What's going on? We've been standing here for 3 or 4 hours, and our instructor hasn't arrived. Is it possible we don't have an instructor? How could that be? Why would they bring us here without an instructor?" One rather infatuated female team member chimed in. "Do you think our instructor could be a handsome guy? Perhaps a young heartthrob?" Upon hearing this, the male team members immediately scoffed. "No way. A young heartthrob couldn't handle the training in the camp. Ridiculous. Besides, we all possess unique skills. To train us, we need an instructor who is robust and formidable." Many women nodded in agreement. "I believe so too." Earlier, the infatuated female team member remarked, "Although I don't think it will be a young heartthrob, but rather a handsome guy. I will maintain my fantasies until I see the instructor. Dream on. If he turns out to be a giant dinosaur, good luck communicating with him later." Laughter erupted among them. "What are you all laughing at?" A serious and resonant voice interrupted. Everyone jumped, their gazes snapping towards the source of the voice. Dong Yonglong approached, accompanied by a young man who appeared to be of similar age. This sparked confusion among them. Another new member? No, this individual was clad in battle attire, unlike the newcomer training outfits worn by the rest. Upon seeing the young man, some female team members exclaimed, "Wow, He's so handsome. Another new member has arrived. A real heartthrob. I wonder what his name is. The young man was indeed strikingly handsome, with a smooth, pale face characterized by sharp features. Beneath long, slightly curled eyelashes lay a pair of dark, profound eyes that exuded a wild, untamed spirit. A mischievous smile played upon his alluring visage. A male team member doused their enthusiasm with cold water, remarking, "Stop being infatuated. Just look at his attire, and you will know he is not one of your teammates." This reminder snapped the enamored female team members back to reality. Upon observing the young man's outfit, they realized he was indeed not a team member. So, who was he? The young man beside Dong Yonglong was none other than Yi Wentian, the only person in the entire camp who possessed such striking good looks. At that moment, Dong Yonglong and Yi Wentian approached the group. "What were you all laughing about? Stand properly. Do you even resemble a disciplined soldier?" Dong Yonglong bellowed. One male team member genuinely checked his posture, and upon witnessing the situation, Dong Yonglong swiftly advanced, delivering a kick to the man's abdomen that sent him flying 2 meters. Fortunately, the others reacted quickly, lest they too be harmed. How can you even think about looking around? Clearly, you all have too much leisure time. The fallen team member, undeterred, quickly scrambled back to his position. They understood that the one reprimanding them was a 3-star warrior, just a step below the rank of a battle king, so being struck only earned their respect. It was precisely because of this action that none in attendance dared to act out. They stood straight and adhered to the most proper stance, not uttering a word. Even their breathing seemed to synchronize. "Tell me, are you all too idle?" Dong Yonglong asked sharply. Just as the crowd opened their mouths to respond, Dong Yonglong interjected, "Enough. I have no time to waste with you. I am here to inform you that Instructor Yi will be your new commander, guiding you until the very end." He gestured towards Yi Wentian. Upon hearing his introduction, the crowd stared wide-eyed, akin to cows caught in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Yi Wentian. Although clad in military attire that exuded a sense of seriousness, the strikingly handsome and fair face of Yi Wentian led them to perceive him as a mere pretty boy. Far too youthful. They began to ponder whether a single blow from them would leave this instructor in tears. Surely, someone tasked with their training should resemble Dong Yonglong, who appeared rather fierce. This sentiment did not stem from a penchant for masochism, but rather from the undeniable fact that Yi Wentian's skin was exceptionally pale and his demeanor far too refined, lacking the ruggedness expected from someone seasoned in training and sun exposure. Their assumptions were not entirely unfounded. Yi Wentian had indeed not undergone rigorous training. If one were to consider any form of training, it would be the brief military drill during his university years, which had occurred several years ago. Observing their astonishment, Dong Yonglong was not surprised. This reaction was entirely anticipated. However, he had no intention of elaborating further and yelled, "What are you all gasping at? If you truly enjoy it, then step forth and leap like a frog 10,000 times." With such a daunting challenge, none dared to contest, hastily sealing their lips. At that moment, Dong Yonglong turned to Yi Wentian. "Instructor Yi, I entrust this to you." "No worries, you may attend to your tasks," Yi Wentian replied with a smile. "Very well." Dong Yonglong pivoted and departed, confident in Yi Wentian's capability to manage the situation. Should he falter, then the position of Instructor Yi Wentian would surely be in jeopardy, for this too served as a test of Yi Wentian's mettle. Once Dong Yonglong exited, the 36 team members erupted into a flurry of restlessness, their postures now a chaotic semblance of the previously disciplined stance. "You all seem rather at ease." Chapter 39. "You are trash. You all seem quite at ease," Yi Wentian remarked with a smile. However, aside from the female team members, none of the male participants paid him any heed, their gazes laced with disdain, as if he were of no consequence. The female team members inquired, "Instructor Yi, you are quite handsome. Did you know that? Do you have a girlfriend?" Each one looked at Yi Wentian with eager anticipation. A faint smile graced Yi Wentian's lips as he countered, "What do you think?" "No, you certainly do not have a girlfriend." One of the girls, who had previously expressed a desire for a handsome instructor, chimed in. "I had a feeling our instructor would be a striking young man, and lo and behold, he truly is. How delightful." Yi Wentian could not help but smile faintly. "No, you're mistaken. To others, I may be a charming youth, but to the 36 of you, I am your demon, your devil of an instructor. Haha, you must be joking. You come here to train us, and it's bound to be a farce." The foremost male participant jeered, with others joining in his mockery. Laughter erupted around the training ground, filling the air with derision. Yi Wentian remained unfazed by their jeers, knowing that he would have ample time to address these individuals. There were countless ways to silence their laughter. From the moment he caught their disdainful glances, he understood their contempt, though he had never been an instructor nor trained anyone before. He had certainly observed enough to grasp the essence of it. Moreover, he had received training during his university days, thus being somewhat familiar with the methodology. From Dong Yonglong's earlier display, he realized one crucial truth. To train these individuals, he must first conquer them. They were akin to wild stallions. Only through subjugation could they be made to heed his commands. Hence, he sought a point of entry, a moment of indignation. At this juncture, they provided him with just that, and he intended to seize the opportunity. "Oh, from your tone, it seems you do not wish for me to train you?" One male participant shrugged, speaking with a tone of disdain. "Tell me, Instructor Yi, do you truly believe you can train us? Honestly, with your demeanor, one punch from me would have you crying for quite some time." These male participants were convinced that Yi Wentian had secured his position through connections. A mere puppet in an appointed role. Their disdain deepened. They detested individuals like him, those lacking ability yet attempting to assume authority over them. Yi Wentian inquired, "What is your name?" The male participant responded mockingly, "What? Are you planning to report to Instructor Dong? How convenient. We can certainly request that you refrain from training us, as you are merely a braggart. We have come here to study this book, to defend our homeland, not to boast or tell jokes. Remember, my name is He Qinggang." Yi Wentian nodded gently and took a step forward, saying, "All right, I shall remember that." He then glanced at the crowd and inquired, "Are you all feeling discontent? If so, why do you think I can train you?" Initially, the crowd hesitated to respond, fearing that Yi Wentian might report them. However, once He Qinggang spoke up, asserting, "Indeed, we are discontent," the rest followed suit in agreement. Yi Wentian pointed at He Qinggang and said, "Step forward, and you, who shouted the loudest, come forth as well." He singled out 5 or 6 individuals, who, upon being chosen, wore expressions of disdain and declared, "What? You just want to take us to the instructor, right? We are not afraid." Yi Wentian paid no heed to their words and pointed to a few more individuals, calling out 3 more. Feeling overwhelmed, he finally declared, "Forget it. All of you boys step forward." He Qinggang smirked disdainfully and scoffed, "What? Do you plan to report all of us? Let me tell you, I take full responsibility for my actions. If you have the guts, implicate me alone, it has nothing to do with them." Yi Wentian replied coolly, "I have no intention of reporting you." Then, with a sudden icy tone, he stated, "I merely wish to convey that I am about to overwhelm each of you." Upon hearing his words, the crowd shuddered, as if plunged into an icy abyss. In that moment, they beheld Yi Wentian's handsome visage, exuding an aura of regal dominance. A king's presence that seemed almost illusory. No way. This must be an illusion. How could a mere pretty face possess such authority? He Qinggang snorted derisively. "Do you think you can overwhelm us all by yourself? Any one of us could make you weep." Yi Wentian responded calmly, "Is that so? To prevent anyone from claiming I am bullying you, I shall grant you 3 seconds to prepare. Once the time is up, I will make my move." 3. He Qinggang dismissed it. "Don't be ridiculous. We don't want Instructor Dong accusing us of bullying you and giving us a demerit for it." 2. Yi Wentian ignored their protests. 1. They all gazed at Yi Wentian, awaiting the consequences of his countdown, eager to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, they noticed Yi Wentian move, his figure becoming a blur. He Qinggang, who had been laughing, suddenly sensed something was amiss and was gripped by an ominous premonition, instinctively seeking to defend himself. Bang! But it was too late. Yi Wentian had already struck him squarely in the chest. In that instant, He Qinggang felt as if he had been struck by a truck, his body hurtling backward. Boom. Finally, he was forcefully thrown to the ground, and those nearby could faintly sense the tremor beneath their feet. After Yi Wentian sent him flying with a single blow, he cast his gaze upon the other men and bellowed, "I advise you to unleash your utmost abilities, otherwise you shall meet the same fate. A group of inept individuals, come forth and demonstrate what sets you apart. If any of the women feel dissatisfied, they may join as well." Yi Wentian exclaimed. His intention was not to truly insult them, but rather to provoke their ire, inciting them to take action against him. Of course, his ultimate aim was to subjugate them, instilling a profound understanding that they were not yet as formidable as their instructor, that they were still worthless and required the guidance of their mentor to transform themselves. A confrontation between the team members and their instructor was about to commence. Chapter 40. The Battle of 36. The male team members were utterly incensed by Yi Wentian's provocations, charging forward with indignation and clenched fists. The female members, watching the unfolding chaos, exchanged glances and pondered, should we join in? Why are they attacking? One curious female teammate remarked, "Didn't he just say that any girl who feels unsatisfied can join in? He may be handsome, but as my instructor, I have my own grievances. All right, let us join in and see what he is capable of. Is that really a good idea? There is nothing wrong with it. Let us go." And with that, the female members surged forward. Yi Wentian surveyed the more than 30 individuals before him, unperturbed and internally composed, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The conquest would commence with their defeat. In a swift motion, he dashed into their midst, launching his attacks. Although these individuals possessed slightly greater combat abilities than the average person, they were still fundamentally ordinary, lacking comprehension of how to leverage their strengths. Thus, how could they possibly stand against Yi Wentian, who was at the mid-tier of the Xian level? With each strike he delivered, one opponent was sent flying. Among them, a female team member attempted to land a punch on Yi Wentian. He initially considered retaliating but hesitated upon realizing she was a female. He was reluctant to inflict pain that might leave her in tears. In a flash, he executed a swift maneuver, swapping places with one of the male team members, causing her punch to land squarely on him instead. "Hey, why did you hit me?" the bewildered male member exclaimed. The female teammate was equally perplexed, having intended to strike Yi Wentian, only to find him suddenly vanished. "No, I meant to strike the instructor." Another female teammate lunged forward with a punch, but Yi Wentian deftly evaded and repositioned himself. Once again, her strike found its mark on the male team member, who felt the sting of humiliation. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, a sudden pain surged through his chest, and he lost his balance, tumbling to the ground with a thud. The two female teammates who had mistakenly struck each other exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend how they had misfired. After a brief nod of understanding, they charged at Yi Wentian once more. With a resounding clash, they accidentally struck one another again. Meanwhile, Yi Wentian swiftly dispatched the remaining male members. Within a mere 30 seconds, they all lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their abdomens or nursing their arms and thighs, incapacitated and moaning in distress. Casting glances at Yi Wentian and the assembled female members, they were utterly astonished to discover that these girls, who had initiated an attack on Yi Wentian, ultimately directed their punches toward their own teammates. Each one was left in a state of shock, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Could such a thing truly exist? Help? Someone. Neo Jia's coffin lid is about to collapse. Within less than a minute, the girls ceased their strikes, as they realized that no matter how fiercely they fought, they could not land a blow on Yi Wentian. Instead, their fists only found their teammates, who in turn were hitting themselves. It was a chaotic spectacle of friendly fire. Observing their sudden halt, Yi Wentian calmly inquired, "Why have you stopped?" As she stepped forward, the female team members instinctively recoiled, a glimmer of fear evident in their eyes. Recognizing their reaction, Yi Wentian understood that these girls had succumbed to fear and been subdued. She barked, "If you do not wish to fight, then stand still and line up in the previous order." Swiftly, the girls arranged themselves in formation, hardly daring to breathe. Ironically, they had initially presented as glamorous, with flawless complexions, but now each bore marks of conflict, bruises, dark circles beneath their eyes, and some even had bloodied noses. They hung their heads, too embarrassed to lift them, feeling utterly unattractive. "Lift your heads and stand tall," Yi Wentian commanded. No one dared to defy her. They hurriedly straightened up, adopting the most proper posture. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within Yi Wentian. She then turned her gaze toward the male team members sprawled on the ground and coldly asked, "What? Are you not ready to rest? Do you wish for my assistance to rise?" They scrambled to their feet. He Chenggang let out a heavy grunt, hesitating between standing and remaining seated. In an instant, Yi Wentian dashed forward, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him flying as though he were a mere soccer ball. With a quick reflex, she reached out to catch him and gently placed him back on the ground as if he were an object. He Chengang's face twisted in agony, resembling a wilting flower. She glared at the crowd and declared, "Should anyone fail to rise, I can assist them." A collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers, realizing the brutality of her assistance. That kick had been no trivial matter. The force behind it was astounding. The once unassuming figure had exhibited remarkable strength, leaving many surprised. The others, who had been sluggish in their movements, hastily stood upright, their demeanor suggesting that they bore no injuries at all. Yi Wentian approached the group and loudly proclaimed, "Now, is there anyone still unconvinced? If anyone has objections, feel free to step forward." Silence enveloped the room. Not a single soul dared to utter a word. Yi Wentian raised her voice once more. "Your silence indicates your acquiescence." The members of the team, filled with trepidation, thought to themselves, "We surrender. We yield." Your implicit acknowledgement signifies that you, too, harbor dissent. Upon hearing these words, their faces collectively drained of color, contorting as the tension in their features became palpable. How could implicit acknowledgement not signify acquiescence? This was an entirely different game. Some quick-witted members hastily exclaimed, "We yield. We yield." Yet, if you truly yield, why do your voices tremble so softly? Do you believe I am coercing you? Thus, your responses lack sincerity? Yi Wentian methodically dismantled their arrogance, ensuring they understood that before him, they were not but novices. Only through rigorous training could they be deemed worthy. We yield. In an instant, the group harmoniously raised their voices in a thunderous declaration, their cries resonating powerfully across the training ground, echoing in the air. Chapter 41. Is he truly a pure yang body? In the Tianyang battle camp, War King Sun Hung stood by the office window, a satisfied smile gracing his weathered face. It appeared that the training progress was remarkably smooth. He was indeed a promising candidate. This young man had even grasped the art of shifting positions, clearly indicating that his instructor was a person of exceptional caliber. Upon turning, Sun Heng's gaze settled on Dong Yonglong. If you were to face him in combat, what are your chances of victory? 20%, perhaps none at all, Dong Yonglong replied directly. Sun Hung raised an eyebrow in curiosity. In his estimation, Dong Yonglong would have at least a 40% chance against Yi Wentian, yet the answer he received was unexpected. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? War King, I cannot fathom the nature of Yi Wentian's internal energy. It is extraordinarily robust and unyielding, seemingly inexhaustible. When I competed with him in internal force, I was profoundly aware of this. His internal energy appears to be limitless. Dong Yonglong continued. Thus, should a real confrontation arise, with his formidable internal force and the ability to shift positions, my chances of defeating him would be exceedingly slim. Sun Hung tilted his head slightly, pondering deeply. Are you suggesting that his internal energy is both robust and unyielding? Could it be that he possesses a pure yang body? Pure yang body. Dong Yonglong responded with skepticism, faintly recalling the term, yet uncertain of its significance. Sun Hung elaborated. Indeed, a pure yang body is an exceptionally rare constitution. Those who possess it have internal energy that is both robust and ceaseless. Understanding dawned on Dong Yonglong. However, unbeknownst to them, there exists another phenomenon capable of such prowess, the 9 yang divine skill. Sun Hung stroked his beard thoughtfully, remarking, it is indeed peculiar. A pure yang body is a once-in-a-century rarity, yet it manifests in Yi Wentian. War King, if that is the case, then Yi Wentian's prior claims cannot have been mere fabrications. Dong Yonglong recalled earlier conversations. What claims? Sun Hung inquired, not fully grasping the implications. He had previously mentioned a mysterious elder who, recognizing his extraordinary bone structure, deemed him a martial arts prodigy worthy of instruction. It stands to reason that this enigmatic figure discerned Yi Wentian's pure yang body and sought to impart martial skills to him, especially after he had undergone the elder's trials. Upon hearing this explanation, Sun Heng nodded in understanding. Indeed, this young man is no ordinary talent. He is destined for greatness. After articulating his thoughts, War Master Sun Hung fell silent, contemplating the rarity of such talent within the Tianyang battle camp and the necessity of nurturing it. Perhaps, in a moment of glory for the camp, Yi Wentian's contribution would be invaluable. In the training grounds, Yi Wentian remained oblivious to their discussion, addressing a group of recruits whom he had thoroughly bested. With a calm demeanor, he stated, everyone, please introduce yourselves briefly, starting from the left. My name is He Chungang. I come from Tianyang City. Stop. I asked for a brief self-introduction, not for you to elaborate on your origins or delve into personal interests. You are here for training, not for romance. Next, I am Wang Fanlin. I am Zhao Fei. I am Han Ziyun. After the last young woman's introduction concluded, Yi Wentian memorized all their names. All right, as today marks the first day, I shall grant you a day to prepare. You will perform frog leaps around the training ground for 10 laps, followed by a rest. Upon hearing this, everyone gaped, their mouths agape enough to fit a duck egg, for the training ground was exceedingly vast. One lap measured a full 2,000 meters, resulting in a total of 20,000 meters for 10 laps. Running 20,000 meters is a considerable feat, let alone performing frog leaps. Yi Wentian furrowed his brow, prompting everyone to hastily close their mouths. I am offering you an opportunity, a chance not to train. Report. What opportunity? Yi Wentian calmly stated. Those who do not wish to participate in training, those who feel regret and wish to leave the combat camp, may do so. I shall not retain you. However, if you desire to remain here and acquire skills, then you must obediently follow my instructions and train as directed. Anyone wishing to depart may step forward and leave now. Upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, the crowd pondered carefully, and ultimately, none stepped forward. These individuals had voluntarily joined the combat camp, driven by fervor. They had been forewarned that the training would be exceedingly arduous, so they had mentally prepared themselves. Nevertheless, the prospect of frog leaps for 10 laps still left them somewhat astonished, yet they accepted it. In the final 10 seconds, if no one decides to leave, I shall take it as your voluntary commitment to stay. Time passed, second by second. After 10 seconds elapsed, silence reigned. Yi Wenyan clapped his hands lightly and declared, "Excellent. You are all commendable, embodying the spirit of warriors and possessing the requisite demeanor. Since you have chosen to remain, I can assure you with confidence that if you adhere to my training, you will all master the technique I just demonstrated." One curious young woman immediately reported, "Report. What was that technique?" Yi Wenyan glanced at her. "Did you not just strike me? Yet, did you succeed in hitting me?" "No." The female team member promptly replied. Upon hearing this exchange, the crowd buzzed with excitement, pondering if instructor Yi would teach them that remarkable technique. Yi Wenyan discerned their thoughts and affirmed, "Your speculation is correct. I shall indeed teach you that very technique. In truth, it is not an ordinary maneuver, but rather the art of shadow shifting." "Shadow shifting," Yi Wenyan exclaimed loudly, instantly igniting the passion of those present, their excitement palpable as they swallowed hard. The notion of shifting positions sounded remarkably impressive. It was no wonder we were unable to strike him earlier. I had assumed my teammates were deliberately targeting me. In the office of Battle King Sun Heng, the two had been attentively observing Yi Wenyan's actions and naturally heard his words. Dong Yonglong's eyes revealed a glimmer of yearning. The ability to shift positions was exponentially superior to any technique he was currently practicing. Sun Heng noted his desire and remarked, "Do you wish to learn it as well?" Taken aback by such a question, Dong Yonglong offered an awkward smile. Well, a bit." Sun Heng refrained from further comment, as he too harbored a desire to master this technique. After all, the art of shifting positions was classified as a purple-level skill, while his current practice only pertained to the blue level. Reflecting inwardly, he mused on Yi Wenyan's generosity in appointing him as an instructor. It was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 42. A request in 3 days. Upon realizing that adhering to Yi Wenyan's words would lead to mastering the art of transformation, the team members became exceedingly enthusiastic and commenced their frog jumps at the rock training ground. After the training concluded, Yi Wenyan returned to the villa, where he received a call from the Bureau of Law Enforcement inquiring about his whereabouts and requesting his vehicle be brought over. Ultimately, it was Zhong Tianjiao who personally drove it over, signifying his utmost regard for Yi Wenyan. Had it not been for Chun Yun's pressing commitment to an important meeting, Chen Yuxue would have endeavored to drive over herself. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries between Yi Wenyan and Zhong Tianjiao, the latter departed due to pressing matters. At this moment, in the grand hall of the villa, Yi Long stood respectfully before Yi Wenyan, stating, "Young master, the company has been registered. If you grant me 3 days, everything will be in order, and we can commence operations as planned." Yi Wenyan, understanding the multitude of procedures involved in establishing a company, reassured him, "No worries, proceed at your own pace. I have faith in your capabilities. After all, who could rival this 5-star business prodigy in trustworthiness?" "Thank you for your trust, young master," Yi Long replied with utmost respect. "If there are no further matters, you may take a rest. You've had a long day." Yi Wenyan thought, recognizing that this individual had been tirelessly running around all day. Despite being summoned from the sign-in system, he was still immortal and deserved rest. "Understood, young master." After Yi Long departed, Yi Wenyan ascended the stairs to the master bedroom, where he sat cross-legged on the bed, reflecting on the day's events. He murmured softly, "Who would have thought so much could transpire in a single day? I have unexpectedly become a 2-star warrior and an instructor. How unpredictable life can be." Indeed, as one's strength grows, maintaining a low profile becomes increasingly challenging. He resolved to sleep promptly, eagerly anticipating the arrival of midday the following day, hoping to sign in for a few experience pills, which would be even better. While other martial artists had to toil through rigorous training to enhance their power, he merely needed to rest well, awaiting the midday sign-in, where luck might elevate him to the pinnacle of life. If other martial artists were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious. The next day, Yi Wenyan slumbered until just past 9 o'clock. Had it not been for Long Yueqing's phone call, he might have continued sleeping. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the previous day, he answered the call. "Long Yueqing, what is the matter?" he inquired curiously. Long Yueqing's sweet voice resonated. "I hope you didn't have any issues yesterday?" "What issues?" Yi Wenyan replied, still groggy. Upon recollection, he added, "Nothing at all. Everything is quite well." "And you? Did yesterday's events hinder your work?" Long Yueqing quickly reassured him. "Oh no, the events of yesterday were entirely my responsibility. Hearing you say that only makes me feel more embarrassed." Yi Wenyan chuckled softly. "How could that possibly be your fault? Surely, I can't blame you for being too beautiful." With that, laughter filled the air. "Of course, this cannot be blamed. I prefer to be a bit more beautiful." Dragon Yueqing felt a surge of joy upon receiving compliments from Yi Wenyan, akin to savoring honey. She herself could not quite comprehend the reason for her elation. If you were just a tad more beautiful, I reckon all the men in the world would vie for your affection. Yi Wentian jested. However, he was certain of one thing. If Dragon Yueqing were to enhance her beauty further, even if the entirety of mankind did not contend for her, every man who had ever interacted with her might feel compelled to compete amongst themselves. In truth, even now, numerous men were vying for her attention, albeit not in an overly intense manner. After all, we live in a harmonious society today, unlike in the past when battles would erupt over a single woman. Such hyperbole. Dragon Yueqing laughed heartily, her mirth evident in the melody of her laughter, revealing her delightful mood. By the way, Yi Wentian, let me treat you to a meal. Why do you want to treat me again? If you invite me out today, it would be 3 consecutive days of dining on your generosity. Dragon Yueqing paused momentarily, then realized the truth in his words. Indeed, it seems that way. Yi Wentian chuckled. How about this? I shall treat you instead. Just as Dragon Yueqing prepared to respond, he interrupted her. Don't protest. You've already treated me twice in a row. If I don't reciprocate, it would be quite remiss of me. The act of treating is, after all, a matter of mutual courtesy. Yi Wentian pondered that it was rather improper for a young lady to always be the one treating. He had a faint sense that if his relationship with Dragon Yueqing continued to develop in this manner, they might no longer dine out but instead share meals at home every day. He could envision a scenario where she would present him with a dish, asking, "Handsome, would you prefer to eat the vegetables first, or would you rather savor me?" The thought brought a smile to his face, for he admired such a strong-willed woman as Dragon Yueqing. She insisted, this would be too embarrassing. There is nothing embarrassing about it. If we are to speak of embarrassment, it is I who should feel it, having dined on your hospitality twice already. Now, choose the location and let me know. I shall get up and freshen up. All right. Sounds good. After hanging up the phone, Yi Wentian quickly rose, washed up, and drove his car to the Tianyang battle camp. Half an hour later, he arrived at the camp's entrance, only to be halted by the guards. They did not recognize him and firmly declared, "This is the Tianyang battle camp. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry." Yi Wentian bore no resentment. This was a restricted area, and considering he had only just begun his duties a day prior, it was only natural they did not recognize him. He presented his credentials, and the guard scrutinized them, noting his rank as a 2-star general. His hands trembled slightly, and he exclaimed, "Goodness, a 2-star general." He had just raised his voice at him. His body bent at a 45-degree angle as he respectfully returned the credentials, saying, "General, I apologize, Before he could finish, Yi Wentian smiled and replied, "It's quite all right. Ignorance is no crime, and this is a necessary procedure. You did nothing wrong. Thank you, General Ziyu." The guard immediately dashed back to open the gate. Yi Wentian drove in without hesitation. The guard admired. This general, Yi truly possesses a magnanimous spirit. No wonder he ascended to a 2-star general at such a young age. How come I have never seen him before? A 2-star general he had never encountered? Surname Yi? Yi? His eyes widened in astonishment. Could he be the legendary instructor Yi from yesterday? Yes, it must be him. Wasn't he said to be fierce? A figure of demonic caliber? How could it be? Chapter 43. The Eye of Heaven. Upon entering the military camp, Yi Wentian instructed the 36 individuals to continue their frog jumps for 10 laps. However, this time, the exercise was not as effortless as the previous day. Each participant was burdened with an additional 5 pounds on their legs. Having just endured 10 laps the day before, they had only managed to recuperate for a night, and now faced the grueling task of leaping under the added weight. The challenge was overwhelming, leaving them with a sense of exhaustion. Yi Wentian observed as their pace gradually slowed. Approaching the group, he noticed their apprehension at his presence, causing them to grit their teeth and hasten their jumps. Once by their side, Yi Wentian spoke loudly. "Do you truly believe that mastering the art of shifting shadows is an easy endeavor? I assure you, it is not. To excel in this skill, one must possess extraordinary speed, enabling instantaneous positional changes. This is merely the first step, the most fundamental one. To truly learn, you must progress steadily, step by step. There are no shortcuts." After uttering these words, Yi Wentian silently added a thought, "Unless you possess a sign-in system that grants immediate mastery upon acquisition." To motivate his trainees, he fabricated a benevolent lie, declaring, "Let me share with you, when I was your age, not yet 18, I persevered through similar frog jumps. Should you falter, I would genuinely look down upon you." Indeed, as the 36 heard that Yi Wentian had been able to perform such jumps at a mere 18, they felt a profound sense of admiration. They thought to themselves, if the instructor could accomplish this at such a young age, what excuse could they, at 24 or 27, possibly have for failing? Inspired by this realization, their spirits soared, and they began to chant motivational slogans. 1, 2, 1, 2. Noticing their rekindled determination, Yi Wen-tian was pleased to see his encouragement taking effect. He glanced upward, observing the sun growing increasingly fierce, prompting him to turn toward a rest pavilion to escape its rays. Checking his phone, he noted the time, 11:58. Merely 2 minutes shy of noon. Excitement bubbled within him as he pondered what rewards today's sign-in might yield. Why were these 2 minutes dragging on so slowly? Akin to a snail's crawl? Such is life. When anticipating delightful occurrences, time seems to fly by, leaving one yearning for more. Yet, when faced with unpleasant circumstances or awaiting uncertain outcomes, time appears to stretch interminably. At that moment, he was eagerly awaiting the results of today's sign-in, hoping fervently, please, let it not be just a token of gratitude, let it be something worthwhile. His greatest fear was that the outcome would simply be a disappointing acknowledgement of gratitude. System notification, it is noon, please sign in. Sign in. Reward, Eye of Heaven, beginner, the Eye of Heaven? What could this possibly be? Heavenly insight. Beginner, it enables one to discern the weaknesses, flaws, and errors in others' techniques. The limitations of this beginner-level skill are considerable. It can only reveal the vulnerabilities in martial arts. Upon grasping the potential of heavenly insight, Yi Wen-tian was instantly exhilarated. Goodness, with this ability, my combat prowess will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. If I can perceive others' flaws, I can focus on exploiting them. This is akin to striking a snake at its vital point. Learning heavenly insight, beginner. Current host status, host. Yi Wen-tian martial arts, shadow shifting, Nanyang divine art techniques, Nun divine abilities, transformation technique. Heavenly insight realm, mid-shin stage, 0-10,000, in Yi Wen-tian's consciousness, a new ability emerged, heavenly insight. In that moment, he recognized a crucial fact. Divine abilities seemed to surpass martial arts in overall power. As for techniques, he had yet to acquire any, leaving him curious about their true purpose. Oh, I can inquire. The system promptly elucidated. Martial arts represent the skills honed by a martial artist. Techniques denote the practices of a cultivator, and divine abilities embody extraordinary powers. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Wen-tian experienced a moment of clarity. So, martial arts are merely the most rudimentary existence. Moreover, according to this system, I am highly likely to become a cultivator in the future. Cultivators, akin to those in celestial dramas, can reach a certain realm and soar through the skies, transcending to immortality. System, indeed. That's splendid. I truly hope to become a cultivator soon. Yi Wen-tian mused with excitement. The system continued its explanation. Host, while cultivators possess immense power, they also have their vulnerabilities, especially during the initial stages of chi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. They may not even match a peak heavenly stage warrior in combat. Cultivation levels are divided as follows: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, yuan-ing, transformation of spirit, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Thus, if the host reaches the peak of the heavenly stage, they will be equivalent to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Once your experience reaches its maximum, the system will transition you to the early yuan-ing cultivation stage. Of course, if the host is fortunate, they might even directly ascend to immortality. Precisely. This is the essence of it. However, this is primarily due to the host possessing the sign-in system, allowing entry into yuan-ing cultivation upon reaching the required experience. For others, transitioning from a martial artist to a cultivator is not so straightforward. Yi Wen-tian comprehended that this was his privilege, the aura of the protagonist. Delightful, thank you. System, it is my duty to address the host's queries. Yi Wen-tian refrained from further conversation, pulling his thoughts back to prepare for testing the formidable nature of heavenly insight. He directed his gaze towards the 36 individuals on the training ground. With a mere thought, he attempted to employ the heavenly insight, but alas, it was futile. The distance was far too great for such a vision. A steady footfall approached, resonating with authority. Are you the newly appointed instructor, Yi? A voice, sweet yet commanding, rang out. Upon hearing this tone, Yi Wen-tian instinctively turned his attention in that direction. Chapter 44. What have I broken? Beside me stood a young woman clad in a 2-star battle uniform. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, a year older than Yi Wen-tian. Her features were exquisite. Her skin slightly tanned, but just a hint, which in no way detracted from her beauty. Adorned in this battle attire, she exuded an air of elegance and strength, embodying the spirit of a formidable warrior who could rival any man. To my surprise, within the ranks of the battalion, such a stunning beauty existed. Anyone fortunate enough to be trained by her would undoubtedly find joy in the endeavor, embracing the hardships with eagerness. However, if her comrades overheard such sentiments, they would likely lament, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, Instructor Yi, how can you say that? We would be thrilled to have a different instructor. She is nothing short of a rampaging queen. Yi Wentian was perplexed as to why this two-star female warrior sought him out. Could it be that the Battle King was looking for him? He nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, I am Yi Wentian. Greetings, I am Du Shangxiang." Rather than extending her hand for a handshake, Du Shangxiang clasped her fist in greeting. Within the Tianyang battalion, she was regarded as a prodigious warrior, having ascended to the initial stage of the Xian tier at such a young age. Moreover, her background was equally impressive. With her striking beauty, formidable strength, and notable lineage, she had become the most sought-after figure in the camp, often referred to as a goddess by many instructors and admirers. It was precisely for this reason that she possessed an air of pride. As she introduced herself, her keen gaze scrutinized Yi Wentian, noting his appealing features, delicate facial contours, fair skin, and a lack of imposing stature, making him appear somewhat effeminate. Yet, she had heard tales of Yi Wentian's prowess, recognizing him as a formidable force in training, having shattered the record for the youngest two-star warrior in the Tianyang battalion. Initially, she had no intention of seeking him out, but upon learning he had broken her record, a sense of rivalry stirred within her. She had achieved that record in a mere 3 months, believing it would remain unchallenged for decades. To her dismay, before she could even settle into her accomplishment, it had been surpassed, leaving her discontented and driven by curiosity to confront Yi Wentian. "You don't appear to be anything special," Du Shangxiang remarked coolly. Taken aback by her comment, Yi Wentian felt bewildered. What did she mean by that? This woman was not here for a romantic encounter. Why speak so dismissively? Ignoring his confusion, Du Shangxiang continued, "I heard you broke my record, so I came to see for myself. To my surprise, you were rather underwhelming. Perhaps the Battle King's judgment is not as discerning as one would hope." Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared to life. Yi Wentian barely comprehended her previous statement, astonished as he asked, "What? I broke what of yours? Please don't make unfounded claims. When did I break your record?" Deep in contemplation, I found myself astonished. This was the first time I had encountered this woman. When had I broken her belongings? This was nothing short of defamation. If such claims were to be aired, would I not be tarnished? Should one admit to what they have done, yet resolutely deny what they have not? Is this not akin to placing a dung pot upon one's own head? Even if one possesses beauty, such accusations cannot be levied without cause. If one insists, they must substantiate it with action. Du Shangxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as she inhaled deeply, her chest swelling with indignation, exuding a formidable presence. In a melodious yet fierce tone, she exclaimed, "You seek death." Suddenly, she charged fiercely at Yi Wentian, showing no mercy, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Yi Wentian, perceiving the imminent threat, refrained from retaliating and swiftly evaded her assault. "What are you doing? You falsely accuse others, and then prepare to strike. What is your intention?" he inquired earnestly. Du Shangxiang, driven to fury by his serious demeanor, clenched her fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing her wrath. "You scoundrel," she declared, her feet moving rapidly as she lunged at him once more. As she approached, Yi Wentian waved his hands in protest. "Instructor Du, what do you intend to do? You accuse, and then resort to violence. What is your goal?" Yet, Du Shangxiang did not relent. She continued her assault with fervor, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Yi Wentian. He deftly sidestepped her attack with ease. 3 failed attempts only fueled her frustration, her fists striking air. "Yi Wentian, what kind of man are you? All you do is evade. You hardly qualify as a man. A normal man cannot tolerate such an insult, particularly when uttered by a woman." Naturally, Yi Wentian, a perfectly ordinary man, contemplated that if he did not teach this woman a lesson, she would remain oblivious to her own formidable prowess. "Very well, if you wish to fight, then let us exchange a few blows, and you shall see whether I am a man," he retorted. "Humph, you are no man." She shot back, her speed and strength formidable. Yi Wentian initially intended to dodge, but to avoid further insinuations of cowardice, he decided against evasion. He extended his arm to withstand the impact directly. Her kick landed solidly upon his arm. Yet he did not budge an inch, while Du Shangxiang stumbled backward, a tingling pain coursing through her calf. Terrifying indeed. Once she steadied herself, she gazed at Yi Wentian in astonishment, pondering how his internal strength could be so resilient. Yi Wentian's lips curled into a subtle smile, fully aware that Du Shangxiang's kick had already caused her calf some pain. "Does that count as being a man?" Du Shangxiang snorted heavily. "Humph. Don't be too pleased with yourself. I was merely concerned that my kick might incapacitate you, so I held back. Since you possess some skill, let us see how you fare against my technique." Lotus palm. In an instant, Du Shangxiang's figure danced as she unleashed a flurry of strikes, her fingers converging. With each palm strike, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, showcasing formidable strength. The lotus palm is a blue-level martial arts technique, renowned for its potency among its peers. Observing the transformations in her technique, Yi Wentian could sense the considerable power behind her strikes. However, in comparison to the moves within his own nine-yang divine skill, they seemed rather feeble. To put it bluntly, it was akin to a grain of rice attempting to rival the brilliance of the full moon. Simply incomparable. Chapter 45. Can you teach me? The Lotus Hall's techniques pale in comparison to the formidable moves within the nine-yang divine skill. However, Yi Wentian had no intention of employing the techniques from the nine-yang divine skill against her. Instead, he prepared to counter her attacks using the Heavenly Eye technique. Having just acquired the Heavenly Eye, it would be remiss not to experiment with its effects. With a mere thought, he activated the Heavenly Eye, beginner level. In that fleeting moment, a piece of information flooded Yi Wentian's consciousness. The Lotus technique, employing softness to overcome rigidity, transforming the gentle into the strong. While its apparent power seems modest, its effectiveness is remarkable. Yet, it possesses a flaw. There are gaps in its output, requiring a transition from softness to hardness, which can be exploited through feints to mislead attacks, ultimately catching the practitioner off guard. Yi Wentian was astonished to discover that the Heavenly Eye not only revealed the vulnerabilities in martial arts, but also imparted strategies on how to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly advanced using the Heavenly Eye's tactics. Upon reaching Du Shangxiang, he executed a palm strike according to the countermeasure provided by the Heavenly Eye. Du Shangxiang sensed a formidable threat, vaguely aware that this danger was significant, and promptly altered her attack trajectory, launching a counterstrike against Yi Wentian's palm. Yet, as she initiated her own strike, she realized that Yi Wentian had somehow maneuvered his palm around her. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Uncertain of Yi Wentian's intent, was he merely toying with her? Just as her doubts arose, Yi Wentian launched another palm attack from a different angle. Her eyes widened in alarm, and in a flurry, she attempted to reposition her hand to block his assault. However, she abruptly noticed that her response had slowed considerably. The inner strength within her body struggled to adapt. One moment it was forceful, the next it was gentle, necessitating a transitional process. Time was of the essence, and as Yi Wentian's palm approached her, a gust of wind swept past her, sending a chill through her being. In truth, given the weather, the wind was not cold, but rather warm. The sensation of coldness stemmed from her internal despair, for she realized she was destined to lose. Yi Wentian did not strike her, but halted a mere 3 centimeters from her body, gazing at her with deep, captivating eyes. Suddenly, he flashed a charming smile. Let us call this contest to a close. He retracted his hand and swiftly distanced himself from Du Shangxiang. A peculiar glint shone in Du Shangxiang's eyes as she regarded Yi Wentian with admiration. After a moment of contemplation, she admitted, I concede. She was acutely aware of her defeat. Had Yi Wentian's strike landed, even if it did not inflict severe injury, it would have certainly left her with a light wound. Enough to leave her reeling. At that moment, if Yi Wentian were to launch a series of relentless attacks against her, she would find herself devoid of any opportunity to resist, unless she resorted to her most formidable combat techniques. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that even if she unleashed her utmost power, the chance for counterattack remained elusive, for Yi Wentian had yet to exert his full strength. This realization weighed heavily on her, leading her to conclude that defeat was inevitable. You are quite impressive. Indeed, the War King did not err in his judgment. Du Shangxiang remarked coolly, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in her tone. After all, as a paragon of excellence and the widely acknowledged foremost talent of the Tianyang combat camp, being vanquished was a bitter pill to swallow. Such feelings were entirely natural. Yi Wentian, displaying humility, responded, You flatter me. We are merely engaged in a friendly contest. In a true battle, I may not prove to be your equal. He was acutely aware that his opponent had not fought with full vigor, yet he understood that in earnest combat, she would still pose a formidable challenge. The combination of Tianjing's eyes and the Jiuyang divine technique created a seamless synergy of attack and evasion, a flawless martial art. Enough of your consolation. I am fully aware of the situation and require no comfort, Du Shangxiang retorted, though her mind was still preoccupied with the earlier comment about her vulnerabilities. She contemplated inquiring further, but hesitated, fearing that such a question might lead to further confrontation. Suppressing her urge to speak, she ultimately succumbed to her curiosity, asking, Instructor Yi, there is a question I am eager to pose. What question? She wondered, hoping it was not the earlier awkward inquiry. When we were sparring, why did you suddenly feign an attack? It seemed you had discerned the flaws in my lotus palm technique. This query stemmed from genuine perplexity. Though her lotus palm was merely of blue-grade proficiency, it was still commendable. Most importantly, this was her first encounter in combat against Yi Wentian. and she could not fathom how he had detected her weaknesses so swiftly. Yi Wentian did not shy away from her question. I noticed that the lotus palm transitions from softness to hardness, creating a momentary gap during the attack. A point of vulnerability. By feigning an attack at that juncture, you would instinctively defend, evade, or even counterattack my hand. Once you engaged in any of these actions, I would have the opportunity to strike while you were unprepared. Even if you reacted, your internal energy would struggle to adapt swiftly, leaving you unable to defend effectively. Of course, there exists another scenario. If I feigned an attack and you failed to respond, ignoring it altogether, then my feint would transform into a genuine strike. As that very point is your Achilles heel. Du Shangxiang listened intently, her eyes wide with fascination, captivated by his explanation, which echoed her own experiences perfectly. After a moment of deep contemplation, silence enveloped the room for 4 or 5 seconds, before a trace of disheartenment flickered in her gaze. Your words resonate with my own sentiments perfectly, and according to your assertion, this flaw of mine is utterly insurmountable. She had remained silent earlier, pondering how to erase this blemish, yet she discovered that no matter how she ruminated, a solution eluded her. Not at all. Yi Wentian remarked nonchalantly, as if this predicament were merely a trifling matter to him, a task requiring little effort. Du Shangxiang's dull gray eyes widened in excitement as she gazed at him. Do you possess a solution? Could you possibly enlighten me? Her beautiful, sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning, utterly enchanting. In that moment, she completely forgot her previous disdain for Yi Wentian, having scorned him as less than a man. Chapter 46. I allow you to treat me to dinner very well. Yi Wentian replied. He did not contemplate much, merely thinking that by teaching this woman, she would likely refrain from resorting to force against him in the future. If she were to act violently at whim, he would find it intolerable. What should we do? Du Shangxiang inquired with excitement. Your lotus palm primarily transitions from softness to hardness. A transformation is necessary in between to unleash the power of the lotus palm. Indeed, it requires a shift from softness to hardness. Du Shangxiang gently nodded, indicating her understanding of the principle. Yi Wentian, with a sudden inspiration, activated his elementary heavenly insight to examine her lotus techniques. The weakness lies in the lengthy transformation process from softness to hardness. One could cultivate a more robust martial art to coexist with both softness and hardness, thereby diminishing or even eliminating this flaw. The lotus palm's strength predominantly arises from the transformation of soft internal energy, however. By practicing a more formidable technique to enhance one's internal strength to a certain degree of robustness, the flaw of the lotus palm could naturally be eradicated. Upon hearing this, Du Shangxiang murmured softly, coexistence of softness and hardness? Suddenly, her brow brightened, and she appeared to have an epiphany. I understand. But where can I find a more powerful martial art? The techniques we practice are all inclined towards gentleness. She gazed at Yi Wentian with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with hope, resembling a charming little woman seeking affection. If her comrades were to witness her expression at that moment, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. My goodness, our Queen of Fury can exhibit such a demeanor. It's akin to witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. Yi Wentian pondered for a moment. The Nine-Yang divine art was indeed a formidable technique exuding pure and vigorous energy. If he imparted it to her, it would undoubtedly resolve her dilemma. Wait a minute. If I teach her the Nine-Yang divine art, she would have no need to practice that inferior lotus palm at all. Yes, however, my martial arts are not easily mastered. Du Shangxiang, upon hearing this, assumed Yi Wentian was about to propose some conditions. Stealing a glance at his countenance, she noted that he was somewhat handsome, hesitating momentarily before asking, what conditions do you have? Speak freely. As long as they are not excessive, I can acquiesce. For instance, treat me to dinner or something. Feeling a bit shy, she contemplated that Yi Wentian might be attempting to court her. Being the pride of the battle camp, she was the center of attention and revered as the goddess of the camp. Numerous instructors sought to find excuses to invite her to meals or dates, leading her to believe that Yi Wentian's earlier remarks were subtle hints. Given her proud nature, she would not easily acquiesce to anyone, nor would she readily express such sentiments. Yet now, Yi Wentian had won her over with his prowess, and his appearance was quite appealing. Handsome men have always been paired with beautiful women, an unchanging law throughout history. However, Yi Wentian appeared perplexed, instinctively responding, wait. If I teach you martial arts, why should I still treat you? Upon hearing those words, the somewhat bashful Du Shangxiang was momentarily taken aback. Pondering the peculiar behavior of the man before her, did he not express a desire to court her? Why then? Did he not even offer to treat her to a meal? Was he expecting her to foot the bill? To pursue me while expecting me to pay? Is he truly that odd? Yi Wentian observed her prolonged silence and deemed her a rather strange woman. After all, he had imparted to her the formidable 9-yang divine skill, yet she still expected him to treat her to a meal. Nonetheless, he realized that treating her could foster a better rapport among colleagues, and thus he earnestly declared, "Very well, I shall treat you to dinner. That is no issue at all." Du Shangxiang, taken aback by Yi Wentian's serious demeanor, began to feel a twinge of doubt. Had she misinterpreted his intentions? Did he not genuinely wish to pursue her? If that were the case, then she would feel exceedingly embarrassed. Goodness, he had not grasped her meaning. What a blunt man. As the realization of her misunderstanding dawned upon her, Du Shangxiang hastily waved her hand and exclaimed, "No, I was merely joking. If anyone is to treat, it should be me. After all, I've learned your martial arts. I cannot expect you to pay for my meal. It matters not who pays. It is all the same to me," Yi Wentian replied with a smile, for he was not one to fret over the cost of a meal. He had simply been momentarily bewildered. Having taught her martial arts, he felt entitled to treat her, but he was not pursuing her. Pursuing? Did she truly believe he sought to court her? A glance at Du Shangxiang revealed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Could it be that she genuinely thought so? He regarded her merely as a colleague, yet she seemed to harbor intentions of a more intimate nature. Despite her sun-kissed skin, she was undeniably striking. As he contemplated this, Du Shangxiang could not contain her curiosity any longer and inquired, "Instructor Yi, may I ask what martial arts you intend to teach me? I realize I should not be so forward, but my curiosity persists. Also, what did you mean when you said that learning your martial arts is not so easy?" As she uttered the last sentence, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, acutely aware of her previous misunderstanding. Yi Wentian responded directly, "The 9-yang divine skill." "What? The 9-yang? 9-yang divine skill? You wish to teach me the 9-yang divine skill?" Du Shangxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression transforming into one of radiant enthusiasm. Her voice trembling as she grasped Yi Wentian's arm. Yi Wentian was taken aback by her exuberance. No, this was more than mere excitement. It was sheer exhilaration, taken to the utmost extreme. Yet, upon reflection, he understood. The 9-yang divine skill was among the pinnacle of martial arts. He even suspected that, in this world, there might be no more than 5 individuals who possessed knowledge of this skill, or perhaps even fewer. "Indeed, I fully intend to teach you the 9-yang divine skill." Du Shangxiang, wishing to confirm she had not misheard, asked again, You truly wish to teach me the 9-yang divine skill?" Yi Wentian couldn't help but chuckle. "Do I appear to be jesting? To speak candidly, had I not acquired the heavenly eye, I would never have imparted the 9-yang divine skill to anyone, for at that time, it was the pinnacle of my martial prowess. However, now that I possess the transcendent ability of the heavenly eye, the 9-yang divine skill pales in comparison. In the presence of such divine powers, martial arts hold little significance. Furthermore, no matter how formidable a martial technique may be, it invariably harbors vulnerabilities and flaws. Defeating the 9-yang divine skill would be a trivial endeavor for me. Moreover, her aspiration to master the 9-yang divine skill is not something that could be achieved in a mere day or two. By the time she truly grasps it, I may well have ascended to the realm of a true cultivator. Surpassing oneself is, after all, an insurmountable task. So why not teach her? In doing so, I could also gain a favor in return. Chapter 47. A mere consolation. Once Du Shangxiang was certain that Yi Wentian was not jesting. Her heart soared with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, thank you." She genuinely felt exhilarated, even experiencing a sense of happiness. She understood all too well what the 9-yang divine art represented, martial skills of the red quality. If she mastered it, her family would undoubtedly place immense value on her upon her return. Furthermore, there was a possibility that she could ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, leading her battalion to triumph in the fray. The mere thought thrilled her. However, she overlooked the fact that this 9-yang divine art was being imparted to her by Yi Wentian, who had not yet entertained such lofty aspirations himself. Was she not being overly ambitious in her thoughts? Observing her excitement, Yi Wentian felt the need to temper her enthusiasm and remarked, "Do not be so overjoyed. Mastering the 9-yang divine art is not an easy feat. It requires enduring hardships." Du Shangxiang promptly replied, "I am not afraid." "Very well, then." Yi Wentian acknowledged her fervor and chose not to elaborate further, sensing that any additional words might lead her to misinterpret his intentions as reluctance to teach. "Instructor Yi, when shall we begin? When shall we commence?" she inquired eagerly. "As long as I am in the battalion, we can start any time." Yi Wentian contemplated for a moment, deciding it best not to waste time outside. Right here in the battalion? Shouldn't we find a secluded place?" Du Shangxiang asked, astonished. Yi Wentian chuckled, somewhat bemused, and replied, "Why seek a hidden location? We are not engaging in anything shameful. Isn't this the unparalleled martial art of red quality? To do so openly doesn't that seem a tad hasty? Du Shangxiang felt as though Yi Wenyan was teaching an ordinary martial skill without any need for discretion. Why was there no concern about others eavesdropping? When had red quality martial arts become so indiscreet? From her tone, Yi Wenyan understood her thoughts. It's all right. We are all family within the battalion. If anyone else observes and learns, then that is their skill. He genuinely did not mind. Upon hearing this, Du Shangxiang was impressed by his broad-mindedness and could not help but give him a thumbs up, saying, Yi Wenyan, I am truly in awe. Initially, I thought you were merely a pretty face, but I see now that I was mistaken. I apologize for my previous behavior. She felt genuinely perplexed by Yi Wenyan. He appeared so ordinary, a delicate figure seemingly weak and fragile. Yet, he turned out to be extraordinarily formidable, imparting the supreme nine-yang divine art without a hint of hesitation. His openness was beyond description. Others, even if willing to offer a blue-quality martial skill, would be considered impressive, yet here he was, directly offering a red-quality, supreme martial art. Such generosity was truly unparalleled. She realized that she could not fully comprehend Yi Wenyan and sensed that what she currently perceived of him was merely the tip of the iceberg. In an instant, she developed a keen interest in Yi Wenyan, a desire to explore and comprehend the essence of his character. Unbeknownst to her, a woman's curiosity about a man often serves as a perilous signal. She might be on the brink of falling for him. Yi Wenyan, oblivious to Du Shangxiang's thoughts, cast his gaze upon the team members engaged in frog jumps. He noticed, amidst their playful antics, the glimmer of mischief in their eyes, a rather cheeky smile. Any man could decipher the meaning behind such smiles, and Yi Wenyan inwardly chastised them for their antics. Earlier, He Qinggang and the others had witnessed the captivating duel between Yi Wenyan and Du Shangxiang, and as they hesitated to approach, they realized the battle had concluded. Judging by the outcome, it was evident that their instructor, Yi, had triumphed, and they mused over his remarkable prowess. Subsequently, they paid little heed to him. Even if they did, it was merely to whisper that their instructor was flirting, while they could leisurely continue their jumps, for he was preoccupied with other matters. Shall I teach you now? Do you have the time? Yi Wenyan inquired with curiosity. Du Shangxiang, even if pressed for time, would make an effort to accommodate, eagerly responding. Yes, I have time. Excellent. Follow me. Yi Wenyan led her out of the pavilion, aware that the confined space was unsuitable for martial arts instruction. Upon exiting, he immediately demonstrated a stance, adopting a horse stance while sweeping his palms. I shall first show you the first move of the nine-yang divine skill. Observe how much you can remember. Without delay, Yi Wenyan executed the move with fluidity, his palms slicing through the air as he moved, alternating between slow and swift rhythms. To Du Shangxiang, his technique resembled a dance rather than mere practice, graceful and ethereal. Yet, she recognized that this visual impression belied the exceptional skill he displayed. The dance-like quality stemmed from the perfection of his technique. Merely observing his moves filled her with excitement and stirred her emotions. If his techniques were so formidable, how much more powerful would they become when combined with the essence of the nine-yang divine skill? In martial arts, techniques are akin to flesh, while the underlying principles serve as the bones. Without the guiding principles, techniques are rendered hollow. Conversely, having the principles without techniques can still yield some power, but with significant limitations. Thus, in terms of effectiveness, techniques are secondary to the principles. After demonstrating the first move, Yi Wenyan turned to Du Shangxiang and asked, How much did you remember? She reflected carefully and admitted, albeit sheepishly, I believe I only remembered 1/3. Not bad. Yi Wenyan nodded approvingly. Indeed, while these techniques may appear visually stunning, they are not easily committed to memory. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, Instructor Yi, may I ask how many times you memorized the first form of the nine-yang divine skill when you first practiced it? All of it. Yi Wenyan replied with remarkable composure. Ah, all of it. Du Shangxiang felt her lips twitch in disbelief. Blushing slightly, she thought to herself, I had assumed that remembering 1/3 of it was quite commendable. Little did I know, I was merely comforting myself. How utterly embarrassing. Instructor Do. Simply demonstrate the third that you have memorized, and for what you have not, I shall guide you. Chapter 48. Wow. Du Shangxiang executed 1/3 of the movements she had memorized. It took her 5 minutes, and although she claimed to have remembered 1/3, some of the techniques remained rather vague, leaving her unable to react swiftly. Consequently, her performance was somewhat sluggish. On the training ground, the members of Yi Wenyan's team observed, Look, is Instructor Yi teaching Du instructor martial arts? Although they had only recently arrived at the battle camp, they were already familiar with Du Shangxiang, whose reputation in the Tianyang battle camp was quite remarkable. It was hard not to recognize her. She was strong and impressive, The onlookers nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. Instructor Yi is teaching Instructor Du martial arts." The female team members displayed expressions of admiration, remarking, "I never imagined my idol would need Instructor Yi to teach her martial arts. Our Instructor Yi is truly amazing." Many of the girls in the camp viewed Du Shangxiang as their idol, aspiring to emulate her strength and poise. However, witnessing their idol seeking guidance from Yi Wentian caused them to shift their admiration toward him. He Gang, overhearing the girls, playfully quipped, "Your idol is learning martial arts from my idol. Huh, since when did Instructor Yi become your idol? Weren't you just complaining yesterday? Did a beating make you respect him?" The girls derided him. Yet, their idolization had clearly shifted. He Gang shamelessly responded, "Indeed, I concede. I am a coward who only learns respect after a beating. Instructor Yi has made me feel comfortable, hence my respect for him. In fact, I believe Instructor Yi has a fondness for me. All right then. We shall report to Instructor Yi that you crave his affection and that he should bestow more of it upon you." The girls teased, leaving He Gang momentarily flustered, pleading, "Ladies, I was merely joking. Let us focus on our frog jumps and learn the shadow-shifting technique as soon as possible." With that, he hurriedly leaped away, earning disdainful looks from the girls for his cowardice. Yi Wentian approached Du Shangxiang and said, "You started to forget at the 5th move of the first stance. The remainder is only vaguely remembered. For now, I want to teach you the mental techniques. If you wish to master the Jiu Yang divine art, you must memorize all these moves clearly and then combine them with the mental techniques. If you attempt to use the mental techniques without mastering the moves, there is a great risk of going astray." Du Shangxiang nodded her head adorably, resembling a little tiger in agreement. "All right, I will start teaching you from the 6th move." Yi Wentian declared, immediately demonstrating the 6th move: right hand forward, left hand at the dantian, left foot stepping back. These are all fundamental movements, and when executing this move, you must channel power from your waist. As the 7th move was about to be executed, the power from the waist instantaneously transformed into energy emanating from the dantian. Now, observe as I demonstrate it once. With a deep breath, Yi Wentian performed the transition from the 6th to the 7th move in a slow-motion sequence lasting 7 seconds. Did you comprehend it? Du Shangxiang nodded gently, indicating her understanding. Very well, now it's your turn, let me see. Yi Wentian stepped back 2 paces. Du Shangxiang promptly assumed the stance of the 6th move, then transitioned into the 7th. Throughout the entire process, she refrained from utilizing internal energy, as Yi Wentian had merely instructed her on the movements without the necessity of internal force. It was akin to a novice practicing dance. However, at the moment she attempted to channel power from her waist for the 7th move, Du Shangxiang inadvertently stepped on her shoelace with her right foot. Whoosh! Her body tilted dangerously, on the verge of falling. The team members watched in wide-eyed concern, eager to rush to her aid, but the distance was too great. By the time they could reach her, Instructor Du had already landed solidly on the ground. Their inability to assist did not imply that others were powerless. A figure darted behind Du Shangxiang, encircling her waist with a firm grip and looking down at her. Just as she prepared to utilize her internal energy to break her fall, she suddenly felt an arm around her waist. Raising her gaze, she found herself face to face with a handsome visage, adorned with a charming smirk that struck a visual impact. In that moment, they resembled a scene from a drama where the male protagonist rescues the female lead. At a glance, the one who saved Du Shangxiang was none other than Yi Wentian. Concerned, he inquired, "Are you all right?" Captivated by Yi Wentian's striking features, Du Shangxiang found herself entranced. Upon hearing his voice, she snapped back to reality, realizing she was still in his embrace. Instantly, she felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson. The other team members, now aware of the situation, could not help but exclaim in awe. Yi Wentian hastily set her upright and was about to speak when Du Shangxiang, without hesitation, lowered her head and swiftly harnessed her internal energy to flee the scene. At that moment, Yi Wentian approached the team members, exclaiming, "What are you all making such a fuss about? Are you all out of your minds?" He Gang immediately reported, "Report. Speak. Instructor Yi, we apologize. We should not have interrupted your moment. It is our fault, and we willingly accept the punishment of a lap of frog jumps." He Gang declared loudly. Upon hearing this, the others wanted to laugh, but held it in, stifling their amusement. Yi Wentian realized they had misunderstood his intent and exclaimed, "What do you mean by disrupting my moment? I merely meant that your raucous exclamations would embarrass Instructor Du. You are putting her in a difficult position. Never mind, let us not waste time. Get on with the frog jumps. You want to need to be punished for an extra lap." Upon hearing this, the team members thought to themselves, "Goodness. Instructor Yi is quite compassionate. He truly cares for us." However, Yi Wentian flatly uttered 4 words. "Jump 20 more laps." The The stark contrast left the crowd momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, they had believed that Instructor Yi possessed a semblance of humanity. It seemed they had misjudged him, for he remained the same relentless taskmaster. One female team member promptly reported, "Report. We have yet to eat. It's already noon. May we have our meal?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Wentian interrupted her decisively. "You will eat when you finish jumping. Once you complete your laps today, you may rest. Tomorrow, we shall commence new training." Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of enthusiasm. They became invigorated, each filled with renewed determination as they turned to leave. Chapter 49. A renewed surge in strength. Time flows relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have swiftly passed. During this brief span, Yi Wentian devoted nearly half of his time within the training camp, primarily focusing on 2 significant endeavors. First, training his team members, and second, imparting the profound art of the Nine Suns' divine skill to Du Shangxiang. Over the course of these 3 days, Yi Wentian and Du Shangxiang have forged a commendable camaraderie, reaching the status of good friends. This blossoming friendship is largely attributed to Du Shangxiang's admiration for his generosity. Without a hint of hesitation, he offered her the unparalleled martial arts of red quality. His relationship with Long Wuqing has also notably improved, similarly attaining the level of good friends. Throughout this period, Yi Wentian has logged his attendance and received several remarkable rewards: the Celestial Shift, red; the Art of Absorption, red; and a high-grade experience elixir. His attributes now stand as follows. Host: Yi Wentian Martial Arts, Shadow Shifting, Nine Suns Divine Skill, Art of Absorption, Celestial Shift Techniques, None Divine Abilities, Transformation Technique. Heavenly Eye Realm, Early Earth Tier, 0100,000, the high-grade experience elixir, capable of bestowing 50,000 experience points, has propelled him from mid-mystic tier to early Earth tier in an instant. Upon reaching this new realm, his agility has significantly improved, allowing him to leap a distance of 30 meters with ease. This invigorated state fills him with excitement. He feels confident that he could contend with the formidable Battle King Sun Hung and emerge victorious. Meanwhile, in these 3 days, Yi Long has efficiently managed matters related to Tianwen Company, eagerly anticipating the grand opening today. Yi Wentian holds deep admiration for Yi Long's remarkable efficiency. Indeed, he is a 5-star business prodigy. At this moment, the two stand before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top floor of Wentian Group. Yi Wentian gazes down at the sprawling city beneath, reflecting on how he once aspired to establish such a company. Little did he expect that today, that aspiration would materialize. Yi Long stands silently behind him, sensing a melancholic aura emanating from his master. He wonders what thoughts occupy Yi Wentian's mind, pondering why he appears so pensive. Should a woman catch sight of him in this contemplative state, she might indeed find herself intrigued, perhaps even enamored, for the depth of his melancholy is quite captivating. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wentian turns to Yi Long and declares, "Let the opening commence." "Certainly," Yi Long responds, promptly activating the intercom and announcing, "The opening is now underway." Boom, crackle, boom. Instantly, a cascade of fireworks ascends into the sky, exploding in vibrant displays. Even in daylight, the brilliance of the fireworks sends forth the joyous proclamation, "Tianwen Group, Grand Opening." A third of the citizens, startled by the thunderous explosions, look up and wonder, intrigued by the spectacle above. Upon witnessing the vibrant fireworks and the grand display of characters, a thought instantly crossed my mind, and I murmured softly, "Tianwen Group? What is this all about?" However, the spectacle was indeed impressive, suggesting considerable strength behind it. At that moment, the building where Yi Wentian resided was adorned with 4 large characters, Tianwen Group, suspended from the rooftop. As the fireworks concluded, the sign of Tianwen Group was perfectly in place, marking its emergence into the world. Curious passers-by began to inquire, what does Tianwen Group do with such a magnificent display? Why have we not heard any promotions? It was indeed peculiar. Had it been any other company, there would have been extensive advertising within months to clarify their main business. Yet, this Wentian Group had chosen to solely launch fireworks to announce their presence. It was baffling, yet whether one understood or not was irrelevant, for we did not intend to work there or purchase anything. Yi Wentian stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his profound gaze fixed outside, his lips moving slightly. "Yi Long, how many individuals can be admitted to the laboratory?" "5 individuals," came the response. "Talent in this area is somewhat scarce, thus, 5 will suffice. We should intensify our online recruitment efforts and consider enlisting a headhunting firm to assist us in locating suitable candidates if necessary," Yi Wentian articulated. "Young master, I have already arranged all of that, and there will be an interview session tomorrow afternoon. Would you like to conduct the interviews personally?" Yi Wentian pondered for a few moments before shaking his head, That won't be necessary. I have complete faith in your abilities regarding this matter, and I prefer to keep my role as the owner of this group discreet. Otherwise, it may lead to unnecessary complications in my future life. Yi Wentian wished to keep his status as the owner hidden, not out of fear of trouble from others, but rather concern over the media. Once they discovered he was the owner of Wentian Group, they would likely follow him incessantly, reporting on his every move, which would render his actions inconvenient. Thus, he entrusted Yi Long with the role of the owner. Let the media trouble Yi Long instead. He was confident that with Yi Long's remarkable business acumen, such matters would be adeptly handled. Yi Long promptly assured him, "Young master, rest assured, I will ensure confidentiality." Yi Wentian nodded gently. There is no need for excessive secrecy. I have my own methods. He possessed another skill, transformation, which would allow him to blend into the company and evade the media with ease. Understood, young master. Now, please inform those 5 individuals to wait for me in the laboratory. Today, I shall lead them in some research. Yes, young master. Yi Long replied as he prepared to exit the room. Suddenly, Yi Wentian recalled something and said, "By the way, Yi Long, from now on, in the laboratory, just call me doctor." "Certainly, young master." 15 minutes later, in the laboratory, Yi Wentian entered the laboratory clad in a tightly fitted lab coat, concealing his identity so thoroughly that only his eyes were visible, rendering it impossible to discern who he was. Yi Long was also present in the lab. Upon noticing Yi Wentian's arrival, he promptly approached, ready to exclaim, "Doctor, you are here." He nearly faltered in his response. Yi Wentian merely nodded and then directed his attention to the 5 scientists brought by Yi Long, inquiring, "Have you all previously engaged in biological research?" "Of course. We bear the title of scientists, after all." "Excellent. Today, the 5 of you will assist me as we endeavor to develop something straightforward." Upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, the 5 individuals exchanged glances, pondering the notion that a simple task would require their collective effort. They questioned the doctor's competence in their minds. Chapter 50. Are you willing to bet? One middle-aged man, who considered himself quite skilled, expressed his displeasure, saying, "Doctor, such simple tasks shouldn't require 5 of us to assist. We could be exploring other projects. I've heard from General Yi that there are numerous projects awaiting our development. Your approach is nothing short of misallocation of talent." "Oh, by your tone, it seems your skills are rather commendable?" Yi Wentian inquired. The middle-aged scientist, with a hint of arrogance, responded, "I wouldn't claim to be exceptional, but I have participated in numerous biological research endeavors, including studies on human skin tissue and blood." Although he modestly downplayed his abilities, his tone exuded immense pride. Yi Wentian remained unperturbed, for he appreciated the competence of such individuals. The more adept they were, the quicker his research would progress. "Not bad." The middle-aged scientist felt a flicker of irritation when Yi Wentian merely replied, "Not bad." He took pride in those research projects, and to receive such a nonchalant response left him displeased. He perceived this doctor as incredibly arrogant, and from the tone of his voice, he deduced that the doctor was not particularly old. "Not bad. From the way the doctor speaks, it seems he has participated in some impressive research. To be frank, I haven't engaged in any formal biological research like yours," Yi Wentian stated calmly. At this declaration, the 5 scientists erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Absurd. This is utterly ridiculous. How can someone who hasn't participated in formal research call themselves a doctor? You're wasting our time." They then turned their ire towards Yi Long, saying angrily, "General Yi, what kind of person have you hired? Did you spend a fortune just to amuse us? We 5 are resigning, and you shall be responsible for our losses." As Yi Long prepared to respond, Yi Wentian shot him a glance, signaling him to remain silent. He then addressed the 5 scientists. "Is it true that one cannot be called a doctor without participating in formal research? Or do you believe my abilities fall short of yours?" The middle-aged scientist scoffed. "Someone who has never engaged in formal scientific research cannot be compared to us. Please, spare us the humor. By the sound of your voice, you seem to be just in your 20s. Start from the bottom and stop dreaming of instant success." This middle-aged man, named Yan Gong, indeed possessed some skill in biological research and was hired at a considerable cost by Yi Long. Yi Wentian chuckled softly. "Very well. Are you willing to make a bet with me?" "A bet on what?" Yan Gong asked with curiosity. "I wager that within 3 hours, I can develop something new." Yi Wentian replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Yan Gong and the other 4 scientists were left speechless, and as they regained their composure, they began to shout in unison, "Madman! Madman, utterly mad! A new study requires countless months of research, and now you dare claim it can be accomplished in merely 3 hours. It seems your jesting is not as simple as it appears. You are entirely ignorant of the fundamental principles of scientific research." Yi Wentian, undeterred by his words, inquired directly, "I will ask you this. Are you willing to wager or not? Why would I hesitate? It is evident that you are destined to lose. So, what will you do if you lose? Yin Gong displayed no concern. I must remind you, my time is precious. Do not engage me in trivial wagers. Yi Wenyan chuckled and replied, very well, if I lose, I will grant you 1 billion. Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion, the crowd gasped. Though they were all scientists, even the most accomplished among them possessed only a fortune of about 1 billion. Yet here was Yi Wenyan, boldly declaring he would pay them that sum in the event of his loss. This revelation astonished them, leading them to ponder whether Yi Wenyan truly possessed such wealth. Do you genuinely have that much money? Do not issue a mere verbal promise. Yi Wenyan anticipated their skepticism and stated, I will have President Yi act as a guarantor. If I lose, he will pay you 1 billion first, and I shall repay him through my labor. The crowd turned their gazes toward Yilong, thinking he would not be concerned, for Yi Wenyan's wager was clearly one he was bound to lose. However, Yilong responded coolly, that is acceptable. The audience was taken aback by Yilong's agreement, astonished at what he saw in Yi Wenyan. Since he had consented to such a matter, Yi Wenyan smiled and said, how about that? Are you feeling reassured now? Well, a gentleman's word is his bond. Yin Gong remained worried that Yi Wenyan and Yilong might not honor their words. There was no need to say so much. Yi Wenyan affirmed, very well. Now that I have outlined the conditions of my potential loss, let us discuss yours. What will you do if you lose? Before he could finish, Yin Gong immediately retorted, impossible. I absolutely cannot lose. Therefore, this scenario does not exist. Yi Wenyan smiled faintly. Do not be so certain. What if you do lose? Since it is a wager, you must place a stake as well. If you do not, would that not be unfair to me? Or are you, perhaps, afraid? Were you merely posturing earlier? Yin Gong, incensed, countered, what do you mean by posturing? He then declared, if I truly lose, I will spend my entire life dutifully serving as your assistant, without any ulterior motives. Should I harbor any such intentions, may I be struck down by divine retribution. Yi Wenyan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Excellent. Then it is settled. However, one matter must be addressed beforehand. As you are aware, conducting biological research is not a solitary endeavor. Thus, during these 3 hours, I will require your assistance. The other 4 scientists looked to Yin Gong, awaiting his decision, as it was now a matter between the two of them regarding the wager. Yin Gong understood that conducting biological research is an endeavor that cannot be accomplished by a solitary individual. The procurement of various materials and instruments necessitates collaboration. Entrusting all tasks to one person would undoubtedly hinder progress. Moreover, the impact on the timeline is trivial compared to the potential delay of crucial details within the research process. Thus, the presence of assistants becomes indispensable. Very well, we are willing to serve as your assistants for a span of 3 hours, they stated. But let us clarify that we shall merely assist and will not offer any suggestions. Rest assured, I do not require any input from you. Yi Wenyan replied with unwavering confidence. The 5 individuals exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting skepticism at his audacity in dismissing their contributions. All right. We shall see what novel discoveries you can make within these 3 hours. Do not disappoint us. Let us begin. Chapter 51. How was this achieved? 2.5 hours later, Yi Wenyan set down the instrument in his hands and gestured towards the microscope, saying, ladies and gentlemen, take a look. During this 2.5-hour period, Yin Gong and the others developed an entirely new perspective on Yi Wenyan. They observed that his technique was remarkably proficient, akin to that of a seasoned doctor with 50 or 60 years of experience. Furthermore, every step he took was executed with exceptional precision. The dosage of the reagents, the adjustment of the apparatus, the accuracy, everything was executed flawlessly, without a single error. Yin Gong and the others were profoundly astonished by his performance. There was a time when they questioned whether Yi Wenyan could truly discover something novel within a mere 3 hours. However, they soon dismissed the notion, concluding that it was entirely impossible. Even with such mastery, it was inconceivable for him to conceive something new in such a short span of time, unless it were a trivial project. But even a trivial project could not be completed in 3 hours, given that it was an entirely new endeavor, one that had never been attempted before. Strangely enough, they had never encountered Yi Wenyan's formula prior to this moment. Yin Gong let out a soft hum, expressing skepticism. We can look. But I refuse to believe you can develop something new in just over 2 hours. The 4 individuals accompanying him shared his disbelief. If something could indeed be produced so swiftly, could it still be considered research? It would merely be fabrication. Each one regarded Yi Wenyan with skepticism. As for Yi Wenyan, he stood with his arms crossed, exuding confidence. Had one been able to see his face, they would have noticed a self-assured smile upon it. Yin Gong, dismissively glancing at the situation beneath the microscope, suddenly widened his eyes, nearly pressing his eyeballs against the front of the instrument, utterly stunned and almost drooling in astonishment. He continued to swallow hard. The other four scientists, witnessing his reaction, could not restrain their curiosity and inquired, "What is it? What have you seen?" Yet, Yin Gong remained silent, his gaze transfixed on the microscopic view. His expressions fluctuated from disbelief to incredulity, then to excitement, and ultimately to exhilaration. This was extraordinary. The other four scientists, observing his silence and the dramatic shifts in his demeanor, were consumed by curiosity about what could possibly be unfolding. Without hesitation, they pushed Yin Gong aside and eagerly peered into the microscope. Upon viewing the display beneath the lens, their expressions changed no less than Yin Gong's. If anything, their reactions were even more exaggerated. 2 minutes later, as the five of them gradually regained their composure, Yi Wentian calmly asked, "So, what do you think? Is this a new project? A novel discovery?" Upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, Yin Gong swallowed his dry saliva and questioned, "How did you accomplish this?" His eyes brimmed with confusion. Yi Wentian shrugged nonchalantly. "If you wish to know, you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement. This is something you should be well aware of." Yin Gong, realizing his oversight, apologized with a sheepish expression, "I'm sorry, I got so excited that I forgot." Subsequently, he expressed, "I apologize for my earlier remarks. Rest assured, I shall honor my commitment and faithfully assist you henceforth, with no ulterior motives." Yin Gong was utterly convinced. And most importantly, he recognized that Yi Wentian's ability to develop new concepts in merely 2.5 hours indicated a profound technical knowledge that surpassed that of any PhD he had encountered thus far. Other doctoral candidates would hesitate to claim they could innovate within a mere 3 hours, and while Yi Wentian mentioned 3 hours, he indeed required only 2.5. Such expertise and knowledge certainly warranted Yin Gong's support. Yi Wentian remarked, "A true man honors his word." Although this newly devised project had yet to be realized, it remained a modest endeavor. "Doctor, is this truly a minor project? You have effectively transformed malignant white blood cells into benign ones. This method could potentially develop treatments that can significantly control leukemia. It is utterly remarkable," Yin Gong exclaimed, taken aback by Yi Wentian's assertion. Indeed, the new project Yi Wentian had devised focused on controlling the malignancy of white blood cells. "Yin Gong, based on my hypothesis, this technology not only has the potential to manage leukemia, but may very well lead to its cure. Of course, we need to research further." The other scientists chimed in, echoing his sentiment. "Indeed, I share this notion." Observing the enthusiasm of the five, Yi Wentian felt a surge of excitement and satisfaction. "Gentlemen, are you now intrigued by this project?" Without hesitation, they responded, "Absolutely. If we can develop this treatment, we will have made a monumental contribution to humanity." They expressed their exhilaration. "Indeed, we shall be remembered through the ages." Any scientist harboring hope for a promising discovery is invariably filled with anticipation, a sentiment that remains steadfast unless faced with grave setbacks. This unwavering resolve is the fundamental trait of a scientist. However, they understood that if they were to be remembered, it would primarily be for Yi Wentian's contributions, as he was the leader, while they would remain less notable. Yet, they were indifferent to this, as long as they had the opportunity to be remembered alongside him. By aligning themselves with Yi Wentian, they would gain invaluable skills, perhaps one day achieving remarkable innovations themselves. Seeing the excitement among the group, Yi Wentian felt elated. "Gentlemen, you should now feel inclined to assist me, correct?" "Indeed, I, Yin Gong, will follow the doctor's directives from now on." "So will I," the five eagerly replied. Having witnessed Yi Wentian's remarkable abilities, they were devoid of any sense of dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction? Is that so? Then why not demonstrate your own prowess and develop something new in 3 hours? Among the 5 individuals present, none possessed such formidable capabilities. In fact, it can be asserted that not only these 5, but scientists across the globe lack this extraordinary prowess. Were it not for Yi Wentian's acquisition of biological science knowledge from the next 2 decades, he would not have been able to achieve such feats. However, with this wealth of knowledge, he transformed. Initiating a new research endeavor was akin to merely transcribing a novel project, perhaps even simpler than that. While transcription entails a potential lack of comprehension regarding the underlying principles, his memories afforded him a direct grasp of the research fundamentals. It was as if he were navigating familiar terrain with ease. Now, let us embark on the research concerning the control of leukocyte deterioration, striving to make significant progress today. Hiss. The crowd inhaled sharply, taken aback by the audacity of claiming that results could be achieved today. How astonishing. Chapter 52. The joy of driving fast at 10 o'clock in the evening. A jubilant cry resonated from the Tianwen Group's laboratory. We have succeeded. We have succeeded. 5 scientists, brimming with excitement, gazed intently at the crimson powder on the experimental table. Encased in a secure container, this vibrant powder, when solidified into a medication, could potentially prevent and treat leukemia. While the specific experiments had already been conducted on the table, the changes in the white blood cells were imperceptible to the naked eye. Only through the lens of a microscope could such transformations be discerned. Nevertheless, the 5 had already scrutinized the findings under the microscope, hence their exuberance. Standing to the side, Yi Wentian embraced the moment with a smile, reflecting on how the Tianwen Group had finally achieved a significant breakthrough. He pressed a green button, prompting Yi Long to enter promptly. Doctor, is there something you require? Yi Wentian replied, please take this to register for a patent tomorrow, the data and efficacy. Understood, Doctor, Yi Long responded calmly, his demeanor unperturbed, for he was confident in his master's success. The other 5 scientists noted Yi Long's composure, finding it somewhat peculiar. They couldn't help but wonder why Yi Wentian would entrust Yi Long with the patent registration. Was there no fear that Yi Long might claim the patent as his own? Perhaps they were indeed partners? However, upon further reflection, they realized that the two were, in fact, collaborators, and they themselves were also partners within the Tianwen Group. Despite this understanding, an odd feeling lingered, elusive and difficult to articulate. Yi Wentian then addressed the 5 scientists, expressing gratitude. Thank you all for your hard work today. Doctor, you flatter us. We have not labored. Rather, we find ourselves invigorated. After years of research, accomplishing so much in a single day is remarkable. No, we should say we have witnessed such significant results. We are immensely honored and have decided to adhere to the terms of our collaboration and remain with the Tianwen Group. They exclaimed, their faces alight with enthusiasm. For every scientist, the greatest joy lies in the discovery of new knowledge and the realization of their efforts. The exhilaration they felt was akin to that of an office worker or a student upon hearing the announcement of an extended holiday. I firmly believe that your decision today is the wisest choice of your lives, Yi Wentian remarked. The 5 nodded earnestly, inspired by Yi Wentian's brilliance. As they glimpsed a promising future, their choice to transition from their previous employer was largely fueled by a lack of hope for advancement. However, after their discussions with Yi Long, they had chosen to join this new venture. Now, having witnessed the dawn of opportunity, they would not easily depart. Even if urged to do so, we are committed to staying, they affirmed. We firmly believe that this is our best decision. Yi Wentian glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and it was indeed time to return. Everyone, it's time to rest. I too shall take my leave. Very well, doctor, take care, responded Yi Long respectfully. Under the chorus of farewells, Yi Wentian exited the laboratory, swiftly shedding his attire and making his departure. After leaving Tianwen Group, Yi Wentian drove his compact car towards home. Hey, beautiful, where are you headed? I can give you a ride. My motorcycle is quite fast. One of the 3 motorcycle riders exclaimed, unable to resist stopping as they noticed a stunning woman walking alone. These 3 riders, with their brightly colored hair, wore mischievous grins that belied their intentions. The woman in question was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, fair-skinned, graceful, with long legs that drew attention, rivaling even the most exquisite models. She shot a disdainful glance at the trio, ignoring their advances. Seeing that she had dismissed them, the 3 exchanged knowing looks and quickly dismounted, blocking her path. Come on, beautiful, where are you going? Let us give you a ride. Our motorcycles are no ordinary bikes, each worth over 10,000. The young man with blue hair flashed a thumbs up, urging her to accompany them. Indeed, don't be misled by our motorcycles. We are quite affluent. Stay with us, and we assure you a life of luxury. The woman, seemingly unfazed by their words, furrowed her brow and firmly stated, step aside. Don't be so unfriendly. We could be friends. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Enough with the nonsense. Get lost. If you don't leave, I will call the police, she shouted decisively, showing no regard for the 3 men. Although it was nearly 11, a few passers-by on the street turned their attention towards the commotion. The motorcycle riders, feeling their pride wounded by such a rebuke, exchanged glances filled with malice. The blue-haired youth shouted angrily, you filthy woman. I want to let you go to those nightclubs. I am looking out for your well-being. Yet you dare to tell me to get lost. Do you have no conscience? Onlookers, upon hearing his words, mused to themselves, realizing he was trying to prevent the woman from frequenting nightclubs. They wondered why she would choose to venture out so late, especially with children at home. Had it been them, they would have reprimanded her long ago. The woman immediately retorted, I don't know you. I suggest you 3 leave at once, or I will call the police. She was taken aback by their audacity as they pretended to be her boyfriends. As she spoke, She took out her phone. The three individuals would certainly not allow her to report to the authorities. One of them snatched her phone away. The young man with blue hair bellowed. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Are you intent on making our family's affairs public? Come, let us return home swiftly and avoid further disgrace. With that, he reached out his hand to pull the young lady along. Chapter 53. A cowardly action. Two young men assisted in dragging a woman away, their combined strength far exceeding that of a single female. The distressed beauty cried out in a delicate voice for help. I don't know him. Please, save me. However, none of the passers-by dared to intervene, uncertain if this was a domestic affair, even if it were not a matter of family. They were reluctant to involve themselves in such murky waters. After all, it was late at night, and facing three assailants with no one to assist them was a daunting prospect. Seeing no one step forward to help, the woman felt a chilling sense of despair. Was she truly to be taken away by them? Was this not a blatant act of abduction? Though the sun had long set, it was still a harmonious society. How could such deeds occur? Stop! A sharp reprimand pierced the air. The three young men froze in surprise, as did the onlookers. The woman, feeling as if she had grasped a lifeline, raised her voice in desperation. Once the young men regained their composure, they inwardly cursed, wondering who dared to meddle in their affairs at such a precarious moment. Were they seeking trouble? All eyes turned to the source of the voice, revealing a masked figure. This mysterious individual was none other than Yi Wentian, who had chosen to conceal his identity not out of fear of the three motorcycle riders, but rather to protect the woman he recognized, the very same woman he had saved from a group of thugs days prior. She had attempted to cling to him afterward, but he had managed to dissuade her. He thought that if he revealed his identity today to save her once more, she might become overly attached. Hence the mask to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon seeing him, the trio of motorcycle riders was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Huh? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? A mask? Do you think you're a hero from ancient times performing a masked act? Or perhaps indulging in some role-playing? The crowd, witnessing Yi Wentian's peculiar appearance, found it odd that he wore a mask. However, some speculated that he might be concerned about potential retaliation from the trio. As for the woman in distress, she held no such thoughts. Instead, she considered the masked man to be quite unique and undoubtedly handsome. Yi Wentian disregarded the opinions of those around him and coldly commanded, "Leave. Get lost." The three young men were taken aback once more, astonished by his audacity to issue such a command without further ado. The blue-haired youth quickly retorted, "What do you mean, get lost? This is between my girlfriend and me. What business is it of yours? You're just meddling in matters that don't concern you." The woman, eager to clarify, exclaimed, "No, I don't know him. With a face like that, how could I possibly be interested in him?" She then turned to the blue-haired youth and scolded, "You should take a good look at yourself. With your flamboyant demeanor, do you really think I could ever be attracted to you?" Upon her reminder, the onlookers began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, this captivating beauty was far too exquisite to be interested in such a ruffian. The three young men, noticing the wavering expressions of the crowd, immediately shouted, "You shameless hussy! Do you not understand the virtue of fidelity? Marriage entails loyalty, yet here you are, consorting with a scoundrel." Before the lady could retort, one of the men gestured to a companion, signaling him to silence her. The companion swiftly moved to cover her mouth, but she rebelled, twisting her head away vigorously. The blue-haired youth recognized that their most formidable trouble lay with the suddenly appeared masked figure. He bellowed, "I advise you to leave immediately. This is a matter for us to resolve, and you have no part in it. If you do not depart now, I shall not hold back." Concerned that Yi Wentian might actually leave, the girl anxiously called out to him, "Mingwu, I do not know him." Though her words were somewhat muddled, the essence of her plea was clear. Yi Wentian, unfazed by her distress, swiftly approached the blue-haired youth and delivered a sharp kick to his abdomen. The youth let out a pain cry as his body was propelled backward, crashing violently against a motorcycle, which toppled to the ground. The yellow-haired companion, witnessing this scene, wore a pained expression akin to that of a heartbroken lover, his face contorted in anguish as if he had lost his dearest possession. Observing his reaction, the crowd discerned that the bond between the two was indeed profound. However, it was apparent that their antics were more mischievous than honorable, engaging solely in nefarious deeds. The yellow-haired youth cried out, "My motorcycle!" The crowd, taken aback, stood in stunned silence, their minds racing with confusion. Initially, they had assumed the yellow-haired youth was lamenting for his blue-haired companion, only to realize he was grieving for his vehicle. What a peculiar notion of brotherhood this was, truly a flimsy camaraderie, unworthy of the term. Yi Wentian couldn't help but chuckle at the yellow-haired youth's antics. He had also thought the youth was mourning for his friend, only to find it was for his motorcycle. As the yellow-haired youth turned to face Yi Wentian, His eyes blazing with fury, he declared, "You may harm my brother, you may harm my woman, but you shall not touch my motorcycle. I will not let this go." With that, he released the captive beauty and charged at Yi Wentian, resembling a frenzied beast. The crowd could not help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. A mere vehicle seemed to hold more importance to him than his friends or loved ones. One could hardly imagine being entangled with such a brother or man, for it would surely haunt them even in dreams. Nevertheless, no matter how frenzied the yellow-haired youth became, in Yi Wentian's eyes, he remained nothing more than an insignificant insect. With a graceful leap, he soared high, his hands clasped behind him, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the golden-haired youth. The young man was sent flying, crashing forcefully against a motorcycle, which toppled to the ground, its mirror shattering upon impact. Another young man, witnessing the scene, cast a fierce glare at Yi Wentian, uttering not a single word. Interpreting his gaze as a prelude to an attack, Yi Wentian braced himself, only to be taken aback when the assailant relinquished his grip on the captive girl, swiftly mounted his motorcycle, and made a hasty retreat. The onlookers could not help but exclaim in disbelief. What a trio of fools! Their bravado was fierce, yet their actions were timid. Chapter 54. Do you have a moment? With a flurry of swift movements, the scene quickly shifted to a more subdued demeanor. After the beautiful woman was rescued, she walked towards Yi Wentian step by step, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. You're welcome," Yi Wentian replied curtly, turning to leave. As he prepared to depart, the woman, sensing his intention, hurriedly inquired, "May I ask your name?" She quickly approached him, blocking his path. Yi Wentian feigned ignorance. He had no desire for her to recognize him, much less reveal his name. Surely, unmasking himself would be akin to exposing his vulnerabilities. A mere name holds little significance, he thought. The woman, noticing his silence, stepped closer, attempting to remove his mask. "Could you please unveil your face? I wish to know what you look like, so I might express my gratitude properly." Rest assured, the three of them have left. There is no danger of retaliation. Reacting swiftly, Yi Wentian evaded her grasp and sidestepped her. The woman, taken aback by his sudden movement, quickly turned and extended her hand in an attempt to catch him. Yi Wentian was astonished by her tenacity. Her curiosity was insatiable. Such a trivial act does not warrant thanks, he mused. Just then, apprehensive that she might pursue him, he leapt gracefully, soaring several meters high, his hand grasping the ledge of a second-floor window. The woman and the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Is he a superhero? Without waiting for their astonishment to dissipate, he leapt again, disappearing behind a nearby building, evading their gaze. Once he vanished from sight, the bystanders and the woman began to regain their composure. "Did anyone capture that on video?" They asked each other in a frenzy. "I did. Can you send it to me? I want it too." The woman stood there dazed, her heart racing with a newfound excitement. The man she sought was precisely the kind of valiant hero she had envisioned. Yet, she realized she knew neither his name nor his appearance. A spark ignited in her eyes as she thought, "If you wish to remain anonymous, I shall find you regardless." With a charming smile revealing her dimples, she exuded an entirely different aura before turning to leave. The following day, Yi Wentian awoke at 7, went for a run, and after breakfast, changed his attire, preparing to visit the training camp. In the distance, at that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, Long Yueqing. Upon answering, he jested, "Long Guanyu, what is up? Missing me?" Long Yueqing paused for 2 or 3 seconds before responding. Indeed, Yi Wentian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such an admission. He had expected her to dismiss the comment with playful banter, as she had done previously. Yet this time, her candid admission caught him off guard. This left him somewhat flustered, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say next. Ultimately, he could only chuckle awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He felt awkward, and so did Long Yueqing, yet she ventured into the subject. "Yi Wentian, may I ask if you have time today?" "Today? What is up? Is it about the matter you mentioned last time?" Yi Wentian vividly recalled Long Yueqing's previous words, indicating that she might need to take him to meet her parents, otherwise, they would not easily relent. Long Yueqing did not conceal anything. "Indeed. My parents have been pressing me more and more these days, and I am at a loss for how to respond. I feel like I'm about to go insane. So I had no choice but to reach out to you. Do you have time today?" Yi Wentian pondered for a moment. He realized he was scheduled to teach the same lesson to the trainees today, which meant he could also have Du Shangxiang assist him. "Yes, I have time." Upon hearing that he was available, Long Yueqing expressed her joy. "That's wonderful. I will come pick you up in the afternoon. Let us meet then. Shall we have lunch in the afternoon?" "No need to pick me up. Just send me the address, and I'll head over directly." "All right, it's settled then. I'll send you the address, and you can come." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Yi Wentian murmured to himself, I thought we were meeting in the morning. The afternoon offers much more time, so I won't have to trouble Du Shangxiang. With that, he made his way to the training camp. Upon arriving, he found his 36 members already in training, primarily under the leadership of He Qinggang, who had taken on the role of captain in Yi Wentian's absence. Upon seeing Yi Wentian, the group immediately stood at attention and called out loudly, "Instructor Yi." Yi Wentian nodded lightly at them, inquiring, "How is the training going? Why aren't you on the wooden stakes yet?" The wooden stake training involved 6 members climbing onto the stakes to engage in combat. The last one standing would emerge victorious. The victor would be remembered by Yi Wentian and rewarded a month later. Although he had not disclosed the specifics of the reward, he had assured them that they would not be disappointed, which motivated each of them to take this battle seriously. He Qinggang promptly stepped forward to report. "We just completed 10 frog jumps, and we're about to start the wooden stake training. Return to formation." He Qinggang swiftly complied. Yi Wentian addressed the group. "From now on, no more frog jumps. We will train directly on the wooden stakes. Once I arrive, we will officially commence combat." "Understood." The group responded eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of skipping the frog jumps. "All right, first team, you're up," Yi Wentian commanded. The 6 members of the first team promptly leaped onto the stakes. And at Yi Wentian's signal, they began to engage in combat. With a wave of his hand, the 6 understood the meaning and immediately commenced their battle, pulling and attacking each other on the stakes. Yi Wentian's purpose in training them to fight on the wooden pillars was primarily to enhance their agility. The essence of mastering the art of transformation lies in agility. Without it, the practice becomes utterly unattainable. Yi Wentian observed the 6 combatants intently. Given that each pillar could only accommodate a single foot and that the number of pillars was limited, it was not long before one of them fell after 2 minutes of combat. As time progressed, others began to follow suit. With a series of thuds, within less than 10 minutes, a victor had emerged. Yi Wentian glanced at the winner and instructed, "You may step down. Team 2, your turn." Suddenly, the eyes of the team members lit up with a mischievous glint. Report. Chapter 55. Not what you see upon observing the expressions of the trainees, marked by mischievous grins. Yi Wentian could surmise the essence of their thoughts without the need for a report. Turning around, he spotted Du Shangxiang approaching him. In recent days, Du Shangxiang had made it a point to seek him out daily, and the trainees had taken note of this, harboring the notion that their instructor shared a unique bond with her. Even in the absence of such a relationship, it was becoming evident. After all, with Yi Wentian's striking looks and Du Shangxiang's beauty, they appeared to be a match made in heaven. As Du Shangxiang drew closer, she greeted him with a smile. "Instructor Yi." "Instructor Du. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. I've been keeping an eye on them for you." Her smile radiated warmth. The sight of Yi Wentian brought a flicker of joy to her heart. For reasons unknown, his image had been haunting her dreams lately, even appearing in her slumber on 2 occasions, leaving her puzzled by the phenomenon. Upon encountering Yi Wentian, a sense of delight bubbled within her. Yi Wentian replied, "Thank you, Instructor Du. I may indeed need your assistance with them in the future." "It's no trouble at all. It's my duty," Du Shangxiang responded. Having been taught the 9 Suns divine art by Yi Wentian, she felt inclined to help, regardless of whether it pertained to the art itself. Their growing rapport assured her willingness to assist. "By the way, Instructor Yi, the War King has summoned us to his office for a meeting." The primary reason for Du Shangxiang's visit was not merely related to training, but rather the War King's request for their presence. "Oh, very well," he replied, shifting his gaze to He Qinggang and the other trainees. "Continue your training. I shall return shortly to review your progress." On their way to the War King's office, Du Shangxiang curiously inquired, "Instructor Yi, I've vaguely noticed a change in your aura. It seems different from before. Has your strength increased?" Yi Wentian was slightly taken aback that she perceived the shift in his presence. "Yes, I've improved a little," he acknowledged. Du Shangxiang, having sensed this earlier, could not help but express her admiration. "Impressive." Unsure of how to respond, Yi Wentian simply smiled and shifted the conversation. "How well do you remember the first form of the 9 Suns divine art?" "Almost perfectly, though there are a few minor details that need smoothing out," Du Shangxiang replied with a grin. Nodding in agreement, Yi Wentian remarked, "I think it's about time to impart the mental techniques of the first form to you." "That is wonderful. I can't wait to see how the techniques will blend together," Du Shangxiang exclaimed, filled with anticipation. Her eagerness suggested she wished to whisk Yi Wentian away to practice in a secluded spot immediately. Alas, they were bound by their current duties. Yi Wentian offered her a soothing phrase to steady her mind. "Rest assured, the effects of the combined techniques of the Juyang divine skill will surely satisfy you." However, rather than calming Du Shangxiang, his words ignited her excitement further. "Really? I can't wait. What on earth is the War King doing holding a meeting at this time?" It's such a waste of time. Come on, let us hurry and see what the War King is up to. Grasping Yi Wentian's arm, she briskly made her way to the War King's office. As they approached the door, Dong Yonglong caught sight of the two holding hands, and he was taken aback. It was as if they were about to break into song. His eyes widened in disbelief because he had a brother who harbored feelings for Du Shangxiang and had been pursuing her without success. He had consistently encouraged his brother not to give up. This matter was well known among the troops. Thus, any developments concerning instructor Du would often be shared with him. In recent days, he had heard whispers about the new instructor Yi having a close relationship with Du Shangxiang, which seemed rather intimate. Yet, he was skeptical. As he knew Yi Wentian had only recently joined their ranks, how could he possibly have grown close to Du Shangxiang in such a short time? Moreover, Du Shangxiang was not the type of woman who could be easily won over. She was exceedingly proud. Therefore, it was implausible for Yi Wentian to have established a close rapport with her in mere days. Nevertheless, witnessing the current situation forced him to reconsider. Noticing Dong Yonglong's strange gaze, Du Shangxiang realized that her actions with Yi Wentian appeared overly familiar, prompting her to quickly withdraw her hand. Yi Wentian felt equally awkward. Du Shangxiang pondered whether an explanation was necessary, as he was not someone of particular significance to her. However, reflecting on their camaraderie as fellow soldiers, she felt it would be too uncomfortable to leave it unaddressed. We are merely friends, she clarified. Yi Wentian awkwardly added, "It is not as you perceive." As they entered, Dong Yonglong, upon hearing their explanations, found himself even more perplexed, questioning whether there was something more between them. Hand in hand, they might as well have been whistling, he thought, lamenting for his poor brother. It seemed that his brother's aspirations to woo the goddess were destined to crumble. With a heavy heart, he silently mourned for 5 seconds. He understood that if Du Shangxiang and Yi Wentian grew close, it would become exceedingly difficult for his brother to pursue her. Yi Wentian outshone his brother in many respects, appearing more handsome, possessing a broader mind, and having greater wealth. The idea of his brother continuing to pursue Du Shangxiang seemed impossible, unless Yi Wentian were to harbor no feelings for her. Yet, judging by the recent circumstances, he found it hard to believe that was the case. In the midst of his thoughts, he stood in silence, mourning. At that moment, Guanbao approached and, noticing his closed eyes and solemn demeanor, curiously inquired, "Old Dong, what is the matter?" Dong Yonglong opened his eyes and let out a gentle sigh. "It's nothing. Merely mourning for a brother of mine." "Mourning? Did he sacrifice himself?" "Who?" Guanbao inquired anxiously. "No, it is simply that life has its subtle tragedies," Dong Yonglong replied. Guanbao retorted, "Just a slight tragedy? Whose life is perfect? As long as one is alive, that is sufficient." Dong Yonglong was left pondering under the tree. He then added, "You are right. As long as one is alive, what does it matter if there are tragedies? At worst, I can treat him to a drink to offer some solace. I, too, have my share of misfortunes." He then walked into the office, ready to see what matters the War King had for him. Chapter 56. My will in the office of War King Sun Hung. 5 1-star generals, 3 2-star generals, and 2 3-star generals awaited his address. Sun Hung glanced at the assembly and spoke. "Esteemed colleagues, I have summoned you here to discuss a matter of great significance." The crowd looked at the War King with curiosity, uncertain about the nature of the discussion. Sun Hung organized his thoughts and continued. "In mid-next month, the Tianyang Battalion will face the Donglin Battalion in a competition featuring both new and veteran soldiers. I expect you to train suitable candidates within this month." "New soldiers competing? Aren't these competitions typically reserved for veterans?" inquired Dong Yonglong, intrigued by the announcement. The Tianyang Battalion had frequently engaged in contests against the Donglin Battalion, so the prospect of competition did not evoke surprise. However, the inclusion of new soldiers was unexpected, as such instances had not occurred before. The Donglin Battalion had consistently emerged victorious in these contests, which had left the Tianyang soldiers feeling disgruntled. Yet, they bore their grievances silently. For to speak ill would imply an inability to accept defeat, a sentiment they were unwilling to embody. Thus, after each loss, they would vent their frustrations on their trainees. Sun Heng, undeterred, asserted, "Since they wish to compete, we shall oblige. The Tianyang Battalion shall not cower before them. I have heard that the Donglin Battalion has recruited a formidable group of new soldiers, likely aiming to flaunt their prowess before us. However, it shall not be so easy to parade before me." Sun Hung. Upon hearing this, the assembly understood, and Guanbao interjected. "The Donglin Battalion has always reveled in showing off. I anticipated their desire to flaunt their strength, which is why I have remained diligent in training our veterans. This time, we shall allow them to arrive in triumph and depart in disgrace." Dong Yonglong immediately expressed his agreement. Witnessing his fervor, Sun Hung praised. "Indeed, We must embody this spirit. The Donglin battalion has grown arrogant after their recent victories. It is truly infuriating. This time, we shall ensure they leave in shame." As he spoke, he could not help but strike the table, revealing his genuine anger. The veteran instructors promptly vowed, "We shall give our utmost effort to ensure they do not become too arrogant." "Excellent." Sun Hung clenched his fist and declared emphatically. He then turned his gaze to Yi Wentian, speaking earnestly. "Wentian, the Donglin battalion has recruited a remarkable group of new soldiers, and we have done the same. You will be responsible for training these newcomers, so I urge you to dedicate yourself wholeheartedly this month." Yi Wentian contemplated the situation, realizing that regardless of the newcomers' talents, a month would not suffice for them to reach formidable heights. Nevertheless, he refrained from hastily responding. "War King, may I inquire how long they have been recruiting their new soldiers?" War King Sun Hung explained, "They have only just begun their recruitment this past month. In truth, you need not worry. If they were to deploy seasoned troops against our newcomers, I would certainly ensure they face embarrassment." His tone became rather brusque at the end. Yi Wentian, noticing his demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed Sun Hung had been seeking an opportunity to teach these individuals a lesson, albeit without the chance to do so until now. He confidently declared, "War King, given this, you can rest assured that their newcomers are absolutely no match for ours. However, I do have a request." Upon hearing Yi Wentian's assurances, Sun Hung felt a surge of joy and promptly inquired, "Wentian, as long as we can triumph over them, feel free to voice any request you may have. I am more than willing to accommodate you." War King Sun Hung harbored little hope regarding whether the veterans could defeat the Donglin battle camp. In the past, Dong Yonglong had made similar promises, yet they had consistently ended in defeat. However, now that the Donglin battle camp had proposed a competition involving newcomers, he perceived this as an excellent opportunity, especially since these newcomers had the potential to learn Yi Wentian's elusive techniques. When the time came, their combat prowess would undoubtedly surge, and most importantly, Yi Wentian had just assured him that as long as the Donglin battle camp did not utilize seasoned veterans against his newcomers, everything would be well. Consequently, he felt a profound sense of confidence in Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian stated, "War King, to be candid, my time is rather constrained, and I am in need of an assistant." With the Tianwen group now operational, he required assistance in researching various matters, leaving him little time for training personnel. Thus, he needed a helper. War King Sun Hung, upon hearing this, wasted no time and immediately replied, "That is but a minor issue." He turned to all the instructors present and asked, "Who among you is willing to be Instructor Ye's assistant?" In that moment, none of those present uttered a word. The three-star generals, Dong Yonglong and Guan Bao, were focused on training the veteran troops, and as three-star generals, they were unlikely to serve as assistants to Yi Wentian. As for the other two-star and one-star generals, many harbored resentment towards Yi Wentian, believing him to be a mere youth, fair-skinned and delicate, far from the image of a training expert. Even if he now guaranteed victory over the new soldiers of the Donglin battle camp, they doubted whether such a feat was truly feasible. They perceived the chances of triumph as exceedingly slim, and should they fail, they would undoubtedly face the War King's reprimand. Thus, for them, this was a murky situation they preferred to avoid. "I am willing to be Instructor Ye's assistant." At that moment, a melodious and clear voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd needed no visual confirmation to know who it was. The speaker was none other than Du Shangxiang. All eyes turned towards her. Filled with curiosity, they were astonished that the exceedingly proud Du Shangxiang would express such willingness to assist Yi Wentian. Had they misheard? Not only were they perplexed, but War King Sun Hung was equally astonished, having never anticipated such a turn of events. Regarding the character of Du Shangxiang, he possesses a profound understanding of her nature. He has contemplated internally that should no one take the initiative to speak up, he would refrain from addressing her. However, he was utterly taken aback when she proactively volunteered, to which the warlord Sun Hung responded with delight, exclaiming, "Excellent, Instructor Du. For the time being, you shall serve as assistant to Instructor Yi." Among those present, the only individual who found no peculiarity in Du Shangxiang's actions was Dong Yonglong. When the warlord inquired who would be willing, he had vaguely surmised that perhaps only Du Shangxiang would step forward, and now his conjecture had indeed been validated. This only intensified his belief that there exists a connection between Yi Wentian and Du Shangxiang. Chapter 57. A humble reflection. With this meeting concluded, Yi Wentian returned to the training ground. He observed the trainees diligently practicing on wooden dummies and called out, "Assemble." The group quickly gathered with remarkable speed. Yi Wentian addressed them, "Let me inform you that, starting today, Instructor Du will be joining me in overseeing your training." Upon hearing this, the trainees exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with mischievous amusement, barely suppressing their laughter. Noticing their expressions, Yi Wenyan sternly admonished, "What are you all grinning about? Do you think the training intensity is insufficient? Should I increase it several-fold?" Instantly, the trainees adopted serious expressions, refraining from further comments. They were already struggling with the current training intensity. Any increase would be unbearable. Furthermore, there is another important matter I must discuss. In mid-next month, our Tianyang battle camp will engage in a competition against the Donglin battle camp, where we will select 36 exceptional candidates from among you. Those who emerge victorious in this contest will have boundless prospects within the camp. You are all adults, and I trust you understand the gravity of this situation. Upon hearing this, the trainees gasped, "What? The competition is next month? That means we only have a month to prepare." One trainee immediately reported, "Sir, may I speak?" "Instructor Yi, we are merely newcomers, and compared to those from Donglin battle camp, aren't we at a disadvantage?" Yi Wenyan retorted, "Disadvantage? You are newcomers. And they are newcomers as well. Everyone has had the same amount of time. This will come down to your talent and the guidance of your instructors. I can assure you, if you master my technique of shadow step, you will undoubtedly excel in the upcoming competition." As he spoke, Du Shanxiang, standing beside him, was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. She thought to herself, "What? He is teaching them the shadow step? That is a technique of purple grade. He is imparting it so selflessly to the trainees." Now, she finally understood why the War King was so pleased after hearing Yi Wenyan's assurance. Because it was reliable. There was hope for victory. Unaware of Du Shanxiang's thoughts, Yi Wenyan continued his speech. "Moreover, I will not only teach you the shadow step. If you possess talent, I can teach you even more formidable techniques. The shadow step belongs to the realm of purple grade martial arts, and you should be well aware of what lies beyond that level. Therefore, whether you wish to master the shadow step is for you to decide." Excitement lit up the faces of the trainees. The prospect of learning even more powerful techniques beyond the shadow step was exhilarating. Over the past few days, Yi Wenyan had shared insights about martial artists, and they recognized him as one, understanding the rarity of the shadow step. As they listened to Yi Wenyan proclaiming that he could impart even more formidable skills, their hearts surged with excitement, eager to master the art of transformation without delay. It is worth noting that when cultivating martial arts, one must avoid rote memorization. Flexibility and adaptability are essential. Only through such an approach can one truly excel in their craft. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. "All right, you may commence the wooden stake contest. Team 2, step forward." At noon, during the break for lunch, Yi Wenyan and Du Shanxiang made their way to the cafeteria. Unable to contain her curiosity, Du Shanxiang inquired, "Instructor Yi, is it true that you can teach them martial arts even more powerful than transformation?" Yi Wenyan was momentarily taken aback. Was there any jest in his earlier words? "Of course it is true. I can indeed teach them more advanced techniques. A true man stands by his word." Du Shanxiang could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Instructor Yi, I must say, your selflessness is remarkable." Other instructors would deliberate for days before sharing even blue-tier skills. Yet, you have taught transformation and now the Nine-Yang divine skill in such a short time. I find myself in awe of your spirit." Yi Wenyan smiled and replied, "Well, everyone has different perspectives." Hearing this, Du Shanxiang continued to express her admiration. "I truly respect your spirit of selfless dedication." Yi Wenyan chuckled softly, acknowledging that he was not entirely selfless. Since acquiring the heavenly eye, these martial arts had lost much of their significance for him. Thus, passing them on to his students seemed inconsequential. If Du Shanxiang were to learn that these exceptional skills held little value for Yi Wenyan, she might very well exclaim in disbelief, "You are simply a prodigy." For Yi Wenyan, witnessing the prowess of his students brought him a sense of achievement. He was not overly concerned with their accolades or victories. Rather, he wished to ensure that those he taught did not bring shame upon themselves. He adhered to a guiding principle. If a task is worth doing, it should be done exceptionally well. Having committed to teaching these individuals, he aimed to do so with excellence. Du Shanxiang could not help but remark, "Instructor Yi, your spirit is not something we alone can embody. Even martial sects and families struggle to match it. To say there are only 10 like you in this world would not be an exaggeration." "Martial sects and families?" Yi Wenyan countered. Du Shanxiang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, no martial sect exhibits your generosity. Skills like the Nine-Yang divine skill, a red-tier technique, are typically exclusive to the elite martial sects, and even then, not guaranteed. In the past, I heard my grandfather mention that the esteemed Nine-Yang divine skill had long been lost to the annals of history. To my astonishment, I have witnessed it in your possession, and you even took the time to impart it to me. Such martial arts of exceptional quality, even those of orange grade, are typically reserved for the disciples of the sect or the elders. Generally, Only the sect leaders or prospective successors are permitted to cultivate skills of this caliber. The same holds true for families of martial artists. Thus your actions fill me with admiration. In an instant, Yi Wentian comprehended the rarity of the red-grade martial arts. They are a treasure only found within the grandest of sects, and even then, not guaranteed. Am I at a disadvantage? Oh well, it matters little to me now. Shangxiang, what a coincidence, you have come to dine as well. Chapter 58, is it a love letter? Shangxiang, what a coincidence. You're here for a meal as well. A gentle voice resonated as a man in battle attire, appearing to be in his 30s, approached Yi Wentian and Du Shangxiang. His features were unremarkable, an ordinary face. Yet he exuded an air of vitality. Upon seeing this man, Du Shangxiang maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no emotion, as though he were merely an exceedingly commonplace passerby. However, Yi Wentian, upon hearing the man's words, discerned that their relationship was likely more complex. It was plausible that they shared a romantic connection, though Du Shangxiang had never mentioned having a boyfriend. Du Shangxiang replied with a dispassionate tone, Su Ping, this is a military camp. Please address me by my full name, or as Instructor Du. Moreover, even outside the camp, we have not reached such a level of intimacy. The young man before them was named Su Ping, primarily responsible for intelligence within the Tianyang military camp. He could be regarded as the head of intelligence there, possessing keen insight and considerable martial prowess, being at the initial stage of the Xian rank, and also a 2-star battle general. Su Ping chuckled awkwardly, seemingly accustomed to such remarks. After a brief moment of discomfort, he smiled and said, Well then, Instructor Du, allow me to treat you to a meal. No need. I have my own card, she retorted. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Yi Wentian and declared, Instructor Yi, I shall treat you. Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian felt a wave of exasperation. Oh, my esteemed Instructor Du, your actions might provoke resentment from this fellow. Unbeknownst to him, he felt as though he had become a mere shield. As someone engaged in intelligence work, Su Ping was acutely aware of his surroundings. Thus, when he first noticed Yi Wentian and Du Shangxiang together, he had already taken note of Yi Wentian. He recognized him instantly. Being in the intelligence field, he was well informed regarding Yi Wentian's recent joining of the Tianyang military camp and his close relationship with Du Shangxiang. However, he had also discovered that their connection was not as intimate as rumored. Rather, Yi Wentian was merely instructing Du Shangxiang in martial arts, which accounted for their proximity. Consequently, he had refrained from initiating conversation with Yi Wentian in recent days. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling that their relationship was more complicated than it appeared. Instructor Yi, a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Ping. He greeted. Hello. Yi Wentian replied with a smile. The two exchanged a brief handshake, acknowledging their acquaintance. Du Shangxiang glanced at the two before addressing Yi Wentian. Instructor Yi, let us go. I shall treat you to a meal, as we have training this afternoon. Before Yi Wentian could respond, Su Ping jovially interjected. Instructor Du, since you declined my invitation, surely you can treat me instead? It wouldn't do to refuse an invitation from a colleague. With his insistence, Du Shangxiang felt compelled to relent, saying, Very well, I shall treat you. Thank you. Thank you. I shall return the favor another day. Su Ping replied gratefully. Su Ping made a swift move, akin to striking a snake with a stick, and continued to ascend. Just as Du Shangxiang took a step forward, she halted, fixing her gaze upon him. If you wish to proceed in this manner, then I shall not extend my invitation to you. Su Ping quickly corrected himself. No, I was merely jesting. Please do invite me. Yi Wentian stood by, speechless, observing Su Ping's antics with a hint of bemusement, sensing a touch of sycophantic behavior emanating from him. Once the trio had prepared their meal, Su Ping hoped to sit beside Du Shangxiang. However, she took the initiative to join Yi Wentian, completely disregarding him. This left Su Ping feeling immensely awkward, especially when Du Shangxiang offered a piece of meat from her plate to Yi Wentian. No matter how thick-skinned Su Ping was at that moment, he felt akin to a mere light bulb, exuding an overwhelming sense of discomfort. After hastily finishing his meal, he excused himself, claiming he had other matters to attend to. A wave of sorrow washing over him as he departed. Yi Wentian remarked, You were intentionally trying to provoke him, weren't you? Du Shangxiang candidly confessed, Indeed, I was. I have been forthright with him. I do not harbor feelings for him, and I do not wish for him to squander his time on me. Yi Wentian set down his chopsticks and interjected, To be honest, I find Su Ping rather commendable. If it were anyone else, witnessing your treatment, they might have already flung their plate in my face. Du Shangxiang nodded lightly. True, his character is quite admirable, yet I am simply not attracted to that type of person. Everyone has their own preferences, and thus, we are not meant to be. In this world, not all that is given or sacrificed guarantees affection in return. Some things, despite one's efforts, remain unattainable. Yi Wentian pondered this statement, recognizing its validity. You may harbor feelings for someone, and even if you invest in them, they may not reciprocate your sentiments, rendering your efforts futile. Nevertheless, one should pursue what they desire. For even if the odds seem insurmountable, the pursuit itself is worthwhile. Suddenly, Du Shangxiang turned to Yi Wentian and, almost unconsciously, posed the question, "Do you wish for him to pursue me?" Taken aback, Yi Wentian stared at her in bewilderment, his mind racing to decipher her implication. What did she mean? Was she hinting at something? It seemed improbable. They had only recently met. How could she possibly be alluding to him? Could it be that his charm had captivated her? Du Shangxiang, sensing the abruptness of her comment, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Hastily, she laughed to mask her awkwardness and said, "I was merely joking. Please do not take it to heart. Now, let us divert our conversation away from him and discuss your matters." "My matters? What matters of mine?" Yi Wentian inquired with curiosity. He shrugged. "On the contrary, no one has ever shown interest in me. I do not have a girlfriend. No one finds you appealing? It seems your standards are rather high, and perhaps you simply overlook others," Du Shangxiang replied with a smile. Uncertain of the reason, a flicker of excitement ignited within her upon hearing Yi Wentian declare that he had no girlfriend. Perhaps it was merely the realization that no one had shown interest in her, or perhaps she simply had yet to encounter the right person. After all, matters of the heart should not be rushed. Yi Wentian remarked with a smile. "By the way, Instructor Du, I must take my leave from the training camp this afternoon, so I must trouble you to oversee their training." As Yi Wentian spoke, he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. "No problem. What is this?" Du Shangxiang pondered as she took the paper, wondering if it could be a love letter. Chapter 59. What is the cause of such excitement? Du Shangxiang pondered. The note that Yi Wentian had given him was most likely a love letter. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, for in this day and age, what else could such a note convey but romantic sentiments? Filled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, she cautiously unfolded it. Upon reading the first line, her realization struck her, the first principle of the 9-yang divine skill. Unbeknownst to her thoughts, Yi Wentian nodded lightly and said, "Take it back, memorize it, and practice the techniques. If you have any questions, come find me tomorrow." "All right." Ding. "It is now noon. Please sign in." Sign in. Earn a 5-star biological female doctorate, equivalent to a century in the future. Yi Wentian, suddenly exhilarated, stood up, completely oblivious to his surroundings. His animated reaction drew the attention of those dining nearby, who turned to gaze at him in bewilderment. What could have caused Instructor Yi to react so fervently? Could it be that he was pursuing Instructor Du and she had accepted his affections? It seemed highly plausible, as several had witnessed him handing her a note, likely filled with declarations of love. A love letter. After reading it, Instructor Du must have agreed, which would explain his excitement. Otherwise, what else could possibly evoke such fervor? Alas, such a beautiful flower has been plucked. Fortunately, Instructor Yi is quite handsome himself. Otherwise, it would be akin to a flower growing from dung. Du Shangxiang, equally perplexed, could not resist asking, "Instructor Yi, what has you so stirred?" Realizing his exuberance, Yi Wentian awkwardly clarified, "Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly recalled something that struck me as quite right, so I got a little carried away. My apologies." Curiosity piqued, Du Shangxiang inquired, "What could possibly excite you so?" In her mind, Yi Wentian was a person of composed temperament, whose emotions rarely surfaced, especially a man of such high caliber in martial arts who so freely shares his skills. What could have caused such exhilaration? Naturally, Yi Wentian could not divulge the truth. Instead, he fabricated a response, saying, "Instructor Du, I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to share that." Though curious, Du Shangxiang was wise enough to recognize the boundaries of inquiry. She gently nodded, "That's all right. Everyone has their own privacy and freedom." After finishing their meal and engaging in conversation for a while, Yi Wentian made his way to the parking lot, drove his Xia Li away from the training camp, and returned home. Upon entering the hall, an idea struck him, and he eagerly summoned the 5-star biological female doctorate. With a flourish, a white mist enveloped Yi Wentian, and as it dissipated, a woman appeared before him. Her lustrous hair cascaded like a waterfall, delicate willow-like brows framed enchanting eyes that captivated the soul. A refined nose complemented her rosy cheeks and cherry-like lips, while her skin glowed with the smoothness of white jade. Her figure was exquisite and statuesque, exuding a unique and intimate connection with nature, rendering her utterly perfect. She was truly a captivating beauty. If I were to assign a score out of 100, Yi Wentian would bestow upon her a remarkable 98. The remaining 2 points were not a reflection of her worth, but rather a concern that she might develop an inflated ego, hence the slight deduction. Upon encountering the master, The esteemed female doctor respectfully greeted Yi Wentian. Aware that she possessed no name, he graciously granted her one. From this day forth, you shall be known as Yu Qiuxia. Furthermore, there is no need to address me as master. Simply call me young master. Very well, young master. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me. Yi Qiuxia responded with a slight bow, her tone respectful. Yi Wentian felt no discomfort regarding her demeanor, for he was acutely aware that those summoned to his service would exhibit unwavering loyalty and devotion to his will. As he delved into her memories, he was profoundly astonished by the advancements in biological sciences a century hence. It was astounding to learn that they had developed substances capable of amplifying combat prowess several-fold, devoid of any side effects. Although such enhancements existed in the present, they came with significant risks and adverse consequences, often rendering users incapacitated for life after their effects dissipated. In stark contrast, the future's remedies bore no such drawbacks, making them incomparable. Yi Qiulei, shortly I will escort you to the Tiamen group to commence your duties in primary research. However, I must caution you, when publishing your findings, refrain from revealing the most formidable discoveries at once. Gradual progression is essential for future advancements. Understood, Yi Qiuxiao affirmed. I will now utilize my phone to help you gain a better understanding of this era. As she spoke, Yi Wentian retrieved his phone, opened the browser, and prepared to search for relevant information. Upon launching the browser, he was startled to see a video thumbnail featuring a masked figure against the backdrop of the previous night's events. The title read, "The Flying Hero Saves the Beauty, 1 against 3 Bears." Isn't that me from last night? Surely no one captured my face. It was obscured. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the video, which depicted the events exactly as they unfolded, with his identity cleverly concealed throughout. Due to the nighttime setting and the phone's limited resolution, the footage was not particularly clear, and his facial features remained largely indistinguishable. It seemed implausible that anyone could identify him. Yi Wentian mused. It appears I must procure a quality mask to ensure I remain undetected. Nevertheless, the moniker Flying Hero was rather commendable. Upon glancing at the comments, he noted, "Is this real? It seems so fabricated. How could someone leap so effortlessly to such heights? Indeed, it feels reminiscent of sensationalism. There are numerous instances of such hype nowadays. If this matter were merely a publicity stunt, it would hardly be surprising. However, no, this is unequivocally not a fabrication. It appears entirely authentic, and there are even audible voices accompanying it. My goodness, this flying hero is remarkably handsome. If I were to be rescued by him, I would feel immensely fortunate." Yet, there are also comments that read, "Is this all? If these 3 rascals encountered me, I could bring them to tears with a single punch. What does this even amount to?" In response to this remark, countless rebuttals ensue. "Is this the as long as you have hands series? I perceive you as merely a keyboard warrior. In reality, you are timid and reticent. Yet online you unleash a barrage of words. The universe did not conceive keyboard warriors for the ages. The endless barrage of insults flows like an eternal night. Let the key strike." Chapter 60. Is this considered a car? At 6:15 in the evening, outside Tianyang Grand Hotel Moonqing. What is going on? What kind of attitude is your boyfriend displaying? Why hasn't he arrived yet? A middle-aged woman in her 50s directed her inquiry at Long Yueqing. This woman, somewhat stout and dressed in a floral outfit, wore spectacles and bore a displeased expression. She was none other than Long Yueqing's mother, Xiao Zuohua. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, Long Chong, clad in a light red tang suit, his hair neatly combed and possessing a certain charm. Behind them lingered a man in his 30s, sharply attired in a formal suit, his wrist adorned with a watch worth several $100,000. This individual was Kai Duoji, Long Wuqing's suitor from her last blind date. He had been thoroughly impressed by Long Wuqing during their meeting. However, she had not reciprocated his interest, as she had a boyfriend named Yi Wentian. Feeling a sense of indignation, Kai Duoji had taken it upon himself to visit Long Wuqing's home after the date, informing Long Chong and Xiao Zuohua that their daughter was involved with an unemployed vagabond who was entirely dependent on her. Infuriated by this revelation, the couple promptly contacted Long Yueqing, urging her to end the relationship. Upon returning home, they reiterated their sentiments fervently. Nevertheless, Long Yueqing stood resolute, declaring her commitment to Yi Wentian, regardless of their objections. Eventually, out of sheer exasperation, her parents insisted on meeting Yi Wentian for a personal assessment, and unable to resist, Long Yueqing acquiesced. This evening, however, it was not Long Yueqing who had invited Kai Duoji. Rather, it was her parents who had extended the invitation. Moreover, she had no intention of treating her parents to a meal. They had come solely because Kai Duoji insisted on dining at this establishment, offering to cover the expenses. Long Wuqing vehemently opposed this arrangement, yet her parents showed no disapproval, but rather encouragement, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Tianyang Grand Hotel. A venue of high society in Tianyang City, boasted exorbitant prices, with a single meal easily exceeding 10,000 if one ordered well. If fine wines were included, the total cost would be incalculable. Long Chong let out a heavy grunt. What boyfriend? If I Haven T consented, he is not a boyfriend. Xiao Zuihua immediately echoed, indeed. I misspoke. Yu Qing, when exactly is your friend arriving? Is he too cowardly to meet us, or does he feel inferior and dare not show up? Kaidwaji? With a glint of cunning in his eyes, chimed in, Uncle, Auntie, I believe that fellow is simply too afraid to come. He is nothing but an unemployed drifter. Tianyang Grand Hotel is a place of prestige. He must feel out of place and embarrassed to appear. Long Yueqing shot a glare at Duoji and glanced at her phone to check the time. It was 6:15. She turned to her parents, explaining, Dad, Mom. I just informed him that we would arrive at 6:30. It is only 6:15 now. At this particular moment, traffic is undoubtedly congested. A mischievous smile crept across Kai Duoji's face as he inquired, Yueqing, your friend isn't arriving by car, is he? If he isn't traveling by vehicle, then he should have arrived by now, regardless of the traffic. Upon hearing his remark, Long Chong and Xiao Zuihua immediately scrutinized Long Yueqing, their expressions revealing that they had already concluded in their minds that if Long Yueqing's purported boyfriend did not even possess a car, no matter how strong their bond might be, they would certainly not approve. Long Yueqing shot him a glance, recognizing that this fellow was undermining her standing, and retorted with annoyance, he has a car. Kai Duoji was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Yi Wentian actually owned a vehicle. Oh, he owns a car? What kind is it? A Mercedes? A BMW? Or perhaps an Audi? Upon learning that Yi Wentian had a car, Long Yueqing's parents visibly relaxed. It turned out he belonged to the car-owning class. Long Yueqing, unwilling to elaborate further, replied coolly, what does it matter to you what kind of car it is? You want to be the one paying for the gas. Noticing her reluctance to provide further clarification, Kai Duoji speculated that Yi Wentian's vehicle might merely be a modest one worth around 100,000, which would explain her embarrassment in mentioning it. Yueqing, I certainly understand he isn't relying on my money for gas, but your parents need to be informed. If he is merely driving a car worth a mere 100,000, how can he ensure your happiness in the future? Consider this. You run a business and often require funds for operations. How can someone who drives a car worth only 100,000 assist you? He turned his gaze towards Long Chong and Xiao Zuihua, who contemplated his words and found them quite valid, agreeing wholeheartedly. Indeed, Yueqing, while Duoji's words may be somewhat blunt, they are straightforward and accurate. What kind of car does that fellow drive? Xiao Zuihua inquired. Just as Long Yueqing was about to respond, she spotted a second-hand Xia Li approaching the group. Recognizing the vehicle, she felt a surge of joy. She was confident that Yi Wentian had not let her down and would indeed arrive. Her instincts were correct. The second-hand Xia Li was indeed Yi Wentian's car. Kai Duoji had been observing Long Yueqing's expression, and upon witnessing her sudden joy, he pondered whether the person had finally arrived. As he scanned the surroundings, he caught sight of the second-hand Xia Li and couldn't quite believe it. Could this be the one? He questioned, Yueqing, the person driving that car, could it possibly be Yi Wentian? As he spoke, he scrutinized the driver more closely. Initially, from a distance, he could not discern clearly, but as the vehicle drew nearer, he recognized it was indeed Yi Wentian. Yes, that is my boyfriend. Kai Duoji could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Filled with derision as he exclaimed, Yueqing, you previously claimed he owned a car, and I assumed it must be something impressive. I never imagined it would be a second-hand Xia Li. Is that even considered a car? It's probably worth no more than 20,000. Upon hearing this, Long Chong and Xiao Zuihua's expressions drastically changed, revealing their discontent. How could a vehicle worth merely 20,000 be referred to as a car? It was simply absurd. Almost a mockery of their emotions. Kai Duoji continued, Yueqing, you didn't purchase this car for him, did you? At this remark, the couple's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces darkening to an extreme. They scrutinized the situation closely. If Long Yueqing were to assert that she indeed bought the car, it would likely infuriate them to the point of rage. No. I thought you had bought a car for him to drive. How shameless could he be? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Chapter 61. Be direct, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the wait. After parking the car, Yi Wentian stepped out and immediately spotted Long Yueqing, Kai Duoji, and a middle-aged couple. Although he had never encountered this couple before, he surmised that they must be the parents of Long Yueqing. Reflecting on this, he thought, wasn't Long Yueqing supposed to arrive at 6:30? It was only 6:20 now. It felt a little embarrassing that they had arrived early. Long Yueqing approached Yi Wentian with enthusiasm, directly linking her arm with his. The first impression they gave was that of a couple in a deeply affectionate relationship. Long Chong and Xiao Zuihua, witnessing this, clenched their teeth in frustration, particularly as they noted Yi Wentian's casual attire, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll after a meal. Both the car he drove and his clothing seemed to starkly contrast with Kai Duoji's more refined appearance. Kai Duoji, observing Long Yueqing's behavior, felt a surge of resentment. What was it about this young man that had captivated Long Yueqing? Aside from being slightly taller and more handsome, what did he possess? Was he wealthier than me? Did he own a company? Absolutely not. It was evident that Long Yueqing had taken a liking to him for reasons unknown. Well, soon I shall humiliate you in front of her and see if she continues to support you. Moreover, if I can win over Long Yueqing's parents, securing her affections will be a mere formality. With these thoughts, Kai Duoji felt emboldened, casting a stern glance at Yi Wentian and admonishing him. Yi Wentian, this is truly unacceptable. Not only did you make Yueqing and me wait, but you also kept Uncle and Annie waiting. They are of an age, and it's quite inconsiderate. Long Chong and Xiao Zuihua immediately echoed this sentiment, crossing their arms and looking down their noses at Yi Wentian with an air of superiority. However, their demeanor came across as rather patronizing. Before Yi Wentian could respond, Long Yueqing interjected, "This is not Yi Wentian's fault. I told him 6:30. How was he to know that there wouldn't be traffic on this road? We arrived earlier than expected. Furthermore, Kai Duoji, we are not yet familiar enough for you to address me so casually. Please use my full name." Kai Duoji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and shifted his gaze to Long Chong and his wife. Naturally, the couple sided with Kai Duoji. Believing that Yi Wentian was no match for him, they immediately chastised. "How can you speak like that? Are you trying to drive us mad?" Upon hearing this, Kai Duoji's heart swelled with delight, casting a provocative glance at Yi Wentian as if to say, "Do you see? These two are firmly on my side. You can only watch." After his taunt, he quickly feigned concern, addressing Long Chong and his wife. "Uncle, Auntie, please don't be upset. Anger is detrimental to one's health in middle age. I believe Yueqing is merely blinded by someone and will soon see the truth." Dragon Yueqing's lips twitched slightly, yet her beauty remained unblemished despite the involuntary movements. With a fierce glare directed at Kai Duoji, she exclaimed, "Kai Duoji, I have already told you. Address me as Dragon Yueqing. We are not yet familiar enough for such familiarity. If you continue like this, you may enjoy your meal. We shall dine elsewhere." With that, she grasped Yi Wentian's wrist, preparing to depart. Seeing this turn of events, Kai Duoji grew anxious. His purpose for coming here was to win over Dragon Yueqing. If the one he aimed to conquer left, what significance would remain? Even if he managed to subdue Long Chong, he still had to contend with Dragon Yueqing. Moreover, he had resolved to humiliate Yi Wentian thoroughly. If Yi Wentian exited, whom would he ridicule? He thought to himself, "I shall endure for now. Once I have you in my grasp, I will ensure you know your place beneath me, making you sing my praises. You shall learn who the true boss is. For now, I shall bide my time." He hastily interjected, No, you. Dragon Yueqing. I shall refrain from calling you that." Dragon Yueqing, wearing an expression of exasperation, chose not to respond and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Noticing her disregard, Kai Duoji contemplated redirecting the conversation to Yi Wentian. Realizing he could no longer dwell on himself, with a mocking tone, he inquired, "Yi Wentian, what do you think of this Tianyang Grand Hotel?" Yi Wentian glanced at the opulent sign and replied, "It is quite impressive. A place bearing the name of our Tianyang city cannot possibly be lacking." Kai Duoji chuckled in response, continuing his mockery, "Of course, this is one of the most upscale establishments in Tianyang. I presume you have never visited before." Yi Wentian chose not to engage with his taunts, replying nonchalantly, "I have not." Hearing this, Kai Duoji felt even more triumphant, derisively stating, How foolish of me to ask. A person like you could never have dined here, considering that a simple meal costs several thousand. A decent bottle of wine would set you back over 10,000, enough to purchase a car like yours." Yi Wentian offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Beside him, Dragon Yueqing interjected, "Kai Duoji, do watch your words. We can choose to dine elsewhere and still enjoy a delightful meal." "Oh, I was merely jesting with him. I tend to be too direct in my speech, and I should not have said that." Kai Duoji sighed, feigning regret for his remarks. However, his gaze was filled with disdain for Yi Wentian, as if he were gazing upon refuse. With a provocative glance at Yi Wentian, he turned his attention to Long Chong and his wife, apologetically stating, "Uncle, Aunt, I apologize for my bluntness. I am simply a straightforward person. My sincerest apologies." The Long Chong couple exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging in their hearts that Kai Duoji was indeed perceptive, recognizing his own shortcomings. "Duoji, fret not. There is no fault in your words. Being straightforward is not inherently negative. Convoluted expressions reek of insincerity. Furthermore, Auntie concurs with your assertion. The expenses here could undoubtedly procure a dilapidated second-hand vehicle. When Xiao Hua mentioned the second-hand car, her tone deliberately intensified, leaving no doubt that she was alluding to Yi Wentian's battered vehicle. Auntie, let us not dwell on such matters. Come, let us proceed to dine. I shall arrange for a spacious private room, ensuring that both you and Uncle are thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 62. Why is there someone in our private room? Upon entering the opulent Tianyang Hotel, Long Chong and his wife were taken aback by the resplendent decor, silently marveling at the justification for such extravagance. Ciduzh, observing their astonishment, felt a sense of satisfaction. However, his mood soured upon noticing YWN's indifferent demeanor, as if he were utterly unfazed. How infuriating, he thought, that this impoverished fellow could feign composure in the face of such grandeur. Unbeknownst to him, YWNTIN could effortlessly recreate such a lavish setting with a mere flick of his fingers, rendering any surprise entirely unwarranted. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ciduzh inquired, "What do you think, YWNTIN? The decor is quite splendid, isn't it?" YWNTIN raised an eyebrow, bemused. The quality of the decor bore no relevance to Ciduzh at all. "It's decent," he replied succinctly. Ciduzh had not anticipated such a lukewarm response, muttering under his breath about YWNTIN's seemingly high standards for someone of his financial status. "Indeed, I too find it rather delightful," he exclaimed, just as a female server approached. "Sir, how many of you are there?" "Just as few. Please reserve a private room for us. I recall there's one called SHUYTNQ, and that name is quite appealing," Ciduzh said, waving his hand with an air of extravagance, as though he were a billionaire. The server, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but our SHUYTNQ private room has already been booked. You may select from our other private rooms." "Booked? Are there no other private rooms available?" Ciduzh was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the SHUYTNQ room would be reserved. The server shook her head apologetically, saying, "All large private rooms are fully booked. Only medium ones are available. Would that be acceptable?" At this news, Ciduzh bristled. He had boasted in front of Xiao Xiu about securing a grand room. If he failed to do so, it would be a significant embarrassment. "It's impossible for all the large rooms to be booked. I am well aware of your hotel's policies, and there are often one or two large rooms that become available. I assure you, I am acquainted with your manager, and I demand that a large room be arranged for us, specifically the SHUYTNQ." Without waiting for the server to respond, he turned to Long Chong and his wife, saying, "Uncle, Auntie, let us go. I'll take you to the private room." Long Chong and his wife had overheard the server mention that the room was already reserved, and a twinge of concern crept into their minds about potential complications. "Duzh, is this really feasible? Isn't that room already taken?" Ciduzh confidently thumped his chest and assured them, "Uncle, don't worry. It's nothing that can't be resolved. I am well acquainted with the owner here. I'll simply give him a call shortly. Rest easy. There is nothing in Tianyang that Ciduzh cannot handle. You can put your mind at ease." Xiao Hua, upon hearing his words, couldn't help but smile broadly and said, "Lao Long, rest assured, since Duoshi dares to say so, it must be trustworthy." Unlike certain individuals who struggle to articulate their thoughts, the individuals she referred to were none other than Yi Wentian, a fact understood by everyone present. Though no one dared to address it directly, only Kai Duoji cast a provocative glance at Yi Wentian. The waitress promptly interjected, "Sir, I regret to inform you that this private room has already been reserved. I truly apologize. However, you may opt for a medium-sized room instead." "Enough, enough. Your words hold no weight. Once the private room is available, I will naturally contact your boss. Do you, a mere employee, comprehend the nature of my relationship with your superior?" Speaking now is futile. The young waitress, feeling helpless, thought to herself, "Fine, if you insist on calling the boss. Let us see what he has to say." In less than a minute, the group arrived at the lavish private room of Shou Tianqi. As soon as they entered, Long Chong and his wife were taken aback by the opulent decor. The grand room was adorned in a splendid golden hue, furnished with sofas, mahjong, paintings, and various other amenities and decorations. The artwork displayed was of a particularly exquisite nature, far from ordinary. "How extravagant!" Long Chong couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Hua, caressing the rosewood table, sighed in delight internally while maintaining a composed facade, stating, "What do you expect? A meal here costs thousands or even tens of thousands. It makes perfect sense. This is not your typical restaurant." Long Chong nodded gently. "Indeed, I never anticipated that dining could be so refined. The lifestyle of the wealthy is indeed extraordinary. Kai Duoji, adopting a casual demeanor, remarked, "Oh, uncle, this is all quite normal. If you enjoy dining here, I shall frequently bring you both along." Long Chong immediately responded, "Duoji, as long as you have that intention, I am content. The expenses here are simply exorbitant. We need not spend such sums regularly." Shatsuewa echoed, "Yes, it is far too costly here. There is no need for frequent visits. As long as your heart is in the right place." Hearing their remarks, Kai Duo-ji inwardly chuckled, "Truly believing I would often bring you here? Dream on." Despite his thoughts, he feigned a carefree attitude, exclaiming, "Uncle and aunt, you're overthinking it. We're not short on cash. With an annual income in the millions, dining here 2 or 3 times a month is hardly a concern. For ordinary office workers, such an experience would be unattainable, and for the unemployed, it's likely that even once a year would be a challenge. However, one must consider exceptions, such as when someone treats you to a meal, basking in the glow of others' generosity." Upon hearing this, the group realized he was indirectly alluding to Yi Wentian. The couple, Long Chong and his wife, turned their gaze towards Yi Wentian, curious to see how he would respond. Would he feel ashamed and leave? If that were the case, it would be the most favorable outcome. However, to their surprise, Yi Wentian remained utterly unfazed, standing calmly in place as if he had not heard Kai Duoji's words at all. They thought to themselves how remarkably thick-skinned this fellow was. At that moment, the female attendant inquired, "Sir, would you like to call our manager? If not, you cannot remain in this private room." She harbored a certain disdain for Kai Duoji's character, feeling that he was perpetually putting on airs. Internally, she mused, "What is the big deal about having a bit of money? Why the pretense? And he dares to accuse me of being untrustworthy? They have already reserved this room, and now it's being occupied. Is there no integrity in business anymore? Fine. I will call your manager. Attendant, why is there someone in our reserved room? Wasn't it booked in advance?" Chapter 63. Hey, little brother, are you here too? Waiter, why is there someone in our private room? Isn't this the one we reserved? Just then, a voice of inquiry resonated from outside the door. Upon hearing this, the female attendant turned her gaze, noticing a young man of ordinary appearance, clad in a suit and wearing glasses, standing at the entrance, exuding a semblance of sophistication. Kai Duoji, who was just about to make a phone call, approached the young man. The female attendant quickly explained, "I sincerely apologize, but they insisted on taking this room, leaving me quite helpless." The young man furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. "So, just because they desire this private room, you acquiesce? We made our reservation in advance. Integrity in business is paramount, is it not?" Understanding the importance of honesty in business, the female attendant hurriedly apologized. "I am truly sorry, but I am also at a loss. I will immediately call our manager to discuss this." She glanced at Kai Duoji. In truth, although Kai Duoji was acquainted with the owner of the Tianong Hotel, their relationship was rather tenuous, merely having crossed paths once or twice. Despite owning a factory worth several million, he was still far removed from the hotel owner's sphere, who would hardly consider forming a close friendship with someone of his stature. Although he mentioned making a call, he was reluctant to do so, fearing a potential rebuff. He had boasted earlier, compelling him to maintain the facade. Hence, he hoped the guests who reserved the room would arrive soon, thus facilitating a smoother negotiation, eliminating the need to contact the hotel owner altogether. Seeing the young man's arrival, he hastily approached, retrieving his business card from his pocket. "Hello, brother, I am Kai Duoji. Here's my card. I have a tendency to dine in this private room, so I hope you can give me some face and let me have it," he proposed. "In return, I will treat you to a fine bottle of wine." The young man received the business card, and, upon witnessing this gesture, Kai Duoji thought to himself, "This is going splendidly. I truly am the most formidable." However, the young man tossed the card aside coldly, stating, "You wish to treat us to a bottle of wine? Do you think we cannot afford one? Now, please leave. This is our reserved room." Kai Duoji felt his pride wounded, astonished that his card had been discarded before his very eyes. "Brother, can you not extend a modicum of courtesy? I am acquainted with the owner of this establishment. I can have him arrange a larger room for you. Less chatter. You may be accustomed to dining here, but so are we. I reserved this private room first. Why should I relinquish it to you? Just because of your habits? Who do you think you are?" The young man retorted vehemently, revealing himself to be no pushover. Long Chong, anxious about potential trouble, interjected, "Duoji, why don't we just book another room? A medium-sized room should suffice." Under ordinary circumstances, Kai Duoji might have let it slide, perhaps out of his own timidity. However, in the presence of the Long Chong couple and particularly before Yao Yi Wentian, he felt compelled to act. To simply acquiesce would render him a subject of ridicule in Wentian's eyes, an outcome he could not accept. After all, today he had intended to mock Wentian, Yet before he had even begun to revel in his jest, he found himself the target of laughter. How utterly humiliating. Friend, what do you mean by that? Should you dare to insult me? Do you believe I won't make a call to the regulatory bureau to have you dealt with? Let me assure you, Chief Zhong from the bureau is my acquaintance. Upon hearing Zhong's name, Yao Yi Wentian could not suppress a smile. It seemed that once again, the infamous Zhong was involved. The last time it was with that BMW owner, and now Kai Duoji, too, was familiar with him. What a twist of fate. At that moment, a serious voice cut through the tension as 7 or 8 individuals entered the room, among whom 3 were known to Wentian. The foremost was Chen Yunxiao, the director of the regulatory bureau. Next to him was his middle-aged aide, Shou Kai. Lastly, there was Zhong Tianjiao, the very chief Zhong Kai Duoji had mentioned. Kai Duoji was taken aback upon recognizing Chen Yunxiao, Shou Kai, and Zhong Tianjiao. How unexpected to encounter them here. Although he had not been formally introduced to Chen Yunxiao, they had crossed paths before. Meanwhile, the Longchong couple had seen Chen Yunxiao on television, and upon his arrival, they instinctively gasped, Director Chun. To their astonishment, the private room had been booked by Director Chun and his team. They had previously been squabbling over it, which now seemed utterly foolish. Would they be asked to leave? A chill ran down their spines at the thought. Surely, Kai Duoji could manage the situation. After all, he was well connected, and judging by his tone, he seemed to know people in the regulatory bureau. They looked to him for salvation, as if he were a lifeline. Kai Duoji, feeling immense pressure, was acutely aware that despite his substantial wealth, he was but a minor figure in Chen Yunxiao's eyes. If Chen decided to target him, he could easily dismantle him in a matter of days. Today, it seemed he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. With a forced smile, he said, Director Chen, greetings. I am Kai Duoji, the owner of Kai Factory. Chief Zhang knows me. He cast a hopeful glance at Zhong Tianjiao, eager for Chen Yunxiao to show him some semblance of leniency. However, Chen Yunxiao was unimpressed. What is this? I believe I just heard you mention calling the regulatory bureau to have my assistant detained. Caught in a moment of embarrassment, Kai Duoji's mind raced. He had not realized that this young man was Director Chen's assistant. The very idea of wanting to have him detained was absurd. He quickly shook his head like a fan, exclaiming, No, I was merely joking. Had I known he was your assistant, I wouldn't dare, even with tenfold courage. Chen Yunxiao let out a heavy snort, saying, Humph, afraid? I see you are quite bold. Moreover, this private room is reserved by us. What are you doing here? Immediately, Chen Yunxiang's assistant responded. He claims he is accustomed to dining in this private room. He asked us to accommodate him. Kai Duoji felt an overwhelming urge to weep, almost wishing to bash his head against the wall. He quickly exclaimed, Misunderstanding. I can manage. Director Chun, this is all a misunderstanding. Today's expenses will be on me. I shall cover it. Very well, Director Chun, we shall comply. At that moment, Kai Duoji's previous imposing demeanor had vanished, resembling a tail-tucked puppy, utterly disheveled. Oh, young Brother Yi, you are also here? Chapter 64. A stinging pain in the face. Oh, Brother Yi, you are here too. Just as Kai Duoji and Long Chong, looking quite dejected, approached the door, the 3 individuals felt an unsettling awkwardness. They had intended to occupy another's private room, but were unexpectedly expelled in disgrace. Particularly for Long Chong and Xiao Zuohua, frustration brewed within. Had not Kai Duoji claimed that everything was under control? How was it that he now found himself so thoroughly outmaneuvered? Truly, he had been boasting. Upon spotting Yi Wentian seated within the private room, Chen Yunxiao exclaimed in surprise. Her utterance caused Kai Duoji and his associates to halt in their tracks, puzzled as to whom Chen Yunxiao was addressing. Was there an acquaintance among them? Brother Yi? Could she possibly be referring to Yi Wentian? Such a notion seemed implausible. Yi Wentian was merely a man of modest means. How could he possibly be familiar with Chen Yunxiao, and so intimately at that? Long Yueqing recognized Chen Yunxiao as well, having encountered her previously, but she had not greeted her then and felt it inappropriate to do so now. Approaching her like Kai Duoji would surely be embarrassing if she were to be dismissed. Yi Wentian rose from his chair, and Chen Yunxiao quickly approached him. Lu Kai, Zhong Tianjiao, and the others also noticed and followed with smiles. Brother Chen, what a coincidence! Yi Wentian exclaimed cheerfully. After the series of events that transpired at the entrance of the Weifa Bureau, they had begun addressing each other as brother and younger brother. Chen Yunxiao responded with genuine delight. Indeed, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too, younger brother. Kai Duoji and Long Chong, witnessing this exchange, could only widen their eyes in disbelief. They had never anticipated that the brother you mentioned by Chen Yunxiao was in fact Yi Wentian. The two were acquainted, and from their demeanor, it seemed their relationship was quite amicable. Curiosity flickered in Kai Duoji's mind. Wasn't this fellow merely a pauper? How did he come to know someone like Chen Yunxiao? Long Chong and Xiao Zuehua exchanged glances, each silently reassessing their opinion of Yi Wentian. Contemplating the unexpected connection he had with Chun Yunxue of the Weifa Bureau. Engaging in warm conversation, Chun Yunxue then remarked, "Brother Yi, I truly apologize for not realizing you were in this private room. Had I known, I would have relinquished it to you." At these words, Kai Duoji was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Chun Yunxue was actually ceding the room to Yi Wentian? After pleading for so long, he received no regard from Chun Yunxue, yet now she was so readily yielding to Yi Wentian. Was this not a slap in the face? Instantly, Kai Duoji felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, as if he had received a stinging slap. Though silent and painless, it was profoundly humiliating. Long Chang and Xiao Zuehua were equally taken aback by this development. Standing beside them, Long Yueqing felt a swell of pride, relishing the sense of honor bestowed upon her husband. Yi Wentian initially had no intention of dining in this private room. He believed that any private room would suffice for a meal. Even the living room would serve the purpose just as well. It was merely Kai Duoji's desire to save face, wanting to show off in front of him, that led to the insistence on reserving such a room. He declined, saying, "Brother Chen, that's unnecessary. I hadn't planned on eating here to begin with. This reservation is yours. How could I deprive you of your choice?" Chun Yunxiao quickly waved his hand and replied, "Oh, what does it matter? When we made the reservation, we didn't specify this particular room. Seeing my younger brother dining here, as an elder brother, I naturally must yield to him." Noticing Yi Wentian was still prepared to refuse, Chun Yunxue immediately interjected, not giving him a chance to argue. "Little brother, just listen to me. Let's do it this way and not debate with your elder brother any longer." With that, she turned her gaze to the female server and instructed, "Please arrange another large room for us." The server, not daring to delay, promptly nodded, "Certainly." At Tianyang Grand Hotel, there exists a rule that, regardless of the time, 1 or 2 large rooms are always kept in reserve for unforeseen needs. Just like now. And these large rooms can only be utilized by individuals of sufficient status. Ordinary people cannot access them at all. Upon hearing the server's prompt agreement, Long Chang and his wife pondered how it was said there were no rooms available, yet now one has appeared. Could it be true, as Kai Duoji had previously stated, that they were always prepared with 1 or 2 large rooms? It seemed that Kai Duoji did not possess the requisite status. They would not grant him access. At this moment, Kai Duoji cursed inwardly, feeling humiliated. It was one thing for Chen Yunxiao to slap him in the face, but now even a server was doing the same. The server had no intention of humiliating him. She was simply responding to Chun Yunxiao's inquiry. "All right, let us get us set up quickly." Then, she turned her attention to Yi Wentian and warmly invited, "Brother Yi, why not join us for a couple of drinks?" Yi Wentian gratefully replied, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I have others with me, and it's a bit inconvenient. We can celebrate together another time." Chun Yunxue considered that Yi Wentian and his companions must have their reasons for not joining, and he did not press further. He smiled, saying, "All right then. When you have time, I'll treat you." Yi Wentian nodded in agreement. "Then we shall head over first," Chun Yunxiao said as he took his leave. "Very well." He then glanced at Long Yueqing and remarked, "Sister-in-law, I will go ahead." Long Yueqing was entirely taken aback that Chun Yunxiao would greet her upon leaving and even refer to her as sister-in-law, causing her to blush. A wave of confusion washed over her. She was unaware that today was a pretense for Yi Wentian. Had he misunderstood the situation last time? After Chun Yunxue departed, Long Chong and his wife quickly approached. Kai Duoji felt trapped, embarrassed, unable to advance or retreat. His attempt at ostentation had backfired, allowing Yi Wentian to benefit from the situation, which filled him with resentment. After contemplating for a few moments, I concluded that even if you are acquainted with Chun Yunwei, what does it truly matter? Ultimately, you are still just a destitute fool. I can equally humiliate you. With these thoughts in mind, I straightened my back and strode confidently into the private room, pulling out a chair to sit down. However, an undercurrent of awkwardness lingered. Curiously, I inquired, "Yi Wentian, how did you come to know Director Chen?" "Oh, it was merely through a misunderstanding," Yi Wentian casually replied, not anticipating any further discussion on the matter. The Dragon Chong couple exchanged puzzled glances, but it was evident that Yi Wentian was reluctant to elaborate. Kai Duoji, on the other hand, was seething with anger, exclaiming in frustration, "What is the big deal about knowing someone? Why act so grand?" Chapter 65. Then I shall order a dish or two. A waitress promptly entered and presented the menu to Kai Duoji. "Sir, it is my pleasure to serve you. Here is the menu. Please, place your order." Without even glancing at the menu, Kai Duoji handed it to Long Chong, saying, "Uncle, Auntie, please go ahead and order first." Upon receiving the menu, Long Chong opened it and was immediately struck by the first dish on the initial page, priced at 998. the lowest price available. He contemplated that the dishes listed before this one must surely be more expensive, as the first page typically showcases the signature offerings. Turning to the second page, he was met with a price of $16.99 for the first dish, confirming that the prices escalated further along. A wave of embarrassment washed over his face. The exorbitant price of a single dish could easily cover several meals elsewhere. Noticing his hesitation to order, Kai Duoji felt a surge of pride. Recognizing that the steep prices had rendered Long Chong reluctant to make a choice, he boisterously declared, "Uncle, no need to worry. Order whatever you fancy. I am not short of funds." If it were an ordinary wage earner or an unemployed individual, they would undoubtedly hesitate to order, but with me here, feel free to indulge. Today, I am treating you. Remember, it is I who is treating, not someone else. Eat and drink to your heart's content. With a grand gesture, he exuded an air of extravagance, leaving one to believe he was on the verge of purchasing the entire restaurant. Xiao Zuehua, growing impatient with Long Chong, who was known for her penchant for frugality, remarked, "What are you doing? Is ordering a dish so difficult? At this rate, you might starve before we even eat." Long Chong, left speechless by her words, handed the menu to her. Upon her glance at the prices, she too was taken aback, her lips pursing in contemplation. "No need to fret, Auntie, just order freely. I, Kai Duoji, am here." Hearing this, Xiao Zuehua smiled and replied, "Duoji, then today, Auntie shall benefit from your generosity." "Auntie, what do you mean? It's just a meal. There's no need to speak of benefiting. Order whatever you wish, it's all on me." Kai Duoji's demeanor was that of a nouveau riche. Without further ado, Xiao Zuehua proceeded to order 1 plate of Phoenix Elegance, 1 plate of Phoenix Claws, and Waterfall on the tongue. After ordering 8 dishes, she closed the menu and declared, "This should be enough for the 5 of us." Kai Duoji waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Only 8 dishes? Keep ordering. Long Yuqing has tea ordered yet." His primary intention was to compel Long Yuqing to choose a dish, to make her aware of the extravagant pricing and to impart to her the feeling of wealth, hoping to persuade her to leave Yi Wentian swiftly. Without even glancing at the menu, Long Yuqing replied coolly, "No need. Long Yuqing, don't be shy. Order whatever you desire." Kai Duoji mistakenly assumed she was merely being modest. Long Yuqing shook her head, replying, "No, I simply am unaccustomed to not having dinner in the evening." Upon hearing Kai Duoji's words, Long Yuqing understood and smiled. "It's quite normal. Many young women refrain from eating at night to maintain their figures. In my company, there are quite a few girls who do just that. However, you should take a look and see if there are any dishes you might like. If so, feel free to order some snacks." Deep down, Kai Duoji earnestly hoped that Long Yuqing would open the menu to see just how exorbitant the prices were. Yet, Long Yuqing remained resolute, firmly rejecting his suggestion. "No need, you can order for yourself." Kai Duoji felt a twinge of regret, but his gaze shifted to Yi Wentian. And he thought, "I can't let Long Yuqing see how expensive these dishes are. I must let Yi Wentian, this pauper, witness it. He should realize that even a single dish could equate to his monthly living expenses." A mischievous smile crept onto his face as he said, "Yi Wentian, why don't you order a few dishes?" Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Was he actually being asked to choose the dishes? Wasn't Kai Duoji supposed to despise him? Just as confusion settled in, he quickly grasped Kai Duoji's intentions. Kai Duoji continued, "You can take a good look at these dishes. It's not something you would usually get to enjoy. As for me, I cannot indulge because they are far too pricey." Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian instantly understood why he was being asked to order. It was merely a ploy to flaunt wealth before him and instill a sense of inferiority. Amused by the childishness of it all, he thought, "If this is the case, then I shall indulge you. If you wish to show off, let it be a grand display." With that, Yi Wentian sighed lightly, feigning a bashful demeanor. "Oh, I couldn't possibly. You all should order. I'll refrain from ordering." As he spoke, he reached for the menu but hesitated to open it, avoiding the prices within. Kai Duoji, keenly observing Yi Wentian's actions, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. How frustrating. If only you would glance at the menu, then decline to order, I wouldn't insist. Yet, you refused to even look. Though his thoughts brimmed with irritation, he maintained a calm demeanor. "It's all right, order whatever you desire. As I mentioned, I'm not short on funds. Are you treating us?" Yi Wentian inquired. Kai Duoji was taken aback, uncertain why Yi Wentian posed such a question. Could it be that he feared he would be responsible for the bill? Most likely, for this fellow has no money at all. He certainly couldn't afford to pay. With this thought in mind, Kai Duoji immediately adopted an air of extravagance, declaring, "Of course. I, Kai Duoji, am treating. When I say I'm treating, I mean it without jest. Yi Wentian, I understand your concerns. You worry that ordering dishes will leave you with the bill, don't you?" Fear not, for we all know you are without funds. Haha. The Longchang couple also cast disdainful glances at Yi Wentian, bemused that he was worried about the possibility of being unable to pay for his meal. Truly a pitiful soul. It is unfeasible, although he is acquainted with Director Chun. Ultimately, having his daughter follow him is not a viable path. She must instead align herself with Kai Duoji. In this day and age, wealth is the undeniable truth. Xiao Cuihua immediately expressed her disdain, remarking that even ordering a dish causes her to fret over payment, truly a sign of lack of ambition. Upon hearing her words, Kai Duoji was instantly elated, for it seemed that the earlier shock that Director Chun had instilled in Longchang and the others had entirely dissipated. Thus, it would be even easier for him to trample upon Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian, however, paid no heed to Xiao Cuihua, as if her words had not reached his ears. In reality, Long Wuqing was discreetly extending his hand beneath the table, gently patting Yi Wentian's leg to comfort him and urge him not to be angered. Hence, he granted her this concession. Moreover, he was about to take action against others, allowing Kai Duoji to play the part of the pretentious one. Since Kai Duoji had already declared he would treat, then I shall shamelessly order a dish or two. Chapter 66. What is the meaning of serving white wine with red wine? Since Kai Duoji has graciously offered to treat, I shall indulge in ordering a few more dishes. Yi Wentian remarked. Internally, Kai Duoji scoffed, acknowledging that he was indeed thick-skinned. However, this was preferable as a hint of shame would prevent excessive ordering. Although he thought this way, he outwardly feigned nonchalance, stating, "No worries, order whatever you desire. Just remember, I'm not short on funds. As long as you keep this in mind, you needn't fret about the prices of the dishes you select." Yi Wentian picked up the menu and, glancing at the waiter, declared, "Bring me a giant king crab, flying dragon moon, yachi hot pot, pearls aplenty." In one breath, he ordered every dish on the final page of the menu, totaling 12 selections, each priced at 3,888. Thus, the total came to 46,656. And with the 8 dishes previously ordered, the grand total exceeded 50,000. As Kai Duoji observed Yi Wentian's relentless ordering, he felt a twitch of irritation. Wasn't he supposed to be embarrassed? This was anything but modesty. It seemed his audacity knew no bounds, ordering so much, akin to a glutton. This fellow must have been eagerly awaiting this opportunity to dine, so he was determined to order lavishly. Boasting later about having indulged in a grand feast at Tianyang Grand Hotel, calculating the expenditure of over 50,000 made Kai Duoji wince. Despite his annual income of 400,000 to 500,000, averaging around 40,000 monthly, this extravagant meal was indeed painful for him. Most distressing was that these dishes were ordered by Yi Wentian, who he already held a grudge against. Now he was compelled to treat this individual to such an expensive meal, further fueling his displeasure. Yet, recalling his earlier bravado, he felt reluctant to voice his discontent. Instead, finding solace in the thought that after this meal, Long Yueqing's parents would surely recognize him as the true affluent one. Seated beside Yi Wentian, Long Yueqing sensed that Yi Wentian was deliberately making Kai Duoji spend excessively. However, upon seeing the 12 dishes ordered, she reconsidered. Any further additions would overflow the table. "Wentian, perhaps you should stop here," she suggested. Yi Wentian pondered that even the most expensive dish merely cost 3,888. Even if the table were filled, it wouldn't significantly impact Kai Duoji's finances. It would be prudent to order something else. With this in mind, he feigned embarrassment, glancing at Kai Duoji and saying, "Oh, my apologies. I accidentally ordered too much. I couldn't help but notice how delicious these dishes appeared. Is this exceeding your budget? Shall we reduce the order?" Upon hearing this, Kai Duoji could hardly contain himself. Nonchalantly, he replied, "Order what you like. It's no trouble. It's just a few thousand after all. We're not short on money, and regarding the budget, don't concern yourself with it. Just order freely." Yi Wentian smiled inwardly, satisfied with this affirmation. Had he not uttered those words, he would have felt hesitant to order anything further. Subsequently, displaying an air of naivety, he remarked, "Look, we have enough dishes already. Since it's our first meeting today, shouldn't we indulge in some wine?" Upon hearing the mention of wine, Longchang could not help but lick his lips, for he too was a connoisseur of fine spirits. Kai Duoji noted this inclination, and, given Yi Wentian's suggestion, he felt compelled to comply. To refuse would be to diminish his own stature. More importantly, declining might lead Yi Wentian to believe that his budget was insufficient, especially since he had previously inquired about it. Thus, he promptly stated, "Wine is a must. Let us have a bottle of Nobodies." Internally, he mused that a bottle of white liquor would likely leave them all inebriated without significantly impacting the costs. Yi Wentian immediately waved his hand and said, "Ah, Nobodies is white liquor. If we are to drink, let us all partake together. What would be the point of just the three of us? He then proposed. How about some red wine? It's something everyone can enjoy. Turning his gaze towards Long Chong, he inquired, Uncle, would you like to experience the taste of red wine? I have heard that the 1982 vintage here is truly indescribable. Kai Duoji, upon hearing this, inwardly cursed, realizing that this was an audacious request for the esteemed 1982 vintage, indicative of a provincial bumpkin entering the city, trying to indulge extravagantly. Long Chong was also tempted by Yi Wentian's words, yet he hesitated, considering the hefty bill for the numerous dishes already ordered. The thought of purchasing an expensive bottle of 1982 red wine made him feel uneasy, leading him to say, I think I'll pass on the red wine. I've heard it's rather pricey. Let us stick to the white. Before Kai Duoji could interject, Yi Wentian quickly countered, Oh, uncle, what are you saying? Brother Kai is not short of money. Don't think twice about a bottle of 1982 red wine. He could easily afford 10 or even 100 bottles. After saying this, he glanced at Kai Duoji and asked, Brother Kai, wouldn't you agree? Uncle seems to be worried about your finances, which is rather unnecessary, don't you think? That is quite a blow to your pride. Kai Duoji was reluctant to indulge in the costly 1982 vintage, as the total cost of the dishes was already far less than a single bottle of that wine. However, with Yi Wentian insisting, he felt cornered. He could not simply admit he couldn't afford it without losing face. Ultimately, he resolved to maintain his dignity, thinking, No way can I lose face in front of these people. I can endure this. Worst comes to worst, I'll just let them drink while I abstain. I still have 2 million in my account, so what do I have to fear? After a mental struggle, he smiled and said, You make a valid point. Red wine is indeed something everyone can enjoy. However, I must mention that I drove here and have some matters to attend to later, so I won't be drinking. I'll let you all enjoy it. Upon hearing his concession, Yi Wentian felt elated. Whether this fellow drank or not was of little consequence. And perhaps it was better that he abstained. With a flourish, Brother Kai exuded a sense of grandeur, prompting me, a person who seldom indulges in libations, to partake in several hearty drinks today, all in deference to Brother Kai. This declaration filled Kai Duoji with delight, not merely because Yi Wentian bestowed him with honor, but because Yi Wentian acknowledged his infrequent encounters with alcohol. Typically, those who seldom drink possess modest tolerance, implying that one bottle would suffice, a mere bottle of 82 vintage red wine, which he could certainly afford. Contemplating this, he smirked with a hint of derision and instructed the waiter, Very well, fetch a bottle of 82 red wine. Wait. Chapter 67. If we drink, let us drink 3 bottles. Wait a moment. Brother Kai, what do you mean by 1 bottle? 1 bottle is simply insufficient. Let us start with 3. Yi Wentian hastily called over the waitress. Kai Duoji was momentarily taken aback. 3 bottles? Can we possibly finish that? With unwavering confidence. Yi Wentian replied, It's merely 3 bottles. How could we not finish them? How about this? Let us open them one by one, and if we can't finish, we can return them. Brother Kai, you wouldn't be reluctant, would you? Yi Wentian asked, feigning disbelief. Seeing Yi Wentian's incredulous expression, Kai Duoji quickly reassured him. How could I possibly be reluctant? What is 3 bottles worth? Money is no object. Without further ado, Yi Wentian turned to the waitress and commanded, Did you hear that? We want 3 bottles of the 1982 red wine. Make sure it's genuine, the finest quality. My brother Kai is not short on funds. Had this been earlier, when Yi Wentian addressed him as Brother Kai, Kai Duoji would have felt a sense of pride, thinking Yi was trying to forge a connection with him. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to feel any pride, as if he were grappling with a particularly vexing situation that he could not articulate, merely swallowing his frustrations. Indeed, one must commend the upscale restaurant. The speed of service was exceptionally swift, ensuring that guests were not kept waiting long. As soon as the dishes arrived, the 1982 red wine was also presented. Yi Wentian gazed at the 3 bottles of red wine, expressing his admiration. This wine looks splendid at first glance. The bottle design is striking, resembling a sword. Come, let us taste it. Upon hearing this, the waitress promptly approached to uncork the bottles and pour wine for everyone. Yi Wentian, Long Yueqing, and Long Chong each received a glass, but just as the waitress was about to pour for Kai Duoji, Yi Wentian quickly interjected, No. Brother Kai still has to drive. One must not drink and drive, nor drive after drinking. If anything were to happen after he drinks, who would take responsibility? The waitress glanced at Kai Duoji, who, despite feeling a slight dryness in his throat at the sight of the wine, recalled his earlier declaration of abstaining from alcohol due to his need to drive. However, more pressing was the thought of saving money. Although he was unsure of the price, he estimated that such a bottle would cost no less than 200,000. Considering this, He preferred that Yi Wentian and the others drink their fill quickly to avoid continually ordering more. Kai Duoji awkwardly stated, "Indeed, I have matters to attend to and need to drive." After he spoke, Yi Wentian had already downed a glass and immediately urged the waitress, "Come, fill it to the brim." The others present were momentarily stunned. He had finished a glass so quickly. Kai Duoji inwardly cursed, thinking, "Damn it. Red wine is meant to be savored, not downed like beer." The tension was palpable, and he felt as though the very muscles in his face were about to strain. The waitress contemplated refilling Yi Wentian's glass. "All right, just stand by my side. Today, I intend to indulge in a few extra glasses in honor of Brother Kai's exuberance. This red wine is truly delightful." As he spoke, he raised his glass and addressed the three members of the Long family. "Come, let us all raise our glasses and toast to Brother Kai's grandeur." The crowd eagerly lifted their glasses, celebrating Kai Duoji's generosity. The most amusing part was that Kai Duoji, with an exquisite bottle of 1982 vintage red wine before him, could only sip on a soft drink. This made him feel a twinge of envy. Yet he had just declared that he had to drive and could not drink. "I must endure this." Gritting his teeth, he hurriedly drank his fill. Yi Wentian gulped down his drink and requested another glass, which the waiter promptly filled. Kai Duoji inwardly cursed, thinking, "Does he really treat this fine wine like beer? Such a waste. I would never dare to buy a bottle of that vintage normally, yet he drinks it so casually, and even worse, it's at my expense." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could slap Yi Wentian across the face. As time passed, in just 15 minutes, Yi Wentian had finished an entire open bottle of red wine and called for a second, exclaiming, "Open it." "Certainly." The waiter swiftly uncorked the second bottle and filled Yi Wentian's glass. All of this infuriated Kai Duoji, but out of concern for appearances, he could only seethe in silence. In reality, Yi Wentian had been closely observing Kai Duoji's reactions, a satisfied smile forming in his mind. Isn't he fond of putting on airs? Such pretentiousness comes with a price. Can he not handle just 2 bottles of wine? He continued to feign ignorance, maintaining an oblivious demeanor. Beside them, Long Yueqing noticed Yi Wentian pouring himself another drink and could not help but advise, "Wentian, perhaps you should drink a little less. You might get drunk." Yi Wentian waved his hand dismissively, adopting the guise of a seasoned drinker, saying, "It's nothing. If I get drunk, you can conveniently take me home." Upon hearing this, Long Yueqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she scolded him in a voice barely above a whisper, "What nonsense are you talking about?" In truth, his words were deliberately intended to provoke Kai Duoji. Indeed, upon hearing this, Kai Duoji, already irritated, felt a surge of anger. He thought, "Fine, if you wish to drink, then drink to your heart's content. Once you're thoroughly intoxicated, I will see how Long Yueqing feels about you." With these thoughts in mind, he couldn't help but mockingly say, "Yi Wentian, there's no rush. No one is competing with you for drinks. Take your time." Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian realized his ploy had worked, and he quickly replied, "Really? That's wonderful. Brother Kai, your generosity is unmatched." And with that, he downed another glass of wine. Soon, the second bottle was nearing its end, yet Yi Wentian showed no intention of stopping. Noticing that Long Chong's glass was empty, Yi Wentian immediately instructed the waiter, "Go, fill up Uncle S' glass." The waiter filled the glass only halfway, and it seemed insufficient to Long Chong, who felt somewhat awkward. He remarked, "All right, just this much will suffice." Upon hearing his words, Yi Wentian immediately rose to his feet and uncorked the remaining bottle of the 1982 vintage red wine. He exclaimed, "Uncle, what do you mean by that? Money is no object. When it comes to drinking, one must indulge fully. You haven't even begun to appreciate it yet. So how can you say it's enough? Are you perhaps unaccustomed to this wine? Would you prefer I fetch you a bottle of white liquor instead? But let's set that aside for now. Let's enjoy this exquisite 1982 red wine. I have heard that this wine is truly exceptional." Chapter 68, Turning Hostile. I have heard that this wine costs between 50 to 60,000 a bottle. Today, I am truly fortunate to be in the company of Brother Kai. Otherwise, I would never have had the chance to taste such an extravagant wine in my lifetime. The mention of 50 to 60,000 was merely a casual remark. In reality, he knew that this wine was worth at least 300,000. The intent behind such words was to provoke a reaction from the waiter, thereby leading to Kai Duoji's dismay. "Sir, the wine you are drinking is not the sort of generic 1982 vintage that costs merely 50 to 60,000. Rather, it is priced at 380,000 a bottle." "What? 380,000? The onlookers, with the exception of Yitian, gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide as saucers. To align with the crowd, Yi Wentian also exaggeratedly widened his eyes, gazing at the red wine in his hand, feigning a murmured exclamation. "What? This wine actually costs 380,000. Good heavens, I am drinking a 380,000 red wine. This is enough material for me to boast for a month, haha. While some rejoiced, others were engulfed in dread. Upon hearing the price of 380,000, Kai Duoji's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a distorted chrysanthemum, as if it had burst. 380,000. 3 bottles alone would total 1,140,000, and with the dishes at 55,000. The grand total would be 1,195,000. A single meal costing 1,195,000. With his own 120,000, he would be left with a mere 5,000. The realization of this figure transformed his countenance entirely. It was not just his face that paled. Long Wuqing and Long Chong also experienced a similar transformation. Their previously vibrant visages drained of color, turning ashen as they likely calculated the exorbitant cost of their dining experience. Over $1 million for a meal. Just like that, over $1 million had been consumed. In light of this, they all turned their gazes toward Yi Wentian, contemplating that the majority of the expenses were incurred by him. He had at least indulged in 2 bottles of red wine. Long Yueqing's eyes brimmed with anxiety. What if Kai Duoji refused to pay? She certainly could not afford to cover it herself. In that moment, she forgot that Yi Wentian owned 10 buildings and could easily collect 7 to 8 million in rent each month. She was truly misled into believing that Yi Wentian was merely an unemployed drifter, having been swayed by Kai Duoji's earlier remarks. As Yi Wentian noticed the collective gaze of the others upon him, he shifted his attention to Kai Duoji, saying, "Brother Kai, what is with that look in your eyes? Surely you do not intend to deny your responsibility?" Kai Duoji found himself in a difficult position. He desperately wanted to refute the claim, yet if he did so, he would never regain his standing in front of these people. However, admitting the truth would mean relinquishing his 120,000, which represented 3 months of his hard-earned income. What was more, whether he would have such lucrative business opportunities in the future remained uncertain. If the factory's business were to falter, 3 months' earnings would not suffice, perhaps even taking half a year. Even if it were merely 3 months, he felt an acute sense of loss. Who would willingly part with their salary for 3 months in a single meal? Most importantly, he had not even tasted the finest wine, and the mere thought of it ignited a wave of fury within him. With a sudden motion, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What debts do I owe? I cannot comprehend your nonsensical words. Kai Duoji, one cannot speak in such a manner. It was you who invited us to dine, and now that we have indulged a bit, you refuse to acknowledge it? We are men, a man's word is his bond. Such behavior will only lead me to hold you in disdain." Yi Wentian deliberately provoked Kai Duoji, swaying his body slightly and dismissively waving his hand, mockingly stating, "Men? A man's word is his bond? You, a pauper, should refrain from making me laugh. With your pitiful demeanor, do you even have the audacity to utter such words? Since arriving here, you have acted like a country bumpkin, ordering dishes incessantly and even inquiring about 82 vintage wine. Do you believe you are worthy of it? Do you possess the right?" Kai Duoji cursed vehemently, having completely severed ties. Yi Wentian smiled faintly and questioned, "Tell me, have you not invited us to dine?" Since Kai Duoji had resolved to turn hostile, he shamelessly replied, "When did I ever say I would treat you to a meal? It is you who shamelessly insisted I bring you here." Long Chong and Xiao Zuohua immediately stood up, casting their gaze at Kai Duoji and retorting, "Duoji, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you speak such words? What do you mean by saying we shamelessly made you bring us? It was you who willingly brought us here, claiming you would arrange for the 2 of us." The 2 still harbored some hope towards Kai Duoji. Upon hearing their words, Kai Duoji turned his gaze towards them and declared, "Fine, I shall cover the bill today." The moment he expressed his willingness to pay, the 2 sighed in relief. "However, I have a request. Your daughter must marry me. If she refuses, we shall split the bill. I estimate that the total here amounts to around 1.2 million. 1.2 million, enough to purchase a woman. You should consider this carefully, and let me tell you, I have not consumed any wine. The waitress can attest to this. Even if she hesitates, we can perform an alcohol test. All the wine was consumed by you 4, while my meal totaled no more than 10,000. If you do not agree, I shall contribute 1,000. If you do agree, I shall cover the entire bill exceeding 100,000. His words left the 2 momentarily speechless. Long Yuejia exclaimed, "Kai Duoji, do not take advantage of us. Do you think I would comply with your demands?" Long Chong immediately countered, "Kai Duoji, I warn you, while we hope for our daughter to marry a wealthy man, we are not selling our daughter. To suggest we would sell her off is nothing more than a fantasy." Yi Wentian was taken aback by their words, and his perception of them shifted significantly. It became apparent that they truly cared for Long Yueqing, merely wishing for her to find a suitable match. In reflection, Who in this society does not desire their daughter to find a good family? Thus, their previous actions became understandable. Long Yueqing has always been aware of the profound love her parents have for her, which is why, despite their relentless pressure, she has never truly felt anger towards them. This is the crux of the matter. Kai Duoji shrugged his shoulders and remarked, if that is the case, then let us observe how things unfold. After all, I shall only contribute a mere 10,000. As for the rest, you must devise your own strategies. 120,000? No, take your time to gather it. Perhaps you should consider selling your house. The thought of selling a home just to afford a meal is utterly ludicrous, haha. The more he spoke, the more mocking his tone became. He then settled down, casting an air of superiority as he regarded the others. Chapter 69. Who Eats Without Money? Observing Kai Duoji's demeanor, Long Chong and his wife finally discerned his true nature. They were astounded to discover such a character. Fortunately, they had not entrusted their daughter to him. Otherwise, their future would surely be fraught with difficulties. Witnessing Kai Duoji's smug expression, Long Chong cursed vehemently, itching to strike him, but was restrained by Xiao Zuohua, who urged, "Calm down, dear, do not let your anger take hold." Kai Duoji scoffed derisively. "Oh, you wish to strike me? Perhaps you should contemplate how to resolve this debt of 1,200,000. His gaze then fell upon Yi Wentian, and upon observing Ye's demeanor, his eyes widened in disbelief, finding it utterly ludicrous. There was Yi Wentian, leisurely sipping wine, unperturbed by the staggering sum of 1,200,000. As if it were merely a trivial matter. Kai Duoji chuckled inwardly at this display. Even at such a critical juncture, Yi feigned calmness, truly believing that his connection with Long Yueqing would somehow cover this debt. Though she was a businesswoman, she lacked the means to produce such an amount for this meal. Even if she could, parting with such funds would surely leave her financially incapacitated for the year. Contemplating this, Kai Duoji looked at Yi Wentian with scorn, thinking, "You should be grateful to your useless son-in-law. A single meal has bankrupted you, and yet he remains blissfully indifferent while sipping his wine. How enviable. I too wish for a woman to support me, but alas, my circumstances do not permit." As he spoke, all eyes turned toward Yi Wentian, who was still nonchalantly enjoying his red wine, seemingly unconcerned. Long Chang and his wife seethed at his composure. Were it not for Yi Wentian, they would not have incurred such expenses. Yet here he was, still indulging in wine. Fuming, Long Chang ground his teeth and shouted, "Still drinking? Do you have the heart to drink at a time like this?" Xiao Zuehua chimed in, "Yi Wentian, let me make this clear. Even if we do not give our daughter to Kai Duoji, we certainly will not marry her to you, a worthless man." Kai Duoji erupted in laughter upon hearing this, his face a mask of mockery as he turned to Yi Wentian. "Ha, did you hear that, Yi Wentian? Even if they do not wed Long Yueqing to me, they will not give her to you. You are nothing but a pauper. What does knowing Director Chen matter? Ultimately, you remain a beggar. That is the reality." Yi Wentian calmly set down his glass and replied in an unhurried tone, "Are you finished speaking?" Kai Duoji was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Yi Wentian's sudden inquiry and his placid demeanor, as if nothing of significance had transpired. This only fueled Kai Duoji's rage. But he thought to himself, "I am eager to see your downfall," and retorted, "Fine, I have finished. Today, I shall enjoy the spectacle of how you resolve this 1,200,000. By the way, I have a friend who purchases second-hand houses. Would you like me to introduce you to him? For your home, I can have him offer you 2,500,000. With a laugh, Long Chong's anger flared once more at the mention of this figure, and he bellowed, "Kai Duoji, do not overstep your bounds. Do you believe that I will let you get away with this?" Kai Duoji chuckled awkwardly, dismissing him, and picked up his phone to call the owner of Tianyang Grand Hotel. "Hello, Mr. Yang, this is Kai Duoji. I am currently dining in your Shoyu Tianchi private room. It seems that someone has dined without a means to settle the bill. Would you care to come and take a look? By the way, I forgot to mention, the meal cost 1,200,000, not just a few thousand." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yang on the other end immediately replied, "I am resting upstairs. I will be down shortly." After hanging up, Kai Duoji grinned triumphantly. "It turns out Mr. Yang is just on the second floor. I must inform you all. He will be descending shortly. Prepare the money quickly, lest Mr. Yang takes you to the Department of Justice." Kai Duoji was exceedingly pleased, his demeanor resembling that of someone who had consumed a euphoric elixir, unable to contain his smugness. Yi Wentian chose to ignore him, continuing to pour red wine. Observing this scene, Long Chong felt a surge of anxiety, his chest heaving with anger, as if he might faint from the intensity of his frustration. The boss was arriving. Yet they remained so nonchalant, not a hint of worry in sight. Did they truly believe that his daughter was a billionaire, capable of effortlessly covering this extravagant meal? Damn it. He was ensnared by Kai Duoji and Yi Wentian today. Xiao Zuohua hurriedly attempted to soothe her husband's agitation. "Do not be angry. do not be angry. Long Yueqing, noticing her father's distress, quickly approached to offer her reassurance. Dad, please do not be angry. Not angry. Why should I not be? Look at the kind of boyfriend you have chosen. Even at such a time, he still has the audacity to drink wine, showing not a shred of concern. He is simply a greater drunkard than I. Long Yueqing turned to Yi Wentian, her voice laced with urgency. Wentian, what shall we do? She then leaned closer to him and whispered, I only have a little over 300,000 on me. It is insufficient to cover the bill here. Yi Wentian was taken aback, staring at Long Yueqing in disbelief. How could this young lady forget that she owned 10 buildings? Long Yueqing indeed had forgotten. Firstly, she had been influenced by Kai Duoji's disparaging remarks about Yi Wentian's financial status, subconsciously leading her to believe that he was without funds. Secondly, considering it was she who had invited Yi Wentian, she could not fathom him being expected to pay the bill, thus never contemplated whether he had money. Observing Yi Wentian's bewilderment, Kai Duoji erupted in triumph, mocking him openly. What is the matter? Are you startled to learn that she too lacks funds? You were so calm earlier. Was it all a facade while you awaited Long Yueqing? The Longchang couple gazed at Yi Wentian with gritted teeth and a fierce demeanor. Their overwhelming desire to rend him to shreds palpable. Yi Wentian's remarkable composure stemmed from the knowledge of his daughter's affluence. How absurd. Who can afford to eat without money? At that moment, a grave voice pierced the tension. A middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a gray suit, entered the scene. He bore an unremarkable face, yet his expression was stern and unyielding. This man was Yang Muching, the owner of the Tianyang Grand Hotel. Following closely behind him was a female assistant adorned in black stockings, possessing an appealing appearance. It had been mentioned that he was resting upstairs. Perhaps he was merely indulging in playful activities with his assistant. Chapter 70, 10 million in small denominations. Yang Muching was acquainted with Kai Duoji, and upon seeing him enter, Kai Duoji promptly rose to his feet and approached with alacrity, greeting with a tone of deference. Hello, General Manager Yang. I am Kai Duoji. We have met before. Yang Muching scrutinized Kai Duoji closely, feeling a faint recollection, as if he had seen him somewhere previously. Yes, I have a bit of an impression. Long Chang and his companion, overhearing Kai Duoji's words, inwardly cursed. What a fool. He previously boasted of being quite familiar with the proprietor of this establishment. And it turns out their connection is so trivial. How could we have believed him? We've been thoroughly deceived. General Manager Yang. It is as follows. This fellow ordered 3 bottles of 1982 red wine and consumed them all. Yet now he claims he has no money to settle the bill. Upon hearing this, Yang Muching turned his gaze toward him and inquired, no money to pay? Were you not with them? I recall you own a factory. Surely you can afford 3 bottles of 1982 red wine. Kai Duoji hastily replied, General Manager Yang, please do not misunderstand. Although I was with them, I did not touch the wine at all. It was entirely theirs. We can conduct an alcohol test to verify. Furthermore, your staff can attest to this. He gestured toward a nearby server. The server nodded lightly. Indeed, sir. Yang Muching regarded him and asked, so how do you intend to resolve this matter? General Manager Yang, we were planning to split the bill evenly. I only had the dishes, so I will cover 10,000 for the food, while they will pay the rest. Yang Muching nodded slightly, grasping the situation, yet his mind was clouded with questions. Why would these individuals order such an extravagant quantity of food and wine if they lacked the funds? Was Kai Duoji not allied with them? Why the sudden insistence on splitting the bill? Were they now quarreling over the costs? He chose not to voice these doubts, allowing them to flit by. His primary concern being the matter of payment. He turned his gaze toward Long Chong and the others, asking, Gentlemen, how do you plan to resolve this? Credit card or cash? Before any of them could respond, Kai Duoji interjected, Haha, General Manager Yang. They have no money at all. Just ask them whether they prefer to use a company mortgage or a house mortgage. Kai Duoji, you are going too far. Long Chong glared at the self-satisfied Kai Duoji, his voice rising. Kai Duoji shrugged. Am I being excessive? I am merely stating the truth. Now let us settle the bill swiftly. Yang Muching also looked at Long Chong, who was visibly uneasy under his scrutiny. Long Chong's gaze shifted toward Yi Wentian as he began to wrestle with his conscience. Much of the wine had been consumed by this individual. Perhaps he could shift the blame entirely onto him. However, he chided himself. Despite his financial woes and hopes for his daughter to marry a wealthy man, he could not stoop to Kai Duoji's treacherous level. Otherwise, how would he be any different from such a despicable person? Finally gritting her teeth, she inquired, Mr. Yang, might it be possible to pay in installments? Just as Yang Muching was about to respond, Kai Duoji burst into laughter, exclaiming, Are you trying to make me laugh to death? You want to pay for a meal in installments? Yang Muching pondered for a moment. Although he had never encountered such a situation, the amount in question was considerable. And given the current circumstances, it seemed implausible that these individuals could produce such a sum all at once. Continuing this way would yield no resolution, considering the unique situation. He agreed to their request for installment payments. However, he stipulated that it could only be for 3 months. 3 months! Long Chong exclaimed, feeling the weight of the pressure. 120,000 divided over 3 months meant a monthly payment of 40,000, while his own salary barely reached 5 or 6,000 a month. Where could he possibly find 40,000? And it had to be consecutive for 3 months. Kai Duoji, reveling in his perceived victory, taunted, Mr. Yang is generous, agreeing to installments. What? Can you not even manage 3 months of payments? Yet, looking at your faces, it seems you truly cannot afford it. A bunch of paupers dining in this luxurious place, drinking 1982 vintage wine. Do you even deserve it? His gaze turned menacingly towards Yuentian. Thinking that if it weren't for him, Long Yueqing would have already been in his arms, and such troubles would have been avoided altogether. Long Yueqing interjected sharply, Kai Duoji. Shut your mouth. Is it just 120,000? I will mortgage my company. She could not swallow her pride any longer. While 120,000 was indeed a significant sum, she believed that as long as she was alive, she could find a way to repay it. What difference would mortgaging her company make? Yang Muching wasted no time and turned to Long Yueqing, instructing his female assistant. All right, arrange the mortgage contract for her. Long Chang and his wife seethed with frustration, gasping for air. Their daughter was truly suffering. How could she have chosen such a worthless boyfriend? He was nothing but a harbinger of misfortune, burdening their daughter with a debt of 120,000. Once they returned home, they would insist that their daughter rid herself of this man. Such a useless individual was not welcome in the Long family. At that moment, the sound of a cup being placed on the table caught everyone's attention. They turned to see Yi Wentian seated calmly, unfazed. Kai Duoji immediately mocked, Huh? Waiting for what? Do you think you can afford the bill? You, a mere pauper, have the audacity to speak. It's utterly laughable. Long Chong and his wife glared at Yi Wentian in anger, as they had always believed he was the one who had brought misfortune upon their daughter. Had it not been for him, none of this would have transpired. Yet, they failed to consider that without Yi Wentian, their daughter might have been trapped by the hypocritical Kai Duoji. Their lives would have been far more difficult then. Yi Wentian coolly remarked, Is it not just 120,000? No installment plans are necessary, nor is any form of collateral required. Kai Duoji exclaimed immediately. Are you out of your mind? No collateral? How absurd. Do you think that by boasting to Mr. Yang, he would absolve you of your debt of 1,200,000? Yi Wentian, without even glancing his way, quietly retrieved a black and gold bank card from his pocket. He handed it to Yang Mucheng and said, Go ahead and swipe it. Transactions under 10 million do not require a password. Chapter 71. Confidence is just hot air. Long Chong was infuriated by Yi Wentian's audacity. In such dire circumstances, how could he utter such grandiose claims? Was a sum less than 10 million considered trivial? If that were the case, why was he utilizing his daughter's money to purchase a second-hand vehicle worth merely 20 or 30,000? He bellowed, Yi Wentian, can you cease your disruptions? Do you comprehend the extent of the losses you have inflicted upon us today? Who do you think will believe your bluster? If that card of yours truly holds 1,200,000, I would consume it whole, unshredded. Upon hearing her father's words, Long Yueqing instinctively turned her gaze towards him, poised to interject. However, her mother interrupted, exclaiming, Daughter, do not defend him. What kind of potion has he fed you? What intoxicant has ensnared you into such unwavering loyalty towards him? Mother, I just think, what do you think? Let me tell you, if you wish to be with him, it is utterly impossible. I have stated that even if every man in the world perished, I would never allow you to be with him. The others present, upon hearing Xiao Zuihua's declaration, cast incredulous glances in her direction. Seeing their expressions, a flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Zuihua's mind. What was happening? Was her assertion truly erroneous? Surely, her words could not be mistaken. Their looks must indicate their agreement with her stance. You all agree with me, don't you? Yang Muching could not help but interject. My dear sister, that is your prerogative. He then turned his attention to Long Chong, asking, Brother, do you truly intend to swallow that card? Long Chong and his wife were momentarily taken aback, their eyes clouded with confusion as they exchanged glances, uncertain of Yang Muching's insinuation. Could it be that the card indeed contained 1,200,000? Aside from Long Chong and his wife, as well as the waitress who had never seen the card, everyone else recognized it. It was a special black gold card, and the account balance of its holder was at least 5 to 6 billion, with an overdraft limit of 100 billion. Such a card could surely facilitate a transaction of 1,200,000. Was it not an absurd jest? Thus, when Long Chong proclaimed that he would consume the card if it could indeed access that amount, Long Yueqing was prepared to caution him about the card's actual worth. Yet, her mother interrupted her, unleashing a torrent of bravado. She had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such an extent. When Kai Duoji saw Yi Wentian produce the card, he initially thought he was imagining things and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. However, upon realizing that his vision was clear, he found that the card remained unchanged. In that moment, he felt as though his entire body had become frozen, as if trapped in an icy abyss, where all he could perceive was an overwhelming chill. The chill emanated not from the physical realm, but rather from the depths of one's soul. Yang Muqing paid no heed to the speculations of Long Chong and his wife. With an outstretched hand, just as the onlookers presumed he was about to accept Yi Wentian's card, they observed with clarity as he pushed the card back, a smile illuminating his face. "This meal shall be on me, dear brother. Shall we forge a friendship?" His demeanor, once serious, had transformed entirely. The gravity he had initially displayed was reserved for those he deemed beneath him. However, upon witnessing Yi Wentian present his bank card, Yang realized that their influences were comparable, if not superior. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Why had he never encountered Yi Wentian before? Contemplating the investment of 1,200,000 to cultivate this acquaintance, he concluded that even if Ye's background were modest, the potential for future collaborations would far outweigh the initial expenditure. The revelation stunned the crowd, save for the female assistant. 1,200,000, just to establish a friendship? Long Chong and Xiao Cuihua, despite being unaware of the card's significance, could glean something from Yang Muqing's demeanor. Xiao Cuihua turned to Long Yueqing, inquiring softly, "Yueqing, what is the origin of that bank card? It seems rather formidable." With so many present, Long Yueqing hesitated to elaborate, simply responding, "Let us discuss it later." Despite her curiosity, Xiao Cuihua refrained from further questioning, finding herself inexplicably drawn to Yi Wentian, whose unassuming attire only added to his charm. He seemed an ideal candidate for her daughter's suitor. She had momentarily forgotten her earlier proclamation that she would never allow her daughter to wed Yi Wentian, regardless of circumstance. It appeared she was not immune to the allure of the true fragrance theory. Long Chong too was consumed with speculation regarding the card's origins, sensing an ominous premonition. Yi Wentian, however, did not retract the card. Instead, he remarked, "While friendship is welcome, the payment must still be made. One cannot dine without settling the bill." With that, Yi Wentian's candor left Yang Muqing with little room to argue. "You are indeed a man of integrity." After receiving the card, he handed it to his assistant, instructing, "Go. Be swift." The assistant nodded and promptly exited. "Dear brother, I am Yang Muqing. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Yi Wentian, likewise." Their introductions were brief, yet cordial. "Ah, so you are Brother Yi. What a pleasure. Brother Yang, the pleasure is all mine." Kai Duoji stood frozen to the side, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. One might say, he lacked the courage to speak, not even daring to take a breath. After a tumultuous struggle within his heart, he feared that Yi Wentian would retaliate against him later, as he was acutely aware that someone capable of producing such a card could easily rectify him in an instant. He hastily apologized. "Brother Yi, I beg your pardon. I was merely jesting with you earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Just consider my words as mere nonsense, and do not dwell on them." Yi Wentian cast a cold glance at him, retorting, "You could be more confident. Remove the word seemingly, for you are indeed talking nonsense." Kai Duoji was taken aback. While others anticipated a rebuttal, they were astonished to find this man devoid of shame, bowing and nodding in agreement. Indeed, I am indeed talking nonsense. I am merely talking nonsense. Please do not hold it against me." At that moment, his appearance was a stark contrast to his previously arrogant demeanor. The transformation was striking, and onlookers felt a wave of revulsion at his display. Yi Wentian shared this sentiment, choosing to ignore him entirely as he exited the private room. Chapter 72. A situation as they exited the Tianyang Grand Hotel. Yang Muqing cheerfully remarked, "Brother Yi, do come and visit often. I feel a bit embarrassed for having accepted your money this time. Next time, as brothers, I shall treat you properly." "Certainly," Yi Wentian replied with politeness. Deep down, he understood that Yang Muqing's desire to befriend him stemmed entirely from the sight of his black card. Were it not for that card, Yang Muqing likely wouldn't have paid him any heed. Nevertheless, given the societal norms of the day, he felt it prudent to reciprocate the courtesy extended to him. "Well, take care as you depart." Yang Muqing continued, "Brother Yi, having indulged in some drinks, it would be unwise for you to drive. Allow my people to escort you home. Where is your vehicle?" Yi Wentian gestured towards a modest Xiangli park to the far left. Yang Muqing glanced over, spotting the unassuming car, but skepticism filled his mind. With Yi Wentian's apparent wealth, How could he possibly be driving such a humble vehicle? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Is it parked over there?" He noticed that beside the Xiangli was a luxurious BMW X5 and mused silently. This Yi Wentian is remarkably low-key. Despite his affluence, he only drives an X5. Yi Wentian, aware of Yang Muqing's misunderstanding, interjected, "No, you are mistaken. My car is indeed that Xiangli." "You drive that car?" Yang Muqing asked, astonished. Yi Wentian nodded gently, confirming, "Indeed, that is my vehicle." Yang Muqing's mind raced with disbelief. "I thought an X5 was already understated. But to think he drives this mere second-hand car worth a mere 20 to 30,000. How exceedingly humble. One might even presume he is in the business of illegal taxi services." He immediately raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly embody humility. I ought to learn from you." Yi Wentian waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, no. I've simply grown accustomed to this car and have no desire to change it. For someone of your stature, driving such a vehicle could lead to misunderstandings, which would not bode well for business negotiations." Yang Muqing pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "That is indeed a valid point." He then turned to his subordinate behind him, instructing, "You, take young Master Yi back." "Understood." The subordinate replied promptly. Yi Wentian did not refuse this offer, for even though Long Yueqing could drive, it would be inappropriate to have her take him home. After all, he would not want to worry about her returning home alone. Turning to Long Chong and his wife, Yi Wentian asked, "Uncle Chong, Auntie, would you like me to drive you back?" Having learned of Yi Wentian's remarkable capabilities, the couple felt no hesitation towards him. Rather, they were eager to draw closer and discern the true nature of this youth who had garnered such favor from the proprietor of the Tianyang Hotel, who even wished to treat Yi Wentian to a lavish meal worth a staggering 1.2 million. "That would be wonderful, thank you, Wentian," they replied enthusiastically. The two individuals even altered their address for Yi Wentian, which left Long Yueqing feeling a bit awkward, yet simultaneously, she felt a surge of joy. It seemed that her parents had tacitly approved of Yi Wentian's presence. Henceforth, she would no longer be coerced into blind dates, and as for her relationship with Yi Wentian, she would conceal it for as long as possible. Upon noticing Yang Muqing's subordinate approaching Yi Wentian's vehicle, Xiao Cuihua appeared to have an epiphany and hastily interjected, "Wait a moment." The subordinate halted in surprise and turned back, wondering if there was some inquiry. "There's no need for you to escort us." Yang Muqing, intrigued, inquired, "Elder sister, what seems to be the problem? Do you doubt my subordinate's abilities?" He had initially intended to address her as auntie, but after a moment's reflection, he deemed it more appropriate to call her elder sister, given their similar ages. In this era, such distinctions were inconsequential. Xiao Cuihua, concerned that Yang Muqing might misinterpret her intentions, quickly clarified, "No, that's not my meaning at all. I merely wish to express that it's unnecessary to trouble him. My daughter can drive us home." Yang Muqing shifted his gaze to Long Yueqing, casting a curious glance, pondering that it was quite normal for women to drive in contemporary society. "Elder sister, are you truly certain it's not needed?" he asked once more. Yang Zong, "It's genuinely no trouble. Allow my daughter to drive us back. It would be ill-mannered to inconvenience you," Xiao Cuihua reiterated. Yang Muqing sensed that Xiao Cuihua harbored ulterior motives, a sentiment echoed by Yi Wentian as well. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Auntie, if Yueqing drives me back, she will have to return alone later, and it might not be safe at night." Long Chong added from the side, "Indeed, that wouldn't be ideal." Upon hearing her husband's words, Xiao Cuihua shot him a sharp glance, as if to say, "Why don't you grasp my intentions?" However, she refrained from elaborating. Instead, smiling as she declared, "Wentian, let us discuss this matter later. After all, it wouldn't be right to trouble Yang Zong." She then nudged her daughter, urging, "Come on, let us get in the car." Long Yueqing was perplexed by her mother's peculiar behavior, but decided to go along with her, curious to see what she intended. Moreover, she felt it was indeed imprudent to trouble others. It was best if she drove herself. Once in the vehicle, fastening her seatbelt and adjusting the seat, she addressed Yi Wentian and her parents, "Let us get in." After they were all settled, Yi Wentian, out of courtesy, greeted Yang Muqing before they departed. Long Yueqing's driving skills were commendable, and within a mere 15 minutes, they safely arrived at her residence. "Mom, Dad, you go ahead. I'll take Wentian home." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Xiao Cuihua immediately retorted, "You're being utterly thoughtless, my dear. Wentian treated us to a lavish meal today, and you're just sending him off without a proper invitation? You ought to invite him up for a glass of water." Upon hearing Xiao Cuihua's words, Long Yueqing also felt that his mother was indeed correct. Arriving at their residence, it was only proper to invite Yi Wentian upstairs for a refreshing drink. However, after a moment's contemplation, Yi Wentian declined, stating, "No need, just take me back home." Before long Yueqing could respond, Xiao Zuihua opened the passenger door and exclaimed, "Why the haste to return? Come, let us have a drink before you leave. It's still early." As she spoke, she gently tugged at Yi Wentian's arm. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Yi Wentian realized that if he did not accept the invitation, he might not be able to leave at all. "All right, Auntie. I suppose I shall join you for a little while." Upon hearing Yi Wentian's agreement, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Xiao Zuihua's eyes. Experience truly prevails. Chapter 73. Are you pretending? Upon arriving home, Long Yueqing poured a glass of water for Yi Wentian, while Xiao Zuihua and Long Chong settled on the sofa, their gazes fixed upon him. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Xiao Zuihua inquired, "Wentian, what does your family do?" This question left the Long family perplexed, including Long Yueqing, who pondered the substantial background Yi Wentian must possess. After all, how could one amass such wealth without it? Yet, it was perplexing why Yi Wentian chose to live so modestly, donning simple attire and driving a used car worth only a few thousand. His low-key demeanor was astonishing. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Wentian chose not to conceal the truth, stating, "I don't do anything. I am actually an orphan." "Ah, you are an orphan?" The Long family gazed at him in astonishment, their minds racing with disbelief. How could someone who appeared so affluent be an orphan? Long Yueqing, too, was puzzled, never having considered that Yi Wentian could be without family. Yet, who would jest about such matters? Given Yi Wentian's assertion, it must be true. The couple, Long Chang and his wife, soon relaxed, apologizing, "We are truly sorry, Wentian, we had no knowledge of this." Yi Wentian smiled, unconcerned, and replied, "Do not worry. It has been many years. I hardly mind." "Ah, you are indeed a child of misfortune," Xiao Zuihua sighed. "Nevertheless, you have achieved much on your own. It is remarkable that you have persevered to this extent. Yet, I find it curious that, despite your wealth, Kai Duozhi refers to you as an idle drifter." Yi Wentian chuckled, "Aunt, that is a simple matter. He does not perceive me as a wealthy individual. However, he is not entirely incorrect. I currently have no occupation and am, in essence, an idle drifter." "What is going on?" Xiao Zuihua asked, intrigued. Given Yi Wentian's financial standing, it seemed implausible that he lacked employment. Yi Wentian preferred not to delve into lengthy explanations, as the matter was intricate. "This is a long story. Perhaps I can share it another time." "Aunt, uncle, I have finished my water. I shall take my leave now. There is no need for Yueqing to accompany me. I can take a cab home. I will return tomorrow to drive my car." As he stood, Long Chong and his wife followed suit. Xiao Zuihua glanced at the clock and remarked, "Wentian, it is already 9:30. It is quite late. Why not stay the night?" Yi Wentian suddenly felt a bead of sweat on his forehead. 9:30? Quite late indeed. He had only just ascended the stairs at 9:15 and distinctly remembered Xiao Zuihua stating that the evening was still young. It had merely been 15 minutes since then, yet she now proclaimed it late. In an instant, Yi Wentian understood. Xiao Zuihua's intentions were clear. She wished to keep him there for the night, to ensure he rested comfortably. Long Chong also understood the intentions of his wife, and said, "Indeed. Wentian, it is getting late, and we cannot rest easy knowing you are returning alone. Why not stay here for the night and head back tomorrow?" Yi Wentian hurriedly declined. "Uncle Tai, Auntie, I truly appreciate your kindness, but it would be an inconvenience. My home is not far from here, just a 5-minute taxi ride. I assure you, it is quite all right." The couple could not possibly allow Yi Wentian to leave so easily. If they did, Xiao Zuihua would not have exerted so much effort. She insisted, "What inconvenience is there? You and Yueqing are a couple, and that makes you our future son-in-law." "What is a son-in-law?" "He is akin to our own son. My son resides at home. How could it be troublesome?" Xiao Zuihua's reasoning was so convoluted that it nearly suggested Yi Wentian and Long Yueqing were already parents. Long Yueqing, listening nearby, felt quite awkward and interjected, "Mom, Wentian has matters to attend to tomorrow. He really should return." Xiao Zuihua immediately waved her hand and said, "Return? What for? Any matters can wait until tomorrow. Today, there is nothing to concern yourself with. Wentian, listen to Annie. Stay here and rest tonight, and whatever you need to do tomorrow. Auntie will not hinder you." Long Yueqing quickly added, "Mom, if he sleeps here, what if it delays him tomorrow?" "ISNT that." Before she could finish, Xiao Zuihua scrutinized Long Yueqing and questioned, "You two aren't pretending, are you?" Upon hearing this, Long Yueqing felt a pang of guilt, feigning ignorance as she asked, "What do you mean by pretending? What pretense?" Xiao Zuihua pressed on, "Tell me, is Wentian not your boyfriend? Did you ask him to pretend to be your boyfriend?" Yi Hetian was somewhat taken aback, pondering, what is happening? Why has Xiao Zuihua suddenly said this? Could she have sensed something? This is odd. We have shown no signs. Could it be that she suspects a pretense simply because I do not stay here? But it is quite normal not to remain. He realized that she had not truly perceived anything. Her remarks were merely a tactic to intimidate Long Yueqing into submission, thus ensuring he would stay. Yi Wentian's deductions were entirely accurate. Xiao Zuihua indeed had not disowned a thing. Her intention was solely to frighten Long Yueqing. The latter, feeling increasingly guilty from her relentless questioning, quickly replied, "How could that be? Wentian and I are truly a couple." "Mom, what are you saying?" Xiao Zuihua immediately countered. "If you two are indeed genuine, then why do you not agree to let Wentian stay?" "Mom, when have I ever disagreed with Wentian staying?" Long Yueqing clearly remembered never having uttered such words. "When? Just now you were fervently persuading Wentian to leave, which is tantamount to refusing him to stay." Upon hearing her mother's words, Long Yuejia felt utterly defeated and remarked, "Fine, fine, you've bested me. I shall remain silent. I will utter not a single word." She then turned to Yi Wentian and said, "Wentian, you have heard it as well. Yueqing has permitted you to stay. You might as well remain here. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow, for it is paramount to prioritize your health." Yi Wentian, filled with helplessness, found himself at a loss for excuses to depart, fully aware that leaving today would not be a simple endeavor. This reminded him of a saying: a young man must always safeguard himself when outside. "Very well." Shatsuehua interjected, "By the way, Wentian, we do not have a guest room. If you do not mind, you may share a room with Yueqing." Chapter 74. An awkward atmosphere. "By the way, Wentian, we do not have a guest room in our home. If you don't mind, you could share a room with Yueqing." "Ah." Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Sharing a room with Long Yueqing? Was this a prelude to something unexpected? Upon closer inspection of the situation before him, Yi Wentian realized that indeed, something was amiss. Not only was he astonished, but Long Yueqing was equally taken aback, staring incredulously at her mother, completely unprepared for such a proposition. Sharing a room with Yi Wentian? Wasn't this an invitation for something to transpire between them? Yet, they were merely friends, not even in a romantic relationship. Even if they were, such a leap would be too hasty. Yi Wentian echoed this sentiment, hastily interjecting, "Andy, there's no need for such trouble. I can sleep on the sofa." Xiao Zuihua immediately replied, "The sofa is occupied by your uncle. There's no need for you to sleep there. Besides, as a guest visiting our home for the first time, how could we allow you to sleep on the sofa?" Seeing that Yi Wentian was about to protest further, Xiao Zuihua swiftly added, "Enough. Let us not linger on this. It's decided." With that, she strode directly to her bedroom, while Long Chong hastily threw himself onto the sofa, as if fearing someone might usurp his territory. This left only the bewildered Yi Wentian and Long Yueqing in the living room, casting furtive glances at one another. Yi Wentian awkwardly stammered. This he could scarcely find his voice, overwhelmed by uncertainty. Long Yueqing, equally flustered, finally mustered the courage to speak. "Let us go." Yi Wentian, at a loss for words, awkwardly followed her upstairs. Upon entering Long Yueqing's room, the atmosphere grew even more uncomfortable, particularly for Long Yueqing, whose face flushed to the color of her neck. Yi Wentian sensed that the tension was palpably unsettling, far too hurried, inducing a slight pressure on his heart. Feeling compelled to break the silence, he ventured, "I apologize. I didn't anticipate things progressing to this point." Long Yueqing quickly responded, "No, it's not your fault. If anyone should apologize, it should be me. My mother is simply too eager." Yi Wentian nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "It's all right. It doesn't bother me. I just hope it doesn't inconvenience you. Rest assured, even though we are sharing a room tonight, I won't disclose this to anyone. I assure you. I won't engage in any inappropriate behavior. I plan to meditate quietly throughout the night. As a martial artist in the early stages of the Earth realm, meditating for an entire night was trivial for him. Moreover, he could utilize this time for cultivation, rendering the need for meditation unnecessary. Who would know what he was truly doing? Meditate for an entire night? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Long Yueqing exclaimed hastily. "It's not like you're a monk. Who could endure that? Actually, you don't need to meditate. You can simply lay a mat on the floor. I'll arrange it for you right now," she insisted. Opening his wardrobe, he took out a quilt. Moments later, the floor was prepared for Yi Wentian, who cheerfully remarked, "You will have a hard time tonight." "It's no trouble at all," he replied with a smile. 3 minutes later, Yi Wentian lay on the floor, while Long Yueqing occupied the bed. As they closed their eyes, both felt a peculiar sense of restlessness, their minds preoccupied with various thoughts. Eventually, they decided to open their eyes. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the window. Observing this, Yi Wentian softly commented, "It seems it might rain." Long Yueqing responded in agreement. It should be about to start. At that moment, Yi Wentian's phone rang. Upon checking, He saw it was a call from Yi Long, primarily inquiring whether Yi Wentian would return home. Yi Wentian informed him that he would not be going back tonight, and then inquired about the patent issue. Yi Long indicated that the institution was currently reviewing it, and they expected results by tomorrow. After their conversation ended, Long Yueqing, curious from her position on the bed, asked, "Patent, what are you applying for?" Yi Wentian pondered for a moment whether to reveal this to Long Yueqing. He recalled having mentioned his plans to start a company a while back, so sharing this information now wouldn't pose any issues. Moreover, the atmosphere was quite awkward, and introducing a topic would certainly alleviate the tension. "Do you remember I mentioned wanting to start a company?" he finally said. Long Yueqing, taking a moment to contemplate, indeed recalled him saying such. "Yes, you mentioned wanting to establish a biotechnology firm. Did you?" As her curiosity piqued, she cautiously speculated, could it be that the Tianwen Group, which opened recently, is your venture? While the Tianwen Group had yet to gain widespread recognition in Tianyang, its grand opening had been marked by a dazzling display of fireworks, creating quite an impression. Long Yueqing had been following this development, aware that the group was involved in research, albeit differing significantly from her own company's focus. "Indeed, it is my company," Yi Wentian confirmed. Long Yueqing was taken aback by this revelation, realizing, "I had a faint inkling that the Tianwen Group was yours. I always meant to ask you about it, but kept forgetting. I can't believe it's truly yours. How swift." Yi Wentian chuckled. "As long as there is funding, everything tends to progress rather swiftly." Long Yueqing laughed in agreement. "Absolutely. With sufficient funds, everything becomes manageable. By the way, have you made any breakthroughs in your research? Why are you applying for patents?" she inquired. "Yes, we have developed something significant, but you'll find out what it is in a couple of days." Yi Wentian refrained from divulging specifics, not due to a desire to withhold information, but rather to keep Long Yueqing unaware that he was the one who had made the discovery. Upon hearing this, Long Yueqing did not press further, understanding intuitively that his reticence indicated a desire to maintain some mystery. "He temporarily wishes to keep this from you, and it also pertains to sensitive business secrets, making it entirely understandable for him to withhold this information." Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. The sound was deafening. Yi Wentian acutely sensed that Long Yueqing, resting in bed, trembled slightly, evidently startled. "Are you afraid of thunder?" Some women exhibit such fear, despite knowing it poses no real threat to them. Long Yueqing softly acknowledged. Boom. Chapter 77. The Duel. "Indeed, it is you." As she spoke, Du Shangxiang leaned in and placed a delicate kiss on Yi Wentian's cheek. Though it was but a fleeting gesture, her actions left everyone present utterly astounded. What is happening?" The crowd was in disbelief as they witnessed Instructor Du kiss Yi Wentian in front of them. Wasn't it said that Instructor Du was rather indifferent when it came to matters of the heart? How could she suddenly become so fervent? All the trainees on the training ground were rendered speechless, exchanging hushed whispers among themselves. "I believe what I read in a dating manual is entirely accurate. No woman is truly cold towards love. She merely has not encountered the right person. Once she meets the right one, her passion ignites," one trainee proclaimed, feigning profundity as he stroked his chin. The others nodded in agreement, convinced by his reasoning. After all, they had witnessed Instructor Du's apparent emotional aloofness firsthand. She had consistently ignored all the other instructors and suitors. Some had even speculated that she might prefer women over men. Yet now, witnessing her kiss Yi Wentian, they understood that her earlier indifference stemmed solely from her not having met the right person until now. Yi Wentian was left utterly dumbfounded by her boldness, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Did I just get kissed? No, that's not right. I was forcibly kissed. This handsome man is quite the predicament," he thought, realizing that his luck in love was irresistible. Su Ping was equally shocked, rubbing his eyes and shaking his head as if to dispel a dream. However, the pain he felt from the motion confirmed the reality of the moment. Once he regained his composure, he glared furiously at Yi Wentian and declared, "I demand a duel. If you are a man, accept my challenge." Seeing Su Ping in such a frenzy, Yi Wentian attempted to reason with him. "Su Ping, you need to calm down. I am not your rival. I never intended to compete with you." Before he could finish, Su Ping interrupted, "Enough of your excuses. The more you say, the more I disdain you. And the more I feel that Instructor Du deserves better. Let us engage in a contest. I want to defeat you convincingly. If you merely won her affection based on your looks, I shall not accept that. Prove yourself on the arena," he insisted, gesturing for Yi Wentian to step forward. Yi Wentian held a favorable impression of Su Ping. Despite his current anger, he did not resort to insulting others with money or achievements like Kai Duoji might have. Thus, he was reluctant to engage in a contest, as he felt he was not Su Ping's true rival. However, given the circumstances, it seemed that avoiding a duel was no longer an option. Reflecting on the situation, I contemplated intentionally conceding to him, thereby assisting him in his pursuit of Du Shangxiang. I thought to myself, my dear brother, this is the extent of my support. The rest, you must rely on your own abilities. Very well, I accept your challenge. A true man indeed, Su Ping exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The two then proceeded towards the arena, prompting other students to cease their training and gather in anticipation. The students of Yi Wentian were similarly intrigued. Although Du Shangxiang initially intended to instruct them to return to their training, she reconsidered, realizing that witnessing another's combat could be beneficial. Most importantly, the duel between these two was a rare spectacle. A minute later, the crowd arrived at the arena, with Yi Wentian and Su Ping stepping onto the field. Su Ping clasped his fists and declared, "There are no specific rules. It will be a standard match. But let us refrain from causing serious harm. We have agreed beforehand that the loser must depart from Instructor Du and can only engage in necessary work." Yi Wentian nodded lightly. No problem. From below, Du Shangxiang watched, pondering whether Yi Wentian would fight with all his might for her sake. As this thought crossed her mind, a glimmer of anticipation lit her expression, and she recalled the moment she had impulsively kissed Yi Wentian. When had she become so audacious? To do such a thing openly before others was utterly embarrassing. How could she face him now? This was too shameful. No, this was not in line with my character. I am a serious instructor and must maintain my composure. Resolving to appear stern, she adopted a serious demeanor, yet her gaze lingered on the memory of their earlier intimacy, a sentiment she found difficult to dispel. In the arena, Su Ping bellowed, "Let the match begin." With a rush of energy, he surged towards Yi Wentian like a fierce tiger. Su Ping's strength was comparable to Du Shangxiang's, both at the initial stage of the Xian level. Yi Wentian also elevated his inner strength to the same level, though this was not his full potential, as he was, in fact, a practitioner at the initial stage of the Earth level. With a swift clash, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, retreating several steps before regaining their footing. Du Shangxiang's expression soured as she observed the bout, realizing that Yi Wentian was holding back. She was acutely aware of Su Ping's capabilities and understood Yi Wentian's true strength. Previously, when she had attacked Yi Wentian, he had effortlessly repelled her, yet now, they were evenly matched. Was this not a sign of concession? A wave of disappointment washed over her. Just as she was about to speak, a voice beside her inquired, "What are these two doing? Why are they fighting?" The question startled Du Shangxiang and the onlookers, who quickly turned their attention to the source. It was the Battle King Sun Hung and the three-star battle General Dong Yonglong who had joined the gathering. Du Shangxiang promptly greeted them with respect. "Greetings, Battle King." Sun Hang nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Du Shangxiang, inquiring about their intentions. Standing nearby, the formidable warrior Dong Yonglong was unaware of the specifics of the recent events, yet he knew well the motives of his close friend Su Ping. Despite this knowledge, he refrained from speaking, as it was not his place to answer, and voicing it would yield no benefit for himself. Du Shangxiang, equally at a loss for words, opted for a simple response, reporting, "The two are engaged in a trivial contest." "Oh, is that truly the case? I sense it is not quite so straightforward." Su Ping interjected upon hearing the words of the War King. "Indeed, War King, it is far from simple. Should either Instructor Yi or I lose, we must relinquish our claim on Instructor Du." Chapter 75. Are you all right? Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Long Yueqing hastily covered her head with the blanket, consumed by fear. Observing her distress, Yi Wentian could not help but inquire, "Are you all right?" Long Yueqing trembled as she replied, "I'm fine." Yet, Yi Wentian discerned that her condition was far from satisfactory. However, what could he do? It would be inappropriate to comfort her with an embrace, as it might make Long Yueqing feel as though he was taking advantage of her vulnerability. Boom, boom. Two successive claps of thunder echoed ominously, overwhelming Long Yueqing's senses with sheer terror. "Yi Wentian, huh? What's wrong?" he asked, though he suspected her fear was the source of her distress. Long Yueqing fell into silence, yearning to voice her thoughts, but unable to articulate them. Boom. The thunder rolled again. Following the sound, she uttered softly, her voice trembling, "Could you hold me?" Her request was laced with anxiety, her shivers stemming from the fear of the thunder outside. The deeper dread lay in the possibility of Yi Wentian rejecting her plea, which would leave her feeling profoundly embarrassed and frightened. Seeing her in such a state, Yi Wentian felt a pang of sympathy. Although taken aback by her request, he found it entirely understandable. He emerged from his own blanket and slipped into Long Yueqing's, feeling an acute sense of awkwardness. Yet, the pleading look in her eyes compelled him to act. Convincing himself that he was doing this purely to assist her, an act of nobility, devoid of any personal desire. Goodness, would it be too shameless to think this way? To sleep beside such a beautiful woman Was that not a delightful prospect? For reasons unknown, the thought ignited a warmth within him, prompting him to dismiss such notions. Though he had entered the blanket, he hesitated to embrace Long Yueqing, feeling it would be too awkward. No matter how noble his intentions, it still felt immensely uncomfortable. It was just him. Long Yueqing too felt a wave of embarrassment. After asking for his embrace, she regretted her impulsiveness, believing she should confront her fear of the thunder. Just then, a deafening crack of thunder erupted, causing Long Yueqing to gasp in alarm. In a sudden panic, she turned and clung tightly to Yi Wentian. He found himself at a loss, his hands awkwardly positioned, unsure of where to place them. Furthermore, he felt an unusual softness pressing against his chest, prompting him to glance down. Instantly, he felt a surge of blood rush to his face. As an unfathomable abyss of emotion enveloped him, the mind was overwhelmed by a series of jolts. How could a vigorous young man endure such a spectacle? The tent was swiftly erected, yet Long Yueqing, nestled in Yi Wentian's embrace, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. She merely felt a profound sense of security, warm and enveloping, akin to entering a gentle sanctuary. Within minutes, she succumbed entirely to slumber, leaving Yi Wentian to grapple with his discomfort alone. Observing Long Yueqing asleep like a delicate kitten, Yi Wentian couldn't help but smile, tempted to caress her delicate nose. However, he soon realized that his hand was firmly held by her, rendering movement precarious and likely to disturb her rest. Thus, he restrained himself and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. The following day, Long Yueqing awoke first, acutely aware of a firm grip encircling her bosom. Additionally, a dagger seemed to threaten her rear. Initially, she paid it no mind, lazily lingering in bed as if this were a commonplace occurrence. However, as she pondered, she recalled that besides herself, there was another person in her bed, Yi Wentian. Upon this realization, she quickly glanced forward, only to find a large hand still firmly grasping her. She even sensed it unconsciously tighten its hold. Long Yueqing couldn't restrain a startled exclamation. What's wrong? Yi Wentian awakened abruptly, alarmed, and upon opening his eyes, he met Long Yueqing's gaze, which was imbued with an odd intensity. Their eyes locked, and an awkward silence ensued, enveloping them both in an atmosphere of discomfort. Yi Wentian felt an acute sense of embarrassment but understood that no words could alleviate the tension. The wisest course of action was to exit the room, allowing Long Yueqing a moment to collect herself. With a sheepish smile, he murmured, I'll just step out for a moment, and hastily departed. Once the door clicked shut, Long Yueqing finally unveiled herself from the covers, her face aflame with embarrassment, her eyes reflecting her discomfort. She muttered softly, "What did I do yesterday? How did I end up sleeping in his arms? How will I face him after this? How utterly mortifying." As she spoke, she lightly smacked the bedspread. Reflecting on the previous day, she whispered, "To be fair, his embrace was quite warm and felt incredibly safe." As the thought settled, the embarrassment in her gaze lessened, replaced by a sweet sense of happiness, though she remained oblivious to it. Upon exiting, Yi Wentian encountered Long Chong and his wife seated on the sofa. Upon hearing the door open, they immediately rose, their eyes fixed on Yi Wentian with expressions of amusement, scanning him as if appraising something. This scrutiny made Yi Wentian feel a wave of embarrassment, and he could only surmise what they might be thinking. He yearned to bring joy to both of them, yet the situation was not as they had envisioned. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against it, realizing that discussing such matters would only darken the atmosphere. Moreover, just moments ago, Long Yueqing had let out a loud cry. He pondered whether that outburst might have led to a misunderstanding between them. If so, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the confusion. Reflecting on this, he concluded that this place was not suitable for lingering, and he should depart swiftly. However, he had yet to bid farewell to Long Yueqing, and leaving without a word might cast him in an unflattering light. After considering these thoughts, he turned and opened the door to his room, intending to inform Long Yueqing of his departure. Yet, as he cracked the door open, he was met with the sight of Long Yueqing changing her clothes. Alarmed by this unexpected view, Yi Wentian hastily shut the door and uttered an apology. Long Yueqing, already feeling awkward, was now even more embarrassed. Having been seen by Yi Wentian, he quickly called out from the threshold, Yueqing, I have some matters to attend to, so I will be leaving now." Long Yueqing responded softly from within the room, but her words were barely audible without keen hearing. After hearing her acknowledgement, he turned his gaze towards the couple, Long Chong and his wife, seated on the sofa, and said, "Uncle, Auntie, I have some matters to attend to, so I will be leaving now." Xiao Cuihua hurriedly interjected, Leaving already? We have prepared breakfast for you. Please eat before you go." Yi Wentian repeatedly declined. "I'm afraid I must leave in haste. Please enjoy your meal." With that, he exited quickly, not daring to look back. as if he had encountered something truly dreadful. Chapter 76. Are you a man? After leaving the Long family, Yi Wentian drove back to his villa, performed a brief wash-up, and then set off for the Tianyang military camp. As he traversed the path to the camp, his mind incessantly replayed the earlier events, particularly the sight of Long Yueqing changing clothes, an image that lingered in his thoughts. He concluded that he must engage in training these rascals at the camp to divert his attention. Upon arriving at the camp, Yi Wentian noticed that the gazes directed at him had taken on an unusual quality. The onlookers regarded him with strange, almost scrutinizing eyes, as if something significant had transpired. He soon reached the training grounds, where his 36 students were under the tutelage of Du Shangxiang. Approaching her, he sensed that she was aware of his presence, as she promptly turned to face him. Upon seeing Yi Wentian, a shy expression momentarily crossed her face, followed by a look of embarrassment and apology. This scene piqued Yi Wentian's curiosity. He could not fathom the reason behind it. Moreover, he noticed that his students were also casting him mischievous glances. While it was common for his students to exhibit such expressions whenever they saw him with Du Shangxiang, this time he was certain that their gazes were markedly different. What exactly was the distinction? He could not articulate, but he felt a vague sense that something unusual had occurred. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Instructor Du, has something happened? Why is everyone regarding me in such a manner? It feels as though I've committed some peculiar offense." Du Shangxiang, with an apologetic demeanor, replied, "I apologize. Instructor Yi, I may have caused you some trouble." "Trouble? What do you mean?" he asked, bewildered. "Did you involve my reputation in some matter?" Upon hearing his question, Du Shangxiang quickly responded, "Of course not. How could that possibly be the case?" At that moment, Yi Wentian felt an air of anger brewing behind him, compelling him to turn around. He saw Su Ping, the head of the intelligence division, striding towards him with a furious expression, flanked by 2 aides. Recognizing the intensity of Su Ping's approach, Yi Wentian understood that something significant was afoot. However, he remained uncertain about the specifics, though he vaguely suspected that it might relate to Du Shangxiang. After all, she had just apologized to him and referenced some troublesome matter. Furthermore, his encounters with Su Ping had been limited to the previous day. He had no prior acquaintance with him, yet Su Ping was known to be pursuing Du Shangxiang. Thus, he could not fathom why Su Ping would be so enraged upon seeing him unless it was tied to Du Shangxiang. In less than a minute, Su Ping reached Yi Wentian and confronted him with indignation, demanding, "Yi Wentian, are you even a man?" Stunned, Yi Wentian paused, perplexed by the inquiry regarding his masculinity. What sort of logic was this? Was there a question of his virility? Did he not appear sufficiently robust? Before he could respond, Su Ping continued, "If you are a man, then let us compete." Yi Wentian, feeling cornered as if trapped beneath a pressing tree, failed to comprehend the situation. Why must he compete simply because he was a man? What was the meaning of this? Could he not first clarify the circumstances? This was rather embarrassing. Facing such awkwardness first thing in the morning was truly unbearable. Why must I compete with you simply for being a man?" Su Ping huffed heavily. "I had thought that your relationship with Shangxiang was merely platonic, yet I am astonished to discover that you are trying to undermine me. I challenge you to a duel. Should you lose, you shall forever leave Shangxiang. If I lose, I shall withdraw. If you are a man, we shall resolve this in a manly manner, as is the custom in our camp." Upon hearing Su Ping's words, Yi Wentian finally understood. However, when had he ever undermined this fellow? Wait a moment. When did I undermine you? Could you please clarify your statement? Su Ping, filled with rage, turned to Du Shangxiang and exclaimed, "How could you possibly desire someone like him, who refuses to admit his actions? He is no man. Is it simply because he appears delicate that you find him appealing? In truth, it was merely yesterday when Yi Wentian had shared the 9-yang divine skill with Du Shangxiang, leading others to mistakenly perceive it as a love letter." Witnessing Yi Wentian's excitement, they assumed the two were romantically involved, and soon enough, this rumor reached Su Ping's ears. How could he, a devoted suitor of Du Shangxiang, endure such slander? He could not contain his fury and sought to confront Yi Wentian. Du Shangxiang, flustered, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Instructor Yi and I are merely partners, and how many times must I tell you? Our relationship is not so familiar that you may call me Shangxiang. Furthermore, even if Instructor Yi and I had something, it would be a normal relationship. There is no question of undermining you, for I have never been yours. Shangxiang. Instructor Du, although we are not romantically involved, everyone in the camp knows that I, Su Ping, have feelings for you, and I have defeated all my rivals. Therefore, you should belong to me," Su Ping declared, his indignation palpable. Du Shangxiang could not help but laugh, finding the situation amusing. What kind of absurd logic is this? Just because you have defeated all your rivals, you believe I am yours? Do you think this is a primitive society? And have you truly defeated all your competitors? Upon hearing her final question, Su Ping confidently asserted, "Indeed, I have already triumphed over all my rivals. Have you not noticed that since I expressed my feelings for you, no one else has approached you?" Regarding this matter, Du Shangxiang is indeed aware. She recognizes that those who once pursued her have refrained from doing so, all due to Su Ping. However, Su Ping is truly not to her liking. Su Ping, you have not triumphed over all your rivals, for you have yet to surpass Instructor Yi. Upon hearing Du Shangxiang's words, Yi Wendian was left speechless. Pondering when he had become Su Ping's competitor, was this not an unjust accusation? Furthermore, he found Su Ping to be quite admirable and remarked, "Do not misunderstand. I am not his rival." "Indeed, you are." Chapter 78. A proper battle indeed. It is not as simple as it seems, War King. If either Instructor Yi or I were to lose, we must relinquish our ties to Instructor Du, Su Ping explained. Upon hearing this, Sun Hong, the War King, remarked, "I thought so. There must be a reason behind their conflict. If a battle is to occur, let it be so, but we must ensure that it remains amicable." Sun Hong was also curious to gauge Yi Wentian's prowess, having only heard from Dong Yonglong about his formidable abilities, yet he had yet to witness them firsthand. Once Su Ping received the War King's approval, his excitement surged as he turned to Yi Wentian and declared, "Now that the War King is present, he can serve as our witness. Remember, the loser must depart from Instructor Du, save for necessary work obligations." Yi Wentian, momentarily speechless, nodded and replied, "A gentleman's word is as binding as a swift horse's gallop. Rest assured." "Very well. Bring forth your utmost strength and engage me in battle," Su Ping proclaimed with fervor. Hearing this, Yi Wentian felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "You wish for me to unleash my full power? Can you truly withstand it? Even without employing the heavenly eye, my initial strength at the earth level would be more than sufficient to defeat you in an instant." The audacity of Su Ping's request was astounding. In the audience, Du Shangxiang found herself both amused and exasperated by Su Ping's bravado. With such limited strength, you expect him to fight at his full capacity? Yet, she quickly considered that if Yi Wentian were to intentionally lose, it would not mean he truly intended to abandon her, and she was unwilling to accept such a fate. After contemplating this, she stood up and declared, "Instructor Yi, should you refrain from using your full strength or deliberately lose, I will not acknowledge the outcome. I am certain the War King would not accept it either, and Su Ping would perceive it as an affront." She aimed to provoke both Su Ping and the War King, primarily targeting Su Ping. Sun Hong, for his part, was indifferent to the notion of a lenient match. He could discern the true victor when the combat commenced. Yi Wendian, however, was concerned about Du Shangxiang's potential remarks, and to his surprise, she voiced exactly what he had feared. Su Ping cast a glance at Du Shangxiang, sensing she was privy to something he did not understand. Could it be that Yi Wentian was deliberately holding back? He quickly turned his attention back to Yi Wentian, asserting, "Instructor Yi, Du's words ring true. Should you choose to go easy on me, I will not be grateful. Instead, I would find it insulting. Bring forth your full strength in this duel, or I shall continue to challenge you until you are willing to engage me wholeheartedly." Yi Wentian recognized that after Du Shangxiang's provocation, Su Ping would undoubtedly feel compelled to respond. Given that he had made it into the battle camp and achieved the rank of a 2-star general, he was undoubtedly a person of great mettle. With Du Shangxiang's taunts, it was clear that Su Ping would struggle to contain himself. Yi Wentian felt a sense of resignation, realizing that he could no longer afford to hold back, as Sun Hong would surely discern the truth of the matter. Du Shangxiang, aware of Su Ping's capabilities and having a rough understanding of her own strength, was likely able to see through the facade as well. Unless one deliberately conceals their intentions, how can one remain inconspicuous? As a fledgling warrior of the Earth stage, it is indeed a challenge to go unnoticed. With his gaze fixed upon Su Ping, thoughts of camaraderie filled his mind. "Oh, dear brother, how I yearn to assist you. Yet, my strength does not permit it. Do not hold it against me." Su Ping assumed an offensive stance, directing his focus toward Instructor Yi Wentian, exclaiming, "Instructor Yi, I am coming for you. Be wary. Remember, engage with all your might, or I shall persistently challenge you." Like a fierce tiger, he charged forward with remarkable speed. Du Shangxiang observed Yi Wentian's stillness and interjected, "Instructor Yi, heed Su Ping's words. Fight with all your strength, or he will continue to challenge you. Furthermore, I will not acknowledge the outcome. Su Ping will perceive it as an affront. If you wish to avoid insulting him, then unleash your full power." Yi Wentian, rendered speechless, contemplated the absurdity of using his full strength against Su Ping, for he would effortlessly defeat him. Nonetheless, he understood that he must not allow Su Ping to suffer a humiliating defeat. There were numerous students observing, and some semblance of dignity must be preserved for Su Ping. Quickly retreating a step to create distance, he adopted an offensive posture, feigning readiness to charge. With a resounding thud, their fists collided. Su Ping staggered backward, nearly teetering off the edge of the sparring arena, while Yi Wentian remained steadfast, unmoving as a mountain. In that singular exchange, it became evident to the onlookers that Su Ping was no match for Yi Wentian. The disparity in their abilities was akin to a minor stage difference. However, they were mistaken. Su Ping and Yi Wentian were separated by a significant gap, with Yi Wentian possessing an acute understanding of their differences. The chasm between them was far more profound than mere stages. Once Su Ping regained his balance, he felt a throbbing pain radiate from his head, glancing at his opponent, who appeared entirely unscathed. Realization dawned upon him. Their earlier clash had resulted in both men retreating, a testament to Yi Wentian's deliberate restraint. No wonder Du Shangxiang had made her earlier remark. Fixing his gaze upon Yi Wentian, Yi declared, "Instructor Yi, you were indeed holding back. But remember, I, Su Ping, am a two-star warrior, a member of the battle camp. In combat, there is no need for concessions. Victory must be seized, and failure accepted. Your leniency only serves to insult me. I implore you to discard such condescension and engage in a genuine duel." Upon hearing Su Ping's resolute declaration, Yi Wentian felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, those of the battle camp strive to win without yielding. "Very well, let us engage in earnest," Yi Wentian proclaimed, bringing his feet together and gesturing with his right hand. The spectators could distinctly feel a gale sweep through the arena, a testament to the formidable aura emanating from Yi Wentian. Su Ping, acutely aware of the prowess of his opponent, understood that he was facing a formidable adversary, one from whom he might very well falter. Yet, despite these thoughts, he remained utterly unafraid. With his hands clasped together, he intertwined his fingers. A continuous surge of inner strength coursed through him, and in an instant, his fingers separated, propelling towards Yi Wentian with remarkable speed. He bellowed, "One-finger sword technique." The one-finger sword technique was derived from the incomplete martial arts of the one-yang finger, rife with numerous flaws, thus categorized as merely a blue-grade martial art. Whoosh! Swish! Su Ping swiftly directed a finger towards Yi Wentian, unleashing a violet stream of inner power aimed at him. The onlooking students, witnessing this spectacle, expressed their astonishment. This is indeed Su's one-finger sword technique. It seems truly formidable. How wonderful it would be if I could master this technique. Whoosh! Chapter 79. The captured sword chi in the face of Su Ping's finger sword technique. Yi Wentian could have effortlessly evaded the attack. However, in an effort to demonstrate formality and show respect towards Su Ping, he decided to employ the technique of shifting shapes and shadows. With a mere flicker of his figure, the spectators beheld a series of afterimages. Su Ping, realizing that his attack had struck nothing but air, scanned the surroundings. To his dismay, he could no longer discern Yi Wentian's presence. A chill crept up his spine as he sensed something behind him. He swiftly turned, only to find Yi Wentian gazing at him with a smile. Instinctively, he widened the distance between them and unleashed another finger sword technique, sending forth a surge of violet inner strength aimed directly at Yi Wentian. This time, the proximity was closer, and Su Ping thought to himself that at such a distance, evasion was surely impossible. Indeed, he observed Yi Wentian standing his ground, which only fueled Su Ping's excitement. He believed Yi Wentian was incapable of avoiding the strike. Thus he had no intention of dodging. At the critical moment, Yi Wentian sprang into action. He extended his right hand, and a remarkable scene unfolded. With his index and middle fingers, he deftly pinched the incoming inner strength. The spectators were left astounded, including the Battle King Sun Hong, who pondered in disbelief. How was it possible? Why could Yi Wentian capture this stream of sword chi? Logically, inner strength should not be grasped, especially not a sword chi. Yet, here was Yi Wentian, effortlessly pinching it between his fingers, a truly astonishing sight. Su Ping stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it, murmuring, "What is happening?" Yi Wentian smiled and explained, "It can be achieved through clever manipulation." In truth, while Su Ping executed the finger sword technique, Yi Wentian had utilized the heavenly eye to decipher and counter it. The finger sword technique had its weaknesses, derived from the incomplete manual of the one-yang finger. It lacked efficacy in several aspects. The flaw lay in the improper use of inner strength. Although it appeared formidable upon instant release, the actual sustaining power was limited. By employing a single stream of inner strength to dismantle the force of the finger sword technique, one could seize it. Thus, at the moment the inner strength surged forth, Yi Wentian exploited this weakness, neutralizing the energy as if catching a dagger. Although Su Ping found the explanation somewhat nebulous and unclear, he was thoroughly convinced. His most formidable martial skill had been so easily unraveled by Yi Wentian. What right did he have to engage in combat with him? No wonder Du Shangxiang had insisted that Yi Wentian unleash his full power, or else she would not acknowledge the duel. Initially, Su Ping had believed he could hold his own against Yi Wentian, but it seemed he had been gravely mistaken, retracting his inner strength. He spoke with a hint of dejection, I concede. Yi Wentian understood that after he had deciphered Su Ping's one-finger sword technique, the latter would likely refrain from engaging him further. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the onlookers were surprised to witness Su Ping concede. Yet, upon reflection, they deemed it a reasonable outcome. Yi Wentian's 36 students were exhilarated, their hearts swelling with pride at the prowess of their instructor. They felt incredibly fortunate to train under such a remarkable figure. Each of them resolved to master the art of shadow shift, recognizing it as an extraordinary martial skill. They were determined to excel. Not only were they aware of this, but Su Ping himself recognized that had Yi Wentian chosen to strike, he would have been swiftly defeated. Yi Wentian wished to express something, but he felt that any words at this moment would come across as mocking to Su Ping. Thus, he decided it prudent to wait until later to offer reassurance. He clasped his fists and said, I concede. Su Ping returned the gesture and then leaped down to stand before Du Shangxiang, assuring her, rest assured, Instructor Du, I will honor my promise and will no longer disturb you. I have relinquished my affections. Dong Yonglong sighed upon hearing his brother's words, lamenting, Brother, you are unfortunate. Your opponent is Yi Wentian. Based on his demonstrated combat prowess, I would hardly stand a chance against him, let alone you. Du Shangxiang pondered for a moment before speaking. Su Ping, we can actually be good friends. We are comrades in arms, and there is no need to complicate our relationship. Matters of the heart require fate. Forcing them does not lead to happiness. Let us allow nature to take its course. She offered a few comforting words, but at that moment, Su Ping was unable to absorb them. Nevertheless, out of courtesy and basic decorum, he nodded to indicate his understanding. He then turned his gaze to the Battle King, Sun Heng, and stated, Battle King, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Sun Heng understood that Su Ping's departure was not due to pressing business, but rather a desire to exit the situation, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He contemplated offering words of consolation but ultimately decided against it, recognizing that those in the military must learn to grow strong through continuous trials, both physically and mentally. Without looking back, Su Ping strode towards his office area. After covering a distance of about 5 meters, he suddenly pivoted and cast his gaze upon Yi Wentian, declaring loudly, Yi Wentian, though I have withdrawn and am not your match, I have one thing to say to you. Treat Instructor Du well and do not let her down. Otherwise, even if I cannot defeat you, I will continue to challenge you. Without allowing Yi Wentian to speak, he swiftly turned and departed. Observing his retreating figure, the onlookers could not help but recall a poignant phrase. The wind howls and the waters of the Yi River grow cold. The valiant man departs and shall not return. Standing upon the arena, Yi Wentian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. How had circumstances escalated to such an extent? He had no connection whatsoever with this Du Shangxiang. Consequently, others might mistakenly believe there was an association. Perhaps he would clarify the matter when time permitted. To avoid any misunderstandings, it was simply inconceivable that he would allow Du Shangxiang to impede his pursuit of beauty. Chapter 80. The transmission of the heart method. After the conclusion of the duel with Su Ping, Yi Wentian returned with his 36 students for training. The atmosphere between him and Du Shangxiang was steeped in a palpable awkwardness, likely stemming from the duel that had occurred due to their mutual connection with her. To alleviate the discomfort, he redirected his focus to his pupils. He observed that their training had become increasingly vigorous, as they were eager to learn. Gather round, he commanded, and the 36 students promptly assembled, their eyes fixed upon Yi Wentian, faces alight with anticipation. Do you understand the purpose behind the wooden post training and weighted jumps I have been conducting these past few days? The students replied in unison, their voices resonating. To cultivate the heart method of shifting shadows. Precisely. It is indeed to lay the foundation for the shifting shadows technique. You have not disappointed me. Your talents are commendable. Now, I shall impart to you the heart method of shifting shadows. From this point on, you will be able to integrate this method into your training, and the current intensity of our regimen will not suffice. I must provide you with a new training approach. Elated by his words, the students rejoiced at the prospect of learning the heart method, knowing that with this knowledge, their practice of shifting shadows would finally commence in earnest. Remember, I will now recite the heart method aloud. Commit it to memory. Understood. Shifting shadows. Move as the body, flow like the wind, when the wind stirs. So shall you move, transforming in myriad ways. For 3 minutes, Yi Wentian articulated the principles of the shifting shadows technique, each word etched into the students' minds. How much have you retained? Have you memorized it all? He inquired. Reporting in, one female student stepped forward, her gaze steady upon Yi Wentian. Instructor Yi, I have memorized everything. Excellent. Take a moment to process this. In 5 minutes, utilize the heart method to demonstrate shifting shadows. This particular student possessed an exceptional memory, standing out among the 36. Each student had their own unique strengths. Yi Wentian surveyed the group once more, asking, is there anyone else who has memorized it all? The students shook their heads, indicating that most had only grasped half of the content, with some having retained even less. Observing their silence, Yi Wentian concluded, very well. Digest what you have remembered, and in 5 minutes, we shall observe Lin Ran's performance. Yes. 5 minutes later, Yi Wentian turned his attention to Lin Ran. Lin Ran, step forward. He complied swiftly. How do you fare? Lin Ran promptly reported, Instructor Yi, there are still aspects I do not fully comprehend. Do not be concerned. I will elucidate further. For now, demonstrate your understanding to the best of your ability. Yi Wentian did not expect them to grasp it all immediately. If they did, it would mean that these 36 were extraordinary prodigies in martial arts. Understood. Lin Ran stepped forward, distancing herself from the others, and closed her eyes to summon her internal energy. As they had only recently begun their training, the martial artists were merely at the initial stage of the yellow rank. However, this did not hinder the use of the shadow shift technique, albeit at a somewhat slower pace. With a focused mind, Lin Ran drew upon her internal strength and swiftly moved forward. In an instant, she covered a distance of 3 meters, only to find herself unable to summon more energy. Halting abruptly, the 36 students were astounded by her speed. Lin Ran's movements appeared almost blurred to their eyes. Indeed, for these students, witnessing Lin Ran's velocity left them in awe. However, for Yi Wentian, her speed still seemed inadequate. This perception stemmed primarily from the vast difference in their abilities and Lin Ran's lack of proficiency, which naturally made her appear slower. Yi Wentian observed her closely and commanded, return to formation using the shadow shift technique. Yes, Lin Ran replied, turning around, closing her eyes, taking a deep breath, and then opening her bright, doll-like eyes. She summoned her internal energy and activated the shadow shift technique, coordinating her movements with her legs. In a swift motion, the teammates beside her felt a gust of wind as a figure resembling Lin Ran dashed past. She quickly turned to face forward, realizing she had covered a distance of 5 meters from her previous position. Elated, she thought to herself how remarkable it was that she could now move 5 meters instead of just 3. The other students watched this scene with admiration. Yi Wentian, noticing their envious gazes, inquired, are you envious? Indeed, not a single person present could deny their envy, including Du Shangxiang, who stood beside Yi Wentian. Although Lin Ran's speed had yet to surpass her own, she could clearly sense Lin Ran's progress. But what good is envy? That sentiment should fuel your desire to comprehend and strive to gain the admiration of others. In the pursuit of mastery, a mentor can only guide you to the door. The journey of self-cultivation lies solely in your hands. There are no shortcuts. Yes, we will train diligently and strive to understand. The 36 students enthusiastically affirmed. They had longed to master the shadow shift technique, and witnessing one of their own succeed only intensified their eagerness. At that moment, Yi Wentian turned his gaze toward Lin Ran and said, Lin Ran, while you have grasped some aspects, it is merely the surface. You must strengthen your skills through extensive practice. Yes, Lin Ran replied excitedly. Yi Wentian then glanced at the sky and announced, all right, it's time to rest for lunch. Tomorrow morning, I will address your questions. This afternoon, you shall digest all that you have retained, or at the very least, engage in discussion with Lin Ran. However, bear this in mind. Do not seize the opportunity of discussion to disturb your classmates. If you do, I will not hesitate to expel you. The crowd responded with a resounding cheer. Dismissed. Upon hearing the command, one by one, they approached Lin Ran, eagerly posing a myriad of questions. Yi Wentian turned to Du Shangxiang and said, Instructor Du, let us be on our way. The two proceeded toward the dining hall. Instructor Du, I must trouble you this afternoon, as I shall be absent. No worries, we are partners after all, Du Shangxiang replied, though a hint of melancholy accompanied her words regarding their partnership. Chapter 81. Back to the orphanage, Du Shangxiang experienced a profound sense of loss. Reminiscent of when Yi Wentian triumphed over Su Ping, she had received no communication from Yi Wentian, merely a fleeting greeting, as though the matter bore little significance to her. This left her pondering whether her appearance was lacking, leading to Yi Wentian's apparent disinterest. She yearned to inquire directly, yet found herself unable to articulate her feelings. As the two made their way to the cafeteria, a silence enveloped them. Upon reaching noon, a prompt echoed, please sign in. Just as they entered, The hour struck, and the system announced the reminder. Yi Wentian promptly signed in within his consciousness. Sign in successful. You have acquired Chiman Medical Arts, red quality. Chiman Medical Arts? A red quality skill. Surely a valuable asset. Time to learn. Congratulations. Host has learned Chiman Medical Arts. Current status of the host. Yi Wentian. Martial arts, shadow shifting, 9 Yang divine skill. Absorption technique, celestial transformation, Chiman Medical Arts. Techniques, none. Divine powers, transformation technique, heavenly eye. Realm, earth stage, initial, 0-100,000. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of memories surged into Yi Wentian's consciousness. After a few seconds, his awareness stabilized, and he mused that Chiman Medical Arts was indeed remarkable, capable of elevating acupuncture to such heights. The term Chiman truly lived up to its name. Within the memories of this art, it was elucidated that Chiman Medical Arts could treat numerous ailments, including those that science has yet to resolve. Understanding the potency of this medical skill sent a thrill of excitement through Yi Wentian, as it proved to be exceedingly practical in the present age. After finishing lunch, Yi Wentian drove to Wentian Group. Upon arriving at Tianwen Group, he did not seek out Yi Long directly. Instead, he discreetly made his way to the top-floor office. Unnoticed by anyone, he called Yi Long, requesting his presence in the office. Yi Long arrived swiftly. "Young master," he greeted respectfully. "How is the research progressing?" Yi Chulei has made a new breakthrough yesterday and is currently working on its application. She believes it will be ready today. I will apply for the patent tomorrow. Excellent. Yi Wentian had no doubts regarding Yi Chulei's capabilities. When will the results from my previous research be published? Yi Long held a document he intended to present to Yi Wentian but hesitated, then collected his thoughts and succinctly explained, "Young master, I plan to release it in 15 days, on October 10th. This date is quite auspicious. Moreover, everyone will be on holiday, allowing ample time for them to familiarize themselves with our product. We have already secured agreements with most advertisers, and the ads should be launching imminently. After the release on October 10th, those in need will undoubtedly come to purchase. I firmly believe it will be a tremendous success." Yi Wentian pondered Yi Long's words, remaining silent for a moment before gently nodding, feeling that there was no error in his assessment. Indeed. It takes a commercial prodigy to consider matters so thoroughly. Delighted by Yi Wentian's approval, Yi Long eagerly nodded and replied, "Thank you for your praise, young master. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." "Very well. You may attend to your matters. I too must take my leave. Farewell, young master." After departing from Tianwen Group, Yi Wentian reflected on how long it had been since he last visited the orphanage to see the old director. It was time to return. Driving his own car, he headed towards the orphanage. 15 minutes later, Yi Wentian arrived at Tianyang Orphanage. Rather than entering directly, he first stopped at a supermarket to purchase 30 pounds of candy. Upon entering the grounds, he noticed a group of children playing on the slide. As the children spotted Yi Wentian, they cast curious glances in his direction. He waved at them, saying, "Come over for some candy." However, the children did not approach, as the staff had educated them not to accept treats from strangers. Recognizing their hesitation, Yi Wentian approached with a smile, saying, "Very good. You know not to accept things from strangers. Well then, I will ask the uncles and aunts to distribute them to you shortly." Carrying the sweets, he made his way to the director's office. Although he had not visited in many years, the path to the orphanage was etched in his memory, and he knew precisely where the office was located. On the way, he encountered a female staff member. "Hello, I have bought some candy. Could you please give it to the children?" he requested. As he casually grabbed a few pieces of candy and began to eat them, the staff member, seeing no issue and finding Yi Wentian quite handsome, smiled and nodded, saying, "On behalf of the children, thank you. By the way, who are you looking for?" "I am here to see Director Lu Rulong." "Director Lu Rulong?" the staff member inquired curiously. "Yes. Is something the matter?" Yi Wentian asked, puzzled. The staff member laughed. "Director Lu has been retired for several years and is no longer at the orphanage." As she scrutinized Yi Wentian, she thought to herself that his visit to see the former director suggested he was likely one of the former orphans. Nevertheless, she found it commendable that he remembered to visit the old director, enhancing her impression of him. "Retired? I was not aware of that. However, our Director Li should know. You might inquire with him." "Thank you," Yi Wentian replied, then proceeded directly towards Director Li's office. Noticing his familiarity with the path, the female staff member once again concluded that Yi Wentian must have been one of the orphans from years past. She recalled hearing the director mention that a batch of orphans had produced a provincial top scholar, wondering if he was among them. Judging by his age, he likely belonged to that group. However, she was unaware that the provincial top scholar was indeed Yi Wentian himself. Soon, Yi Wentian arrived at the director's office. The door was ajar, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 50s, deeply engrossed in her documents. Yi Wentian gently knocked on the door. "Come in." The woman lifted her gaze towards the entrance. Upon recognizing Yi Wentian, a sense of familiarity washed over her. With palpable excitement, Yi Wentian addressed her, "Director Li Liping." Chapter 82. Is Tianwen Group yours? Director Li Liping. This esteemed Director Li Liping was once the primary caregiver for Yi Wentian and his peers. Initially, upon hearing the staff mention Director Li, Yi Wentian pondered whether it might be the Li Liping he once knew. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, recalling that the Li Liping of yore was merely a junior staff member, not yet a director. To his surprise, it truly was Aunt Li Liping. This remarkable woman had imparted numerous lessons to him, serving as his mentor in many ways. Upon seeing Yi Wentian, Li Liping immediately rose, her voice brimming with excitement. "Wentian, is that really you?" Yi Wentian strode forward, nodding vigorously as he replied, "Indeed, Teacher Li, I am Yi Wentian." Li Liping stepped away from her desk and approached him, taking his arm in her hands and scrutinizing him closely. "Wentian, you are still as handsome as you were in childhood, unchanged." "Aunt Li, you flatter me." Yi Wentian laughed, his smile genuine and heartfelt. "Come, sit down, my dear. It has been so many years since we last met. Let us have a good chat," Li Liping urged. She regarded Yi Wentian as her most cherished student, exemplary in academics and behavior, ultimately becoming the provincial champion, a veritable model of a child. It was Yi Wentian who had kept her passion for this vocation alive. "Very well, Aunt Li." After taking a seat, Yi Wentian noticed Li Liping heading towards the water dispenser to pour him a glass. However, as a gesture of gratitude towards his benefactor, he rushed to her side without hesitation. "Aunt Li, please sit. Allow me to serve you. I cannot let you pour water for me." Li Liping perceived the sincerity in Yi Wentian's gaze and contemplated speaking, yet chose to hold her tongue as she settled onto the sofa. Yi Wentian returned with 2 cups of warm water. "Aunt Li, how have you been over the years?" Taking a sip, Li Liping replied with a smile, "Oh, much the same as before, regular work and routine. It's quite good. A structured life is comforting. When I heard the staff mention seeking Director Li, I wondered if it might be you, and indeed it is." Li Liping chuckled. "This recognition from the organization motivates me to work diligently, striving to guide each child to achieve as you have." Yi Wentian stood and bowed respectfully, stating earnestly, "Aunt Li, you have worked hard. Please, rise and sit. What hardship is there in this? Every day spent with the children fills my heart with satisfaction. It feels as though my life is intertwined with their childhood." Li Liping gestured for Yi Wentian to take a seat. "Indeed, watching the children is delightful. I also reminisce about my days at the orphanage." After sharing a few more anecdotes, Yi Wentian, intrigued, inquired, "By the way, Aunt Li, what of Director Lu? I heard he is retired. Do you know where he resides? I would like to pay him a visit." With a gentle sigh, Li Liping remarked, "Wentian, let us go visit Dean Lu shortly." Noting her sigh, Yi Wentian sensed something amiss and curiously inquired, "Aunt Li, has something happened? You seem rather distressed." Li Liping, not wishing to conceal the truth, responded, "To be frank, Wentian, Dean Lu has been in ill health and retired to rest at home 5 years ago. Had it not been for his condition, he would not have chosen to retire. However, after 5 years, his health has deteriorated further, with no sign of improvement, and his family has spent over $1 million on medical expenses to no avail. Perhaps it is fortunate for you to visit him. I believe Dean Lu will be delighted to see you. Even if there are unforeseen circumstances, he will find solace in your presence." Though Li Liping withheld certain thoughts, Yi Wentian understood the gravity of the situation. "Is it truly that serious, Aunt Li? When shall we visit him? Should we wait until you finish work?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Liping replied, "No need to wait. I will take you there now. I visited Dean Lu yesterday, and his condition seems quite critical. The sooner we go, the better." Upon arriving at the orphanage's entrance, Yi Wentian pointed to his Xiaoli car and said, "Aunt Li, I drove this car here. I hope you don't mind." Li Liping waved her hand and laughed. "What does it matter what car it is? A vehicle is merely a means of transportation. As long as it gets us where we need to go, that is sufficient. You young people ought to invest your money in more meaningful pursuits." Yi Wentian wholeheartedly agreed, reflecting on how Aunt Li always dispensed such wise counsel. Truly, she was his life mentor. Once they were in the car, Li Liping provided the address of Lu Rulong's residence and, with curiosity, asked, "Wentian, what have you been doing for work lately?" Yi Wentian pondered for a moment, admitting to being unemployed might disappoint Li Liping, and he wished to avoid that. After all, he had just asked if she minded his driving. "I started a company." "A company? How splendid!" Li Liping exclaimed with a smile. "What is your company primarily engaged in?" "It must be quite impressive." As he drove, Yu Wenyan explained, "Well, it's going reasonably well. We focus mainly on biological research, as my major in university was biological studies. Hence, I established a company in that field." Li Liping expressed her delight, saying, "That's wonderful, Wenyan. You have certainly not disappointed me. Work diligently, strive for new breakthroughs, and that will count as a significant achievement. Rest assured, Aunt Li, I will commit myself wholeheartedly." Yu Wenyan replied with a smile. Suddenly, Li Liping recalled something and curiously asked, "By the way, it seems a company named Wenyan Group recently opened in Tianyang City." "Oh, Wenyan? Wenyan Group? A biological company? Wentian, the company you mentioned. Could it possibly be the Wentian Group?" After Li Liping spoke, her expression reflected astonishment. She had only learned about the Wentian Group that very afternoon, just moments before Yi Wentian had contacted her, while she was perusing promotional materials regarding the company. The promotional documents explicitly detailed its capabilities in controlling and treating leukocytes. Yi Wentian chuckled and affirmed, "Indeed, Aunt Li, the Wentian Group is my company." Li Liping's voice quivered as she responded, "Really? It is truly your company?" Chapter 83, The Serious Old Dina. "It truly is your company," Li Liping exclaimed in utter astonishment. She never anticipated that the Tianwen Group was indeed Yi Wentian's enterprise. Initially, she had merely noticed the similarity in the name and casually inquired, but who would have thought it was genuinely the case? Yi Wentian smiled softly, remaining silent. Once Li Liping regained her composure, she hurriedly posed the question, "Tianwen, is the white herb medicine your company has recently advertised authentic?" "Yes, it is indeed genuine. I personally conducted the research, Aunt Li. If you find it necessary, I can arrange to send you some." Yu Wentian replied, "Really? It was you who developed it?" "I knew it. Wentian, you are destined for greatness. To be able to create something so remarkable already fills Aunt Li with pride. Wentian, there are indeed people at home who require it, but there is no need for a gift, as long as you confirm its authenticity. Aunt Li will purchase it when the time comes." "No, Aunt Li, please don't say that. I will send it to you without hesitation. You must not refuse. For without your support, I, Yi Wentian, would not be where I am today. I might have already lost my life." Yi Wentian expressed his gratitude sincerely. He was a person who valued kindness and felt indebted, so he could never accept payment from someone like Li Liping. He would certainly offer assistance whenever possible. Upon hearing his words, Li Liping chose to remain silent, for she understood that Yi Wentian would not allow her to pay. Observing the grown Yi Wentian, she felt a sense of comfort, reminiscing about his childhood. She vividly recalled the winter of her second year working at the orphanage when someone had abandoned Yi Wentian at the entrance. The dean happened to be passing by and, upon hearing the infant's wails, went to investigate. Discovering an abandoned baby, he brought him into the orphanage and named him Yi Wentian. The name was chosen primarily because there was a bamboo plant in the orphanage that managed to thrive resiliently even in the harshest winters. Thus, Dean Lu Rulong hoped that Yi Wentian would grow up to be as tenacious as that bamboo, no matter the adversities he faced. Now, witnessing Yi Wentian's accomplishments, Li Liping felt reassured that she had not failed the dean's affection for him and found solace in the significance of the name. As the two conversed, they arrived at the doorstep of Dean Lu Rulong's home. After Yi Wentian parked the car, he stepped out alongside Li Liping. Just as they alighted, they heard someone calling out to Li Liping from outside, "Sisterly, sisterly." Upon hearing the voice, Li Liping recognized it and turned around to see two men descending from a Mercedes, a young man and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, who had called out to Li Liping, was dressed casually, with an unremarkable appearance, donning a long-sleeved shirt and black trousers. When Yi Wentian saw him, he felt a striking resemblance to Dean Lu. However, he was not Dean Lu but rather his eldest son, Lu Dayu. As for the young man beside Lu Dayu, Yi Wentian was unfamiliar to both Yi Wentian and Li Liping. However, they could discern a certain arrogance in the young man's demeanor, as if he possessed remarkable abilities or commendable qualities that warranted such pride. Lu Dayu approached with a smile and addressed Li Lixia, saying, "Sisterly, my father's situation must truly be a source of concern for you. Don't mention it. Director Lu is my former superior. It is only natural for me to visit him out of respect," she replied. "By the way, Dayu, let me introduce you to someone. This is Yi Wentian, a source of pride for our orphanage, and Director Lu holds him in high regard." Upon hearing the name Yi Wentian, Lu Dayu felt a flicker of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before, though he couldn't quite place it. However, upon seeing the modest vehicle Yi Wentian drove, he felt a tinge of disdain. How could someone considered the pride of the orphanage drive such a dilapidated car? If Li Liping hadn't made that introduction, Lu Dayu might not have thought much of it, but hearing the word pride coupled with Yi Wentian's unimpressive vehicle caused him to question whether Li Liping had been misled. Nevertheless, He kept these thoughts to himself and turned his gaze to Yi Wentian, saying hello. Li Liping then introduced Yi Wentian again. Wentian, this is Lu Dayu, the son of Director Lu. Hello, Uncle Lu. Lu Dayu nodded slightly. You are here to visit my father as well? Thank you. By the way, let me introduce someone else. This is the doctor I invited, a disciple of the esteemed Qian Kaiyuan, Yang Zhen. He has inherited the true teachings of Master Qian and possesses exceptional medical skills. As he made this introduction, Yang Zhen regarded Yi Wentian with an air of superiority, his demeanor replete with disdain, though he said nothing. Both Yi Wentian and Li Liping noticed his arrogance, but chose not to comment. After all, he was a doctor presumably there to attend to Director Lu's illness, and there was no need to offend him. Moreover, if one had the ability to be proud, it was hardly an issue. Li Liping, well aware of Qian Kaiyuan's reputation, felt elated upon learning Yang Zhen was his disciple, dismissing any concerns regarding his arrogance. As for Yi Wentian, he was unfamiliar with Master Qian but regarded the man's supposed prowess with indifference, considering it inconsequential. Lu Dayu also observed Yang Zhen's haughtiness, but he found it quite normal. If he were a disciple of Master Qian, he would likely behave similarly, for that was the nature of strength. He smiled and said, "Come, let us enter the house." Before long, the four of them arrived at the home of Lu Rulong, who had 2 daughters and 1 son. The son was Lu Dayu, while the other daughter was Lu Jinjin, who was 2 years younger than Lu Dayu. Since their father's illness, she had frequently come to care for him, and the group made their way to Lu Lao's room. As I beheld the venerable Mr. Lu, his hair as white as snow, lying upon the bed, his complexion was pallid and his visage wan, there sat beside him an elderly woman, who was none other than Lu Rulong's beloved spouse. Her countenance mirrored the same weariness, her eyes brimming with concern. Upon noticing the arrival of several individuals, Lu Rulong's wife spoke. "Dayu, you have returned." "Yes, mother, I have brought the disciple of Master Qian. He has come to attend to my father's ailment," he replied, gesturing towards Yang Zhen with both hands. Turning her gaze towards Yang Zhen, Lu's grandmother implored, "Young man, you must assist me in saving my dear husband." Yang Zhen merely nodded. "Please step back, everyone. I need to take his pulse." Yi Wentian stood at the rear, observing Lu Rulong's condition with keen interest. And within his mind, a conclusion began to form. If I am not mistaken, the esteemed Director Lu is. Chapter 84. Are you serious? Director Lu is suffering from heart entanglement caused by a myocardial infarction. The term heart entanglement refers to the presence of undesirable impurities entwined around Lu Rulong's heart. However, given the proximity to the heart and the current state of medical expertise, performing such a surgery would be deemed highly risky unless an exceptionally skilled physician could be found. Even if a competent doctor were located, the associated risks and costs would be substantial. According to Director Li, they have already expended millions over the years, and it is likely that their funds are nearly depleted. Furthermore, the difficulty in finding a physician with superior skills has contributed to the prolonged delay in addressing this issue. After taking Lu's pulse, Yang Zhen examined the old man's eyelids closely and then turned his gaze to the gathered family. Lu Dayu anxiously inquired, "Dr. Yang, is there any hope for my father's recovery?" Yang Zhen confidently replied, "Fortunately, you found me. If you had consulted anyone else, your father would have had no chance." The family was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that their father was indeed salvageable? Wonderful. My father has hope. I truly appreciate your assistance. Lu Dayu exclaimed eagerly. Not a problem. However, I must address the matter of treatment costs. This ailment is quite unique, and to effectively treat it, a minimum fee is required. Yang Zhen elaborated, raising a single finger. Is it 100,000? Very well, treat my father first, and I will pay you the full amount immediately after. Lu Dayu responded hastily. Yang Zhen scoffed lightly, his tone laced with disdain. 100,000? My consultation fee alone is 50 to 60,000. Given the complexity of this condition, 100,000 is simply insufficient. I am referring to 1 million. The Lu family was taken aback by the staggering sum. 1 million, exclaimed Grandma Lu. Young man, could you possibly lower that amount? 1 million is far too exorbitant. Let me be clear, 1 million is already a modest price for this condition. Not a penny less will suffice for treatment. Yang Zhen stood firm. Grandma Lu was about to voice further objections when Lu Dayu interjected. Fine, 1 million it is. If you can restore my father's health, I will pay you that amount. Lu brother, that's not how this works. No one can guarantee a complete cure for this illness. If you promise me 1 million for a guaranteed recovery, you are essentially asking me to assure a cure. Yang Zhen clarified, making his stance unmistakably clear. While he would accept the payment, he could not assure a successful treatment. Lying in bed, Lu Rulong overheard their conversation and, with great difficulty, uttered, Dayu, there's no need. I understand my own condition. There's no point in wasting money. Father, what are you saying? You brought us into this world and raised us. What does 1 million mean in comparison? With determination, Lu Dayu turned to Yangjin. Very well. I will provide you with 1 million. However, I currently do not possess such funds. Please commence treatment for my father. I will give you 20,000 now. And the remainder will follow. Rest assured, it will not exceed a month. Yangjin exhibited an expression of disbelief, and after a deep sigh, he remarked, very well. Given your circumstances, it would be inhumane of me to refuse. I shall comply. As he spoke, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. A moment so fleeting that the others failed to notice. However, Yi Wentian caught it entirely, pondering to himself, if my conjecture is accurate, this fellow doesn't possess the ability to treat this illness. His claims are merely a ruse to swindle money. Yet, with only Yangjin's fleeting glance, he felt powerless to expose the charlatan. Voicing his suspicion might lead the others, apart from Li Liping, to dismiss him entirely. For now, he could only observe the unfolding situation. Lu Dayu interjected, then we shall trouble you, Dr. Yang. Very well. Yangjin rummaged through his bag and retrieved his acupuncture tools, silver needles, alcohol lamp, and more. Everyone, please take a step back. I am about to commence treatment for this esteemed elder. The crowd complied, stepping back as Yangjin prepared. He extracted a silver needle and began his work. The first needle was inserted into the elder Lu's chest, followed by a second, slightly lower than the first. The third needle was placed similarly within the same area. Time passed, minute by minute. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yangjin stood up and addressed the assembly. Lu Xiong, it is done. I shall return home to prescribe some traditional medicine. With prolonged care, his recovery should be assured. Lu Dayu, hearing this, expressed his gratitude fervently. Thank you, Dr. Yang. I am immensely grateful. He then produced a bank card from his pocket, stating, Dr. Yang, here is 200,000. Please accept it. Within 1 month, I promise to provide the remaining 800,000. A glimmer of greed flashed in Yangjin's eyes, yet he feigned modesty as he replied, very well. But let it be clear, a month's time is all I can grant. Considering your situation, it must be so. Rest assured, a month shall suffice. A gentleman's word is his bond. Lu Dayu hastily assured him. Then I shall feel quite embarrassed. Yangjin said, extending his hand to receive the bank card. You truly have some nerve. At that moment, a calm voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Yi Wentian regarded Yangjin with an unruffled demeanor. Yangjin, suddenly feeling exposed, retorted, what do you mean? Are you implying I lack justification for receiving payment for my services? Am I to perform this labor for free? His eyes locked defiantly onto Yi Wentian's. Lu Dayu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Yi Wentian's intent, contemplating whether his ire stemmed from the incomplete treatment of his father. Yet, they reasoned, how could such an ailment be cured instantaneously? Surely, it required gradual recuperation. Yi Wentian maintained his calm tone. If you genuinely possess the capability to treat Director Lu, then you indeed deserve compensation. However, you merely inserted the silver needle in a few locations such as Yutong, Jilin, and Shuifen, beyond its role in relaxing the muscles and invigorating the blood flow. What other purpose does it serve? For such a trivial matter, do you truly believe you deserve 1 million? Tell me, do you not feel any shame? Yangjin was instantly filled with trepidation, for Yi Wentian's words were undeniably accurate. The sole effect of his earlier acupuncture was indeed limited to the relaxation of muscles and the stimulation of blood circulation. Yang Gao pondered that none of those present possessed any understanding of the medical arts. Chapter 85. Nonsense. The reason behind his actions was simple. There was little hope for a cure for Lu Rulong's ailment, a fact he had already conveyed to Lu Dayu and the others, stating that he would not be responsible for the treatment. Thus, if Lu Rulong were to perish, it would not concern him. He could easily attribute it to fate, evading any repercussions. However, he had not anticipated that someone present would possess knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. At that moment, could he admit his ignorance? Naturally, he could not. A confession would likely reach his master's ears, leading to dire consequences, perhaps even a fatal outcome. Even if he escaped with his life, he would be cast out from his sect. Without the protection of his master's reputation, he knew his existence would be exponentially more difficult. Therefore, he resolved to be obstinate and deny any wrongdoing. He immediately retorted, "You are spouting nonsense. What do you know? Are you familiar with traditional Chinese medicine? Do you even know who my master is? My master is Qian Qiuan." Yi Wentian, unfamiliar with Qian Qiuan, replied nonchalantly, "I'm sorry, but I haven't heard of him. Is he really that impressive?" The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Yi Wentian did not recognize the esteemed Qian Lao. Renowned in Tianyang City as a master of traditional medicine, he was often compared to the legendary Hua Tuo, possessing exceptional medical skills and a vast network. Ordinary individuals would not dare to offend him. The thought of Yi Wentian's ignorance infuriated many. Lu Diyu hastily interjected, Yi Wentian, what are you saying? This is utter nonsense. He felt a deep concern. While he personally did not mind Yi Wentian offending Qian Lao, this was his home. If Qian Lao were to inquire about the matter later, he might also find himself in trouble. This was something he wished to avoid, so he needed to clarify the situation urgently. Yang Zhen, sensing Lu Diyu's fear of his master, felt a surge of authority and declared, Humph, nonsense. Very well. Out of respect for Brother Lu, I shall let this matter go unpunished. In truth, he was worried that pursuing the issue would bring trouble upon himself. If it could be resolved quietly, it would be for the best. Lu Diyu nodded gratefully. Thank you, Dr. Yang. However, Yang's decision not to pursue the matter did not mean that Yi Wentian would let it pass so easily. If this individual were to deceive others, he might overlook it. But Lu Rulong was his benefactor. How could he remain indifferent? You choose not to pursue this? Is it because you feel guilty and fear the consequences? Yi Wentian's tone was serious. Yang Zhen's brows furrowed, feeling increasingly exposed. He had not expected Yi Wentian to discern his thoughts. Nevertheless, he retorted defiantly. You are merely spouting nonsense. Do you truly wish to provoke my wrath? If I were to inform my master of today's events, none of you would fare well. You all know the influence my master holds in Tianyang City. Yang Zhen's tone carried a hint of menace. Yi Wentian smiled faintly and coldly retorted, What is this? Unable to treat a patient, and now you resort to threats? Or rather, should I say, your facade has been pierced, and now you resort to intimidation? You are indeed quite youthful. So, you wish to inform your master? Then by all means, call your master. I am curious to see if he will indulge you in tarnishing his reputation as well. Yang Zhen found himself at a loss for words. How could he dare to contact his master? If his master were to arrive, it would only further reveal his incompetence, leading to his own downfall. Call my master? Who do you think you are? Just because you ask, I should comply? Do you believe my esteemed master is someone you can simply summon? Oh, I see. You are deliberately provoking my master to have him treat this individual. Let me tell you, that is a mere fantasy. You just insulted my master. Do you truly think I would assist you? Upon hearing Yang Zhen's explanation, the crowd turned their attention to Yi Wentian, pondering whether this was indeed the case. Was Yi Wentian truly attempting to provoke him to bring the old man here? If such a tactic proved effective, it would hardly be a poor strategy. However, they were mistaken. Yi Wentian was not provoking him, but rather found his imagination amusing. Your creativity is quite remarkable. It is truly a pity that you are not being recruited for your imaginative talents. Enough of this idle chatter. Leave at once, and do not expect any payment. Yi Wentian was eager to end the conversation and dismissed him outright. Yet Yang Zhen, contemplating the money that was almost within his grasp, could not bear to let it slip away. Humph, you speak so simply about not paying? Do you take me for a volunteer? I now understand. You all are in cahoots to deny me my due. Your actions are truly disgraceful. I shall inform my master of this situation and have him blacklist you all, ensuring you cannot survive in Tianyang City. Lu Diyu quickly interjected, Dr. Yang, please, allow me to explain. I am not in league with him. This is our first encounter. How could we possibly be allies? Of course, I am willing to pay you. Seeing Yi Wentian about to speak, Lu Diyu hastily added, Enough. You need not say more. Just leave. You've seen my father. Yi Wentian then interjected, Uncle Lu, why do you not trust me? He merely administered a few acupuncture needles to rejuvenate and invigorate old Lu. Your disbelief stems from the notion that I lack medical skills, but soon I shall prove you wrong. With that, Yi Wentian approached Lu Rulong to take his pulse. Since Lu Rulong had his eyes closed and had not seen Yi Wentian for many years, he did not recognize his actions. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Could he truly take a pulse? Surely he was not merely pretending? Yang Zhen glanced at Yi Wentian and discerned that his method of taking the pulse was indeed correct. He recalled that Yi Wentian had just mentioned several acupoints, leading him to believe that this individual possessed some knowledge of medicine. At that moment, Yi Wentian lifted Lu Rulong's eyelid for a closer inspection, once again confirming that the ailment was consistent with his previous conjectures. It was due to some impurities entangling near the heart. Subsequently, he turned to Yang Zhen and said, Did you not claim that I was merely speaking nonsense? Then allow me to heal Director Lu. I am curious to see what you will have to say afterward. Chapter 86. How can this fly? Upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, Yang Zhen was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. What did you say? You can cure this illness? He was not alone in his astonishment. Li Liping, Lu Diyu, and the others were equally shocked, gazing at Yi Wentian in disbelief. Yi Wentian, aware of their skepticism, felt a twinge of disdain but remained confident in his abilities. Indeed, may I borrow your silver needles? He replied calmly. Yang Zhen, observing his unwavering self-assurance, found himself riddled with doubt. He pondered whether he should lend the needles to Yi Wentian. If he did, and Yi managed to cure the old man Lu, wouldn't that expose him? Yet, if he refused, it would imply that he was fearful of Ye's potential success. After much deliberation, he concluded that the silver needles could be lent out, for this ailment was one that, not even his own master, could necessarily conquer. How could this unknown, impoverished youth possibly remedy such a condition? He was surely jesting. If he were to cower now and withhold the needles, it would mean defeat. And he could not bear that. Of course you may borrow them. I am quite curious to see how you intend to treat this peculiar ailment, he said, reluctantly handing over his silver needles. Yi Wentian accepted the needles, preparing to commence his treatment. Yang Zhen turned to Lu Daiyu, his expression serious. Brother Yang, I must inform you that acupuncture is not to be trifled with. If done improperly, it can lead to severe disabilities. In critical cases, it may even result in fatal injuries, especially for someone as frail and afflicted as the old gentleman. Are you truly willing to allow him to proceed? Yang Zhen's intention in speaking to Lu Daiyu was to deter Yi Wentian from performing acupuncture. Even if he were granted permission, the immense pressure would weigh heavily on him. A traditional Chinese physician burdened with anxiety while applying acupuncture would have a significantly higher margin for error. Should anything go awry, Yang Zhen could easily claim that his method was sound, only to have this young man botch it entirely. He understood well that acupuncture must be executed with precision. Upon hearing Yang Zhen's concerns, Lu Daiyu, though inclined to believe him, turned his gaze toward Yi Wentian. Perhaps we should reconsider. Let us wait a few days and assess the situation. Yi Wentian recognized their lack of faith in him, which was understandable given his limited acquaintance with Lu Daiyu. Neither he nor Li Liping was aware of his medical expertise. They merely knew he had majored in biological research during his university years. Yi Wentian met Lu Daiyu's gaze and asserted, "Trust me, the old man Lu is my benefactor, and I would never act recklessly. Moreover, you must understand that in this situation, we cannot afford to overlook any glimmer of hope. The prospect I bring to the old man is substantial." His tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. Lu Daiyu felt that what was said was not entirely wrong. However, he remained somewhat uneasy and couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Li Liping, eager to ascertain her thoughts. He held a considerable degree of trust in her. For in his heart, among all his father's acquaintances, only she genuinely cared for his father's well-being. Upon noticing his gaze, Li Liping understood his unspoken query and responded, "I have faith in Wentian. He is someone we nurtured with our own hands and harbors a deep desire for old Lu's recovery." Lying in bed, Lu Rulong's eyes fluttered open at the mention of the name Wentian, and he scrutinized Yi Wentian closely, finding him increasingly familiar. With great effort and a trembling voice, he inquired, "Are you Wentian?" Yi Wentian, elated by Lu Lao's recognition, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, old director. Initially, I thought you had not retired and visited the orphanage to see you. Upon learning of your severe illness and retirement, I came here to pay my respects." Lu Rulong, visibly moved, exclaimed, "Cough, cough. Child, you were truly kind." His excitement caused him to struggle for breath, resulting in a fit of coughing that made Lu Daiyu and the others anxious. Yi Wentian reassured him, "Old director, do not fret. I am right here. Allow me to treat you, and then we shall reminisce over a drink together. Wentian, I am acutely aware of my own health condition. There is no need to waste time on me." Lu Rulong insisted, wishing not to burden Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian quickly replied, "It will not be a waste of time. It will only take half an hour. Trust me." "Very well, Wentian. I trust you," Lu Rulong acquiesced. After receiving his consent, Yi Wentian ceased any further discussion. With a swift motion of his right hand, he deftly grasped 3 silver needles, inserting them rapidly and accurately into Lu Rulong's chest in a crosswise manner. The speed was astonishing and the precision impeccable. Yang Zhen, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished, while the others, unfamiliar with acupuncture, could discern nothing amiss. Yet Yang Zhen recognized that a practitioner capable of simultaneously inserting 3 silver needles with such skill must possess considerable medical expertise. His own master could perform such feats, but none of his disciples could replicate the accuracy despite their speed. Could it be that this young man truly had the ability to heal Lu Rulong? This thought flickered through his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it as impossible. Even his master might struggle with Lu Rulong's ailment. How could this unknown orphan possibly succeed? Contemplating this, Yang Zhen grew increasingly convinced that Yi Wentian could not effect a cure. What good would exceptional technique do? Acupuncture is not merely about having good skills. Just as he pondered these thoughts, Yi Wentian swiftly drew 2 more silver needles and expertly inserted them into Lu Rulong's forehead. Following this, harnessing his internal energy, he gently struck with his hand, channeling his power through the needle. Suddenly, the 16 silver needles from the pouch soared into the air. These needles appeared as though they had sprouted wings and possessed a will of their own, darting directly toward Lu Rulong's chest and embedding themselves within. The onlookers, astonished, gaped in disbelief, their minds racing with the incredulity of the spectacle. How could this be possible? These silver needles seemed to have sprouted legs. Such a phenomenon utterly defied logic. It was as if the very coffin of Nyo Dun was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 87. A resounding slap to their astonishment. Yi Wentian remained unfazed. His sole concern was the condition of the esteemed Director Lu. Half an hour later, with a graceful wave of his hand, he harnessed his internal energy to manipulate the silver needles, which soared from Lu Rulong's body directly into the needle pouch. He returned the pouch to Yang Zhen, expressing his gratitude. Yang Zhen, upon receiving the pouch, cast a scornful glance at Yi Wentian. So, has this old man been cured by you? He mocked. Do not jest. While your technique appears impressive, it merely serves as a facade, a mere display of flair. It amounts to nothing. Cough. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Rulong, lying on the bed, erupted into a fit of coughs, subsequently spitting out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, the Lu family members grew tense, their eyes filled with fury as they glared at Yi Wentian. Father, what is wrong? What has happened? Meanwhile, Yang Zhen stood by, further ridiculing. Huh? Is that all? Lu, I warned you that acupuncture should never be approached carelessly. Look at the chaos he has caused. Hearing Yang Zhen's taunts, Lu Dayu's anger towards Yi Wentian reached its zenith. He sprang to his feet, ready to confront him. At that moment, Lu Rulong, observing the brewing conflict, suddenly sat up, grasping Lu Dayu's arm and commanding, "Dare you?" Upon hearing his father's voice and feeling the grip, Lu Dayu turned to see his father's displeased countenance. He could clearly observe that his father's complexion was visibly regaining its color at an astonishing pace. Father, how do you feel? Your color has improved significantly. Lu Rulong, upon hearing these words, began to move his body, discovering an unexpected ease in his movements. He prepared to rise from the bed. Seeing this, Lu Dayu hurriedly approached to assist, but Lu Rulong promptly rebuffed him, stating, "Do not aid me. I will manage on my own." Subsequently, he descended from the bed with the poise of a healthy individual. Once on his feet, he examined his hands, giving his abdomen a gentle pat. Realizing everything felt perfectly normal, this sensation was reminiscent of a time devoid of affliction. Lu Dayu, witnessing this transformation, quickly grasped that his father had recovered, if not entirely. Then significantly, overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Father, you are finally better. You are truly better." Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed as Lu Rulong struck Lu Dayu across the face, leaving the latter in a state of bewilderment, while those present were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend why he would strike his own son. Lu Rulong bellowed, "What were you just about to do? Were you planning to harm Wentian? It was Wentian who cured me, and you were going to repay his kindness with malice? Have you lost your wits?" Lu Dayu instantly realized the reason behind his father's anger towards him. After this epiphany, he cast an awkward glance at Yi Wentian, offering an embarrassed apology. "Wentian, I'm truly sorry for the misunderstanding earlier. Please forgive me. Uncle will compensate you." Yi Wentian hurriedly replied, "It's all right. It didn't happen after all, huh?" In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, he made this remark. Meanwhile, Yang Zhen stood by awkwardly, his mind swirling with confusion and astonishment. He was incredulous that Yi Wentian had truly managed to cure Lu Rulong. This ailment of Lu Rulong's was evidently a complex and perplexing case, yet astonishingly, it was resolved in just half an hour, simply incredible. At that moment, he also realized that he had inadvertently revealed his own misgivings. When Yi Wentian turned his gaze toward him, Yang Zhen felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Swallowing hard, he lowered his head and said, "I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he slinked away, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. This guy has completely humiliated me today. I will certainly find a way to retaliate and ensure you have no foothold in Tianyang City. Just you wait." Lu Dayu wanted to say something, but recalling that Yang Zhen was a disciple of Elder Qian, he realized that confronting him would yield no significant benefit for himself. After some contemplation, he decided against it, thinking it better to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially since his father's health had been restored. Lu Dayu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yi Wentian, saying, "Wentian, I cannot thank you enough. You are truly our savior. I can't believe I misjudged you earlier." Yi Wentian quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, it cannot be put that way. If anyone is to be called a savior, it is Director Lu. Without him, I would not be where I am today." Lu Rulong chimed in with a hearty laugh. "Haha. Everything is interconnected. If I had not saved you back then, I would have perished today. It is precisely because I saved you that I have been spared this calamity. Thus, saving you is tantamount to saving myself." Yi Wentian pondered this notion and found a peculiar truth in it, smiling as he remarked, while that may indeed sound plausible, the debt of gratitude I owe to Elder Lu is immeasurable and cannot be compared. Lu Rulong laughed heartily, clearly delighted to see Yi Wentian, then said, "Come, Wentian. Let us retire to the living room for a proper chat." He then addressed his daughter, Lu Jinjin. Jinjin, please prepare a few dishes. I wish to enjoy a few drinks with Wentian today. Lu Jinjin hesitated, not due to a lack of desire to help, but because she was concerned about her father's ability to drink after just recovering. She glanced at Yi Wentian, fully trusting in his medical expertise and adhering to his advice. Understanding her unspoken concern, Yi Wentian assured her, "Do not worry. Elder Lu's condition has been completely resolved. As long as he does not overindulge, having a moderate amount is perfectly fine." The Lu family was instantly filled with joy. It was indeed delightful. Lu Jinjin, without any hesitation, declared, "Very well. Wentian, you all carry on with your conversation. I shall prepare a meal for you momentarily." Lu Rulong was particularly elated, for his greatest passion lay in the appreciation of fine wines. It is no exaggeration to say that he could forego food and even tobacco, but the absence of wine was utterly intolerable to him. "Come, Wentian, regale me with tales of your experiences over the years, and do enlighten me as to where you acquired such remarkable medical skills. I distinctly recall that you majored in biological studies during your university years." The elderly dean responded, "Ah, this is a lengthy tale indeed." Chapter 88. Reunion with Wei Suanan. 3 hours later, Yi Wentian departed from Lu Rulong's residence. He had engaged in casual conversation with Lu Rulong for half an hour, followed by a convivial 2-hour drinking session. Of course, the majority of that time was spent in light-hearted banter, recounting his experiences over the years. When questioned about his exceptional medical skills, Yi Wentian offered a modest explanation, attributing his knowledge to a peculiar old man who had taken him under his wing. In doing so, he effectively reiterated the tale he had once shared with Sun Hung in the military camp. Furthermore, he deemed it convenient, should anyone inquire about his background in the future, he could simply repeat this narrative, thereby concealing his possession of a sign-in system. Driving into the city, he intended to purchase some essential supplies before heading home. Upon parking his vehicle in the city center, Yi Wentian made his way to the supermarket, where he picked up a box of toothpaste. He muttered softly to himself, "It seems I should also replace my towel." At that moment, a suspicious-looking young man called out to Yi Wentian. Accompanying him was a man in his 30s, exuding an unmistakable air of menace, a clear indication of his unsavory character. Yi Wentian glanced at the young man and immediately recognized him as Wei Suanan, the very individual who had previously attempted to steal Long Yueching's wallet at the market. The man beside him was none other than Wei Suanan's older brother, Zhao Dezuzu. After Yi Wentian had thwarted Wei Suanan's plans, the latter had sought out Zhao Dezuzu, enlisting him and several others to confront Yi Wentian. Unfortunately for them, they had been dealt a harsh lesson by Yi Wentian at that time, and they had not anticipated encountering him again today. Zhao Dezuzu had harbored a deep grudge against Yi Wentian ever since, yearning for revenge and relentlessly searching for him. However, he had found Yi Wentian as elusive as a wisp of smoke, completely unable to track him down. Now, unexpectedly face-to-face with him, Zhao Dezuzu could not restrain himself and remarked, "What a stroke of fortune, to find you here without any effort at all." Yi Wentian, hearing his words, merely smiled faintly and replied, "Oh, from your tone, it seems you wish to challenge me to a duel." At the mention of a duel, Zhao Dezuzu's lips twitched in irritation, as the term reminded him of the humiliation he had endured at the hands of Yi Wentian, who had left him branded as a fool. This incident had become a source of mockery among his subordinates, and although they had not openly ridiculed him, he was acutely aware of their whispers. Thus, the mention of this event by Yi Wentian only served to deepen his resentment. Glaring at Yi Wentian's handsome visage, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, yet he managed to suppress it. He was painfully aware that he and Wei Suanan were no match for Yi Wentian. Confronting him would be nothing short of courting disaster. With a sullen expression and a shadowy demeanor, he remarked, "Do you possess the courage, young man?" Yi Wentian offered a faint smile and replied, "What is the matter? Are you concerned that I might shy away from showcasing my swordsmanship? Fear not. I am more than willing to engage in a duel." Instantly, Zhao Dezuzu's countenance twitched again, as this was nothing short of an affront to his pride. He had incessantly emphasized the importance of swordplay. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself and said, "There will be an opportunity to demonstrate our skills. Are you brave enough to meet me for a duel in the western suburbs tonight?" "The western suburbs for a duel?" Yi Wentian echoed, perplexed. "You wish to compete against me?" Zhao Dezuzu, noticing Yi Wentian's lack of immediate comprehension, misinterpreted it as fear and taunted, "Are you frightened? Lacking in courage? I thought your swordplay was formidable." Then let us meet at 8 o'clock tonight in the western suburbs for a showdown. Each of us bringing our allies to determine the victor. Yi Wentian quickly grasped the implication and responded, "Oh, so you mean to organize a group battle? What is the matter? Are you afraid? Are you backing down?" Zhao Dizhu's, believing Yi Wentian was hesitant, intensified his provocation. Yi Wentian waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough with the baiting. I am not so easily swayed. However, I shall accept your challenge. I will be there this evening." Zhao Dizhu's, initially thinking Yi Wentian would decline, was pleasantly surprised by the acceptance and immediately exclaimed, "Well, at least you have a modicum of bravery. Do you dare to leave a phone number? I fear you may not show up tonight." Yi Wentian promptly relayed his number, and after Wei Xuanan committed it to memory, he dialed it without delay. Indeed, Yi Wentian's phone rang, and Wei Xuanan, filled with excitement, shouted, "Excellent. If you fail to appear tonight, do not blame me for disseminating your phone number indiscriminately. I shall write it everywhere, seeking permits and offering rewards for children." Yi Wentian, taken aback by such tactics, thought it was remarkably audacious, and he had gained a new perspective. "Rest assured, I shall join you all." With that, he paid no further heed to them and turned to leave. The two, having acquired Yi Wentian's number, felt no trepidation regarding his attendance that evening. As they had declared, should Yi Wentian falter, they would not hesitate to use his number recklessly. Time sped by swiftly. At 7:40 in the evening, in the western suburbs of Tianyang City, they found themselves at an abandoned site. This derelict arena was typically a battleground for petty fighters, and rumors of fatalities often circulated. The regulatory authorities had long been attempting to manage the area, but its distance from the urban center rendered oversight difficult. Most importantly, a sensible individual would not venture here without cause, leading to a certain relaxation of vigilance. "Do you think that fellow will chicken out? It's already 7:40, and there is still no sign of him," Wei Sonan inquired of Zhao Dizhu's, who was leaning against a van, deeply inhaling a cigarette. After taking a hearty drag, he replied, "That lad is likely feeling a bit cowardly." Behind him stood not only Wei Sun-nan but also over 30 others, each clutching cigarettes, their hair dyed in a riot of colors, exuding an unmistakable air of thuggery. Wei Sun-nan immediately declared, "Kang Guo, brother Zhu, this lad possesses a modicum of swordsmanship, yet he remains but one man. Does he truly dare to confront us? He must be a coward." Zhao Dizhu's fixed his gaze intently, delivering a sharp slap to the back of the boy's head, bellowing, "How many times must I tell you? Do not speak of swordsmanship to me. Have you no memory?" Wei Sun-nan hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, brother Zhu, my fault. My fault. If you dare mention it again, I'll make you regret it." "Enough chatter, swiftly call him. I'm furious." Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 89, met with fatality. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the roar of engines echoed in the air, their headlights casting a beam towards the group. Wei Sun-nan tucked away his phone, turning his gaze to Zhao Dizhu's, and remarked, "Brother Zhu, he must be on his way." Zhao Dizhu's, already in a foul mood, kindled by Wei Sun-nan's earlier provocations, felt an intense irritation surge within him. He snapped, "You fool, I can see that, I'm not blind." He then turned to his companions, urging, "Brothers, stay alert and prepare to take care of business." The approaching vehicle was a Xiaoli. Upon recognizing it, Zhao Dizhu's heart sank. Indeed, it was Yi Wentian's car. Yi Wentian parked the vehicle 10 meters away, stepping out with an air of confidence. The onlookers noted that he was alone, leaving Zhao Dizhu's and his crew momentarily stunned. What? This brat came alone for the meeting? Is he seeking his own demise? As Yi Wentian strolled towards them, illuminated by the headlights, his striking physique and handsome features became even more pronounced. Under the glow, his refined facial structure seemed almost ethereal, radiating an extraordinary charm. Zhao Dizhu's couldn't help but think, "Damn, why am I not as handsome as him? If I had such looks, I wouldn't need to strive so hard. I could just amuse a few Annies daily instead of wallowing in this mess. It's truly a dead end." If Yi Wentian had been privy to their thoughts, a hint of pride would have graced his demeanor, as he would surely convey that such looks were not something they could possess. Upon regaining his composure, Zhao Dizhu shook his head, dismissing the notion. Damn it! How could I envy him? What is he, after all? Just taller, better looking, and more skilled with a blade? What else does he have over me? Kid, you certainly have guts, showing up alone for a rendezvous. Yi Wentian shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Oh, is it not permissible to come alone for an appointment? Didn't I tell you earlier that I would agree to meet you all for a brawl?" Hearing Yi Wentian's words, Zhao Dizhu's paused, recalling that Yi Wentian had indeed made such a statement before. Laughter erupted from him and his companions. Huh, you plan to fight us? You come alone to take us on. Have you lost your mind? Yi Wentian simply smiled, offering no explanation. He understood that no amount of reasoning would sway their disbelief. The most effective way to convey the truth would be to bring them to their knees. One of the blue-haired youths turned to Zhao Dizhu's and inquired, "Brother Zhu, is this the brat who humiliated you with his blade? He seems rather foolish and lacks any real skill." Another chimed in, "Indeed, he appears to possess nothing but folly. How could you have been outwitted by him, Brother Zhu?" Upon hearing the words of these individuals, Zhao Dizhu's heart surged with indignation. However, his ire was not directed at them, but rather at Yi Wentian. For it was Yi Wentian who had orchestrated all of this, and today, he vowed to exact double the retribution. Fixing his gaze upon Yi Wentian, he bellowed, "You wretch, this is all you're doing. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, do not expect to escape the consequences." He continued, "You have come alone, which shows a degree of sincerity. I now present you with two choices. First, kneel and apologize to me. If you bow 3 times, I shall consider the matter settled. Second, face the possibility of being crippled or even killed, which would allow me to vent my frustrations." Zhao Dizhu's harbored the thought that if this fellow chose the first option, he would record the act, thereby erasing the humiliation he had endured. Nonetheless, even if Yi Wentian opted for the first choice, he intended to inflict harm upon him, at the very least ensuring that Yi Wentian would be left bloodied and bruised. He desired that from that day forth, whenever Yi Wentian laid eyes upon him, he would flee like a mouse escaping from a cat. Yi Wentian, however, remained unfazed, his expression devoid of any sign of concern. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Gentlemen, I am here today with 2 intentions, to either be beaten by you, or to engage in a collective confrontation with you. Yet, I believe the most likely outcome will be me overpowering all of you." Zhao Dizhu was taken aback by Yi Wentian's obstinacy and audacity. He could assure himself that Yi Wentian was the most fearless individual he had ever encountered. At that moment, Wei Xuanan, standing beside Zhao Dizhu, interjected, "Brother Zhu, let's not waste our breath on him. Let us just cripple him." Zhao Dizhu, unwilling to squander any more time, pointed at Yi Wentian and commanded, "Brothers, attack." In an instant, the sound of a bone snapping echoed, accompanied by a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. The throng that had rushed toward Yi Wentian suddenly halted, for they beheld Zhao Dizhu's finger dangling, broken. Yi Wentian slowly retracted his hand. "I detest being pointed at," he declared with a smile. Upon witnessing this grin, the onlookers felt as if they were gazing upon the visage of a demon. What manner of person was this? So ruthless and unflinching as to break another's hand without a flicker of hesitation? Instantly, everyone was deterred from underestimating Yi Wentian any further. Zhao Dizhu shouted, "Kill him! Finish him off!" Rallying their spirits, they charged at Yi Wentian, simultaneously drawing weapons, clubs and knives, as they rushed towards him with fervor. Yi Wentian stood his ground, unperturbed. At that moment, a young man with yellow hair swung an iron rod towards Yi Wentian's head. With a swift movement, Yi Wentian effortlessly evaded the attack and delivered a kick, sending the assailant flying several meters. The force of his body collided with those behind him, toppling 4 individuals to the ground. However, only one was rendered incapable of fighting, as the others scrambled back to their feet, intent on continuing their assault on Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian observed the situation and thought to himself, "Ah, it seems I can exert even more effort." With that, he propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick. He delivered a series of kicks, and just as the approaching assailants prepared to wield their weapons, they were struck by Yi Wentian. In an instant, they were sent flying. 2 of them swung their blades toward Yi Wentian, who, suspended in midair, deftly placed his feet upon their swords. The 2 were momentarily stunned, and at that moment, they noticed a large foot hurtling towards them. Bang! Ah! They were propelled backward, and upon landing, Yi Wentian executed a sweeping kick, sending several more adversaries flying. Chapter 90. Depart. In a mere span of 3 minutes, the battlefield was dominated solely by Yi Wentian and Zhao Dizhu. At this moment, Zhao Dizhu looked around in a state of panic, surrounded entirely by his subordinates. All of these men lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their abdomens, arms, and legs, some bleeding from their noses and mouths. Each had succumbed to incapacitation, yet miraculously, none had perished. This was a testament to Yi Wentian's measured restraint. With a piercing gaze directed at Zhao Dizhu, Yi Wentian had yet to utter a word. However, the mere intensity of his stare sent tremors coursing through Zhao Dizhu's body. His legs quivered uncontrollably until, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. His eyes glazed over and a look of sheer terror washing over his face. In a frantic plea, he cried, "Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, grant me another chance." He had never anticipated that Yi Wentian could be so formidable, single-handedly overpowering over 30 armed men without sustaining a scratch. It was as if not a single hair on his head had been touched by them. As Yi approached him step by step, Zhao Dishu's fear intensified, prompting him to drag himself backward on his knees. "Spare me? Did you not just declare your intent to kill me? Did you not demand that I bow before you and plead for mercy? Why now? Are you the one seeking mercy?" Desperation surged within Zhao Dishu as he implored, "No. No. That was not my intention. I was merely jesting. I assure you, it was all in good fun. Please, do not take it to heart." Yi Wentian offered a faint smile, his lips curling into a devilish grin. "I'm sorry, but I truly have taken this to heart. Now tell me, how shall we proceed? Will it be a hand you sacrifice, or perhaps a leg?" At these words, Zhao Dishu swallowed hard, fear gripping him tightly. The thought of losing a limb was unbearable. It would render him incapacitated, unable to lead or earn a living. The gravity of this realization drove him to fervently plead on the ground. "Please, I beg you, do not do this. I understand my error. If you spare me, we can be friends. No, you shall be my elder brother, and I shall be your subordinate. Whatever you command, I shall obey." He expounded earnestly. "If you choose to punish me, while it may bring you momentary satisfaction, it will yield no long-term benefits for you." Yi Wentian shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Not at all. I find it quite exhilarating. As long as I derive pleasure from it, that is the greatest benefit." Zhao Dishu hastily countered, "It is not worth it. This truly is not worth it. Brother, I am a man of the commander. Treating me thus would be tantamount to slapping the commander's face. He will not let this go unpunished." Yi Wentian, having never heard of this commander, inquired with curiosity, "Commander? Who is this commander? I have not heard of him." Kneeling on the ground, Zhao Dishu swallowed hard, pondering whether he was genuinely unaware of the esteemed Master Tong or merely pretending ignorance. Could it be that he was attempting to deceive me? Regardless of the truth, he felt it imperative to ensure that Yi Wentian grasped the formidable reputation of Master Tong. He promptly elucidated, "Brother, Master Tong is the most formidable underworld figure in Tianyang City. Anyone hailing from Tianyang would accord him a measure of respect. It is said that even the city lord must show him deference. As the saying goes, where Master Tong treads, not a blade of grass dares stir." Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is he truly that impressive? This is the first time I have heard of Master Tong," he remarked nonchalantly. "I must admit, I am rather uninformed. However, if even the city lord must yield to him, that seems a bit exaggerated, no?" Zhao Dishu hastily replied, "There is no exaggeration. Master Tong is indeed remarkable. Though he is an underworld magnate, he also runs businesses and has created numerous jobs. Should Master Tong fall, it would lead to widespread unemployment and potentially inside unrest, with individuals vying for territory. Hence, even the city lord would grant him a degree of respect." Yi Wentian pondered this carefully. If that were the case, it made sense, as the primary focus of any locale is development. Moreover, for every action, there is a reaction. It is only natural for a place to harbor its share of negativity. However, one thing he found hard to believe was that this Zhao Dishu could possibly be associated with such a powerful figure. With a sly smile, he scrutinized Zhao Dishu. "You, of all people, claim to be affiliated with Master Tong? Do you expect me to believe that? I am beginning to suspect that you are merely spouting nonsense to deceive me. Perhaps I should incapacitate your arm to see if you dare continue your fabrication." In truth, he did believe in the existence of Master Tong, but his current demeanor was intended to unsettle Zhao Dishu. Observing Yi Wentian's intent to strike, Zhao Dishu quickly protested, "No, no, I assure you, Master Tong is real. It's just that." "Just what?" Yi Wentian pressed. "It's just that I am not truly one of Master Tong's men. I am merely a subordinate of his, without the standing to interact directly with him. Those who do have such access are quite renowned in Tianyang." As he spoke, Zhao Dishu's eyes gleamed with admiration, revealing his profound reverence for Master Tong. Yi Wentian could not suppress his curiosity. "What is the name of this Master Tong?" "Long Tong." "Long Tong," Yi Wentian echoed, reaffirming that he had never encountered this name before. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had never been involved in such circles, so it was hardly surprising he did not know of the man. "Brother, I beg you, spare me this once. I promise I will not dare transgress again." Zhao Dishu pleaded once more. Faced with Yi Wentian, he truly felt trepidation. What did it mean for one man to confront over 30 armed individuals? He was truly a warrior. Such a talent, if encountered by the commander, would undoubtedly be fervently courted. Thus, he dared not offend Yi Wentian. From the sincerity reflected in his gaze, Yi Wentian discerned his earnestness. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that there was no necessity to squander time on such an individual. "Begone, should you err again." Do not blame me. Yes, yes, understood. Upon returning home, Yi Hetian found it was nearly 9 o'clock. Chapter 91. A surprise awaits upon returning home. Yi Long emerged from his chamber to report to him. Young master, the advertising campaign has been fully executed. Everything will be available for sale by October 10th. Yi Long stated respectfully. Yi Wentian nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, well done. By the way, on the day of the sale, please ensure that 10 courses of medicine are delivered to the Tianyang orphanage for a person named Li Liping. Understood. Yi Long replied eagerly. By the way, has Yi Qiuxiao returned yet? Yi Wentian inquired curiously. Yi Long quickly responded. She has returned, but she has gone to her room. It seems she is engrossed in some research. Master, would you like me to summon her? Yi Wentian pondered for a moment. Since she had returned and was still occupied with her studies, it must be something urgent. No need, he said, since she has matters to attend to. I shall not disturb her. You should also return and rest. We have work tomorrow. Very well, young master. I shall take my leave now. Yi Long respectfully bowed and then turned to return to his own room. After his departure, Yi Wentian switched on the television, feeling a flicker of joy. As the screen illuminated, he saw an advertisement for the Tianwen Group. The advertisement was not about the group itself, but rather featured the product Yi Wentian had recently developed. Indeed, Yi Long understands the importance of promotion. He has swiftly managed this advertising endeavor. As he mused, his phone chimed with a notification. He glanced at the screen. It was a message from Long Yueqing. Have you taken a rest yet? Not yet. After chatting for a while, their conversation trailed off, primarily filled with expressions of gratitude towards Yi Wentian. Following this exchange, Yi Wentian returned to his room, feeling a wave of ennui. He took out his phone and, upon opening the browser to catch up on the news, a live video popped up. He intended to go back, but inadvertently clicked the link below, entering the live stream. Inside the stream, a woman was singing. She was quite attractive, with delicate features and fair skin. However, Yi Wentian found no appreciation for the woman on the screen, as he deemed her portrayal inauthentic. To put it simply, what he observed was merely a fade, should the filters for beauty and skin tone be removed. The reality might present a rather different visage. In essence, they appeared as two entirely distinct individuals, leading him to distrust the authenticity of those online. 98% relied on filters to enhance their images. Even those with a touch of beauty underwent significant retouching to appear as the most exquisite women in the world. Nonetheless, while such beauty may be abundant, the overall authenticity remained questionable. Some who seemed enchanting were, in truth, not. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed that the streamer seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. He murmured softly, have I seen this streamer before? But where could that have been? Upon seeing this individual, Yi Wentian felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered her before. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, what is your name, dear host? The female host, while singing and perusing the audience's comments, noticed Yi Wentian's message and replied with a smile, I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose my name due to privacy concerns. However, I can share that my surname is Shangguan. The viewers, upon hearing this surname, began to flood the chat with enthusiastic messages, exclaiming how impressive it was to encounter such a rare double surname. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. One could hardly fathom why someone so beautiful would bear such a name. Adoration abounded. While the audience reacted with excitement, Yi Wentian stood in astonishment, scrutinizing the host on his screen. Shangguan? Could it be that she is Shangguan Hong? Shangguan Hong had been a dear companion of Yi Wentian's during their childhood at the orphanage, and their bond had been exceptionally close. She had always excelled academically, though just a step ahead of him. Their friendship endured until the 9th grade, at which point her biological parents appeared and took her away, inciting envy among many. From that moment on, Yi Wentian had not laid eyes on her again, and he never imagined their reunion would occur in such a manner. At that moment, Shangguan Hong addressed her audience, stating, today marks the 30th day of my live streaming. I truly enjoy this experience, as it allows me to pursue my long-held dream, and I will strive diligently to achieve it. Hearing her words, Yi Wentian was suddenly reminded of a time when Shangguan Hong had confided in him about her aspiration to become a singer, to share her voice with the world. However, when she had expressed this dream to others at the orphanage, they had mocked her, deeming her aspirations fanciful. Only Yi Wentian had encouraged her, urging her to persevere, assuring her that she would succeed one day, and even offering his future assistance. Yi Wentian murmured to himself, since I promised to help you back then, I shall do my utmost to fulfill this wish. With that thought, he resolved to reward her to help elevate her popularity. However, just as he attempted to send a gift, he was prompted to download an application. With unlimited data at his disposal, he encountered no hindrance in downloading it. and within 30 seconds, the application was installed. Upon completion, Yuan swiftly opened it, which intelligently redirected him to Shang Wanhong's live stream. Without uttering a word, he quietly proceeded to send a gift. The options were indeed diverse, featuring small flowers, stars, and sports cars, with the priciest item being a colossal rocket. A single colossal rocket required a donation of 100,000 game coins, equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Yuan, however, had no game coins in his account. He navigated to the recharge page, where the maximum recharge amount was 10 million game coins, corresponding to 1 million yuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan promptly recharged 10 million game coins and repeated this transaction 10 times, meaning that in less than a minute, he had already spent an astonishing sum of 10 million yuan. After completing the recharge, he returned to Shang Wanhong's room. Without uttering a single word, he selected the option for the colossal rocket. However, selecting the colossal rocket did not merely entail direct gifting. There existed an option to specify the quantity, with a maximum limit of 999. Observing this, Yuan murmured, "Oh, 999 colossal rockets? That nearly amounts to 10 million, doesn't it? Very well, if that is the case, I shall bestow upon her 10 million, for it is all for her benefit." He then sent a message. "Anchor, here is a surprise for you." Chapter 92. The Colossal 999 Rockets Host. Prepare for a surprise. The username Yuan, a new user, sent this message. Curiously, Shang Wanhong inquired through the microphone, "What surprise?" As soon as she finished speaking, whoosh, boom, a plethora of gigantic rockets filled the screen, causing a momentary freeze in Shang Wanhong's live broadcast. Typically, even a single colossal rocket would trigger a spectacular display of fireworks in the chat. Now, with 999 rockets launching simultaneously, the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. The viewers were left in utter astonishment as the screen showcased 999 massive rockets. Eagerly, they prepared to flood the chat with 666 messages, only to realize that their texts were delayed, as if the system struggled to keep up. Moreover, a notification popped up on his streaming page, the lobby, and throughout the entire live streaming platform. New user 12137 has gifted Zixiner 999 colossal rockets. Other streamers, witnessing this announcement, could not help but exclaim, "What on earth? 999 colossal rockets? This cannot be a joke." They speculated whether the system had malfunctioned, yet it seemed implausible. Swiftly, they switched to Shang Wanhong's live stream, where the sight of 999 rockets erupting in a dazzling display was mesmerizing. In mere seconds, Shang Wanhong's popularity skyrocketed from 120,000 to over 5 million. While this figure did not literally represent the number of viewers, it undeniably indicated a significant influx of audience members into her room. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this moment, tears streamed down her face. Her expression was one of pure exhilaration. $1 million gift was already considered extraordinary on their platform, but now she had received an astonishing 10 million, a concept that was beyond comprehension. Stammering with excitement, she managed to say, I am incredibly grateful. Thank you, new user 12137, for your 999 colossal rockets." As she spoke, she offered a slight bow. Yuan replied, "No need to be modest." He added, "Your singing is truly beautiful." Observing the increase in popularity to over 5 million viewers, and still rising, Yuan felt reassured that his expenditure was worthwhile. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had captured the entire platform's attention, prompting live stream administrators to enter the room to witness the event. Programmers began checking the backend to ensure everything was functioning correctly. Upon reviewing Yuan's transaction records, they confirmed that the system was indeed operating normally. They promptly worked to stabilize Shang Wanhong's stream to prevent further lag. Their swift response led to a smooth restoration, and the viewers immediately began spamming 6666. Oh my goodness! What a prodigious display! A staggering 999 colossal fire rockets. It is truly astonishing. Indeed, it is remarkable. I have never witnessed such an abundance of 999 massive rockets before. Typically, catching sight of even 10 colossal rockets is a rarity. Yet today, I have encountered this breathtaking spectacle. One user, known as Chi Xiaogo, remarked, "Do you think this is a ploy by the platform to elevate the streamer?" As soon as he uttered those words, the platform administrator promptly issued a statement. This platform asserts that all of this is merely the result of normal viewer donations, completely unrelated to the platform itself. Furthermore, we have conducted an investigation, and there is no evidence of any manipulation. The crowd was taken aback to discover the platform administrator involved, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, if someone donated 10 million yuan, it would naturally attract the attention of the administrator. The final statement from the administrator left no room for doubt. The audience felt confident that this was not a mere publicity stunt. Who would be willing to invest 10 million in such a scheme? Given that the platform retains half of the commission, it would be a losing venture for the streamer, Shang Guanhong. Such a financially detrimental scheme seemed implausible. Yi Wentian, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the incessant barrage of comments, decided to close the chat and left a message. I will return to see you again. With that, he exited the live stream. Shang Guanhong repeatedly expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you." The other streamers observed Yi Wentian's comment with envy, contemplating whether he might bestow another 10 million next time. Imagining the possibilities, they were momentarily swept away by envy. After leaving the live stream, Yi Wentian discovered that his private messages had exceeded 99. Curiosity piqued. He opened one to find messages that read, "Handsome, come visit my live stream. I sing beautifully. Handsome, join my stream. I can play and sing anything, especially with the wind instrument. I'm unbeatable. Is there anyone who can rival me? Handsome, if you grant me a colossal fire rocket, I will share my contact information with you." In response to these private messages, Yi Wentian casually replied to one, "Sure. I will visit your live stream when I have time." He then exited the messaging app and glanced at his VIP level, which had reached its maximum. There were no further levels to attain, only the bright red words signaling max level. Subsequently, he closed the app. Suddenly, he recalled something important and exclaimed, "Oh no. I forgot to ask for Shang Guanhong's number." This was a chance to reconnect and chat, as they had not seen each other in quite some time. After pondering whether to return to the stream, he decided against it, reasoning that the chat was flooded with comments, and she might not notice his message. He resolved to inquire next time when there were fewer people. Placing his phone on the bedside, he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a grand hotel, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, posed a question to a middle-aged gentleman with his back turned, clad in traditional Tang attire. The old man's gaze was fixed outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, rendering his features obscured. Yet, merely observing his silhouette conveyed a sense of his ruthless character. The middle-aged man promptly replied, "Indeed, sir, we have confirmed it entirely. It is truly effective. I never anticipated that someone could master such a technique." Which explains the audacity to establish such a substantial biotechnology firm in such a short span of time. The elderly man gently tapped his cane and declared, "Swiftly ascertain the identity of their lead researcher. Recruit this individual at any cost, as such talent deserves to be possessed by only the worthy." Understood, sir. Chapter 93. Dragon Tong. The following day, Yi Wentian remained oblivious to the events that transpired at the hotel the previous night. After indulging in a brief gaming session, he succumbed to slumber, only to awaken at 9 o'clock. As he roused from his rest, the sound of his phone ringing pierced the morning silence. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who would be calling him at such an early hour. Upon retrieving the device and examining the unfamiliar number, he connected the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi Wentian?" A voice inquired from the other end, laced with a hint of uncertainty. Yi Wentian, unfamiliar with the voice, responded with curiosity, "Indeed, that is I. Who might you be?" The tone on the line was calm and composed, exuding an air of tranquility, though it was not that of a woman. "Greetings. I am Zhuge Xian. While you may not know me, I believe you are acquainted with someone who is indeed familiar, our esteemed Lord Tong." Upon hearing the name, Yi Wentian instantly recognized it as the same figure Zhao Dizhus had mentioned the night prior. Was it possible that Zhao had relayed the events to Lord Tong, prompting him to seek retribution? It appeared that this individual was not to be underestimated. However, Yi Wentian deemed it unnecessary to engage in idle chatter with such a minor character. "Is there something you wish to discuss? Or are you here to restore Zhao Dizhus' honor?" he inquired directly. Others may tremble at the mention of Lord Tong, but Yi Wentian felt no fear. After all, he had yet to encounter him. Even if he had, he harbored no trepidation. With an array of skills at his disposal and numerous means of self-preservation, he felt no apprehension, even in the presence of hidden masters. Zhuge Xian chuckled lightly, clarifying, "Mr. Yi, do not misunderstand. We bear no ill will regarding your altercation with Zhao Dizhus. Rather, our Lord Tong wishes to converse with you, having recognized your talents. Therefore, we kindly request your presence at the Baofeng Hotel. It would be prudent to honor our Lord Tong's invitation." Contemplating the situation, Yi Wentian acknowledged that, despite Zhuge's assurances, there must be a reason for this early summons. Such a person would undoubtedly seek him out regardless. It would be more prudent to address the matter head-on. "Very well. I shall come at once." "Excellent. I shall prepare the finest Longjing tea in anticipation of your arrival, Mr. Yi." Upon concluding the call, Yi Wentian informed Du Shangxiang of his change in plans. relaying that he would not attend the training camp that day and advising her to proceed with the training of the students. Du Shangxiang agreed, noting that the current focus was on the technique of shifting shadows, so her absence would not hinder progress. Half an hour later, Yi Wenyan arrived at the Baofeng Hotel. As he approached the entrance, he observed 9 individuals standing guard, 8 imposing figures clad in black, with a distinguished man at the forefront, dressed in a shirt and holding a white fan, exuding an air of refinement. The man had a passable appearance, with an oval face and a prominent nose, appearing to be in his 30s, exuding an air of cultured sophistication and approachability. Upon seeing Yi Wenyan, he immediately approached with a smile, introducing himself, Mr. Yi. I am Zhuge Xian. It is a pleasure to meet you. This gentleman was indeed Zhuge Xian, a favored confidant of Long Tong and his strategist, primarily responsible for devising plans and strategies, earning him the moniker of Little Zhuge within Long Tong's circle. Yi Wenyan regarded him with a glance and inquired, "What does your lord seek my presence for?" "Do not worry. Let us ascend and enjoy some tea while we discuss matters at a leisurely pace. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I come not with troubles for you. As for Zhao Dizhu's predicament, it stems from his own overreaching, daring to trouble you." With a gesture of invitation, he signaled Yi Wenyan to proceed upstairs, to which Yi Wenyan complied without hesitation. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered the largest private room. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, clad in a blue robe, calmly sipping tea. Despite his tranquil demeanor, the man exuded an aura of ferocity, unmistakably a formidable individual not to be trifled with. This man was Long Tong, known in the underworld as the Lord. Yi Wenyan discerned instantly that Long Tong was a martial artist, possessing peak Xiantier strength. Behind him stood 4 men, each distinctly attired, their expressions a mixture of anger and coldness. All 4 were martial artists, with the strongest among them merely at the initial stage of the Xiantier, while the others were at the pinnacle of the Huangtier. These 4 were Long Tong's formidable generals, having contributed significantly to his achievements. Zhuge Xian slightly bowed his head and respectfully announced, "Lord, I have brought the person." Long Tong raised his head, revealing an unremarkable face, even somewhat unattractive, marked with pockmarks and blemishes. However, in Tianyang City, few dared to openly declare him unattractive. Pouring a cup of tea, he smiled, "Mr. Yi, please have a seat and enjoy some tea." Yi Wenyan accepted the tea, inhaling its aroma. It was indeed normal tea, without any discernible flaws, and he felt assured it was safe. With his exceptional medical skills, he could detect poison with just a whiff, unless it was beyond the prowess of ordinary martial artists. Yet, it was improbable for someone like Long Tong to possess such poison. After taking a sip, Yi Wenyan remarked, "Indeed, good tea. Truly exceptional Long Jing, as promised." Long Tong replied with a smile, "For a talent like Mr. Yi, I would not dare deceive you." Yi Wenyan leisurely savored the tea, remaining silent, and Long Tong, observing his quiet demeanor, chose not to speak either. After he finished his cup, Yi Wenyan finally spoke up. "You didn't summon me merely for tea, did you? If there's something to discuss, please be direct. My time is rather limited." Long Tong leisurely set down his teacup and replied, "Mr. Yi, I have heard from one of my subordinates that your skills are quite impressive. You single-handedly fought off over 30 armed individuals and managed to handle them with ease." Yi Wenyan understood whom he was referring to and replied, "Indeed, I was the one who dealt with them. Are you seeking to reclaim his lost honor?" With a hearty laugh, Long Tong responded, "What honor is there to reclaim? The fact that more than 30 of them could not prevail against you merely reflects their ineptitude. How could I possibly have the audacity to seek your assistance?" Chapter 94. Is it not a hotel? "Today, I sought you out to discuss a matter, Mr. Yi. Do you wish to amass great wealth?" Long Tong inquired with a smile, contemplating that everyone, without exception, must desire wealth, and he believed Mr. Yi Wenyan was no different. However, Yi Wenyan replied, "I do not wish to." This response momentarily stunned Long Tong, but he quickly regained his composure. What could this mean? Is there truly someone who does not desire riches? "Mr. Yi, you cannot be jesting, can you? In this era, is there anyone who does not wish to become affluent?" Yi Wenyan replied earnestly, "I genuinely do not wish for it. I find no pleasure in money. It burdens me." His words reflected his true sentiments. Presently, he had established the Tiamen Group and was associated with the promising biologist Yu Qiuxia. Earning money was a trivial endeavor for him. Once the Tianwen Group launched its project, financial concerns would be a thing of the past. He had come to perceive money as merely a string of numbers. Thus, the notion of pursuing wealth was utterly unappealing to him. Moreover, he found it highly improbable that Long Tong's intentions were genuinely benevolent. The group surrounding Long Tong was taken aback by Yi Wenyan's declaration, experiencing a wave of dizziness at his unexpected response. Nonetheless, Long Tong, a person well-versed in navigating tumultuous waters, quickly recovered from the shock. With a laugh, he remarked, Mr. Yi, you are indeed an unusual individual. It is quite surprising that you do not wish to acquire wealth. Yuan Tian chuckled lightly and replied, a fortune spent can be regained. What is there to it? If Master Tong merely seeks to make me rich, then I must decline, for it does not appeal to me. Long Tong gently clapped his hands, and two women entered the room. They bore a striking resemblance to one another. Clad in leather attire, their appearance is sweet and charming. Yet, Yuan Tian sensed an air of menace emanating from them. Mr. Yi, they are identical twins. What do you think? Long Tong inquired. Yuan Tian nodded in approval. Quite lovely, with a delightful appearance and an admirable presence. Upon hearing his praise, Long Tong laughed heartily and said, if you fancy them, they shall be yours to command, however you desire. The two women bowed slightly, their voices cold and mechanical as they greeted, we have met, Mr. Yi. Yuan Tian was taken aback by Long Tong's actions and waved his hand, saying no. Please. He then curiously asked, Master Tong, I am somewhat perplexed by your intentions. You wish to offer me wealth and present me with two beautiful women, which leaves me quite astonished. Long Tong laughed heartily, declaring, it is only natural. Beauty complements the hero, a truth upheld since ancient times. Yuan Tian understood that this man would not bestow such generous favors without a reason. Master Tong, if there is something you wish to discuss, please be direct. I am not fond of beating around the bush. Indeed, I must confess, I too am not fond of such subtleties. Therefore, let me be candid. I hope you will assist me. Long Tong began to speak, revealing that his intention to assist Yi Wentian in amassing wealth and to present these two female attendants was an attempt to win him over. However, he underestimated the situation. Yi Tian was not someone he could easily sway. Furthermore, Yi Wentian had no interest in pursuing such a path. Upon grasping Long Tong's ulterior motive, Yi Wentian smiled and asked, oh, how exactly do you wish for me to assist you? Although he comprehended the insinuation, he felt it necessary to feign ignorance for a moment longer. Long Tong sensed that Yi Wentian had caught on, yet he was deliberately playing coy, which irked him somewhat. Nonetheless, he could tolerate someone of Yi Wentian's caliber. Beside them, Zhuge Yi, attuned to Long Tong's thoughts, interjected, addressing Yi Wentian, Mr. Yi. What my lord means is that if you join us in our endeavors, I must be candid, as long as you align with him. You shall undoubtedly be free from worries for the rest of your life. The allure of sumptuous feasts, beautiful women from various locales, and an abundance of wealth awaited him. All without the burden of arduous labor. Yi Wentian chuckled and replied, oh, such good fortune exists? What would I be doing? Zhuge Xian, not wishing to conceal anything from Yi Wentian, candidly stated, you would need to do nothing but ensure the safety of our esteemed leader. Yi Wentian realized that Long Tong sought to recruit him as a subordinate. With a gentle smile, he politely remarked, I appreciate the offer, but I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom and am not particularly fond of the role of protector. Moreover, you jest too much. How could someone of the pinnacle of the Xian realm, like your lord, possibly require my protection? At his words, Long Tong was momentarily taken aback, as were the others. They had not anticipated that Yuan Tian could discern Long Tong's prowess, yet they were unable to gauge Yuan Tian's strength in return. This led them to ponder. What is happening? Could it be that Yi Wentian is even more formidable than us? However, this thought was swiftly dismissed in Long Tong's mind. Such a notion was inconceivable. Yi Wentian was still quite young. How could his martial realm possibly surpass that of Long Tong? Even the most talented individuals would not significantly differ in cultivation level. And achieving a breakthrough to the early stages of the Earth realm was no trivial feat otherwise. He would not have remained at the pinnacle of the Xian realm for so many years. Once Long Tong regained his composure, he smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you truly possess remarkable insight. I genuinely require your assistance, and should you join me, I can grant you considerable authority. Yi Wentian, unfazed by the notion of authority, replied nonchalantly, I have little interest in such matters. My lord, I must apologize for your kind intentions. I am accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and have no desire to engage in labor. Perhaps it would be best for you to seek others. With that, Yi Wentian stood up and declared, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Noticing Long Tong's silence, he turned to exit. But as he reached for the door, he was obstructed by two of Long Tong's subordinates standing in his way. Yi Wentian furrowed his brow. Sensing that matters were far from straightforward, Long Tong raised a cup of tea to his lips, savoring a sip before calmly stating, Yi Wentian, I have afforded you considerable respect, yet you choose to disregard it so brazenly. Do you think this place is just any venue? One can come and go as they please. Is this a hotel? Isn't a hotel precisely a place where one can arrive at will, and depart at leisure? Yi Wentian replied earnestly. How peculiar. Is that not the essence of a hotel? Upon hearing these words, Long Tong nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. Chapter 95. Destruction of the unobtainable. Upon hearing these words, Long Tong nearly spat out his tea. Remarkably, there was truth in the statement. This was indeed a hotel. Guests could come and go as they pleased. Having grown accustomed to this phrase, he had forgotten that this was a hotel. In the past, when he had barred individuals from entry and uttered similar words, they would invariably turn back, pleading for mercy. However, now faced with Yi Wentian, who dared to argue that this was indeed a hotel, he was filled with indignation and exclaimed, What do you mean? This is my territory. If I say no, then it is no. Spare me your chatter. Do you think I am here to entertain you? At this moment, Yi Wentian turned to confront Long Tong. Realizing that this individual was far from simple, he was quite the fierce character. This was the demeanor of a true underworld boss. His soft-spoken nature was disconcerting. It felt as though he had stepped into a genuine hotel. Let me tell you, if I cannot have you, then no one shall. You have two options. First, become my subordinate. Second, render yourself powerless. Yi Wentian found this utterly amusing and retorted, Render myself powerless? What makes you think you can compel me to do so? Just because I am not yours, does that mean no one else can have me? Do you consider me a mere commodity to be toyed with? Huh. Upon hearing this, Long Tong burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing loudly. His nostrils nearly pointed skyward. However, after a few moments, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he declared, Indeed, in my eyes, you are nothing but a commodity. If I cannot possess you, then you must be destroyed. I cannot allow this commodity to become my adversary or pose a threat to my existence. Yi Wentian, grasping the gravity of his words, responded, It seems you had this plan from the very beginning. If I refuse to become your subordinate, you will not let me go. Long Tong shrugged nonchalantly and replied, What do you think? You assaulted my man. Do you believe this matter can simply conclude? Do you not regard me, Tong Yi, with any respect? Enough of this banter. Will you become my subordinate and engage in my affairs, or will you choose to render yourself powerless? Long Tong was losing patience. He had no intention of ridiculing Yi Wentian further and simply wished to resolve the situation. With his hands in his pockets, Yi Wentian coldly stated, Very well. Let me make this clear. I will never become your subordinate, nor will I render myself powerless. Long Tong retorted, Not willing to render yourself powerless? Fine. Then I shall find someone to incapacitate you. With that, he signaled to his 4 battle-hardened warriors, understanding his intent without hesitation. The 4 lunged forward towards Yi Wentian like ferocious beasts. Seeing them charge, Yi Wentian did not hesitate either. He stepped forward to meet them head-on, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on, let me see how you intend to incapacitate me. With that, he prepared himself, ready to face them with empty hands and swift legs. The 2 individuals who charged forward simultaneously attacked Yi Wentian, one targeting his upper body while the other aimed at his lower body. Yi Wentian stood his ground, showing no signs of resistance, appearing to the onlookers as though he intended to withstand their assaults head-on. Long Tong, observing this scene, was perplexed and inquired, What is he doing? Is he really going to take their attacks? Such audacity was remarkable, considering that the wind leg strike was a formidable assault from an initial stage of the Xian rank. The sheer power of this attack was tremendous, yet this man seemed intent on enduring it. In that fleeting moment, Yi Wentian moved, his hand sliding forward to bypass the leg of his opponent, delivering a swift kick that mirrored the wind leg technique, albeit with several times the speed. The impact reverberated as the initial stage Xian rank warrior was sent flying several meters, crashing violently onto a table, shattering it into fragments. The other 3 assailants did not cease their attacks, unleashing their most potent techniques against Yi Wentian. However, just as they were about to strike him, they found themselves repelled by Yi Wentian, sent back by their own methods of attack. Within a mere 30 seconds, Long Tong's 4 formidable warriors lay sprawled on the ground, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Though his 4 warriors were not his match, they comprised 3 peak yellow rank fighters and 1 initial stage Xian rank warrior, thus possessing considerable strength. Yet, they had been so easily defeated. Most notably, Long Tong sensed that Yi Wentian had not exerted his full strength. Rather, he had only tapped into the capabilities of the mid-stage Xian rank. It was evident that Yi Wentian deemed this level sufficient, primarily wishing to test the martial art he had received as a reward a few days prior, the Duo Zhuang Xingyi. The Duo Zhuang Xingyi technique allowed one to rebound another's attack back at them, embodying the principle of returning their own methods against them. Years ago, Morong Fu had achieved fame alongside Xiao Feng through this very technique, Northern Xiao Feng, Southern Morong. Yi Wentian had just demonstrated it, and found it quite effective. Worthy of a red-grade martial art. Long Tong, who had initially maintained his composure, was now utterly unsettled. He rose from his chair, scrutinizing the situation before curiously asking, "How do you understand their martial arts?" His tone was laced with astonishment. Before Yi Wentian could respond, Long Tong suddenly had a realization, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Wait, you do not comprehend their martial arts. You merely reflected their techniques back at them in that instant. Could it be that you just utilized the long-lost duo Zhuang Xing Yi, returning their own methods upon them?" Yi Shitian casually remarked, "Oh, so you are aware of the duo Zhuang Xing Yi. It seems you possess some insight, not just a mere leader." Long Tong could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, the tides of fate had shifted dramatically. This predicament posed a significant challenge, even though he was merely at the mid-level of the Xian rank. Victory was by no means guaranteed. What to do? Should he confront him directly? That was unfeasible, for the repercussions would be too severe. If he truly could not prevail, would he not suffer total defeat? Just moments ago, he had intended to eliminate him. And now how could he possibly rectify the situation? Should he offer a smiling apology? How frustrating it was. Since being dubbed Lord Tong, he had never felt so constrained. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Yi, I sincerely apologize. I was merely jesting with you earlier, nothing more." Chapter 96. What realm is this? Long Tong chuckled, "Brother Yi, I sincerely apologize. I was merely jesting with you a moment ago." Yi Wentian scoffed lightly. "What do you mean by an unworthy jest? I fail to comprehend." Long Tong felt a wave of embarrassment. It was the first time in many years that he had spoken to someone with a hint of apology. It was merely a jest. Yi Wentian waved his hand dismissively and replied, "However, I do not perceive your actions as mere jest. Each of your 4 formidable generals harbors the intent to take my life. Do you truly believe this is a jest? If I lacked any skill today, would I not have met my demise here?" Long Tong quickly responded with a laugh. "How could that be? I merely had my 4 generals assess your combat prowess. I never anticipated your abilities would be so astonishing. It is indeed splendid." "Assess my combat prowess? Splendid? Are you quite certain this is truly splendid for you, rather than utterly disastrous?" Yi Wentian inquired with a smile. Long Tong felt a twinge of embarrassment, for his words were nonsensical, and he replied, "Ah, perhaps we are indeed utterly disastrous. I have longed for a master to emerge in Tianyang, and to know such a master is indeed a remarkable thing." Yi Wentian waved his hand again, stating, "I do not wish to engage in trivial banter with you. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. It would be wise not to provoke me further, or I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your organization. Remember this." Although Long Tong was reluctant to confront Yi Wentian, he bore no true fear of him. He continued to apologize, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Yi Wentian's remarks only served to heighten his irritation. The frustration of a powerful figure became overwhelming, and he shouted, "Yi Wentian, do you truly believe yourself formidable? What capability do you possess to bring about the downfall of my organization? Who do you think you are? Do you believe that by mastering the art of celestial manipulation, you can act with impunity? Is that truly impressive?" Yi Wentian paused momentarily, then regarded him with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, understanding celestial manipulation is remarkable. What of it?" Long Tong was taken aback by Yi Wentian's response. This fellow was certainly unpredictable. Typically, one would exhibit humility in such a situation. Yet he boldly declared his prowess as if it granted him license to do as he pleased. Did this man truly disregard my authority? To think that I, the esteemed Lord Tong, would be so openly disregarded, what a laughable predicament. Fuming, he exclaimed, "Yi Wentian, do not be overly arrogant. One must learn to remain humble. Especially you young ones. Understand that in this world, there are always those more capable than yourself. Your current arrogance may lead you to ruin." He clenched his teeth tightly as he spoke of ruin. Yi Wentian regarded him with indifference and asked coolly, "Is that so? I am unable to perceive it. On the contrary, I find your demeanor rather arrogant, yet you fail to embody such arrogance." Reflecting back, ever since Yi Wentian arrived, it has been Long Tong who has been posturing, even likening Yi Wentian to a mere commodity, threatening destruction should Yi Wentian refuse to submit. This recollection lingered in Yi Wentian's mind, leaving him somewhat displeased. Observing Yi Wentian's indifference only intensified Long Tong's fury, rendering him incapable of restraining his anger. With a fierce gaze fixed upon Yi Wentian, he bellowed, "Yi Wentian, I am genuinely eager to test the prowess of your 4th-tier stellar shift." Without a moment's hesitation, he surged his internal energy to the pinnacle of the Xian tier and lunged at Yi Wentian with ferocity. His speed surpassed even that of his 4 formidable generals. For the pinnacle of the Xian tier is unmatched by those at the initial stages of the Xian tier or the pinnacle of the Huang tier. Yet Yi Wentian remained as immovable as a mountain, appearing utterly unfazed as he stood calmly in place. Long Tong, perplexed by this behavior, pondered what it could signify. Could it be that he believes he can effortlessly withstand my assault? How could that be? No matter how formidable this youth may be, he cannot possibly be that powerful. It dawned on him. He must be waiting for my most formidable attack, intending to use the stellar shift against me, turning my own might upon myself. Humph, Yuan-Tian. Your ruse has been unveiled. Do not presume I am oblivious. You wish to await my strongest strike, yet I shall refrain from it and see how you fare. Yuan-Tian couldn't help but smile. This fellow's imagination was indeed vivid, believing he could wield the stellar shift, when in truth, he simply wished to remain still. With a swift motion, Long Tong launched a kick toward Yuan-Tian, propelling himself into the air, seemingly aiming for Yuan-Tian's chest. However, just as his foot reached the halfway mark, Yuan-Tian's foot moved as well. With a light stomp, he soared upward, delivering a powerful kick directly to Long Tong's abdomen. A piercing scream escaped Long Tong as he flew backward like a kite, with its string severed. He crashed against the wall with a resounding thud, leaving an imprint of his form. As he tumbled down, he coughed twice, feeling a sweetness in his throat, and suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted forth, staining the ground beneath him. His four formidable generals were utterly astonished. In their minds, Long Tong was the epitome of strength and dominance, yet here he was, dispatched to the wall by a mere nameless novice. Their astonishment mirrored that of Long Tong, who was profoundly shocked, having never anticipated that Yuan-Tian possessed such formidable combat prowess, capable of sending him flying with a single kick. As Yuan-Tian delivered that kick, he exhibited no resistance whatsoever, completely caught off guard. In a state of utter confusion, he was propelled against the wall, a moment of sheer astonishment. Unable to suppress his gaze, he turned towards Yuan-Tian, who maintained an expression of calm indifference, exuding an air of composure. It dawned upon him that he was no match for Yuan-Tian. Simultaneously, a perplexing thought surged through his mind. What kind of martial artist is Yuan-Tian to possess such formidable prowess? What indeed is his level of mastery? Chapter 97. Do not provoke me again. What realm are you in? Long Tong could not help but inquire, fully aware that today he had kicked against an iron plate. One misstep had sent him flying, akin to being instantly annihilated. Yuan-Tian did not divulge the answer, merely responding, "Is that truly important?" Long Tong's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from pressing further, instead conceding, "Brother, I've truly met my match today." A glint of amusement flickered in Yuan-Tian's eyes, and without waiting for Long Tong to finish, he interjected, "Well, since you acknowledge your defeat, I see no reason to spare you any longer. It's time for your demise." Long Tong was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Yuan-Tian. What sort of celestial logic was this? Admitting defeat led to annihilation? Shouldn't an apology precede such a fate? This fellow was utterly unpredictable, leaving Long Tong bewildered. He was genuinely concerned that Yuan-Tian might slay him at that very moment, hastily clarifying, No, brother Yi, that's not what I meant." Seeing his extreme anxiety, Yuan-Tian inwardly chuckled, for his intention was merely to tease the man. In truth, he had no intention of killing Long Tong. After all, his situation was unique, and his background substantial. Eliminating him outright could complicate matters later. Furthermore, Yuan-Tian was not a cold-blooded killer. Long Tong had not significantly offended him, and there was no need for his immediate demise. Feigning ignorance, Yuan-Tian inquired, "Oh, then what do you mean? It certainly sounds like that to me." He stepped forward. Long Tong raised his hand in a gesture to halt, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, do not act impulsively. I truly did not mean it that way. I wanted to express that today's events were entirely my fault, and I sincerely apologize." At this, Yuan-Tian paused, folding his arms and softly replied, "Oh, I see. I thought perhaps you had lost, and were considering ending it all. If that were the case, I could easily grant you that wish right now." Long Tong was left speechless, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In this day and age, was there truly someone who begrudged him his life? After all, he was worth billions, surrounded by beauties, with hundreds or even thousands of followers, wielding immense influence. He was at the pinnacle of life. Would someone like him ever wish for a shorter existence? Absolutely not. No, brother Yi, you misunderstand. I do not mean that at all. I genuinely apologize for everything that transpired today. It is entirely my fault. Yuan-Tian pulled out a chair and sat down, attentively listening to Long Tong's apology. He could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Just yesterday, he had heard of the formidable reputation of this Long Tong, and today, he found himself receiving an apology. It seemed that no matter how powerful one was, they could not surpass him. Of course, he would not allow pride to cloud his judgment. He understood that he had yet to enter the realm of cultivation and still had much to strive for. Even upon reaching that stage, there would likely be even more formidable existences to contend with. When facing powerful adversaries, one must always proceed with caution. All right, my apologies are indeed acceptable. However, there is one matter I must address. Although you have expressed regret today, I feel compelled to inquire whether, given my presence here at your behest, some form of compensation is warranted, perhaps for the emotional distress or the intimidation I experienced. Your prior demeanor was quite alarming, leaving me nearly paralyzed with fear, Yi Wentian remarked, his expression revealing his discomfort. The onlookers, upon hearing his words, were momentarily taken aback, followed by a bemused realization. Had they truly frightened him to such an extent? Surely not. This formidable individual, could they truly have instilled fear in him? The tables had turned in their favor. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, as the prevailing atmosphere clearly indicated that Yi Wentian was in command. To provoke his ire could potentially lead to dire consequences, for he was a man whose motives eluded their comprehension, operating outside the bounds of predictability, which was quite vexing. Long Tong pondered this, recognizing that the underlying desire was likely a monetary one. If a financial settlement could resolve the matter, then so be it. How had he found himself entangled with such a troublesome character? He quickly declared, Brother Yi, you are indeed correct. We should offer compensation for today's events. How about I provide you with 50 million? Consider it a settlement for your emotional distress and various expenses. Does that sound agreeable? Yi Wentian raised his index finger and gestured dismissively, stating, No, no, no. Observing his refusal, Long Tong wondered if perhaps the sum was insufficient. Was he implying he desired 100 million instead? Contemplating this, he resolved that 100 million was feasible. He could manage it. Very well. I am willing to offer 100 million and simultaneously wish to cultivate a friendship with Brother Yi. Once more, Yi Wentian shook his head, saying, No, no, no. You misunderstand. I do not desire your money. What? You do not want money? Then what is it that you seek? Long Tong queried, perplexed. He internally speculated whether Yi Wentian aimed to usurp his position. Should he succeed, the implications would far exceed a mere 100 million. If the roles were reversed, he would undoubtedly pursue the same course. This was an unparalleled opportunity. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. And he thought to himself that if this were indeed the case, he would have to resist with all his might. Yet, this notion dissipated within moments. Resistance equated to demise. Thus, it seemed more prudent to bide his time and await a chance for a strategic retreat when the opportunity arose. Noticing Long Tong's silence and contemplative demeanor, Yi Wentian smiled and reassured him, Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to convey that I hope you will refrain from provoking me in the future. I cannot withstand such intimidation from you. Should you unjustly incite my ire, and I, in a moment of panic and heated impulse, eliminate you, do not hold it against me. Upon hearing these words, Long Tong was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a grave matter, only to discover it was this trivial affair. He quickly reassured, Brother Yi, rest assured, it shall never happen again, I promise. After witnessing Yi Wentian's formidable prowess, he no longer dared to provoke him unless he wished for his own demise. He then turned his gaze towards his 4 formidable generals. Mark my words, henceforth, Brother Yi shall be our esteemed guest. To encounter him is to encounter me. Should anyone dare to offend, they shall face death. Yes. Chapter 98. The Art of Illusion. After leaving the Baofeng Inn, Yi Wentian strolled for a while before heading directly to the training camp. Upon arriving at the training ground, the system prompted, It is now noon, please sign in. He signed in and received the illusion technique. Illusion technique, capable of creating vivid illusions that ensnare others, it is effective only against those of lesser cultivation. As the host is currently at the initial stage of the Earth rank, it will only work on warriors below this level. Yi Wentian was elated upon discovering this. Although the technique only worked on those with inferior cultivation, its practicality was undeniable. He began to learn the illusion technique, and, in an instant, a wealth of memories relating to the technique flooded his mind. Current status, host, Yi Wentian martial arts, shadow shift, 9 yang divine skill, absorption technique, celestial shift, medical arts of the mysterious gate cultivation method, none divine abilities, transformation technique, heavenly eye, beginner, illusion technique realm, earth rank initial stage, 01000000. Yi Wentian meticulously assessed his condition and subsequently explored the illusion technique. Indeed, it was an extraordinary asset, demonstrating formidable power. As expected, products from the system are invariably of the highest quality. His gaze then fell upon the 36 trainees on the training ground. and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he softly murmured, "These 36 have trained for so long, aside from battling me. They have yet to engage in earnest combat among themselves. Today, I shall administer a test." With this thought, Yuan swiftly approached the group. Upon his arrival, Du Shangxiang spoke up, "Instructor Yi, you're here. By the way, didn't you say you might come later in the afternoon? Why are you here so early?" Yuan replied, "I resolved some matters, so I came early. Thank you for your hard work today." "Not at all. It's been quite manageable. Everything is proceeding according to the usual training schedule." Du Shangxiang quickly responded, explaining that the trainees were exceptionally obedient, unlike others who required strenuous coaxing to train. These individuals followed instructions diligently. Whatever was requested, they executed without question. Their compliance stemmed from an understanding of the prowess of shadow shift. Had they not been informed of its significance beforehand, they would not have been so amenable. The shift in their mindset from indifference to anticipation was profound. Notably, some trainees had already grasped the fundamentals of shadow shift, achieving remarkable speed, which ignited eagerness among those still learning. As for those who had mastered it, they were determined not to be surpassed and sought to delve as deeply into shadow shift as Yi Wentian had, resulting in their unwavering dedication. Some even practiced the technique quietly in the square during the evenings, undeterred by the late hour. Indeed, this is the primary reason, along with others, such as the encounters they had with certain students. These students informed them that they had not mastered such exceptional techniques, and the most formidable skills were not even of the blue level. Furthermore, the opportunity to learn these skills required merit, and only those who performed exceptionally well in the training camp would have a chance. Upon receiving this information, they understood that Instructor Yi genuinely wished to cultivate their abilities. Although the time Instructor Yi dedicated to their lessons was limited, they could genuinely feel his sincerity. Yi Wentian felt reassured about these students, and then he turned his gaze towards them and commanded, "Assemble." Upon hearing his words, without any hesitation, they immediately gathered, forming an orderly line in less than 5 seconds, exhibiting the caliber of a professional unit. Observing their speed, Yi Wentian expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Well done. At last, your assembly speed has justified my efforts in training you." Hearing his praise, the students felt a surge of joy. Perhaps nothing could match the recognition they sought from Yi Wentian. Noticing their elation, Yi Wentian doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality, saying, "However, do not rejoice too soon. You have yet to meet my true expectations. There remains a considerable gap between your current abilities and my standards." He continued, "Today, we will not engage in training. Report." One of the students, named Chen Dongdong, stepped forward to inquire, "Instructor Yi, may I ask if we have new subjects to cover? If not, we request training, as we do not wish to waste time." The others displayed expressions of agreement. Yi Wentian, witnessing their eagerness to learn, felt a satisfied smile form. This was indeed the spirit he sought in his students, and he harbored great confidence for the upcoming competition in a month's time. "Indeed, although we will not train this afternoon, it does not imply that you have time to rest. I have arranged something for you. We will conduct a test this afternoon." He Qinggang inquired, "Report." "May I ask what kind of test?" Yuanian revealed, "You have trained in the camp for a while now, yet we have not conducted a proper assessment. Today serves as a splendid opportunity. Whoever secures first place will become the captain of the 36 members. Do any of you have objections?" The group responded in unison, "None." They understood that in the training camp, strength dictated leadership. The strongest would be the leader, which was a remarkably fair system. Thus, they had no objections to this arrangement. On the contrary, they would feel discontent if Yi Wentian appointed a captain based on other criteria. "Very well, since there are no objections, everyone follow me. I will lead you to an appropriate location for the test." 1. At this moment, Yi Wentian turned to his companion, Du Shangxiang, and inquired, "Instructor Du, do you have any engagements this afternoon?" Understanding the underlying implication of Yi Wentian's question, Du Shangxiang shook her head and replied, "No. My current responsibility is to assist you in training them. Thus I have no other commitments at all." "Very well, let us proceed." Indeed, Yi Wentian and Du Shangxiang walked at the forefront, followed closely by 36 eager trainees. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Wentian informed the guards stationed at the camp. Recognizing Yi Wentian's esteemed identity, the guards did not dare to impede their passage. "Quickly, open the gate. Form a line and march." Chapter 99. The battlefield created for you. Half an hour later, Yi Wentian and Du Shangxiang, accompanied by 36 students, arrived at the outskirts of Tianyang City. This rural expanse featured a modest mountain, adorned with numerous trees and flowing rivers. Aside from its modest height, the mountain bore all the characteristics of a typical hill. Upon reaching this location, Yi Wentian sought a relatively flat area for the 36 students to convene. Observing their surroundings, the students speculated. Could this be the testing ground? Might we be required to duel, with the victor crowned the strongest among us? Their conjectures mirrored Yi Wentian's own thoughts. Addressing them, Yi Wentian commanded, "Assemble." The group promptly gathered. "Today, I have brought you here for a singular purpose, to identify the most formidable warrior among you. As for how this will be determined, I trust you have an inkling, yet I must clarify the rules. In the course of battle, you must not take any lives, nor incapacitate anyone. Strikes must be restrained. If you hit a vital area, you lose. And you are undoubtedly aware of what constitutes a vital area. Understood?" The group responded in unison, "Understood." At this point, Yi Wentian produced 36 marking sticks, each dusted with red powder. A successful strike would leave the recipient covered in this red powder, indicating whether a vital area had been struck. After distributing the sticks, Yi Wentian warned, "Let me reiterate, should you be hit in a vital area and fail to concede, I will mark it as a fault against you. Such faults will adversely affect your standing in my eyes, and if your impression score falls, I will expel you. Remember, do not blame me for being merciless." The students echoed their understanding. Initially, a couple of them contemplated feigning ignorance if struck, but upon hearing Yi Wentian's stern words, they reconsidered. They did not wish to lose points in Yi Wentian's estimation over a mere test, nor did they desire expulsion, as following him represented a significant opportunity for their advancement. "Now, heed my command. Close your eyes and relax your minds. Do not think of anything." Upon hearing Yi Wentian's instructions, the students complied without hesitation. Yi Wentian then clasped his hands together, his consciousness stirring as he began to cast an illusion spell. Given the low cultivation levels of the 36 individuals and their lack of mental resistance, the illusion spell was swiftly successful. Once the spell was cast, Yi Wentian's consciousness mirrored the illusion, and he instructed, "Open your eyes." As they slowly opened their eyes, the students were astonished to find their surroundings transformed. Indeed, originally, they stood upon a grassy expanse. However, now they found themselves surrounded not by meadows, but by dense woods. Moreover, their companions had vanished, leaving them utterly alone. With bewildered and perplexed expressions, they murmured in unison, "What on earth is happening?" This initial utterance encapsulated their confusion, as they could not fathom the sudden transformation of their surroundings, which had shifted from hues of yellow to a darkened landscape, reminiscent of black soil. At this moment, Yi Wentian slowly spoke. "As exemplary warriors, one must possess a tranquil mind when unexpectedly thrust into unfamiliar territory. Your responses thus far have been rather mediocre." Upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, the 36 individuals hurriedly steadied their emotions. Indeed, the instructor was correct, regardless of their current location. Maintaining composure was imperative to uncover the nature of their surroundings. Seeing that the group had quieted, Yi Wentian elucidated, "This is a battleground I have created for you, designed to enhance your combat skills. This arena spans 300 miles, with each of you positioned in different locales. Your objective is to eliminate your opponents. Ultimately, the individual who vanquishes the most foes shall be declared the victor, while those who survive will be credited with the defeat of 2 adversaries. Do you understand?" In synchrony, the 36 replied affirmatively. Nevertheless, confusion lingered within their hearts. Was this truly a battleground conjured by their instructor? How had he crafted it? Could it be the result of some extraordinary skill? The thought struck them. If it were indeed a form of martial prowess, how remarkable it would be. If they could master such abilities, they might also become formidable. Resolutely, they resolved to align themselves closely with Yi Wentian, aspiring to claim the title of champion. Outside the illusion, Du Shangxiang observed the 36 students standing motionless upon the lawn and turned her gaze toward Yi Wentian. "Instructor Yi, are you not supposed to be testing them? Why do you allow them to remain so still?" In response to Du Shangxiang's inquiry, Yi Wentian smiled enigmatically and replied, "The test has already commenced." "What? It has already begun?" Du Shangxiang was taken aback, utterly perplexed. She had not been selected to enter the illusion. Thus, she could not perceive the situation of the others. All she could see was that the 36 stood in place. In reality, the consciousness of these 36 had been drawn by Yi Wentian into another realm, entering the illusion where they perceived the scenes unfolding before them. Their combat within this illusion was not a physical confrontation, but rather a simulated experience, akin to a dream in which one engages in battle. Though they would feel a semblance of pain, their bodies remained unharmed. This method of training is exceedingly safe, and the reason Yi Wentian initially informed them that striking vital and critical areas equates to a kill was to instill a sense of realism. Furthermore, it serves to teach them how to wield their strength, while it is effortless to unleash a frenzy and take a life. Mastering the control of one's power to do so is a formidable challenge. Such training thus adds a layer of complexity to their endeavors. The battlefield of 36 individuals has commenced. Yi Wentian, like a deity, observes their every action from above, clearly witnessing the 36 individuals moving towards the central area of the map. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Ran encountered Chen Dongdong. Chapter 100. Do you look down on women? Soon, Lin Ran encountered Chen Dongdong. Lin Ran was a young woman, while Chen Dongdong stood tall at 178 meters, possessing a robust physique. In comparison, Lin Ran appeared delicate and fragile beside him, rendering any notion of competition between them utterly absurd. Upon seeing Lin Ran, Chen Dongdong expressed his apologies, saying, "Lin Ran, I truly didn't expect to see you. I'm very sorry." Upon hearing his words, Lin Ran felt a tinge of displeasure. She harbored a strong disdain for men who underestimated women. In her view, women were equally capable of achieving what men could. Looking at Chen Dongdong, she retorted, "Oh, are you implying that you look down on me?" Chen Dongdong chuckled, "Not at all. I just prefer not to fight women." Lin Ran furrowed her brow. Was this not a form of condescension? Is that so? It's perfectly normal for you to refrain from striking women. But do you really think you stand a chance against me? Chen Dongdong shrugged dismissively, clearly underestimating her. To him, although Lin Ran was the first to grasp the art of transformation, she still fell short in comparison. After all, she was merely a girl, and he was a boy, endowed with strength several times greater than that of an average person. Overpowering Lin Ran would be a trivial task. A single punch from him could leave her in tears for quite some time. Infuriated by his blatant disregard, Lin Ran coldly declared, "Remember your current demeanor." With that, she made a gesture inviting a challenge, simple yet resolute. Chen Dongdong waved his hand. "Lin Ran, you should leave. I have no desire to fight you. Let us pretend we never met." "Ah!" Lin Ran exclaimed as she charged towards Chen Dongdong, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his chest. Seeing her aggressive approach, Chen Dongdong attempted to counterattack but quickly realized that it was no longer feasible, as Lin Ran had seized the initiative. His only recourse was to evade, and he hurriedly dodged. Boom! Lin Ran's kick struck a nearby tree, leaving a gaping hole in its trunk. The tree shook violently, and a flurry of green leaves cascaded down, many landing atop Chen Dongdong's head. Witnessing this, Chen Dongdong felt a pang of apprehension. He had never anticipated that a seemingly delicate girl like Lin Ran would possess such formidable combat prowess. At that moment, Lin Ran admonished him. "If you don't take this seriously, next time it could be you who gets knocked out. I don't want your underestimation of me to be your downfall." Chen Dongdong, recognizing the validity of her words, promptly resolved to engage her seriously, stating, "All right, I'll make an exception today and fight you." With that, the two charged towards each other, and Chen Dongdong unleashed a powerful punch, positioning his weapon strategically upon his fist. As long as he could strike a decisive blow to Lin Ran's vital area, he would consider himself victorious. In his mind, he had already resolved to quickly eliminate Lin Ran. By doing so, he would secure a kill. Time was of the essence. Lin Ran observed his assault. Indeed, his strength surpassed her own significantly. Although both were at the mid-level of the yellow stage, Lin Ran perceived that his momentum was nearing the pinnacle of yellow stage. Consequently, she opted not to endure the attack but instead utilized a technique to swiftly reposition herself to the other side. With a whoosh, Chen Dongdong's fist met only air, and he immediately sensed that he had struck nothing. Before he could react, Lin Ran leaped high and delivered a sweeping kick towards him. Chen Dongdong, recognizing the situation, attempted to evade using the same technique, but he realized that his chances of successfully dodging were slim, not due to the technique itself, but rather because he was still unfamiliar with it. Thus, he hastily raised his hands to brace himself, attempting to withstand the blow with his forearms. The impact sent Chen Dongdong staggering back several steps, a wave of numbness coursing through his arms. Just as he prepared to speak, Lin Ran launched her second attack. Another kick aimed at him. Having failed to defend against the first strike, he found himself even more on the defensive this time, retreating and protecting himself. With a bang, he fell back a few more steps, quickly stabilizing his stance and summoning all of his strength. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, if this continued, he risked being eliminated by Lin Ran. Once grounded, he saw Lin Ran's third kick approaching and, instead of defending, he decided to counter with a punch. In a sudden clash, his fist met her foot. At that moment, Lin Ran's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Chen Dongdong was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a chill on his back. Just as he prepared to defend, Lin Ran had already struck him from behind, delivering a lethal blow with her staff to the back of his head. Realizing he was defeated, Chen Dongdong turned to Lin Ran with a despondent expression and admitted, "I lost." Lin Ran nodded slightly, stating, "Indeed, You did. However, the primary reason for your defeat lies in your underestimation of women. You did not engage with earnestness. Shen Dongdong sighed and replied, "There is no need to console me. A loss is a loss. I wish you good fortune." Deep down, he recognized that although he initially underestimated Lin Ran, he had come to appreciate her strength and fought earnestly, yet ultimately, he still fell short. Lin Ran clasped her fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you," and proceeded towards the center of the arena. Shen Dongdong stood alone in place, enveloped in a melancholic solitude. Meanwhile, in various other locations, fierce battles raged on, eventually culminating in victories and defeats. The vanquished remained stationary, engrossed in their practice of the art of shifting forms. These individuals, having faltered in their mastery of this elusive technique, succumbed to their opponents. Chapter 101. The decisive battle after 2 hours of intense combat. Only 2 individuals remained within the illusionary realm, Lin Ran and Xian Feng. Yu Wentian was somewhat taken aback by the outcome. He had not anticipated that He Qinggang, who had consistently performed well, would not emerge victorious. Instead, it was Xian Feng who triumphed. Throughout the competition, Xian Feng had quietly trained among the 36 participants, rarely speaking and maintaining a low profile. However, this encounter revealed that Xian Feng's understanding of the art of shifting shadows was commendable, perhaps even on par with Lin Ran's abilities. Lin Ran's success stemmed primarily from her excellent memory and diligent efforts, allowing her to grasp concepts early on. Yu Wentian found nothing unusual about her performance. At this moment, Lin Ran and Xian Feng stood facing each other. Lin Ran stated, "The time to determine the victor is upon us." Both had eliminated 5 opponents, and thus, whoever prevailed would be crowned the ultimate champion. Yu Wentian's voice resonated in the air. Those eliminated may gather around to observe and learn from the strengths of these 2 combatants. Before the 34 onlookers could move, Yu Wentian's consciousness surged, swiftly drawing them to the center. They observed Lin Ran and Xian Feng, exchanging glances that conveyed a sense of awkwardness, particularly He Qinggang, who, usually seen as a big brother figure, felt a wave of embarrassment at being eliminated. Yet, the 34 remained silent, intently watching the duel, eager to glean insights from the clash. They realized that their downfall stemmed from an unfamiliarity with the art of shifting shadows, but they bore no resentment towards anyone. Yu Wentian had shown no favoritism. He had taught them all equally. They understood that mastery was an individual pursuit, and their defeat was solely their own responsibility. They resolved to enhance their training, vowing not to squander a single moment. Lin Ran and Xian Feng exchanged respectful salutes, neither of them exhibiting any reluctance to engage in combat, unlike Chen Dongdong, who had refrained from fighting women. Xian Feng understood clearly that Lin Ran's progression to this final stage indicated her formidable abilities. He could not afford to underestimate her, for doing so could lead to his own defeat. Similarly, Lin Ran remained humble, fully aware that she needed to maintain her utmost focus. She recognized that Xian Feng represented a threat potentially more formidable than He Qinggang, and she was determined not to squander her efforts at this critical juncture. With a firm resolve, they bowed to each other and then surged toward one another. Lin Ran initiated the attack, launching a series of kicks. Without hesitation, Xian Feng employed the art of shifting shadows to alter his position. In that instant, Lin Ran swiftly adjusted her attack trajectory, acutely aware that Xian Feng would not remain stationary to receive her strikes. She understood that she too must adapt, ensuring a greater likelihood of landing a blow on Xian Feng. The onlookers were taken aback by the scene before them, astonished that the 2 combatants, even without firmly establishing their stances, could already discern their targets for attack and evasion. Truly remarkable. Xian Feng seemed to have anticipated Lin Ran's tactics and swiftly altered his position. Whoosh! Lin Ran's kick met only air, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Yet, upon reflection, it was entirely plausible. If Xian Feng could be so easily struck, he would not have lasted this long in the fray. Yu Wenxiang, who had been observing the battle, murmured softly, noting Xuanfeng's impressive cognitive abilities, as he could accurately calculate Lin Ran's attacking trajectory. Indeed, Xian Feng possessed the skill to assess his opponent's assault path, utilizing his technique of shifting shapes to launch unexpected attacks at opportune moments. Lin Ran quickly regained her composure, employing the technique of shifting shapes herself. As she materialized beside Xian Feng, she prepared to deliver a powerful punch. However, she soon realized that Xian Feng's fist was already surging toward her. In light of this, Lin Ran promptly abandoned her offensive, retreating with urgency and bending her body to narrowly evade Xuanfeng's strike. Having failed in his initial assault, Xian Feng readied himself for another attack. But Lin Ran had already aimed a kick at his lower body. Her form resembled a large character, half bent at the waist. One hand braced against the ground as her foot launched toward Xianfeng. He swiftly retreated, avoiding her strike, and in that fleeting moment, he executed his technique of shifting shapes once more, launching a sudden counterattack. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. She had just begun to rise when Xianfeng's strike came rushing in, leaving her no respite. The speed of his assault was astonishing, executing his move with remarkable swiftness. Yu Wenqiang, having closely monitored the duel, observed Xuanfeng's decisive actions and remarked, "It appears that in this encounter, Xianfeng emerges victorious. Indeed, this lad possesses great potential as a combatant." Lin Ran, realizing her predicament, relinquished her efforts, remaining in a half-bent posture, unwilling to rise fully. With a sudden kick, she attempted a somersault, directing her legs toward Xuanfeng's chest. However, Xianfeng, having anticipated her move, vanished from sight and swiftly positioned himself behind her, delivering a strike to her back. With a resounding impact, he sent Lin Ran staggering several meters back. In that instant, he seized her arm, using it as a pivot to execute a graceful flip, revealing a marked staff that he brought crashing down upon Lin Ran's heart. Caught entirely off guard, Lin Ran found herself halted in her tracks. She glanced at her chest, her intent to continue the fight dissipating as she withdrew her energy, calmly declaring, "I concede." Xianfeng clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, replying, "Thank you for the match." Yet, Lin Ran couldn't shake the feeling of disbelief. How could it be possible for someone to calculate so precisely? If this individual were Instructor Yi, she would undoubtedly harbor no doubts. However, regarding others, her trust is rather tenuous. Aside from this singular explanation, she truly cannot fathom how Xianfeng accomplished such a feat at that moment. The voice of Yi Wenqian resonated within the illusion. "The test has concluded. Everyone, close your eyes and reopen them after 3 seconds." The crowd promptly complied with Yi Wenqian's instructions, shutting their eyes. Chapter 102, Selection of the Team Leader. As the crowd opened their eyes, they beheld Yi Wenqian and Du Shangxiang. Upon seeing these two figures, a wave of astonishment swept through their hearts, prompting hurried glances around. To their disbelief, the surroundings were indistinguishable from the original mountains, the battlefield appearing entirely unchanged. Two disparate scenes. Yi Wenqian understood their confusion. Had he not been aware of the formidable nature of this illusionary technique, he too would share in their bewilderment. In this round of testing, the victor was Xianfeng. Upon hearing Yi Wenqian call his name, Xianfeng promptly stepped forward. He possessed an admirable appearance, his countenance serene, seemingly devoid of excitement over his victory, emanating an aura of cold detachment. Meanwhile, Du Shangxiang stood to the side, utterly perplexed. How could Xianfeng be declared the winner without any competition taking place? What was going on? However, she refrained from inquiring further, having already sought clarification, only to be told by Yi Wenqian that the test had commenced. Yet, she had observed that everyone merely stood with their eyes closed, lacking any form of action. Yi Wenqian turned to Xianfeng and declared, "Xianfeng, from this day forth, you shall be the team leader." "Yes." Xianfeng responded with resounding affirmation, saluting Yi Wenqian immediately thereafter. Yi Wenqian then addressed the assembly, inquiring, "Do any of you have objections?" The remaining 35 individuals responded in unison, "None." They truly had no dissenting opinions, for they were all vanquished opponents of Xianfeng. What objections could a defeated foe possibly harbor? Furthermore, it was well understood from the outset that the victor would assume the role of leader. Thus, any dissent now would be tantamount to treachery. Du Shangxiang's mind teemed with uncertainty. Could it be that these 36 individuals had indeed competed? Typically, they harbored no sense of deference toward one another. So what had led them to so readily accept Xianfeng's authority? Yi Wenqian continued, "Now that we have a team leader, we must also designate sub-team leaders. With 36 of you, please arrange yourselves according to your current formation for the selection of sub-team leaders, prioritizing strength. The leader of the first team will be He Qinggang. The leader of the second team will be Yang Chenglong. The leader of the sixth team will be Lin Ran. Do any of you have objections regarding the selection of sub-team leaders?" "None." The crowd echoed in unison. "Very well, I shall now outline the rules." Yi Wenqian observed the absence of objections and continued. The assembly was taken aback by the introduction of rules, each member listening attentively to Yi Wenqian's words. Yi Wenqian addressed them. "Although you have now become team and sub-team leaders, this does not guarantee your positions for eternity. There is a potential for change. Each individual will have the opportunity to challenge the team leader or sub-team leaders once a week. Should you succeed in your challenge, you shall assume that position. However, this requires a hierarchical structure. To put it simply, a general member should not challenge the captain of the victorious team without first proving themselves against their own team captain. Otherwise, they lack the qualifications to confront the captain of another team. Thus, It follows that only by becoming a team captain does one earn the right to challenge the captain. Therefore, for those who have not been selected as team captains, do not lose heart. With diligent training, the position of team captain, and even that of captain, will eventually be yours. The ordinary trainees felt a surge of joy upon realizing there was still an opportunity for competition. They had thought their prospects were bleak. Now, with this newfound hope, their spirits lifted. As for the selected team captains, they too felt a thrill, for their aspirations extended beyond merely being team captains. The ultimate goal was to become the captain. Meanwhile, Xian Feng maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion. In truth, he had silently vowed that his position as captain would remain unchallenged. He resolved to train even more fervently. Yi Wentian observed the expressions of the crowd with satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. This rule will remain unchanged as long as I am your instructor. Now, let us summarize why you lost to your opponents in battle. Who will speak first? Yi Wentian inquired, scanning the group. Shin Dongdong was the first to report. He was the first to be eliminated and felt deeply frustrated. Yet he realized there was little he could do. He simply could not defeat Lin Ran. Yi Wentian turned to him and said, "Very well, you go ahead." Shin Dongdong responded, "I underestimated my opponent, and I am not very familiar with the technique of shifting shadows. Clearly, my opponent was far more adept, which led to my defeat." Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian remarked, "Indeed, your swift failure stemmed from your underestimation of the opponent. This is a point you must heed going forward. And it is not just you. All of you must be mindful of this. Regardless of whether your opponent is a woman, an elder, or even a child, underestimating your adversary in battle could result in dire consequences. This test served as a harsh lesson for those who had looked down upon their opponents. And I do not wish to see anyone make the same mistake again in the future. Do you understand?" "Understood." The crowd replied in unison. Having learned from this experience, they would not dare repeat such an error again. To do so would be sheer folly. "Excellent. Who else wishes to share?" "Report." The voices of the trainees continued to emerge. Each had their shortcomings, but the most significant flaw was their inadequate mastery of the shifting shadows technique, which none had truly grasped. At this moment, Yi Wentian spoke. "The art of transformation is akin to divine prowess for you at present. I assure you, this is no exaggeration, for the quality of this technique is of a violet grade. It is no hyperbole to say that, apart from yourselves, there are scarcely 3 individuals in the entire battalion who possess martial arts of violet grade or higher. Therefore, it should be evident to you the rarity and preciousness of this art. Those of you who have yet to master the art of transformation will naturally find yourselves outmatched by those who have. Henceforth, I urge you to diligently practice this skill, as it will serve you immensely throughout your lives. Is that understood?" The crowd responded with a resounding affirmation. Suddenly, Lin Ran interjected, "Report." Chapter 103, The Instruction Report. Lin Ran spoke up at that moment. Yi Wentian turned to her and said, "Speak." He understood that Lin Ran must have been filled with curiosity, and this was a splendid opportunity to voice her thoughts. With evident perplexity, Lin Ran inquired, "May I ask, Instructor Yi, why does it feel as if Xian Feng possesses precognition during our battle? Every time I attack, he seems to anticipate my moves, evading to another location while simultaneously knowing where I will dodge, striking with remarkable accuracy." Yi Wentian glanced at Xian Feng, who wore an expression of calm indifference. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that as their instructor, it was his duty to provide clarity. "The answer to your question about Captain Xian Feng is quite simple. It is because he possesses a quick mind." "What does that mean?" The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, struggling to grasp the implication. Could it be that Xian Feng calculated their attack and evasion points with sheer mental agility? But how could that be possible? Whose mind could operate at such speed? This was simply absurd. Noticing the confusion among them, and recognizing that some had begun to formulate their own hypotheses, Yi Wentian chuckled. "Indeed, some of you are not mistaken in your assumptions. Xian Feng is capable of calculating your attack and evasion points with his mind. It is precisely because of this trait, coupled with his skills and shifting presence, that he stands as a formidable force. Consequently, his awareness and reaction speed surpass yours, making it quite challenging to defeat him." Hearing Yi Wentian's explanation, Xian Feng felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yi Wentian would discern this aspect. He silently admired the instructor's perceptiveness. Truly, Yi Wentian was exceptional at his craft. Lin Ran nodded in comprehension. "I see now. I never would have guessed that Captain Xian Feng's cognitive speed was so remarkable. He is indeed a prodigy." Yi Wentian then turned to the gathered group with a smile. "Each of you possesses your own unique talents. If it were not for these special abilities, you would not be here following my guidance. Therefore, to enhance your strength, you must integrate your individual strengths with martial arts, striving to maximize your potential." Should you neglect this thought process, your talents will go to waste. In this instance, both Xianfeng and Lin Ran have effectively utilized their strengths, shining brilliantly during the assessment. I hope to see each of you harness your abilities and illuminate this space. Yes, the group responded not merely as a formality, but with a shared resolve, each contemplating how to align their unique talents. They were aware of their own strengths, recognizing that their abilities stood out more than those of many others. They had witnessed the effectiveness of merging talents with martial prowess and understood that they could no longer adhere to antiquated notions in their training and development. One must embrace the novel to ponder such thoughts. A wave of excitement surged through them. Although they faced defeat in battle today, they felt they had garnered invaluable lessons, rendering the experience worthwhile. Yi Wentian continued, "For today, we shall conclude here. You are granted a half-day off to spend with your families or enjoy a meal together. However, you must return to the camp by 10 o'clock tonight." Upon hearing the news of the break, the crowd erupted in exuberance, their expressions blooming like fully blossomed chrysanthemums. While they were eager to train, the condition of remaining within the camp had previously constrained them. Now, with the opportunity to leave for half a day, they were naturally inclined to visit home or indulge in a leisurely outing. "Instructor Yi is magnificent," they chorused in unison. Yi Wentian chuckled and waved his hand. "Off you go." Consequently, the group followed Yi Wentian as they departed. 15 minutes later, they exited the mountain. Yi Wentian instructed them to return the camp vehicle while he and Du Shangxiang drove their own car towards the city. Du Shangxiang initially contemplated remaining at the camp, but after considering that her students were on leave, she felt it would be pointless to stay behind. Ultimately, she decided to return and rest, primarily motivated by her desire to spend more time with Yi Wentian as he drove away. The reason for this sentiment eluded her. At this moment, as they traveled towards the city, Du Shangxiang curiously inquired, "Yi Wentian, how did you test them just now? From your tone, it seemed they had engaged in mutual combat. Yet, I distinctly observed that they did not strike each other. They merely stood still, doing nothing." She was genuinely perplexed and eager to understand why they appeared to have experienced a battle. Yi Wentian did not directly respond, instead instructing her, "Close your eyes and relax your mind, allowing no thoughts to intrude." Upon hearing this, Du Shangxiang recognized it as a phrase Yi Wentian had uttered to the students earlier. Following his guidance, the students had closed their eyes, and upon reopening them, they had seemingly undergone a battle experience. Intrigued, Du Shangxiang complied with Yi Wentian's instructions. After closing her eyes, Yi Wentian joined his hands together, his consciousness shifting as he unleashed his illusion technique. In less than 3 seconds, Du Shangxiang opened her eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ah, where is this place?" She beheld a breathtaking scene, surrounded by a plethora of blooming flowers and lush greenery, with wisps of mist wafting through the air, resembling a celestial realm. Yi Wentian spoke, "This is the scene I have conjured for you. Within this realm, you may freely practice your punches and skills without any repercussions." "Ah, Yi Wentian, where are you?" Du Shangxiang exclaimed, glancing around in search of him. Yet she failed to locate his presence. In an instant, she felt as if the other person were akin to a deity, while she herself existed within the realm of the divine. "I'm driving," she exclaimed. With a swift thought, Yi Wentian dispelled the illusion, and Du Shangxiang's consciousness was abruptly drawn back, her gaze hastily shifting to the side where Yi Wentian sat. To her astonishment, he was indeed there. "Oh my! How extraordinary! What was that technique you just performed? What martial art is it?" Du Shangxiang asked, a hint of admiration in her voice. Yi Wentian smiled faintly, replying, "It's an illusion. Truly impressive," Du Shangxiang remarked, a touch of reverence evident in her tone. Suddenly at a loss for words, Yi Wentian sensed an odd shift in the atmosphere and quickly sought to change the subject. "So, Instructor Du, shall I take you back? Or would you prefer to disembark in the city?" Chapter 104. The Earth Tier Rankings. In a moment of awkwardness, Yi Wentian swiftly redirected the conversation. "Instructor Du, where did you get off? Allow me to escort you back." However, Du Shangxiang seemed oblivious to the tension within the vehicle and continued, "The illusion you just conjured, if employed in actual combat, would undoubtedly be formidable. It could potentially propel you into the Earth Tier Rankings." "What are the Earth Tier Rankings?" Yi Wentian inquired, intrigued by this novel term. "Oh, you are unaware? The Earth Tier Rankings is a term we use in our Dragon Nation internationally. It is referred to as the Extreme Combat Rankings. You must be familiar with the WBA, World Boxing Association, WBC, World Boxing Council, and IBF, International Boxing Federation, which are renowned boxing organizations. These organizations govern boxing matches, and winning a championship belt signifies one as a celebrity in the realm of boxing. They categorize boxing into various weight classes: strawweight, lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight, and super heavyweight. Among these, the super heavyweight class is the most formidable, with champions capable of delivering punches with a force of up to 1.8 tons. Your car, for instance, weighs around 1.8 tons. Therefore, an individual capable of delivering such a heavy blow is indeed terrifying. A mere punch could be lethal for an ordinary person. Boxers of this caliber are akin to human machines, having reached the limits of human capability. Should one surpass this threshold and exceed 1.8 tons, they would be classified as extreme boxers or extreme martial artists. Typically, Earth-tier experts fall within this category of extreme martial artists. Globally, there exist powerful factions that take a keen interest in ranking extreme martial artists, and this ranking system is known as the Extreme Combat Rankings, or the Earth-tier Rankings. Yi Wentian was taken aback. He truly had no prior knowledge of this, and this was his first exposure to such information. Suddenly, he pondered the concept of the Earth tier being beyond human limits, and what lay beyond that, the celestial tier? To be honest, I am not well versed in these matters, but I have always been curious about one question. Yi Wentian began thoughtfully. I can answer that for you, Du Shangxiang replied, her bright eyes sparkling. Are there many Earth tier experts in the world? And what about those above the Earth tier, the celestial tier? When Yi Wentian was an ordinary person, he perceived the world as inhabited solely by regular individuals. However, upon acquiring the Sinan system, he discovered the existence of numerous martial artists and experts, which significantly shattered his previous worldview. In truth, extreme martial artists have always been scarce, with only a limited number in the world. For instance, within our Tianyang battle camp, only His Majesty the War King qualifies as an Earth-tier extreme martial artist. Across the entire Dragon Nation, there are merely over 100 extreme martial artists. As for those in the Celestial tier, our Dragon Nation boasts only one, while there are a total of 108 Celestial tier experts worldwide. What? Yi Wentian exclaimed, astonished. There are only 108 Celestial tier experts in the world, and our Dragon Nation has but one? This defies logic. Do you believe our Dragon Nation is immensely powerful, teeming with experts? In truth, that is not the case. While the Dragon Nation may have once held a prestigious position in martial arts, it has since experienced a decline. Although our martial arts culture boasts a rich and profound history, giving rise to countless schools such as Shaolin's Five Elements Fist, Taizu Changquan, Meihua Quan, Pao Quan, Jishin Quan, Bamei Quan, and Siniba, among others, there are also your elusive transformations in the ancient renowned techniques like the 18 dragon subduing palms, the star-shifting combat, and the chi absorption method. Yet, it is perplexing that many illustrious ancient martial arts have faded into the annals of time. This phenomenon contributes to the current decline of martial arts in our dragon country. In certain nations where biotechnology has advanced remarkably, despite lacking our multitude of martial arts schools and cultural heritage, they have managed to produce a plethora of extraordinary practitioners through biotechnological means. However, these practitioners can hardly be regarded as human. It is more fitting to describe them as robotic entities. Yi Hetian furrowed his brow and remarked, is our nation truly so far behind others? Our technology should be commendable, shouldn't it? While it is true that we have become formidable, we must concede that in the realm of biotechnology, we still lag behind. At this juncture, Du Shangxiang felt the need to clarify, adding, to be precise. In various other domains, we also have numerous areas where we do not measure up. As she spoke, the atmosphere suddenly grew somber. Patriotism resides in the hearts of all. As the saying goes, a nation comes before a family. This is certainly not a hollow phrase. Consider those nations ravaged by conflict. Countless individuals have been uprooted from their homes, and many families have been shattered. Du Shangxiang abruptly sensed the chill in the car's atmosphere and hastily shifted the topic, saying, please take me to the city center. I have some matters to attend to there. Yi Wentian drove Du Shangxiang to the city center, but as he prepared to depart, he discovered he could not proceed. The road was one way, yet the path ahead was blocked by a throng of vehicles and pedestrians, their purpose unclear. After waiting for half an hour without any sign of dispersal, Yi Wentian grew curious and decided to disembark and investigate. Nearby, a fellow was smoking, his annoyance palpable as he watched the scene unfold. Yi Wentian approached him, nudging him lightly with his arm, and inquired with a smile, what is going on up ahead? Why is the road blocked? The man scoffed, what else could it be? They're filming a reality show. A bunch of fans are chasing after those entertainers, disrupting ordinary folks and impeding traffic. I genuinely wonder what makes these so-called stars so exceptional. Do they truly deserve such adulation? Yi Wentian remained silent, continuing forward to discern which celebrity had sparked such fervor. Just then, the crowd erupted in excitement. Here she comes. Lin Gengshi, I adore you. A man in the throng shouted, somewhat deliriously. Several security personnel admonished him, step back. At that moment, a few individuals emerged from the supermarket, and Yi Wentian recognized them as prominent celebrities. Among them, a girl clad in a white t-shirt stood out most vividly. This was Lin Gingxi. At the tender age of 19, she had starred in a phenomenally successful television drama the previous year, catapulting her to stardom. In the television series, Lin Gingxi portrays a quintessential girl next door, embodying purity and sweetness. Indeed, even Yi Wentian is captivated by her innocence and charm at the very first glance. Her smile, truly, possesses an irresistible allure that words fail to encapsulate. Recently, there were sightings of Lin Gingxi casually discarding a cigarette, but while shopping with a male companion. A mere 19-year-old girl, who appears both demure and innocent, yet indulges in smoking. This revelation could shatter her image. However, despite this inconsistency, Yi Wentian still finds her profoundly beautiful. This illustrates the extent of the young lady's captivating allure. Chapter 105. The star. Returning to the subject at hand, Lin Gingxi is undeniably remarkable. Although Yi Wentian graduated from Huqing University, he must concede Lin Gingxi's exceptional talent. This young lady, despite being academically challenged in her daily life and failing to gain admission to a drama academy, possesses a genuine flair for acting. She brings her character in the television series to life with such vividness that she has garnered significant attention at a tender age. If this trend continues, she may well amass a fortune exceeding 100 million before turning 30. Such wealth is indeed an extraordinary achievement. While Yi Wentian currently boasts a fortune in the billions, it is a result of fortunate circumstances. Without the benefit of a signing system, the gap between him and Lin Gingxi would be insurmountable. Lin Gingxi's accomplishments are earned through her own efforts, whereas Yi Wentian's success is somewhat artificial, rendering any comparison between them rather futile. In terms of personal charm, after being photographed smoking, Lin Gingxi appeared on a roast show, gracefully accepting the jests directed at her. When others teased her, her cheeks flushed, resembling a child caught in mischief. Covering her face in embarrassment, her slightly awkward smile radiated an undeniable cuteness, which only endeared her to a multitude of fans. Conversely, if someone dared to mock Yi Wentian, he might react with hostility. Yi Wentian furrowed his brow. He found it difficult to harbor any animosity towards Lin Gingxi. Yet he held a strong disdain for those who produce reality shows. These individuals disrupt the normal lives of ordinary people while filming in public spaces, particularly now, when they obstruct his path and hinder his vehicle's movement. As Yi Wentian pushed forward, intending to negotiate with the production team to clear the way, he was interrupted by a familiar voice exclaiming, "Lin Gingxi, I adore you." He glanced over to see the same slightly unhinged man from earlier, whose fervent admiration seemed almost irrational. At that moment, Lin Gingxi was quite close. She clearly heard the man's declaration but pretended not to. After all, she wouldn't know how to respond. Suddenly, the man forcefully shoved aside the security personnel blocking his way and charged towards Lin Gingxi. Chaos erupted in the crowd, and the scene became tumultuous. Lin Gingxi appeared momentarily stunned. Yi Wentian's reflexes, however, were swift. He initially had the opportunity to play the hero, but hesitated. With numerous security personnel present, his intervention seemed unnecessary. Although he had a fondness for Lin Gingxi, it was perhaps more for the persona she projected than for her true self, which might not be as admirable as perceived. Moreover, even if he were to rescue Lin Gingxi, she likely would not express gratitude. With security already in place, his involvement could be deemed meddlesome. Yi Wentian had previously acted as a hero, but only when a woman was genuinely in peril. Lin Gingxi, in this instance, was not in danger, at worst. She might merely be subject to the advances of an overly enthusiastic admirer. For female celebrities, the issue of oiling their skin may not be of great concern. When they act, they often encounter situations far more severe than this. Regardless, Yi Wentian hesitated momentarily and chose not to intervene. Meanwhile, that deranged male fan rushed towards Lin Gingxi. "Hey, what are you doing?" Two furious voices rang out. They belonged to the male stars beside Lin Gingxi. However, the frenzied fan managed to embrace Lin Gingxi before being swiftly pulled away. In an instant, Lin Gingxi's complexion turned pale, her beauty marred by fear. The mad fan was dragged away by several security personnel amidst the condemnation of numerous onlookers. "Is he out of his mind? Gingxi, are you all right?" Encountering such a pervert is truly alarming. "Call the police. This deviant must be severely punished." The production team, in a state of panic, hurried to comfort Lin Gingxi. She managed a wry smile and quickly reassured them. "I'm fine." Yi Wentian stepped forward, prompting immediate shouts from the security guards. "What do you intend to do?" The earlier actions of that lunatic had incited public outrage, and Yi Wentian's advancement drew everyone's attention, including that of Lin Gingxi and the other stars. These celebrities were renowned figures in Longhua, among the hottest stars in the industry. What do you want? Step back, or we'll escort you to the police station, the guards admonished. Lin Gingxi, her face still pale, glanced at Yi Wentian. His handsome features softened her expression slightly. Yi Wentian's appeal transcended mere looks. It emanated from an innate aura, akin to the profound allure of Beijing opera. The more one savors it, the more captivating it becomes. Such charisma stemmed from his deep cultivation, naturally generating a commanding presence. Were it not for his martial prowess, his striking appearance would classify him merely as a pretty boy, incapable of drawing attention. Yet now, bolstered by his formidable cultivation, Yi Wentian exuded a powerful aura, enhancing his brilliance and rendering Lin Gingxi less averse to him. Perhaps, had Yi Wentian been the one to embrace Lin Gingxi earlier, she might have felt a flicker of delight. Regardless of gender, attraction to beauty is a universal trait. Lin Gingxi was undeniably beautiful, pure, and lovely, but she also appreciated handsome men. This inclination is an inherent aspect of human nature, unavoidable. Although Lin Gingxi currently perceived Yi Wentian as an ordinary person, she found herself somewhat uncertain. To label her feelings as disdain would be excessive. She was simply an ordinary girl, perhaps even a kind-hearted one, amidst many such individuals in life. She would not regard Yi Wentian with hostility. At merely 19, she had achieved remarkable success, with a future that gleamed with promise. The boy she admired would undoubtedly be exceptionally outstanding. In her eyes, Yi Wentian appeared as an average individual, not entirely insignificant, yet certainly underestimated. This perception was dictated by reality, and one could hardly blame her for it. Despite Lin Gingxi's slight disdain for Yi Wentian, she found herself irresistibly drawn to his beauty, unable to resist stealing a few glances in his direction. Unbeknownst to Yi Wentian, the captivating girl across from him was secretly observing him. Could your production team disperse the crowd a bit? You're blocking the road. Just look at the number of cars behind you. I understand you're celebrities, but you can't disrupt the everyday lives of ordinary people, can you? Yi Wentian's words were, in fact, a rare moment of honesty from him. Typically, he was known for either flaunting his arrogance or being en route to do so. Instances of him speaking so candidly were quite uncommon. Yet, oddly enough, someone in the crowd remarked, "Are you out of your mind? Where did this nobody come from?" Trying to draw attention to himself here. Chapter 106. No more pretense. It's time to confront the truth. Is this road owned by your family? Exclaimed a fan. No. Are you all clueless? They have blocked the road. Look at the number of vehicles behind. Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Are you foolish? Can't you find a detour? What are you doing here, seeking attention? Yi Wentian realized he had become the target of ire, as many present were fans of those few celebrities, all launching their attacks at him. I'm telling you, do you understand? This is a one-way street. How can I find a detour? Yi Wentian spoke the truth. This street was indeed one way, making it impossible to turn around. If it were possible, he would have simply turned back, unwilling to engage with this group. Unfortunately, these fans seemed oblivious to reason. Despite his truthful assertion, they persisted in their unreasonable commotion. You should have seen that the road was closed from afar. Why come here? Since you are here, stop your incessant chatter. Exactly. You came here to seek attention. Yet you keep babbling nonsense. This group of fans was numerous and remarkably united, making it difficult for an ordinary person to contend with them. However, for Yi Wentian, he promptly took out his phone and called the Tianyang battle camp. Initially, he sought to interact with them as an ordinary individual, but all he received in return was distance and ridicule. No more pretense. I'm laying it all bare. I am a 2-star warrior of the Tianyang battle camp. You brainless ones, pursuing celebrities is your affair, and I have no say in it. But now that it affects me, don't blame me. The Tianyang battle camp belonged to a special operations unit with considerable authority. After calling, it wasn't too long before a law enforcement team arrived. Dozens of enforcement vehicles, flashing their lights, rushed towards the scene, stirring a commotion among the crowd. What is happening? Why are so many law enforcement vehicles here? The director of the program was equally perplexed. At that moment, nearly 60 law enforcement personnel disembarked from their vehicles. The captain, leading the team, called Yi Wentian. Hello? This is Deputy Captain Su Kai of the Law Enforcement Brigade. May I ask your location? Yi Wentian replied. I am beneath the large willow tree at the supermarket entrance, Captain Su. Please clear the area of these individuals. As you can see, so many vehicles behind are blocked by them. No one can return home. Understood. Deputy Captain Su hung up the phone, his previously slightly bent posture suddenly straightening. His sharp, hawk-like gaze scanned the surroundings, exuding an icy intensity. Standing beneath the tree, Yi Wentian took a glance. From the aura emanating from Captain Su, he could sense that this captain was a martial artist in the mid-stage of the Shen level. Martial arts are categorized into 4 realms: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. The heaven stage, known in ancient texts as the innate realm, pertains to the mastery of the Ren and Du meridians, allowing the inner strength to transform into external vigor. In contrast, foreign martial systems differ from those of Huaxia, lacking the concepts of meridian mastery and external vigor. Their celestial tier masters typically rely on elixirs or external means to augment their prowess. The earth tier realm primarily focuses on unblocking the Ren and Du meridians. In ancient times, this realm was considered the domain of top-tier martial artists, capable of becoming prominent figures within their sections. The mysterious tier realm, on the other hand, emphasizes the cultivation of hidden strength to connect the 8 extraordinary meridians. Many individuals possess this level of mastery, including over 100 martial arts stars, although their peak ability is only at the mid-stage of the mysterious tier. Consequently, the mysterious tier masters are not as formidable as one might presume. When confronting ordinary individuals in a sufficiently spacious environment, they can maneuver freely, rendering even dozens of armed commoners no match for them. However, in a confined space, should they be encircled by a dozen individuals wielding blades, even a mysterious tier master may meet their demise. As for the yellow tier, it is attainable by any ordinary person with just 1 or 2 years of training. At the initial stage of the yellow tier, one can engage 2 opponents of equal weight in a spacious area. The mid-stage allows for confronting 4, while the peak stage enables one to take on 8. Captain Su is a master at the mid-stage of the mysterious tier, in a scenario where ordinary adult males are unarmed. Even 20 or 30 individuals would be insufficient to challenge him. With a stern expression, Captain Su commanded loudly, "Everyone, clear the way." In a short while, the path was cleared, and he soon spotted Yi Wentian, rushing over to greet him. "Hello, I am Su Kai. Greetings. I apologize for the inconvenience." "It's no trouble at all. This is our responsibility. They are indeed obstructing traffic. I hope Captain Su will have a word with them, as their behavior is quite unacceptable." "Certainly. I must take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to and will come by to express my gratitude another day." Su Kai straightened abruptly and saluted. Yi Wentian then departed. Although Yi Wentian had left, astonishment was etched on everyone's faces. The passers-by, along with the director of the program and even Lin Gengshi and others, gazed in amazement at the distant Xia Li vehicle, pondering silently. Who is this person? What influence do they wield? Su Kai approached the program director and said, "Greetings, comrade. I feel compelled to remind you that occupying the road, disrupting traffic, and causing chaos is unacceptable. It is your duty to ensure this. Otherwise, we reserve the right to halt your filming." "Understood." The director nodded vigorously, his expression stern as he instructed, "Everyone, move into the supermarket. Today's South filming will take place there." Su Kai reiterated, "Please make every effort not to disturb the lives of the citizens." As Lin Gengshi and the others proceeded into the supermarket, her gaze frequently drifted toward the direction in which Yi Wentian had vanished. For reasons she could not fathom, his figure unexpectedly loomed larger in her heart. Initially drawn to Yi Wentian's handsome appearance, she now found herself deeply intrigued by the enigmatic background he seemed to possess. Upon returning to the Grand Villa, Yilong approached. Addressing him, "Doctor." Yi Wentian settled beside the grand swimming pool of the villa, reclining on a chaise longue, with his eyes gently closed. Observing this, Yilong emerged from the house carrying a bottle of exquisite wine, which he meticulously decanted for Yi Wentian before placing it on the table beside him. As Yi Wentian opened his eyes and lifted the wine glass, he swirled the contents and spoke. "Yilong, the martial arts and supernatural abilities I have acquired from the system have revealed to me that there exist cultivators in this world. But do you truly comprehend what cultivators are like?" Yilong's expression remained neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow. Although he appeared human, he was, in fact, a robot created by the signing-in system. His emotional spectrum was rather limited. His obedience to Yi Wentian stemmed solely from Yi Wentian being the system's host. He merely executed the commands of the system. In truth, he responded, the so-called cultivators are a remnant of ancient civilization. They are, in essence, evolved beings. Are there cultivators in this world at present? Yi Wentian posed the question he yearned to ask. Not at this moment, came the reply. Chapter 107. The wealthy heir. Once upon a time, Earth was home to a civilization dedicated to the art of cultivation, yet this civilization has long since vanished. Presently, there exists not a single cultivator on Earth, nor anywhere in the vast expanse of the universe. Should our biological research reach a certain pinnacle, it may be possible to artificially create such cultivators. Yilong addressed Yi Wentian's inquiries, then took a moment to gather his thoughts. He proceeded to report recent developments to Yi Wentian. "We have thoroughly completed the research on our inaugural product. Our next step involves preparing it for market introduction. Currently, we must first resolve its production issues. Lacking a factory, our output is severely limited. To tackle the production challenge, we have two potential approaches. The first is to invest in establishing our own factory. The second involves seeking collaboration with existing manufacturers. Upon reflection, I realized that setting up our own factory entails substantial initial investment and procurement of equipment, which would demand an immense amount of our resources. Therefore, the most prudent course of action would be to find suitable partners for manufacturing our product. This strategy would enable us to launch our product into the market in the shortest time possible. As of now, Yi Wen-Tian's biotechnology company has yet to turn a profit. Although he possesses several advanced technologies, they remain dormant within the confines of his laboratory, languishing in obscurity. Only by bringing them to market can they be transformed into tangible wealth. Yilong's suggestion merits consideration. Yi Wen-Tian mused. You are well aware that you are the expert in business matters. We shall proceed according to your vision, whatever it may entail. I wholeheartedly support your decisions. Should funds run low, do not hesitate to reach out. I will transfer the necessary resources to you. Having concluded his report, Yilong departed, leaving Yi Wen-Tian alone beside the villa's swimming pool. He reclined in a rocking chair, gazing at the myriad stars above while sipping a glass of wine. For reasons unknown, a sense of ennui suddenly washed over him. He retrieved his phone to browse the news, seeking to pass the time. At that moment, he stumbled upon a short video on a platform called Jiaolong, titled, "The Wasp boldly declares on live TV, Lin Gingxi is a woman I will never tolerate. I will protect her for life." The Wasp is one of the most renowned wealthy heirs in the Dragon Kingdom, his father being the nation's richest man, with assets reaching into the hundreds of billions. However, the title of richest man, which his father held a few years prior, has since been lost due to a series of investment blunders that have caused their fortune to diminish. Nevertheless, even a thin camel is larger than a horse. Despite the reduction in wealth, their influence remains formidable. Among the numerous affluent individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, they still rank among the top. The Wasp is known for his ostentatious demeanor and has a penchant for involving himself in the entertainment industry, frequently criticizing popular celebrities. Moreover, with his father being the richest man, every move he makes is under the watchful gaze of numerous netizens. Yi Wen-Tian naturally recognizes this illustrious second-generation rich individual. Thus, upon seeing the name Huang Feng, he instinctively clicked to explore further. Immediately, a mechanical and emotionless female voice echoed, "Lin Gingxi is simply enviable." Huang Feng is referred to as the entertainment industry's disciplinary committee, as there isn't a star, big or small, whom he dares not reprimand. Even your goddess, Ren Dai, has been scolded multiple times. His sharp tongue has instilled fear in countless individuals. Having a wealthy father is indeed advantageous. It allows one to speak freely and not fear offending others. However, during a live show, Huang Feng candidly stated that Lin Gingxi is a woman he could never desire. If possible, he would wish to protect her for a lifetime. Yi Wen-Tian quickly exited this video and clicked on another. The only person whom Huang Feng willingly calls brother in the entertainment industry is presumably him. It seems our national husband, Huang Feng, is preparing to confess to Xiaoxi. Hello everyone. This is your daily entertainment report. Huang Feng, this second-generation rich individual, enjoys considerable fame domestically and has also ventured into the entertainment realm. Affectionately referred to by netizens as the entertainment industry's disciplinary committee, he has always been a vocal representative in the industry, unreservedly criticizing figures like Lin Yushi for trying to climb the social ladder, showcasing his fearless demeanor. He is also known for his characteristic lounging posture, casually crossing his legs, exuding an air of defiance whether in the presence of Bao Xiaosong or Wen Shan. However, despite Huang Feng's apparent indifference towards these individuals, there is one person whom Wang Xikong holds in high regard, and that is Mo Bei. Many have seen the television dramas featuring Mo Bei, such as the classic Starry River, co-starring with Ren Shidue. In recent years, Mo Bei has gradually stepped back from the entertainment industry, successfully transitioning into the business world with great ease. Huang Feng shares a close relationship with Mo Bei, referring to him as brother Mo Bei, indicating the latter's significant standing in Huang Feng's esteem. Do you admire Mo Bei? Feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments. This video concludes here. For more updates, please follow us. Yi Wen-Tian shook his head, a smile gracing his lips, amused by the content. Unsure of what to say, he pondered whether these short video creators were perhaps funded by Mo Bei. Using Huang Feng's name to elevate Mo Bei truly seemed beneath contempt. He clicked on yet another video titled "Staff Makes a Mistake, Gets Scolded by Huang Feng." In a theater, a staff member appeared to have made an error. Huang Feng immediately retorted, "Let me reiterate. If you ever make a mistake again, you can get lost. I do not wish to repeat myself. Do you hear me?" The staff member's face turned crimson as he lowered his head, while the other staff remained utterly silent. Yi Wentian perused the comments and discovered many were sharing their perspectives. Some remarked, "I can empathize with Brother Feng. In life, the most daunting challenge is indeed the presence of incompetent allies." Some individuals assert, "Support the Hornet. Why indulge him if he cannot perform well?" Others contend, "If it weren't for his father, he would amount to nothing." A response follows, "You keyboard warrior. Who knows how pathetic you are in real life? Even without his father, he is quite formidable. In comparison, you are insignificant." Yi Wentian shook his head and opened another video. The Hornet was causing a commotion on site, vehemently berating a female guest for being both unattractive and unrefined. Who would dare to provoke such a young master? In a studio, a woman was posing for photographs while the Hornet sat in a chair, casting sidelong glances at her. Next to him was the host, who inquired, "What do you think of this woman?" The Hornet replied, "Ugly. She is both unattractive and unrefined. I have never encountered a woman so hideous." At that moment, a line appeared on the screen. "The young master speaks far too bluntly." Chapter 108. Business discussion. After watching the videos, Yi Wentian found himself amused. He was already acquainted with this Huang Feng, whether in the past or present. He never held any fondness for this individual. Naturally, Yi Wentian had never expressed his opinions online, as he believed that hiding behind a screen to insult others merely rendered one a keyboard warrior. If he were to criticize, it would be done openly, in front of Huang Feng. As night deepened, Yi Wentian turned off his phone and ascended to his room to sleep. The following day, Yilong approached him, inquiring, "There's a business forum program. Would you be willing to attend, doctor?" "I will not go. You can attend it yourself," Yi Wentian replied. "However, this program features many business elites. If you were to attend, it could significantly enhance our company's visibility and help us locate suitable factories. Why can't you just go yourself?" "Why must I attend?" Yilong explained, "Last night, I pondered our current need to find appropriate factories and collaborate with others in production. Nevertheless, this is not a sustainable strategy. We must eventually possess our own factory to facilitate our endeavors. I have been in discussions regarding an acquisition of a certain enterprise, hence I cannot attend this forum." Yi Wentian contemplated for a moment before conceding, "Very well, I shall go." The event was located in Pingyang, not too far away, so it was no trouble to make the trip. As the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze enveloped the day, the clock struck noon. Upon signing in, Yi Wentian received no rewards, merely a courteous acknowledgement of his attendance, which he did not mind excessively. Around 3 in the afternoon, he arrived at the venue of the business forum. At this moment, a plethora of luxury cars and celebrities were present. Upon entering, he spotted numerous notable figures, including Rin Dai, an internationally acclaimed actress, and Lin Gingxi, a young lady also attending the forum. However, the presence of stars served merely as embellishments. The true protagonists were the business magnates. Yi Wentian observed a multitude of industry leaders from both the internet and traditional sectors. The reason these business tycoons invited female celebrities to the forum was akin to attracting beautiful women to a nightclub. It was all about allure. "Excuse me, sir. Please present your invitation," a security personnel stationed at the entrance requested. Yi Wentian handed over his invitation. "Wentian Biotechnology, your seat is number 20 in the 5th row." Once inside the venue, Yi Wentian located his designated seat and began to rest his eyes. As time passed, he lost track of how long he had been dozing when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder and opened his eyes. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" A man in a suit said. Yi Wentian folded his legs, gesturing to allow him passage. "What I meant was, please vacate this seat for our General Huang." The suited man reiterated, "Your General Huang? Who might that be?" Yi Wentian felt somewhat perplexed. The invitation clearly stated his designated seat. So why was he being asked to yield it? "Mr. Huang," the gentleman in the suit reiterated. "Oh, I am not aware of the circumstances, so I shall concede my seat. Where shall I sit?" The man in the suit, growing increasingly impatient, replied, "You may approach the organizers and request them to arrange another seat for you." "Isn't that the organizers' intention?" Yi Wentian retorted. "Are you done yet? Step aside." The man's irritation was palpable. At that moment, an audacious figure emerged, and upon arrival, his first words were, "Why haven't you vacated your seat yet?" The newcomer was none other than Huang Feng, the notorious second-generation wealthy heir. Just yesterday, Yi Wentian had been watching his short videos and reading news about him, and now they found themselves face to face. Huang Feng pointed at Yi Wentian, declaring, "I will take your seat. You are to move to the front row." His tone was commanding and condescending, showing no respect for Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback, but he soon smirked. "And who might you be? You think I should just yield because you say so?" In truth, had Huang Feng spoken more amiably, Yi Wentian would have willingly relinquished his position. The seat in question was not particularly desirable. Among the various placements today, Huang Feng's seat in the front row was undoubtedly the most prominent. Yi Wentian puzzled over what prompted Huang Feng's insistence on switching seats with him, regardless of Huang Feng's motives. The latter's abrasive manner ensured that Yi Wentian would not grant him any favor. "What did you say?" Huang Feng was taken aback, for it was the first time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Kid, are you foolish? It is your privilege to swap with me. Just look at how excellent my seat is, in the front row. Others wish to exchange with me, and I would not consider it." Yi Wentian crossed his legs and chuckled. "Others may wish to swap, but I am not one of them. If you want someone else to trade with you, go find them and leave me be." With that, he closed his eyes again. Enraged, Huang Feng snapped at those nearby. "Go fetch the organizers. This fool dares to contest my seat. Have him thrown out." Yi Wentian abruptly opened his eyes, glaring at Huang Feng, and coldly retorted, "What did you say?" Huang Feng, undeterred, shot back, "I called you a fool. Where did you come from to act so brazenly in front of me?" Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and Yi Wentian turned to see Lin Gingxi. She blinked her large eyes in astonishment, looking apprehensively at both Yi Wentian and Huang Feng. Yi Wentian glanced back at Lin Gingxi, finally understanding why Huang Feng was so intent on changing seats with him. It was all because Lin Gingxi was seated beside him. Clearly, the rumors held some truth. Huang Feng indeed had his sights set on Lin Gingxi. However, it was puzzling. If this fellow was interested in sitting next to Lin Gingxi, why not approach the organizers directly instead of causing trouble for him? Yi Wentian could not comprehend the underlying reason. In truth, it was simply Huang Feng's penchant for creating chaos, although it may seem quite effortless for the esteemed Mr. Hornet to persuade the organizers to change the venue. It necessitates that he personally reach out to them. Mr. Hornet finds this rather troublesome. In his perspective, Yi Wentian lacks significant renown and does not appear on any list of the affluent. He believes that a mere word from him would compel Yi Wentian to concede his position without hesitation. In the entirety of the Dragon Nation, who does not recognize Mr. Hornet? Among those who are aware of his stature, how many would dare to disregard him? However, what he did not anticipate was Yi Wentian's utter disregard for him. Mr. Hornet was perplexed. How could Yi Wentian refuse to yield his position upon encountering me? Does he underestimate me? Is he deliberately seeking confrontation? Thus, despite their previous lack of enmity, Yi Wentian's demeanor incited Mr. Hornet's resolve to teach him a lesson. Chapter 109. Strength is the true virtue. The wasp pointed once more at Yi Wentian, declaring, "I shall grant you another opportunity, right now. Depart at once. Otherwise, you are fully aware of the consequences. I, the wasp, require no further introduction. Earlier, I had shown you leniency by offering a swap, allowing you to sit in the front row. Since you have no desire for honor, I shall withhold it. Now, gather your belongings and leave at once. I shall refrain from troubling you." Lin Gingxi rose, wishing to distance herself from the impending conflict. She surmised that the wasp's insistence on changing seats was undoubtedly an attempt to pursue her. However, she had no inclination to become the wasp's girlfriend. The organizers had previously seated her beside him, a placement she had resisted. Despite his wealth, the wasp was notoriously fickle, swiftly changing companions. Lin Gingxi understood all too well that should she acquiesce to his advances, it would not be long before he grew weary of her and cast her aside. At 19, she was reluctant to entangle herself in the affairs of a young master. She had yet to be tainted by the superficiality of the world. In matters of love, she held steadfast principles. After all, wealth, in excess, serves little purpose. One can only sleep in one bed, regardless of the number of palatial rooms one possesses. Lin Gingxi believed she had already amassed a considerable fortune, one that she would not exhaust. Thus, she resisted the wasp's pursuit. Nevertheless, she was cautious not to offend the wasp too gravely, for his family's influence was substantial. Thus, she had always chosen to evade confrontation. Her attendance at this forum had been reluctantly compelled by the wasp's pressure on the company. Little did she expect to encounter such a scene upon her arrival. Now, it would be prudent to keep as distant as possible. As Lin Gingxi prepared to retreat, she caught sight of Yi Wentian and was momentarily taken aback. "Is it you?" Yi Wentian glanced at Lin Gingxi, but remained silent, his gaze still fixed on the wasp. "Do you know this fellow?" the wasp inquired, his expression menacing as he regarded Yi Wentian. Lin Gingxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling awkward on Yi Wentian's behalf. Everyone was well aware of the wasp's lineage. Lin Gingxi believed that Yi Wentian, too, understood the wasp's formidable reputation. Yet, if Yi Wentian recognized the peril, why provoke such a confrontation? A thought suddenly struck Lin Gingxi. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? The audacity to vie for the affections of a young master was bold indeed. The more she pondered this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. He must have noticed that his seat was adjacent to hers, prompting him to wish to sit together. Hence, the wasp's request for a seat change had been met with Yi Wentian's refusal. However, this fellow was rather foolish. Who was the wasp? How dare he provoke him? Lin Gingxi had encountered Yi Wentian once before during a reality show, captivated by his handsome visage, which left a lasting impression on her. At this moment, witnessing Yi Wentian contend for a position against Huang Feng, she felt compelled to exclaim, "My friend, you are being rather foolish. The world is undeniably pragmatic. While it is true that you possess a striking appearance, far surpassing that of Huang Feng, the affluent scion, in the realm of reality, handsome individuals are abundant. The entertainment industry is replete with male celebrities, and countless attractive faces abound. Who among them would dare to provoke young Master Huang?" Lin Qingxi truly wished to counsel Yi Wentian against engaging in this rivalry with Huang Feng. She yearned to articulate, in the presence of Huang Feng, "You are but a mere child." Yet, she refrained from doing so, fearing that her words would only incite Huang Feng to further target Yi Wentian. Thus, she could only offer him a gaze imbued with wishes for good fortune. Yi Wentian, noticing Lin Qingxi's unwavering gaze upon him, chuckled, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man before?" Under ordinary circumstances, such a remark would surely amuse Lin Qingxi. However, the atmosphere was decidedly frigid at this moment. Soon, several staff members from the organizing committee arrived. "Young Master Huang, what seems to be the issue?" Upon seeing the committee personnel, Huang Feng spoke coldly. "What is the meaning of this? Can anyone participate in the forum? Individuals like him should refrain from attending in the future. I, Huang Feng, declare this." This farce had already captured the attention of numerous onlookers, including many business magnates. Such a spectacle was precisely what the organizers dreaded. A few staff members approached Yi Wentian, stating, "Good day, sir. Please stand and present your invitation." Yi Wentian couldn't help but let out a derisive snort. It appeared they truly regarded him as someone easily intimidated. Though it was Huang Feng who sought to usurp his position, the prevailing circumstances suggested that he was the one in the wrong. Who had he wronged? He simply occupied the seat designated by the organizers, akin to a diligent student attentively listening, unwilling to overstep his bounds. Individuals like him, honest and straightforward, are a rarity. Yet in this world, the principled often find themselves victimized. "Sir, I shall repeat myself. Please stand and show me your invitation." When Yi Wentian remained silent, the staff member reiterated. Even Lin Qingxi could not help but nudge Yi Wentian gently, whispering, "Do not be obstinate." She deeply sensed the precariousness of Yi Wentian's situation. Although there was no inherent connection between her and Yi Wentian, the instinct to empathize with the vulnerable is a fundamental trait of humanity. Lin Qingxi genuinely feared for Yi Wentian's well-being. Yi Wentian remained seated, crossing his legs nonchalantly, and calmly replied, "May I inquire what I have done wrong? This position was assigned to me by your organization. Is it not somewhat unjust for you to act in this manner?" "Sir, I shall repeat it once more." "Enough. No need to continue." Yi Wentian interjected, rising to leave. Countless individuals cast scornful glances in his direction. Yi Wentian recognized that he had suffered some embarrassment this time. Nonetheless, the reality was that everyone stood with the powerful, and attempting to reason with them was futile. The organizing committee, fearing the repercussions of offending Huang Feng, naturally chose to sacrifice the weaker party. The other onlookers, even if they were aware that this incident was not Yi Wentian's fault, would certainly not extend their sympathy towards him. They would merely remark that this fellow brought his demise upon himself. The Hornet had clearly offered him an opportunity to retreat. Yet he obstinately resisted and dared to confront them. Was this not an act of self-destruction? Indeed, that is the prevailing sentiment. The crowd believed that Yi Wentian was simply being ungrateful for the favor he had been shown. However, it appeared that they had overlooked a crucial fact. The position rightfully belonged to Yi Wentian. The Hornet sought to usurp it, adopting a condescending demeanor in the process. When Yi Wentian refused to yield, it was construed as an act of self-sabotage on his part. Is there any semblance of justice in this world? Wait. Yi Wentian had already relinquished his position and was on the verge of departing, yet the Hornet had no intention of letting him go. Young Master Huang felt compelled to teach Yi Wentian a lesson as a means of venting his frustration. Lin Gingxi regarded Yi Wentian with a sympathetic gaze. "Dare you reveal your company? I assure you, within a month, I will bring you to ruin." Chapter 110. "Old Qin, what did you say?" Yi Wentian gazed incredulously at Huang Feng. To be candid, given the formidable power of the Huang family, engaging with him would yield no advantage for Yi Wentian at this moment. Thus, he sought to lay low for a while. However, to his astonishment, as he took a step back, Huang Feng pressed forward, seemingly determined to obliterate him without mercy. This elicited a smile from Yi Wentian. Although he was not inclined to entangle himself with Huang Feng due to the latter's substantial influence and wealth, the situation did not imply that he feared him. Frankly speaking, in today's world, there are very few who can instill fear in Yi Wentian. With the presence of the signing system, he had little reason to be intimidated by anyone. Even the most arrogant tycoons were not worthy of his concern, let alone a mere businessman. What could a bit of wealth accomplish? Although Yi Wentian currently lacked the financial clout of Huang Feng, the signing system held the promise of potentially bestowing him with tens or even hundreds of billions in the future. Just by virtue of signing, he could outlast Huang Feng. Furthermore, he had access to a 5-star scientist from the future world and a 5-star business prodigy. With these two individuals secured through the system, becoming the wealthiest man in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world was merely a matter of time. While Yi Wentian might not yet possess as much wealth as the Huang family, what did it matter? Huang Feng's boasts of being able to bring his company to its knees were nothing but empty threats. Initially, Yi Wentian had no intention of confronting Huang Feng, but given the latter's relentless pursuit, he was now quite willing to engage him. As the saying goes, one does not steam buns without a fight. Thus, Yi Wentian chuckled and leaned closer to Huang Feng. You claim you can ruin my company? Aren't you afraid of the wind turning and biting your tongue? His gaze bore down on Huang Feng, evoking discomfort in the latter. Who was Huang Feng? He was one of the foremost scions of wealth in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the so-called 4 young masters of Kyoto paled in comparison before him. Throughout his life, Huang Feng had wielded considerable influence, able to summon the winds at will. With a wealthy father, he could indulge in whatever whims he desired, and he could either endure or target whomever he pleased. Beyond the realm of powerful political figures, there were indeed very few in the business world who could instill fear in Huang Feng. Even the newly anointed internet tycoon, Yun Qingshan, had faced his public disdain, let alone Yi Wentian, a nameless individual. Huang Feng sneered. I hope you do not come to regret this. Few who dare to challenge me, Huang Feng, meet with a favorable outcome. Those familiar with Huang Feng could sense the gravity in his tone. He was indeed serious. This was a terrifying prospect. Once Huang Feng committed himself to a course of action, if it were to do good, it might be manageable, but if it were to harm, the other party would need to prepare for dire consequences. Even Lin Gengshi began to worry for Yi Wentian. Of course, Lin Gengshi felt powerless. All she could do was wish Yi Wentian good luck. Though only 19, she had thrived in the entertainment industry, proving herself astute. Only the foolish falter in this line of work. Lin Gengshi refrained from speaking further, as it was easy to provoke the wasps. Practicing self-preservation is something all sensible individuals would do, and Lin Gengshi's actions were indeed those of a rational person. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated, capturing the attention of Lin Gengshi and the crowd alike. Young people should not be overly impetuous. This is Pingyang. Do you truly think you can dismantle another's company at will? Everyone, including Lin Gengshi and the wasps, turned to see the source of the voice. An elderly man approached with an imposing presence. Old Master Qin, you have come to attend this forum as well? Old Master Qin, do you know that young man? Many local businessmen from Pingyang could not help but greet him. The newcomer was none other than Qin Tianhong. Upon seeing him, Yi Wentian remarked, Old man, you are here too. The casual address startled numerous local merchants and prominent business figures, leaving them to ponder the young man's background. As he dared to refer to Qin Tianhong so informally, Qin Tianhong held a prestigious status, particularly in Pingyang, where he ranked among the elite. Typically, in the realm of commerce, especially within Pingyang, no one could afford to overlook the presence of Old Master Qin. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the leader of the business community in Pingyang. In fact, even affluent businessmen, those featured on the rich lists, would display a wary demeanor when discussing Qin Tianhong. Although the Wasp was among the wealthiest individuals in the Dragon Nation, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation when confronted by Qin Tianhong. How should one put it? In the Dragon Nation, no matter how wealthy a businessman may be, their foundations remain rather limited. In contrast, while Qin Tianhong may not rival the Wasp's family in terms of wealth, his extensive connections and deep-rooted influence were sufficient to instill apprehension in the affluent patriarch of the Wasp family. This visit to Pingyang had been accompanied by a directive from the Wasp's wealthy father, urging him to pay a visit to Qin Tianhong. This illustrates the extent of Qin Tianhong's influence. Therefore, when Qin Tianhong stepped forward to speak on Yi Wentian's behalf, astonishment enveloped the crowd, including the Wasp. Everyone speculated about Yi Wentian's true identity, wondering how he had managed to befriend Old Master Qin and receive his support. In the presence of Qin Tianhong, the Wasp's previously defiant demeanor softened slightly, and he respectfully inquired, Old Master Qin, what brings you here? Qin Tianhong replied, he is my friend. Are you intending to cause him trouble? What? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The term friend inherently implies a relationship between individuals of similar status. Generally, the impoverished associate only with those of comparable means. When status and identity do not align, how could one consider the other a friend? By asserting this, was Qin Tianhong suggesting that Yi Wentian was also a concealed magnate? The gazes of all shifted. In reality, many had misjudged the situation. When it came to wealth, Yi Wentian was indeed qualified to befriend Qin Tianhong, as he too was a billionaire. However, in terms of status, identity, or connections, Yi Wentian would not even be worthy of carrying Qin Tianhong's saddle. Qin Tianhong's candid declaration that Yi Wentian is his friend serves to elevate Yi Wentian's stature in the eyes of others. This elder is a man of genuine temperament. He finds Yi Wentian commendable, thus referring to him as a brother. The astonishment displayed by the businessmen stems primarily from their unfamiliarity with Qin Tianhong. In their perception, Qin Tianhong has always been a serious and formidable figure. Therefore, when he uttered such words, they genuinely believed Yi Wentian to be remarkable. Consequently, the gaze of all present shifted towards Yi Wentian, including that of Lin Gengshi. This young lady, merely 19 years of age, has not excelled academically, failing to gain admission even to a drama academy in the college entrance examination. Nevertheless, she is astute. By merely observing the other's reactions to Qin Tianhong, she comprehended the gravity of his influence. Chapter 111. An apology that cannot be made upon observing Qin Tianhong's demeanor towards Yi Wentian. He could not help but regard Yi Wentian as an extraordinary individual. A sense of regret welled up within him, a reflection of his previous hesitation to advocate for Yi Wentian. The latter's striking handsomeness, coupled with the aura of a scion from a prominent lineage, evoked admiration. In the Dragon Kingdom, numerous illustrious families exist, each wielding formidable influence. Take, for instance, the Gao family, renowned as the family of the gambling god. Their power emanates from the founder, Gao Jin, whose legacy has burgeoned over the years, culminating in an extensive and powerful clan. Their assets span multiple industries, including gambling, telecommunications, and automotive sectors. In several smaller nations, the Gao family has ascended to the status of underground emperors, monopolizing various essential enterprises. While no member of the Gao family has ever been crowned the richest in the Dragon Kingdom, the collective wealth of the clan is staggering, approaching $1 trillion. The absence of a billionaire among them is primarily due to the family's vast size, as Gao Jin has numerous sons, several brothers, and an extensive network of cousins, diluting the wealth among them. Each individual may possess hundreds of billions, yet none can claim the title of the wealthiest. Nonetheless, such a family undoubtedly eclipses the likes of the Huang family, known for their billionaire status. In the Dragon Kingdom, families akin to the Gao family are plentiful. Lin Gengshi now pondered whether Yi Wentian belonged to one of these illustrious clans. If he indeed hailed from such a lineage, she would have regrettably missed a splendid opportunity to forge a connection with them. Qin Tianhong approached Yi Wentian, stating, "You need not leave. I am curious to know who dared to threaten the downfall of your company." Huang Feng, standing nearby, wore a troubled expression. Had Yi Wentian been alone, he would have gladly instigated trouble, but with Qin Tianhong present, the situation had grown complicated. "Uncle Qin, I came to Pingyang, and my father asked me to extend his regards to you," Huang Feng countered, his tone towards Qin Tianhong markedly different from that directed at Yi Wentian. Qin Tianhong replied, "Huang Feng, did your father not teach you the virtues of humility? One must not be overly ostentatious." A sense of dissatisfaction brewed within Huang Feng upon hearing Qin Tianhong's words, yet he restrained himself. Had it been anyone else, he would have retorted. However, with Qin Tianhong, he did not feel overtly intimidated. His father, despite no longer holding the title of the richest, still commanded an impressive fortune of several hundred billion. Though the Huang family was relatively new and lacked the historical depth of older families, their amassed wealth had already reached a level comparable to that of traditional clans. Thus, while they might not rival Qin Tianhong in connections, it would not be an easy task for him to undermine them. Wealth indeed bestows a significant advantage. Should circumstances turn unfavorable, one can swiftly transfer assets abroad, or even resort to international mercenaries. Even an individual of Qin Tianhong's stature would be compelled to exercise caution. However, while lacking fear of Qin Tianhong is one matter, there is no necessity to cultivate enmity indiscriminately. Observing that the wasp remained silent, Qin Tianhong moderated his tone and stated, "This young brother is my friend. I shall take charge of the matter between you two. Shall we leave it at that?" The wasp refrained from responding. He would not engage in that line of conversation. Having already voiced his intentions, he was resolute in his pursuit of Yi Wentian. As the saying goes, a man of honor must not be untrustworthy. His words, once spoken, are akin to nails driven in. Even if Qin Tianhong were to intercede, it would bear no weight. Nonetheless, despite his respect for Qin Tianhong, he did not harbor excessive fear. The reality was that should Qin Tianhong truly wish to challenge him, it would not be a simple endeavor. What exactly do you mean? Qin Tianhong inquired, his temper rising. The wasp replied, Uncle Qin, if this fellow were to apologize to me now, I might consider sparing him for your sake. Qin Tianhong cast a glance at Yi Wentian, as if to convey that this was the best he could negotiate on his behalf. Yi Wentian chuckled and responded, Old man, you need not feel troubled. If he wishes to test me, let him come forth. My company is named Wentian Biotechnology. Should he manage to bring me down, I, Yi Wentian, will willingly concede. However, I assert this. One day, I shall ensure the Huang family meets its demise. No more than 3 years. Yi Wentian declined Qin Tianhong's goodwill. Although Qin Tianhong had ventured to speak on his behalf, risking confrontation with the Huang family, Yi Wentian felt no wrongdoing on his part. Why should he be compelled to appease the wasp for the sake of tranquility? What is this but a struggle for dignity? He had been a man of complacency, possessing nearly 10 billion, yet leading a mundane existence. Initially, he found life rather tedious. However, now, although he had provoked a formidable adversary, he had also established a new objective for himself. Are you not the wealthiest? Are you not formidable? Very well, one day, I shall have you kneeling before me, declared Yi Wentian, solidifying his ambition. Yet, his proclamation elicited disapproving shakes of the head from those present. Who was the wasp? What of the Huang family? Their assets amassed into the thousands of billions, employing over 1 million individuals. Such power, even families as grand as the Gao family, would hesitate to provoke. Even if Yi Wentian were indeed a scion of an illustrious lineage, how many families in this world would dare to challenge the Huang family? Though relatively new, the Huang family had rapidly accumulated wealth through the real estate boom, positioning themselves at a level few ancient families could rival. Yet Yi Wentian insisted on opposing them. Even if he were truly a descendant of an esteemed family, such actions were misguided. Qin Tianhong whispered, Brother Yi, do not let a moment of anger. The old man interjected, You need not say more. I am well aware. Yi Wentian interrupted Qin Tianhong's words. 3 years hence, should you not be kneeling before me, I shall sever my own head and offer it to you as a ball to kick. Humph. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Today, I have heard such audacious words for the very first time. No one has dared to speak thus in my presence before. Anyone can boast, but you are the first to elevate such braggadocio to this level. Huang Feng was both infuriated and enraged. It was unheard of for anyone to flaunt their arrogance before him. Did he truly believe he could crush the Huang family? Did he presume they would bow before him? Who did he think he was? The more Huang Feng contemplated, the angrier he became, longing to leap forth and deliver a resounding slap. Yet, with Qin Tianhong by his side, he understood that such actions were unwise, and he stormed off, his heart brimming with ire. At that moment, he resolved that Yi Wentian would not escape unscathed. Chapter 112. The ironclad man. As the wasp departed, Qin Tianhong could not contain his exasperation. Why are you so stubborn? Just apologize to him. What harm could it do? Why court trouble for yourself? Yi Wentian replied, Old man, this is not trouble I seek. It is trouble that seeks me. I have never been one to instigate conflict, but I do not shy away from it when it approaches. What is merely a Huang family to me? I am prepared to stand my ground. Do you truly think you can match them? Qin Tianhong scoffed. What do you have to contest with them? Your little tech company? I acknowledge you possess some capability. Yet, to be frank, when compared to the Huang family, you. He sighed, shaking his head as he departed. Lin Gingxi remained behind, and as the crowd dispersed, she approached him, concerned. Are you all right? Her greeting stemmed not only from burgeoning curiosity about Yi Wentian, but also from her growing admiration for his striking presence. Despite his earlier bravado, there was an undeniable allure about him. Truth be told, how many dared to stand against the wasp? Initially, Lin Gingxi thought Yi Wentian was simply courting disaster. However, witnessing Qin Tianhong's defense of him and the subtle shift in the crowd's perception, she began to regard him as part of a prominent lineage. She came to believe that even if he fell short of the wasp, he was certainly not far behind. Individuals of his caliber naturally exuded charisma, drawing Lin Gingxi closer to him. In fact, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the wasp's advances. After all, the power of wealth was formidable. Consider how the company, compelled by the wasp's financial might, insisted he attend the forum. Advertisers, swayed by the wasp's influence, could either elevate Lin Gingxi to prominence or render her completely invisible. Directors of television and film, equally enmeshed in the wasp's financial web, could either amplify her career or suppress it entirely. Faced with such a potent figure, Lin Gingxi, hailing from an ordinary background, found herself lacking in resistance. Although she harbored no affection for the wasp, one could never be certain when the allure of wealth might ensnare her. She often questioned her own capacity to resist. Conversely, Yuan-Tian, who had the audacity to confront the wasp, was likely not far behind in terms of strength. Such affluent individuals inherently possessed a certain magnetism, coupled with his handsome appearance. It was no wonder Lin Gengshi found herself captivated. A man who was both attractive and wealthy was a rare gem indeed. Thus, the more she contemplated, the redder her cheeks became. Yuan-Tian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Gengshi, noting her delicate and refined demeanor. He remarked, "Are you not afraid of approaching me after I have offended young Master Huang? What is the worst that could happen? This is a society governed by law. He is not a monarch who can bring ruin upon my entire family." Yuan-Tian chuckled softly, preparing to take his leave, but Lin Gengshi interjected, "Could I invite you to dinner?" At this moment, Lin Gengshi's cheeks were flushed, her thoughts entwined and lingering. As she leaned in slightly, a delicate fragrance wafted into her senses. Yuan-Tian chuckled, "Not bad." Lin Gengshi's face reddened even further. Seated in Yuan-Tian's humble car, she inquired, "Does everyone in your esteemed family drive such vehicles?" Yuan-Tian replied, "Who told you I belong to an esteemed family? I assure you, I do not." Lin Gengshi suppressed a smile, not taking his words to heart, convinced that Yuan-Tian was merely being modest. Moreover, her fondness for him only deepened. His humility, simplicity, and grounded nature endeared him to her immensely. In the past, when she mingled with those from prominent families, they often exuded an air of arrogance that left her feeling uncomfortable. However, with Yuan-Tian, she felt an undeniable closeness. In truth, Yuan-Tian's grounded demeanor stemmed from his humble beginnings. Despite possessing a fortune nearing 10 billion, he retained the essence of a commoner, both in speech and conduct. As an orphan who endured hardship from a young age, the experiences of his formative years had ingrained the traits of a modest individual into his very being. Thus, he was inherently unrefined. Attempting to adopt the eloquence of the elite was beyond him. "What delicacies do you plan to treat me to, beautiful?" Lin Gengshi cast a sidelong glance at Yuan-Tian, her eyes dancing with playful reproach. "The term beautiful feels a bit. How about you just call me Xiaoxi?" "Very well. Xiaoxi, what shall we dine on tonight?" "What do you fancy?" "Let's have shrimp." The pair arrived at the entrance of a seafood restaurant, and as they prepared to alight, Lin Gengshi donned a mask. After all, she was a celebrity, and attracting undue attention could lead to complications. They secured a private room and ordered their meals. Seating themselves across from one another, Lin Gengshi lowered her head, fidgeting with her delicate fingers, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Although she had a myriad of thoughts to express, shyness held her back, and she believed that a woman should maintain a sense of reserve. She awaited Yuan-Tian to take the initiative in conversation, especially since he had ordered wine earlier, which seemed to imply a certain expectation. However, Yuan-Tian, engrossed in his phone, began scrolling through short videos, showing no inclination to engage in dialogue. Lin Gengshi waited patiently, but as the silence lingered, she finally took it upon herself to shatter the stillness. "Are you running your own company now?" After uttering this, she once again lowered her gaze, playing with her fingers. Yet she discreetly cast a glance at Yuan-Tian. According to customary protocol, once she broke the ice, the gentleman would seamlessly carry the conversation forward, allowing for a natural exchange. Yet, Yuan-Tian, oblivious, remained fixated on his phone, giggling foolishly. After a prolonged silence, he still did not respond, lost in his videos. Laughter escaping his lips as he covered his mouth in mirth. "Are you serious, my friend? I am Lin Gengshi. Countless people aspire to dine with me. Yet here I am, extending an invitation to you. And you genuinely intend to partake in this meal?" Lin Gengshi huffed, striking the table with force, her expression a mix of indignation and displeasure. The sound of the table being struck jolted Yuan-Tian, who had been engrossed in watching videos. "What's the matter?" he inquired, oblivious to her agitation. Lin Gengshi gritted her teeth, forcing a smile that belied her irritation, and retorted, "What are you looking at? Is it that captivating?" Upon hearing this, Yuan-Tian chuckled and handed his phone to Lin Gengshi. "I was watching the news about you smoking." Lin Gengshi's expression faltered, the smile vanishing from her face. However, Yuan-Tian seemed completely unfazed and continued, "By the way, I forgot to bring cigarettes. Shall I go and buy you a pack?" Chapter 113. Flirting with girls. Lin Gengshi raised an eyebrow and declared, "Hey, if you keep teasing me, I will leave." Yuan-Tian chuckled, "Wait, if you leave, who will pay the bill?" "Humph." Lin Gengshi stood up and started to walk out. "Wait, are you really leaving?" Yuan-Tian called after her. "I'm just going to the restroom." Yuan-Tian shook his head, finding the young lady rather amusing. To be honest, he didn't mind girls who smoked as much as one might expect. Perhaps it was because Lin Gengshi was so stunningly beautiful that even her smoking could not diminish her allure in the slightest. As Lin Gingxi made her way to the restroom, her mask could not entirely conceal her striking features. Wang Dong had just entered from outside, ready to enjoy a meal, and immediately spotted Lin Gingxi. Even with her mask on, he could confidently ascertain that she was a beauty, a conclusion drawn from years of experience. Wang Dong, a local from Pingyang, was quite young at only 20 years of age, currently attending a university in the area. Despite being a student, he was well-versed in the local nightlife, knowledgeable about bars, nightclubs, and establishments offering special services. Moreover, Wang Dong hailed from a wealthy family and was quite handsome, though he paled in comparison to Yuan Tian. Nevertheless, his eloquence surpassed Yuan Tian's, which significantly enhanced his appeal among women. During high school, he had won the heart of the campus belle, and in college, he had similarly captivated the department's flower. Even among his friends, many of their girlfriends had been entangled with him. Wang Dong considered himself an expert in the art of seduction. From the moment he laid eyes on Lin Gingxi, he resolved to pursue her. At that moment, unaware that she was a major celebrity, he would have likely been even more reckless had he known. Flirting with women requires finesse and strategy. When approaching an unfamiliar girl, the most effective and direct method is to play the hero. Though this approach may seem cliché, its efficacy cannot be denied. Wang Dong, being affluent and a local, had an intimate understanding of Pingyang. He made a phone call, summoning a group of friends. Upon seeing him, they laughed. "Which girl are you planning to charm this time?" "Enough chatter. I'll direct you shortly. She's in the restroom right now. 100 each. No bargaining." "Understood." Wang Dong was quite familiar with this group, having executed the hero saving the beauty tactic many times before, with this crew always assisting him. Before long, Lin Gingxi emerged and headed towards the private room. Quickly, "It's her, the one in the white outfit." "Wow, is she really that gorgeous?" "You scoundrel. She looks so young. How can you even think of pursuing someone so young? Can you all stop chatting? If you keep talking, she'll be gone." "No way. I find myself increasingly resentful. How can such a beautiful woman be subjected to such treatment?" "Absolutely not. If this is the case, we might as well part ways." Wang Dong, observing the indecisive crowd, was growing displeased. "If 100 won't do, then let it be 200 per person," he declared, as the group hastily raised their price. "Are you all beasts? Is this the time to hike the price?" Wang Dong glared furiously. "Regardless, do as you wish. Whether you are willing or not is of no concern to me. I believe this girl is not suited for you. You, a scoundrel, have already harmed enough innocent girls. It pains me to think that someone as pure as her might fall victim to a wretch like you." Wang Dong took a deep breath, feeling an urgency that was almost unbearable. Unfortunately, the very individuals he had summoned were now engaging in such underhanded tactics. Reluctantly, he nodded. "Fine. 200 it is. Let us make this swift." The people he had called exchanged glances, feeling a pang of conscience. After all, Lin Gingxi was exceptionally beautiful, truth be told. They could not bring themselves to harm her. Yet, they found themselves aiding Wang Dong, a rogue, in deceiving her. If Lin Gingxi were to fall into his trap, their conscience simply could not bear it. However, she was merely a stranger, and in comparison to money, she was less tangible. Even if they wished to protect her, she would not reciprocate their affections. Thus, after some contemplation, they approached and blocked Lin Gingxi's path. "What are you doing?" Lin Gingxi exclaimed, startled as she looked up at the men who obstructed her. Each one appeared rather unsavory, with unkempt appearances and shifty eyes, giving off an untrustworthy aura. Yet, Lin Gingxi refrained from jumping to conclusions. After all, they were in a restaurant with many patrons, and surely they would not dare to act lewdly here. If she were to cry out, how could these men ever show their faces again? Just then, one man suddenly shouted, "Your son is at home crying his heart out. And you come here? I must have had the worst luck in marrying you." Another chimed in, "Sister-in-law, my brother has treated you well, but what about you? He works tirelessly to provide for you. So can't you at least cook a meal at home? Even the broadest shoulders have their limits, don't they?" The two men went back and forth, leaving Lin Gingxi utterly baffled. "Wait, have you mistaken me for someone else?" she questioned. "Darling, stop this nonsense and come home, will you?" At this moment, all eyes in the restaurant were drawn to their commotion. Lin Gingxi felt utterly perplexed. Yet, she realized she had a way out. She could simply remove her mask. Once she did, everyone would see that these men were spouting nonsense. However, therein lay the dilemma. She was a popular star, and if she were to take off her mask, news of her dining here would inevitably leak. Tomorrow morning, tabloids would sensationalize the story of Lin Gingxi secretly meeting a stranger, speculating on a romantic liaison. As a beloved celebrity, many of her fans were male admirers. The term boyfriend fans refers to those who idolize her, many of whom fantasize about her as their girlfriend. If such reports were to surface, it would inflict a severe blow to Lin Gingxi's career. Therefore, she cannot remove her mask. You have truly misunderstood. I am not your wife. Can you not even recognize your wife's voice? Lin Gengxi's voice is enchanting. This woman is a treasure in every sense. Even her current expression of annoyance and helplessness, with her brows furrowed and her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, is utterly captivating. The few individuals teasing her are now unable to resist their own fluttering hearts. By some strange twist of fate, one of them stepped forward, extending a hand, prepared to unveil Lin Gengxi's mask, eager to discover what she truly looks like beneath it. Chapter 114. Brazen audacity. Even without her mask, these individuals remained convinced that Lin Gengxi was indeed someone they recognized. They were all too familiar with the art of fabricating lies. What do you want? Lin Gengxi retreated a few steps, feeling a mix of anger and humiliation. The group advanced, audaciously attempting to remove her mask. What do you want? You claim she isn't my wife. Then why not take off the mask and let me see? I know her voice. She is my wife. You're out of your mind. Suddenly, Lin Gengxi noticed a glint of something unsettling in their eyes, causing her to feel a wave of helplessness. She longed to call out to Yi Wentian in the private room, but alas, it was too far away, and he likely couldn't hear her. Just then, Wang Dong appeared. Stop. The previous actions of these individuals had merely set the stage for Wang Dong's dramatic entrance. The classic hero swooping in to rescue the damsel in distress. This scenario would evoke admiration from anyone present. This method, though somewhat cliché, held undeniable efficacy. The reason it seemed trite was due to its frequent use, yet its effectiveness remained its truth. Wang Dong had successfully won the hearts of many young women with this approach. Stop. What are you doing? What is it to you? I'm looking for my wife. Get lost. Who is your wife? She is my wife. Who are you to interfere? Are you her lover? I'll give you 3 seconds to leave, and if we don't, then I shall call the police, and you can expect to spend the night at the station. Upon hearing this, the group pretended to be intimidated and quickly fled the scene. Everything unfolded seamlessly, and the onlookers applauded Wang Dong. See, I told you they didn't look like good people, and indeed, they turned out to be trouble. Enough with the commentary. Why didn't you step in sooner? You watched that girl in distress without lifting a finger, and now you're acting like a hero. This young man not only possesses good looks, but also a kind heart. He stands up for those in need. The crowd praised Wang Dong, while he stood tall, his eyes sparkling and his complexion radiant, noble yet charming, flirtatious without being crude. He radiated a sense of grace that was quite remarkable. Gently, he turned to Lin Gengxi and asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Gengxi was momentarily taken aback, shrugging her shoulders. Having starred in numerous films, she found the situation oddly familiar, almost surreal. Nevertheless, she replied earnestly, "Thank you. I truly do not know how to repay you. Have you eaten? Perhaps we could dine together?" In truth, her offer was merely a courtesy. After all, she felt a sense of gratitude towards Wang Dong for alleviating her predicament. But how should she express her thanks? Should she offer money? It is rather inappropriate to persist. Thus, one can only inquire politely, perhaps suggest a meal to express gratitude. This is merely a matter of courtesy. However, this statement precisely struck a chord with Wang Dong. His maneuver was designed to foster intimacy with Lin Gengxi, thereby facilitating further developments. Consequently, although he discerned that Lin Gengxi's words were merely polite, he seized the opportunity with enthusiasm. "Is it convenient?" he asked. "I have yet to dine." Lin Gengxi paused for a moment, and then quickly replied, "Of course. Absolutely." Subsequently, Lin Gengxi somewhat awkwardly guided Wang Dong to a private room. Yi Wentian was enjoying his meal when he suddenly noticed Lin Gengxi entering with someone. Their gazes met. Yi Wentian rose and greeted him first. "Hello, is this your friend?" His first sentence was directed at Wang Dong, while the second was aimed at Lin Gengxi. Lin Gengxi shot a glare at Yi Wentian, her annoyance evident as she chose silence, focusing instead on attending to Wang Dong. She had just encountered a rogue, yet Yi Wentian was here relishing his meal, entirely oblivious to her distress, which naturally irked her. Wang Dong's initial impression of Yi Wentian was that he was quite handsome, but he also perceived him as a mere pretty boy. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he developed an immediate aversion to Yi Wentian upon their first encounter. Thus, when Yi Wentian extended his hand, Wang Dong feigned ignorance. Yi Wentian was taken aback. Lin Gengxi observed this exchange, covering her mouth in laughter, seemingly vindicated. Wang Dong, disregarding Yi Wentian entirely, engaged in quiet conversation with Lin Gengxi. It appeared that, after all was said and done, Yi Wentian was the sole outsider in this gathering. Yi Wentian withdrew his hand, saying nothing further, and continued to eat. Once satiated, Yi Wentian announced, "Miss, I am full. I shall take my leave now. Please settle the bill." His presence here was due to Lin Gengxi's invitation, thus he felt no qualm in asking her to pay. However, this remark drew derision from Wang Dong. "Not a brother, are you? You are quite amusing. expecting the lady to settle the bill after the meal. Yi Wentian glanced at Wang Dong, who wore a face of scornful mockery. Yet, Yi Wentian pondered, what right did this brat have to admonish him? I asked Lin Gengshi to settle the bill. What business is it of yours? You, who have yet to mature, dare to meddle? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that further words would be futile. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Gengshi. Since returning from the restroom, Lin Gengshi had not taken a single bite, wearing her mask and refusing to remove it. Wang Dong, persistently seeking conversation, received her half-hearted responses. At that moment, upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, Lin Gengshi replied, actually, I intended to treat him to a meal today. Have you finished eating? Shall we depart? The first sentence addressed Wang Dong, while the latter two were directed at Yi Wentian. Wang Dong, observing from the side, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He understood young women quite well. Based solely on Lin Gengshi's current demeanor towards him, he was certain she held no interest in him. Until now, Lin Gengshi had not removed her mask, obscuring her true appearance. Yet, he had an intuitive sense that this young woman was undoubtedly beautiful. Wang Dong sighed, alas. Cici, let us exchange contact information. Lin Gengshi informed Wang Dong that her name was Lin Shi, prompting him to casually refer to her as Cici. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Gengshi's mind. Her first impulse was to provide him with a false identity, and her second was to decline outright. After much contemplation, Lin Gengshi ultimately chose to refuse, stating, I'm afraid it's rather inconvenient for me. Although deep down, she acknowledged that Wang Dong had indeed come to her aid. The matter was more complex for a young woman. Chapter 115. Encountering a schemer. If the boy she harbored feelings for had come to her rescue, she undoubtedly would have repaid the debt with her body. However, if it were a boy she did not fancy, she would only consider repaying the favor in her next life, laboring like a beast. Lin Gengshi, unfortunately, held no affection for Wang Dong. To begin with, Wang Dong lacked the good looks of Yi Wentian. Furthermore, he was not as affluent as Yi Wentian. Lin Gengshi was a star, and to put it bluntly, anyone who ventured into the entertainment industry did so in pursuit of fame and fortune. The entertainment world is a realm of wealth and notoriety, where individuals are driven by their desires for status and success. In other words, they are quite pragmatic. Even someone like Lin Gengshi, who appeared to be a dreamer, was inherently practical. As a celebrity, she could never envision aligning herself with someone from a family like Wang Dong's. Even if she had feelings for Yi Wentian, had she not discovered his considerable wealth, she would not have entertained the notion of a relationship with him. Moreover, Wang Dong's intentions were all too transparent, his advances too aggressive, which could easily provoke disdain. In summary, she simply did not like him. After a brief contemplation, she stated candidly, I'm sorry, but I can't share my contact information. Wang Dong's expression darkened at her refusal, and he fell silent, retreating to a corner. Lin Gengshi felt a twinge of discomfort and added, due to my work commitments, I cannot provide you with my contact details, but I appreciate your help today. Wang Dong remained mute. At that moment, Wang Dong's gaze was drawn to Lin Gengshi's ears. Her ears were remarkably distinctive, dainty and exquisite, features that often went unnoticed by the average observer. However, Wang Dong, who had developed a fondness for Lin Gengshi, had been captivated by her photographs, even indulging in fantasies where his girlfriend resembled her. Thus, he was quite familiar with her uniquely charming ears. Initially, he had overlooked this detail, but now, as he calmed down, he was struck by their uniqueness and felt a rush of astonishment. He quickly retrieved his phone and searched for images of Lin Gengshi to compare. Indeed, it was her. Wang Dong was filled with a mix of elation and discontent. He was thrilled to have encountered his goddess today, yet disheartened to see her dining with a pretty boy. What could their relationship be? Lin Gengshi noticed Wang Dong stealing glances at her, his expression revealing a hint of distress. After some reflection, she considered that, since Wang Dong had saved her today and she was now unharmed, it felt somewhat unjust to sever ties. Therefore, she suggested, how about this? Here is my QQ number. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. With that, she scribbled down a number for Wang Dong. This QQ account actually belonged to a friend of Lin Gengshi's. Thank you for today. We shall take our leave now. As Lin Gengshi and Yi Wentian stepped outside, he inquired curiously, who was that fellow? Subsequently, Lin Gengshi recounted the events that had transpired, punctuating her words with a scoff. In times of need, you can't rely on him. Yi Wentian frowned, contemplating. That's rather peculiar. What is peculiar? Yi Wentian did not offer an explanation. Instead, he smiled and asked, where do you live? Shall I escort you home, or do you prefer to walk? Of course, you should take me back. I treated you to dinner, and you wouldn't ensure my safe return home. Are you even a man? She laughed. Ha. You can verify this question tonight. What? Lin Gengshi was momentarily stunned, and after a while, her face flushed crimson. She lightly punched Yi Wentian on the arm, exclaiming, "Scoundrel!" Meanwhile, at the seafood restaurant, Wang Dong was on the phone with a friend. "Hello? Brother Zhang. What are you up to? What's the matter?" "I'm busy." "Brother Zhang. Today I encountered an extraordinary woman. She's stunning." "How stunning? Are you familiar with Lin Gengshi?" "Lin Gengshi? The popular movie star?" "Yes, that very woman. I ran into her at the seafood restaurant in Pingyang." "So you met her. What do you want?" "Haha. Doesn't T Brother Zhang want to experience the charm of a celebrity? What are you even thinking? We live in a rule of law society. Would you dare to kidnap her? I saw her dining with a pretty boy today, and it seems they might head to a hotel afterward. She has her needs as well." Brother Zhang suddenly swallowed hard and asked, "What kind of pretty boy?" "He looks rather effeminate. I can guarantee his courage is minimal. A mere scare might make him soil himself. Then you could force him to slip something into Lin Gengxi's drink, and afterward." Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, images formed in Brother Zhang's mind, and he gasped a few times before inquiring, "How do we find him?" "I noted down his license plate number, and I'm just about to set off. The route leads to Tianbing Road. You can wait at the overpass." After saying this, Wang Dong sent the captured license plate number to Brother Zhang. The license plate belonged to Yi Wentian. Inside the car, Yi Wentian was driving while savoring the fragrant aroma of the enchanting woman beside him, lost in the bustling night. Suddenly, a poem surfaced in his mind. "How delightful that you are born with captivating charms, like a living celestial being drifting through the azure skies. In the bloom of youth, paired with the phoenix, truly splendid. Ah, look at the Milky Way soaring high, listen to the drums from the tower." As silver lanterns are gently placed into the carriage, the car sped swiftly, and before long, they arrived near the overpass. Turning down from there would lead to Yi Wentian's apartment. This evening, he had no intention of letting Lin Gengshi go home. Although Yi Wentian was a man of steel, he understood the nuances of the moment. Just then, a vehicle suddenly reversed and collided with Yi Wentian's car. Lin Gengshi screamed, "Don't shout." "Not yet." Yi Wentian rolled down the window and called out, "Hey, what is the meaning of this?" A few individuals emerged from the front car, stating, "See for yourself. You hit us, so come down and clarify." "When did I hit you? It was clearly you who reversed into me. However, one must question your judgment. What possesses you to reverse on such a road? Are you attempting to fabricate an incident? Hey, it was obviously you who was tailgating too closely, colliding with us. And yet you continue to speak. Unbelievable. Is there something wrong with you? My vehicle is equipped with a camera, and it has recorded everything clearly. Whether it was you who backed into me or I who collided with you is indisputable." The moment Yi Wentian mentioned his car's camera, the group exchanged glances, and suddenly they flung open the car door, seizing Yi Wentian. "What are you trying to do?" Yi Wentian remained unruffled. "What am I trying to do? I am Zhang Wei. Surely you recognize my name?" One man leaned closer, adorned with a dragon tattoo on his arm and a gold chain around his neck. Chapter 116. Fortunately, I recorded it. Yi Wentian discreetly activated his phone to record and said, "Zhang Wei, I have no idea. What do you intend to do?" Zhang Wei was the same Brother Zhang who had just spoken with Wang Dong. He was a notorious figure in the underworld, somewhat infamous in Pingyang. His gaze fell upon Lin Gengshi, who at that moment was unmasked and visibly distressed. His heart raced uncontrollably, a tumult of emotions overwhelming him. Looking back at Yi Wentian, who sat beside Lin Gengshi, he felt an inexplicable irritation. He coldly retorted, "What do you want? Let me be frank with you. In all of Pingyang, I am the one in control. I have taken a liking to her. Hand her over to me, and I shall let you go. Otherwise." At that moment, a few of Zhang Wei's lackeys revealed knives from their waists. Lin Gengshi's face turned pale as she glanced at Yi Wentian, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Ultimately, Yi Wentian did not appear to be trained in combat, and facing these thugs, her worry intensified. Yet, Yi Wentian remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, "Otherwise, what will happen?" Bang! Zhang Wei's fist struck the car. "Stop playing dumb. Do you really think I won't act against you? Drag this brat down." Lin Gengshi hurriedly pulled out her phone to call for help. "Give me her phone," she screamed. In that moment, the reality of her youth, at just 19, struck her. She was terrified of such ruffians. Just then, Yi Wentian made his move. With a swift motion, he seized Zhang Wei's arm and twisted it fiercely. A sickening crack echoed as Zhang Wei let out a scream, his arm contorted grotesquely. Simultaneously, Yi Wentian's form transformed into a blur as he delivered rapid kicks. His legs moved with an agility that seemed almost supernatural, appearing to multiply before Lin Gengshi's astonished eyes, creating fleeting afterimages. In that instant, all the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Lin Gengshi's mouth formed an O shape, her moist, delicate lips reflecting her astonishment. As an ordinary person, she had never witnessed such martial prowess before. nor had she ever imagined that such skills could exist in the real world. Such a scene of combat could scarcely be found even in dramas. After living for a little over half her life, today was truly an eye-opener. Words could scarcely convey Lin Gengxi's shock. All that could be said was that her gaze towards Yi Wentian was filled with sparkling admiration. In her youth, she had been a whimsical girl, once dreaming of possessing superpowers to save the world. Yet, as time passed and she matured, she became more rational. Did superpowers exist in this world? No. Such was the widely accepted truth. People in contemporary society busied themselves daily, toiling for mere coins. Lin Gengxi is a star, a quintessential embodiment of success in the worldly sense. Yet, she finds herself ensnared in a relentless cycle of advertising shoots, donning a metaphorical mask each day, at times. The weight of it all can be exhausting. In the realm of adulthood, no one truly enjoys ease. Yi Wentian, initially just one among her prospective suitors, is rather unremarkable. Although she dined with him today, she feels no sense of urgency should their connection falter. With her attributes, securing a partner of commendable standing would be a trivial pursuit. Yet from this evening forth, Yi Wentian has transformed into her singular option. One must ponder, how many men in this world possess the enigma, strength, and wealth that Yi Wentian does? In truth, while Yi Wentian is indeed skilled on a global scale, he does not rank among the elite. He fails to breach even the top 500 worldwide. At his current stage, he is merely at the initial level of the Earth tier. Yet with his array of talents, even a late-stage opponent could find themselves at a disadvantage. However, the world is replete with mysteries. It is fair to say that. Given Yi Wentian's present capabilities, he does not feature among the top 500. Such matters remain concealed, and with Lin Gengxi's current status, she has no means to discern the truth. Thus, she perceives Yi Wentian as the most formidable individual in existence. The sounds of distress echoed through the air, as Zhang Wei, despite having his arm twisted painfully, remained undeterred, defiantly proclaiming, "You've harmed me. I've already contacted the authorities. Just you wait." Yi Wentian chuckled. "Huh? Contact the authorities? It was you who attempted to ambush and assault me. Do you truly believe that the enforcement team will side with you?" Zhang Wei retorted. "Who says we attacked you? Look at my arm. You, the villain, crashed into us. We merely sought to reason with you, yet you resorted to violence." As he spoke, Zhang Wei cried out for help, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Lin Gengxi hastily donned her mask, overwhelmed by the crowd. A star has engaged in violence. A female celebrity entangled with a brutish man, crashing a car and resorting to assault. What a lawless world we inhabit. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Wentian's demeanor turned frosty as he approached Zhang Wei. Alarmed, Zhang Wei recoiled slightly, shouting help. The wild man of the celebrity intends to strike. This is an unjust world. Yi Wentian contemplated tearing the insolent man's mouth apart, sensing that his words were mere deceit. However, passers-by witnessing the altercation began to voice their indignation. Are you truly devoid of humanity? Do you think this world is lawless? Just because you're a celebrity, does that elevate your status? Everything you possess comes from the common people. Not only are you recklessly crashing cars in public, but you also resort to physical violence. We have recorded this and will share it online, ensuring your disgrace. I have already called the authorities, demanding justice. Zhang Wei smirked, his expression brimming with satisfaction. Seizing the moment while the crowd was distracted, he gestured to Yi Wentian, implying, "You think you can contend with me? You won't survive this." Yi Wentian let out a hearty laugh before returning to his vehicle to retrieve his phone. He then exclaimed loudly, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, this individual is nothing but a scoundrel. They were the ones who sought us out to stir trouble. Do you truly believe what he says? Do you think we would take your words to heart? If you have doubts, fret not, for I happened to record a video just moments ago. Watch it. And you shall see that these individuals are indeed a band of ruffians, instigating the conflict while I was merely compelled to retaliate. Admittedly, I may have crossed a line, as my response was somewhat excessive, resulting in their injuries. For that, I must extend my sincerest apologies." At that moment, Zhang Wei on the ground turned an ashen shade. Chapter 117. You have offended Brother Tian. Zhang Wei could hardly believe that Yi Wentian had recorded the incident. In truth, even if he had suspected it, it would have been futile. Given Yi Wentian's speed, Zhang Wei would never have noticed. The situation had turned rather unfavorable for him. If Yi Wentian had indeed captured video evidence, the advantage would unequivocally lie with him. Thus, Zhang Wei strained her eyes, determined to seize Yi Wentian's phone. However, Yi Wentian effortlessly evaded him and remarked, "Did you all see that? These ruffians, feeling guilty, are now attempting to snatch my phone." At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Show us the video first. We need to see if it's genuine." Yi Wentian glanced into the throng and spotted a young man with an earring, clad in flip-flops. Just one look at him revealed the character of the individual. Yet the young man pressed on. Hurry up. How do we know you're not just fooling us? Perhaps you didn't even record anything. Do you desire to see the video that badly? Are you a law enforcement officer? What right do you have to demand evidence from me? Yi Wentian retorted, pointing directly at the young man with the earring and flip-flops. I suspect he is also a thug, affiliated with the individuals on the ground. The young man was taken aback by Yi Wentian's sudden counter. His intention had been to seize the phone, destroying the evidence in the process. However, he had not anticipated Yi Wentian's cunning maneuver that thwarted his plan. Yi Wentian then passed his phone to several representatives for them to view. The truth was now clear to all. Consequently, the tide of public opinion shifted in favor of Yi Wentian. Truly a band of scoundrels. Such despicable individuals deserve to be locked away forever. Well done. What a satisfying blow. At the same time, the young man with the earring and flip-flops lunged forward, attempting to snatch Yi Wentian's phone, intent on obliterating the evidence. If he succeeded, Yi Wentian would find himself in an indefensible position. In that very moment, Yi Wentian's foot struck the young man with tremendous force, sending him flying several meters, crashing into the railing with enough impact to bend it slightly. The young man lost consciousness on the spot. At the Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhang Wei was apprehended. He called his clandestine benefactor, hoping for assistance. This time, he had truly fallen, undone by Yi Wentian. Nevertheless, Zhang Wei was resolute. Despite his predicament, he remained unyielding. He believed his benefactor would come to his aid. In the Enforcement Bureau, Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes, vowing to exact revenge, determined to flay Yi Wentian alive. Suddenly, his benefactor arrived, a man clad in traditional garb, sporting a pair of sunglasses. With measured steps, Zhang Wei emerged with a gait that seemed indifferent to kinship. Upon spotting his behind-the-scenes boss, his eyes instantly glistened with emotion. He hurried forward, exclaiming, "Dragon Master, you have finally arrived." Subsequently, Zhang Wei pointed at Yi Wentian, his voice laced with venom. "It is this scoundrel." To his astonishment, Dragon Master, upon seeing Yi Wentian, promptly removed his glasses, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Wentian, too, was taken aback, a sardonic smile escaping his lips as he remarked, "So it is you. It appears you have yet to learn your lesson from our last encounter." Dragon Master quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. This has nothing to do with me." He then turned to Zhang Wei, delivering a resounding slap that sent Zhang Wei spinning several circles. "You fool. You're always causing me trouble." Zhang Wei was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Why did Yi Wentian elicit such fear in Dragon Master? As if he were a mouse confronted by a cat? This Dragon Master, in truth, was Long Tong. Not long ago, Long Tong had attempted to force Yi Wentian into servitude, only to be thoroughly defeated, rendering him unable to recognize even his own mother. Since that humiliating encounter, Long Tong had developed a psychological aversion to Yi Wentian. He had come to this place today, having heard that Zhang Wei had been assaulted, intending to avenge him. However, he was unprepared to learn that Zhang Wei had offended none other than Yi Wentian. The mere thought of Zhang Wei provoking such a formidable adversary as Yi Wentian drained the color from Long Tong's face. He had barely managed to avoid Yi Wentian, and yet, here was Zhang Wei, foolishly courting disaster. Realizing this, Long Tong struck Zhang Wei with several more slaps. His strength, at the late stage of the Xin rank, meant that a slap delivered in fury could be fatal. Had he not restrained his power, Zhang Wei would surely have met his demise. Zhang Wei stood there like a statue, his mind blank, utterly devoid of rational thought. He had initially hoped that Long Tong would come to his aid, only to discover that Yi Wentian was a being far more formidable than Long Tong himself. In that moment, despair washed over Long Tong. Yet amidst the gloom, a name flickered in Zhang Wei's mind, Wang Dong. Why had Zhang Wei sought trouble with Yi Wentian? It was all because of that scoundrel Wang Dong. Now, not only was Zhang Wei facing imprisonment, but he had also angered Dragon Master and offended Yi Wentian, whose depths he could not fathom. It was undeniable that Zhang Wei was the greatest loser in this scenario, all due to Wang Dong. Had it not been for Wang Dong, Zhang Wei would still be enjoying his blissful life. Initially, Zhang Wei harbored deep resentment toward Yi Wentian. However, a sudden clarity washed over him. It dawned on him that throughout this entire ordeal, Yi Wentian had done nothing wrong. Everything had spiraled out of control due to Wang Dong's actions. People often fall into the habit of absolving themselves of blame. Objectively speaking, while Wang Dong was indeed a nefarious character, he had merely provided information. The root of Zhang Wei's misfortune lay in his own infatuation, leading him to his current plight. Yet, Zhang Wei steadfastly believed he bore no fault. The blame lay squarely with others. Originally, he could have blamed Yi Wentian. However, Yi Wentian was a figure even Long Yi dared not provoke. Thus, Zhang Wei naturally refrained from placing any blame on Yi Wentian. Instead, he directed all the faults squarely upon Wang Dong, for Wang Dong was the one who fared the worst among them. Wang Dong, I am your sworn enemy. Once I am free, I shall ensure you feel the consequences. Zhang Wei seethed with resentment towards Wang Dong, his teeth grinding in anger. Meanwhile, Long Tong hastily stepped forward to offer apologies to Yi Wentian. No need. Yi Wentian retorted, I expect you to keep your subordinates in check. Otherwise, should there be a next time, do not hold me accountable for my actions. With that, Yi Wentian departed the Law Enforcement Bureau alongside Lin Gengshi. Chapter 118. Slander Master Long. Must we truly fear him so? A subordinate beside him could not help but remark. What do you mean? Even if his martial skills are exceptional, what is so remarkable about that? If we truly wish to eliminate him, we could simply use a gun or hire an assassin. Long Tong responded by striking this subordinate across the face, offering no explanation. The subordinate bowed his head, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. This subordinate, known as Sang Kuan, was a figure of the underworld who had emerged in Pingyang in recent years, notorious for his ruthless nature. Long Tong approached Zhang Wei, delivering a slap to his face as well, and stated, I expect you to avoid such errors in the future. Offending those who are beyond our reach can lead to fatal consequences. His voice exuded a chilling aura, causing Zhang Wei to shudder involuntarily. After leaving the Law Enforcement Bureau, Yi Wentian escorted Lin Gengshi home before returning to his villa. Upon his arrival, he received a call from Du Shangxiang. Hello, what is the matter? A melodious voice came through the line. Have you forgotten about the upcoming competition at the training camp? Of course not. Isn't the competition still some time away? Still some time? There is only a week left. Yi Wentian calculated with his fingers and realized it was indeed just a week away. Oh, it seems that in just a week, the competition will commence. Du Shangxiang echoed yes. In just a week, it's the competition. Are you not planning to visit the training camp? With your current attitude, I genuinely doubt that our new recruits can hold their own against the competition. Du Shangxiang's way of speaking was quite endearing. Though she was not inherently gentle, there was an inexplicable charm in her demeanor that felt almost teasing whenever they conversed. Yi Wentian chuckled, rest assured, I will come to inspect tomorrow. All right, leader. Should we arrange for someone to tidy up the place? Hang up a welcome sign at the training camp entrance, and perhaps find someone to play the swana? Play the swana? Why would we need that? To liven up the atmosphere. Huh. Your jokes are rather chilly, madam. Haha. You have no sense of humor, sir. But on a serious note, I will definitely come tomorrow. I'm curious to see how well those little recruits have trained. After hanging up, Yi Wentian was preparing to rest when Yi Long approached him. Doctor, we've encountered a problem. What is it? A group led by the Huang family consortium is spreading rumors online, claiming that our company's upcoming pill has severe side effects. If this continues, even if we produce the pills, their marketability will be severely impacted. Yi Wentian furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated that this Huang would be so ruthless, following through on his threats. Previously, they had a conflict, and this fellow had swiftly managed to bribe numerous domestic media outlets, as well as a multitude of internet trolls and self-proclaimed influencers, to tarnish the reputation of their newly launched pill. The pill that Yi Wentian's company was set to release was the first of its kind to perfect every detail, boasting absolutely no side effects. The development of this pill, from research to its impending market entry, has transpired in a mere span of a few days. Nevertheless, under the diligent efforts of a future 5-star scientist and numerous experts, this pill has undergone countless experiments and is, in fact, a well-established and refined product. This pill primarily targets white blood cells, and its market introduction would undoubtedly benefit many ordinary citizens. Leukemia is a malignancy characterized by the clonal proliferation of hematopoietic stem cells. Clinically, it manifests as fever, anemia, lymphadenopathy, fatigue, and excessive sweating. The growth impairment of leukemia cells leads to the stagnation of white blood cells at various developmental stages, resulting in their substantial accumulation in the bone marrow and other hematopoietic tissues, thereby disrupting normal hematopoiesis. Currently, the treatment of leukemia remains a formidable challenge worldwide. Due to the complexity of leukemia classification and prognostic stratification, there is no universally accepted treatment protocol. Rather, therapeutic strategies must be tailored to the specific classification and prognosis. In some cases, hematopoietic stem cell transplantation is necessary, with timelines varying by individual and treatment modality. When white blood cell counts reach 100,109L, it is imperative to urgently employ a blood cell separator to remove the excessively high white blood cell count, alongside hydration and chemotherapy. Additionally, corresponding chemotherapy regimens may be administered based on the type of leukemia, often preceded by a short-term pretreatment phase before combination chemotherapy. In summary, all current treatment regimens worldwide not only incur substantial costs, but also do not guarantee a cure, even with financial investment. Most critically, the dissolution of leukemia cells can precipitate complications such as hyperuricemia, acidosis, electrolyte imbalances, and coagulation abnormalities. The emergence of a product from Wintian Biotechnology could potentially address these issues. Meanwhile, the public remains woefully uninformed, casting unwarranted aspersions. The methods employed by detractors are alarmingly crude. Yi Wintian, feeling somewhat vexed, recognizes that the priority now is not to vent frustration, but to devise solutions. Yi Long, a seasoned businessman, offers his perspective, stating, "No worries. Our product is exceptionally promising. Once it hits the market, we will establish our brand. However, the challenge we face is that our reputation has already been tarnished before our product has even launched. It feels as though we have lost the battle before it has commenced." Yi Wintian's mood soured as he glimpsed the negative news surrounding Wintian technology on his phone. Such disparaging reports are mere fabrications from unscrupulous media outlets, mercenaries for hire. Frankly, if it weren't for the sheer volume of these detractors, Yi Wintian would be inclined to trace the digital trail back to confront each one personally. The glaring negativity on his screen increasingly unsettled him as he read. "What I know about Wintian Biotechnology is that it is merely a shell company. Please be advised that a certain unqualified biotechnology company has emerged in the market, primarily engaged in product. It is strongly urged not to purchase medications from this company, as they pose a significant risk to health. This company is Wintian Biotechnology." As Yi Wintian continued to read, his furrows deepened, recognizing the egregious nature of such slanderous fabrications that tarnish one's reputation. However, there is no need for concern. We shall proceed as planned. Our biopharmaceutical factory must commence operations, ensuring the normal production of product. The rumors propagated by the Vespids, I believe, may not necessarily be detrimental. Yi Wintian paused, exclaiming, "Is this not harmful? Our company has yet to be listed, and our reputation is already being compromised." The doctor interjected, "But we hardly possess a reputation to tarnish, do we? Presently, Wintian Biotechnology is merely an obscure entity. Who across the nation is even aware of us? For a company to grow and flourish, it is imperative to promote itself vigorously. Observe how much advertising expenditure those successful companies have incurred to establish their names. Now, with the Vespids assisting us, we are spared from incurring such advertising costs. Is that not a fortuitous circumstance?" Chapter 119, Preparations for the Press Conference the following day. Yi Wintian made his way to the Pingyang Combat Camp. In just 1 week, the camp would be participating in a martial arts competition with other camps, and Yi Wintian intended to observe the training progress of the young recruits. Meanwhile, Yi Long was busy organizing the press conference. The Yellow Hornet had been actively disparaging Wintian Biotechnology online, and it was imperative for someone to address these issues. However, Yi Long's strategy extended beyond mere responses. He also aimed to leverage this public discourse as a form of advertisement. In the entertainment industry, there exists a saying, whether the publicity is positive or negative. With the right response, all forms of publicity can be transformed into advantageous promotion. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the relevant personnel from Wintian Biotechnology disseminated the news of the upcoming press conference. Due to the covert manipulation by the Yellow Hornet, Wintian Biotechnology now found itself in the midst of significant public scrutiny. Thus, as soon as the news of the press conference was made public, media representatives sprang into action. The event was scheduled for October 7th, just 2 days away, and all journalists eagerly anticipated the opportunity to uncover more insider information on that day. On this particular day, however, Yi Long was headed to Pingyang Hospital. The hospital was renowned nationwide, hosting numerous international experts, including the exceptionally well-known internet celebrity medical doctor, Liu Xiaoping. Yi Long envisioned inviting Liu Xiaoping to preside over the press conference, believing that the presence of such an authoritative figure would enhance the credibility of Wintian's products. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the bustling streets with a golden glow. Yi Long's secretary expressed concern, stating, "Mr. Yi, I fear that Liu Xiaoping may not be willing to assist us." "Why is that?" Yi Long inquired, showing little reaction. "It's because our company, Wintian Biotechnology, currently has a poor public image. I doubt he would want to associate himself with us amidst this swirling controversy." Yi Long chuckled, "No worries. Even if he declines, it won't significantly impact us. You should know that our products have undergone scrutiny by professional national agencies and are patented. To be frank, we are well aware of the benefits our products provide, as long as we are operating ethically, even without Liu Xiaoping's endorsement." Gaining public trust in our products is merely a matter of time. If we can secure his involvement, that would be splendid. However, if we cannot, it is of little consequence. Upon arriving at the hospital, they initially intended to meet Lu Xiaoping directly, but due to his fame as a celebrity doctor, an appointment was necessary. Fortunately, Yilong had prepared in advance. Hello, I am Yilong from Wentian Biotechnology. I would like to meet Dr. Lu. As we made an appointment yesterday. Please wait. When will Dr. Lu be available? Just wait without so much chatter. Yilong's secretary interjected. What is wrong with you? How can you speak like that? Is there something wrong with the way I speak? If you want to wait, then wait. If not, feel free to leave. Do you think just anyone can meet Dr. Lu? The secretary was furious, ready to explode, but fortunately, Yilong quickly restrained him. Enough, don't be too angry. This is quite normal. Let's wait until Dr. Lu is available. In the lobby, there were sofas, and Yilong led the secretary towards them. What is he saying? Enough, Yilong replied, holding the secretary back. Do you even understand where we are? At that moment, Yilong began to comprehend the true nature of Lu Xiaoping. His expectations for their upcoming meeting had significantly dwindled. It was said that if Lu Xiaoping's subordinates behaved this way, one could only surmise that Lu Xiaoping himself was not much better. Shaking his head, Yilong, despite his diminished regard for Lu Xiaoping, still wished to invite him. Lu Xiaoping was a renowned medical doctor throughout Longhua, often appearing on various programs and boasting a substantial fan base, making him well known to the public. Having such a prominent medical figure endorse Wentian Technology's products would undoubtedly elevate their visibility in a short time. Unfortunately, Yi Wentian had already waited for a full hour without any sign of Lu Xiaoping. Yilong then stood up to inquire. Excuse me, does Dr. Lu still not have time? Weren't you told to wait? But it's been an hour. So what if it's been an hour? Can't you endure a little longer? If that's the case, you may leave. With no other options, Yilong resignedly returned to the sofa to continue waiting. Another hour passed before Yilong asked again. Excuse me, does Dr. Lu still not have time? Could you perhaps call him directly to find out when he might be available? This time, the person simply chose not to respond. Yilong returned to the sofa and waited another half hour, yet still no sign of Lu Xiaoping. He finally said, all right. Since he doesn't wish to meet with us, there's no point in wasting our time here any longer. Let's go. With that, Yilong left the premises with his secretary. They had a prior arrangement, yet here they were, stood up and left waiting for 2.5 hours. The secretary was filled with indignation, and even Yilong felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He could not fathom why Lu Xiaoping had suddenly decided to behave in such a manner. Logically, they had both confirmed their meeting the previous day. If Lu had no intention of engaging, he should have declined Yilong's invitation outright. However, since he had agreed to meet today, regardless of the outcome of their business discussion, it was only courteous to honor the appointment. Just as Yilong was departing, the front desk received a call from Lu Xiaoping. They have left? How disappointing, Dr. Lu. In his office, Lu Xiaoping sneered, pulling out his phone to call Huang's secretary. Secretary Zhao, please convey to Master Huang that I have expelled them as per your instructions. When Lu Xiaoping uttered these words, he stood, exhibiting an overwhelming sense of flattery and deference. Lu Xiaoping was once a renowned medical expert of national repute. Alas, he possessed no backbone whatsoever. On the other end of the line, Huang's secretary responded with a frigid demeanor, simply replying, very well. However, Lu Xiaoping seemed oblivious to the secretary's lack of warmth and continued, Secretary Zhao, regarding what you promised me. Rest assured, if you perform well, Xiaoli will be more than sufficient for you. Xiaoli is a university student, strikingly beautiful. The mere thought of her caused Lu Xiaoping's eyes to glimmer with a change in hue. Chapter 120, The Leukemia Patient Rest Assured. I shall certainly perform well, Lu Xiaoping hurriedly expressed. Although Yilong felt a tinge of disappointment at being unable to secure Lu Xiaoping's participation, it did not significantly alter his plans. In Yilong's strategy, Lu Xiaoping was meant merely as an embellishment, lacking a pivotal role. While having Lu Xiaoping on board would undoubtedly be advantageous, his absence was not a matter of great concern. After departing from the hospital, Yilong proceeded to meet with the director of the Pingyang television station's program. Fortunately, I met you. This show enjoyed high ratings, and Yilong had invested a staggering 10 billion, acquiring a substantial portion of its advertising slots. The meeting with the director transpired smoothly without any major hurdles, and the negotiations unfolded favorably. In the final step, Yilong engaged a professional filming team. By the time all arrangements were completed, night had fallen. The program Fortunately, I Met You was scheduled to air every Friday, with tomorrow marking the day. Once the program aired, the launch event for Wentian Technology would become known nationwide. Bai Yinlang, a local of Pingyang, had been battling leukemia for 3 years. During this period, the illness had nearly depleted his family's finances. Though he had not yet succumbed to the disease, he felt death was not far off. The financial burden of his illness had drained almost all the family's resources. His wife, who was barely in her 30s, had aged prematurely due to the stress of his condition, her hair turning white from worry. Yet, she remained steadfastly by his side. Each night, Bai Yanling shed silent tears, lamenting that living felt more burdensome than death. His affliction left him in a state of limbo, unable to pass on yet devoid of means to seek treatment. He longed for life, but wondered if survival was still possible. In desperation, he posted appeals online to raise funds for his treatment. However, to date, few had responded with donations. The world felt undeniably cold. Yet, if Bai Yanling were to witness the airing of Fortunately, I Met You on Friday, there might still be hope for him. To promote the program, Yilong not only invested heavily in advertising, but also planned to provide treatment free of charge to the first batch of participants. Crucially, the medication developed by Wentian Technology for treating leukemia was surprisingly affordable. A single treatment cost merely 1,000 yuan, and 3 treatments could lead to a cure. In other words, for just 3,000 yuan, leukemia could be effectively treated. It is worth noting that in today's Long Kingdom, the cost of leukemia treatment often exceeds 100,000 yuan. The prospect of healing for only 3,000 yuan seemed almost fantastical. Even a routine surgical procedure could cost 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, let alone tackling a stubborn illness like leukemia. Thus, the medication from Wentian Technology represented a true boon to the world. As Bai Yanlong's wife tended to him, she reassured, "Do not be too disheartened. We will surely be fine." Bai Yanling buried his head under the covers, silently weeping. Time passed swiftly, and Friday finally arrived, with Fortunately, I Met You on the verge of airing. Yet, Bai Yanling found himself unable to watch television, for in his current state, he lacked the spirit to engage with such distractions. The wife, witnessing her husband's gradual decline, felt a profound anguish within her heart. Yet, she remained steadfast and unwavering. At that moment, a call came for Bai Yanling's wife from a friend. "You must see Fortunately, we met." The friend exclaimed, "What is going on?" This program just aired an advertisement for a new product from Wentian Technology called Bloodwind Pill. It is said to be the latest in medical technology, capable of treating leukemia, and the company has pledged to provide the treatment free of charge. "Is this truly the case?" she inquired. "You should give it a try." The friend of Bai Yanling had just hung up when he was confronted by those around him. "What were you thinking? Why would you recommend that medication? You know full well they are destitute due to leukemia. If this continues, Bai Yanling will inevitably perish. Do you not understand? Have you not seen the news? There are issues with this biotech company. By endorsing their medication, should anything go awry, you will bear the consequences. Yet, they have no other options left. Even if the company has problems, isn't it better to try a dead horse as if it were alive? What if it truly works? But what if it leads to their demise? Just imagine how you would extricate yourself from this situation. They would undoubtedly blame you for your reckless recommendation. What then? Quickly call him back and inform him that you inadvertently saw news regarding this biotech company's issues, urging them to be cautious." Reluctant to assume responsibility, the friend pondered for a moment before dialing Bai Yanling's wife once more. "I apologize. It seems the company I recommended has some problems. You should exercise caution and avoid going if possible." The family of Bai Yanling found themselves in dire straits. At this juncture, even if Wentian Technology had issues, they were willing to take the risk. To attempt was to embrace a glimmer of hope, as not trying would surely lead to certain death. Thus, the family decided to become guinea pigs in their desperate plight. "Rest assured, we are aware," they reassured one another. Following the advertisement on Fortunately, we met regarding Wentian Technology's Bloodwind Pill. Bai Yanling's wife dialed the contact number. The line was busy initially, and after 3 attempts, she finally reached them. "Hello, this is Wentian Technology. How may I assist you?" "Hello, I wish to seek treatment for leukemia. Please provide your contact address, or you may attend our press conference tomorrow. If you leave your address, we will arrange transportation for you to receive treatment." The press conference will be held on the 2nd floor of the Information Network Center, starting at 10 in the morning and concluding at 4 in the afternoon. Upon hanging up, Bai Yanling's wife felt a flush of excitement wash over her. Perhaps, just perhaps, there was a chance for her beloved to be healed. Today, it is evident that the calls made to Wentian are not solely from Ding Bai Yanling. In fact, there were thousands of individuals reaching out to Wentian Biotechnology today. Among them was Ren Jieqing. Ren Jieqing was originally a university student with exemplary academic performance. She was celebrated as an outstanding student, possessing both beauty and a gentle demeanor, indicating a promising future ahead. However, the cruel hand of leukemia abruptly plunged her from a realm of brightness into a shadowy abyss. This affliction devastated her family, forced her to abandon her studies, and compelled her mother to work 3 jobs daily in order to make ends meet. From 6 in the morning until noon, her mother labored to clean the streets. From noon to afternoon, she worked at a car wash, and from 6 in the evening until 2 in the morning, she swept the floors of a bar. Each day, she could only find solace in a mere 3 hours of sleep. Chapter 121. The 3-week guarantee of recovery. Rin Jiejia was inherently a good child. Observing her mother's daily fatigue filled her heart with profound anguish. In truth, Rin Jiejia often contemplated surrendering to despair, for she understood that despite her mother's relentless toil, it bore little fruit. Working 3 jobs, her mother earned a meager sum of merely 4 or 5,000 yuan each month. What significance did such an amount hold? In the face of her illness, it was but a drop in the ocean, utterly inconsequential. Rin Jiejia was acutely aware that her mother longed to seek employment elsewhere, as rumors suggested that one could earn substantially more outside, especially with overtime, potentially amassing over 10,000 yuan by working 16 to 17 hours a day. Yet, Rin Jiejia knew her mother could not bear the thought of leaving her. Although her mother rarely spent time with her at home, at least they were together. Having grown up without a father, it was her mother who had nurtured her, and now, in her time of illness, it was solely her mother who remained by her side. With the dual burdens of providing for their meals and her medical care, her mother faced an overwhelming challenge. Rin Jiejia felt an immense sense of frustration and despair. She believed she was the source of her mother's burdens. Thoughts of ending her own life frequently crossed her mind. But then she would remember that her mother was her only family in this world. What would become of her mother if she were to perish? Living was intolerable, yet dying seemed impossible. It was during this tumultuous period that she encountered an advertisement for Wentian biotechnology. Much like Bai Yanlang, she dialed the number with a heart filled with resignation. Hello? Rin Jiejia spoke timidly. Greetings. This is Wentian biotechnology. How may we assist you? Hello? I saw your advertisement. The one on the program. Do you really offer free treatment for leukemia? Indeed, madam, this is absolutely true. You don't charge anything at all. We don't have any money. Rest assured. Our CEO, Mr. Yi, has stated that the first batch of treatments will incur no cost whatsoever. I would like to sign up. At the Wentian Biotechnology press conference, a multitude of media representatives posed various pointed questions, to which Yi Long responded one by one. Mr. Yi, it has been said that your company lacks proper credentials. How do you respond to such rumors? Yi Long replied, Sir, you articulate well. They are merely rumors, unworthy of our concern. Our company possesses all necessary qualifications. Furthermore, I have brought relevant certificates and documents with me today. If anyone is interested, feel free to take photographs for reference. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses interjected, Mr. Yi, may I inquire if you are aware of Dr. Liu Xiaoping? Yi Long responded, I must confess, I have not been following him closely. The bespectacled youth continued, This morning, Dr. Liu published a blog post stating that you visited him at the hospital a few days ago, intending to invite him to the press conference, but he declined. Is there any truth to this matter? Yi Long cast a glance at the young man, inwardly recognizing that the confrontation had begun. However, Yi Long remained undaunted and replied, Indeed, there is such a matter. The bespectacled young man stated, According to Dr. Liu, there are reasons for his refusal to engage with you. Yi Long inquired, What reasons? The young man continued, He claims that your company is involved in illegal advertising, asserting that your product, the Bloodwind pill, is nothing but a substandard item. Yi Long responded, Oh, that is quite curious. Our product has only just been launched. How could he possibly ascertain its quality? Furthermore, when I sought him out yesterday, he was utterly disinterested in meeting me. I had intended to invite him to visit our company and observe the medicine. Yet, he was too dismissive to even grant me an audience, hastily concluding that my product is inferior. Isn't that rather hasty? The young man with glasses remarked. I personally find Dr. Liu's words to hold merit. To speak plainly, your Bloodwind pill even claims to cure leukemia. Even if it could indeed treat leukemia, the claim that it requires merely 3 treatment sessions at 1,000 yuan each, totaling 3,000 yuan for a cure, raises eyebrows. Would you not agree that this constitutes false advertising? As a businessman, one must prioritize integrity. As the saying goes, without integrity, one cannot be trusted. If you lack integrity, then your product. He intentionally trailed off, leaving a palpable silence that sparked lively discussions among the audience. If Wentian Biotechnology truly had a medication capable of curing leukemia at such an affordable price, would that not grant them a groundbreaking patent? Yet, skepticism lingered. The technological prowess of Longhua has historically been lacking. If developed nations have yet to solve such issues, how could Longhua succeed? Yi Long chuckled and said, Dear reporter, as a journalist, I hope you can uphold some professional standards. A competent journalist must first maintain objectivity. Only through objectivity can the reported content be deemed authentic and credible. Do you consider your previous statements to be objective? Furthermore, your logic is fundamentally flawed. You assert that my medication is counterfeit because it is priced too low. You claim that because others have failed to cure, I must also be incapable, thus branding me a fraud, devoid of integrity. As a graduate of a prestigious institution, do you genuinely believe your reasoning holds water? Why must my success be contingent upon the failures of others? At Wentian Biotechnology, we excel. Our blood wind pill is patented. Our efficacy has undergone rigorous testing. As a journalist, your understanding of the truth is imperative, and you must exhibit strict professional integrity. You ought to adopt an impartial stance. Yet listen to your own previous remarks. They are rather. Yilong too left a pause. This silence bore a far greater impact than the one left by the bespectacled young man. Following Yilong's prompt, the audience indeed recognized that the reporter had inadvertently led them astray. Yilong had swiftly gained the upper hand. Moreover, I can unequivocally inform you that our company is advertising on television, offering free treatment to the first batch of registrants. This initial group consists of over 1,000 individuals. I urge everyone to take a moment to reflect. All the journalists turned their gaze backward. At this moment, Wentian Biotechnology has brought forth a dozen representatives of patients. These representatives appear to be in a dire state. Yilong remarked, they are all suffering from severe leukemia, which is exceedingly difficult to cure using conventional methods. However, with our Wentian Biotechnology's blood wind pill, it requires merely 3 weeks. I assure you, they will be cured. Everyone looked at these dozen patients, each appearing quite aged, clearly in a critical condition. Can such patients truly be healed in 3 weeks? Are you attempting to deceive us? Chapter 122. I truly dislike your sister. The blood wind pill is a medicinal creation within Yi Wentian's signing system, remarkably ahead of its time by at least a decade. Coupled with the presence of a 5-star scientist and numerous contemporary experts under Yi Wentian's command, this medicine has emerged as a product of exceptionally high technological caliber. For anyone afflicted by leukemia or any ailment related to white blood cells, the blood wind pill promises a cure that is not mere hyperbole but genuinely efficacious. However, the advanced nature of the blood wind pill renders it difficult for society today to accept. It is akin to traversing back to antiquity, holding a vial of modern antibiotics, and proclaiming to the ancients that with my antibiotics, recovery is guaranteed. Surely, the ancients would be skeptical. In light of this widespread incredulity, Yilong remains remarkably composed. He does not engage in heated debates with others, but waits patiently for the clamor to subside before offering a gentle smile and stating, I understand that it is challenging for everyone to believe. Our company's blood wind pill is indeed exceedingly advanced, and it is natural for such innovations to be met with skepticism. Nevertheless, the blood wind pill can genuinely cure leukemia in a short span. As he speaks, Yilong gestures towards a group of individuals standing behind him, equipped with an array of filming equipment. They are a professional filming team he has hired at great expense. Yilong continues, I believe you are all curious as to why we have engaged such a large filming crew. Allow me to clarify this mystery. Our company intends to document the treatment process of these leukemia patients in a documentary. In due course, we will present the entire treatment journey of the blood wind pill as a documentary for all to witness. All you need to do is wait 3 weeks and observe the results. You will undoubtedly find our claims to be unequivocally true. I trust that by then, your attitudes will have transformed. In recent days, Yi Wentian has been tirelessly instructing numerous new recruits in martial arts within the training camp. Each time he signs in, he has merely received the acknowledgement of gratitude. Yi Wentian speculates that perhaps the system requires time to recuperate due to the abundance of items previously signed. Just as he is mired in contemplation, Du Shangxiang approaches him. Are you ready? She inquires. Ready for what? Du Shangxiang rolls her eyes at him. Must you jest? The competition between our Tianyang training camp and the Donglin training camp is about to commence. How is your current state? My condition is splendid, of course. However, isn't the competition meant for those little rascals? What does it have to do with me? Upon hearing Yi Wentian refer to the new recruits as little rascals, Du Shangxiang can't help but chuckle. Although Yi Wentian is merely in his 20s, not much older than those recruits, it sounds rather peculiar for him to label them as such. Nevertheless, it must be said that although Yi Wentian is still young, his combat prowess is truly formidable. Within the entire Tianyang battle camp, and even throughout the Dragon Kingdom, there are but a few who can reach his level before the age of 30. This man is exceptionally outstanding. Du Shangxiang gazed at Yi Wentian in a daze, momentarily lost in thought. Upon noticing the predatory glint in her eyes, Yi Wentian felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. I am still a delicate young man. I cannot allow this woman to bring me harm. I must leave promptly. With this thought in mind, He intended to take a step away. At that moment, a chilling voice called out, "Stop!" Turning back, Yi Wentian saw a youth entering through the iron gate. The young man donned a dark green military uniform, his handsome features suggesting that he was a two-star general. Du Shangxiang exclaimed upon seeing him, "Xingqian, what brings you here?" This young man, named Du Xingqian, was Du Shangxiang's brother. His gaze, as frigid as ice, was fixed on Yi Wentian. "Sister, is this pretty boy the one you fancy? Don't speak nonsense." Du Shangxiang swiftly cast a glance at Yi Wentian, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yi Wentian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of Du Shangxiang's affections for him. After all, being so handsome, he had grown accustomed to the admiration of young women. At times, he felt as though he were a monk wandering through a world filled with enchanting sirens. These sirens seemed to conspire against him, and he often feared being ensnared and forced into marriage. Du Xingqian sneered, "You? What right do you have to be my sister's husband? Who do you think you are?" His words were laced with disdain, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Yi Wentian was about to respond. "Brother, you have misunderstood. I have no intention of becoming your brother-in-law." However, before he could voice his thoughts, Du Shangxiang interjected, "Xingqian, are you itching for a fight? I thought you came to see me, but it seems you are here to provoke me." Du Xingqian's breath hitched, and he instinctively took a few steps back. From childhood, he had faced no shortage of trouble from his sister, and he was genuinely afraid of her. Nevertheless, despite his fear, he steeled himself and continued, "Yi Wentian, are you even a man? Hiding behind my sister and relying on her for protection. What use are you? Let me be frank. If you wish to enter the Du family, I, Du Xingqian, will be the first to oppose it. We do not welcome useless men." Following this, a furious cry erupted from Du Shangxiang, followed by the sound of a scuffle. Du Xingqian found himself battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Yi Wentian, caught between amusement and disbelief, chose to walk away. Indeed, Yi Wentian held no genuine interest in Du Shangxiang. Regardless of her beauty, he simply did not find her to be his type. Shaking his head, he departed, leaving Du Xingqian in a rather pitiful state. Although Du Shangxiang harbored feelings for Yi Wentian, he had never reciprocated her affections. Today, Du Xingqian has come to stir up trouble again. Upon witnessing Yi Wentian's swaying demeanor, Du Shangxiang felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Yi Wentian might harbor other thoughts towards her. In such a predicament, her resolve only grew stronger. Consequently, Du Xingqian ended up with a bruised and battered face. In the afternoon, Yi Wentian organized the recruits for their final training session. However, Du Xingqian arrived with a group of followers. "I offered you a chance today, but since you failed to seize it, do not blame me for being ruthless," he declared, clenching his fists with a cold gaze. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Wentian inquired, observing the situation as it appeared that Du Xingqian had summoned a crowd. Chapter 123. Endurance no longer possible. Was he truly preparing to engage in a brawl? That seemed highly improbable. It is essential to remember that this is the Tianyang battle camp. Within the confines of the camp, engaging in private skirmishes is subject to military law. What is the meaning of this? "I heard you've been courting Du Xingqian's sister," one of the unruly tall fellows said with a grin. Though he wore a smile, an inexplicable chill emanated from him. Du Xingqian cast a fearful glance at the defiant youth, while Yi Wentian remained silent, observing the man. "What's wrong? Have you lost your tongue?" The brazen individual approached, cupping Yi Wentian's face with both hands. Yi Wentian frowned and pushed him away. Being manhandled in such a manner was utterly repugnant. "What's the matter? My dear, your angry expression is quite endearing." The man chuckled, prompting laughter from Du Xingqian and the others. "Are you some sort of freak? I find it perplexing how someone like you could even enter our camp." "Du Xingqian, did you bring him here?" Yi Wentian inquired, directing his gaze toward Du Xingqian. Initially, there was no significant conflict between them. Their tension stemmed mainly from Du Xingqian's desire to prevent Yi Wentian from becoming his brother-in-law. This matter could be discussed amicably, as Yi Wentian had similar inclinations. However, this young man had gathered a group, and what was his intention? To intimidate Yi Wentian or to resort to violence? Regardless of their motives, Yi Wentian was thoroughly displeased. He was a man who preferred reason over brute force. If they truly wished to engage in combat, he would not shy away. Du Xingqian remained silent, his gaze drifting elsewhere. The unruly fellow, hearing Yi Wentian's accusation of being a freak, continued to smile, though his eyes now bore a hint of frost. "My dear, your words are quite unkind. I wonder how I might play with you." The audacious youth continued to provoke Yi Wentian. As Yi Wentian had anticipated, this was indeed the Tianyang battle camp, where fighting was strictly forbidden. The first to strike would incur punishment. Thus, this group aimed to compel Yi Wentian to make the first move. Once he did, they could retaliate collectively, inflicting severe harm upon him. They had come with a clear objective, to incapacitate Yi Wentian. They had thoroughly assessed Yi Wentian's background, believing they could overpower him. Therefore, even if they were to severely injure him, they anticipated minimal repercussions. Moreover, they were not inclined to kill him, merely rendering him disabled would suffice. With their backgrounds, they could easily suppress any fallout. They also considered that if provoked, Yi Wentian might lash out in fury, yet they held unwavering confidence in their own strength. They believed that even if Yi Wentian were to strike, he could not harm them. As events unfolded, just as they had predicted, Yi Wentian could no longer restrain himself. As a man, being taunted in such a brazen manner by a freak was intolerable. Regrettably, Yi Wentian's prowess was far too formidable. Once he took action, the notion of evasion was but a mere fantasy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a resounding slap that echoed violently through the air. The once jovial young man was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground, his mouth filled with shattered teeth, and his face bearing the mark of a significant swelling. This spectacle left all witnesses in a state of shock. Du Xingqian, his expression a mixture of disbelief and rage, could scarcely fathom that Yi Wentian would dare to strike. You truly have the audacity to strike? Du Xingqian bellowed in fury. Brothers, seize him. Instantly, a throng of individuals surged forward, brandishing trident-like weapons that had somehow materialized in their hands. Was it necessary to resort to such brutality? It must be noted that in the heat of conflict, employing weapons unequivocally constitutes malicious intent to harm. Should Yi Wentian dare to wield such a weapon, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment if the situation escalated. Did these individuals possess such audacity? Utilizing tridents, were they aiming to injure or to kill? Even if they succeeded in overpowering or slaying Yi Wentian, did they not fear the repercussions of imprisonment? The truth of the matter was simple. They were emboldened by their formidable connections. Even if they were to kill Yi Wentian, the consequences would merely be a minor inconvenience, nothing of great significance, particularly since Yi Wentian had struck down that unruly individual. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. It is crucial to note that the defiant youth was named Kai Hua, the grandson of a 4-star warlord from the Donglin battle camp. Yi Wentian's audacity to lay hands on him would not go unpunished. Thus, this band of individuals opted to wield their tridents. Although Du Xingqian felt a flicker of fear at the sight of the weapons, apprehensive of the potential for fatality, he quickly reassured himself internally. This is your misfortune, young man, for daring to pursue my sister. You brought this upon yourself. Kai Hua had long proclaimed that Du Shangxiang was his woman, and any man who dared approach her faced dire consequences. Du Xingqian had already envisioned Yi Wentian's fate. A group brandishing tridents charged forth. At that moment, the new recruits under Yi Wentian's command were stunned and enraged to see him besieged. They yearned to assist him, yet they were woefully outmatched. One among them, wielding a trident, swiftly pierced Su Feng's abdomen. Su Feng, one of the more gifted recruits led by Yi Wentian, was still too inexperienced when confronted by the elite from Donglin battle camp. In an instant, he collapsed into a pool of blood. Upon witnessing the injury of his protege, Yi Wentian's eyes blazed with fury. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and thunder rumbled ominously. The world around him began to warp. Yi Wentian employed the illusion technique. He possessed 3 remarkable abilities: transformation technique, heaven's eye, and illusion technique. The art of transformation is the ability to alter one's appearance, a skill that is, in essence, a manipulation of bodily muscles or cells. From a biological perspective, this transformation can be attributed to genetic levels. By modifying genes and subsequently controlling cellular decay and growth, one can induce changes within the body. This extraordinary ability, a hallmark of a future world, comes with a significant drawback. It expends a considerable amount of vital energy, necessitating at least a month of recuperation after each transformation. The heavenly insight, on the other hand, enables one to discern the techniques, weaknesses, and flaws of others. Biologically speaking, this is achieved by providing the brain's neural cells with a substantial amount of energy, resulting in a remarkable increase in the operational speed of brain cells, often by several magnitudes. Consequently, this leads to a dramatic enhancement in memory retention and analytical capabilities, allowing one to perceive the techniques and shortcomings of others within a brief period. Both of these remarkable abilities can be elucidated from a biological standpoint, and naturally, the same can be said for the illusion technique. Chapter 124. Who let them in? To elucidate the concept of illusion technique, one must first comprehend the function of neural cells. Human perception, whether it be olfactory, tactile, auditory, or visual, is intrinsically linked to these neural cells. The transmission of information within these cells occurs through both electrical and chemical signals. The illusion technique operates by manipulating a certain biological magnetic field to influence the neural cells of the adversary, thereby crafting an environment that deceives them. At this moment, those wielding the trident-shaped weapons found themselves entirely under the sway of Yi Wentian's biological magnetic field, ensnared within the illusion he had conjured. The scene transformed dramatically. Clouds swirled ominously, thunder rumbled, and raindrops cascaded from the sky. All present were transported to a bizarre realm where ancient behemoths roared toward the heavens and dragons soared amidst the tempestuous clouds. Both Du Xingchen and Kai Hua were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them, instinctively discarding their weapons. In that very instant, they felt a sharp pain in their heads and succumbed to unconsciousness. The dreamlike world began to shatter around them. Yuanian placed his foot upon Kai Hua's face, clenching his fist to restrain himself from further violence. After all, Kai Hua was the grandson of the war king of the Donglin battle camp. Should anything happen to him, the ensuing complications would be far too cumbersome. He hastily approached Xian Feng, staunching his bleeding and employing acupuncture techniques to stabilize his vital energy. To the others, he commanded, Lin Ran, you guard this area. He Qingyang swiftly informed the war king. With that, Yuanian cradled Xian Feng and rushed toward the medical quarters. Despite Xian Feng's grievous injuries, thanks to Yi Wentian's timely intervention, he was no longer in critical danger. Furthermore, their prompt arrival at the infirmary ensured his safety. After delivering Xian Feng, Yi Wentian returned to the training ground, where a multitude had gathered. The war king had also arrived. What on earth transpired? War King Sun Heng's gaze swept across the assembly. Yi Wentian engaged in a private brawl and injured Kai Hua of the Donglin battle camp. Your Excellency, I propose we detain Yi Wentian and confine him to the dungeon, spoke Su Feng, the younger brother of Su Ping. Su Ping was renowned as the intelligence master of the Donglin battle camp, and though Su Feng lacked his brother's authority, he was nonetheless a formidable two-star warrior. War King Sun Heng's eyes bore into Su Feng as he queried, I ask again, why did they engage in combat? Su Feng replied, I am uncertain, but regardless of the cause, the consequences are dire. If we fail to address Yi Wentian's actions promptly, I fear the old ghost Kai from the Donglin battle camp will come seeking retribution, and that would spell disaster. Momentarily, Sun Heng's brow furrowed, clearly impacted by Su Feng's words. The old ghost Kai was notorious for his protective nature. Having injured his grandson, Yi Wentian would undoubtedly face his wrath. Yet, at that juncture, Yi Wentian interjected, Your Excellency, I have something to say. The war king, Sun Heng, wished for Yi Wentian to speak plainly. He had no intention of dealing with Yi Wentian, but the troublesome old ghost, Kai, from the Donglin war camp was an incessant headache. Today, his grandson was assaulted here, and if he failed to address Yi Wentian's actions, Kai would undoubtedly create a larger uproar. Yi Hetian was burdened with many unanswered questions that required elucidation. The first query was why Du Xingchen and Kai Hua, among others, could brazenly enter the Tianyang war camp. The two factions were not part of the same camp. If they wished to enter, they would first need official documentation from the relevant departments. So, who had permitted their entry? What was their purpose in visiting the Tianyang war camp? Was it merely to trouble Yi Wentian? That was but one concern. Secondly, why did they possess triangular spikes? If they had come for communication or any official matter, regardless of the reason, the foremost rule upon entering the Tianyang war camp was the prohibition of weapons. Even keys must be left at the security checkpoint, let alone triangular spikes. If Hua had a triangular spike, Yi Wentian wondered how they had evaded the security checks. Moreover, there were numerous other uncertainties. Yi Wentian had a nagging feeling that this altercation was far from simple. It could very well be a deliberate conspiracy against him. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Su Feng interrupted, asking what he intended to say or justify. As an instructor, the War King has placed immense trust in you, entrusting you with dozens of outstanding recruits. Is this how you repay the War King? Not only did you render Kai Hua from the Donglin war camp unconscious, but you also left one of your new recruits gravely injured. Your dereliction is a disgrace to our Tianyang war camp. Su Feng's face radiated righteousness. Many others found Su Feng's words reasonable, and their gazes towards Yi Wentian shifted. The Donglin war camp had always held a position of dominance over the Tianyang war camp. Now that Yi Wentian had injured Kai Hua, this incident would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from the Donglin war camp, leaving them vulnerable to repercussions. Thus, their discomfort towards Yi Wentian grew palpable. Yi Wentian replied, Instructor Su, what I wish to convey is that I am completely innocent in this conflict. These individuals were armed with triangular spikes. Was there not a security check at the entrance? How did they manage to bring such weapons into our Tianyang war camp? Upon hearing this, the War King Sun Heng's eyes sparkled with interest. What did you say? Triangular spikes? They brought triangular spikes in? Yi Wentian affirmed. Yes. Where are they? Sun Heng inquired. Yi Wentian hesitated, glancing at the individuals on the ground, only to realize that Kai Hua and the others' triangular spikes had inexplicably vanished. They were just here. Did none of you see them? Everyone turned to Yi Wentian, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if questioning, what are you talking about? Where did the triangular spikes come from? Did you truly not see them? Sun Heng directed his gaze at Yi Wentian. Is what you say true? Did they genuinely possess triangular spikes? Yi Wentian nodded vigorously. Of course it is true. The new recruit I sent to the infirmary was injured by a triangular blade. Sun Heng's expression darkened suddenly. Su Feng, speak up. What transpired? Su Feng was taken aback. War King, this matter has nothing to do with me. War King Feng Heng's countenance grew even more grim. The elderly man's robe rippled, clearly indicating his extreme anger. Nothing to do with you? You are the officer in charge of inspections. If it's not related to you, then to whom does it pertain? Feng Heng's face was filled with ire. Su Feng exclaimed loudly, I can summon the person responsible for the inspections. They should know who allowed it to happen. Just as Su Feng was about to leave, Feng Heng raised his hand to stop him and instructed his guards. You go and call the inspection officers here. Suddenly, Yi Wentian cast illusionary technique upon Su Feng. Chapter 125. Significant power. Yi Wentian employed an illusionary technique upon Su Feng. This art of illusion is capable of conjuring fantastical realms, and Yi sought to explore whether it could unveil the depths of Su Feng's psyche. As the illusion unfolded, Su Feng was immediately engulfed by the world crafted by Yi Wentian. Though he found himself in this unfamiliar realm, a sense of dread and panic washed over him. Yet, Yi Wentian remained unable to penetrate the true essence of Su Feng's inner world. It appeared that while the illusionary technique could fabricate a mirage, it lacked the capacity to exert control over individuals. There exists a significant distinction between illusionary arts and hypnosis. Hypnosis, too, can induce hallucinations, along with the power to manipulate one's will. In contrast, Yi Wentian's illusionary technique merely conjured illusions, devoid of any means to dominate the mind. On the surface, it seemed hypnosis held greater potency than the art of illusion. However, in reality, the illusions born from hypnosis are ethereal and insubstantial, whereas those produced by the illusionary technique are profoundly authentic to the afflicted. It can only be said that the effects of the two differ fundamentally. Contemplating this, Yi Wentian released Su Feng, allowing him to extricate himself from the illusion and return to the tangible world. Su Feng, who had been immersed in the experience, found himself atop a snowy mountain peak. The sky was engulfed in a tempest of snow, with biting winds piercing through the air. Just as he prepared to descend the mountain, he was abruptly thrust back into reality. This sudden shift rendered Su Feng's countenance pale with shock. Throughout his years, he had never encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon. In an instant, thoughts of the supernatural raced through his mind. Apart from the ethereal realm, he could conjure no other plausible explanation. Su Feng had read numerous novels where protagonists, for inexplicable reasons, acquired some form of system. At that moment, the notion flitted through Su Feng's mind. Could it be that I have also received a system? Once this thought emerged, tranquility eluded him. In this frigid world, beyond the extraordinary experiences often found in novels, he could hardly fathom any rationale to elucidate the bizarre events he had just undergone. Typically, protagonists in stories embark on their journeys following encounters with strange occurrences. Just moments ago, he had been transported to a snow-capped summit. The sensation of the biting cold still vivid in his memory. He could assure himself that this was no mere dream. Su Feng's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Unbeknownst to Yi Wentian, his fleeting curiosity had inadvertently set Su Feng on a tumultuous path in search of a golden finger and a system. Meanwhile, those who had gone to the inspection room returned, accompanied by a staff member. General Feng Heng inquired, "Are you the one responsible for inspecting Kai Hua and the others?" The staff member replied, "Yes." General Feng Heng continued, "Why did you not uncover the trident they brought with them?" The staff member responded, "Your Excellency, they indeed did not bring anything in. We conducted a thorough search." General Feng Heng furrowed his brow in concern. Staff member, there is video evidence. The surveillance footage can corroborate our statements. Zhan Wang Feng Heng, that is indeed peculiar. If they did not bring anything inside, then why? As he spoke, Zhan Wang Feng Heng's gaze shifted towards Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian smiled and said, "In truth, this matter is rather straightforward. There exists only one possibility. The three-edged dart was not brought from the outside, but rather it belongs to our battalion. Someone within our ranks colluded with them, supplying them with such weaponry. You mean to suggest that we have a traitor among us?" Su Xiu was taken aback and inquired. Yi Wentian replied, "That notion is somewhat misleading. What constitutes a traitor? We are all comrades and cannot be deemed as such." Yi Wentian paused for a moment and continued, "Perhaps some of our comrades, due to Kai Hua's unique connections, felt hesitant to refuse his request for three-edged darts and thus provided him with the weapons. Humph. Zhan Wang Fangheng snorted coldly and stated, "If such a person truly exists, then we have no need for them in our battalion. It is premature to make such declarations. We shall ascertain the truth once Kai Hua awakens." At that moment, Kai Hua regained consciousness. Upon seeing him awake, Zhan Wang Fangheng was the first to ask, "Kai family brat, what brings you to our Tianyang battalion?" Kai Hua's expression shifted at the first glance, but it quickly returned to calm. "Nothing much. I merely came here for a little sightseeing." Sightseeing? Zhan Wang Fangheng was taken aback by Kai Hua's response, and his anger surged. "Do you take this place for a mere backyard? You come here for a holiday?" Kai Hua chuckled. "At your age, it would be unwise to let your temper flare. What if it harms your health?" Zhan Wang Fangheng retorted, "Boy, do not attempt to mislead me. Even if your grandfather were here today, I would still administer a lesson. According to the law, entering a battalion armed is punishable by over 10 years in prison, life imprisonment, or even death. Even if your grandfather is the warlord of the Donglin battalion, he can only shield you from the death penalty at best. However, life imprisonment is something even he may struggle to prevent. Now speak up. How did you manage to bring weapons into our Tianyang battalion? Or is there someone here with whom you have been in clandestine contact?" Kai Hua's expression initially reflected fear, but soon he regained his composure. The first words he uttered left Yi Wentian momentarily stunned. "When did we bring weapons into your battalion?" Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian was taken aback. Is he attempting to feign innocence? Yet, the question remains, can he truly evade responsibility? Just moments ago, he had injured Xian Feng with the three-edged dart, and Xian Feng was still in the infirmary. Moreover, with so many new recruits as witnesses, could he possibly escape accountability? "What do you mean? Are you implying that I have wronged you?" Zhan Wang Fangheng inquired. Kai Hua replied, "Is that not the case? You claim I brought weapons into your battalion. Then where are they?" Upon posing the question, a palpable tension enveloped the room, causing the countenances of all present to darken. Their gazes converged upon Yi Wentian. Yi Tian remarked, "Indeed, the trident was here moments ago, yet I am unaware of its current whereabouts." Zheng Hua chuckled heartily. "Look at this. You allege that I possess the trident, yet not a single weapon has been cited. On what grounds do you unjustly accuse me?" Yi Wentian retorted, "My new recruit was injured by your trident. He is presently in the infirmary, and this serves as our evidence." "Is that so?" Kai Hua replied with a malevolent grin. A sense of foreboding crept into Yi Wentian's heart, prompting him to hasten toward the infirmary. Alas, he arrived too late. Upon reaching the infirmary, he discovered that Xian Feng, the one injured by the trident, had been whisked away by several unfamiliar faces. Proceeding to the surveillance room, he found that the pertinent footage had been simultaneously erased. Chapter 126. Tasked with investigating traitors, Yi Wentian's expression darkened considerably. He returned to the training ground to inform War King Feng Hang that his subordinates had taken Xian Feng away. "What do you mean by my people? Do not speak nonsense. For I was never aware of this matter." Feng Hang retorted, "Do you think you can escape responsibility? All these new recruits are watching. It is well known that your Tianyang war camp and our Donglin war camp have always been at odds. You must be trying to slander me." Yi Wentian wished to defend himself further, but Feng Hang waved his hand and commanded in a deep voice, "Send him away." Seeing the displeasure on Feng Hang's face, Yi Wentian felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Kai Hua laughed heartily, casting a penetrating glance at Yi Wentian before striding away. Once Kai Hua departed, Feng Hang addressed the remaining individuals. Everyone else, apart from Yi Wentian, may leave. Su Feng exchanged a meaningful glance with Yi Wentian before joyfully exiting. After all had vacated, Feng Hang spoke, "I have a task for you." Yi Wentian observed Feng Hang's silhouette and suddenly perceived a weariness in his posture, as if he had aged in an instant, a sight he had never witnessed before. "Very well. Please instruct me. I shall do my utmost to fulfill any task within my capabilities." Feng Hang continued, "Investigate how many individuals within the entire Tianyang war camp are actually from the Donglin war camp." This matter, even without Feng Hang's command, was something Yi Wentian had intended to pursue. It was exceedingly peculiar. Initially, Kai Hua had brandished a three-edged blade with the intent to cripple him, which felt profoundly off. This was the Tianyang war camp. How could they be so audacious? However, Yi Wentian now comprehended that Kai Hua's audacity to confront him with a three-edged blade likely stemmed from a premeditated solution for any ensuing troubles. Their plan was simple, to obliterate all evidence. Even if Yi Wentian were to be maimed or killed, they possessed means to erase all traces within the Tianyang war camp. Indeed, it was likely that even if Yi Wentian were to perish, Feng Hang would remain oblivious to Kai Hua's prior presence here. Just how many insiders did Kai Hua have within the Tianyang war camp that allowed him to act with such impunity? "Your Excellency," It is truly remarkable that Kai Hua could quietly erase all evidence within the Tianyang war camp. There is nothing remarkable about it. The Tianyang war camp has always been the stronghold of the old ghost Kai. Previously, this place belonged to Kai Hua's grandfather. Many of the first, second, and even some third stars here are affiliated with the old ghost Kai. My tenure is shorter than his. I have only recently been promoted to 4-star War King for a little over a year. Thus, while the Tianyang war camp ostensibly falls under my command, in reality, Kai's influence far surpasses mine. Yi Wentian was astounded. Why do you not replace these war generals? The War King Feng Heng remarked. I would indeed like to make a change, but the issue lies in the tremendous influence of old ghost Kai within the Tianyang battle camp. Before your arrival, there was still a direct subordinate of old ghost Kai in the camp. This individual was my deputy at the time. Although merely a deputy, his deep-rooted presence here rendered his words far more impactful than mine on numerous occasions. Fortunately, over a month ago, he was reassigned to the Baichuan battle camp as a war king, which afforded me the opportunity to apprehend you. Initially, I believed that with his departure, no one in the Tianyang battle camp would dare to oppose me. However, I did not anticipate that the arrival of Kai Hua would render everything uncontrollable. The War King Feng Heng nodded, stating, your task is to uncover all hidden and overt members of the Kai faction. At this moment, the once brilliant sun had become obscured. A sudden chill swept through the air as Feng Heng gazed at the sky, sighing, when dark clouds gather in abundance. A thorough downpour is required to restore clarity. Yi Wentian recalled Xian Feng and spoke, Your Excellency, I am uncertain of the whereabouts of my subordinate, Xian Feng, and I fear for his safety. As Feng Heng had anticipated, Xian Feng's body was discovered in the men's restroom of the battle camp. Beside him lay another unfamiliar corpse. According to the medical staff's assessment, Xian Feng had originally been taken away by this individual. Remarkably, the person who had abducted Xian Feng had also met his demise here, appearing to have committed suicide. At this juncture, the personnel changes within the battle camp were substantial. A total of 31 star battle generals had resigned from the Tianyang battle camp. 5 2-star battle generals had been transferred to the Donglin battle camp, and 2 3-star battle generals had moved to other camps. The Donglin battle camp, in contrast, housed merely 81-star battle generals, 10 2-star battle generals, and 4 3-star battle generals. Consequently, nearly half of the mid-level battle generals in the Tianyang battle camp had vacated. Yi Wentian approached War King Feng Heng and inquired, At this point, should we not consider that old Ghost Kai's influence has diminished significantly? Feng Heng scrutinized the list of departing personnel, his gaze intensely fixed upon Yi Wentian. Delivering a terse response, what I require is a definitive answer. Every individual in the Tianyang battle camp, from the esteemed battle generals to the ordinary officials and even the soldiers, must be thoroughly investigated. Thus, wielding the sword of authority, Yi Wentian commenced an exhaustive inquiry. His investigative methods, aside from daytime visits, predominantly employed the art of illusion. While this technique could not exert control like hypnosis, the illusions it created were strikingly vivid. As night enveloped the sky, the crimson moonlight streamed through the window into the quarters of 2-star battle General Su Feng. In the room, Su Feng was lost in a blissful dream. Suddenly, a shadowy figure gracefully entered the scene. Revealing his form, it turned out to be Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian had come here to ascertain whether Su Feng was indeed affiliated with old Ghost Kai. Previously, Yi Wentian had attempted to delve into Su Feng's inner world using illusionary techniques, yet his efforts proved fruitless. This time, he once again resorted to the art of illusion. Having conceived a novel strategy, he intended to craft a dreamscape wherein Kai Hua would approach Su Feng. In doing so, he hoped to discern the nature of the relationship between Hua and Su Feng and ascertain whether Su Feng was indeed the traitor. Su Feng, in a state of drowsiness, suddenly felt a chill enveloping him. Unavoidably, he stirred awake, shivering from the cold. The biting wind howled past his ears, while snowflakes gently cascaded upon him, nearly transforming him into a snowman. Where's this place? Why am I here? Chapter 127. The Reappearance of Illusionary Arts Upon Awakening. Su Feng found himself in a world blanketed by snow and ice, initially filled with bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his surroundings. Just then, a hand suddenly struck him, startling him. Turning around, he exclaimed, Young Master Kai, what brings you here? The face that appeared was none other than Kai Hua, the grandson of the notorious warlord from the Donglin battle camp, Kai Laogwei. However, upon hearing Su Feng address him as Young Master Kai, Kai Hua's pupils slightly dilated. Wait a moment. Young Master Kai, where exactly are we? Why are you here? After pondering for a moment, Kai Hua replied, The Tianyang battle camp is perilous. You have endured much. Endured? What hardship is there? You merely need to provide me with what you promised, Su Feng retorted. By the way, where's this place? Why are we here? He gazed at the icy realm before him, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Suddenly, he recalled a previous encounter at the training grounds, where he had also found himself in a similar snow-laden world. At that time, he had inexplicably entered that realm, and now, once more, he awakened within this frozen expanse. He distinctly remembered falling asleep in his room. Why had he found himself here upon awakening? What could possibly explain this? Was there a connection between the two occurrences? Su Feng pondered deeply. Noticing Su Feng's contemplation, Kai Hua suddenly said, "Actually, this is the realm of the celestial firmament." Su Feng's eyes widened with confusion. What is the realm of the celestial firmament? It is a world governed by the Lord of the celestial firmament. In this realm, we may encounter the Lord, who will pose questions to us. Once we speak, we can never leave this world. Su Feng was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of Kai Hua's words. Just then, a thick fog enveloped the world, shrouding it in a haze. A colossal visage formed in the sky, composed of swirling mist, emanating an aura of mystery. At the sight of this head, Su Feng was rendered speechless. Is what you said true? Does the Lord of the celestial firmament truly exist? He inquired, glancing from the sky back to Kai Hua. Kai Hua nodded with a smile, a strange glint in his eyes. Great Lord of the celestial firmament, I shall answer truthfully to any question you pose. In truth, this dream was conjured by Yi Wentian. Both Kai Hua and the looming figure of the Lord were mere fabrications of Yi Wentian's design. Observing Su Feng's fright, Yi Wentian felt a sense of difficulty, unsure of how to proceed. The purpose of this illusion was to ascertain whether Su Feng was a traitor. From their earlier exchange, it was evident that Su Feng indeed posed a threat. Yet, aside from Su Feng, were there any other accomplices within the Tianyang battle camp? Su Feng contemplated a matter he wished to inquire about. It could not pose the question directly. To do so would arouse suspicion. Despite being momentarily intimidated by the world conjured by the illusion technique, the inherent absurdities would inevitably alert him. After all, Su Feng hailed from the Tianyang battle camp, possessing commendable psychological resilience. If the identity of the sovereign of the firmament were to pose a query inconsistent with that status, it would surely plant a thorn of doubt in Su Feng's mind. The sovereign of the firmament is an entity of immense power, unconcerned with the trivialities surrounding Su Feng and the Donglin battle camp. Hence, Yi Wentian realized that to utilize the guise of the sovereign of the firmament effectively, a degree of artistry was required. With this thought, Yi Wentian spoke. This is the realm of the firmament. Reveal your innermost secrets, and I shall bestow upon you rewards commensurate with their worth. These words resonated in Su Feng's ears like thunder, reverberating with unparalleled authority. Previously ensnared by the illusion technique, he had felt as though he had acquired a golden finger, becoming the protagonist of a narrative. Now, hearing Yi Wentian's proclamation from the heavens only solidified that notion. Indeed, I have attained a golden finger. To divulge my secrets in exchange for rewards, this is a power reserved for protagonists in novels. Su Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. However, at that moment, he caught sight of Kai Hua beside him, and it was as if a bucket of cold water had been doused over him. In an instant, a murderous intent surged within him. Why should this be? All of this should rightly belong to him. Su Feng, why should Kai Hua also partake? In the realm of reality, Kai Hua was already exceptionally accomplished, boasting a grandfather who was a warlord of the Donglin battle camp. That he could also arrive here was deeply unsettling for Su Feng. Thus, he glanced at Kai Hua and whispered, "Sovereign of the firmament, I wish to communicate with you privately." Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Currently, Su Feng was ensnared within the illusion crafted by Yi Wentian. His words were audible only to Yi Wentian. The figure of Kai Hua standing nearby was merely a phantom conjured by Yi Wentian. To think that Su Feng would seek to evade this illusion of Kai Hua before speaking the truth. Very well. With a wave of his hand, the sovereign of the firmament banished the icy world, transporting Su Feng to a grand hall of azure steel. Inside the bronze hall stood a long bronze table, at the head of which loomed a shadow shrouded in thick gray mist. That, perhaps, is the sovereign of the firmament. This realm appeared profoundly mysterious, evoking a sense of reverence within Su Feng. Alongside this, awe was an exhilarating thrill. Speak swiftly. Reveal your secrets. Here, secrets can be exchanged for many splendid treasures. Yi Wentian urged, somewhat impatiently. Su Feng hastily suppressed his excitement, sitting up straight. Secrets? Are all secrets acceptable? Any secret will do, as long as it is a heartfelt revelation. Any secret you fear revealing to others can be exchanged for treasures here. Su Feng pondered thoughtfully. In my childhood, I performed poorly on an examination and clandestinely altered my score from 68 to 88. What is the matter? Is that unacceptable? It is permissible. However, due to the passage of time, such a secret holds little value, earning merely 0.1 points. Only 0.1 points? Such a meager amount. Indeed, if you were to disclose a more recent secret, you might accumulate a substantial number of points. Yi Wentian coaxed gently. What if my interactions with the Eastern Forest Battle Camp personnel count? Yi Wentian's eyes sparkled with suppressed excitement, finally drawing out these matters. That counts. This secret is quite valuable. It is worth 10 points. Are there any more? Chapter 128, The Nine Sons' Divine Skill in a Moment of Grey Delight. Yi Wentian controlled the silhouette he had formed and encouraged. Is that all there is? What you just mentioned is already worth 10 points. If only there were more. Su Feng inquired. May I ask, what is the purpose of these points? The uses are manifold. They can be exchanged for cash or for martial arts manuals. How much cash can 1 point be redeemed for? How many points are required for a martial arts manual? 1 point can be exchanged for 1,000 yuan. As for the manuals, it depends on the level you desire. The manuals are classified from low to high as white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. A white manual requires 100 points for redemption, while a green manual demands 1,000 points. A blue manual also requires 1,000 points. A purple manual 10,000 points, and an orange manual 100,000 points. The highest tier, the red manual, necessitates 1,000,000 points. Then, does that mean the 10 points I just obtained cannot even redeem a white manual? Indeed. Hence, you need to gather more points. Under Yi Wentian's patient persuasion, Su Feng divulged all his secrets, not only the hidden truths, but also many of his personal confessions. I once had feelings for our classmate, Xiao Songlin. She was a beautiful girl. This was worth 1 point. Is that all? Such matters generally hold little value. What, then, holds true worth? Secrets you conceal regarding others in your work are quite valuable. I once took bribes under the pretext of assessing new recruits. That is indeed valuable, worth 20 points. Su Feng felt elated. This was the first time he had acquired such a substantial amount. Consequently, he enthusiastically shared more secrets from his workplace. As he spoke, he revealed all the spies he knew within the Tianyang battle camp. I know that the Donglin battle camp has infiltrated many spies within the Tianyang battle camp. For instance, the 1-star general, Mo Fei. This secret was worth 20 points. The 5-star general, Long Tao, is also among the spies. This information was valued at 15 points. May I inquire how many points I possess now? You have 500 points. I wish to redeem a white martial arts manual. Yi Wentian suddenly appeared taken aback. This is not how the script is supposed to unfold. Originally, Yi Wentian had anticipated that Su Feng would not opt for the white manual, as it was rather inexpensive. Given Su Feng's status, he ought to have aimed for at least a blue manual, which required a significant number of points. At this juncture, it seemed unlikely that Su Feng would choose to redeem one, allowing Yi Wentian to exploit the points to extract all the spies known to Su Feng. However, to his surprise, Su Feng had decided to redeem a manual right away. Yi Wentian felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering to himself, "Brother, you are a 2-star general, and your family is affluent. Why are you so eager for a mere white manual? Does your family not even possess one? What is happening now?" It seems that the exchange of white secret boxes has begun. The more Yi Wentian thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. This was primarily because he himself possessed no white secret techniques. The martial arts he wielded were all at least of purple grade. Contemplating this, Yi Wentian suddenly felt quite despondent. "Is something troubling you?" Su Feng sure inquired. Noticing Yi Wentian's prolonged silence, his brow furrowed with suspicion. The reason Su Feng chose to exchange for a white secret technique was merely to test whether anything could indeed be obtained. If these points could genuinely be traded for a white secret technique, that would be one matter. However, he feared amassing a significant number of points only to find them useless in the end, which would be quite disheartening. Hence, he decided to experiment with the exchange. This inevitably led to many other considerations. Su Feng's face was clouded with doubt. Just then, Yi Wentian spoke. "I apologize, but I currently have no white secret techniques available." Su Feng immediately stood up, his gaze narrowing with cold light. He pondered many things, the foremost being the deception he had suffered at the hands of that mysterious entity. If there were no white secret boxes, what else could there possibly be? As a 2-star war general, he was astute. At that moment, from amidst the gray mist at the head of the Qingtong long table, another voice emerged. "Although I do not possess any white secret techniques, I do have a purple one. I can exchange the purple secret technique with you. Isn't the purple secret technique worth 100,000 points? I do not have that amount at present. This particular purple technique is known as the 9 Yang Divine Art." Yi Wentian's current status was as follows. Host: Yi Wentian. Martial Arts: Shadow Shifting, 9 Yang Divine Art, Absorption Technique, Stellar Transformation, and mysterious medical arts. Skills, none. Abilities, transformation technique, heavenly eye, illusion technique. Realm, initial earth stage, 1,100,000. The nine-yang divine art was one of his techniques. Initially, he intended to teach Su Feng the shadow-shifting technique, but upon reflection, he realized that this was Yi Wentian's signature martial art. Should he share it with Su Feng, it might raise suspicions. Thus, he opted to offer Su Feng the nine-yang divine art instead, and explained, the nine-yang divine art should technically be classified as an orange secret technique, but I will count it as a purple one for you. This technique comprises 10 layers, with a total value of 100,000 points, equating to 10,000 points per layer. You currently possess 500 points, so I shall provide you with 5% of the heart method from one layer. Listen closely as I recite the heart method. Su Feng was astonished. Such a method of operation was indeed unexpected. Even if it was merely a fraction of one layer, what could 5% possibly accomplish? Even if he obtained it, he could not cultivate it. However, upon hearing that it was the long-lost nine-yang divine art, he was instantly elated. The nine-yang divine art was legendary for its immense power. Thus, despite being initially taken aback by Yi Wentian's flamboyant display, he quickly focused his attention and listened intently. The essence within one's heart resembles a radiant sun. Before the long green Polonia table, a resonant sound akin to the tolling of a great bronze bell emanated from the swirling gray mist, imparting profound wisdom. Each word was a precious gem, and every utterance bestowed upon Su Feng an immeasurable wealth of insight. To amplify the impact, Yi Wentian meticulously orchestrated the surroundings, creating an ethereal tableau of celestial auspiciousness and earthly golden lotuses, reminiscent of a sage imparting teachings. As the first layer of the heart method, comprising 5%, concluded, Su Feng found himself at a loss for words, lingering in the depths of those teachings. He felt that the profundity of the heart method was truly beyond articulation. Yet, due to the incompleteness of this technique, an unsettling sensation arose within him. A fervent desire emerged, yearning for the entirety of the method. Chapter 129, Isn't it just money? Su Feng harbored a fervent desire to acquire the cultivation method. Seizing upon this ambition, Yi Wentian obtained from Su Feng the complete list of all the internal traders. Admittedly, this list may not be exhaustive. However, the more substantial fish had already been largely caught. Yi Wentian subsequently employed the same tactics he used against Su Zhe to deal with the others on the list. These individuals were all provided by Su Feng, and by utilizing the methods he had previously applied to Su Feng, Yi Wentian aimed to validate the accuracy of the list and to uncover further leads from these individuals. Thus, with the assistance of the illusion technique, it took Yi Wentian just a few days to apprehend all remaining traders. Due to this achievement, the War King, Feng Hong, was greatly pleased, and Yi Wentian was promoted to the rank of 3-star general, the highest tier of generals. Beyond the 3-star rank lies the War King. At this moment, the weight of the military star upon Su Feng's shoulder was already significant. In the evening, under a canopy of twinkling stars, Yi Wentian returned to his residence, where Yilong approached him, saying, "Doctor, I would like to report on our company's situation during this period." Yi Wentian gestured for him to continue. Our company has recently launched an experiential service. All leukemia patients can apply to participate in our treatment program. So far, we have accommodated thousands of thinkers from across the nation, and after 3 weeks of treatment, the recovery rate has reached an impressive 99%. Yi Wentian frowned. Why only 99%? Yilong was taken aback, thinking to himself that 99% was quite substantial. It is known that any treatment achieving a 50% recovery rate is already remarkable, as the efficacy of treatment varies significantly among individuals. After Yilong's explanation, Yi Wentian began to understand. Yilong continued, "We have documented the entire treatment process of the leukemia patients in a documentary, which we plan to unveil at tomorrow's press conference. I firmly believe that this will establish our company's reputation on a grand scale." Yi Wentian took a sip of red wine and smiled. "You should consider it for yourself." Yilong replied, "No, I primarily wish to inquire if our company has any plans to go public. You are the expert in business. You should think it through yourself. As for now, I have prepared the pharmaceutical factory, which is currently working overtime to produce bloodwind pills. I am confident that once the press conference commences, the bloodwind pills will undoubtedly sell out. Therefore, our factory may soon require expansion. However, if we need to select a new location and build a new factory, it will consume too much time. My idea is to directly acquire other pharmaceutical factories, but this will create a funding gap, so we might consider going public to raise capital." Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian frowned and quickly responded, "That won't do. I thought you were suggesting something more significant. But it turns out you were seeking financing. If we are short on funds, simply tell me. We absolutely cannot resort to financing. My company needs a decisive leader, and we must not allow shareholders to create chaos. If we were to release approximately 45% of our shares, the control of the company would still remain firmly in our hands. Yuanian resolutely refused, stating, no. Firstly, while our company is currently well regarded and our shares would undoubtedly be in high demand, even with such optimism, the market valuation of our stocks is still not significantly elevated. At most, you might secure a few billion, which is quite remarkable in itself. However, a few billion is not beyond my reach. Transferring all my funds would yield around 2 to 3 billion. The properties I own, as well as my storefronts, could easily be liquidated for several billion more. Not to mention, my villa is worth at least 100 million. Yilong interjected, your villa is hardly worth 100 million. At most, it could fetch 50 million. Yi Wentian furrowed his brow in annoyance and muttered, very well. I shall refrain from selling the villa for now. Surely, the combined value of my properties and funds could still establish a factory? Yilong chuckled. If you put it that way, you would have more than enough. The following day, the Wentian Biotechnology Group held a press conference. Greetings to all our esteemed journalists. I am Yilong, the CEO of Wentian Biotechnology Group. Mr. Yi, I hear you are set to announce the efficacy of the Bloodwind pill today? Indeed. 3 weeks ago, we held a press conference stating that the effects of the Bloodwind pill would be observable after 3 weeks. Today, out of the several thousand participants we initially admitted, 3,700 have made a full recovery. Is it truly possible to achieve complete recovery in just 3 weeks? How extraordinary. Yilong thought to himself that this reporter was worth every penny spent, as he was quite adept at engaging with the narrative. Today, they had representatives present to share their stories. Let us welcome them with applause. In Kyoto, a young man named Huang Feng embraced a woman while watching a news segment about Wentian technology on television. Can you believe Wentian technology dares to invest in television advertisements? Do they not fear that their money will go to waste? The woman in his arms was well aware of the feud between Huang and Wentian technology. It was rumored that during a business forum in Pyongyang, the young master Huang had inadvertently clashed with the local magnate Yi Wentian and with many media outlets present. The incident naturally became public knowledge. Now, everyone knew that the young masters of Pyongyang and Kyoto were sworn enemies. Huang Feng closed his eyes, prompting the woman to hastily turn off the television. Suddenly, he inquired, by the way, what progress have you made in investigating that Huang Feng? Behind him stood a man in black who replied, report, young master, we have made some headway, but the deeper we investigate, the stranger it becomes. Speak. What is so peculiar? Huang Feng sipped his red wine nonchalantly. This Yi Wentian was merely an orphan, yet suddenly, this fellow has acquired immense wealth. He started by purchasing numerous buildings and then launched a biotechnology company. Huang Feng squinted, pondering deeply. At the scene, Bai Yanlang appeared in splendid spirits, as if reborn. Besides Bai Yanlang, a female student named Rin Jieqing also represented the patients. Bai Yanlang hails from an ordinary family and is 32 years old. Although he is merely 32, he has endured experiences that many might not encounter in a lifetime. Just a few years ago, he was diagnosed with leukemia. His family, which was once relatively well off, suddenly found themselves plunged into despair due to his illness. Chapter 130. A dire situation. The family's finances had been nearly depleted by medical expenses. Whenever relatives or friends called, it was evident they were seeking loans, prompting him to avoid their calls like the plague. At that moment, he did not wish for death, but the cost of treating leukemia was exorbitant, and the family was left with nothing. A once comfortable household had plunged into a profound abyss, arriving at a point of utter desperation. Fortunately, during this bleak period, Bai Yanlang was introduced to an advertisement for Wentian biological technology through a friend. The company claimed to offer a treatment for leukemia, and remarkably, it was free of charge. Although Wentian biological technology's reputation had suffered due to negative publicity, the couple, having exhausted all other options, decided to take the plunge and seek treatment. Initially approaching this with a sense of resignation, they were astonished when the treatment actually worked. Bai Yanlang, having narrowly escaped death, felt an immense gratitude towards the medicinal product, Xiefeng pill. He addressed the audience, saying, greetings to all, I am Bai Yanlang. Once upon a time, I was a terminal leukemia patient. It was the Xiefeng pill that rescued me from the depths of despair and restored me to health. I can scarcely fathom that such a formidable ailment could be remedied with just a few bottles of medicine. It truly defies belief. Bai Yanlang spoke from the heart, yet his claims sounded implausible. A journalist inquired. As we know, leukemia is a disease resulting from the necrosis of hematopoietic cells. To suggest that such a condition can be cured merely by taking some medication seems rather dubious. Bai Yanlang replied, I assure you, I speak the truth. Behold, This is a photograph of me from my past. Bai Yanlang had prepared thoroughly for this moment, having been advised by Yilong beforehand. Yilong had encouraged him to perform well, emphasizing that if more people could access the Xiefeng pill, many lives could be saved. Additionally, Yilong had offered him a reward, stating, "I understand you have incurred substantial medical expenses due to leukemia, and your current circumstances are challenging. I have decided to provide you with 30,000 yuan. Though modest, I hope this sum will help you embark on a new chapter in your life." Reflecting on the 30,000 yuan, Bai Yanlang felt immense gratitude towards Yilong, who not only aided in his recovery, but also provided financial support. Such kindness was rare. Bai Yanlang presented his photograph, revealing his former self, emaciated and pallid, bearing the weight of illness. In stark contrast, he now appeared vibrant and robust, with a rosy complexion and a resonant voice. This striking transformation was enough to convince many onlookers. Moreover, the affordability of Wenyang Biological Technology's medication had prompted numerous leukemia patients to consider purchasing it. Our Xiefeng pill will be available for purchase tomorrow at noon on our official website, Wenyang Biological Technology. Countless patients eagerly awaited the launch. Anticipating the moment they could acquire the remedy, time gradually slipped away until the clock struck 8 the following morning. Suddenly, a message spread across the internet, dominating the headlines of major media outlets. Wenyang Biotechnology Company has been exposed for deceit. The so-called patients were merely actors in a meticulously orchestrated fraud. This announcement detonated like an explosion throughout the entirety of Long Country. People of all ages and genders were irresistibly drawn to this revelation, particularly on WB's trending topics. The volume of comments surged into the tens of millions, maintaining a fervent popularity. Among the comments, one user remarked, "You seem delicious. I've noticed that self-media has increasingly abandoned its ethical standards. Everyone knows Wenyang Biotechnology has always been a reputable company. How could they possibly engage in such deception?" Another retorted, "What are you, a fool?" The first user responded, "Why resort to insults? Am I insulting anyone? I merely speak the truth. Tell me, how well do you know Wenyang Biotechnology that you are defending them? Unless you are an insider, you must either be a simpleton or a fool." The first user replied, "What do you mean?" To which the second user clarified, "What do I mean? Quite simply, this company has a dubious reputation. It has long been rumored that the medications they produce are counterfeit. Thus, this news should not come as a surprise." The first user responded with a derisive laugh, while the second shot back, "Fool." The first user then exclaimed, "You are the fool," and continued, "Do you even understand that the negative press surrounding Wenyang Biotechnology stems from its conflicts with the Hornet? They are deliberately targeting it. You are unaware of this." The second user countered, "No smoke without fire. If Wenyang Biotechnology were truly innocent, I believe that even if they offended the Hornet, it would find no leverage against them." The first user persisted, "Are you aware that Wenyang Biotechnology recently provided free treatments to those patients? Think about it. How many companies in the world do such things?" The second user dismissed this notion, asserting, "It's all a charade. My friend, this is merely a performance for advertising and publicity. It is not genuine free treatment. It is simply a ploy for promotion." The first user argued, "However, consider this. Even if it is an advertisement, the company has indeed cured many individuals. The efficacy is clearly observable. Have you not noticed? The patients show a remarkable difference before and after treatment, which undeniably attests to the effectiveness of their medication." The second user concluded, "You dimwit. Did you not read the news thoroughly? That day at the press conference, Bai Yanlang was merely an actor. You seem quite delectable." Someone remarked, "An actor? How have I never seen him before? I am indeed a contrarian. What can you do about it? You should open the news and see for yourself." Bai Yanlang, during an interview with a certain media outlet, openly confessed that the so-called treatment process was, in fact, a fabricated performance orchestrated by Wenyang Biotechnology Company. What? That is impossible. Lin Gingshi clicked on the news link and, as expected, beheld Bai Yanlang's presence. Beside him stood a reporter who inquired, "You just stated that the leukemia treatments during this period were all self-directed and self-performed by Wenyang Biotechnology. Is that correct?" Bai Yanlang replied, "Indeed." Chapter 131, The Farmer and the Snake. A reporter inquired, "Did you just claim that the previous press conferences held by Wenyang Biotechnology were nothing but a farce?" Bai Yanlang furrowed his brow slightly, an air of discomfort flickering across his countenance. Yet, as he directed his gaze towards a middle-aged man in the crowd, clad in glasses, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Indeed." Among the reporters were those who had previously attended the press conferences hosted by Yilong. They had held a considerable degree of faith in Wenyang Biotechnology, believing it to be a company of integrity, one that provided free treatment to thousands of leukemia patients, regardless of their motives, whether commercial or altruistic. it was still an act of kindness. These journalists had been genuinely moved by Wentian Biotechnology's benevolence, which had driven them to ardently promote the company. However, upon hearing Bai Yanlong's words, they suddenly realized the naivety of their earlier convictions. A sense of disillusionment washed over them. Of course, their prior trust in Wentian Biotechnology had intensified their anger upon discovering the deception. Nevertheless, at this moment, the reporters had not succumbed entirely to irrational fury. There lingered a sense of confusion within them. For instance, if Wentian Biotechnology was indeed the fraudulent entity Bai Yanlang claimed, why would it dare to promise all patients a cure within 3 weeks for merely a few thousand yuan? From a pricing perspective, nearly every patient could afford the treatment. If Wentian Biotechnology were to follow through with such a promise and patients later discovered it to be ineffective, would it not spell disaster for the company's reputation? The journalists remained incredulous that Wentian Biotechnology could possess such audacity. Mr. Bai, one of them interjected, you assert that all previous press conferences were mere performances. Yet, if that were the case, shouldn't they have set the price higher? A few thousand yuan is within everyone's reach. Patients would quickly discern any issues upon purchasing the treatment. Could Wentian Biotechnology truly be so bold? Bai Yanlang understood well that the bloodwind pill was, in fact, a legitimate and effective remedy. Previously, he had exhausted his entire savings without finding a cure for his affliction. However, after consuming the bloodwind pill for merely 3 weeks, his leukemia had been miraculously cured. Thus, he comprehended the efficacy of the bloodwind pill better than anyone else. Yet, in this moment, he was compelled to speak against his conscience, for he had accepted payment from the man in gold-rimmed glasses. This individual was a secretary of the Hornet, who had 2 aides, one male, responsible for handling various affairs of the company, and the other female, whose role remained known only to the Hornet himself. Last night, the man in gold-rimmed glasses had approached Bai Yanlang under the Hornet's instructions to secure his compliance. He bestowed upon Bai Yanlang a sum sufficient to ensure a life of comfort for the latter's remaining years. Thus, Bai Yanlang chose to betray Wentian Biotechnology. In truth, Wentian Biotechnology had not only saved Bai Yanlang's life, but had also previously provided him with a substantial amount of money, 10,000 yuan, from Yilong. At that time, Yilong had contemplated that although Bai Yanlang had fully recovered his health thanks to the Xiefeng pill, he was still financially destitute, and the hardships faced by him and his wife were considerable. Out of humanitarian concern, Yilong bestowed this sum upon Bai Yanlang, modest though it was, to help him temporarily navigate his difficulties. Yilong believed that as long as Bai Yanlang was willing to endure hardship, it would not be long before their lives improved. Though Bai Yanlang felt gratitude towards Wentian Group, he ultimately opted for betrayal. I have done nothing wrong, he reasoned. Yilong merely offered me 10,000 yuan. What can such a paltry sum accomplish? Yet, young Master Huang has offered me over 10 million. With such wealth, I can live like a deity for the rest of my life. It is not my fault. If blame is to be assigned, it must be directed at the stinginess of Wentian Group. Since you are miserly, do not fault me for my lack of compassion. Bai Yanlang consoled himself inwardly, seeking to alleviate his guilt. After taking a few deep breaths, Bai Yanlang addressed the journalist's inquiry. You just stated that the prices of Wentian Biotechnology's medications are so low that they would not dare to commit fraud. Do you truly believe, Mr. Journalist, that your assertion possesses any logical foundation? The journalist retorted, why not? The prices are so low that anyone can afford them. Those afflicted with leukemia, once the medication is available, will undoubtedly have the means to purchase it. If they discover that the treatment is ineffective, they will certainly raise a commotion. Any company faced with such negative repercussions would, naturally, be apprehensive. Bai Yanlang responded with a laugh. Mr. Journalist, let us first consider that leukemia patients are inherently a vulnerable demographic. You propose that they would purchase Wentian Group's medication, find it unsatisfactory, and then create a disturbance? These unfortunate leukemia patients scarcely possess the strength to raise a fuss. Furthermore, even if they did protest against the formidable financial resources of Wentian Biotechnology, what could they possibly achieve? Wentian Group has always been adept at managing negative publicity and, in fact, often utilizes such news to amplify their influence. Remember the earlier negative reports about Wentian Group? They hardly seem to affect them at all. There are even whispers in the community suggesting that Mr. Huang himself financed the creation of those articles. Thus, when confronted with negative news, Wentian Biotechnology remains utterly unperturbed. Even if those patients were to protest, it would be of no consequence. Bai Yanlang took a sip of water, his gaze momentarily falling. Beneath the table lay several densely written sheets of paper. He shifted the topmost one aside and replaced it with a fresh page. He meticulously reviewed the contents before preparing to continue his discourse. These documents had been composed by individuals recruited by Mr. Huang's secretary, a bespectacled man known for his meticulousness. Having perused the content thoroughly, I found myself enlightened. Bai Yinlang, maintaining an air of composure, subtly pushed aside his cup and continued, "Furthermore, even if those patients were to stir up trouble, attracting the attention of law enforcement, or if the reputation of Wentian biotechnology were to suffer, the financial implications remain staggering. Each bottle of medicine is priced at 1,000 yuan. Thus, 3 bottles amount to 3,000 yuan. For 10 individuals, that totals 30,000. For 100, 300,000. For 1,000, 3 million. And for 10,000, 30 million. When considering 100,000 individuals, the sum reaches 3 billion. Our great nation, Longhua, boasts a population exceeding 1 billion. Moreover, there are at least several million leukemia patients within Longhua. Just contemplate this. With several million individuals, a single sale could yield a fortune nearing 10 billion. Hence, it is plausible that they merely intend to conduct a singular transaction, though the outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 132. The Rising Winds. I am a person who harbors deep sympathy for those afflicted with leukemia. Thus, I cannot bear to witness the deception they endure. This compels me to step forward in the hope of dismantling the charlatan, which constitutes my genuine intention. Bai Yinlang's words flowed effortlessly, thanks to a prepared script. After delivering his statement, he departed, leaving a throng of enraged journalists in his wake. Their ire was not directed at Bai Yinlang himself, but rather at the Wentian biological group, specifically aimed at Yi Wentian, Yi Long, and the blood wind pill. A person who ascends high may indeed suffer a grievous fall. Previously, the Wentian biological group had made a grand display in the media, repeatedly hosting press conferences to extol the virtues of their blood wind pill. At that time, many media outlets were swayed by the Wentian group's claims, thus amplifying its notoriety. However, in this moment of betrayal by Bai Yinlang, the public began to perceive the Wentian biological group as a fraud. The trust once bestowed upon them by these media outlets has now morphed into vehement disdain. With the media fanning the flames of discontent, the once celebrated blood wind pill has suddenly transformed into a pariah, universally condemned and likened to a poisonous substance. Both passers-by and patients who had once placed their hopes in the blood wind pill now feel an overwhelming sense of disappointment and fury. The Wentian biological technology group finds itself in dire straits. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a small faction continues to defend the Wentian biological technology group, numbering merely in the thousands. These individuals are all patients who had previously been healed by the blood wind pill. Like Bai Yinlang, they have experienced the benefits of treatment. However, devoid of coercion or temptation from the hornet, they remain steadfast in their convictions. Humanity often succumbs to temptation, trading their souls for fleeting gains. Thus, while Bai Yinlang's actions may be viewed as disgraceful, they are, in truth, a reflection of human nature. Nonetheless, in the face of intimidation and inducement, some individuals manage to retain their integrity. One such individual is Ren Jiecheng. Like Bai Yinlang, she is a leukemia patient and, during the second press conference regarding the results of the Wentian group's treatments, she stood alongside him as a representative of the patients, quickly gaining widespread recognition. Because Ren Jiecheng, like Bai Yinlang, has become a familiar face and is regarded as a representative of the Wentian biological technology patients. She is inevitably one of the first individuals the Hornet considers when seeking to tarnish the reputation of the blood wind pill and the Wentian biological technology group. While Bai Yinlang was swiftly subdued by the Hornet, Ren Jiecheng has remained resolute. This young woman is a university student, often characterized by her innocence and a sense of justice. Although the ideals they uphold may frequently be trampled upon in the broader societal context, it is precisely this unwavering sense of justice that endears them to others, despite the potential for personal calamity. The Hornet has attempted to entice Ren Jiecheng with monetary offers, hoping to persuade her to join in the defamation of the Wentian biological technology group and Yi Wentian. The Wasp stated, "If you can publicly declare that not only is the Wentian group's allegations false, but that you were once pregnant with Yi Wentian's child, and that he coerced you into terminating the pregnancy, I shall grant you 100 million. Faced with such temptations, Ren Jiecheng resolutely declined and boldly published a statement online to clarify on behalf of Wentian Biotechnology. Naturally, in the current climate, regardless of what Ren Jiecheng asserts, the netizens remain skeptical. At this moment, few among the public possess rationality. Just then, Ren Jiecheng proclaimed, "I have recordings to substantiate my claims. This entire situation is orchestrated by the Huang family conglomerate. I possess audio evidence from the secretary of the Wasp." Subsequently, Ren Jiecheng uploaded the recording onto Weibo. In his apartment, the Wasp opened the recording uploaded by Ren Jiecheng, his expression darkening. "What do you propose we do about this?" The bespectacled man immediately fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Young master, it is my fault." As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed his head. "It was my moment of negligence. I never anticipated this young lady would pull such a stunt." The wasp's face flushed crimson as he let out a few derisive laughs. "You've been around long enough to avoid such trivial mistakes. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Handle it yourself." As he spoke, someone immediately tossed a dagger before the bespectacled man. The wasp then departed. The bespectacled man stared at the dagger, shrinking to the side, trembling by the sofa. His eyes filled with dread. From his gaze, one could discern a profound yearning for life and a deep-seated fear of death. After an indeterminate period, a sudden ringing of a phone pierced the silence. The bespectacled man retrieved his phone, hearing a man's voice on the other end. "Brother Who, your daughter is still quite young and adorable. I took her to the amusement park today. I had to discipline her, but she ceased crying and admitted her mistakes. So I forgave her. The young master adores your daughter. As long as she does not err again, I believe he will take good care of her." The bespectacled man's complexion turned ashen, as if he had lost all vitality in an instant. It was merely a few minutes after Rin Jiqing uploaded the recording when she suddenly discovered that her audio had been deleted. This left her perplexed. Who could have done such a thing? Fortunately, she had a backup of the recording and was poised to upload it once more when she suddenly found her phone infected with a virus. Who could be responsible? No one answered, but Rin Jiqing suspected one individual, the wasp. Besides him, no one else would care about the recording. After all, it only bore significance to the wasp. Unbeknownst to her, the wasp had somehow managed to erase Rin Jiqing's recording online, thus averting further dissemination of the audio. Additionally, he had remotely infected her phone, causing it to crash and become inoperable. Such a series of maneuvers could only be attributed to the wasp. She could think of no other. Fortunately, Rin Jiqing had prepared additional backups from the outset. At that moment, there was little contemplation. Primarily, the recording device used was of inferior quality, producing a rather faint sound. Consequently, she employed another mobile phone with superior audio capabilities to create a second recording, thus preserving a backup. Now, this backup has evidently proven to be of significance. A man with gold-rimmed glasses was driving towards Rin Jiqing's residence. Concealed within his pocket was a dagger, a gift from Huang Feng, and its purpose was clear to him. Should Rin Jiqing agree to collaborate, he might temporarily allow her some respite. Nevertheless, it was inevitable that Huang Feng would ultimately seek retribution against her. In the aftermath, he might resort to the border smugglers to facilitate Rin Jiqing's expulsion from the country, or perhaps employ alternative methods. In any case, since Rin Jiqing uploaded the recording online, her fate was irrevocably sealed. Chapter 133. Preparing for counterattack. At this moment, Wentian technology has transformed into an entity abandoned by the masses. Yet, at this juncture, Yi Wentian announced a press conference. This time, Wentian technology has evidently become the most captivating company in the nation. For over a month, Wentian technology has consistently held the top spot on trending searches, never wavering. The company's first appearance on trending lists was due to the feud between Yi Wentian and Huang Feng. Following that, Wentian technology began to frequently appear in the media. Initially, their presence was a result of Huang Feng's deliberate defamation. However, shortly thereafter, Yilong convened a press conference, utilizing public platforms to restore Wentian's reputation, propelling them once again to the pinnacle of trending searches. Now, due to Bai Yanlong's betrayal, Wentian technology has ascended to the top of the trending charts once more. This time, however, the surge is far more intense than ever before. One could assert that at present, the entirety of Long Country recognizes Wentian technology. People of all ages and professions, upon hearing the name Wentian technology, would spit in disdain. The company has gained notoriety, albeit for an infamous reputation. Yi Wentian's former high school classmates are now chuckling to themselves. During his high school years, Yi Wentian excelled academically and was quite handsome, earning admission to Huqing University. He could be considered a dragon among men. His classmates, who had long harbored jealousy towards him, were initially delighted to hear that he was struggling. However, their amusement turned to shock when they saw Yi Wentian in the news. The first time they caught a glimpse of him was during the incident involving Huang Feng. All of his classmates were astounded. It is important to note who Huang Feng is, a nationally renowned second-generation rich heir, famous to the point of rivaling top celebrities. Yi Wentian's classmates regarded Huang Feng as a figure of lofty stature, and indeed, he was. With the wealth of his father, this young heir was undeniably a formidable presence among his peers. Conversely, who was Yi Wentian? Merely an ordinary person, though he gained admission to Huqing. His classmates viewed him as just another student at a good university. They did not perceive any significant difference between themselves and Yi Wentian. Some even looked down upon him, considering he was an orphan. During high school, His attire was exceedingly outdated. Yet now, a former classmate has transformed into someone comparable to the legendary Huang Feng, leaving them astounded. Despite appearing to be at a disadvantage in the news, Yi Wentian's association with Huang Feng is nothing short of remarkable. It is akin to the notion that anyone connected to a dragon cannot possibly be an ant. The enemies of a dragon are surely beings of equal stature. Who is Huang Feng? He is an exceptionally prominent figure in the nation, and the fact that Yi Wentian can be mentioned in the same breath as him has elevated Yi Wentian's status in the eyes of his classmates. Subsequently, Wentian biotechnology frequently graced the trending searches, garnering extensive coverage every few days. As countless classmates gradually became aware, they learned that Yi Wentian had silently transformed into a billionaire worth tens of billions. Consequently, a sense of dismay enveloped them. It is worth noting that among Yi Wentian's classmates, the most successful individual merely operated a small hotel. This establishment was rented, amounting to a modest business worth a few million. Yet, for many, a few million is an astronomical figure. If a few million evokes such envy, what of tens of billions? Yi Wentian's fortune had successfully cast a shadow of despair over all his classmates. With such immense wealth, it seemed nearly impossible for them to catch up, even if they toiled for a lifetime. However, at this juncture, news of Wentian technology emerged. Negative reports about Wentian biotechnology flooded the media, evoking a sense of impending collapse. Some classmates even uncorked champagne in celebration, humming a familiar tune, reciting the classic lines, "As he builds his grand mansion, as he hosts his guests, behold, it all crumbles." The spring was radiant, and the heat was palpable. Under the gaze of the public, Yi Wentian stepped forward. "Greetings, esteemed reporters. I am Yi Wentian. Mr. Yi, you truly possess courage. I never expected you to show your face now. I thought you had fled the country like a lost dog." One journalist began, his words laced with veiled hostility. Yi Wentian replied with a smile. "Dear reporter, I truly fail to comprehend what crime I have committed that necessitates my fleeing. Should I have erred, the law would duly punish me. Yet here I stand, basking in the sunlight, freely enjoying this splendid spring day. This alone suffices to prove that I, Yi, am innocent. Furthermore, it substantiates that the current crisis facing our company is the result of a malicious conspiracy. There are far too many evildoers in this world. Nevertheless, I, Yi Wentian, stand firm, unafraid of shadows. To those scheming in the dark, I offer this. Heaven watches closely from above. Mr. Yi, despite your eloquence, it may be challenging to absolve yourself," remarked one journalist. "Mr. Yi, we are committed to free journalism. According to your assertion, this incident involving Wentian biotechnology is a setup. You are suggesting this is a misunderstanding, correct?" Another journalist interjected. Yi Wentian pointed at the latter and affirmed, "Indeed, there are indeed individuals who have deliberately framed us." "Who are they?" the journalist pressed. "The Hornets," Yi Wentian declared. "Nonsense. You previously claimed that the Hornets were intent on tarnishing your reputation. Yet this time, the allegations of your deceit stem directly from your own leukemia patients. You previously stated that your company provided free treatment for leukemia patients, correct?" Yi Wentian nodded. "Then, was Bai Yanlang a leukemia patient whom your company financially compensated?" the journalist probed. "Of course he was," Yi Wentian responded. "Reporter A, according to your claims, you saved Bai Yanlang's life. You hold a debt of gratitude towards him. Why then does Bai Yanlang publicly assert that you are engaging in deceit? In his view, everything is fabricated. He alleges that he does not suffer from leukemia, and that his participation in this charade is merely a consequence of financial compensation from you." Yi Wentian smiled and remarked, "As you mentioned, he is merely making a self-proclamation. What does self-proclamation signify? It suggests that everything stems from his own assertions. Does he possess an illness or not? Are you truly more informed than we are? As for your inquiry regarding why we would save him only for him to turn against us, I can only say that the existence of a few nefarious individuals in this world is hardly surprising." Chapter 134. A defection. Reporter A, you claim that Bai Yanlang is a disgrace, and I wholeheartedly concur. A person who would sell their integrity for monetary gain is indeed a moral failure. His betrayal, driven by greed, led him to conspire with your company to deceive the public, revealing a lack of honor. Fortunately, he ultimately came to his senses and stood up to expose your deceit. As for your company, it continues to mislead the public even now. In comparison, I find Bai Yanlang to possess far greater integrity. At least he has the courage to face the consequences of his actions. Yi Wentian interjected. "No, he truly suffers from leukemia." Reporter A interrupted. "You see, even now you persist in your falsehoods." This reporter, affiliated with the Hornet, is relentless in steering public opinion against Wentian technology. Yi Wentian slammed his hand on the table. "Reporter A, look, Have you become so enraged that you've lost your composure? Yi Wentian retorted with a cold laugh. My dear journalist, as a professional, you exhibit a complete lack of basic respect. You continually interrupt others when they speak. What are your true intentions? Where is your professional integrity? Or perhaps you are simply a pawn sent by Hornet. Yi Wentian's words laid bare reporter A.'s true motives, causing him to feel a mix of shame and anger. Do not speak nonsense. Yi Wentian, am I speaking nonsense? Can you not allow me to finish my statement? Why do you lack the courage to let me speak? Others turned their gaze toward the reporter, leaving him with no choice but to begrudgingly say, Fine, speak. I am curious to see how you will twist your words. In reporter A.'s perspective, Wentian biotechnology was beyond redemption in the court of public opinion. Even allowing Yi Wentian to speak would bear little consequence. Yet at that moment, Yi Wentian declared, Our company possesses evidence confirming that Bai Yanlang indeed suffers from leukemia. Once we present this information, the truth will be revealed, showing that Bai Yanlang has been lying all along. Come, President Yi, please display our evidence to everyone. Yi Long promptly played a video. This footage chronicled Bai Yanlang's initial engagement with Wentian biotechnology, his subsequent treatment, and eventual recovery. The video clearly depicted Bai Yanlang's initial frailty and the gradual improvement he experienced during treatment. Most significantly, it included various medical documents from his previous hospitalizations. Yi Wentian stated, As you can see, Bai Yanlang sought treatment at other hospitals before utilizing our company's medication, all of which is verifiable. It was indeed our pharmaceutical intervention that led to his gradual recovery. Tell me, with all this evidence at hand, can it not substantiate that Bai Yanlang was ill prior? This individual, having nearly lost everything due to his battle with leukemia, was ultimately healed by our company's efforts. Yet, we never anticipated that this would lead to such a disheartening conclusion. It is rare to do good deeds and receive such ingratitude in return. I cannot help but recall several fables, such as the farmer and the snake, Mr. Dong Gua and the wolf, and Winnie Technology, and Bai Yanlang. All the journalists hastily pressed their shutters, the flashes erupting in a flurry. In the face of countless documents, Yi Wenyi's words naturally bore immense credibility. Everyone was captivated by Yi Wenyi's statements. However, at that moment, one journalist interjected, questioning whether the information provided was indeed truthful, asserting that this company habitually deceives the public. I am deeply skeptical. This information might very well be fabricated. Upon hearing these words, Yi Wenyi felt a surge of anger pulse in his neck. How infuriating. This scoundrel, stubborn as a mule, persists in his denial even at this juncture. As anticipated, Yi Wenyi need not utter a word. A voice from the crowd emerged in defense. A journalist at the back spoke up. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that despite the overwhelming evidence, Winnie Biotechnology is still lying? Open your eyes and see. Many of the documents provided by Winnie Biotechnology bear the official seal of Pingyang Hospital. These can be verified. Go check for yourself, and you will discern the truth. If you are unable to investigate, I have already done so. This journalist stood up, showcasing the results he had obtained through legitimate channels, stating, these findings were acquired through proper means, thus substantiating that what Winnie Technology asserts is indeed accurate. Bai Yanlang did suffer from leukemia, and it was Winnie Biotechnology that saved him. Yet, the skeptical journalist remained unconvinced, retorting, even if you can obtain this information through legitimate channels, it does not guarantee its authenticity. With Winnie Technology's financial prowess, it would not be difficult to legitimize false documentation with a mere expenditure. This remark incited a wave of outrage. The crowd was incensed by his words. If that is your argument, then surely Huang Feng must be the wealthiest of them all. The skeptical journalist had not anticipated that his defense of his employer would inadvertently implicate him. In haste, he exclaimed, No, young Master Huang is not that kind of person. Among the multitude of media figures, there was a tabloid journalist named Hu Kong, renowned in Longhua for revealing numerous exclusive stories. He had exposed various high-profile relationships and scandals, becoming a prominent figure in the realm of gossip journalism. However, an unfortunate incident had befallen him. He had inadvertently exposed Huang Feng's tax evasion. This minor revelation drew the ire of Huang Feng, leading to years of oppression that rendered Hu Kang's life exceedingly difficult. Once a veteran in the field, he should have been thriving, yet he had now descended to a position where even securing a meal was a challenge. Thus, Hu Kang harbored a profound resentment towards Huang Feng. At this moment, upon observing reporter consistently advocating for the Hornets, Hu Kang promptly retorted, Why do you persist in defending the Hornets? You must have been compensated by them. Individuals like you, who forsake their dignity for monetary gain, are utterly reprehensible. In truth, Hu Kang himself is hardly a paragon of virtue. He too is capable of sacrificing his dignity in pursuit of wealth. Over the years, he has sought various avenues to extend an apology to the Hornets. However, it is lamentable that they have entirely disregarded him. The emphasis on striking back appears to serve as a warning to those in the media. Offend young Master Huang, and your fate will mirror that of Hukong. With no other recourse, Hukong finds himself compelled to fight with all his might. Chapter 135. To come without returning is unseemly at this press conference. Hukong, before a multitude of media representatives, proclaimed, "Dear media friends, I am Hukong, also a journalist. Over the years, through relentless investigation, I have uncovered numerous illicit activities perpetrated by Huang Feng. These dealings are far from honorable. For instance, Huang Feng has evaded taxes amounting to billions. Moreover, 2 private hospitals under Huang Feng's control have consistently exploited patients. I do not speak without basis. I possess evidence." Upon uttering these words, Hukong drew the astonished gaze of countless individuals. Everyone was taken aback. Huang Feng held a significant reputation, and while there had been a plethora of negative news in recent years, most of it had little impact on him. However, the allegations put forth by Hukong, regardless of their nature, were sufficient to cause Huang Feng considerable strife. Yi Wentian, elated, immediately approached Hukong and said with a smile, "Sir, please, take the stage." This unexpected turn of events was indeed a delightful surprise. Yi Wentian had not anticipated such a sudden shift. This opportunity seemed to have arisen far too easily and swiftly. It is worth noting that although Wentian Biotechnology had managed to navigate this crisis using the prior data of Bai Yan Lang, the saying goes, "To come without returning is unseemly." Huang Feng had audaciously trampled upon Yi Wentian, and it would be difficult for him to remain passive in his response. However, how could he retaliate? Should he, like Huang Feng, resort to defaming others? This method had crossed Yi Wentian's mind. He had contemplated employing a similar tactic as Huang Feng, but such a strategy, no matter how meticulously planned, would ultimately be insincere. A misstep could easily reverse public opinion. Thus, to confront Huang Feng, one must engage in authenticity. By artfully exposing Huang Feng's immoral deeds and casting them towards his adversary, one could undoubtedly shake Huang Feng's foundation. From Yi Wentian's understanding of Huang Feng and his associates, it was evident they had committed numerous unscrupulous acts. While these misdeeds remained concealed, should they come to light, especially when the repercussions grew too substantial for Huang Feng to mitigate, disaster would certainly befall him. Yet, Yi Wentian had not yet unearthed these misdeeds and was troubled by this predicament. Just then, Hu Yuan arrived, bringing news of negative developments. "Come, Mr. Hu, please." Hukong grasped Yi Wentian's hand, trembling slightly. This was entirely natural. Anyone facing Huang Feng would feel a degree of anxiety, given the latter's immense power. Emir Hukong was far from capable of matching Huang Feng's might. Only individuals like Yi Wentian, with a net worth nearing 10 billion, could somewhat contend with Huang Feng. It is important to note the term somewhat. Huang Feng was the sole heir of the Huang family conglomerate, which boasted assets nearing 3 trillion. Furthermore, Huang Feng's mother, Miss Xia Lan, was the daughter of Lord Xia Dun, who ranked 3rd on the Dragon Kingdom's list of wealthy elites. The Xia family stands as one of the venerable financial dynasties in the nation, with Xia Dunho alone possessing a staggering fortune amounting to nearly 400 billion. Collectively, the assets of the entire Xia family reach an impressive 800 billion. Although Xia Lan married into the Huang family, she continues to serve within her family's company, effectively wielding control over 10% of the Xia family's wealth. With the support of his parents, Huang Feng navigates the elite circles of the wealthy with remarkable prowess. His available liquid assets alone exceed 400 billion. In stark contrast, Yi Wentian's total wealth barely approaches 100 billion. Comparatively, Yi Wentian pales significantly. Thus, if given the choice, the cunning journalist Hukong would undoubtedly refrain from aligning with Yi Wentian against Huang Feng. However, circumstances forced his hand, as Huang Feng's ruthless nature left Hukong with no alternative but to collaborate with Yi Wentian. As Hukong shook hands with Yi Wentian, he whispered, "The information I possess could land Huang Feng in prison. I wonder if you dare to pursue it?" "Of course," Yi Wentian responded. "Do you truly comprehend the extent of Huang Feng's influence? His capabilities could extinguish the life of a billionaire." Hukong was acutely aware that the information he held could indeed embroil Huang Feng in significant trouble, potentially leading to imprisonment. Yet, throughout the years, he had refrained from disclosing this information due to his trepidation. The Huang family's power was formidable. Revealing such details could spell doom for Hukong, even if it resulted in Huang Feng's downfall. Furthermore, he knew that the evidence might not be sufficient to guarantee Huang Feng's demise. If Huang Feng were to survive, a mere financial settlement might see him released within a few years. In that scenario, Hukong would undoubtedly face retribution from both the Huang and Xia families, leading him to believe that his fate would be dire. Thus, he had kept the information under wraps for all these years. Now, however, Hukong had his own strategic reasoning for choosing to announce this in front of the public and the media. Wentian biotechnology has garnered unparalleled attention in the country, with nearly 5 billion of the nation's population keenly following its developments on such a highly visible platform. The Huang and Xia families would think twice before taking action against Hukong, as public scrutiny would hold them accountable should anything happen to him. This, paradoxically, offered Hukong a measure of safety. Additionally, he recognized that Wentian technology was no mere pushover. After all, this was a company that had faced off against Huang Feng multiple times, each encounter seemingly on the verge of disaster, only to rise miraculously once more. Such resilience signified a formidable entity. Hukong understood that if Wentian biotechnology could weather this current crisis, the market potential would be tremendous. In just a few short years, multiplying the company's assets several times over would be entirely feasible. Presently, Wentian biotechnology stands as a burgeoning enterprise nearing the 100 billion mark. Should it multiply its value a dozen times, it would ascend to the ranks of a trillion-dollar corporation. A company valued in the hundreds of billions already possesses significant influence. Even if the Huang and Xia families were to unite, it would be exceedingly difficult to topple such a colossal entity in a short span of time. Furthermore, should Huang find himself imprisoned, the negative repercussions would inevitably lead to a steep decline in the stocks of both the Huang and Xia families. Coupled with the rigorous scrutiny from law enforcement, internal instability within the company would likely ensue. In this ebb and flow of power, Wentian biotechnology may very well emerge as the ultimate victor. Thus, Hukong chose to collaborate with Yi Wentian. "Are you afraid of the Huang family?" Hukong inquired, his voice trembling as he cast a glance towards Yi Hetian, hoping to discern unwavering resolve in Yi Wentian's eyes. Engaging in a struggle against a giant like the Huang family necessitates both strength and conviction. Yi Wentian responded with a hearty laugh. "They are merely the Huang family. Why should we fear them?" "Haha, I admire your confidence." Chapter 136. Seeking Justice. Hukong addressed the assembly, stating, "The Huang family's private hospital under the banner of the Hornet has recruited several individuals lacking medical credentials to serve as doctors and nurses. Under the pretense of establishing a hospital, they have engaged in numerous fraudulent schemes, extortion, and willful harm. I possess ample documentation to substantiate my claims. I urge everyone to take heed. Upon my return, I will promptly submit this evidence to the authorities." A wave of astonishment rippled through the multitude of media present, drawn to the high-profile nature of Wentian biotechnology. Hukong's words resonated with unprecedented impact. Meanwhile, within the confines of an apartment, Huang's expression darkened to an extreme. "Young master, this Hukong has been investigating us relentlessly. I will dispatch someone at once." He hurled his glass to the ground, shattering it into a myriad of pieces. "Useless. How could you allow him to uncover so much information?" "Young master, it's not a cause for alarm. He has yet revealed any concrete evidence," a subordinate stammered. "As long as we destroy all his evidence first, he won't be able to." Huang, pacing the room, abruptly struck the speaker across the face. "What are you still doing here? Go destroy the evidence now." Reeling from the blow, the subordinate quickly covered his face and replied, "Yes." Huang inhaled sharply, and a woman approached to offer delicate consolation, only to be met with a fierce slap as he roared, "Get out immediately. You need not be overly anxious, young master." The housekeeper interjected, "How can I not be anxious? You know well that our actions are far from honorable. Hukong initially sought to investigate me, and I could have dealt him a lesson. I never anticipated he would overstep. If this matter escalates, I will flay him alive to teach him the consequences of crossing me." "Young master, what do you intend to do?" Huang gritted his teeth. "Contact Yi Wentian." The housekeeper, puzzled, asked, "Why would you want to reach out to Yi Wentian?" It was no surprise for the housekeeper to be bewildered. After all, it was common knowledge that Huang and Yi Wentian were locked in a bitter rivalry. Yet at this moment, Huang sought to connect with him, which seemed utterly confounding. Huang replied, "There are no eternal foes, only perpetual interests. To me, Yi Wentian is no longer my most detested adversary, though he is insufferable. He boasts a fortune in the billions and is acquainted with the esteemed Qin from Ping'an, thus belonging to the upper echelons of society. His endurance under my reign speaks volumes. I can accept his enmity. After all, we operate on the same level. But Hukong, that insignificant wretch, what is he?" Huang's eyes bulged, bloodshot with rage. "Have I, Huang, fallen so low that a petty scoundrel like Hukong dares to defecate upon my head? Indeed, the Huang family has seen better days, and my father is hardly a paragon of success. However, I must convey to the world that even though the Huang family has fallen from grace, they are certainly not to be trifled with by mere insects." Yet, the steward, With a hint of helplessness, inquired, "But what do you need Yi Wentian for?" The wasp replied with a cold sneer, "I intend to greet Yi Wentian and advise him to refrain from entangling himself in this matter." Humph. Hukong. Does he think that by aligning himself with Yi Wentian, he dares to challenge me? Does he truly believe he is worthy? The steward, in his heart, mused, "Given the extent of the rift between you and Yi Wentian, do you truly believe he would entertain your call?" Nevertheless, the wasp exuded confidence as he declared, "Rest assured, Yi Wentian is an astute individual. He will grant me the respect I am due, as he ought to." This was not mere vanity on the part of the wasp, genuinely. Anyone who dared to confront him harbored an unspoken desire to submit. They would wish to kneel and beg for mercy at once. However, the wasp was known for his vengeful nature. Disinclined to allow his adversaries to plead for clemency, he sought to eradicate each one completely. This marked the first instance where the wasp contemplated sparing someone, and he chose to extend this mercy to Yi Wentian. Of course, this act of mercy was conditional, not everlasting. Once the matter with Hukong was resolved, the wasp would undoubtedly resume his pursuit of Yi Wentian. The wasp's reputation for retribution was not merely for show. It remains a mystery how the steward procured Yi Wentian's number, but when the call connected, a pleasant and resonant voice answered, "Hello? Who is this?" The wasp, savoring the moment, replied coolly, "It is I." His tone was decidedly domineering. To his astonishment, the voice on the other end retorted, "Who the hell are you? If you keep speaking in riddles, I will hang up." The wasp, taken aback, rose from the sofa, his brows knitting in disbelief. "I am Huang Feng." "What? Huang Feng? Which Huang Feng?" At that moment, the wasp felt utterly disheartened. What did it mean, which Huang Feng? Though many shared his name across the nation, only one was renowned. Which Huang Feng? He was the very one embroiled in this recent turmoil. Yi Wentian barked, "Stop spouting nonsense. Do you believe I won't ruin you? What do you want by calling me? Are you provoking me? Honestly, I suggest you turn yourself in. Your criminal record is already in my possession. Ha ha ha." The wasp's eyes glimmered with malice, yet he suppressed his anger, striving to soften his tone to appear cordial. "Yi Wentian, let us reconcile." Upon uttering this, he noticed the silence on the other end of the line. "Why have you ceased speaking?" He continued, "I believe we are both respectable individuals. We harbor no deep-seated animosity. There is no need for a fight to the death." Yi Wentian interjected, "Is this a plea for mercy?" "Not a plea for mercy, but an offer of an exit." Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended by Yi Wentian. The wasp stood in stunned silence, for no one had ever dared to terminate his call. Disbelief etched across his face. How dare he hang up on me? Is he seeking his own demise? The steward, standing nearby, was at a loss for words and finally asked, "What shall we do now, young master?" The wasp pondered for a moment and inquired, "Has that woman been captured?" The steward replied, "Which woman?" "The one suffering from leukemia. What was her name?" "Rin Jieching." "What do you wish to ask her?" "Did you not instruct someone to eliminate her?" "Make the call immediately. Do not harm her yet. Bring her here, for I intend to negotiate." "Negotiate what?" The wasp sneered. "That female university student afflicted with leukemia has persistently refused to collaborate with Wentian Biotechnology. I suspect her connection with Yi Wentian is far more intricate than it appears." Shortly thereafter, Rin Jieching was brought in. At that moment, she appeared numb, her clothing disheveled, and her trousers stained with blood. The wasp recorded Rin Jieching on his phone, sneering, "Yi Wentian, do you recognize who this person is?" Chapter 137. Saving a life. Huang Feng gazed at Rin Jieching before him and chuckled. "So, you are Rin Jieching?" Rin Jieching remained silent, her expression vacant. Her disheveled clothing and blood-stained pants spoke of her dire state. At this moment, she had relinquished her will to survive. Huang Feng approached her, lifting her chin with his hand, and sneered, "You see, if you had chosen to cooperate with me, you would not have descended to such depths. Thus, one must recognize the times. A wise person knows where to stand. Never align with the wrong side. Choosing poorly can lead to grave consequences. Do you regret it?" Rin Jieching showed no reaction, her countenance still blank. With a sharp slap, Huang Feng struck her across the face, causing blood to spurt from her nose. "I am asking you a question. Do you regret it?" Rin Jieching pressed her hand against her nose to stem the bleeding. Yet, the sight of blood seemed to awaken a primal fury within Huang Feng, who, in a fit of madness, seized her hands, forcing her to uncover her bleeding nose, and kicked her in the face. "I ask again, do you regret it? Why do you remain silent?" Under the pressure, tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she remained mute, devoid of regret. Though fear enveloped her, she felt that her life had been salvaged by Wentian Biotechnology. As the sun dipped behind the clouds, countless rays of light burst forth, cascading down onto the bustling streets and the relentless flow of traffic, illuminating the cold, towering buildings. Yi Wentian stared at his phone, his brow furrowing. On the screen, Rin Jiqing's pallid face and vacant eyes were evident. Yi Long, seated nearby, remarked, "Doctor, it would be best to disregard these individuals. Have you forgotten? By Yanlang was a lesson learned. Involving ourselves with them only brings trouble." Yi Wentian replied, "No, this young girl has been assisting us all along. However, for reasons unknown, she has since disclosed that information. Regardless, her nature is fundamentally good. Consider the reason she was captured by Huang Feng. It is likely that her help incited Huang Feng's wrath, leading to her current predicament. One must be clear about debts of gratitude and grievances. Bai Yanlong's ingratitude shall not be overlooked, but this girl has suffered because of me, Yi Wentian. I cannot stand idly by. But you currently have no means to locate Huang Feng." Yi Long spoke truthfully. Even if Yi Wentian wished to rescue Rin Jiqing, he was unaware of her whereabouts. "Are you contemplating trading the information we obtained for Rin Jiqing as freedom? That would be unwise. Those documents were provided by Hukong to aid us, and to hand them over to Huang Feng for Rin Jiqing would be utterly unethical." Yi Long's words trailed off, yet the implication was clear. Hukong had taken considerable risks in providing the information to Wentian technology, and to relinquish it for the sake of one individual would be profoundly immoral. Yi Wentian quickly waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "What are you suggesting? How could I possibly hand over the information?" Yi Wentian refrained from further comment. And upon seeing Yi Wentian's demeanor, Yi Long chose to remain silent as well. As they passed an intersection, Yi Wentian alighted from the vehicle and made his way toward the square. In the square, a multitude of individuals were engaged in dance. Yi Wentian found a spot to sit and observe, then called Huang Feng. At Huang Feng's apartment, the phone suddenly rang. "Haha, a call has come in," exclaimed Huang Feng, who was on the phone with Rin Jiqing. Noticing Yi Wentian's name on the screen, he raised an eyebrow and smiled at Rin Jiqing. Rin Jiqing, who had previously worn a vacant expression, suddenly appeared animated. Since being captured by Huang Feng, she had harbored thoughts of despair, believing that Yi Wentian would not intervene on her behalf. How could Yi Wentian, affiliated with the colossal Wentian Biotech Group, concern himself with the plight of an ordinary patient? When Rin Jiqing was pressured by Huang Feng, she had wavered, contemplating resistance, yet she understood the dire consequences that would ensue. Choosing to uphold justice would demand a steep price, a consideration that any average person would shun. However, Rin Jiqing did not yield to such temptation, for her conscience would not permit it. After all, it was the medicine from Wentian Biotech that had saved her. How could she stand to defame the very entity that had offered her salvation? Yet the outcome of her righteous choice proved to be devastating. Frankly, Rin Jiqing had never entertained the notion that Wentian Biotech would concern itself with her troubles. But now, upon hearing the phone ring, she was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Wentian Biotech truly intended to rescue her? Just as that glimmer of hope flickered to life, she swiftly quashed it. Who was she, after all? Why would Wentian Biotech go to such lengths on her behalf? She was overestimating her own importance. Shaking her head, she discarded the thought. Huang Feng answered the call, chuckling. "In the end, you did call." Yi Wentian replied, "Speak. What do you desire?" Huang Feng, elated by Yi Wentian's acquiescence, endeavored to mask his excitement. "Haha, I never imagined you had a fondness for such youthful tastes. How refined." Yi Wentian frowned and retorted, "Do you wish to converse or not? If not, I shall hang up." With that, he abruptly terminated the call. It was a bold decision, but Yi Wentian was confident that Huang Feng would call back. Sure enough, within mere seconds, Huang Feng rang again, astonished by Yi Wentian's unconventional approach. They had exchanged only a couple of sentences, merely touching upon topics Yi Wentian found unappealing. And he had already severed the connection. Did this reflect a willingness to negotiate? Huang Feng was exasperated, yet he found himself with no alternatives. Only by striking a favorable deal with Yi Wentian, utilizing Rin Jiqing in exchange for the information provided by Hukong, could he avoid being overwhelmed by the consequences of that information. Thus, Huang Feng was left with no option. What are you doing?" "Silence," Yi Wentian bellowed. "Now listen closely. If you desire the information, have someone meet me at the leisure square. I shall await you there. By the way, should I provide you with the information, how will you ensure the release of Rin Jiqing?" The wasp replied, "Once I obtain the information, I will naturally release Rin Jiqing." Yi Wentian countered, "No. What if you receive the information and fail to release her?" The wasp asked, "Then what do you propose we do?" Yi Wentian responded, "Bring Rin Jiqing to the leisure square. We shall exchange the information for her release simultaneously." Chapter 138. Unrestrained joy after the call was abruptly terminated. The yellow horn turned to Rin Jiqing and remarked, "I never imagined this worthless individual actually cares for you." In the yellow horn's eyes, Yi Wentian was nothing but a failure. He had the opportunity to defeat the yellow horn once and for all by leveraging the evidence he had gathered. Yet, astonishingly, Yi Wentian was willing to relinquish this chance for the sake of a woman, opting to hand over the information to the Yellow Horn. Such actions, to the Yellow Horn, epitomized incompetence. However, what the Yellow Horn did not realize was that Yi Wentian had no intention of negotiating with the evidence. His plan was to resort to force, to seize Ren Jiqing directly. Regardless of how many men the Yellow Horn brought, he was determined to employ brute strength to rescue her. His previous words were merely a ruse to deceive the Yellow Horn. While the Yellow Horn mocked Yi Wentian's foolishness, he was blissfully unaware that this entire scenario was part of Yi Wentian's scheme. In the leisure square, a biting wind swept through. The season was on the cusp of winter, having already progressed well into autumn. Suddenly, a fine drizzle descended from the overcast sky, enveloping the square in a misty haze. Students, freshly released from school, passed by with their backpacks, while office workers hurried along, bringing with them a waft of fragrance. Couples strolled together. The woman's hand nestled in the man's pocket, their affection palpable. Yet, amidst this bustling scene, Yi Wentian sat alone, isolated in the square. After an indeterminate time, a row of vehicles halted nearby, and a dozen individuals disembarked. Yi Wentian glanced over and recognized the leader to be the Yellow Horn. Moments later, the Yellow Horn approached. And upon seeing Yi Wentian alone, he chuckled, signaling his subordinates to encircle him immediately. "Where's Ren Jiqing?" Yi Wentian inquired. The Yellow Horn laughed heartily, taunting. "You came alone?" Yi Wentian's expression remained unchanged as he pressed on. "Are you telling me you did not bring Ren Jiqing?" The Yellow Horn stepped closer and struck Yi Wentian across the face. Although Yi Wentian could have easily evaded the blow, he chose not to. Wishing to ascertain whether the Yellow Horn had indeed brought Ren Jiqing, the slap landed, and blood trickled from the corner of Yi Wentian's mouth. Witnessing Yi Wentian's pitiful state brought the Yellow Horn immense amusement. Ever since their feud began, the Yellow Horn had yearned for the opportunity to strike Yi Wentian, and now, at long last, he had seized that moment. The satisfaction was undeniably exhilarating. The Yellow Horn laughed boisterously. Yi Wentian, undeterred, asked again, "Did you really bring Ren Jiqing with you?" The Yellow Horn regarded him with a sneer, abruptly declaring, "You fool, that woman was toyed with and then killed." Upon hearing these words, Yi Wentian's gaze turned icy. "Oh, do you still wish to fight?" The Yellow Horn cackled with glee. With a cadre of over a dozen adept warriors at his command, he felt utterly invulnerable. Thus he acted without fear or restraint. "What now? Upon hearing my declaration of having killed your woman, did you feel anger? What purpose does anger serve? Come, strike me." The wasp continued to provoke. Yi Wentian took a step towards the wasp, only to discover two bodyguards standing before him. With a sudden motion, Yi Wentian unleashed a fierce punch at one of the bodyguards. This punch was as swift as lightning, creating the illusion of multiple phantom fists. Each of the two bodyguards was struck 5 times. It is important to note that these were the full-powered punches of an enraged Yi Wentian. Even a master of the Earth realm would find it difficult to withstand such blows. What hope did these two Xian-level warriors have? To the onlookers, it appeared as though Yi Wentian had sprouted a multitude of hands, all relentlessly assaulting the two Xian-level warriors before him. Like cannonballs, the two warriors were sent flying several meters away. This scene left countless spectators in shock, especially the wasp, whose eyes widened in disbelief. It is known that Xian-level warriors are considered experts. In the Dragon Kingdom, they are typically invincible on various platforms. For years, the wasp had roamed freely, believing himself untouchable, as few dared challenge him in the presence of his Xian-level warriors. However, witnessing two of them so effortlessly dispatched by Yi Wentian sent waves of anxiety through the wasp. Nevertheless, he remained defiant, his bravado unwavering despite the fear gripping his heart. "Yi Wentian, how dare you strike my men? You truly do not know the meaning of death. Kneel and apologize immediately. I may spare your life." The wasp was notorious for his arrogance. Even in fear, he maintained a haughty demeanor. Believing that his bluster could intimidate Yi Wentian couldn't help but chuckle coldly, thinking, "What a fool. In such dire circumstances, he still dares to act so imperiously." Just as he prepared to deliver a few slaps to this insufferable man, several of the wasp's remaining subordinates charged forward. Among them was a Xian-level warrior skilled in the eagle claw technique, who lunged at Yi Wentian like a hawk swooping down on its prey. The warrior's dark, gleaming claws promised to pierce through even steel. In response, Yi Wentian executed a swift maneuver, akin to a rabbit evading a hawk. His legs propelled him with incredible force, striking the warrior squarely. The warrior was sent flying, crashing into a flower bed in the leisure square, shattering glass and sending debris scattering. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that very moment, 8 or 9 heads charged toward Yi Wentian. At this juncture, Even an Earth-level warrior would find it hard to evade. After all, Yi Wentian's moves had become predictable, and he was mid-air, lacking leverage. Although an Earth-level warrior could typically endure a few punches from a Xian-level opponent without severe consequence, the pressing issue remained. These Xian-level warriors were armed with poison. Their martial prowess may not suffice to inflict harm upon Yi Wentian, yet their poison could undoubtedly pose significant challenges for him. Including the wasp, everyone present believed that Yi Wentian was utterly cornered, destined to be struck by a fist. They all wore sardonic smiles, reveling in their anticipated triumph. However, at that moment, Yi Wentian abruptly vanished. The derisive laughter of the crowd ceased, replaced by expressions of shock and disbelief. Where had he gone? All the martial artists began searching for Yi Wentian. Just then, voices echoed from every direction. I am right here. I am right here. I am right here. Yi Wentian's figure transformed into countless afterimages, launching attacks towards the martial artists surrounding him from all sides. Chapter 139, The Theft of Information and the Art of Transformation. One of Yi Wentian's remarkable skills manifested around the leisure square, where countless apparitions of himself materialized. The spectral images of his fists dispersed throughout every inch of the square. The sounds of bones striking flesh echoed, accompanied by the ominous crack of bones fracturing. Several martial artists of the profound realm collapsed, blood spilling from their mouths. At this moment, a fine drizzle blurred the sky, and the chilling wind carried the scent of blood. The visage of the wasp-like figure was stained with blood, remnants of the martial artists who had fallen around him. Yi Wentian's expression remained calm, yet a chilling aura enveloped him. He approached the wasp-like figure, each step seemingly in sync with a distinct rhythm, as if he were treading upon the very heart of his adversary. The wasp's face paled, instinctively retreating. He stumbled, fell to the ground, scrambled up, and retreated once more, only to fall again. Why you? Stay away from me. Do you know who I am? I am the sole heir of the Huang family conglomerate. My dream is to be the wealthiest. My mother is from the Xia family. Stay back. Otherwise, my family will not spare you. Fear gripped the wasp, and he could not help but tremble. Yi Wentian advanced swiftly, seizing him without uttering a word. With a resounding crack, the wasp's teeth shattered, fragments scattering like confetti, blood gushing forth like a fountain. At that moment, Yi Wentian detected a foul odor. The arrogant wasp had soiled himself in terror. Possessing medical knowledge, Yi Wentian employed a specific technique to awaken the wasp, demanding, "Where's Rin Jiqing? Speak." As Yi Wentian prepared to strike again, the wasp hastily knelt, stammering, "She is at the Qingfeng Tavern. She is at the Qingfeng Tavern." Rin Jiqing had been placed there, and the wasp, wary of Yi Wentian's cunning, had deliberately arranged for her presence at this location. Guarding her were two yellow-tiered martial artists, mere lackeys. One of the yellow-haired lackeys, his gaze fixated on Rin Jiqing, felt an unsettling urge. Having consumed some alcohol, his face flushed, and his eyes grew hazy as they lingered on her. "What are you staring at?" His companion noticed the inappropriate look and pushed him slightly. The yellow-haired one swallowed hard, suggesting, "How about we have some fun?" "Better not. She is specifically arranged by young Master Huang. We cannot afford any mishaps." The yellow-haired one retorted, "What could go wrong? We can just have a little fun. It's not like we have anything else to do." His companion, glancing at Rin Jiqing, felt a similar urge and, gritting his teeth, grinned. "All right, let us have some fun." Rin Jiqing's eyes were vacant, yet the two men paid her no heed as they approached her with lewd grins. Just then, the door swung open, and a handsome youth entered. The cold wind rushed in, causing the warmth of the tavern to dissipate in an instant. Upon seeing the newcomer, the yellow-haired lackey's enthusiasm waned. His excitement interrupted. He shouted irritably, "What do you want?" Yi Wentian spotted Rin Jiqing and approached her. Upon noticing that Yi Wentian was ignoring them and heading toward Rin Jiqing, Huang Mao and his companions immediately obstructed his path. "What are you doing?" Yi Wentian merely uttered two words with a hint of indifference. "Get lost." Enraged, Huang Mao, incensed by the audacity of this young man, swung his hand at Yi Wentian with a swift motion. The sound of a pig's wail echoed through the air. "Ah, my hand." His companion, witnessing Huang Mao's arm being broken, retaliated by lifting a stool from under the table and aimed it at Yi Wentian. In the blink of an eye, as the stool was raised, Yi Wentian delivered a precise kick, striking his adversary with unerring accuracy. A dull thud resounded, followed by a crash. The first sound was the impact of Yi Wentian's foot connecting with the opponent's abdomen, while the second was the sound of the adversary being propelled through the air, shattering glass upon landing. Yi Wentian seized Huang Mao by the head and forcefully slammed it onto the table, rendering him unconscious. Rin Jiqing, with a vacant expression, cowered in the corner, shielding her head with her hands, trembling uncontrollably. Yi Wentian approached her side and whispered softly, I am Yi Wentian, the chairman of Wentian Biotech. I am here to rescue you. For a moment, Rin Zhejia's trembling ceased as she lifted her gaze toward Yi Wentian, her face a canvas of disbelief. Observing her pitiful state, Yi Wentian clenched his teeth and continued, I sincerely apologize for involving you in this. Although Rin Zhejia's illness had been cured by Wentian Biotech, it did not imply that the company held any profound gratitude toward her. The sole reason Wentian Biotech had chosen to assist her was to leverage her for advertising purposes. Yet, it was Rin Zhejia who had endured so much in order to support Wentian Biotech. The mere thought of this burden weighed heavily on Yi Wentian's conscience, evoking a sense of guilt. Having rescued Rin Zhejia and obtained Hu Kang's information, Yi Wentian considered himself victorious, at least for this round. Once he submitted the information to the Enforcement Bureau, Huang Mao would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned. However, at that moment, Yi Wentian received disheartening news. Yilong called him, his voice laced with malice, declaring, Doctor, our data has been stolen. At that moment, Yi Wentian was at the hospital, having just brought Rin Zhejia there. Upon hearing this, his head spun. Stolen? By whom? Yilong replied, Xiaoli. Which Xiaoli? Our company's lawyer, Li Kai. Yi Wentian took a deep breath, attempting to suppress his fury, yet he found it increasingly difficult to contain his rage. In recent times, a plethora of unfortunate events had transpired, each one worse than the last, and many of them stemmed from Yilong's actions. Yilong, a 5-star merchant obtained through the signing system, seemed to be the source of these troubles. At least in his current state of anger, Yi Wentian believed this to be true. He struggled to control his tone, yet the words that escaped his lips were as sharp as daggers. Yilong, how do you manage your affairs? Are you completely inept? Soon after, Bai Yanlang betrayed us. And then the lawyer turned against us as well. How do you manage this company? Is this the caliber of a 5-star businessman? I must ask you. When I instructed you to find Bai Yanlang, what progress have you made? What exactly have you been doing all day? You have accomplished nothing. Yilong remained silent, clearly feeling a sense of shame. Yi Wentian, not hearing a response, became even angrier and shouted, Since you know the information is crucial, why did you hand it over to Li Kai? Yilong replied, He is our company's lawyer. Matters like this are typically handled by him. Yi Wentian retorted, And what about now? What did Li Kai say? Did he hand the information over to Huang Feng? Chapter 140. A new subordinate Yilong remarked, No. He intends to extort money using this. He just called me, claiming he requires 100 million. He asserted that if I grant him this sum, he will return the information to me. I suspect he may be employing the same tactic with the Hornet. Perhaps he aims to sell the data to either us or them, depending on who bids higher. Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian felt a surge of rage. He had not anticipated that such a trivial matter would yield so many complications. Yi Wentian commanded, You must contact him immediately and inform him that I am willing to give him 100 million. Yilong hesitated, but, is there a problem? Isn't it too lenient for a scoundrel like him? Yi Wentian scoffed, Since you recognize that it is indeed too lenient, will you not record the conversation? Ensure that I have ample evidence. If he desires money, so be it. I shall provide it, but I am uncertain whether he will live long enough to spend it. After hanging up, Yi Wentian made another call to Long Tong. This is Yi Wentian. Mr. Yi, what a surprise to receive your call. I need you to assist me in locating someone. Of course, Mr. Yi. Who do you require? Long Tong responded promptly. Li Kai, I will send you her personal information shortly. Very well. I shall do my utmost. At that moment, Long Tong was indulging in a luxurious bath at an upscale venue, accompanied by Sang Kuan. Upon hearing the phone ring, Sang Kuan's eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. Long Tong closed his eyes, remaining silent as if he had not just received Yi Wentian's call. Sang Kuan broke the silence. Recently, Yi Wentian has been facing considerable adversity. The Hornet has been persistently troubling him. Long Tong waved his hand dismissively. Do not discuss them in my presence. It vexes me. Sang Kuan queried. Do you not intend to intervene in Yi Wentian's affairs? Long Tong abruptly opened his eyes, striking Sang Kuan across the face, exclaiming, Are your ears particularly sharp? And do you not know when to hold your tongue? Sang Kuan lowered his head, hastily admitting his fault. Long Tong continued, Why should I concern myself with him? This fool has repeatedly caused me trouble and now wishes for my assistance in finding someone? Let him dream on. With his head bowed, Sang Kuan's eyes darted about. Half an hour passed before Sang Kuan found an excuse to depart. He approached Yi Wentian, stating, Mr. Yi, I can assist you. Outside the glass window, snowflakes danced in the brisk wind, and from Yi Wentian's vantage point, he could see passers-by bundled in thick down jackets, huddled against the cold, their steps hurried. In contrast, the CAF was warm and inviting, exuding a sense of springtime as couples exchanged playful banter. The aroma of coffee mingled with the fragrance of women. Yi Wentian turned his gaze towards Sang Kuan, surprised that although Long Tong had declined to aid him, one of his subordinates had come forth. In truth, Yi Wentian's plea for Long Tong's assistance was born out of necessity, as Long Tong commanded many subordinates in Pingyang, encompassing a diverse array of individuals. With the assistance of Long Tong, Yi Wentian would swiftly locate the lawyer Li Kai. However, Yi Wentian did not solely rely on Li Kai for hope. In his perspective, finding someone requires, on one hand, mobilizing the masses, and on the other, employing strategy to entice. Li Kai desired money, which served as bait for Yi Wentian. As long as this bait was in hand, there was a possibility of retrieving the information. Furthermore, Yi Wentian wielded considerable authority as a 3-star general of the Tianyang battle camp. This position enabled him to summon significant resources throughout Pingyang. With such support, Yi Wentian was confident that as long as Xi remained in Pingyang, he would find a way to locate him. Of course, the time frame was uncertain. It could take 3 to 5 days, or perhaps 10 days to half a month. It was precisely due to the fear of delays leading to complications that Yi Wentian hastily sought help from Long Tong. However, he had anticipated that Long Tong might be reluctant to assist. Despite the seemingly sincere tone during their phone conversation, Yi Wentian had previously embarrassed Long Tong multiple times. Although they were not enemies, the relationship was strained primarily due to Yi Wentian's formidable nature. With exceptional martial prowess, the title of 3-star general, and the backing of Elder Qin, coupled with his wealth, Long Tong found himself at a disadvantage. Unable to contend with Yi Wentian, he resorted to a sycophantic demeanor. It was implausible to assert that Long Tong harbored no resentment towards Yi Wentian. Thus, his reluctance to help while feigning compliance was somewhat understandable. What surprised Yi Wentian, though, was that instead of Long Tong, it was Sang Kuan who arrived. Who was Sang Kuan? Previously obscure, he had recently gained Long Tong's trust due to his efficiency, becoming a prominent figure under Long Tong's command. Yi Wentian inquired, "You wish to assist me? How do you intend to do so?" Sang Kuan replied, "When it comes to finding people, I am far more adept than Long Yi. As long as President Yi trusts me, I will surely help you locate the individual you seek." Yi Wentian chuckled. "Huh? Excellent. I appreciate individuals like you." At that moment, Yi Wentian's phone was recording. He continued, "However, the person I wish to find requires a substantial workforce. Do you have that many people at your disposal?" Sang Kuan assured him, "Rest easy, President Yi. Currently 50% of Long Ye's men follow my lead. As for the remaining 50%, while they may not heed my words, as long as the funds are sufficient, it will be quite simple to persuade them." Yi Wentian rose from his chair and asked, "Oh, how much do you need?" Just as Sang Kuan prepared to light a cigarette, a CAF attendant approached, stating, "Sir, smoking is not permitted here. If you wish to smoke, I suggest." Sang Kuan turned his gaze towards the attendant, his eyes sharp as daggers. The attendant, mid-sentence, found himself at a loss for words. There seems to be an overwhelming sensation. As if the figure before me, a harbinger of despair, resembles a wild wolf, instilling a sense of dread. Some individuals possess an inherent aura of intimidation. The figure turned his head, casually igniting a cigarette, and stated, "Mr. Yi, I believe you are mistaken. I do not seek money. It is merely others who do." Yi Wentian, perplexed, pondered the meaning behind these words. Initially, the approach of this figure, especially bypassing Long Tong to seek him out, suggested a clear intention, a desire for financial gain. Furthermore, his claim of only being able to manage 50%, with the remaining 50% requiring monetary investment, unmistakably indicated that this individual had come solely for profit. As for his assertion that he would not demand any money for others, Yi Wentian silently scoffed, deeming such words to be mere fabrications. Chapter 141. Finding a person, however, to put it another way, regardless of the circumstances, since Sang Kuan expressed it this way, Yi Wentian acquiesced and inquired, "Very well. The money is for others, so how much do you actually require? Would 3 million suffice?" Sang Kuan shook his head. Yi Wentian furrowed his brow. Was 3 million not enough? After all, it was merely to locate one individual, and 3 million was certainly not a trifling sum. Yi Wentian asserted, "Then how about 4 million? That is the highest amount I can offer. If you find that unacceptable, then we shall conclude this transaction here." In truth, for Yi Wentian, even 4 million or even 40 million would be effortlessly obtainable. However, this man had approached him alone, concealing it from Long Tong. If Long Tong were to discover this matter, Sang Kuan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yi Wentian had recorded their conversation earlier as a precautionary measure to leverage against Sang Kuan. Should he present this recording, Sang Kuan would be left with nothing and would be compelled to assist Yi Wentian in his search. Thus, Yi Wentian maintained his composure. Yet, Sang Kuan declared, "Mr. Yi, I do not require 3 million, nor 2 million. or even 1 million. You need only provide me with 500,000. And I assure you I will see this matter resolved. What? Yi Wentian was taken aback. He stood up, his gaze fixed on Sang Kuan, only to find no hint of jest in his eyes. He then resumed his seat, perplexed. This I do not comprehend. I offer you 3 million, and you refuse. I offer you 4 million, and you still decline, yet you insist on merely 500,000. I am curious. When did your kind begin to assist others in saving money? Sang Kuan inhaled deeply from his cigarette, the smoke billowing from his nostrils. Finally extinguishing the stub, he leaned forward and said, Mr. Yi, I wish to work alongside you. Yi Wentian frowned. What do you mean? Just as it sounds. I believe Long Tong lacks any prospects. Working with him, it is only a matter of time before trouble arises. Therefore, I intend to align myself with you. Rest assured, I am not only capable in combat, but also possess artistic talents. Yi Wentian burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I am engaged in legitimate business. How could you be of any use to me? Even legitimate business requires assistance with certain unsavory tasks. Yi Wentian scrutinized him seriously for a moment before responding. I certainly will not employ you, but I can offer my support. Really? Sang Kuan beamed with delight. Of course. On the condition that you help me find Li Kai. The operational funds will still be 3 million. The surplus, you may keep. Thank you, heavens. Yi Wentian quickly waved his hand. Call me Mr. Li. Our acquaintance is merely that. Yi Wentian was reluctant to associate with someone like Sang Kuan. The deeds of such a man were often devoid of morality. Being in his company would inevitably lead to trouble. However, as Sang Kuan pointed out, even someone like Yi Wentian occasionally required assistance from individuals of his ilk, particularly in this instance. Thus, spending a little money to support them is of little consequence. As heavy snowflakes danced in the air, the world was enveloped in a silvery hue, a realm of jade and crystal. After striking a deal with Sang Kuan, Yi Wentian promptly arranged for someone to locate their target. Although these individuals excelled at little else, they possessed a remarkable aptitude for finding people. Before long, Yi Wentian received word that Sang Kuan had successfully discovered Li Kai's whereabouts. Li Kai was hiding in the dormitory area adjacent to the chemical engineering school. Yi Wentian drove over and parked his car at a suitable location. Mr. Yi. In the midst of the swirling snow, Sang Kuan stood with snowflakes adorning his hair, waving enthusiastically at Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian approached and noticed several young women standing beside Sang Kuan, all of whom appeared quite youthful. Each one sported vividly painted nails and brightly dyed hair, unmistakably students from the chemical engineering school. This institution, a college, attracted students from various backgrounds, some transitioning directly from high school, while others advanced from vocational schools. Due to the distance from home and the lax supervision from the faculty, many adventurous girls found themselves mingling with individuals like Sang Kuan. The girls were relatively attractive, yet they exuded an air of commonness, not merely from their smoking habits or the colorful language they employed. When they noticed Yi Wentian descending, their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of avarice, akin to the lecherous gaze of men upon beautiful women. Yi Wentian was quite handsome and wore expensive clothing. Even the watch adorning his wrist was a luxury piece worth millions. While these young women might not have been well-versed in designer brands, they recognized beauty when they saw it. His attire, already elegant, appeared even more stunning when worn by Yi Wentian. As he cast his gaze upon them, most of the girls quickly averted their eyes or shifted their focus elsewhere, save for one named Song Lin, who smiled at him with an air of confidence, subtly flaunting her long legs. Yi Wentian, however, paid them little heed and simply inquired, "Where is he?" "Upstairs." Sang Kuan replied hastily. Yi Wentian uttered 2 words, "Lead the way." Sang Kuan instructed the girls, "You all head back for now. If we have time later, we'll call for you." Song Lin pouted in response. After Sang Kuan and the others departed, she remarked, "Humph. When you need us, a single call brings us out. When you don't, you send us away. Do you think we're just anyone? If you want us to come out later, good luck. I want to be coming." The dormitory area was situated beside the chemical engineering school, connected by a wide road. Walking in from the bus stop, one could see the relatively old buildings that comprised the dormitory complex. Li Kai was currently in Building 3, Room 701. Yi Wentian and his companions arrived at the door and knocked. A voice emanated from within. "Who is it?" Li Kai, a 27-year-old male, graduated from Northwest University of Political Science and Law. Since his graduation, he has been living in relative poverty, although he was employed at a renowned law firm. His status as a newcomer, along with his naivety in navigating the complexities of social interactions, rendered his experience there quite unsatisfactory. Last year, he resigned, leaving him without a source of income and plunging him into deeper hardship. During his most trying times, he encountered Yi Long, who recognized Li Kai's potential and thus appointed him as the attorney for Wentian biotechnology. Despite his previous struggles, they did not reflect his capabilities. In truth, it was precisely his exceptional talent that had led to such challenges. Chapter 142. Retrieving the data. His exceptional abilities had led him to look down upon others for far too long. His excessive solitude naturally resulted in his ostracism. Yilong recognized his talent and bestowed upon him this position, which afforded him nearly 200,000 in annual income. In the realm of law, such earnings are not particularly high. Many renowned attorneys earn millions, if not tens of millions, each year. However, those esteemed lawyers are exceptionally seasoned professionals. While Li Kai had only recently entered the workforce, by all accounts, Yilong's remuneration was already generous. From a state of previous impoverishment to one of affluence, Yilong had treated Li Kai with considerable kindness. Regrettably, human greed knows no bounds. Upon receiving the documents from Hukong, a sense of avarice took root in Li Kai's heart. He mused, both Wentian Technology and the Huangfeng family covet this information. They are both wealthy enterprises. And if I were to clandestinely sell this data, I could amass a fortune exceeding 100 million. Li Kai betrayed Yilong and Wentian Technology. Yet he felt no remorse. On the contrary, he believed that one must look out for oneself in this world. Everyone is just a mere mortal. It is merely that Li Kai has been more fortunate. He thought that when faced with the temptation of 100 million, no one could remain composed. Although Yilong had done him a favor, Li Kai perceived it as merely a means to exploit his talents, rather than a genuine act of kindness. He failed to reflect on what his life would have been without Yilong's intervention. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled Li Kai, who squinted and inquired, "Who is it?" No one responded. He hurried into the kitchen, retrieved a knife, and prepared to peer through the peephole. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open. Yi Wentian entered and immediately recognized Li Kai from his dossier. He understood that this was the individual he sought. Yi Wentian commanded Sang Kuan and the others, "You all step outside. Keep watch and ensure no one enters. I have a few questions for him." "Understood," replied Sang Kuan and his companions as they complied. Yi Wentian cast a cold glance at the figure sprawled on the floor and sneered, "Hand over the documents." Upon seeing Yi Wentian, Li Kai's heart sank. Yet he thought, what era is this? Even with all these people, does he dare to strike me? Thus, he resorted to a brazen act, shouting, "You invade my home and threaten me? Is there no law left in this world?" Yi Wentian retorted, "Law? You have stolen my property, and now I have come to reclaim it. Yet you dare to speak of law?" Li Kai was convinced that even if he refused to provide Yi Wentian with the documents, Yi Wentian would be powerless against him. He defiantly replied, "Nonsense. When did I take your documents? Do not slander me. I will call the police and report that you and your thugs assaulted me in my home. This matter is far from over." While speaking, he pulled out his phone, assuming a posture as if to make a call. Yi Wentian did not stop him. Instead, he remarked, "I have recorded our previous conversation, so feel free to call." "What?" Li Kai was taken aback for a moment, but then he sneered, "Ha ha ha. So what if you recorded it? I will deny everything and claim I took nothing from you. What can you do to me?" Unable to contain his anger at Li Kai's defiance, Yi Wentian stepped forward and kicked his phone to the ground. Seeing that he had provoked Yi Wentian further, Li Kai became more arrogant and laughed. "Look, aren't you resorting to violence now? I assure you, this matter is far from over." Yi Wentian seized Li Kai by the neck and shouted, "Return the information to me." Not only did Li Kai show no sign of submission, but he also taunted, "I won't return it. What will you do about it?" Yi Wentian grasped Li Kai's hand, twisting one of his fingers until a sharp crack echoed. A scream erupted from Li Kai. "Let me make this clear. You will never retrieve the information from me, even if it costs me my life." Yi Wentian twisted another finger with a similar crack. "You refuse to give me the information? Then I will break all 10 of your fingers, shatter your arms, and crush your legs. If you still do not comply, I shall keep you imprisoned in my home, tormenting you for a lifetime. I am eager to see whether your bones are tougher than my grip." As he spoke, Yi Wentian broke yet another finger. Hearing these words, Li Kai was utterly shattered. He had indeed been motivated by money, even disregarding the kindness that Yilong had shown him. However, when compared to wealth, is not life far more precious? He had initially thought Yi Wentian would be powerless against him, but he was taken aback by Yi Wentian's audacity. The thought of potentially becoming disabled sent him into despair. "I will give it to you. I will provide the information. Just spare me." Yi Wentian twisted another finger. "What are you doing? I have already promised to give you the information. Why won't you let me go?" Yi Wentian coldly replied, "Because you were too slow." Li Kai quickly exclaimed, "The information is in the compartment beneath the television." Fear gripped him, terrified of losing another finger due to his sluggishness. Yi Wentian retrieved the information from the compartment, and after verifying its contents, he called Sang Kuan and the others in. instructing Sang Kuan. Let's go. Sang Kuan asked, President Yi, are we not going to deal with this person? As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. Yi Wentian glanced at Sang Kuan and replied, consider it carefully. I do not take lives. Sang Kuan chuckled and exchanged a knowing look with those around him. One of them drew a knife and approached the room. In the car, Sang Kuan glanced towards the chemical engineering school and asked, President Yi, shall we call someone out to join in the fun? Yi Wentian responded, I have one more matter to discuss with you. Yi Wentian remarked, please assist me in locating an individual named Bai Yanlang. Bai Yanlang is someone whom Wentian Biotechnology has rescued. However, instead of expressing gratitude, this fellow has repaid kindness with enmity. The name Bai Yanlang truly lives up to its reputation, as he is indeed a thankless wretch. Yi Wentian has long harbored intentions to deal with this individual, yet has been unable to find him. However, with the help of this group of miscreants, perhaps it can be put to good use. Yi Wentian continued, from now on, I shall provide you with a sum of money each year, enabling you to establish your own company. Chapter 143. The competition begins. The night was shrouded in an eerie stillness. At a bar in the Haofeng district of Ping'an, a car came to a halt at the entrance. Sang Kuan was in high spirits today. Having allied himself with Yi Wentian, his future now seemingly bright. Brother Kuan, shall we bring those girls from the chemical engineering school here? One of Sang Kuan's subordinates suggested. Sang Kuan slapped him and scolded, why didn't you mention this earlier? We've already come this far. There's no point in talking about girls now. The subordinate quickly replied, I can drive to pick them up. I don't mind the distance. In a good mood, Sang Kuan conceded, fine. You decide for yourself. I'll head inside first. Accompanying Sang Kuan were 3 trusted subordinates. The others who had been with them at the chemical engineering school had all returned home. The remaining 3 were his most loyal followers. As Sang Kuan entered the bar, one of them drove off to fetch the girls. The other 2 remained by his side. As they walked, Sang Kuan suddenly remarked, have you noticed that something feels off tonight? Is that so, Brother Kuan? Perhaps you're being overly sensitive. The streets were unusually desolate. This area was the most bustling part of Pingyang, typically filled with the hustle and bustle of traffic. Yet tonight, inexplicably, not a single pedestrian could be seen. Sang Kuan, initially too excited to notice, realized the oddity once he stepped out of the car and strolled along the street. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed his surroundings. The streetlights shone brightly, but the illumination only accentuated the city's current desolation. Sang Kuan instructed one of his subordinates, go find out what is happening tonight. Among the remaining 2 subordinates, one responded to the command and walked towards a nearby supermarket. Inside the supermarket, a figure wearing a black hat obscured their face. Sang Kuan's subordinate approached the entrance and spoke to the individual. After an exchange, the subordinate followed the mysterious figure inside. As the 2 moved to the back, they became obscured from Sang Kuan's view. As time passed, Sang Kuan grew increasingly uneasy. His subordinate had been gone for nearly half an hour. Why had he not returned? He called out, hey, Xiao Wu, go check on Xiao Wen. Find out what he is doing. Understood. The only remaining subordinate, upon hearing the command, hastened towards the supermarket. His footsteps echoed through the empty streets, reverberating in the stillness. At last, he arrived at the supermarket entrance and stepped inside. From Sang Kuan's vantage point, he could not discern his subordinate's expression. Unaware of what he might see, all he could observe was the subordinate advancing deeper into the store, ultimately vanishing from sight. Sang Kuan's sense of unease intensified. He was about to make his way towards the supermarket. At that moment, a sudden surge of individuals erupted from the bar and the surrounding shops, brandishing knives. The instant Sang Kuan laid eyes on them, an icy dread washed over him. Although he had a vehicle, it had been taken away, leaving him with no choice but to flee. However, the street was teeming with people, and escape seemed impossible. In less than 30 meters, he was apprehended. Then, he spotted Long Tong. Master Long. Sang Kuan swallowed hard. Long Tong remained silent, bending slightly toward the center of the street where a luxurious car stood. From the opulent vehicle emerged a man wearing sunglasses. Approaching Sang Kuan, he inquired, I hear you've recently aligned yourself with Yi Wentian? Sang Kuan hastily replied, it's not exactly an alliance. I'm merely trying to make a living. The silver-haired man stated, I need you to act as my insider. Are you willing? Given the multitude surrounding him, Sang Kuan could hardly refuse. The presence of this silver-haired man exuded an undeniable threat. This individual possessed the means to monitor Sang Kuan's every move and could effectively seal off the entire street. Such power was not something an ordinary person could wield. Defying him could easily cost Sang Kuan his life. Comparatively, Yi Wentian seemed significantly weaker. Thus, Sang Kuan had no option but to betray Yi Wentian. The sun shone warmly. Today marked the day of the martial arts competition between the Donglin and Tianyang battle camps. The contest comprised both individual duels and team battles. Typically, individual matches involved striking blows on a platform, while team battles could range from three-person skirmishes to confrontations between entire classes of 12, or even clashes between two platoons. Yi Wentian had awaited this day for quite some time. After the death of Xian Feng at the hands of the Donglin camp, he was determined to seek justice. As music began to play, a host stood on stage, addressing the audience. The host was a striking young woman, approximately 24 or 25 years old, exuding charm and grace. She announced, "Now approaching us is the elite unit of the Donglin camp, the Xiaolong Squad." The Xiaolong Squad consisted of only 12 members. Yet each was a master of the Xian level or higher. Not only were they formidable fighters, but they also possessed extensive combat experience. Their leader, Xiao Yubing, had previously won an international martial arts championship. Captain Xiao Yubing was not only a 3-star warrior of the Donglin camp, but had also achieved the initial stage of the Earth level in martial arts. As the host concluded her statement, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, particularly those from the Tianyang camp. The initial stage of the Earth level. This was the same realm as the Battle King Feng Heng from Tianyang. The fact that the opposing side had dispatched such a formidable expert left Yi Wentian in a precarious position. At that moment, the crowd remained unaware that Yi Wentian himself was at the initial stage of the Earth level, and concern began to ripple among the onlookers for his fate. The host, oblivious to the thoughts of the Tianyang battle camp, continued to narrate in a resonant voice. Aside from the captain, each member of the team is a seasoned veteran, battle-hardened and experienced. The 12 members of the Xiaolong Squad marched across the square with perfectly synchronized steps, the sound of their boots echoing like a rhythmic drumbeat. With the Xiaolong Squad, I am invincible, riding the winds and breaking the waves, unstoppable. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This squad, composed of merely 12 individuals, exuded an aura reminiscent of a 1,000-strong army, truly remarkable. The unit led by Yi Wentian, however, was named the Wentian Squad. The host's voice rang out. Approaching us now is the Wentian Squad. The captain of the Wentian Squad is Yi Wentian. Chapter 144. I truly am at the Earth-level realm upon the elevated platform. Behind the host sat a row of individuals. Among them were the Battle King Kai Laoguei of the Donglin battle camp and the Battle King Feng Heng of the Tianyang battle camp. Kai Laoguei glanced at Feng Heng and remarked with a grin, "Yi Wentian? I hear this young man has been making quite a name for himself lately." Feng Heng remained silent. Kai Laoguei continued, Youth exuberance can be a double-edged sword. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down." Feng Heng, however, was lost in thought, concerned for Yi Wentian. Though Yi Wentian possessed formidable strength, he was still young, and Feng Heng was unaware that Yi Wentian had already ascended to the Earth level. Thus, when Feng Heng found himself confronting a master of the Earth level, he feared that Yi Wentian might not prevail. Feng Heng inquired, "Kai Laoguei, I heard you initially intended to send a master of the Xian level to participate in this competition. Why the sudden change to Xiao Yubing?" Kai Laoguei chuckled. "Since this contest is meant to showcase strength, our Donglin battle camp naturally aims to dispatch our most formidable warrior. Speaking of which, you sent Yi Wentian. Could it be that he is the strongest among your younger generation in the Tianyang battle camp?" "Ha. A mere Xian-level martial artist as your top contender? Oh, Lao Feng, how do you manage your camp?" Kai Laoguei's demeanor exuded confidence, his words laced with veiled jabs. Feng Heng felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself helpless. Indeed, as Kai Laoguei had pointed out, Yi Wentian was the most powerful among the younger generation of the Tianyang battle camp. However, it was a commonality among camps that anyone who reached the Earth level was regarded as a battle king. Xiao Yubing, while a member of the Donglin battle camp and already at the Earth level, was likely to be promoted to battle king shortly. Feng Heng could not fathom why Xiao Yubing would choose to participate in this competition. Was it not a case of the strong preying upon the weak? "I am feeling unwell. I shall take my leave for a moment," Feng Heng declared. Kai Laoguei erupted in laughter, thinking to himself that it was not a physical ailment, but rather a matter of the heart that troubled him. He said nothing further, instead watching the arena with a smile. In the arena, Yi Wentian's team, the Wentian Squad, was noticeably anxious. Upon learning that their opponent was Xiao Yubing's formidable Xiaolong Squad, a wave of despair washed over them. They were not particularly worried about themselves, but rather for Yi Wentian, although they held their coach in high regard. They could not shake the belief that against a master like Xiao Yubing, Yi Wentian stood little chance of victory. None of them perceived Yi Wentian as an Earth-level master. After all, reaching that level was an extraordinary feat among the crowd. Only Du Shangxiang harbored unwavering confidence in Yi Wentian. because Du Shangxiang is aware that Yi Wentian's strength has already reached the Earth stage. As the group traversed the square and began to line up, all the team members expressed their concerns. Coach Yi, perhaps. It would be best if you simply concede. We can regain the honor. You need not face Xiao Yubing. The members from Donglin Battle Camp were known for their ruthless tactics, and if you were to engage them, the fear was palpable. Yi Wentian responded, Fear? What is there to fear? Afraid they might injure me? Yi Wentian understood that these individuals were unaware of his true prowess as an Earth stage master, which is why they were so apprehensive. He reassured them, Do not worry. I have already attained the Earth stage. Dealing with someone like Xiao Yubing will be effortless. However, the team members were skeptical of Yi Wentian's words. After all, he was merely in his 20s, while Xiao Yubing was 30 years old, recognized as an exceptionally gifted talent. Xiao Yubing ranked among the top 10 in the entire Dragon Nation. Many martial arts publications speculated that he was a prime candidate to become a heavenly stage master in the future. Individuals of Xiao Yubing's caliber, having diligently practiced for over 20 years, only managed to attain the Earth stage by the age of 30. In contrast, Yi Wentian was previously a top scholar, completely focused on his studies. Furthermore, reports indicated that he was an orphan, lacking the extensive training from a prominent family that could have facilitated his growth. For an orphan to reach the mysterious stage in their 20s without such support was already a formidable feat after all. There is an adage in the martial world. The wealthy cultivate martial prowess, while the impoverished pursue literature. Cultivating martial skills necessitates significant financial resources to establish a solid foundation. While Yi Wentian was indeed wealthy now, the prime years for foundational training had already passed. One must start laying the groundwork by the age of 6 or 7 to solidify their base, without a strong foundation coupled with a relatively short training period. Achieving the mysterious stage at such a young age is already remarkable. Many team members believed in Yi Wentian's exceptional talent, yet it remained exceedingly difficult to reach the Earth stage before the age of 30. This stage, in a sense, signifies a transcendence beyond the average person. An Earth stage warrior possesses the ability to control their internal energy and blood, merging it into a singular force. This technique, known as the Earth stage taboo, allows a warrior, when pushed to the brink, to combine their entire energy and unleash a strike that can exceed their normal capabilities by 5 to even 10 times. Although such power can be invoked only once, that single opportunity far surpasses the capabilities of an ordinary individual, enabling feats such as catching a bullet. When an Earth stage warrior confronts a mysterious stage warrior, should the former employ this forbidden technique, the latter is bound to face inevitable defeat. No matter the extraordinary skills they possess, they cannot compensate for this disparity. The formidable Earth stage level is a threshold that is exceedingly challenging to cross. Many mysterious stage masters may never surmount the divide between the mysterious and Earth stages throughout their lifetimes. Even the most gifted individuals typically require a minimum of 5 years to achieve this transition. Thus, no one believed that Yi Wentian could ascend to the earthly realm in such a short span of time. Upon hearing Yi Wentian proclaim to his team that he had indeed reached the earthly tier, everyone assumed he was merely offering them false comfort. One of the team members remarked, Coach Yi, at this juncture, there is no need for you to put on a brave front. You are well aware of the current state of our relationship with the Donglin War Camp. It is nothing short of a life-and-death struggle. Given the slightest opportunity, they will undoubtedly strike ruthlessly. The group, perceiving Yi Wentian's demeanor as a mere matter of pride, was filled with both urgency and frustration. Observing their expressions, Yi Wentian found himself at a loss for words. He contemplated unleashing his aura to substantiate his prowess as an earthly tier warrior. However, revealing his true strength at this moment was not prudent. The misunderstanding that he was still at the mystical tier had led everyone to underestimate him. Chapter 145. Ruthless Tactics. If the opponent remains complacent, then Yi Wentian's chances of victory would significantly increase. Thus, Yi Wentian could only shake his head, refraining from further explanation. At that moment, the whistle for the individual combat competition was blown. The host announced loudly, the 29th Martial Arts Duel Competition's individual matches are now commencing. The first contest pitted the new recruits from the Donglin Battle Camp against their counterparts from the Tianyang Battle Camp. The event consisted of 3 rounds, with the victor of 2 out of 3 securing ultimate triumph. Representing Tianyang Battle Camp were He Chenggang, Yang Chenglong, and Lin Ran, 3 of Yi Wentian's most formidable subordinates. Among them, He Chenggang had already reached the mid-level of the Xian stage, while both Yang Chenglong and Lin Ran were at the pinnacle of the initial Xian stage. In contrast, Donglin Battle Camp sent forth 3 individuals, a short man, a thin man, and a stout man. The short man, despite being around 1.7 meters tall, appeared diminutive compared to the average height of over 1. 8 meters within the camp. His dark skin contrasted sharply with his surroundings as he prepared for the first match against Lin Ran. Upon stepping onto the stage, the short man's eyes glinted with malice. Lin Ran, however, remained unresponsive to the provocation. With a cold smile, the short man taunted, "Pretty boy, I suggest you withdraw now, or I might just snap your arm later." Lin Ran maintained his silence in the face of the challenge. The sound of a gong signaled the official start of the match. The short man lunged forward, his hands transforming into talons, akin to an eagle diving towards Lin Ran. This was the eagle claw technique, a prevalent martial art in contemporary Long Country. Not long ago, Yu Wentian had encountered a master of this very skill. The talons gleamed ominously, and should they make contact, they could certainly break bones. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Lin Ran. In an astonishing display, Lin Ran deftly evaded, vanishing from sight just as the eagle's claws struck empty air. Yet, the short man, possessing considerable combat experience, swiftly adjusted his stance. The eagle claw technique stirred up ripples in the air as he reappeared in a different location, only to hear the sound of fabric tearing. Lin Ran had been caught. Having secured his grip, the short man unleashed a relentless barrage, akin to an eagle clutching its prey. He swiftly twisted Lin Ran's arm, and with a sickening crack, a scream echoed, Lin Ran's cry of agony. Yi Wentian immediately shouted, "We concede." Realizing the inevitability of Lin Ran's defeat, he called out urgently, "Lin Ran, admit defeat." Lin Ran echoed his concession, yet the short man, with a mocking glint in his eyes, laughed, "Admit defeat? Huh, not a chance." The short man seized Lin Ran's arm once more, and with a cruel twist, he clamped down on Lin Ran's thigh, eliciting a series of pained cries. Witnessing the brutal treatment of his subordinate, Fong Hung seethed with anger, declaring, "We concede. Why must you continue to inflict harm?" He prepared to leap onto the stage to rescue Lin Ran. However, the old ghost Kai burst into laughter, blocking Fong Heng's path, and said, "The match is not over yet. How could you disrupt the rules?" Fong Hung, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "We concede." A cold glint flickered in Kai's eyes as he retorted, "It is not for you to decide when to concede." Ultimately, Lin Ran had his legs and feet mercilessly broken by the dwarf. The chill in Yu Wentian's gaze was chillingly severe. Upon taking the stage, your foremost priority is to ensure your own safety from capture. As for winning, do not concern yourself with that just yet. If you can hold out until the very last moment, a stalemate can be achieved. Of course, given your superior strength, should an opportunity for victory arise, do not hesitate to seize it. Yet, the paramount concern remains your own preservation. Their methods are exceedingly ruthless. He then turned to Yang Chenglong and said, "Yang Chenglong, your prowess is comparable to Lin Ran's. Observing Lin Ran's fate should make it clear to you just how vicious these individuals are. Therefore, once you step onto the platform, I do not expect you to attack. Merely employ shadow step to evade them. Persist until the final moment, and a draw can be attained." In the second match, Yi Chenggang faced off against the rotund opponent. Their strengths were indeed closely matched, both at the mid-level of the profound stage. The rotund fighter unleashed the grand and sweeping dragon palm technique, demonstrating the power to shatter bricks and stones with a mere flick of his hand. However, due to the shadow step taught by Yi Wentian, Yi Chenggang was impervious to the rotund fighter's strikes. Seizing an opportune moment, Yi Chenggang delivered a punch that sent the rotund fighter crashing down. Just as he was poised to exact vengeance for Lin Ran, the sound of a gong resonated, signaling the end of the match. Fong Hung glared at Kai, his voice laced with fury. "What is the meaning of this?" Kai laughed heartily and replied, "What do you mean? I do not comprehend your intent." Fong Heng stood, pointing accusingly at the judges, and declared loudly, "You are biased towards the Donglin battle camp." The judging panel was composed of representatives from other camps, serving as a neutral entity. Yet, when Lin Ran was brutally attacked, these judges did not ring the gong. Now that Yi Chenggang had just gained a slight advantage, they hastily signaled the end. "Is this not bias?" Kai chuckled and said, "The judges have rung the gong, signifying that you have won. You all have emerged victorious. What more do you desire? This is the rule." Fong Heng's expression darkened considerably. His experience was limited, while Kai's was extensive, and the judges showed him no respect. Fong Heng resolved that this would be the last competition for the Tianyang battle camp, vowing never to participate in such matches again. The final confrontation was between Yang Chenglong and the lean opponent. In this bout, the lean fighter evidently possessed greater strength than Yang Chenglong. However, heeding Yi Wentian's guidance, Yang Chenglong refrained from engaging the lean fighter directly, opting instead to evade at all costs. Thus, despite the lean fighter's formidable prowess, he was unable to capture Yang Chenglong, expending energy in vain. On the platform, Kai's expression soured, and he shouted angrily, "You brat, are you even a warrior?" Is running away all you can do? However, Yang Qinglong paid him no heed and continued to flee until the very last moment. Despite a portion of the judges expressing reluctance to sound the gong, by this juncture, the time had exceeded 3 minutes. It was imperative to strike the gong. The judge's act of striking the gong signified the conclusion of the contest. There are indeed protocols surrounding this action. If, during the bout, one participant is struck and subsequently falls to the ground, the judges must ring the gong to halt the proceedings. Conversely, if neither competitor has fallen during the exchange, the contest may continue until its conclusion. Furthermore, the judges possess the authority to extend the match duration by an additional 3 minutes. In the preceding match, neither Yang Qinglong nor the slender opponent had been knocked down. Consequently, the judges opted to prolong the contest by 3 minutes. Ultimately, however, neither party was able to secure a knockout, leading to the inevitable declaration of a draw. Chapter 146. Provocation. In this contest, the Tianyang and Donglin battle camps each secured 1 victory, 1 defeat, and 1 draw. The match between Lin Ran from the Tianyang camp and the short one from Donglin resulted in a victory for the latter. Conversely, Yi Changgang from Tianyang triumphed over the stout warrior from Donglin, while the duel between Yang Qinglong and the lean fighter ended in a stalemate. Thus, the overall result between the Tianyang and Donglin camps was a draw. This outcome left the Donglin camp dissatisfied. Prior to this competition, they convened a meeting to establish their objectives, pledging an oath to incapacitate at least 10 new recruits from the Tianyang camp, ideally including their leading coach, Yi Wentian. Consequently, they appointed Xiao Yubing to lead the team for this match. In the previous contest, the Donglin camp had managed to incapacitate only Lin Ran, while neither Yi Changgang nor Yang Qinglong faced any setbacks, which further fueled the Donglin warriors' frustration. They believed that failing to incapacitate at least 5 members of the Tianyang camp would signify a failure to achieve their mission. Kai Laogue even pressured Xiao Yubing, the captain of the Xiaolong squad, saying, "What is going on? Why didn't you incapacitate those 3 Tianyang fighters just now? In the next match, you must face off against their captain, Yi Wentian, and strive to take him down." Thus, Xiao Yubing approached the judging committee, requesting an additional bout between the captains. The cold wind howled as the battle king, Fong Heng, wore a troubled expression. Given Fong Heng's capabilities, it seemed implausible that he would be affected by the harsh weather. His primary concern lay with the impending match. When the committee informed Fong Heng of the need for a captain's match between Yi Wentian and Xiao Yubing, Fong Heng immediately objected, stating, "That is out of the question. Captain matches have always adhered to tradition." The committee insisted, "This is a decision we must uphold." Fong Heng retorted, "I will not consent to this. You all know that Xiao Yubing is unparalleled among his peers. His early ascendance to the earth level is a testament to his strength. Our camp's Yi Wentian is merely a 25-year-old youth. How could he possibly compete with Xiao Yubing? If you proceed with such arrangements, you might as well declare Donglin victorious outright." Although Fong Heng was unaware of Yi Wentian's current level, he surmised that Yi had yet to reach the earth level, and thus he could not agree to the match, as it would effectively lead Yi to his demise. Kai Laogue interjected, "This is the committee's decision, and they are acting in accordance with the rules. We must simply accept their arrangements." His words, cloaked in a veneer of politeness, carried malicious intent. Upon hearing this, Fong Heng scolded, "Kai Laogue, do not presume I am unaware of your collusion with the committee. Your cruelty knows no bounds. You have already injured one of my new recruits. Now, do you seek to keep my captain here as well? I will never agree to this. Do not speak recklessly." The addition of personal duels between squad captains and competitions serves as a measure of a battle camp's strength. This is a long-standing tradition of competition between the battle camps. Since you have chosen Yi Wentian to lead the combat team, it is evident that you possess confidence in his abilities. Why, then, do you falter at this critical moment? Upon hearing the words of the old ghost Kai, Fong Heng silently cursed, "Shameless." Little did Fong Heng know that the old ghost Kai would also send Xiao Yubing. It is worth noting that according to regulations, Xiao Yubing would be promoted to Battle King after the new year, overseeing the operations of a battle camp. From a certain perspective, Xiao Yubing and Fong Heng are of equal standing. Pitting Xiao Yubing against Yi Wentian is akin to bullying the weak. "I might as well concede this match," Fong Heng said helplessly. He yearned to win this competition as it would significantly influence next year's resource allocation. A victory would result in an increase in resources, while defeat would lead to a reduction, making it impossible to attract outstanding warriors. Without exceptional warriors, the strength of their camp would inevitably decline, creating a vicious cycle. The battle leader Fong Heng dreamed of clinching victory in this competition. However, when the old ghost Kai dispatched Xiao Yubing, Fong Heng sensed that the outcome was already predetermined. Tianyang would undoubtedly lose. With Xiao Yubing's prowess at the initial stage of the Earth rank, Fang Heng believed that even if he sent Yi Wentian to compete, the result would not improve. It would only place Yi Wentian in jeopardy. Observing the underhanded tactics of the Donglin battle camp this year, Fang Heng was convinced that once he sent Yi Wentian into the fray, Xiao Yubing would undoubtedly employ lethal force. The consequences could range from serious injury to potentially rendering Yi Wentian incapacitated. After much contemplation, despite his deep reluctance, he felt he had no choice but to concede defeat. Are you truly going to forfeit this match? Can you really bear to lose face? To flee at the last moment? The old ghost Kai was naturally displeased. Although Fang Heng's withdrawal would allow the Donglin battle camp to secure more resources, Kai believed that their victory was already anticipated. It was regrettable that they would not have the opportunity to incapacitate more of Tianyang's warriors. He found himself regretting having pushed too hard. Had he approached the situation more gradually, they could have incapacitated even more of Tianyang's forces. Now, having frightened Fang Heng into choosing to withdraw, this was indeed a loss of opportunity. Just then, a voice rang out loudly. I refuse to concede this match. At the sound of this voice, Fang Heng's expression changed abruptly. It was Yi Wentian's voice. He had intended to withdraw from the competition to protect Yi Wentian, even at the cost of his own pride. Yet, with Yi Wentian expressing such determination, it seemed likely that he would not be able to withdraw after all. The potential outcome could lead to Yi Wentian being severely harmed. Fang Heng felt a surge of anxiety and anger. Meanwhile, the old ghost Kai eagerly wished for the competition to continue, hoping to incapacitate more of Tianyang's forces. Yi Wentian, this is not a place for your words. You should leave at once, Fang declared emphatically. However, the old ghost Kai chuckled and replied, Warrior Fang, you ought to embrace a touch of democracy. Since your subordinates are unwilling to retreat, why compel them to do so? This matter concerns our Tianyang battle camp, and it is not for outsiders to meddle. If you choose to be a coward, do not cultivate cowardice in your subordinates as well. I find myself embarrassed for you. This lad displays more courage than you do. Kai's mockery dripped with sarcasm, employing a provocation strategy. Yet Fang gritted his teeth, pretending not to hear. Let the coward be a coward. At least it preserves a promising seed. Nevertheless, Yi Wentian interjected, Your Highness, the warrior, please have faith in me. I am certain I can triumph in this competition. Chapter 147, Lack of Optimism. Fang Heng, seething with anger, exclaimed, Silence. Deep within, a tempest of frustration brewed as he lamented, Yi Wentian, why can you not comprehend my earnest intentions? While youthful exuberance is commendable, one must tread carefully and avoid crossing the line into arrogance, for it can lead to one's own detriment. Not only Fang Heng, but even the old ghost Kai, could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking, he truly does not grasp the gravity of his situation. Although Yi Wentian has recently garnered fame and appears astute, he is, in truth, a mere novice. Fang Heng had gone to great lengths to protect him from harm, yet this brash youth, in his impetuousness, willingly leaped into my trap, a reckless pursuit of folly. Nevertheless, despite such thoughts, the prospect of Yi Wentian engaging in combat was precisely what Kai had longed for. He hastily arranged the match. I reiterate, our Tianyang battle camp will not participate in this competition, Fang Heng urged, noting Kai's swift orchestration of the event. Yet, Kai, intent on incapacitating Yi Wentian, feigned ignorance. Seemingly deaf to Fang Heng's protests, and swiftly finalized the matchups. Xiao Yubing ascended the stage, preparing for the contest, while the judges took their places and the audience formed a circle around the arena. Most infuriating for Fang Heng was the sight of the oblivious Yi Wentian also stepping onto the stage. At this juncture, Fang Heng felt utterly powerless. He sighed deeply, sinking back into his chair in defeat. His every effort to withdraw from the competition had been aimed solely at safeguarding Yi Wentian, even at the expense of the Tianyang battle camp's reputation. Yet, in a moment of youthful bravado, Yi Wentian had willingly walked into the lion's den. The path had been chosen by him, and since he was unwilling to heed Fang Heng's counsel, he must face the consequences of his actions. Fang Heng closed his eyes, as if resigning himself to the unfolding events. In stark contrast to Fang Heng's despondency, Kai appeared remarkably exuberant. He signaled to Xiao Yubing with a glance and performed a throat-cutting gesture, clearly indicating his desire for Xiao Yubing to eliminate Yi Wentian. At the very least, he should ensure that Yi Wentian's martial prowess was rendered ineffective. Xiao Yubing responded with a knowing look, affirming his understanding of Kai's intentions and assuring him of his capability to execute the task. To Xiao Yubing, Yi Wentian was but a trifling obstacle, and he was confident he could extinguish Yi Wentian's life with a single strike. However, Xiao Yubing had no intention of ending it so swiftly, having taken to the stage. He was determined to enjoy the bout. Despite his formidable skills, Xiao Yubing was notorious for his ruthless nature. In the international fighting arena, he was hailed as a prodigy, having attained the rank of Earth-level fighter by the age of 30, an achievement that commanded the admiration of countless martial artists. While many would have been venerated as idols in his position, Xiao Yubing had no admirers due to his merciless reputation. Before weaker opponents, this individual has never been one to easily let them slip away. Having vanquished his adversary, he delights in tormenting them slowly, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. He relishes the gradual play, the slow mockery, deriving satisfaction from driving his opponent to the brink of despair, fulfilling his twisted psyche. His gaze scrutinizes Yi Wentian from head to toe, as if envisioning the scene of Yi being utterly subdued by him, which elicits a perverse smile from him. This smile sends a chill through the hearts of the numerous new recruits watching from below. The members of the Tianyang combat camp begin to worry for Yi Wentian, and even those from the Donglin combat camp find themselves sympathizing with him. It is the inherent nature of humanity to empathize with the weak. And in the eyes of the crowd, Yi Wentian embodies that vulnerability. Fang Heng, upon witnessing Xiao Yubing's grin, cannot help but close his eyes in despair. Although he wishes to avert his gaze from the arena, he finds it impossible to restrain himself, fearing for Yi Wentian's life at the hands of Xiao Yubing. Just then, the judges strike a gong, signaling the official commencement of the match. Xiao Yubing advances, his movements languid and casual, his demeanor devoid of the intensity of battle. Instead, it resembles a leisurely stroll through a supermarket or a market. Yet, each of his steps seems to resonate with an eerie rhythm, capable of sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. As he approaches within 2 meters of Yi Wentian, Xiao Yubing prepares to strike. Suddenly, Yi Wentian exclaims, "Wait." Everyone is taken aback. Xiao Yubing furrows his brow slightly but halts his advance, intrigued to see what Yi Wentian intends to do. The expressions of the spectators vary. Members of the Xiaolong battle team, led by Xiao Yubing, display disdainful expressions. They had already imagined the scene of Yi Wentian being trampled upon. Yet, at this moment, Yi Wentian's cry for pause shatters their expectations. What does this mean? Is your captain afraid? Does he wish to withdraw from the competition? Such thoughts are fanciful. Having ascended the stage, does he now contemplate retreat? It seems unlikely. Even if we consent, our captain would never agree. The Wentian squad, led by Yi Wentian, finds He Changgang frowning deeply, his face flushed, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He feels awkward and uncomfortable. They too suspect that their captain, Yi Wentian, is experiencing fear. Some of the more timid among them cannot help but avert their eyes, feeling a sense of shame. These team members are not merely Yi Wentian's subordinates. During their time at Tianyang combat camp, Yi Wentian was their mentor, teaching them martial arts. Until now, they held him in high regard, perceiving him as a capable individual. However, at this moment, they find themselves in an awkward predicament. They empathize with Yi Wentian, pondering that if they were in his position, facing an opponent as formidable as Xiao Yubing, they too might contemplate surrender. However, one must possess integrity, despite the fear that may loom. For the honor of the Tianyang battle camp, it is imperative to grit one's teeth and endure. Xiao Yubing is indeed formidable, and the team members have consistently refrained from allowing Yi Wentian to engage in combat with him, believing that Yi Wentian is likely no match for Xiao Yubing. Yet previously, Yi Wentian had insisted on ascending the stage, proclaiming his desire to contest with Xiao Yubing for supremacy. Now that he stands upon the stage, hesitating before the battle has even commenced, it is undeniably shameful. All present are passionate youths of the battle camp, bound by a shared code. Even in the face of death, they would choose a glorious charge. Moreover, the battle king Fang Heng harbors suspicions that Yi Wentian might seek to flee in the heat of battle, turning his head away, unwilling to witness Yi Wentian's faltering resolve. Chapter 148. Strike at the strongest. Upon noticing Fang Heng's displeased expression, the old ghost, Kai, wore a cheerful smile. On the stage, Xiao Yubing sneered, urging, "If you have something to say, then say it quickly." Yi Wentian boldly declared, "I not only challenge you, but I also intend to challenge your war camp's champion, Old Ghost Kai." This proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned, followed by an uproar of laughter. The audacity of challenging the champion of the Donglin war camp, Kai, seemed utterly ludicrous coming from Yi Wentian's lips, prompting even Kai to clutch his belly in laughter. He patted Fang Heng on the shoulder, chuckling, "Ha! The youth from your war camp is quite amusing." Fang Heng's face turned crimson with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to swallow him. He pondered, when did Yi Wentian become so reckless? At such a critical moment, he dared to utter such grandiose words? Did he intend to humiliate his opponent? Yet, little did he realize that the more he insulted, the harsher the consequences he would face. Meanwhile, the soldiers below were in fits of laughter. With the members of the Donglin war camp mocking shamelessly, while those from the Tianyang war camp felt a burning shame at being associated with Yi Wentian. Xiao Yubing added, "Have you finished? If so, I shall commence my attack." Yi Wentian retorted, "Old Ghost Kai has yet to accept my challenge. Is this old turtle perhaps afraid?" The crowd from the Donglin war camp was incensed, shouting, "Brat, you may be bold now, but don't blame fate when you're beaten to a pulp." Even the Tianyang war camp members found it hard to sympathize with Yi Wentian, feeling he deserved a beating for his reckless arrogance. In truth, Yi Wentian's choice to challenge Kai at this moment was deliberate. Others believed he was no match for Xiao Yubing, deeming him weak. However, the reality was that Yi Wentian possessed strength that could easily overcome both Kai and Xiao Yubing in tandem. His cultivation was at the initial stage of the Earth realm, comparable to Xiao Yubing's, yet he could not surpass Kai, who was a seasoned practitioner at the mid-stage of the Earth realm. Nevertheless, Yi Wentian's mastery of shifting shadows and his potent, pure yang energy allowed him to fight across a significant realm difference. Thus, even if Kai and Xiao Yubing joined forces, they would not stand a chance against him. This was the confidence that emboldened Yi Wentian to challenge Kai. Furthermore, he understood that Kai would only accept the challenge on the stage without having witnessed his true strength. Once he strikes and defeats Xiao Yubing, then perhaps the old Ghost Kai, for the sake of his reputation, would refuse to accept Yi Wentian's challenge. The members of the Donglin battle camp have slain Xianfeng and shattered Lin Ran's limbs. This enmity cannot be resolved by merely killing a Xiao Yubing. The root of all this animosity lies with the old Ghost Kai. Yi Wentian must eliminate Kai to vent the indignation festering within him, to appease the spirit of Xianfeng and provide Lin Ran with an explanation. Thus, he provocatively feigns madness on the arena. "Kai, old ghost, are you afraid to fight? If you are hesitant, then I shall not fight either. A leader of a battle camp who dares not accept my challenge. What can his victory over Xiao Yubing possibly signify? If a leader is such a coward, one can only imagine the mediocrity of his subordinates. Winning would be devoid of thrill." These words not only incensed the Donglin battle camp, but also left the Tianyang battle camp feeling awkward. Everyone believed Yi Wentian spoke such words out of fear, seeking an excuse to retreat. The old Ghost Kai chuckled coldly, saying, "You little rascal, I cannot imagine how painfully you shall perish soon. You wish to evade in such a manner? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. Do you not want to challenge me? Very well, I accept your challenge. However, the condition is that you must first defeat Xiao Yubing." "Really?" Xiao Yubing could no longer contain himself. His gaze turned icy as he lashed out with a powerful kick. "Indeed, you little brat, prepare to meet your end." The kick erupted with explosive force, sending ripples through the air, and many spectators were pushed about by the gust generated by Xiao Yubing's leg. Numerous members of the Tianyang battle camp shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. They thought to themselves, stepping into the arena was already an act of self-destruction. Who would have known he would grow impatient with death, provoking both Xiao Yubing and the Battle King Kai on the platform? Surely, this was the end for him. Initially, they had regarded Yi Wentian as a comrade, but his reckless behavior left them all in dismay. Yet, a strange occurrence unfolded. Xiao Yubing's kick seemingly did not connect with Yi Wentian, for no cry of agony echoed forth. Could it be that Xiao Yubing's kick was so formidable that it resulted in Yi Wentian's demise? The members of the Tianyang battle camp opened their eyes, only to behold a shocking scene. Xiao Yubing had fallen on the platform, while Yi Wentian remained unscathed. What transpired? What on earth happened? The members of the Tianyang battle camp inquired, but the Donglin battle camp stood agape, unable to comprehend. Yi Wentian laughed heartily. "Did you not claim you were going to strike me? Come then." Xiao Yubing wore a grim expression, as he too struggled to accept the situation, bewildered by how he had been sent flying. Yet, at this moment, the fury within Xiao Yubing had reached its zenith. To be struck down by someone once held in contempt is an unparalleled humiliation, especially with so many witnesses present. Xiao Yubing, with a swift motion of his left hand against the folding table, found himself soaring into the air. In that moment, his legs resembled the blades of a colossal fan, his head pointing downward as he began to spin. The rotation quickened, creating a disc-like illusion at the periphery of his legs. This maneuver was Xiao Yubing's signature technique, the fan leg technique. It was characterized by its astonishing speed and remarkable agility. Like a spinning top, he was lifted by the wind generated from his legs, gliding toward Yi Wentian. Those legs, should they make contact, would undoubtedly reduce a person to mere fragments. Yi Wentian adeptly employed his shifting technique to evade the assault, and seizing a sudden opportunity, he unleashed a powerful kick. This strike not only harnessed the full force of Yi Wentian's vital energy, but was also infused with the essence of the Nine Suns. Chapter 149. A stunning revelation, Yi Wentian's strike was infused with the formidable essence of the Nine Yang True Qi. surging forth with the ferocity of molten lava erupting from a volcano, capable of melting any substance on Earth. In the face of such overwhelming force, Xiao Yubing felt an acute sense of existential peril. He yearned to flee, yet soon realized that escape was futile. No matter the speed he employed or the direction he chose, he was inexorably drawn to confront Yi Wentian's impending blow. In that moment, one could truly grasp the depths of despair experienced when facing such a formidable opponent. Onlookers, however, were entirely incapable of comprehending the tumultuous emotions coursing through Xiao Yubing's heart. Instead, they mocked Yi Wentian, deriding him for his audacity in launching an attack against Xiao Yubing. How foolish! They laughed. The spectators observed Yi Wentian's boldness with disdain, some even sneering at his apparent recklessness. While it was acknowledged that Yi Wentian possessed some skill, it was noted that Xiao Yubing had just demonstrated his renowned fan leg technique, a signature move that had secured his reputation throughout the martial world. For years, any adversary caught in its grasp was doomed to face annihilation. Thus, the fact that Yi Wentian had managed to evade this lethal technique, albeit barely, was a testament to his abilities. Among the spectators was a member of the Xiaolong team, who held deep admiration for Xiao Yubing and was acutely aware of his prowess. Let it be known, he asserted, Xiao Yubing has not yet unleashed his full potential. It is only due to this that Yi Wentian remains standing. Just wait. Within 3 moves, Yi Wentian shall surely meet his demise. The speaker, another team member, was an ardent admirer of Xiao Yubing, a strikingly beautiful woman who harbored secret affections for him. In her eyes, even Xiao Yubing's most trivial actions were imbued with allure. The previous commentator, wary of the woman's fervor, hastily concurred. Indeed, I share your perspective. In this battle, Yi Wentian is undoubtedly destined for defeat. Yet he cleverly added, however, we must not overlook the fact that his ability to dodge even one blow from Xiao Yubing indicates he possesses some merit. As the discourse unfolded, it was lamented that Yi Wentian, so young and already achieving such heights in martial arts, might have had a bright future ahead had he not crossed paths with the Donglin battle camp. He could have potentially emerged as a martial arts master or even an elite expert. Meanwhile, amidst the tempest of their discussions, Yi Wentian was relentlessly assaulting Xiao Yubing with a barrage of strikes, his speed so astonishing that the surrounding spectators could scarcely perceive his movements. To them, it appeared as if Yi Wentian had yet to make a move. In reality, however, he had already struck, the afterimages of his rapid motions lingering in the air. With a swift motion, Yi Wentian unleashed a punch that directly impacted Xiao Yubing's head. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed in the air. With a swift motion, Yi Wentian seized Xiao Yubing's hands and twisted them forcefully. Internal energy surged into Xiao Yubing's body, causing his hands to contort grotesquely, resembling twisted dough. The sound of bones snapping filled the air, and his clothing tore apart. His entire arms exhibited a bizarre distortion. Yet, Xiao Yubing remained in a state of utter bewilderment. For Yi Wentian's speed was so astonishing that his pain receptors had yet to register the onslaught. At that moment, he had not yet sensed the agony. Even though his arms were utterly incapacitated, after shattering Xiao Yubing's hands, Yi Wentian silently vowed, Lin Ran, I am avenging you. The new recruits who followed Xiao Yubing held him in high regard, and though their ages were not vastly different, Yi Wentian felt akin to a parent to these young soldiers. He took great joy in witnessing their joyous growth and gradual progress. However, this competition had cost Lin Ran, the one he regarded as his own child, his hands and legs. How cruel these people were. Was it merely a contest? Why resort to such viciousness? Since they chose to play this way, Yi Wentian would match their intensity. He intended to instill fear within them until they dared not continue. With this thought, Yi Wentian suddenly grasped Xiao Yubing's legs. Channeling his internal energy, he shattered the bones in Xiao Yubing's legs, reducing them to mere fragments. In that same moment, he kicked out, propelling himself away from the scene. Meanwhile, the spectators continued their discussions, speculating that Yi Wentian, being so young, could secure a place in Long Nation's future if he did not offend the Donglin battle camp. Just then, a resounding crash interrupted their chatter. The 2 members of the Xiaolong battle team paused and turned toward the source of the sound. To their astonishment, a shadow flew from the stage, crashing into a group from the Donglin battle camp, causing chaos and disarray. As the noise subsided, the crowd turned their attention to the shadow, realizing it was Xiao Yubing. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Upon closer inspection, they noticed flames licking at Xiao Yubing's clothing, with a massive footprint emblazoned across his chest. He convulsed uncontrollably, his eyes vacant, as if struck by lightning, with wisps of black smoke rising from his hair. His appearance was nothing short of tragic. It was the depths of winter, the air biting cold. The duel between Yi Wentian and Xiao Yubing took place on a vast, open training ground, where the chilling winds swept through. despite the cold. The martial artists, being skilled, found it inconsequential. They had even worked up a sweat from their excitement. Yet now, everyone seemed frozen, as though the biting wind had turned them to ice. The once boisterous crowd fell eerily silent. All that could be heard was the sound of the biting wind and the labored breaths of the onlookers. Beyond that, there was an eerie silence. What unfolded before everyone was utterly unexpected. Yi Wentian had emerged victorious? He had triumphed in the duel against Xiao Yubing? How could this be possible? The crowd was filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. They exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately directing their collective gaze toward the writhing form of Xiao Yubing on the ground. In the frigid air, flames danced around Xiao Yubing's body, a manifestation of the nine-yang true qi in combustion. Yet, he was convulsing incessantly, resembling a soul on the verge of departing this world. Such a tragic fate was unworthy of him. Who was Xiao Yubing? He was a prodigy whose innate talent placed him among the top 10 in the nation. He was heralded as the most promising candidate to potentially break through to the celestial realm in the future. Chapter 150, A Contest of Strength Yet. It was this very character who inexplicably succumbed in a duel against Yi Wentian, and astonishingly, it happened in such a brief moment. A wave of bewilderment swept through the onlookers, prompting an unspoken sentiment of what on earth is happening in this world. The audience's expressions were remarkably uniform, all reflecting disbelief. However, amidst the crowd, there were always exceptions. For instance, Fang Heng. At this moment, Fang Heng tightly shut his eyes, seemingly afraid to witness the scene that was about to unfold. When Xiao Yubing made his move, preparing to strike Yi Wentian, he could no longer bear to keep his eyes open. He was all too familiar with Xiao Yubing, well acquainted with his methods of dealing with opponents. He had heard and seen countless tales of Xiao Yubing's exploits on the stage. Every adversary who faced him would find their bones ground to dust under the relentless force of his inner energy. Yi Wentian was a young man whom Fang Heng held in high regard. It was precisely for this reason that he endeavored to prevent Yi Wentian from stepping onto the stage. He feared for Yi Wentian's well-being at the hands of Xiao Yubing. Thus, when Xiao Yubing launched his attack, Fang Heng instinctively closed his eyes, terrified of witnessing Yi Wentian's torment. Even with his eyes shut, his mind conjured vivid images of Yi Wentian's suffering. He imagined Xiao Yubing's inner energy penetrating Yi Wentian's body, methodically shattering his bones. He could almost hear the pitiful cries for help echoing in his mind. Of course, all of this was mere imagination, a testament to the complexity of his emotions at that moment. Yet, ultimately, the anticipated cries for help did not materialize. Instead, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted around him, accompanied by the furious roar of Old Ghost Kai. Impossible. You must have cheated. Old Ghost Kai was like a lion, enraged and out of control. He never expected Yi Wentian to defeat Xiao Yubing, and in such a short span of time. It took merely 3 seconds, just 3 seconds. In an instant, Xiao Yubing was sent flying. Old Ghost Kai turned his gaze to Xiao Yubing, who now resembled a pig struck by lightning, trembling and twitching uncontrollably. The stark reality before him was a far cry from the scenario he had envisioned. This is impossible. You must have cheated. Are all of you from the Tianyang battle camp so shameless? When you cannot match in skill, you resort to despicable means. At that moment, Old Ghost Kai seemed to be driven to irrationality by his fury, rambling incoherently. Upon hearing this outburst, Fang Heng immediately opened his eyes. He beheld Yi Wentian on the stage, standing like a deity, and not far away, he saw Xiao Yubing convulsing, surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. The astonishment on the faces of those around him was palpable. In an instant, the world appeared to transform into a far more beautiful place. Even the biting wind that swept across his face felt refreshing. Yi Wentian had not lost. He was utterly astonished. After a brief moment, he grasped the truth of the situation. Fang Heng immediately exclaimed, "Old Ghost Kai, cease your nonsensical ramblings. Are you resorting to slander simply because you cannot prevail?" Although Fang Heng himself was taken aback, after all, it was inconceivable that Yi Wentian could defeat Xiao Yubing. This reality lay before him, leaving him no choice but to accept it. However, even if he harbored doubts about this fact, it ultimately worked to his advantage. Naturally, one tends to believe in matters that favor oneself. He was determined to defend his own. Upon hearing Fang Heng's words, Old Ghost Kai's anger intensified, and he retorted loudly, "Fang Heng, you despicable and shameless scoundrel. What prowess does Yi Wentian possess? And what of our camp's Xiao Yubing? Xiao Yubing is a master of the Earth Realm. Could he possibly be bested by a mere Yi Wentian? Are you suggesting that a master of the Profound Realm could defeat one of the Earth Realm? Surely, this is a jest. Your people must have employed underhanded tactics." In truth, Fang Heng harbored his own suspicions regarding Yi Wentian's use of dubious methods. He had always believed Yi Wentian to be a practitioner of the Profound Realm. Given Yi Wentian's youth, one must expend tremendous effort to break through from the profound to the earth realm, making such a rapid advancement improbable. When Fang Heng first encountered Yi Wentian, he was merely at the early to mid stages of the profound realm. A swift breakthrough was universally deemed impossible, as the chasm between the two realms is vast, and the gap exceedingly difficult to bridge. Thus, Fang Heng concluded that Yi Wentian must have resorted to some disreputable means to secure victory in this contest. Nevertheless, Fang Heng felt a surge of joy within. At the very least, Yi Wentian had not been subjected to the torment he had imagined at the hands of Xiao Yubing. This was already an unexpected delight. Furthermore, Yi Wentian had managed to injure Xiao Yubing, thereby securing victory in this competition. Such an outcome was utterly unanticipated. Initially, Fang Heng had believed that the Tianyang camp was destined for defeat in this bout, dashing any hopes of acquiring additional resources next year. Yet, the tides had turned unexpectedly. Standing tall, Fang Heng smiled and asserted, "Old Ghost Kai, do not hurl insults so casually. Our Tianyang camp has never stooped to employing such despicable tactics." Xiao Yubing was simply outmatched in skill, which led to his defeat at the hands of Yi Wentian. Just consider, before all these witnesses, even if Yi Wentian wished to employ any tricks, it would be impossible for him to do so. Yet, deep down, Fang Heng thought to himself, even if you were to employ some unscrupulous methods and we fail to uncover them, that would still require a certain level of skill. If you possess such ability, why not utilize it yourself? Ultimately, despite his elation at Yi Wentian's victory, Fang Heng could not fully believe that Yi Wentian had triumphed through pure skill. At that moment, Yi Wentian pointed at Old Ghost Kai and declared, "Old Ghost Kai, if you do not believe me, why not step down and engage in a duel with me? As I have stated before, I have defeated Xiao Yubing, and I shall now challenge the warlord of the Donglin camp, Old Ghost Kai. I, Yi Wentian, always honor my word. Old man Kai, do you dare accept my challenge?" Yi Wentian's proclamation not only left others astounded, but also rendered Fang Heng speechless. It must be acknowledged that Fang Yimou has long harbored suspicions regarding Yi Wentian, believing that he may have employed dubious tactics to secure his victories. Such underhanded methods, including ambushes and various subtle ploys, might prove effective against young warriors like Xiao Yubing, who, despite their formidable strength, lack substantial combat experience. However, when confronted with a seasoned veteran like the Old Ghost Kai, who has emerged from the crucible of relentless warfare, these questionable tactics hold little sway. Thus, upon hearing that Yi Wentian dared to challenge the Old Ghost Kai, Fang Heng immediately interjected with a tone of irritation, "Yi Wentian." Yet, to his surprise, Yi Wentian boldly replied, "Your Excellency, the War King, I have triumphed through genuine skill. If the War King doubts my abilities, then perhaps it is necessary to engage in a contest." Chapter 151. Is this still human? Upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, Fang Heng nearly erupted with expletives in his heart. He thought to himself, "You are exceedingly arrogant, daring to utter such words. Do you believe that having triumphed over Xiao Yubing, you can be compared to the Old Ghost Kai? Even if you truly possess the prowess to defeat Xiao Yubing, it would be utterly preposterous to equate yourself with the likes of Kai. Cease your nonsensical ramblings and be silent." Fang Heng admonished. Yet he recalled that it was indeed he who had secured the victory, and thus, it was prudent to utter some diplomatic phrases. One should show mercy where it is due. By employing this phrase to dissuade Yi Wentian, he not only affirmed the triumph of the Tianyang war camp, but also sought to temper Yi Wentian's fervor. Kai, the old ghost, took pleasure in this notion, secretly commending his own cleverness. However, he mused, though I have not witnessed Yi Wentian's tactics, they surely lack any honorable merit. Perhaps one could succeed once, but to do so repeatedly? That would be sheer folly. Yi Wentian is still too young. Does he truly consider Kai to be a mere fool? Now, by invoking mercy, I can simultaneously provide him an exit and provoke Kai, achieving a delightful balance. Fang Heng was pleased with his thoughts. Yet he remained oblivious to how profoundly offensive this statement was to Kai. The latter already harbored suspicions that Yi Wentian had resorted to underhanded methods to secure his victory. With his heart unsettled, hearing Fang Heng's sardonic tone only heightened his agitation. Show mercy where it is due? Huh? Kai seethed inwardly, his ire escalating, as he snapped. Do not speak of mercy. Today, we shall see the truth revealed. Fang Heng hastily replied, the battle has been won. If you wish to fight, let us discuss it later. Yi Wentian has already exhausted his strength. Kai, in a furious voice, declared no. We must fight today. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge your victory. Fang Heng retorted, whether you acknowledge it or not, the fact remains that we have triumphed. I claim that Yi Wentian's victory was achieved through underhanded tactics. While you dismiss it, I, old Kai, shall take the stage today. I wish to see how formidable your youngest prodigy truly is. If he can best me, I shall avoid him in the future. Fang Hong, alarmed, exclaimed, but you are an elder. How can you ascend the stage and bully a junior? Bully a junior? Just moments ago, you spoke of showing mercy. Are you now afraid? Alas, it is too late. Fang Heng retorted, Humph, you are a war king. Do you not feel ashamed to strike against a junior? Kai clenched his fists and declared before all, earlier, Yi Wentian challenged me, and I now accept his challenge. This is not bullying. It is merely an opportunity to teach the youth. With that, Kai leaped onto the stage with great vigor. Fang Heng smacked his forehead, lamenting his own indiscretion. How could he have dared to mock Kai just moments prior? This man has always been narrow-minded, and now he finds himself compelled to ascend the ring. How could Yi Hetian possibly stand against Kai Laohu? Alas, Fang Heng is also preparing to join the fray. He cannot allow Kai Laogui to bully the young. Yi Wentian is still too inexperienced, even with a modicum of talent. How could he hope to match the formidable war king, particularly the seasoned Kai Laogui? How many years has Kai Laogui dominated the martial world? His skills are unparalleled. Even Fang Heng does not consider himself his equal. His experience is vast, and his methods are ruthless. Coupled with his profound inner strength, he surpasses many Earth-level masters, let alone Yi Wentian. Unfortunately, his movements remain too sluggish. Once Kai Laogui leaps onto the stage, Yi Wentian unleashes a tempest of strikes. Yi Hetian's fists strike with the speed of lightning, delivering rapid-fire blows. Each action takes no more than an infinitesimal fraction of a second. The first punch lands squarely on Kai Laogui's face, a left hook fueled by the power generated from his waist, guiding his body into a rotation that culminates in a fierce strike from his fist. The force is so great that, even before connecting with Kai Laogui, it sends ripples across his face. As the punch connects, Kai Laogui's head immediately jerks to the side, and in an instant, a bone-cracking sound reverberates as his shoulder breaks. Under normal circumstances, Kai Laogui would surely be sent flying. However, Yi Wentian swiftly follows with another punch. This strike, like the first, is delivered with lightning speed, the power coursing from his waist through his arm. Another bone-cracking sound echoes. Yi Wentian observes that Kai Laogui's head appears slightly concave. A surge of satisfaction wells within him as he recalls Xianfeng. The death of Xianfeng was instigated by Kai Laogui's grandson, Kai Hua. Back then, Kai Hua had insisted on attacking Yi Wentian at the Tianyang battle camp, even bringing a three-edged dagger. Xianfeng, in a bid to protect Yi Wentian, stepped forward to assist, only to be wounded by Kai Hua's men. This was already egregious, but even after Yi Wentian had rushed Xianfeng to the hospital, they did not relent. Whether it was Kai Hua's idea or Kai Laogui's, it matters not. In any case, Xianfeng met his demise, discarded like refuse. Yi Wentian cannot fathom the torment Xianfeng endured before his death. Yet, every time he reflects on this incident, an overwhelming rage and sorrow consume him. Even if Kai Laogui was unaware, he is still culpable. It is due to Kai Laogui's power and indulgence that a reckless fiend has emerged. Since Kai Laogui disregards his grandson's actions, it falls upon Yi Wentian to intervene. However, if one causes harm, there must be a reckoning. With this thought, Yi Wentian strikes again. This punch sends Kai Laogui hurtling through the air, almost propelling him off the stage. At that very moment, Yi Wentian seized the body of the old ghost Kai once more and forcefully slammed it onto the ground. Simultaneously, Fang Heng leaped onto the stage. As he landed, he beheld the old ghost Kai convulsing on the ground, his eyelids twitching in shock, his face reflecting utter disbelief. Blood and tears flowed freely, creating a scene of gruesome horror. Below the stage, from the judges to the onlookers, everyone stood in a state of stunned silence. While the injury inflicted upon Xiao Yubing by Yi Wentian might have elicited shock, yet remained somewhat comprehensible. The sight of the old ghost Kai in such a state was simply unfathomable. After all, he was the revered old ghost Kai, a figure of great renown in the Dragon Kingdom. How could he be reduced to such a pitiful condition? Chapter 152. The oncoming turmoil. As Fang Heng leapt onto the stage, his gaze fell upon the unconscious figure of old Kai sprawled on the ground. The sight was unsettling. Old Kai's entire body appeared distorted, with his head resembling a broken marionette, contorted in a grotesque manner. The chilling visual evoked a shudder within. Yi Wentian's ruthless assault had left old Kai in such a state that, even if he were to survive, he would likely spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. Fang Heng's astonishment was beyond expression, a sentiment shared by all present. If one were to encapsulate the collective reaction in a single phrase, it would be dumbfounded. The earlier incident with Xiao Yubing being flung off the stage by Yi Wentian was somewhat comprehensible. After all, Xiao was young. Despite his considerable strength, he often fell prey to Yi Wentian's cunning schemes. In the face of carelessness, even the mightiest can succumb to a seemingly weaker opponent. However, the situation with Old Kai was entirely different. With Xiao Yubing's experience as a cautionary tale, one would expect him to exercise greater caution. Coupled with Old Kai's superior experience and power, he should have been capable of overwhelming Yi Wentian from any angle. Yet, in a matter of mere seconds, he was brought down, and the severity of his injuries was alarming. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Thus, Fang Heng, the judges, and the multitude of soldiers were all equally taken aback. No one had witnessed how Old Kai had been vanquished. Some perceived the sequence of events as follows. Old Kai leapt onto the stage, only to collapse, his head bleeding as if severed from its strings. Others described it differently. After Old Kai ascended the platform, Yi Wentian's figure blurred, and moments later, Old Kai fell. Yet another perspective noted that Old Kai's form became indistinct upon reaching the stage, and within a few seconds, he lay prostrate on the arena floor. It is evident that no one truly grasped the manner in which Yi Wentian had overthrown Old Kai. It felt surreal, akin to a dream in which Old Kai simply tumbled to the ground. Had it not been for the formidable martial prowess of those present, one might have suspected that Old Kai and Yi Wentian were merely staging a performance. There would even be those who speculated that Old Kai's leap onto the stage was a ploy to provoke Yi Wentian. To an untrained eye, it would appear that Yi Wentian had not even made contact with Old Kai, an impression born from the latter's incredible speed. In truth, Yi Wentian's strength did not surpass that of Old Kai. Both he and Xiao Yubing were in the early stages of Earth-level power, while Old Kai had already attained the mid-tier of that realm. In terms of capability, Old Kai held a slight upper hand over Yi Wentian. Yet, the question remains, why was Old Kai unable to match Yi Wentian's speed? No, it was not merely a matter of comparison. The situation was far more complex. Observing the battle, even after being knocked down and having his spine broken, the old Ghost Kai failed to react. This situation strikingly illustrates that, in terms of speed, Yi Wentian and the old Ghost Kai exist in entirely different realms. Initially, their realms were comparable, and in fact, the old Ghost Kai was considered to possess a slight edge over Yi Wentian. However, how is it that Yi Wentian's speed surpasses that of the old Ghost Kai by such a considerable margin? The old Ghost Kai, having emerged from a hailstorm of bullets, is undoubtedly seasoned and experienced. Yet, in the face of Yi Wentian, he could not even muster a response. What could possibly account for this? The explanation is rather straightforward. While Yi Wentian's strength may not rival that of the old Ghost Kai, in terms of the profundity of their inner strength, the early stage Yi Wentian possesses a depth that far exceeds that of the mid-stage old Ghost Kai. This is due to his cultivation of the rare 9-yang divine skill, a purple-tier martial art. Such purple-tier techniques are exceedingly scarce, and in today's world, those capable of mastering them are typically the elite. Given the status of the old Ghost Kai, acquiring such an advanced technique is simply beyond his reach. The strength of one's internal cultivation is indicative of the depth of their inner power. With the 9-yang divine skill, Yi Wentian's inner strength is so profound that it could rival that of an average late-stage practitioner. Thus, in terms of internal power, Yi Wentian is able to dominate the old Ghost Kai. Even more crucially, Yi Wentian is also adept in the art of shadow shifting, another purple-tier technique. Generally, any martial artist who masters shadow shifting can elevate their speed by 2 minor realms. With Yi Wentian's late-stage inner power combined with this enhanced speed, it could be asserted that he possesses the capability to contend with a heavenly tier master. Consequently, facing a mid-stage old Ghost Kai is akin to crushing an ant underfoot. Lord of the War, Lord of the War, quickly summon help. Yi Wentian heard a chorus of anxious voices from the audience. Whoosh! A dozen figures leaped onto the stage, swiftly surrounding the old Ghost Kai. What are you all standing around for? Quickly fetch a doctor, bellowed a particularly burly man. Beside this imposing figure stood a young man, visibly distressed, whom Yi Wentian recognized. Kaihua. Yi Wentian clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing slightly. Upon witnessing his grandfather's condition, Kaihua was consumed by rage. His gaze fixed on Yi Wentian, reminiscent of a ferocious wolf. You bastard! I will kill you, he shouted, advancing towards Yi Wentian. The burly man immediately intervened, grabbing him. Young master, you are no match for him. Kaihua, however, retaliated with a fierce slap to the burly man's face. Get away. What good are you lot? What are you here for? If anything happens to my grandfather, I will hold all of you accountable. The burly man dared not retort. Just then, a calm voice resonated. Xiaohua, come back. Stop this commotion. The moment the sound resonated, Yi Wentian was astonished to discover a flicker of fear in Kaihua's eyes. Following the sound, Yi Wentian turned his gaze towards the crowd and noticed a figure that stood out remarkably. While others were in a frenzy, this individual exuded an air of calm. What set him apart the most was his head of silvery white hair. It was this very person who had just spoken. Upon hearing the words of the young man with the silver locks, Kai Hua instantly transformed, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, obediently moving to stand beside the white-haired man. Although Kai Hua cast a resentful glance at Yi Wentian, he dared not utter another word. Yi Wentian, taken aback, pondered the identity of this silver-haired individual. Consequently, he scrutinized the man more closely, observing that the gaze of the white-haired figure was remarkably tranquil, even chillingly so. Chapter 153. The mysterious man. Yi Wentian observed that the silver-haired man's gaze was remarkably calm, even frigid. This starkly contrasted with the surrounding warriors, who exhibited a spectrum of emotions ranging from deep concern to schadenfreude, and even palpable fear. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically since the injury of old Ghost Kai, as human emotions began to unfold in vivid display. However, this young man with silver hair bore no expression, only an icy demeanor prevailed. Yi Wentian could empathize with those overwhelmed by anxiety, for it was evident that they were closely associated with old Ghost Kai. Their fates were inextricably tied to his, and should any misfortune befall him, their fortunes would dissolve in an instant, hence their trepidation. Conversely, those who reveled in the misfortune clearly harbored grievances against old Ghost Kai. These individuals, long suppressed by his authority, now saw a glimmer of hope should calamity strike him. Thus their delight was understandable. Yet, the chilling countenance of the silver-haired youth perplexed Yi Wentian. It exuded an air of superiority, as though the status of old Ghost Kai paled in comparison. However, a glance at the young man's attire, unmistakably that of the Eastern Forest Battalion, suggested he should rank beneath old Ghost Kai. What warranted such an arrogant demeanor? Where is the doctor? Why has he not yet arrived? Bellowed the burly man, his voice echoing with urgency. A voice from the crowd responded, "General, he is on his way. We have already contacted him, and he should be arriving shortly. Where exactly are they now? That remains uncertain. What are you all doing?" The burly man, witnessing old Ghost Kai's labored breathing, felt a surge of panic. Moments ago, he had restrained Kai Hua, fearing he might be outmatched by Yi Wentian and suffer injury. But now, confronted with old Ghost Kai's perilous state, he cast aside his reservations and pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Wentian, exclaiming, "You, if anything happens to our war king, mark my words, you shall not leave this place alive. Bring forth the guards." At his command, a dozen soldiers raised their firearms, their muzzles trained on Yi Wentian. "This man intends to harm our war king. Seize him. If anything befalls our war king, execute him to avenge our leader." Upon the conclusion of his declaration, the soldiers readied their weapons, prepared to pull the trigger should calamity befall old Ghost Kai, ready to ensure Yi Wentian's demise as a fitting retribution. "What are your intentions?" A voice of authority cut through the tension. It was Fang Hong. The burly man retorted, "Fang Hong, I advise you not to interfere. At present, the fate of our war king hangs in the balance, all due to Yi Wentian's actions. If you continue to protect him, it equates to declaring war against us in the Donglin battle camp." Fang Hong scoffed, asserting that on the stage, one must rely on their abilities. If your war king is inferior, then it is only just that he meets a dire fate. The burly man retorted, "Nonsense. His Excellency the War King is a mid-tier Earthrealm expert. How could he possibly lose to Yi Wentian? Surely, you must have employed some underhanded tricks." "Underhanded tricks? In broad daylight, you dare suggest such a thing? Fabricating something from nothing. Xiao Yubing belongs to your Donglin battle camp, does he not? The newspapers of Longwa sing his praises as if he is unrivaled in the heavens and the earth, heralding him as the most promising genius poised to break through to the heavenly realm. Yet, he was effortlessly sent flying by our Yi Wentian in mere moves. Your war king Yan Xia, suspecting us of deceit, insisted on a confrontation. Tell me, is this not courting death?" The outcome was evident, as he was knocked unconscious in an instant. "This merely reflects the inadequacy of your battle camp." Fang Hong glanced at the visibly distressed warriors of the Donglin battle camp and continued, "Now, you claim that Yi Wentian has harmed your war king with sinister methods. A fool tends to attribute his failures to others." With a cold snort, Fang Hong vented the frustration he had long endured from the Donglin battle camp's bullying. For too long, the Tianyang battle camp had suffered under the oppression of the old Ghost Kai's Donglin camp, and although Fang Hong felt discontent, he had no recourse due to their lack of strength. Unexpectedly, today, Yi Wentian provided him with an opportunity for catharsis. He bellowed, "Put down your weapons. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Just look at the fates of Kai Lao Gui and Xiao Yubing. Weigh your options." Fang Hong surveyed the scene. Noticing that the soldiers had yet to lower their weapons, he asked once more, "Will you not lower your guns?" Still, no one complied. Their weapons remained aimed at Yi Wentian. All the Donglin warriors thought, "If I do not lower my weapon, what can this old man Fong do?" In the hearts of the Donglin battle camp, the Tianyang camp was merely a target to be bullied. Although now, with Kai Lao Gui's fate uncertain and the Donglin camp leaderless, their strength had waned compared to that of the Tianyang camp. The ingrained habits of pride lingered. Seeing the Donglin warrior's obstinacy, Fong Heng's gaze turned icy as he signaled sharply. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted, and all the soldiers of the Donglin camp who had raised their weapons were struck down. Shock rippled through the crowd. Fong Heng laughed. "Do you still wish to aim your weapons at him? You believe your Donglin camp is formidable enough to bully us in the Tianyang camp? Do you think we are without our own strength?" From all directions, dozens of individuals emerged, guns trained on every member of the Donglin camp. The warriors of the Donglin camp were left in stunned silence. Although the burly man had ordered them to point their weapons at Yi Wentian, they had yet to pull the trigger. In a shocking turn of events, Fong Heng brazenly opened fire, claiming the lives of several individuals from the Donglin combat camp. "Fong Heng, War King, what do you intend to achieve?" The burly man expressed a mixture of astonishment and fury. He could hardly fathom that Fong Heng would dare to resort to gunfire. For the first time in many years, he realized that the Tianyang combat camp exhibited such audacity. Historically, the members of Tianyang had always been timid in the presence of their Donglin counterparts. Yet now, with old Kai incapacitated, Fong Heng had adopted an unexpectedly assertive stance. The burly man had initially aspired to exhibit a similar firmness. However, he soon recognized that, at this moment, the Donglin combat camp was utterly incapable of overshadowing the Tianyang combat camp. With a sense of resignation, he finally spoke. "Although our War King currently lies in a deep slumber, I am certain that Mr. Tai will take an interest in the events that transpired today." Chapter 154. The Heavenly Tier Expert Mr. Tai, the formidable backing of the old Ghost Kai, holds a significant position within the Dragon Kingdom. Although Fong Heng is a warlord, his status pales in comparison to that of Mr. Tai. Fong Heng coldly declared, "I care not for who you are, nor do I concern myself with your backing. Do you truly believe that our Tianyang war camp is made of mere clay?" His gaze swept across the surroundings, exuding an overwhelming aura. No one dared to meet Fong Heng's eyes, and for good reason. He was a master of the Earth Tier. In terms of martial prowess, within the entire Donglin war camp, only two individuals could be deemed his equals, Xiao Yubing and the old Ghost Kai. However, both Xiao Yubing and the old Ghost Kai now lay unconscious, their fates uncertain, struck down by Yi Wentian. Thus, in terms of martial capability, Fong Heng alone could easily dominate Donglin. In terms of status, Fong Heng, as a warlord, overshadowed the mere war generals of Donglin, who could not even begin to compare. Fong Heng commanded the entirety of the Tianyang war camp, with countless soldiers and resources at his disposal. With a single word, the entire Tianyang faction would unite as a fist, ready to strike at whomever he desired. Meanwhile, the Donglin faction, with the old Ghost Kai incapacitated, was left with a multitude of war generals. Yet these generals were not united. They resembled a pile of loose sand. Some remained fiercely loyal to the old Ghost Kai, while many others had long harbored dissent, deterred only by Kai's formidable presence. Now that Kai lay unconscious, these war generals were consumed by the desire for power and profit. It was already remarkable that they did not turn on one another, let alone unite against the Tianyang war camp. Thus, in the face of Fong Heng's dominance, none dared to respond. In fact, no one even dared to meet his gaze. An exception, however, was a young man with silver hair. This young man chuckled and remarked, "I never imagined Mr. Fong would possess such audacity, disregarding even Mr. Tai. How intriguing, truly intriguing." As he spoke, he approached Fong Heng. Fong Heng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the silver-haired youth, then retorted, "Who are you? What right do you have to speak to me? Are you speaking from the position of a 3-star war general?" Indeed, Fong Heng was a 4-star warlord, and a 3-star war general was hardly significant in his presence. However, Fong Heng was not one to flaunt his superiority. The silver-haired youth's condescending demeanor made it uncomfortable for all those who conversed with him, prompting Fong Heng to tolerate his insolence momentarily. Unexpectedly, the silver-haired youth burst into laughter. Fong Heng furrowed his brow and asked, "What is so amusing? An ant dares to provoke a dragon. Do you find that humorous?" The silver-haired youth gazed at his own slender hands, which resembled exquisite white jade, captivating in their beauty. At that moment, the wind tousled his silver hair, imparting an aura of cool elegance. Amidst the striking handsomeness, there lurked an unsettling chill, a coldness that could send shivers down the spine of anyone who laid eyes upon him. A flicker of anger appeared on Fong Heng's face. "Young man, are you addressing me?" Has your guardian failed to teach you the importance of respect when conversing with your elders? The silver-haired youth suddenly smiled. Respect? What are you that I should honor you? What did you say? Fong Hung, filled with rage, was about to retort when he found the slender hand of the silver-haired youth gripping his throat. Though Fong Hung was a master of the early Earth stage, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. That seemingly delicate hand possessed an unfathomable strength, capable of effortlessly extinguishing his life. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone present, including Yi Wentian, whose face bore an unusual gravity. The silver-haired youth's actions had caught even Yi Wentian off guard. It was known that Yi could rival Heaven Stage warriors in terms of speed. This silver-haired youth was indeed formidable. Release His Excellency, the War King. Quickly let him go. The members of the Tianyang battle camp urged anxiously. Yet, the people from the Donglin battle camp merely laughed. Their earlier tension dissipated. Kai Hua glared venomously at Fong Hung and Yi Wentian, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Yi, whose actions had left his father in dire straits. Were it not for the silver-haired youth's intervention, he might have already acted against them. However, Kai Hua's animosity towards Fong Hung was equally intense. In his eyes, Fong Hung was complicit in the matter. The silver-haired youth tightened his grip on Fong Heng's throat, as if ready to end his life in the next moment. Fong Heng's face had turned an ashen shade, clearly nearing his limit. Yi Wentian yearned to intervene, but was deterred by the youth's cautious demeanor. This individual possessed exceptional martial prowess, and Yi lacked confidence in his ability to defeat him. Moreover, with Fong Hung in his grasp, Yi was hesitant to act recklessly. Suddenly, the silver-haired youth hurled Fong Hung to the ground. Considering you are but a dog under the renowned sword saint, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, you will not escape unscathed. At that very moment, Yi Wentian made his move. His fist rained down like a torrential storm, transforming into a multitude of strikes aimed at the silver-haired youth. Yet, the youth cast a wary glance at Yi Wentian, a hint of seriousness flickering in his otherwise nonchalant demeanor. This reaction was rare for him, who typically exuded an air of indifference. However, faced with the onslaught of Yi Wentian's fists, he adopted a more cautious stance. With a sudden flick of his hand, he unleashed a barrage of strikes that seemed to morph into countless hands. As the myriad arms unfurled, resembling the resplendent display of a peacock's plumage, they deftly intercepted the punches unleashed by Yi Wentian. Ultimately, a counterpunch was returned to Yi Wentian. With a forceful strike, the air erupted. The punch's wind preceded its arrival. Yi Wentian's expression contorted sharply, a stinging sensation enveloping him. Flecks of crimson began to adorn his visage. Yet, astonishingly, the blow had yet to make contact with him. When the fist finally collided with Yi Wentian, a resounding impact reverberated. Blood spewed forth into the atmosphere, and Yi Wentian was sent reeling to the ground. His face etched with a look of sheer astonishment. He cast his gaze upon the young man with silvery hair, who calmly remarked, "So you are Yi Wentian. Not bad. I'll give you a modest lesson this time." Since his debut, Yi Wentian had never encountered such a formidable opponent. This individual was undoubtedly a master of at least the initial stage of the celestial realm, and perhaps even at the mid-stage. Gritting his teeth, Yi Wentian suddenly smiled. Rising once more, a grin emerged upon his face. He was now prepared to engage earnestly. Chapter 155. The man in black. The silver-haired young man possessed an extraordinarily formidable cultivation, instilling a sense of trepidation even within Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian surmised that he was at least a master of the heavenly tier. Yet, at that moment, he felt no fear. Instead, his blood surged with excitement and a fervent desire to battle. It was his first encounter with such a formidable opponent, and he was exhilarated. Since acquiring the signing-in system, he had seldom faced anyone capable of engaging him for more than 3 rounds. At times, invincibility can bring a profound sense of solitude, and the heights of power can be a source of anguish. Just as Yi Wentian was preparing to exert his full strength against the silver-haired youth, he heard a synchronized sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Following the sound, he beheld an unexpected sight. Over 100 armed men in black emerged from an unknown source. These individuals were clad in black trench coats, wielding ominously dark submachine guns, with an array of grenades hanging from their waists. A distinctive feature of their attire was the dark iron plates emblazoned with a dragon motif, prominently displayed on the pockets of their chests. Yi Wentian found this peculiar, as he had never encountered such figures before. His gaze shifted to Fong Hung, a 4-star war king of considerable standing within the battle squad, who had dedicated most of his life to the military. Surely, he would have insight into the identity of these armed black-clad individuals. However, to Yi Wentian's surprise, Fong Hung also wore a furrowed brow, reflecting a state of confusion. The hundreds of black-clad men, with their dark gun barrels aimed at Yi Wentian and his companions, created an intense atmosphere. Yi Wentian, however, remained unfazed. His profound inner strength, combined with his mastery of shifting and illusion techniques, assured him that even if these armed men were to attack simultaneously, they would likely be unable to harm him. Yet, the new recruits of the Tianyang battle camp, such as He Chenggang and Yang Chenglong, lacked Yi Wentian's formidable prowess. Should they encounter the onslaught of these armed men, the Tianyang battle camp would surely suffer grave losses, prompting Yi Wentian to exercise caution. At that moment, the situation shifted once again. Within a brief span, 3 significant developments had transpired. The first occurred when a burly man from the Donglin battle camp raised his hand, commanding several soldiers from his camp to aim their weapons at the Tianyang battle camp personnel, thus seizing control of the narrative. Shortly thereafter, War King Fong Hung summoned dozens of reinforcements. Now, from an unknown source, this multitude of armed black-clad men had emerged. The series of events unfolded with remarkable intensity and dramatic flair. Now, the unfamiliar black-clad individuals, having seized control, directed their weapons at the Tianyang camp and commanded loudly, "Lower your weapons immediately." The soldiers of the Tianyang battle camp turned their attention to Fong Hung, their war king. Without his command, they would not dare to lower their arms. Yet, the newly arrived group exhibited an unmistakable rudeness, forcefully striking the butts of their guns against the soldiers who hesitated to comply. In the midst of the fervent warriors of the Tianyang battle camp, who among them could endure such humiliation? With so many comrades witnessing the torment of one of their own, the likes of He Chenggang, Yang Chenglong, and even Yi Wentian felt the surge of indignation. He Chenggang was the first to react, pushing against the black-clad figure brandishing a gun at him. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded. The adversary sneered. "I command you to lower your weapon," as he pressed the machine gun against He Chenggang's head. "And if I refuse, what can you do?" Yi Wentian, Yang Chenglong, and others joined in, declaring, "Let it be known that we, the people of the Tianyang battle camp, are not afraid of a fight. If you wish to play, we stand ready to engage." The scene devolved into chaos, as the members of the Tianyang battle camp harbored a collective frustration. This competition was originally intended as a friendly match between two camps. However, the East Forest battle camp's brutality shattered that notion. They had brutally broken Lin Ran's limbs, inciting the wrath of the Tianyang warriors. Subsequently, Yi Wentian triumphed over Xiao Yubing. Despite the skepticism surrounding the victory, it was ultimately the Tianyang battle camp that emerged victorious. Yet, the East Forest battle camp's king, the notorious Kai Laogwei, refused to acknowledge this triumph, accusing Yi Wentian of employing underhanded tactics. Moreover, Kai Laogwei insisted on taking the stage himself, wielding his authority as a battle king to intimidate Yi Wentian. From this perspective, the East Forest battle camp's actions were undeniably oppressive. Fortunately, Yi Wentian proved his mettle once more, defeating Kai Laogwei and rendering him unconscious, thus avenging the honor of the Tianyang camp. However, the East Forest faction resorted to further deceit. A young man with silver-white hair emerged, displaying formidable strength as he seized the neck of the battle king Fong Hung, nearly ending his life. Fong Hung, the spiritual leader of Tianyang, faced such treatment, casting a shadow over the entire camp. The collective fury amongst the Tianyang warriors became uncontainable. Just then, 100 black-clad figures appeared, brandishing weapons and assaulting their comrades. The accumulated grievances ignited a profound rage. The warriors now yearned to unleash their fists upon these tormentors, striving to reclaim their dignity. Though the adversaries were armed, the Tianyang warriors held no fear. They believed these assailants would not dare to fire in earnest. After all, this arena was designated for combat between the two camps, a prohibited zone for lethal violence, bearing grave consequences. Furthermore, the Tianyang battle camp was not to be trifled with. Yet, at that moment, a series of gunshots echoed through the air. Several soldiers poised to retaliate were struck down, bullets piercing their skulls, blood splattering the ground. This shocking scene sent ripples of disbelief through every member of the Tianyang battle camp. Yi Wentian's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the audacity of these newly emerged soldiers. How dare they open fire on the members of the Tianyang battle camp? Moreover, they did so in the very presence of the renowned war king, Fong Hung. Were they truly willing to gamble everything in this reckless endeavor? Could they bear the weight of such grave consequences? Simultaneously, He Chenggang was consumed by rage. With a fierce determination, he launched his fist towards one of the assailants who had just fired. This blow was infused with fury, striking swiftly against the adversary's face. A resounding thud echoed as the cloaked figure crumpled to the ground. This single punch served as the clarion call for chaos. At that moment, All members of the Tianyang battle camp cast aside their reservations, driven solely by the desire to reduce these intruders to mere pulp with their fists. Only in this manner could they hope to release the pent-up fury within. Chapter 156. The ancient martial arts family, He Qinggang, Yang Chenglong, and Yi Wenyan had all joined the fray. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers raised their fists in indignation. Yi Wenyan executed a swift maneuver, leaping down from the stage. With a clap of his hands, each black-clad adversary struck by him would collapse instantly. In an instant, his actions rendered over a dozen foes incapacitated. Yet, a tragic turn of events unfolded. He Qinggang was caught in a hail of gunfire and perished on the spot. Several ordinary warriors also fell victim to the onslaught of the black-clad assailants. At that moment, a young man with silver-white hair spoke. "Everyone, stand down." The black-clad figures immediately halted their movements. The silver-haired youth produced a black card from his person and handed it to Fang Heng, stating, "Tell your men to cease their actions." Fang Heng merely glanced at the card, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted to Yi Wenyan and the others, "Everyone, stop." Yi Wenyan turned his gaze towards He Qinglong, who was riddled with bullet wounds. While the entry points of the bullets appeared as mere pinpricks, they created gaping, trumpet-like exit wounds upon penetrating his body. He Qinggang now resembled a honeycomb, seemingly beyond salvation. Yi Wenyan's eyes burned with rage as he clenched his fists, yearning to annihilate the black-clad foes before him. However, Fang Heng bellowed, "Yi Wenyan, I command you to stand down. Did you not hear me?" Yi Wenyan pointed at He Qinggang, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the War King, see for yourself. We came here to compete, yet lives have been lost. The murderers have not been punished, and you expect me to cease? How can I face He Qinggang?" Fang Heng's eyes reflected deep sorrow and anger. Yet beneath that lay a sense of helplessness and fear. He approached Yi Wenyan and whispered, "We cannot provoke them." In Yi Wenyan's memory, Fang Heng had always been a person of strong temperament and great courage, seemingly unafraid of anyone in reality. Even the venerable War King Kai, who held a higher status and seniority, did not intimidate him. Yet now, he appeared utterly daunted by the black-clad figures. Cannot provoke? What is there that we cannot confront? Murderers must pay for their crimes. Debts must be repaid. It is but natural. Fang Heng replied, "You must have noticed how the Donglin war camp, led by old ghost Kai, is exceedingly arrogant, behaving nothing like a faction of warriors. Even during friendly competitions between the two camps, they dare to strike with lethal intent. Just look at Lin Ran, whose limbs were ruthlessly shattered by them. Such conduct bears no semblance to the dignity of a martial camp. Furthermore, it is commonplace for them to kill during matches. Are you not curious as to why they exhibit such audacity?" Yi Wenyan remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed a profound desire to uncover the truth. For in the hearts of the people, martial camps were regarded as bastions of peace, dedicated to safeguarding the common folk. Between the various battle camps, there should exist a bond akin to that of siblings, rather than the estrangement exhibited by the Donglin and Tianyang battle camps. Fang Heng elucidated, stating that the reason is quite simple. The Donglin battle camp is a private militia belonging to an ancient martial arts family. Observing Yi Wenyan's perplexed expression, Fang Heng continued, clarifying that, to be more precise, the Donglin battle camp essentially operates as a private security firm. Naturally, they also function as an assassin organization, which starkly contrasts with our Tianyang battle camp. Our camp is under the jurisdiction of the National Security Special Operations Department of Longhua, while the Donglin battle camp is jointly managed by the largest ancient martial arts family, the Tai family, and the Special Operations Department. Due to the semi-private nature of the Donglin battle camp, their training and philosophies are entirely different from those of the Tianyang camp. Furthermore, in their quest to forge true killing machines, the Donglin camp permits the allocation of death quotas. Nonetheless, even with such allowances, death should not be permissible in the friendly competitions between the two camps. To be precise, death should generally be prohibited. However, given that it is a contest, especially between two camps, the potential for death can be understood in pursuit of the most authentic training. Just as you rendered Xiao Yubing and Kai Laogui in such a state, they would have no grounds to hold you accountable. Fang Heng sighed and remarked, "In the arena of combat, life and death are left to fate. If one must cower even in battle, what merit does such a contest hold? This is a universally acknowledged truth." Yi Wenyan clenched his teeth and replied, "I can comprehend the occasional casualties in competition. But why? Once they have stepped down from the arena, do they still dare to open fire and kill?" Fang Heng, with a resigned sigh, responded, "Because they are the black-clad individuals of the Tai family." The Tai family? Indeed, they are the shadowy overlords of the Donglin battle camp, the largest ancient martial arts family in all of Longhua. I fail to understand. Your Excellency, the War King, you are directly subordinate to the Longwa Security Special Operations Department. How can they possibly surpass the authority of the Tai family? If the Tai family members commit a crime, can they evade punishment? Fong Hung explained. The black-clad individuals of the Tai family possess the privilege of acting first and reporting later, a right granted by imperial decree. So what? Earlier, when they instructed us to lower our weapons, it was already a means of granting us an avenue for retreat. If we did not comply, they would have the authority to execute us on the spot. Yuan Tian was taken aback. Do not dwell on it. I bear the greatest responsibility in this matter. Initially, I did not reveal that they were affiliated with the Tai family. Otherwise, I would have certainly intervened to prevent you. I am aware you acted in my defense. However, although the Tai family members belong to a civilian organization, they are integrated within the Special Operations Department, with the authorization of the Special Operations Minister. Even if they were to kill you, it would still align with the laws of Longwa. Yuan Tian inquired, why? What do you mean, why? Why are the Tai family members allowed such audacity? Fong Hung, with a sense of resignation, replied, this is the harsh reality. Reality? By what right do they wield such power? Fong Hung Dao, do you not wish to know the answer? Very well, I shall enlighten you. Mr. Tai, the head of the Tai family, is a venerable master of the celestial rank from the elder generation of the Dragon Kingdom. Until the emergence of new celestial masters, it has been Mr. Tai who has safeguarded us. Celestial masters? Does one merely need to attain the celestial rank to act with impunity? Certainly not. However, the shadowy figures of the Tai family have consistently devoted themselves to the protection of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, the possession of exceptional authority is indeed comprehensible. Moreover, regarding the recent incident, it was clearly communicated to you to lay down your arms. Therefore, both from a perspective of sentiment and reason, we must concede our defeat. Fong Hang pondered momentarily before uttering one final statement. Do you see that young man with silver hair? He is none other than Mr. Tai's son, Tai Xinglong. Although he currently stands at the pinnacle of the Earth rank, he already possesses the strength of a celestial master. In fact, even those at the initial stage of the celestial rank would find him to be a formidable opponent. He is destined to become the next head of the Tai family. Presently, the Tai family boasts 2 celestial ranks, and the Special Operations Department holds them in high regard. Chapter 157, Class Reunion at present. He stands at the pinnacle of the Earth realm, yet possesses the strength of the celestial realm. Even those adept at the early stages of the celestial realm are no match for him. He is destined to become the next head of the Tai family. Currently, the Tai family boasts 2 celestial realm members, prompting the Special Operations Department to take them very seriously. The implication of Fong Hang's final remarks is abundantly clear. The silver-haired youth, Tai Xinglong, is poised to become a celestial realm expert and the head of the Tai family, making the Tianyang battle camp a force to be reckoned with. It is pertinent to elucidate the military camp system of Long Country. The full title of a military camp is the Special Operations Reserve Training Camp. There are 2 types of military camps, private and public. Private camps, such as the Donglan Military Camp, are funded jointly by private families and the Special Operations Department. They recruit graduates from various ancient martial arts sects to serve as instructors and train warriors. These trained warriors, in principle, do not yet belong to the military. Only upon graduating from the military camp do they become true soldiers. However, soldiers graduating from military camps are markedly different from ordinary soldiers, as they enter the Special Operations Department's 3 secret service branches and the Tai family's clandestine organization, the Black-Clad Men. The 3 major secret service branches of the Special Operations Department are the Shadow Secret Service, abbreviated as the Shadow Branch, the Dragon Secret Service, abbreviated as the Dragon Branch, and the Eagle Secret Service, abbreviated as the Eagle Branch. The Shadow Branch is responsible for intelligence gathering and reconnaissance against other nations. The Dragon Branch oversees the management of domestic ancient martial arts sects and families, while the Eagle Branch is tasked with countering foreign ability users. Whether ancient martial practitioners or ability users, they are formidable entities. Since these 3 secret service branches are charged with confronting such beings, they must possess extraordinary strength, intelligence, and endurance. Consequently, the training for soldiers graduating from military camps is exceedingly rigorous, even leading to the grim moniker of Death List, a testament to the sacrifices required to cultivate elite Secret Service personnel. Thus, the competitions between the 2 military camps are often blood-soaked. Although the Tai family's organization of black-clad men is not officially sanctioned, the presence of the only celestial realm expert in the country grants them the authority to act with impunity, a privilege bestowed by the Special Operations Department. A celestial realm expert holds immense power. There are few in the world who reach such heights, and with this status comes a plethora of privileges. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Yi Wentian felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Strength is paramount. All challenges stem from insufficient power. Were he stronger, he would not find himself in such a predicament today. Tai Xinglong beckoned to Fang Hong, who hastily approached, his head bowed in deference. Mr. Tai? In the presence of Tai Xinglong, Fang Hong appeared utterly subservient. Observing this, Yi Wentian suddenly noticed Tai Xinglong's gaze directed towards him. With narrowed eyes, a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of Tai Xinglong's mouth. Yi Wentian met his gaze with a calm demeanor. Tai Xinglong's formidable power stemmed not only from his cultivation, but also from his esteemed lineage. Yet rather than instilling fear in Yi Wentian, it ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him. Although Tai Xinglong does not possess the prowess of a celestial-level master, his strength is indeed on par with one. Yi Wentian has never engaged in combat with a celestial-level opponent, making Tai Xinglong the first individual of such caliber he has encountered. Presently, Yi Wentian's capabilities fall significantly short of Tai Xinglong's. Nevertheless, with several divine abilities at his disposal, coupled with his own cultivated martial skills, he possesses sufficient strength to contend with Tai Xinglong. Someday, I shall avenge He Qinggang, I vow. Yi Wentian gritted his teeth, silently affirming this as a promise to both himself and He Qinggang. At this juncture, his strength merely allows him to challenge Tai Xinglong, which is far from adequate. He requires further enhancement. He must become formidable in all aspects, including wealth and martial prowess. At the very least, he must attain the celestial level to rival the Tai family. A gentle breeze stirred the air, causing a few phoenix trees in the courtyard to sway lightly. The lush foliage rustled softly, and the cold yet refreshing air wafted in through the window. This place is an orphanage. Yi Wentian has been here for some time, having once called this orphanage home. Whenever he feels disheartened or grapples with perplexing thoughts, he returns here. It feels like home, providing him with a profound sense of security. He brewed himself a cup of delicate green tea and closed his eyes, pondering over the events of the past, while images of various individuals filled his mind. He Qinggang, Lin Ran, Xian Feng, and the valiant warriors who fell to the black-clad assailants. They should never have encountered such tragedies. Their lives had only just begun. Unbeknownst to him, the crimson sun began its descent, casting the last rays of twilight upon the lawn and the phoenix trees, imparting a gentle blush to the scene. The entire orphanage basked in the golden glow of the setting sun. At that moment, the phone rang unexpectedly. From the far east came a dragon's call. Yi Wentian answered the call from an unfamiliar number, remaining silent. He then heard a voice on the other end. Is this Wentian? Who is it? The voice was unfamiliar, yet carried an air of familiarity. Yi Wentian pondered deeply, trying to ascertain who could be calling him. His social circle was rather straightforward, with few friends. This was largely due to his introverted nature and his disinterest in forming friendships, compounded by his considerable wealth, which diminished the need for social connections. With a simple network, reflecting upon it was equally uncomplicated, he concluded that the caller was undoubtedly someone he did not know well. Yet, why did the tone seem so intimate? At that moment, the voice on the line declared, "It's me, Zhou Minghong." Zhou Minghong. Yi Wentian contemplated for a moment and replied, "I'm sorry, I don't recognize you. We were high school classmates." "Really? Now that you're wealthy, you've forgotten even your old classmates?" Yi Wentian suddenly recalled that he indeed had a high school classmate named Zhou Minghong. "Oh dear, I sincerely apologize for my momentary lapse. May I inquire what brings you here? It seems the mind of a distinguished person often wanders." Zhou Minghong chuckled and remarked, "By the way, this week, we are having a class reunion. Will you be attending?" I. Yi Wentian was about to decline, but then he heard Zhou Minghong continue. "Teacher Zhao will also be present. Aren't you eager to see him? Isn't Teacher Zhao abroad?" However, at that moment, Yi Wentian unexpectedly heard Teacher Zhao's voice. "Wu, my boy. I am back. You better come over this Saturday." Teacher Zhao was Yi Wentian's homeroom teacher in high school, who had always treated him kindly. In the past, he had even supported Yi Wentian because he was an orphan. Chapter 158 Reunion. Good. "Teacher, how have you been lately?" A smile graced Yi Wentian's face as he reminisced about the past. "Very well indeed. You must come this time." "No way. You young man is now quite the busy bee. I'll have Jiazi come to fetch you, lest you claim you're too occupied later." "Ha ha. Rest assured, I shall definitely be there." Time passed slowly, and soon the gathering approached. Jiazi contacted Yi Wentian, and they arranged to meet at the square. A chilly breeze swept through, causing the flowers and grasses in the square to sway gently, their leaves rustling softly. The sun, obscured by clouds, emitted a faint glow that cast a delicate red hue over the city. Many buildings were shrouded in a soft golden radiance, harmonizing with the coolness of the day. Alongside the square, vehicles flowed incessantly. Each individual was engrossed in the hustle and bustle of life. At that moment, a striking figure emerged. It was Jiazi. Known by her birth name, Lin Jia. Lin Jia remained as beautiful as ever, the girl who had once captured Yi Wentian's secret affections. To speak candidly, throughout the years, Yi Wentian had never forgotten her. Lin Jia hailed from a well-off family during her school years, and her circumstances had not changed. For Yi Wentian, however, Lin Jia had always been a goddess-like figure during their school days. In those times, during holidays, Yi Wentian often toiled at construction sites or restaurants. Life was undeniably arduous. Yet in retrospect, those struggles now seemed beautiful. Nevertheless, at that moment, it had been quite painful. Meanwhile, Lin Jia frequently traveled abroad. The disparity in their lifestyles was stark. Yi Wentian had always dressed rather plainly. In truth, back then, surviving and having enough to eat was a significant achievement. Who would bother about their attire? Yet, in the presence of Lin Jia, that contrast became painfully evident. Yi Wentian harbored feelings for Lin Jia, but was too shy to express them, largely due to his own insecurities. Jiazi, it's been so long. Now that you have become so successful, you no longer keep in touch with us old classmates. Lin Jia remarked with a smile. The Lin Jia of today was the same as before, yet curiously, she felt entirely different. In the past, she seemed like a celestial being, radiating light. Yi Wentian had even felt too bashful to look directly at her. However, now, after the passage of time, Lin Jia appeared more down to earth. She wore a white down jacket that did little to conceal her figure, resembling the girl next door, her skin slightly less taut. Nevertheless, her beauty remained undiminished. Jiazi, are you here alone? Of course not. Chen Xiaohai is here too. And where is he? He went shopping and will drive over shortly. Lin Jia scrutinized Yi Wentian with her sparkling eyes, then slightly shook her head and remarked, isn't it strange? I wonder why I never noticed you back then. Yi Wentian remarked, what lack of foresight? Lin Jia replied, back when we were in the same class, who would have imagined you achieving such success? What a pity. Missing out on a potential prodigy. Ha ha. Yi Wentian chuckled playfully. Nonsense. I always had a sense that you were secretly observing me. I've often wondered if you harbored feelings for me. Lin Jia rolled her eyes and retorted, I certainly did not. You have such a thick skin. As the cold wind blew, Yi Wentian caught a whiff of Lin Jia's fragrance, subtle yet serene. At that moment, Chen Xiaohai approached with a package in hand. Chen Xiaohai, a businessman, had fared exceedingly well among their classmates, second only to Yi Wentian. During their school days, he was a prominent figure, a paragon of talent and charisma. He led the poetry club and served as the president of the student council, often hosting school events. Undeniably handsome, Chen Xiaohai's charm, while noteworthy, paled in comparison to Yi Wentian's allure. Yet, during their school years, Yi Wentian struggled to attract girls, not due to lack of looks, but rather his status as an orphan, devoid of wealth and unable to dress well. Without financial means, one's charisma often fails to shine through. A young man's confidence is inevitably tied to his resources. In contrast, Chen Xiaohai hailed from a wealthy family, well-connected, talented, and undeniably attractive. He had countless admirers, with many girls who were unattainable for ordinary boys falling into his embrace. Those boys, dreaming of future prosperity to make those girls regret their choices, often found themselves disillusioned as they entered the workforce, facing the harsh reality of life without connections or capital, struggling for years in poverty. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohai, leveraging his family's resources, established a company and became a hotel owner in just a few short years. The envy and jealousy of those once envious boys only deepened as Chen Xiaohai's fortunes flourished. Among the group was another young man named Xiao Qingyun, who harbored secret affections for Lin Jia. The four of them, Xiao Qingyun, Yi Wentian, Chen Xiaohai, and Lin Jia, climbed into Chen Xiaohai's vehicle, heading toward their gathering. During the ride, Yi Wentian noticed Xiao Qingyun's evident discomfort. Strikingly, he recalled that during their school days, Xiao Qingyun had been quite the chatterbox. Yet today he was unusually taciturn. However, Chen Xiaohai and Lin Jia continued their conversation with Yi Wentian, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Qingyun's presence. Chen Xiaohai remarked, Wentian, can you guess how much I spent on my hotel? Yi Wentian was aware that Chen Xiaohai had opened a hotel, albeit a modest one. The investment barely reached a few million, which seemed insignificant in such a small county. Nevertheless, since his old classmate had broached the subject, Yi Wentian felt compelled to respond. Haha, I am not quite familiar with the situation here. How much did it cost? Chen Xiaohai replied, 2 million. Is it really possible to establish a hotel for just 2 million? Chapter 159. The class flower. Is it truly feasible to establish a hotel for merely 2 million? Yi Wentian, having once owned numerous properties, is acutely aware of the real estate market. A hotel must encompass at least 6 stories. with a minimum of 10 rooms on each floor, each room requiring no less than 50 to 60 square meters. Even if one were to consider only the rent, the expenditure would be substantial. Coupled with various miscellaneous costs, permits, and renovations, the prospect of creating a hotel with just $2 million appears rather daunting. Of course, it is possible that Yi Wantian's expectations regarding renovations are rather lofty, given his substantial wealth exceeding $100 billion. Chen Xiaoai glanced at Yi Wantian, seemingly recalling something, and awkwardly remarked, "If it were anyone else, $2 million would undoubtedly fall short. However, I possess connections. Wantian, I'm not boasting. In this county, I am quite influential. Of course, outside of this territory, it may be a different story, but within this small domain, my words carry weight. Next time you visit, do not hesitate to give me a call if you require assistance." Yi Wantian chuckled heartily, replying, "Rest assured, if I encounter any issues, I will surely seek your help." Lin Jia, seated in the front passenger seat, turned around, her enchanting eyes fixed on Yi Wantian as she inquired, "Wantian, your company has gained quite a reputation. Have you considered going public?" "Going public? Not at all. Our company has no intentions of doing so." Yi Wantian responded. Chen Xiaoai quickly interjected, "Jiazi, this week, I will take you to enjoy some bayberries, the same place we visited last time." Lin Jia pressed further, "Why not go public?" Suddenly, Chen Xiaohai slammed on the brakes as a dog darted across the road. He exclaimed, "Get out of my way, or you might find yourself in dire straits." How utterly vexing. Ignoring Chen Xiaohai, Lin Jia continued to gaze at Yi Wantian, observing Chen Xiaohai's gradually darkening countenance. Yi Wantian refrained from answering Lin Jia's question and instead inquired, "Jiazi, Xiaohai, have you two become a couple?" Chen Xiaohai quickly replied, "Of course. We've been together for quite some time now. Who said we are together? Our personalities simply do not align." Lin Jia retorted. Xiao Qingyun, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. "In truth, if personalities do not match, it is often best to avoid being together, as it can lead to frequent quarrels." Chen Xiaohai smirked and exclaimed, "Haha, Xiao Qingyun is becoming increasingly amusing." Hearing this, Xiao Qingyun promptly lowered her head. Chen Xiaohai then continued, "Xiao Qingyun, what have you been working on lately?" Xiao Qingyun remained silent. Chen Xiaohai turned to her again, saying, "I recall you were selling houses last time, right? If you are in the real estate business, do let me know. Perhaps I will join you in selling houses. At least you are my classmate, and I would not want those outsiders to benefit at your expense." Xiao Qingyun still did not respond. Chen Xiaoai added, "Lin Jia and I have already purchased our wedding apartment." Lin Jia frowned and said, "I never said I wanted to marry you." Chen Xiaoai parked the car at the intersection and asked, "Then who do you wish to marry?" He cast a glance at Yi Wantian as he spoke. Yi Wantian observed the escalating tension between the two individuals and inquired, "What is amiss with you all? The air is thick with hostility." Chen Xiaohai replied, "There is no hostility. I simply feel a sudden wave of melancholy." Lin Jia turned her head aside, contemplating momentarily before deciding to open the car door and exit. "Where are you going?" Chen Xiaohai asked, but received no response as Lin Jia walked to the intersection and hailed a taxi, departing without a backward glance. Upon witnessing Lin Jia leave the vehicle, Xiao Qingyun also opened his door, signaled for a taxi, and followed suit. Yi Wantian glanced at Chen Xiaohai, who tilted his head in silence, his expression reflecting displeasure. Yet, Yi Wantian understood the unspoken complexities among them. Each individual harbored their own sentiments. Firstly, Xiao Qingyun, the reticent fellow, was evidently harboring unrequited feelings for Lin Jia. No, this was no longer mere infatuation. Yi Wantian had discerned it clearly. Moreover, he was certain that both Lin Jia and Chen Xiaohai were aware of it as well. It appeared that Lin Jia and Chen Xiaohai had been together, but recent tensions suggested otherwise. Was it perhaps due to Xiao Qingyun? Yi Wantian shook his head, harboring a lingering suspicion that he might be the cause. Sitting in the taxi, he couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that a man could not be too handsome, for it might disrupt the happiness of others. Yet, his own attractiveness was beyond Yi Wantian's control, leaving him feeling rather helpless. The venue for today's gathering was the Jinxiu Qianqing, which was, of course, Chen Xiaohai's hotel. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jinxiu Qianqing, Chen Xiaohai noticed a throng of familiar faces congregating outside. As Yi Wantian made his appearance, he was immediately spotted, and a wave of classmates rushed to greet him. "Wantian, you finally made it." The first to enthusiastically extend a handshake was a classmate with whom Yi Wantian had previously clashed. "Hurry inside. It's freezing out here." A young woman, once the belle of the class, hurried to his left. "What time did you arrive today? You didn't even consider reaching out so I could come pick you up." Another, adorned with a watch, had once taken delight in teasing Yi Wantian. This group exuded warmth. Despite their past indifference, their fervor today was genuinely heartwarming. Unexpectedly, As the years passed, their camaraderie seemed to have deepened. Wentian, we are in room 305. Upon entering room 305, Yi Wentian pushed the door open to find a dozen individuals seated on the sofa, their demeanor notably subdued, most engrossed in their phones. As Yi Wentian entered, smiles emerged on their faces, though the warmth of their welcome was somewhat muted. Notably, those who expressed the greatest enthusiasm were attired in more upscale clothing, while the less fervent donned simpler attire. Strangely, Yi Wentian felt that those in the finer attire lacked true sophistication, while those in humble garb embodied genuine simplicity. It was a perplexing sensation. The arrival of Yi Wentian instantly invigorated the atmosphere of the gathering. After many years of separation, the opportunity to reunite evoked in him a poignant sense of nostalgia, as if time had regressed and space had distorted. In a fleeting moment, he felt transported back to his school days. The faces of his classmates appeared both familiar and foreign. For instance, there sat in the corner a silent female classmate. Yi Wentian recalled her from their school days, when, despite her shyness, she was far from the pallid and introverted person she had become. In those days, she was his desk mate, characterized by her innocent timidity, always bringing him breakfast with a sweet smile. Chapter 160. Integrity. At that time, each morning, the girl would bring him apples, milk, and a breakfast that she purportedly prepared herself. Their relationship was always harmonious. In Yi Wentian's heart, the girl in the corner, though somewhat shy, radiated positivity and sunshine. However, at this gathering, the girl appeared strikingly haggard. She hid in the corner, resembling a timid kitten. This girl, named Lin Xiyu, had undergone the most significant transformation among their classmates. Apart from Lin Xiyu, the changes in the other classmates were also notable. Those who once spoke freely had grown taciturn, and the extroverted had become introspective. Time, indeed, is a cruel adversary, rendering the past unrecognizable. Upon noticing the weariness etched on Lin Xiyu's face, Yi Wentian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has happened to Lin Xiyu? Why does she appear so frail? Does anyone know?" Since entering society, he had lost contact with her. He had heard she was married but knew not to whom. After her family relocated abroad, communication ceased. Some informed Yi Wentian that Lin Xiyu had wed a foreigner, allegedly under her parents' duress. This foreigner was said to be impoverished, a gambler, and licentious, rumored to indulge in substances as well. After marriage, she suffered domestic abuse and divorced a few years ago, yet her family's finances had been nearly depleted. Yi Wentian questioned, what were her family thinking when she married him? Why? Because they believed he was wealthy. Someone replied, that foreigner deceived Lin Xiyu's family, claiming to possess substantial assets abroad. In reality, he was merely a pauper. Her family, being pragmatic, allowed her to fall to such depths. Yi Wentian frowned at the classmate disparaging Lin Xiyu and said, enough. No more of this. We are all classmates. As he spoke, Yi Wentian approached Lin Xiyu and took a seat beside her. Among their peers, Yi Wentian had achieved remarkable success, and every move he made drew the attention of those around him. Realizing he was walking towards her and feeling all eyes upon her, Lin Xiyu felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Yi Wentian asked, would you care for a drink? Lin Xiyu replied, no, thank you. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Our bond is not like that with the others. You are my dearest classmate. It is rather callous of you to have not kept in touch all these years. Presently, Yi Wentian had become a prominent figure in the country. Wentian Biotechnology had recently made headlines with its groundbreaking product, the Bloodwind pill, which had garnered international acclaim for its remarkable efficacy. Numerous foreign corporations now traversed great distances to Dragon Country, queuing to purchase the Bloodwind pill from Wentian Biotechnology. It could be said that Yi Wentian had emerged as a luminary in the pharmaceutical industry. Lin Xiyu lowered her gaze, her face awash with regret, shame, and a sense of inferiority. Once, she and Yi Wentian had been the best of classmates. However, at present, Lin Xiyu finds her life in utter disarray, while Yi Wentian has achieved remarkable success. The stark contrast between the two has rendered her once cherished dreams into mere illusions. Just then, the door swung open abruptly. Chen Xiaohai entered, accompanied by Lin Jia and Xiao Qingyun, but to everyone's astonishment, a foreign gentleman trailed behind them. Yi Wentian noticed Lin Xiyu's countenance shift dramatically upon the sight of the foreigner. This man was none other than Lin Xiyu's former husband. Yi Wentian observed that the foreigner was clad in dark attire, with a tattoo peeking out from beneath the collar. His physique bore a striking resemblance to a crow, and his features appeared rather menacing, exuding a palpable aura of hostility. Come with me, Yi Wentian interjected, inquiring, who are you? Why are you troubling our classmate? The foreign man replied, she is my wife. Lin Xiyu retorted, we are divorced. The man, seemingly incensed by her words, unleashed a violent slap. It was evident that this foreigner had repeatedly assaulted Lin Shiyu. He was a habitual offender. Yuanian swiftly seized the man's arm. Initially, he contemplated delivering a decisive blow, but soon realized that this was a domestic matter between the couple and felt it was not his place to intervene. In truth, Yuanian felt a deep discomfort. Lin Shiyu was his dear friend, yet he could not fathom why she chose to marry a foreigner. Were men from Longwood truly so inadequate? Particularly when the demographic ratio favored men, why would she forsake her own kind for a foreigner? Was it merely because of the perceived physical prowess of foreigners? Moreover, Yuanian found himself perplexed. He had heard that foreign laws prohibited domestic violence, yet this man appeared to be a frequent abuser. Regardless, at this moment, Lin Shiyu was his classmate, and as such, Yuanian could not allow anyone to cause a ruckus under his watch. As he grasped the foreigner's wrist, he heard the man exclaim in anger, "Let go of my hand, you son of a bitch. Do you wish to die, you damn monkey?" Upon hearing this slur, Yuanian retaliated with a swift kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground, writhing in pain and unable to rise. At that instant, Chen Xiaohai rushed over to restrain Yuanian, exclaiming, "Wentian, what are you doing?" Yuanian retorted, "This guy came here to harass Lin Shiyu. He is courting death." Chen Xiaohai quickly countered, "He is a foreigner. You can't hit him." Yuanian looked bewildered. "Why can't I hit him?" Chen Xiaohai replied, "Foreigners are not to be trifled with, and besides, he is still Lin Shiyu's husband." Yuanian, with a perplexed expression, countered, "Foreigners are untouchable. But what about our own people? Where are we? This is Longhua. I fear them in my own country. What would happen if I ventured into theirs? Am I to understand that no matter where I am, I must willingly play the subordinate? Moreover, Shiyu has long since divorced this subordinate. Foreigners have always looked down upon the people of the Dragon Nation, which is quite a hurtful reality. What is more disheartening is that the people of the Dragon Nation themselves also regard each other with disdain." Chen Xiaohai's expression darkened, and he hastily interjected, "This is, after all, my hotel. If you wish to fight, take it outside, and do not say I did not warn you. Should you strike him, trouble will surely follow." Yuanian has never been one to cower in the face of threats. He shattered Chen Xiaohai's composure and proceeded toward the exit. After a few steps, noticing Lin Shiyu still standing there, he turned back and said, "Aren't you leaving? I implore you, Lin Shiyu, to possess a modicum of backbone in this world." Chapter 161. Troubles. Lin Yushi appeared lost in thought, and witnessing her current state pained Yuanian deeply. Among his former classmates, only Lin Yushi shared the closest bond with him. During their school days, she would bring him breakfast every morning. Aware that he often lacked the funds to afford a meal, he yearned to alleviate the difficulties Lin Yushi faced at present, which, to him, did not seem overly challenging. The primary issue troubling Lin Yushi was the persistent harassment from a foreign man. If he could just deter this man from further bothering her and provide her with some financial assistance, her circumstances would gradually improve. Yuanian was motivated to act, not for any ulterior motives, but out of the fond memories of their past camaraderie. Thus, he seized the foreign man by the collar and declared to Lin Yushi, "Come with me." All eyes turned towards Yuanian. While many classmates were aware of the close relationship he had once shared with Lin Yushi, the passage of time had dulled many connections. No one anticipated that Yuanian would still be willing to stand up for her. A moment of silence enveloped the group as they processed the unexpected turn of events. Lin Yushi felt a wave of emotion. Yet it was precisely this sentiment that made her reluctant to involve Yuanian in her troubles. She whispered, "Yuanian, you should not concern yourself with this matter." Just then, Lin Zhao approached, murmuring, "Yuanian, this situation is not as simple as you perceive." "What do you mean?" he inquired. "That foreign man is nothing but a scoundrel. A few blows, and he would back off. It's not so straightforward. It is said that Lin Yushi owes him a considerable sum of money." "What? How could Lin Yushi possibly owe him anything?" "Indeed, it is rumored that during her divorce, she agreed to pay him a substantial settlement to finalize the separation. They may have even signed a contract, allowing her to proceed with the divorce." Yuanian furrowed his brow as Lin Jia continued, "Thus, this foreign man is here to claim that money. If you intervene now, you may find yourself responsible for that debt. I will pay whatever I must." "What is the difference?" he retorted. "Over 500,000. Lin Jia revealed. 500,000? You must be jesting. This man is truly a swindler. To think that after a divorce, he would not only deny Lin Yushi any compensation, but also demand money from her. And such a large sum at that. This cannot be allowed. It's not as simple as you imagine. I've heard that Lin Yushi's family has relocated overseas, and it appears her parents spent a considerable amount of money while abroad, all of which was provided by this foreign man. Therefore, Demanding 50,000 does not seem entirely unjust. Ultimately, one must point fingers at Lin Yushi for her predicament. Consider this. Had her mother not been so enamored with him, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Enough. There is no need for further discussion. I am aware of what I must do. At worst, I will repay him myself, Yu Wentian asserted. Lin Jia persisted in her cautioning. It is not as simple as you believe. Consider the implications of such a person. Once entangled with him, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself. It is said that he is acquainted with numerous individuals of questionable character. However, fear not, for I have practiced martial arts over the past few years, and I assure you that even a few ruffians cannot intimidate me, should their prowess prove overwhelming. We have the option of involving the authorities. I shall take charge of this matter. Yu Wentian, aware of his own capabilities, refrained from elaborating further. His skills are beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like Lin Jia. To speak candidly, even if dozens of armed men were to confront Yu Wentian, as long as the space permits, he could effortlessly dispatch his adversaries. Lin Xiu, not far from Yu Wentian, overheard Lin Jia's earlier comments. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Being someone who values her reputation, she found her circumstances deeply embarrassing. With her husband making such a scene before their peers, she felt utterly humiliated. She was profoundly touched by Yi Tian, her best friend from school, who remained as loyal as ever. Yet, this very loyalty made her reluctant to burden Yi Wentian further. Won't you please let this matter rest, Wentian? She implored. She understood that her former husband was rather troublesome. And although she recognized Yi Wentian's considerable wealth, she did not wish for her troubles to impose upon him. If I had not witnessed this myself, I could have turned a blind eye, but now that I have seen it, I feel compelled to act. Yi Wentian, a man of principle, always seeks to reciprocate kindness. He led the foreigner to the entrance, with Lin Jia, Lin Xiu, and others following closely behind. Yu Wentian inquired, "What should I call you?" "Jack," Lin Xiu replied. "Jack. I am a classmate of Lin Xiu. I am aware of your situation. How much do you require? State your price. I will provide it. However, I have one condition. You must ensure that you never appear before Lin Xiu again. From this moment forth, consider your ties to her severed. Can you guarantee this?" Jack, still dazed from Yi Wentian's earlier blow, was enraged. Despite the fact that Yi Wentian had not struck with full force, fearing fatal consequences, the impact of his kick was nonetheless formidable. It had nearly rendered Jack unconscious, and he had only just regained his composure. Now, confronted with Yi Wentian's expression, Jack seethed with anger. You should die," he shouted, lunging at Yi Wentian and attempting to choke him, as if intent on taking them both down together. Yet, Yi Wentian calmly grasped Jack's wrist, effortlessly freeing himself from the grip. "Hey, buddy, have you calmed down now? I understand your anger. My actions were unintentional. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. How much will it take to resolve this situation?" Indeed, Yi Wentian has comprehended the unfolding of events since he first overheard the conversation. This Jack is certainly not a virtuous individual. However, the Lin Xiu family is also plagued by considerable issues. It can be said that each party bears its own faults. Were it anyone else, Yi Wentian would undoubtedly refrain from meddling in such trivial matters. Yet, given that this situation pertains to Lin Xiu, he feels compelled to intervene. "Damn it, you scoundrel! How dare you strike me? This matter is far from over. You yellow-skinned monkey, along with that Lin Xiu." Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian seized Jack by the throat, silencing his profanities. Of course, Yi Wentian was mindful of his restraint. After all, they were in the Dragon Country, where the law must be respected. Chapter 162. End of endurance. Although Yi Wentian possessed the capability to employ force and obliterate this individual, he understood that many matters are best resolved through amicable means. Observing the man's flushed face and the apparent struggle for breath, Yi Wentian chose to spare him and continued, "My friend, how about now? Didn't you mention needing money? Just state an amount, and I shall provide it. This will account for the compensation due to Lin Xiu, as well as the medical expenses from our earlier encounter." Yi Wentian, not in want of funds, deemed it worthwhile to expend a small sum to prevent this man from causing further trouble. The foreigner coughed violently, taking a moment to regain his composure. Once he calmed down and was about to confront Yi Wentian, he suddenly recognized the latter's visage illuminated by the night light. This revelation was astonishing. Yi Wentian had become quite a prominent figure. If Jack's assumptions were correct, Yi Wentian would surely appear on the wealthy list this year. To think that such a notable person was once his classmate was a remarkable discovery, and Jack's mind began to devise a plan. "Are you truly willing to part with money?" Yi Wentian replied, "Of course. If money can resolve this, I am prepared to pay." In his estimation, The foreigner would likely demand between 1 to 2 million, considering that he had previously solicited 500,000 from Lin Xiyu. After having physically confronted the man, a claim for a couple of million in medical expenses seemed reasonable. Yi Wentian was not foolish enough to simply hand over money. Rather, he wished to settle the matter swiftly, especially since his mentor had yet to arrive. Any disruption to the gathering would be unwelcome. However, Yi Wentian underestimated the foreigner's audacity. Jack, gasping for breath, smirked coldly. Yi Wentian, chairman of Wentian Biotechnology. I never anticipated that you would be acquainted with this girl. It appears your relationship is rather significant. Excellent. How intriguing. You wish for me to cease pursuing her? Very well, I require 100 million. What? Yi Wentian was taken aback by the audacity of the demand. 100 million? Are you jesting? If you want 100 million, I shall leave her alone and never pursue her again. In Jack's mind, this was merely a tactic to deceive Yi Wentian. In truth, even if offered a billion, he would not relinquish his pursuit. Upon discovering Lin Xiyu's connection to Yi Wentian, he realized he had found a source of sustenance. He believed that as long as he clung to Lin Xiyu, he could secure whatever he desired for the rest of his life. If funds ran low, he could always turn to Yi Wentian for assistance. At this moment, the foreigner was elated, having not expected such an unexpected boon from his visit to Lin Xiyu. However, he had miscalculated. For while Yi Wentian was indeed willing to offer money, it did not imply that he was gullible. A sum of 1 or 2 million would already be considered quite generous. Do you truly expect 100 million? This is utterly a challenge to Yi Wentian's boundaries. 100 million? What are you contemplating? I could at most offer you 1 million. Should you continue to pester me, do not blame me for being ungracious. Jack, however, retorted with a derisive laugh. 1 million? Are you attempting to dismiss me as a beggar? You are the president of Wentian Biotechnology. Your company is valued at over 100 billion. To offer merely 1 million is an insult. Let me make it clear. Without 100 million, you shall not pry me away from Lin Xiyu. The foreigner threatened. This individual possessed an astonishing audacity. Does Yi Wentian, with his 100 billion, owe you anything? Yi Wentian, now irked, replied, I could easily obliterate you. In the Dragon Country, inquire about my reputation. I simply prefer not to resort to violence. I wish to resolve this amicably. If you are wise, heed my words. I will give you 1 million, and from this day forth, you shall leave Lin Xiyu alone. With the money in your possession, I shall gain my peace. We shall not interfere with one another. You may pursue your solitary path while Lin Xiyu continues her radiant journey. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. What do you intend to do? The foreigner showed no signs of fear. Let me remind you, the Dragon Country is governed by law, and as a foreign friend, what can you possibly do to me? Yi Wentian chuckled. So you believe I am powerless against you? Then may fortune favor you. Yi Wentian, weary of the conversation, signaled to his companions and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, several individuals approached and obstructed his path. Upon closer inspection, they were a group of burly foreigners. With their presence, Yi Wentian furrowed his brow and glanced at Jack. Jack, brimming with arrogance, stepped forward to address the foreigners in their native tongue. He is the president of Wentian Biotechnology. Immensely wealthy, and that woman is my former wife. Through our connections, we stand to gain a substantial sum. I need your assistance, and any profits can be repaid to you. Yi Wentian, how much wealth does he possess? The foreigners queried Jack. A great deal, Jack replied. Nice. Yi Wentian remained silent, attempting to circumvent the blockades, only to find himself seized by the foreigners. What is the meaning of this? He inquired, his brow furrowing. Repay the debt. The leading foreigner, a black man, asserted. I owe you money? Yi Wentian's gaze turned icy, realizing these individuals truly believed they could claim dominion over the Dragon Country. Of course. When have I ever owed you anything? Where's the promissory note? There is no note. They retorted. What evidence do you have to prove we owe you anything? You do not owe me, but he does, so you must assist him in repaying. The black man pointed at Jack. Yi Wentian replied, he owes you money. Why should I be responsible for his debts? The man of African descent asserted that you owed him money, hence we have come to collect from you. Yi Wentian replied, you are mistaken. I do not owe him anything. Jack shouted, if you refuse to repay, I shall settle the debt with this weapon. Yi Wentian, unable to endure any longer, swiftly delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Jack was sent flying. Yi Wentian then seized the African man's hand and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. The others watched in astonishment as Yi Wentian's legs moved with remarkable speed, each strike sending an assailant to the floor. Within minutes, all the foreign men lay sprawled on the ground, leaving Chen Shaohai and the others in utter disbelief. When did you acquire such formidable skills? Lin Jia exclaimed, utterly astonished. Chapter 163. Blame my excellence in her previous class. Lin Jia was regarded as a princess, the center of attention. Even Yi Wentian, who once harbored affections for her, was captivated by her charm. However, Lin Jia never regarded Yi Wentian with any esteem, for he was impoverished at that time. Yet now, Lin Jia increasingly perceives Yi Wentian as a treasure. Firstly, Yi Wentian has amassed considerable wealth through Wentian Biotech, a company that has gained significant renown within the country. Its conservative valuation is at least in the hundreds of billions. This achievement is truly remarkable. To manage a company to such heights is no small feat furthermore. Yi Wentian has demonstrated his prowess by effortlessly defeating several burly foreigners, instilling an overwhelming sense of security in those around him. Yi Wentian is undeniably enigmatic. Lin Jia's eyes sparkled with admiration. At that moment, Chen Xiaohai appeared, witnessing Lin Jia's starry-eyed expression, which incited his ire. Chen Xiaohai exclaimed loudly, "The teacher has arrived. You all go ahead. I will deal with these few individuals and join you shortly." Yi Wentian intended to confine these intruders within the camp. After all, this is Longhua, and such audacity from these foreigners is intolerable. Thus, Yi Wentian resolved to have them taught a lesson by the young warriors in the camp. Lin Jia had initially planned to see the teacher, but upon hearing that Yi Wentian would not be joining them for the time being, she decided to stay back as well, concerned that if she left, Lin Xiyu would seize the opportunity to bond with Yi Wentian. Lin Jia was determined not to grant her rival any advantage. Indeed, Lin Jia now viewed Lin Xiyu as a competitor. Regret washed over Lin Jia as she reflected on her past lack of discernment, silently lamenting, "If only I had recognized Yi Wentian's brilliance sooner." She perceived him as a man of depth and loyalty. Had she been kinder to him in the past, perhaps things would be different now. However, she quickly reassured herself. "It matters not. I am no less than Lin Xiyu. After all, Lin Xiyu had married a foreigner and subsequently divorced. At least I am cleaner than she is." Were Yi Wentian to glimpse Lin Jia's thoughts, he would certainly scoff. Although Lin Jia is beautiful, she has been involved in numerous romantic entanglements over the years. Even Xiao Qingyun, who has always silently cherished Lin Jia, harbors doubts about her purity. Lin Jia mused, "With my striking appearance, I am worthy of Yi Wentian. I am at least better than Lin Xiyu. I am more suitable for him." After much contemplation, Lin Jia addressed Chen Xiaohai and the others. "You all go ahead. I shall join Wentian shortly." Chen Xiaohai, who had come expressly to find Lin Jia, felt a surge of frustration upon hearing her words. Only the voice of Chen Xiaohai could be heard, stating, "Yi Wentian is here to resolve the matters concerning these foreigners. What are you, a woman, doing here causing a ruckus? Come, enter with us." Lin Jia, without even sparing a glance at Chen Xiaohai, addressed the crowd. "You all may go ahead. With Wentian here, I am more than capable of handling the situation. Do not worry, we can manage here." Chen Xiaohai, noticing Lin Jia's disregard for his words, retorted angrily, "What can you possibly resolve? This concerns Yi Wentian, not you. How shameless can you be, pushing yourself forward like this?" His words left everyone momentarily stunned. They were not blind and could easily perceive Lin Jia's unique enthusiasm towards Yi Wentian. However, they all feigned ignorance. After all, they were classmates, and some matters, if openly acknowledged, would render everyone uncomfortable. Furthermore, Lin Jia, an exceptionally talented young woman, had always been associated with Chen Xiaohai. Among the gentlemen present, who did not desire Lin Jia's affection, yet they all recognized that Lin Jia had high standards, making it unlikely for her to be interested in any of them. Chen Xiaohai's wealth had won him her favor, but now, with the emergence of the more distinguished Yi Wentian, Lin Jia's affections appeared to have shifted. Truth be told, the gentlemen present secretly hoped for some development between Lin Jia and Yi Wentian, as it would irk Chen Xiaohai. Their collective sentiment was that if they could not attain Lin Jia, they would relish in Chen Xiaohai's discomfort. This was largely due to Chen Xiaohai's prideful demeanor, often disregarding his classmates' feelings. Thus, witnessing him receive a dose of humility brought them joy. In front of such a crowd, Chen Xiaohai's remarks incited Lin Jia's ire. She remained silent, though. Approaching her, Chen Xiaohai whispered, "Come inside with me. You shameless woman, do not be so brazen. Your actions do not just embarrass you. They also bring disgrace upon me." Lin Jia, upon hearing this, retorted, "How have I embarrassed you? Am I married to you? What I choose to do is my own business. It is none of your concern." Chen Xiaohai, infuriated beyond measure, declared, "You are my girlfriend. Let us break up. We are incompatible." With a resounding slap, Chen Xiaohai struck Lin Jia. The onlookers could not help but express their derision, though their mockery was directed towards Chen Xiaohai. Yi Wentian observed the altercation silently, instead opting to pull out his phone and call the battalion. For Yi Wentian, The affair between Lin Jia and Qin Shaohai was of no consequence. Although he had once harbored feelings for Lin Jia, that was a distant memory. Now, as a man of considerable wealth, he had no need to look back. Many perceived Lin Jia as exceptionally beautiful, a sentiment Yi Wentian did not dispute. However, to him, her beauty held little allure, for with wealth, what beauty could not be found? He opened his phone and dialed the battalion. Hello. Good day, General. This is the Tianyang battle camp. How may I assist you? As a 3-star general of the Tianyang battle camp, Yi Wentian's phone number is indeed stored within our records. It is necessary for you to contact him immediately and summon him to Zhaogou County. There are several individuals here whom I need you to escort back. Understood. I will promptly reach out to Tongfeng, located near Gouwu County. Although the Tianyang battle camp serves primarily as a reserve unit, it wields considerable influence throughout the Pingyang region. In Gij County of Pingyang, there are personnel from the Tianyang battle camp engaged in various endeavors. Thus, it came as no surprise that shortly after Yi Wentian's call was made, individuals were already en route to this location. Chapter 164. An incident occurred after finishing the phone call. Yi Wentian discovered that Lin Jia and Qin Shaohai were still embroiled in a heated argument. He approached them and said, "Enough, cease your quarrel. The teacher has already arrived, and if they witness this, it will surely cause them concern. We have rarely seen each other, and it is disheartening to let trivial matters lead to such discord." Trivial matters? Qin Shaohai, already feeling jealous of Yi Wentian, was incensed by his words, interpreting them as a veiled mockery. He sneered, "Don't come here with your condescending remarks." Am I being condescending? Yi Wentian was genuinely not attempting to belittle anyone. Lin Jia's affection for him was her own affair, at least he had not encouraged it. It was unreasonable to suggest that Lin Jia's interest in him should be construed as his fault. Furthermore, whatever issues you two have, whether it be mutual disdain or otherwise, should be resolved privately at home. In front of so many witnesses, if you are not embarrassed, I certainly am. Yi Wentian's attempt to alleviate the tension instead ignited further conflict. Isn't that precisely what you were saying now? Qin Shaohai retorted. Do you not understand why I am arguing with Lin Jia? Come now, clarify your words. Why are you quarreling with Lin Jia? How would I know? What does it have to do with me? I am not the one instigating your disputes. Indeed, you seem to be thriving quite well. Soon, you will be counted among the wealthy elite, wouldn't you? Just think, you are soaring to great heights, a person of significance among the clouds. As for me, I can hardly compare to your stature. I have only managed to scrape by with this hotel. Of course, in your eyes, this establishment is insignificant. I can understand your disdain, but do not overstep your bounds. Now, my girlfriend is contemplating breaking up with me because of you. How dare you speak to me like that? Let everyone be the judge. Aren't your previous remarks indeed condescending? Seeing that Yi Wentian was being dragged into the fray, Lin Jia quickly intervened, pulling Qin Shaohai aside. Qin Shaohai, our matters should be discussed privately between us. Do not involve others. What do you mean by others? Qin Shaohai exclaimed, pointing emphatically at the ground. What do you mean by others? Tell me, what constitutes others? Recognizing Qin Shaohai's escalating agitation, Lin Jia turned away, understanding that he was too emotionally charged to heed anyone's counsel. Aren't you breaking up with me because of him? She said. I never expected you to be so vain, Lin Jia. Have you forgotten how you initially sought me out? Now that you've found someone better, you shamelessly pursue them. Why are you so lacking in dignity? Who pursued you? Stop spewing nonsense. Lin Jia was both frustrated and angry. Yet, Qin Shaohai continued unabated. A woman like you. Bah. Yi Wentian, holding his forehead, was astonished that the flames of conflict had now enveloped him as well. To speak candidly, despite having harbored a slight interest in Lin Jia in the past, he has long since relegated her to the status of an ordinary classmate. His feelings are devoid of any romantic inclination, pure as the sun and moon can attest. In terms of their relationship, he feels closer to Lin Xiyu than to Lin Jia. However, to his astonishment, trouble has unexpectedly found him at home. At that moment, his phone vibrated with a notification. He opened the chat application and discovered a message from Long Yueqing. Upon clicking the message, he was greeted by a short video. The video revealed a dimly lit room, and as the light flickered, it illuminated a chair upon which a person was bound. As the camera zoomed in, he was horrified to recognize Long Yueqing, the true girlfriend of Yi Wentian. Initially, their relationship was merely that of landlord and tenant, but due to a series of unforeseen circumstances, Long Yueqing had requested Yi Wentian to pose as her boyfriend. They had even met each other's parents, and now their bond could be considered that of a couple. Long Yueqing was, in Yi Wentian's heart, the unequivocal choice for his future wife. It had been quite some time since he last communicated with her. As he gazed at the video, intending to discern the nature of her message, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The illumination exposed Long Yueqing's dire state. Her mouth was stuffed with a large wad of rags. This was not akin to the dramatized scenes one might see on television, where such a predicament seems trivial. In reality, once fabric is forced into the mouth, it does not remain stable. Dislocation of the jaw is a genuine risk. At that moment, Long Yueqing's jaw had indeed dislocated due to prolonged obstruction. The sight was ghastly. Blood seeping from the corners of her mouth where a wound had formed, and she was struggling violently, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Unfortunately, her struggles were in vain. Even if she managed to break free, escape was unlikely. Concurrently, a strange man's voice echoed from the video. Ha ha ha. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yi. In this manner, do you recognize this woman in the chair? Upon hearing this voice, Yi Wentian's eyes narrowed instinctively. It was evident to him that Long Yueqing had been kidnapped. Just then, an unfamiliar call came through to his phone. Yi Wentian hesitated, his eyes squinting. He picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and retreated to a corner. He wished to keep this conversation concealed from his classmates. As the call connected, the same chilling and deranged voice from the video greeted him. Hello, Mr. Yi. Who are you? What do you want? Ha. Mr. Yi, let us play a game. Damn you. Insulting others is far from a commendable habit. Do remember to amend your ways, lest I be compelled to impose a consequence upon you. This punishment, of course, will not befall you directly. Rather, I might resort to severing your girlfriend's ear, for instance. Ha. Yet, considering this is your first offense, I shall refrain from holding it against you. However, do bear in mind to treat me with a modicum of respect next time. Spare me your theatrics. What is it that you desire? Speak plainly. Ha. The stranger on the phone continued to laugh. An incessant chuckle that left Yi Wentian apprehensive about the possibility of him laughing himself into oblivion. Mr. Yi, you truly speak with remarkable candor. Very well. I shall be forthright. You must immediately proceed to the abandoned steel mill in Pingyang City. Enough of this nonsense. Speak plainly about your demands. Do not toy with me. Long Yueqing is not even at the steel mill. What do you expect me to accomplish there? Chapter 165. The search from the environment where Long Yueqing was located just now, it was a small, dark room. Although Yi Wentian was unaware of Long Yueqing's exact whereabouts, he was certain that she was not in the steel factory at this moment. On the other end of the line, a voice declared, Indeed, Long Yueqing is not at the steel mill. But I instructed you to go there, and you must comply. Do you possess any room for negotiation, Mr. Yi? The title Mr. Yi was pronounced with emphasis, conveying a sense of threat. Yi Wentian remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. You need to be swift. Once you arrive, I will provide you with further instructions. If you fail to rescue your girlfriend from my grasp within a day, to be frank, your girlfriend will be in grave danger. I have several associates under my command who are quite eager for your girlfriend. Not to mention, she is truly beautiful. Just look at her figure. Even I find it hard to resist. Yi Wentian's gaze pierced through the darkness, transforming him into a beast ready to devour. If you lay a finger on her, I will flay you alive and ensure you have no resting place. The laughter of the unknown man echoed through the phone, but suddenly a loud slap resonated. The voice continued, Did you hear that? I just slapped your girlfriend. What can you do about it? Are you still in the mood for a verbal sparring? Oh, how I pity this woman before me. Captured because of you. And it seems she can no longer escape. Yi Wentian tightened his fists and took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the fury within. He wanted to say something more, but the call abruptly ended. Hello? Hello? At this moment, Yi Wentian was filled with both anger and anxiety. He clenched his fists, wishing to crush the man on the other end of the line, yet he could not locate him. He had no idea who had taken Long Yueqing. Yi Wentian forced himself to calm down and began to reflect on the number of people he had offended recently. There was the Huang family, the gang from Taixinglong, and the grandson of Old Man Kai. With so many enemies, he could not pinpoint who was responsible, but it mattered not. If anything happened to Long Yueqing, he would seek vengeance on all those who bore him ill will. He gritted his teeth, convinced that the person who took Long Yueqing was among those he had wronged. Only those with enmity would resort to abducting Long Yueqing. Otherwise, who would be deranged enough to target an ordinary woman? However, vengeance was a matter for the future. The immediate priority was to rescue Long Yueqing. She had lived a tranquil life, only to be taken away due to her association with Yi Wentian. Now, her fate hung in the balance, and Yi Wentian felt a deep sense of guilt. Wentian, what are you doing? At that moment, a classmate approached and spoke. Yi Wentian touched his face, suppressing the agitation in his heart. It's nothing. What's the matter? He inquired. A few individuals just arrived, claiming to be from the Tianyang battle camp. It seems they intend to take away several foreigners. I came to ask if we should hand them over. I'll be right out. Yi Wentian took a deep breath and agreed. He stepped outside, following his classmate. Just then, he spotted several individuals clad in Tianyang military uniforms, adorned with the insignia of a 3-star sergeant. "Greetings, esteemed commander. How do you do?" He greeted them. "These foreigners, please take them into custody for now. I will contact you in due time." "Understood, commander," the soldiers replied, waving goodbye. After Yi Wentian managed the matter concerning the foreigners, he made his way toward the private room, where the teacher was currently present. He needed to bid farewell, especially since Long Yueqing had been apprehended, and their fate remained uncertain. He could not linger here any longer. Inside the room, the neon lights flickered vibrantly, and at the center stood an elderly woman. Yi Wentian's homeroom teacher, now in her 60s. She was reminiscing with the students about their school days. Ha ha! Back then, little Hai was the most outstanding, while Wentian excelled in academics, but was rather introverted. Yi Wentian approached and whispered in his teacher's ear, "Teacher, I sincerely apologize. An urgent matter has arisen at the company, and I must attend to it." The teacher appeared somewhat displeased. "You, my child, always so busy. It's been difficult for me to return, and this is how you treat me?" "Teacher, I truly apologize. However, the situation is quite serious." Noticing the genuine anxiety on Yi Wentian's face, she relented. "Very well. Go attend to your affairs. Once you reach the company, do remember to call and let me know you are safe." "Of course, teacher." Yi Wentian turned to his classmates. "Until next time." "I am truly sorry, everyone. Next time, I'll host and ensure we have a great time together." Many classmates bid him farewell. "Take care." Lin Jia hurried out after Yi Wentian, while Chen Xiaohai, witnessing this scene, wore an even grimmer expression. "Could you not stay a bit longer?" Lin Jia lamented. "I truly apologize, Lin Jia. You ensure you should enjoy yourselves. I have pressing matters to attend to. There will be other opportunities." At that moment, melodious singing wafted from the private room, and the dazzling neon lights illuminated the corridor. In that instant, the enchanting lady hesitated, her gaze drifting to another corner. And she remarked, "Are you leaving so hurriedly because of me?" Yi Wentian, consumed by his urgency, failed to heed Lin Jia's words, instead insisting on his departure. "There will be other opportunities. We shall speak of this later." His figure swiftly vanished at the end of the corridor. Lin Jia's eyes dimmed, suddenly feeling a pang of sadness. It was strange, initially motivated by financial gain. Why did it suddenly seem as though genuine emotions were stirred? The first thing Yi Wentian did upon his emergence was to place a phone call to Sang Kuan. Previously, Yi Wentian had already bestowed several million upon Sang Kuan, instructing him to organize his forces for future convenience. Now, the moment had arrived to utilize Sang Kuan's capabilities. Unbeknownst to Yi Wentian, however, Sang Kuan had already been compromised by external influences, specifically by Tai Xinglong. "Sang Kuan, it's me, Mr. Yi. Greetings." Sang Kuan addressed Yi Wentian with utmost respect. "I have a slight matter that requires your assistance. To say it is a bother would be too formal. Please feel free to command me. I am, after all, your subordinate." Yi Wentian dispensed with pleasantries. "I need you to investigate who has been secretly seeking out Long Yueqing during this recent period." "Who is Long Yueqing?" Yi Wentian proceeded to relay Long Yueqing's residential address and personal information to Sang Kuan. Chapter 166. A grim omen. The reason he instructed Sang Kuan to investigate who had recently been probing into Long Yueqing was simple. By identifying the individual covertly scrutinizing Long Yueqing, he could effectively pinpoint his adversary. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi," he assured, "I shall expedite the investigation and provide you with an answer forthwith." After terminating the call, Yi Wentian narrowed his eyes, contemplating any further methods to locate Long Yueqing. Initially, he considered contacting the esteemed General Feng Hong, the highest-ranking individual among his acquaintances. However, Yi Wentian soon realized that even confiding in Feng Hong would yield little benefit. Despite his elevated position, Feng Hong might not possess the precise assistance he sought. Moreover, such an action could potentially provoke their adversary, ultimately placing Long Yueqing in a precarious situation. Thus, after careful consideration, he refrained from reaching out to Feng Hong and instead drove alone to the address provided, the steel mill. Upon arriving at the steel mill, he found it had long been abandoned, devoid of security and workers alike. As he ventured inside, his phone rang once more. Answering, he was met with silence, an eerie, oppressive quiet. Yi Wentian squinted, breaking the stillness. "I have arrived at the steel mill. What game are you playing?" No response. "Where's Long Yueqing? I bear you no ill will. Why seek to harm me?" Silence persisted. "Will you speak, or not?" His interlocutor erupted in laughter. "Mr. Yi, we are both seasoned players in this game. At this juncture, do you truly wish to engage in idle chatter? Do you think to ensnare me with your words? Whether I harbor grievances against you is inconsequential. What matters is that you are merely a pawn on my chessboard. I direct you east, and you dare not venture west. Am I not correct? For reasons unknown, every time he heard that voice, he yearned to silence it with a single punch. This desire stemmed not only from the fact that they had captured Long Yueqing, but also from the sheer annoyance that voice instilled. It was grating to his ears. Yi Wentian clenched his teeth, suppressing his urge to retort. He understood that berating his adversary would yield no fruit. Instead, it would be wiser to listen attentively and discern the intentions behind their machinations. As anticipated, the tone shifted. Mr. Yi. Come, proceed deeper. You should now see the grand entrance of the steel mill. Continue onward until you reach the building adjacent to the furnace. There lies a secret awaiting you. Perhaps with that clue, you shall uncover my whereabouts and rescue your beloved. However, Mr. Yi, do hasten. Should you tarry, I cannot guarantee your girlfriend's safety. With a mocking tone, his adversary concluded. Yi Wentian complied, making his way to the heart of the steel mill. There, he spotted the aforementioned building and ventured inside. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an ominous aura enveloping him. This is an instinctive response that emerges naturally when one's martial skills reach a certain pinnacle. Whenever such a reaction occurs, it signifies that danger is imminent. Without a moment to spare, he leapt outside with great force. Just as he jumped, a wave of heat surged toward him, violently propelling Yi Wentian's body back 2 or 3 meters. A deafening explosion resounded as the entire building erupted. Debris of all kinds rained down like stones from the heavens. The cacophony of thunderous sounds was relentless, stones crashing to the ground, steel rebars piercing the earth. In an instant, a cloud of dust enveloped the world. Yi Wentian, relying on his speed, maneuvered through the perilous chaos. Miraculously, he survived the blast, emerging from the rubble in a disheveled state. Damn it! Yi Wentian gritted his teeth, feeling for the first time the sting of being toyed with. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching nearby. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Without a second to lose, he rolled to the side. The sharp cracks of gunfire rang out. There were snipers. This was an attempt to eliminate him completely. Yi Wentian leapt toward a corner, each jump coinciding with gunfire at the spot he had just vacated. It was a matter of mere seconds. Had he hesitated, he would have met his end. Bullets whizzed past him, occasionally striking the very corners he was about to leap toward. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, he would have certainly perished. After several close calls, he finally took refuge behind a pile of stones, a temporary sanctuary where the snipers could not reach him. Just then, his phone rang once more. Yi Wentian answered with a grim expression. Laughter erupted from the other end of the line. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi. How does it feel? Yi Wentian gritted his teeth and replied. You dare to toy with me? Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi. You know I am indeed toying with you. But what can you do about it? You still want your girlfriend? Dream on. Let me tell you, I intend to have my fun with her today, and I'll even share her with my associates. Your girlfriend is quite beautiful. I imagine it will be delightful. Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian struck the nearby mound of earth with a furious punch. He clenched his teeth, but knew he had to remain calm. Anger would serve no purpose now. Stay calm. He must remain composed. Eventually, he suppressed the murderous intent surging within him and forced out a smile, saying, My dear adversary, what grievances do we have against each other? Must we escalate this to such extremes? What is it that you desire? Tell me. Anything within my means, I will gladly provide. Let us refrain from harming others. Shall we? Long Yueqing is innocent. The voice on the other end of the phone, upon hearing Yi Wentian's desperate pleas, could not help but laugh with heightened glee. Ha ha ha. Yi Wentian, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. You inquired what I desire, did you not? I crave your life. As this chilling declaration echoed through the receiver, even from a distance, Yi Wentian could feel the malevolent aura conveyed by that voice. I demand your head. Take your own life. If you do, I will spare your girlfriend. Ha ha. Hurry. End your life. If you wish to save your girlfriend, then take the plunge. Upon hearing that frenzied voice, Yi Wentian's heart sank. Yuqing is in grave danger. That pathological, deranged tone was certainly not characteristic of a sane individual. If Long Yueqing had fallen into the clutches of such a person, it was likely that her fate was dire. Chapter 167. The sniper. The air was eerily still, shrouded in the inky darkness of night. Near the steel mill, silence reigned supreme. Once the echoes of the explosion faded into tranquility, an oppressive stillness enveloped the surroundings. Yi Wentian had been deeply concerned for Long Yueqing, but as circumstances unfolded, his worries became futile. Gradually, a sense of calm washed over him, dispelling the tension and anxiety that had previously consumed him, allowing for clearer contemplation. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed outside. At that moment, he concealed himself within a hollow of a derelict city, where visibility was obscured. Yet, for a martial artist of his caliber, perception extended beyond mere sight. He was acutely aware of 5 sinister presences lurking outside, indicating the presence of 5 assassins who were stealthily shifting positions, drawing ever closer. Since the elusive mastermind remained hidden, he would focus on these external snipers. Clenching his fists, Yi Wentian resolved to capture these individuals, for under duress, they would surely divulge clues leading to the orchestrator behind this plot. With a lowered head, he shed his garments and inhaled deeply, casting them skyward. Instantly, the sharp reports of gunfire rang out. The snipers outside commenced their assault. In that moment, Yi Wentian's mind sharpened under an acute state of tension, plunging him into a remarkable state of awareness. His auditory senses heightened, allowing him to discern the location of the first sniper in an instant, northeast, approximately 200 meters away. With determination, he executed the technique of shifting shadows, propelling himself forward with agile speed. The ground beneath his feet stirred with dust as he leaped several meters, landing upon a jagged stone, a remnant of a collapsed beam, entwined with rusted rebar. As he settled upon this sharp surface, his body resembled a leaf gently alighting. Or more aptly, a feather, weightless and serene. No sooner had he landed than the sensation of being targeted by a sniper's rifle surged within him. A sharp pain shot through his temples, a chilling warning from his martial instincts, signaling impending danger. In the split second before the gunfire erupted, Yi Wentian reacted with remarkable swiftness, leveraging the recoil to propel himself to another location. The bullet struck the very spot he had just vacated, a mere millimeter away from him. Yet, such precision could mean the difference between life and death. A slight miscalculation had brought him face to face with his adversary. The first sniper concealed himself behind a stack of red bricks, remnants of what had once been a wall, providing a perfect hiding spot. Yet, the sound of his recent gunfire betrayed his position, allowing Yi Wentian to uncover his presence. The enigmatic Yi Wentian, akin to a specter, moved with astonishing speed, appearing before the sniper in the blink of an eye. As he drew near the red brick, he executed a sudden leap, tumbling midair, his hands landing on the edge of the brick. Utilizing its rebound, he successfully sprang behind the sniper. The abrupt emergence of Yi Wentian, with his ghostly velocity, would startle anyone who beheld him. Nevertheless, the sniper, a consummate professional, managed to maintain his composure despite the shock. Calmly, he raised his weapon and pulled the trigger, as if impervious to the chaos unfolding around him, a testament to years of honed experience. For others, confronting such a skilled opponent would be a daunting task, even for those at the Earth level. Yet, bolstered by the speed granted by shifting shadows, Yi Wentian struck with the swiftness of a deity, executing a lightning-fast jab just as the sniper squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as his hand made contact with the sniper's throat, blood spilling forth. Yet the sniper remained unyielding. Yi Wentian's fury momentarily clouded his judgment. He had intended to leave the sniper alive to unearth the identity of the shadowy figure behind this encounter. However, in his wrath, he could not restrain himself. Not to worry. There are still a few more left, Yi Wentian reassured himself. Without hesitation, he seized the sniper's lifeless body and hurled it upward, diverting the attention of the other assassins, who responded with a flurry of gunfire. In quick succession, Yi Wentian pinpointed the location of the second sniper and proceeded with the same strategy. His movements were akin to a monkey navigating through the ruins, and in no time, he stood before the second sniper, who was poised to fire. Just as Yi Wentian appeared, he delivered a spinning kick, his body executing a full 360-degree rotation. His left leg swept the weapon aside, while his right leg struck the sniper's face with tremendous force. A resounding thud reverberated through the air as the second sniper, barely raising his gun, was sent sprawling, his face contorted in pain from the impact. The sheer strength of the kick sent the burly man, weighing over 180 pounds, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Of the 5 assassins, 3 remained. They sensed the tide was turning, yet did not retreat, emboldened by their belief in their own prowess. Though they were merely peak practitioners of the profound level, they were aware that even those at the pinnacle of the Earth level would find them formidable. Their combined prowess, augmented by their sharpshooting skills, created a synergy far beyond mere arithmetic. Each of these 5 had previously eliminated high-ranking Earth-level masters, and should they unite, they felt confident even against those at the initial stages of the celestial level. Despite the loss of 2 members, their morale remained unwavering. The remaining individuals, though witnessing 2 of their comrades fall at the hands of Yi Wentian, do not attribute this defeat to a lack of strength. Instead, they perceive it as a momentary lapse in vigilance that allowed Yi Wentian to gain the upper hand. They remain convinced that with a modicum of caution, they can still accomplish their mission. For assassins, reputation is paramount, and that reputation is intrinsically linked to the efficacy of their assignments. A failure in this endeavor would inflict significant damage to their standing. Thus, they resolve not to retreat until the final moment. Moreover, The three remaining assassins scarcely regard Yi Wentian as a formidable adversary. After all, these individuals have dared to ambush even the most skilled of celestial tier experts. So what is Yi Wentian to them? Yi Wentian squints, pressing his body firmly against the ground, acutely aware that he must remain vigilant at all times. Chapter 168. Injury bullets are indiscriminate. Although he is a warrior of the Earth realm, a direct hit could mean his demise. Strangely, the outside has fallen into an eerie silence. Even when Yi Wentian tosses objects skyward, it proves difficult to lure the remaining snipers into firing. Their silence renders him unable to ascertain their locations, and thus he hesitates to venture out. Without knowledge of their precise positions, dodging bullets becomes an impossibility. Yi Wentian presses his body firmly against the ground, awaiting a slip from his adversaries. Yet, it appears his opponents share the same strategy, remaining silent and seemingly intent on exhausting him. At that moment, the third assassin, known as Ghost Hand, makes his move. His moniker stems from his exceptional skill with dual pistols, enabling him to shoot with remarkable speed. Legends recount how he once faced an apex warrior of the Earth realm, defeating him through sheer swiftness in drawing and firing his weapons. Most notably, Ghost Hand's hands are imbued with lethal poison. A mere touch from him could result in instant death. For these reasons, he is known in the underworld as Ghost Hand. Now, Ghost Hand rises, deliberately revealing his position. He discards his sniper rifle and draws two handguns from his waist. Leaping from his hiding spot, he charges toward Yi Wentian with astonishing speed. Yi Wentian is taken aback by this unexpected aggression, yet it aligns with his desires. As a martial artist without specialized training, he cannot match the endurance of these seasoned assassins. They can remain motionless for days, unfazed even by the most primal of needs. Yi Wentian, however, is not afforded such luxury. If he can eliminate his opponent a moment sooner, he secures an extra second of safety for Long Yueqing. Thus, Ghost Hand's revelation of himself is fortuitous for Yi Wentian. Just as he prepares to engage, he suddenly feels a chill on his forehead and instinctively ducks. In that instant, a resounding crack echoes behind him as a bullet grazes his scalp, tearing away a tuft of hair and leaving a searing pain in its wake. It becomes clear that Ghost Hand's emergence was a ruse to distract Yi Wentian, providing an opening for the two hidden snipers. Pressing his head down, Yi Wentian senses the air thicken around him. He hears Ghost Hand's footsteps slowly closing in, presenting him with two choices. The first option is to remain hidden, lying in wait for Ghost Hand to approach. When Ghost Hand draws near, he can engage him in close combat. However, this strategy carries the risk that the two concealed snipers would still pose a threat. Moreover, Yi Wentian realizes that Ghost Hand and the remaining snipers are moving in unison, maintaining a coordinated formation. As the specter-like figure of the Ghost Hand advanced menacingly towards Yi Wentian, the two snipers gradually closed in, forming a tightening noose around him. The distance between the trio of assassins and Yi Wentian diminished with each passing moment. Gritting his teeth, Yi Wentian realized that remaining in this position would inevitably lead to his demise. The three assailants formed a triangular formation, slowly encroaching upon him, effectively trapping him in the hollow. In this confined space, confronted by three guns and three masters, even Yi Wentian, however formidable, could only manage to contend with one of them, while evading the other two proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, lingering here was not an option. The most prudent course of action was to leap forth and engage them in combat. Numerous hiding spots lay in the vicinity. By jumping out, he could dismantle them one by one. Engaging these three killers in guerrilla warfare was the only viable strategy. With this resolve, Yi Wentian sprang forth. He executed a somersault midair, landing deftly atop a mound of earth. Drawing strength from the mound, he propelled himself upward with the agility of a wraith. Aware that a moment's delay could cost him his life at the hands of a concealed firearm, he exerted every ounce of speed he possessed, charging directly towards the Ghost Hand. At this moment, having utilized the shadow shift, Yi Wentian's velocity was remarkable. Yet, the Ghost Hand remained unfazed. With swift, fluid motions, he unleashed a barrage of bullets, already fired from the chamber. Despite Yi Wentian's impressive speed, it paled in comparison to the swiftness of the bullet. The velocity of a low-level martial artist equated to merely half that of a bullet. While an ordinary person might miss him when firing, Yi Wentian could evade their shots. However, the Ghost Hand was no ordinary foe. His aim was unerringly accurate. With no means of evasion, Yi Wentian found himself suspended in midair, cornered with nowhere to hide. In this dire moment, he raised his hands and unleashed the Nine-Yang divine skill, channeling his internal energy. As he spun his hands, the vigorous flow of his vital essence transformed into searing true energy, which he then thrust forward. Simultaneously, the bullet hurtled toward him. The collision of the Nine-Yang true energy and the bullet produced a resonating crash. The true energy shattered while the bullet fragmented, the two forces canceling each other out, allowing Yi Wentian to narrowly escape death. Seizing the opportunity, he finally landed before the ghost hand, demonstrating his notorious prowess. The ghost hand swiftly aimed his weapon at Yi Wentian. Just as Yi Wentian touched down and prepared to launch his assault, two bullets were already en route towards him. With two resounding cracks, Yi Wentian felt a bullet pierce his chest. Thankfully, he had adeptly employed Shadow Shift to avert a fatal shot to his heart. In that same instant, Yi Wentian spun forward, delivering a powerful kick to the ghost hand's face, causing his head to sway momentarily. As he landed, he did not pause. His body spun rapidly. With a series of strikes, his fist connected again with the ghost hand, delivering another blow. Having endured two devastating blows, the ghost hand had completely lost its combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the two snipers lurking in the shadows were relentlessly seeking an opportunity to eliminate Yi Wentian with a single shot. However, Yi Wentian's figure was perpetually shifting, employing the technique of shadow movement, constantly altering his position, which rendered the two marksmen unable to find an opening. In truth, for these two elite sharpshooters, even with Yi Wentian's use of shadow movement, escaping their clutches would be a formidable challenge. Yet, due to the presence of the ghost hand beside Yi Wentian, the snipers were somewhat hesitant, fearing the collateral damage to their target. Nevertheless, having sustained two gunshot wounds, Yi Wentian unwittingly provided them with an opportunity. As he continued to move, blood flowed incessantly from his wounds, and with each drop, he felt his strength waning further. Chapter 169. Torment. Gradually, Yi Wentian felt his strength waning and his speed diminishing. Gritting his teeth, he delivered a powerful punch to the ghostly hand. And with a muffled grunt, the assailant collapsed to the ground. At that very moment, the concealed sniper finally unleashed two bullets. A chill coursed through his waist and the back of his head, prompting Yi Wentian to lunge forward. Rolling across the ground, he narrowly evaded the two bullets. Just as he prepared to leap into a pit for cover, he stumbled from excessive blood loss, slowing his pace. With a swift whoosh, blood splattered across Yi Wentian's back. Moments ago, he had been shot in the chest, and now another bullet had struck his waist. Although neither shot had hit any vital organs, the consequences were dire. His injuries drastically diminished his speed, agility, and stamina. At this moment, any sudden movement sent waves of pain throughout his body. His once formidable strength had been reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. The two hidden snipers exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with elation. Three of their comrades had already fallen to Yi Wentian's might. Initially fearing the mission would end in failure, they were now on the cusp of victory, a turn of events they had not anticipated. Calmly, the snipers loaded bullets into their chambers, preparing to pull the trigger and execute Yi Wentian on the spot. Even if they missed, engaging with him, who was concealed in the shadows, would prove to be a laborious endeavor. Armed with sniper rifles and possessing commendable combat skills, they held the advantage. In his weakened state, Yi Wentian was at a significant disadvantage, rendered even more vulnerable after sustaining gunshot wounds. With no apparent escape, the two snipers fired their last bullets. Bang! Bang! The bullets tore through the air, and a significant amount of blood flowed from Yi Wentian's head as he collapsed, falling silent. The two snipers rejoiced in their triumph. Believing they had finally eliminated this troublesome foe, their mission seemed to be a success. As they approached to inspect the scene, their instincts as killers compelled them to keep their weapons trained on Yi Wentian. Suddenly, they noticed a thick white mist rising around them. What was happening? Why had such an abundance of white fog suddenly appeared? Bang! Bang! A sense of inexplicable danger enveloped them. As martial artists, the snipers possessed an instinctual awareness of peril. Thus, when the white mist materialized, they immediately sensed the threat. Their weapons erupted in a flurry of shots, firing haphazardly to reclaim a semblance of security. Yi Wentian, witnessing the two snipers before him, finally exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His head was drenched in blood. The bullets had indeed struck him. However, thanks to the aid of his vital energy, the bullets had not damaged his nerves. Nevertheless, he was still gravely injured. The art of illusion truly proves to be remarkably effective. However, it is regrettable that it comes with a limitation of distance. The final two snipers were both dealt with by Yi Wentian utilizing this very technique. All 5 snipers were of the profound stage, yet their cultivation was inferior to that of Yi Wentian. Thus, he was able to ensnare their minds in an illusion, seizing the opportunity to eliminate them. Had those 5 individuals been situated closer at the onset, the situation would have been far less complicated. The illusionary art can captivate all creatures within a 100-meter radius. However, once beyond that distance, Yi Wentian finds himself powerless. This explains why he refrained from employing the illusionary technique initially. After binding the 4 assassins, He confiscated their poisonous weapons and extracted the toxins concealed within their teeth. Each of these assassins harbored poison within their dental structures, ready to bite down and take their own lives should their mission fail. Once Yi Wentian had made all necessary preparations, he commenced his interrogation. A basin of cold water was splashed upon them, stirring them from their slumber. The cold water had been sourced from an abandoned steel mill. Upon awakening, the assassins, realizing their predicament, instinctively clenched their teeth, desperate to bite down on the poison for a swift demise. Alas, the toxins had already been removed by Yi Wentian, leaving them to gnash their teeth in futility. "Who sent you?" Yi Wentian inquired. Silence enveloped the room. Consequently, he summoned the ghostly hand and employed a knife to methodically peel away the skin from the assassin known as Ghost Hand. With each incision, agonized cries echoed. Yet Yi Wentian deemed this too merciful. He procured several ant nests, stripping Ghost Hand of his skin entirely before casting the nests upon him. Soon, swarms of ants commenced their feast upon his flesh. In a desperate bid to escape his fate, Ghost Hand attempted to bite his tongue. However, Yi Wentian had stifled his mouth, denying him even that opportunity for self-termination. Next, Yi Wentian seized the second individual, posing the question, "What about you? Will you speak voluntarily? Or shall I resort to further torment?" Observing Ghost Hand's anguished cries, the second assassin swallowed hard but remained silent. As assassins, they had long reconciled with the concept of life and death. If they could not accept death, what purpose would their profession serve? They were acutely aware that their own demise could come at any moment. Thus, the conclusion they faced today had been anticipated many years prior. Although fear gripped them momentarily, they resolved to confront their fate with fortitude. Yi Wentian recognized the defiance in this individual's demeanor, understanding that he was yet another resilient spirit. "Excellent. This is intriguing," he exclaimed. He pried open the man's eyes and shattered glass into shards. As he did so, he spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Very well. I admire your spirit. However, I am curious. While death may hold no terror, I wonder if you fear for your lives. Humans inherently fear death, seeking life. Yet, this pursuit must be anchored in the essence of humanity. To live devoid of humanity is, in truth, a fate worse than death." Yi Wentian continued, "I shall pour these shards of glass into your eyes. What do you suppose will happen?" His calm demeanor sent a chill through the remaining assassins. Simply by listening, one can sense the profound agony. "Once it seeps into your eyes, I shall nurture you, much like one would care for a kitten or a puppy. In essence, I shall not allow you to perish, yet I will render your existence a living hell." As Yi Wentian spoke, he prepared to pour the glass into the person's eyes. Just then, the individual suddenly interjected, "I must speak." In that moment of desperation, he chose to voice his thoughts. On the ground, the ghostly hand, tormented by the bites of ants, seemed to scold him. He replied calmly, "Brother, I understand that I must not reveal the name of the one who orchestrated this, as it breaches professional ethics. However, given that life has reached its end, what value does adhering to such ethics hold?" Yi Wentian retorted, "Enough of this nonsense. Swiftly disclose the identity of those who instructed you." Chapter 170. Infiltration. Yi Wentian grew increasingly impatient, his heart racing with urgency. "Very well," said the assassin. "The one who orchestrated this is Huang Ren." Huang Ren, the wealthiest man? Indeed, it is he. In the Huang household, Huang Ren was sipping tea, while his wife, with tear-filled eyes, exclaimed, "How can you still enjoy tea at a time like this? Our son is suffering in prison, and you show no remorse whatsoever." Huang Ren closed his eyes, appearing utterly fatigued. His wife retorted, "I've only spoken a few words to you, and you're already exhausted? Our son is imprisoned because of that Yi Wentian, and our business has suffered greatly because of him. Do you not seek revenge? You coward! Enough!" Huang Ren suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed, "You dare to shout at me? Have you forgotten who elevated you to your current position? It was my father. Without him, do you believe you would have achieved this status? Once upon a time, you were merely a destitute student. Were it not for my marrying down to you, would you have reached this pinnacle? You ungrateful wretch." Huang Ren sprang to his feet, his voice rising in fury. "Do not overstep your bounds. Do you think your family has gained little from me? Your clan boasts of being a prestigious lineage, yet, in truth, your debauched members have led your entire family to decline. If not for the financial lifeline I provided over the years, your family would have vanished into obscurity long ago. What right do you have to be arrogant before me? I previously refrained from engaging in conflict with you out of respect for our child. Yet, you've taken advantage of my restraint. Let me tell you, Huang Feng was once a fine child. It is solely due to your parenting that he finds himself in this predicament." "What did you say? Huang, dare you repeat those words? Did I speak in error? Has your family not indeed fallen from grace? In recent years, What percentage of shares does your family hold among the new enterprises in this nation? How many promising young individuals have emerged from your lineage? You, a woman from a declining family, have not only harmed your own kin but have also led my son astray. The quarrel escalated, with both parties exchanging increasingly harsh words until ultimately, Huang's wife succumbed to tears. For Huang Ren was not wrong. Her family had indeed deteriorated over the years. Once the richest man in the Dragon Country, Huang Ren could have remained in his position longer, but due to the troubles stemming from his wife's family, his own enterprise faced turmoil as well. Thus, whenever Huang's wife broached the matter, she found herself unable to argue against Huang Ren. Having vented his anger, Huang Ren spoke coolly. Furthermore, how do you know I have not concerned myself with our son's plight? At that moment, Huang's wife ceased her weeping and turned to Huang Ren, who sneered. Though the Huang family may not be a grand dynasty, I, Huang, have at least made my mark in the tumultuous seas of commerce. From being destitute to achieving my present standing, do you really think my son is so easily victimized? Do not mention the assistance your father provided. In truth, our families are merely leveraging each other for mutual benefit. If I lack the capability, no matter how much your family aids me, I would remain stagnant. Madame Huang expressed her dissatisfaction, demanding, can you focus on the matter at hand? Huang Ren scoffed and replied, Yuan Tian has imprisoned my son. How could I, Huang Ren, possibly let this slide? He poured himself a glass of red wine, just as Madame Huang approached, snatched the glass away, and placed it aside, her gaze signaling danger as she fixed her eyes on him. Huang Ren awkwardly chuckled before confessing, to be honest, I have already enlisted someone to deal with Yuan Tian. Who have you hired? I hear Yuan Tian possesses formidable skills. If it's an ordinary person, I fear. Madame Huang began, but he reassured her, fear not. I have engaged the notorious Tian Can DK, ranked 3rd on the blacklist. Tian Can DK? The blacklist? What is that? Huang Ren explained. The blacklist refers to the international assassin rankings. An international assassins list? Could there be repercussions? Madame Huang inquired. What repercussions? What could possibly happen? Huang Ren responded. With a sigh, Madame Huang said, you ought to be aware of Tai Xinglong, right? The young master of the Tai family? Of course, I know him, he replied. Madame Huang continued. Let me tell you, at the recent aristocratic salon, Tai Xinglong himself proclaimed that Yuan Tian's strength is quite formidable. The Tai family is also one of the prominent families, and since the head of the Tai family is a celestial tier expert, Tai Xinglong himself is nearly on par with that level. The combined might of these two celestial tier families has rendered the Tai family the most powerful among all aristocratic clans. Given Tai Xinglong's own impressive martial prowess, if he claims Yuan Tian is powerful, then Yuan Tian must indeed be extraordinary. Madame Huang worried that the so-called expert from the blacklist might not be a match for Yuan Tian. Huang Ren chuckled, rest assured. The experts on the blacklist are not just 1 or 2 martial artists. For instance, the Tian Can DK I have summoned is actually part of an assassin organization. An organization like this would find it relatively easy to take down Tai Xinglong, let alone a mere Yuan Tian. Upon hearing Huang Ren's words, Madame Huang finally felt a sense of relief. Reflecting on her son, Huang Feng, who was suffering in prison, she clenched her teeth and vowed, Yuan Tian, the suffering you have inflicted upon my son shall not go unpunished. The night was already shrouded in darkness. The Huang family's villa was perched on the mountainside. A road, the Yubai Road, wound its way to the summit, but access was heavily fortified. With nearly 100 security personnel stationed at checkpoints, these guards were divided into 2 shifts, each working 12 hours. Their martial skills were exceptional, with the least skilled among them at the initial stage of the Xian tier. Such Xian tier experts work 12-hour shifts every day without a single day off in a month. Frankly, other martial artists could never manage such a demanding job. However, the remuneration Huang Ren offered was substantial. Each guard earned over $1 million monthly, amounting to $12 million annually. With 100 guards, that totals to an astonishing $1.2 billion. The annual expenditure on security personnel amounts to a staggering $12 billion, which underscores the exorbitant costs associated with Huang Ren's security detail. Moreover, there exists a stringent age requirement for those wishing to serve as bodyguards for Huang Ren. Individuals over the age of 40 must retire. This stipulation arises from Huang Ren's belief that one's capabilities diminish beyond this age. Consequently, within the estate that can be likened to a grand manor, it is rare to encounter security personnel of advanced age. Each guard is, instead, a vigorous and skilled expert in martial arts. With such formidable guardians, infiltrating the Huang residence unnoticed is an exceedingly daunting task, even for those possessing celestial-level prowess. However, for Yuan Tian, this challenge is but a trifling matter. He deftly employs the art of transformation, disguising himself as a staff member of the Huang household to gain entry. Chapter 171. The threat. The night was enveloped in darkness. Today, Mrs. Huang retired to bed early, her spirits considerably buoyant. Ever since Huang Feng was incarcerated, this had been her most joyous day. The mere thought that Yi Wentian might have succumbed to the hands of heavenly ruins filled her with a sense of exhilaration, a satisfaction born from vengeance. Although she had yet to extricate Huang Feng from prison, she had at least avenged her son. Once Huang Feng was released, she would have an explanation for her son. Mrs. Huang and Huang Ren had not shared a bed for many years, each occupying separate rooms. This was partly due to Huang Ren's waning interest in Mrs. Huang and partly because Mrs. Huang no longer felt any affection for him. Both were affluent enough to pursue whatever they desired, rendering any sense of obligation unnecessary. Thus, what appeared to outsiders as a harmonious couple had long since become estranged. In a drowsy haze, Mrs. Huang seemed to envision Huang Feng. She was dreaming. In her dream, Huang Feng had been released. Filled with joy, she grasped her son's hand as they returned home. He was remarkably well-behaved, even proclaiming, "Mother, I shall no longer stir up trouble." A smile of contentment graced Mrs. Huang's face. Yet suddenly, she realized that her son bore an odd resemblance. Upon closer inspection, the child she held seemed unfamiliar. His face appeared to morph into that of another individual. Who could it be? Mrs. Huang strained to recall. In an instant, clarity struck her. It was Yi Wentian. Her son's visage had transformed into that of Yi Wentian. Startled, Mrs. Huang bolted upright, awakening from her dream. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, feeling a thirst creeping in. As the saying goes, what one contemplates by day, one dreams by night. Just moments ago, she had been discussing Yi Wentian, and now he haunted her dreams. Contemplating Yi Wentian, her eyes grew icy. Truth be told, given the chance, she genuinely wished to torment him. Just as she was about to rise and quench her thirst, she noticed a figure seated by the curtains. Who could it be? Mrs. Huang's body stiffened. Clutching the blanket, she swallowed hard. No one responded, and the room was shrouded in dim light. Yet she could distinctly perceive that indeed someone was sitting there. With trepidation, she approached and flicked on the light. To her astonishment, a person was indeed present, their gaze fixated upon her with an unsettling intensity. As Mrs. Huang turned to look, the figure revealed a strange grin, exposing their teeth. Instantly, Mrs. Huang was gripped by a wave of terror. Just then, the figure beside the curtains spoke. "Good evening, Mrs. Huang. We have not been introduced. I am Yi Wentian." Yi Wentian had stealthily entered Mrs. Huang's chamber without her knowledge. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Huang instinctively prepared to flee. However, Yi Wentian moved first, his body gliding like a specter, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. His hand poised like a blade. With a sudden strike to Mrs. Huang's neck, she instantly became weak, her vision darkened, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Wentian scoffed coldly. In truth, he had overheard the conversation between Huang Ren and Mrs. Huang. He was utterly astonished by the insidiousness of the Huang family. "If you have grievances against me, confront me directly. However, to extend your vendetta to those around me is unacceptable." The muscles in Yi Wentian's face trembled, a manifestation of his unbridled anger. As the saying goes, calamity should not befall one's wife and children. Moreover, Long Zuiqing and Yi Wentian were not even married. These two individuals resorted to hiring assassins to eliminate Yi Wentian, even going so far as to threaten ordinary people. Yi Wentian would not let them escape unscathed. Grasping a handful of Mrs. Huang's hair, he forcibly dragged her into the living room. At this moment, the entire Huang family was under Yi Wentian's control. He brought both Mrs. Huang and Huang Ren to the living room and fetched a basin of cold water from the kitchen, which he splashed directly onto them. Although both Huang Ren and Mrs. Huang were unconscious, the cold water jolted them awake. Upon seeing Yi Wentian, Huang Ren was immediately alarmed. He was all too familiar with Yi Wentian's appearance and demeanor. Yi Wentian had personally imprisoned his sons, and every day during meals, he cursed Yi Wentian. Now, awakening in a daze to find Yi Wentian before him, he hurriedly reached for his waist. This action seemed peculiar, but Yi Wentian paid it no mind, allowing him to search. After feeling around, Huang Ren discovered that his gun was missing. He looked at Yi Wentian, his expression turning grim. "Were you looking for your gun?" "Apologies. I have taken it." "Hello, Mr. Huang. This is our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Wentian. What brings you here?" Huang Ren surveyed his surroundings. "Do you realize you are committing a crime?" "Oh, is that so?" Yi Wentian replied nonchalantly. "It's late at night, and you forcibly intruded into a private residence. Are you attempting a kidnapping?" Huang Ren retorted coldly. "Yes?" Yi Wentian chuckled. Huang Ren's expression darkened. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, He recalled his earlier conversation with Mrs. Huang, wondering if Yi Wentian had overheard. If he had, the resolution of this matter tonight would likely be troublesome. Mr. Huang, we are both intelligent individuals. I now present you with a choice. Make a phone call. What call? Call that so-called heavenly remnant and earthly scar and inform him to release Long Yueqing. As long as he releases Long Yueqing, I will free you and your wife. Upon hearing this, Huang Ren understood the gravity of the situation. It was dire. Yet, he resolved to maintain his defiance. I don't even know what you're talking about. Mr. Huang, if anything happens to my girlfriend, you and your wife will pay with your lives. I assure you, I am not jesting. Huang Ren's countenance darkened further as he sensed the murderous intent in Yi Wentian's voice. On one hand, he was anxious about his current predicament. On the other, he harbored resentment towards those security personnel. This solemn establishment has employed numerous experts, creating an impenetrable fortress of defenses. Each year, they expend billions on security personnel wages. Yet, despite these measures, Yi Wentian has managed to infiltrate their ranks and even overheard their conversations. He is left perplexed as to what these individuals are truly capable of. At this juncture, the solution seems rather straightforward: to engage in genuine dealings, directly negotiating with Yi Wentian. By releasing Long Yueqing, it is likely that Yi Wentian would reciprocate. However, Huang Ren is filled with reluctance. After investing such a substantial sum to enlist the services of Heavenly Remnant and Earthly Deficiency, he feels that even though Yi Wentian remains unharmed, they have at least managed to control Long Yueqing. At this moment, the thought of making a call to release her feels like an exercise in futility. Chapter 172. The heartbreaking news. Thus, he feigned ignorance, declaring, I have no idea what you are talking about. I have never laid eyes on your girlfriend. Upon hearing these words, Yi Wentian's expression turned icy. He approached Madame Huang, drawing a knife from his waist and pressed it against her hand, stating, If you do not comply, I shall sever your wife's hand, and then yours. After I have removed her fingers, I will proceed to her toes. In short, I will torment you until you are compelled to confess. Yi Wentian spoke these words with a dispassionate demeanor, yet they were laced with grim truth. Regrettably, Madame Huang did not believe he would dare to act on such threats. You dare? How many lives do you possess? If you were to proceed in such a manner, our families would truly be at odds until the bitter end. Yi Wentian closed his eyes, murmuring, I truly do not wish for an endless feud, but the reality is, you have overstepped your bounds. I am not one to seek conflict, yet when trouble approaches, I do not shy away. You despicable rascal. From where do you emerge to flaunt your authority here? Are you unaware of our family's stature? Do you believe your modest enterprise and limited influence hold any weight? In the eyes of those of our social standing, you are but a mere mosquito. Extinguishing your existence would be a simple task. I advise you to release me at once and bow in submission, for that may yet preserve your life. At that moment, Madame Huang, recalling how her son had been imprisoned due to Yi Wentian's actions, could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Her audacity stemmed from her conviction that Yi Wentian would not dare to harm her. However, at that instant, the blade in Yi Wentian's hand glimmered ominously. A scream erupted, piercing the air like a slaughtered pig's cries. Blood splattered across Yi Wentian's face as he released Madame Huang, allowing her to writhe on the ground. He then retrieved a handkerchief, methodically wiping the blood from his visage, and remarked, And you, Mr. Huang? You must be a man of intelligence. Surely you do not wish to behave as your wife does? Your life now rests in my hands, and I could effortlessly extinguish it. Do not seek momentary verbal advantage, nor engage in petty cleverness. Huang Ren swallowed hard. I truly have not. Are you truly finding amusement in this game of wits? You were once a tycoon, a man who has weathered storms and faced adversity. At this juncture, abandon the frivolous games. If you release my girlfriend, then our grievances shall be considered settled. I will find a way to rescue your son, Huang Feng. Consider this my concession to your family. Huang Ren's anger flared. Just moments ago, Yi Wentian had severed a finger from his wife, and now he spoke of settling grievances? Yet, as Yi Wentian had asserted, their lives lay precariously in his grasp, and the circumstances favored him. Unlike Madame Huang, Huang Ren was pragmatic, recognizing the futility of resistance. He retrieved his phone. Very well, I shall contact them, and I hope you will honor your word. If I release your girlfriend, you shall release us. In his heart, Huang Ren silently vowed, For the time being, I shall spare Yi Wentian's girlfriend. Once I navigate through this ordeal, I shall ensure Yi Wentian meets a gruesome fate. Anyone associated with Yi Wentian shall not escape my wrath. Consumed by hatred, he nevertheless reached out to the assassin organization, Heavenly Remnants. The call connected. I am seeking Mr. You. Who are you? A cold voice emanated from the other end. I am Huang Ren. Oh, it is Mr. Huang. My sincerest apologies. The task you assigned remains incomplete. Yi Wentian indeed possesses some skill. We dispatched 5 assassins and even set explosives to await him. However, unexpectedly, we still could not claim his life. But rest assured, Mr. Huang, we shall undoubtedly fulfill the assignment. Huang Ren scoffed inwardly, contemplating how they had not merely failed, they had utterly disgraced themselves. I shall never again engage your incompetent services. Yet outwardly he stated, no, Yi Wentian does not need to be killed. I am retracting this task. Moreover, please release his girlfriend. Release his girlfriend? What do you mean? Huang Ren, now impatient, replied, what do you think I mean? It is as it sounds. I am no longer pursuing this mission. Kindly return his girlfriend. Do you not trust our capabilities? The voice grew increasingly frigid. What is the matter with you? Did you not hear me clearly? I am no longer pursuing this task. Ha ha ha. Mr. Huang, I sincerely apologize. But I fear it may be too late to release his girlfriend. What do you mean? We have paid half the fee. Is it not permissible to cancel the task now? Certainly. However, I must inform you that we have already dealt with Yi Wentian's girlfriend. Hearing this, Yi Wentian felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his mind spinning. He seized the phone, exclaiming, how dare you act so brazenly? A mocking laugh echoed from the other end. Ah, so Mr. Yi has found Mr. Huang. Ha ha. Mr. Yi, I regret to inform you that you contacted Mr. Huang too late. Your girlfriend has already. You understand. I understand your nonsense. You are courting death. Ha ha. Mr. Yi, do not be so irate. You are the first to escape with your life from our organization, Heavenly Remnants. You should celebrate with a fine wine. Yi Wentian hung up the phone and turned to Huang Ren and his wife. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. The room was suffocatingly silent, where even the fall of a pin would create a cacophony. Suddenly, Yi Wentian laughed, tears streaming from his eyes. Huang Ren recoiled as Yi Wentian advanced. Yi Wentian, what do you intend to do? In a daze, Yi Wentian murmured, I find it curious why you insist on treating me this way. You caused my son to be imprisoned. Is it not natural for us to retaliate? Why must you harm the innocent? How can you claim they are innocent? Are they not complicit? It was not Long Yueqing who led your son into the confines of a cell. What connection do they have with you? Yi Wentian's blade glinted ominously, and Huang Ren's wrist vanished from view. You and I both suffer, Yi Wentian remarked. Your son is quite arrogant. Has he learned this from you? What began as a trivial dispute has escalated unnecessarily into a confrontation. How absurd. The light from his blade flashed once more, and blood spilled forth, staining the floor crimson. A chilling wind swept through the night, rendering it desolate. Yi Wentian sat on the rooftop, legs drawn to his chest, gazing contemplatively at the expanse of stars. He remained there until noon the following day. As the clock struck 12, he signed in. It had been quite some time since he had obtained anything worthwhile. His own realm had stagnated for an extended period, and he hoped that today would yield something of value. Chapter 173. The bone-transforming soft palm at noon, precisely at 12 o'clock, it was time to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the bone-transforming soft palm and 4 bone-transforming elixirs. Yi Wentian inquired, System, what is the purpose of the bone-transforming elixirs? The system responded, Host. The bone-transforming elixirs are essential for cultivating the bone-transforming soft palm. Each elixir can advance your cultivation by 1 layer. With 4 elixirs, you shall reach the 4th layer of the bone-transforming soft palm. This technique comprises 9 layers in total. The completion of the 1st layer signifies the peak of the yellow rank. The 2nd layer culminates in the pinnacle of the Xian rank. The 3rd layer corresponds to the initial stage of the earth rank. And the 4th layer allows one to attain the latter stage of the earth rank. The latter stage of the earth rank? Yi Wentian murmured, currently. My strength resides at the initial stage of the earth rank. Although at this stage, I can contend with experts of the heaven rank. Should I reach the latter stage of the earth rank, I would be able to rival even those at the mid-heaven rank. The system then asked, would the host like to extract the bone-transforming soft palm and the bone-transforming elixirs? Extract them. Extraction complete. Suddenly, Yi Wentian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Moments later, he discerned an influx of unfamiliar knowledge flooding his mind. He understood that this was the essence of the bone-transforming soft palm. Concurrently, 4 bone-transforming elixirs materialized in his hand. These elixirs resembled a powder made from bones, emanating a sinister aura. Yi Wentian swallowed an elixir, and an intense sensation akin to being engulfed in flames surged through him. The agony was profound, as torrents of heat surged within his body, ultimately converging into his hands. In that instant, his hands transformed from their ordinary hue to a deep, ominous black, clearly infused with deadly poison. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the 1st layer of the bone-transforming soft palm. Had he truly succeeded in mastering the 1st layer? Yi Wentian gazed at the stone slab nearby and, With a sudden surge of true energy, struck it with his hands. Instantly, the blackened hue on his hands deepened. As he pressed down on the slab, it reacted as if it were ice meeting a red-hot iron, releasing a significant amount of mist. Upon withdrawing his hands, two shallow yet dark handprints were visible on the slab. If such an effect could be achieved on stone, one could only imagine the devastation it would wreak upon a living being. Though the first layer of the bone-transforming soft palm was merely equivalent to the peak of the yellow rank, even experts of the Xian rank would likely find themselves troubled by it. Yi Wentian swallowed another bone-transforming elixir. This time, the turbulence of true energy within him intensified, and his hands felt as if they were forged from molten steel. He observed himself quietly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Clenching his teeth, he endured the pain, driven by the desire for vengeance against Long Yueqing. To cultivate successfully and then seek retribution against that scoundrel was the unwavering belief that propelled Yi Wentian forward. Finally, the second bone-transforming elixir was fully absorbed. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the second layer of the bone-transforming soft palm. Yi Wentian gazed at his hands, beads of cold sweat trickling down, a testament to the agony he had just endured. At this moment, empowered by the initial stage of earth-level internal energy and wielding the second layer of the bone-melting palm, he felt no fear even when facing a celestial-level master. The reason was simple: his hands harbored deadly poison. A single strike would suffice. Should he land a blow on a celestial-level expert, even they would succumb to the toxin. The second layer of the bone-melting palm equated to the pinnacle of the mysterious level, capable of reducing mysterious-level warriors to mere puddles of blood through the venom coursing through his veins. Although he could not completely dissolve a celestial-level opponent with a single hit, the lethal potential remained immense. Yi Wentian observed his hands, now a deep shade of green. Host, the third layer of the bone-melting palm is perilous due to its extreme toxicity. Should you attempt to cultivate it and err, you may fall into madness, leading to a catastrophic demise. The system issued a warning. Without hesitation, Yi Wentian swallowed the third bone-melting elixir. He was in desperate pursuit of vengeance. If danger lurked, so be it. The quicker he could enhance his strength and eliminate his adversaries, the better he would feel. He had contemplated waiting until tomorrow for a more favorable outcome. But through recent experiences, he realized that the system gradually offered fewer rewards. He could not discern the reason for this decline. However, if he were to perpetually rely on the system, what if he never obtained a suitable boon? Would his vengeance remain unfulfilled? After careful deliberation, Yi Wentian resolved to consume all the bone-melting elixirs, striving to elevate the bone-melting palm to the apex of the earth level. Should he master the bone-melting technique at such a level, a single maneuver against an earth-level warrior could reduce them to blood. While he could not fully dissolve a celestial-level master, he was confident that he could incapacitate an early-stage celestial warrior with a decisive blow. Attaining such prowess would embolden him to seek retribution, regardless of how formidable his foes might be. After all, celestial-level warriors were the zenith of martial prowess in this world. The most powerful entities, and their numbers were scarce. Consider the Tai family, whose influence stemmed solely from possessing two celestial-level warriors, allowing them to command respect throughout the Dragon Kingdom. After consuming the third bone-melting elixir, Yi Wentian could not suppress a pained scream. How to describe this sensation? It was akin to plunging his hands into molten iron. His hands slowly transformed from deep green to a fiery red, resembling glowing ingots. Yi Wentian cried out in anguish, clutching his hands, nearly on the verge of breaking down. Yet, at that moment, he resolutely tossed the final bone-melting elixir into his mouth. Warning: due to the potency of the bone-melting elixir, danger may ensue. At this instant, his entire being felt as though it were being consumed by a myriad of ants. No, it was as if one had plunged into a volcano spewing forth molten lava. The agony was indescribable. Yet, Yi Wentian resolutely straightened his posture and commenced his meditation. At that very moment, he activated the Nine Suns' true qi coursing through his body, employing techniques of shape-shifting, transformation, and illusion. He harnessed all his martial arts solely to divert his mind and stave off the torment that threatened to plunge him into madness. To his astonishment, as he channeled his energy, the true qi of the Nine Suns began to merge with that of the bone-melting palm. Initially, the fusion was minuscule, but gradually, the energies intertwined more profoundly, ultimately coalescing into a vast river of true qi. Chapter 174. Break through the river of true energy. Formed by the fusion of Jiang true qi and Huagu Mian qi, spiraled and flowed within his body. At the same moment, Yi Wentian's aura astonishingly surged from the initial stage of the earth realm to the mid-stage, then rapidly ascended to the late stage. Initially, he believed this was the culmination of his progress. However, upon reaching the late stage, The energy continued to amplify relentlessly. Soon, he attained the pinnacle of the earth realm and seamlessly crossed the threshold to the celestial realm. Ultimately, he stabilized at the early stage of the celestial realm. Within Yuantian's body, a novel form of true energy emerged. This new energy was distinct from the toxicity of the Huagu Mian technique and the scorching heat of the Juyang True Qi. It possessed the characteristics of both. The venomous true energy of the Huagu Mian technique was akin to a highly corrosive liquid capable of eroding all things in existence. In contrast, Juyang True Qi was akin to flames, capable of incinerating everything. Now, this newly manifested true energy could both corrode and ignite. Yi Wentian opened his eyes and gazed at his hands, which had returned to their normal state. Yet, upon circulating his true energy, he quickly discovered that his hands were enveloped in a coexisting aura of dark green and searing light. They resembled two suns, radiating heat, with dark green mist swirling at their edges. With a casual wave of his hands, he did not strike any object. Yet he observed the surrounding walls and rocks gradually eroding away. If he were to engage in combat, even if he did not directly hit his opponent, the toxic smoke emanating from his hands could still poison them. System host, congratulations, you have created a new martial art. Please name your new technique. Yi Wentian was taken aback, filled with confusion. A new technique? Could it be? He examined his hands. Had the fusion of my two martial arts truly resulted in a new technique? The combination of Juyang Divine Art and Huagu Mian Palm. I shall name it Juyang Huagu Skill. System, congratulations, host. The new technique has been created, named Juyang Huagu Skill. Upon reviewing the page, he saw, host, Yi Wentian. Martial arts, shadow shift, Juyang Huagu Skill, absorption technique, star shifting, mysterious medical arts. Divine abilities, transformation technique, heavenly shock, illusion technique. Realm, early stage of the celestial realm, 01000000. Yi Wentian did not anticipate that merging Juyang Divine Art and Huagu Mian Skill would yield such extraordinary results. This revelation opened a new world for him. Since the fusion of my two martial arts produced such an effect, what might occur if I were to blend other techniques together? With this thought, excitement surged within him. Inspired, Yi Wentian immediately began to circulate the Juyang Huagu Skill along with the absorption technique. The absorption technique was not one he frequently employed due to its significant drawback. The absorbed true energy was prone to causing accidents. A substantial amount of anomalous energy resides within the body. If not resolved, it not only remains unusable, but can also inflict harm. This predicament is reminiscent of the past sorcerer, Ren Mo Xing, who absorbed the peculiar energy of Zhuo Chan, resulting in grievous internal injuries. Consequently, Yi Wentian seldom employed the absorption technique, consistently opting for the Nine-Yang Divine Skill instead. At this moment, he sought to explore the potential of amalgamating the absorption technique with the Nine-Yang transformation technique to observe the outcome. He began to circulate the energy of the absorption technique within his body, guiding it to merge with the Nine-Yang transformation technique. The system announced, merging absorption technique. A new martial art shall emerge. The energy of the absorption technique was black, resembling a black hole. Within his dantian, a swirling black hole materialized, continuously rotating. The energy of the Nine-Yang transformation technique, on the other hand, was a blend of dark green and white light. As the black hole spun, it began to tear at the energy of the Nine-Yang transformation technique, akin to a sun. The outermost edge of the sun shimmered in dark green. The dark green energy was drawn into the black hole, where it was gradually digested and decomposed. Yet, within this process of digestion, the dark green energy surprisingly exhibited a tendency to break down the black hole. Simultaneously, the sun-like Nine-Yang energy was being directed by Yi Wentian towards the black. With a sudden explosion, Yi Wentian felt a framework within him shatter. His aura surged once more, ascending from the early stage of the celestial realm to the mid-stage. However, at that very moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood as the turbulent energy within him threatened to separate. The energy that was on the verge of merging began to divide again, forcing Yi Wentian's essence to revert from the mid-stage back to the early stage of the celestial realm. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every effort to maintain control and prevent the energy from dispersing. Time became a blur. It could have been mere minutes or several hours. Ultimately, as balance was restored, a vivid scene unfolded within Yi Wentian's dantian. At the center lay a black hole, incessantly contracting and devouring the searing white light. The white light, though central, could not withstand the relentless pull and was gradually consumed by the black hole. Once the white light was entirely absorbed, the Nine-Yang Divine Skill would be irrevocably extinguished. In the end, the black hole completely devoured all the Nine-Yang energy and the dark green energy. Within the black hole, an immense heat and corrosive aura emanated. At last, he had persevered. Fortunately, next time, he must exercise caution and refrain from reckless amalgamation. The system proclaimed, "Congratulations, host. A new technique has been born. Please name the new technique." Ian pondered for a moment before stating, "My new technique is a fusion of the transformation technique, absorption technique, and nine-yang divine skill. It shall henceforth be known as the nine-yang transformation spring technique." The status on the screen read, "Host, Tian. Martial arts, shape-shifting, nine-yang transformation swallowing technique. Celestial shifting, mysterious healing arts. Supernatural abilities, transformation technique, heavenly eye, illusion technique. Realm, mid-stage celestial realm, 01000000. Among them, the primary cultivation technique is the nine-yang transformation swallowing technique. The Jiang Huagu Chun Gong consists of 9 levels, with the host currently at the 2nd level. The 1st and 3rd levels correspond to the celestial realm. The 4th to 6th levels equate to the foundation establishment realm, while the 7th to 9th levels are akin to the golden core realm. Tian rose to his feet, feeling as light as a feather. With a mere leap, he soared several meters high. In other words, a simple jump allowed him to reach the rooftops of 4 or 5-story buildings effortlessly. He struck a nearby marble step with a casual motion, and an eerie and terrifying phenomenon unfolded. The marble began to dissolve and decompose visibly before his eyes, emitting white vapor and forming bubbles. In an instant, the entire marble step transformed into pure white lime. "How frightening," Tian declared coldly. "The heavens are shattered, and the earth is incomplete. Await my arrival." Chapter 175. A fragmented world. In the eastern city of the Dragon Kingdom lies the notorious assassin organization known as a fragmented world. The name actually refers to 2 elite assassins, Tian Kan, a blind man wielding an ancient guqin, and DK, a hunchbacked elder who employs a bamboo flute as his weapon. Both are masters of soundwave techniques. Their combined prowess ranks among the top 10 in the mundane realm and 3rd among assassins. However, individually, they are merely at the mid-tier of the celestial level. Together, they can contend with those at the late stage. Tian Kan, after much effort, "We have finally discovered a way to enter the chaotic time-space," exclaimed DK, his excitement palpable. Clad in a flowing black robe, he appeared as an elderly man. Beside him, a white-haired elder also expressed delight, stating, "If we can access the chaotic time-space, the possibility of breaking through our current cultivation level becomes attainable. Enough chatter. Let us proceed," DK urged. Before them stood an ancient mirror. DK retrieved a spirit stone from his robes and pressed it against the mirror, forming hand seals and reciting a complex incantation. After uttering a series of archaic and intricate verses, DK bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the mirror. Instantly, a tempest arose, and the outside world transformed dramatically. The mirror blurred, resembling a tranquil lake with ripples occasionally disturbing its surface. "We can enter now," DK proclaimed. However, Tian Kan suddenly interjected, "Wait. I wish for my son to accompany us." DK fell silent. "My son possesses remarkable talent. If he joins us and discovers a means to break through the celestial tier, it would benefit us all," Tian Kan elaborated. After a moment's contemplation, DK acquiesced, "Very well." Overjoyed, Tian Kan hurriedly called for his son, Yidawu, the very one who had slain Long Wuqing and harbored enmity towards Tian. In the chaotic time-space of the vast Miao dynasty, in Qingzhou, Pudong Prefecture, Steelgong County, Yidawu awoke with steely determination reflected in his eyes, his youthful visage adorned with disbelief. "Where am I?" he pondered, realizing his father and Uncle DK had vanished, and he had regressed to a child. Observing the elderly couple bustling in the courtyard, clad in coarse hemp garments reminiscent of ancient attire, he gazed into the distance where lotus-shaped lands sprawled across the wilderness. Countless individuals, all dressed in antiquated fashions, traversed the winding paths. Yidawu rose and approached the elderly couple within the fenced courtyard. They were a man and a woman, both seemingly over 50. Yet, Yidawu understood that they were merely in their 20s, their vigorous labor hastening their aging. The 2 elders in the courtyard were, in fact, his parents in this world. Having been in this realm for 3 days, Yidawu noted with astonishment that during this time, the elderly couple had not allowed him to lift even a single finger in work. The elderly couple labors diligently each day in the fields, harvesting rice, threshing it, and then laying it out in the sun to dry. They also engage in cooking and tending to silkworms, leading an existence filled with busyness. Much of this agricultural work could be assisted by Yidawu, who gazes at his own delicate hands, in stark contrast to the rough, cracked hands of the elderly couple, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. Have you finished your studies? One of them asks. Xiao Wu. I heard from the teacher at the study society that you have not been diligent lately. What is the matter? Achieving the top scholar status is exceedingly difficult. With so many scholars across the land, some of whom fail even into their old age, I am simply not cut out for it. Yi Daowu feels a surge of impatience, secretly wishing he could leave this place if only he were older. These two old folks incessantly urging him to study give him a headache. Were it not for his current lack of inner strength, he would have long dealt with them. Enough nonsense. Yui scolded, her expression turning serious. Do not be deceived by our current misfortunes. Your grandfather was once a scholar. As the water in the pot began to boil, Yiru hurriedly added vegetables and tofu, grabbing a pair of chopsticks. Engaging in business is the most lowly endeavor. Looked down upon by others, he remarked. Regardless, you should take the examination. Who knows, you might just succeed. At that moment, the sun was high in the sky, and the aroma of the simmering dish wafted through the courtyard. Xiao Wu, go call your second uncle for dinner. Yiru instructed. Yi Daowu took a few steps and paused at the window of the west room, calling in, dinner's ready. Okay, came the reply from within. Soon, the door creaked open, revealing a refined young man wearing a straw hat, holding a classic text, with smooth skin and a clean appearance. This young man was Yi Daowu's second uncle, Yuan. Yi Daowu looked at him and said, You still have rouge on your face. Yuan paused, then quickly returned to the room to wash off the makeup, urging the woman lying inside. Hurry up and get up for dinner. I won't eat. It's not yet meal time. We eat vegetarian every day. How long has it been since you last had meat? She complained. I am unfortunate. Ever since marrying you, I haven't had a taste of lard in months. Su. Do not worry. Once I become a scholar, I will ensure you eat well and live lavishly. Stop trying to deceive me with your words. You cannot even pass the county exam, let alone become a scholar. You are deluding yourself. Enough. Let us eat first. We can discuss matters after we are full. After some reluctance, the woman finally got up and joined them in the courtyard. The refined scholar commanded, Quickly bring 2 stools. Yi Daowu merely stood there, unmoved. What are you dawdling for? You are just as dazed as your father, the young scholar remarked. Yi Daowu scoffed inwardly, knowing that one day he would deal with them all as one would with chickens. By the way, his so-called second uncle's wife was indeed quite beautiful. Yi Daowu gazed at her with fervent eyes. Having traversed this world for quite some time, he had long desired to indulge in flesh, yet opportunities had eluded him. When the chance arose, he was determined to savor the essence of his uncle's woman. Look, once more, it was merely boiled cabbage and tofu. There were chickens in the yard, yet none were caught for a hearty meal. Oh, dear brother, your frugality is rather excessive. Old Yi Daowu, overhearing this, replied, That is not the reasoning. These chickens are kept to lay eggs, which can be sold at the market for a modest sum. Tomorrow, I shall reserve an egg for your sister-in-law. A prolonged absence from meat is indeed unfavorable. Yi Daowu then fetched a stool and served himself a meal. Upon witnessing this, his uncle scolded, You little rascal are utterly ignorant of etiquette. I instructed you to move the stool. Do you not recognize the distinctions of age and rank? I have yet to take my seat, yet you have already begun to eat. It is no wonder that you and your ilk remain forever in the muck. Such is your fate. Yi Daowu's gaze turned icy. Chapter 176. 1,000 miles in pursuit of the enemy, 2 flowers bloom, each reflecting its own branch. Yi Daowu has entered the chaotic and boundless realm of the great Miao dynasty, while Yi Wentian has just arrived at the headquarters of the heavenly remnants and earthly deficiencies. Yi Daowu has slain Long Duoqing, and Yi Wentian vows to dismember him into 1,000 pieces. Through various leads, he has located the headquarters. Situated in the eastern city of the Dragon Kingdom, this region is characterized by its mountainous terrain, often shrouded in dense, toxic mist. It is precisely for this reason that numerous clandestine organizations thrive in the east, among which Heavenly Remnants is one. I have finally found this place. Yuejia, rest assured, I shall avenge you. I, Yi Wentian, swear I will not be a man if I do not exact a brutal revenge on your murderer. His face was a mask of icy resolve, though the sadness within was imperceptible. When one is wronged, there are typically several responses. The first is to retreat and weep in a corner, a mark of weakness. The second is to forgive the transgressor, a trait of the saintly. The third is to retaliate in kind, the response of a normal person. The fourth, however, is to strike back with tenfold or 100-fold intensity. A characteristic of the ruthless. Yi Wentian embodies the latter. He is determined to repay the pain Long Duoqing inflicted upon him 100-fold onto Yi Daowu. Upon entering the headquarters of Heavenly Remnants, he was immediately detected by the sentinels. Who goes there? At that moment, gunfire erupted. Several bullets whizzed towards Yi Wentian like lightning. He did not flinch, his entire being transformed into a black hole, absorbing every bullet with ease. As the chaos subsided, it became apparent that all the bullets had been drawn into his hands. Yi Wentian smiled, yet the expression on his face was more grotesque than sorrow. In a blur of motion, he seized a dozen individuals from the thicket and cast them to the ground. A closer inspection revealed that these captives were lifeless, their skin resembling that of desiccated corpses. He had employed the Nine Suns bone transformation devouring technique, which comprises several abilities: combustion, bone transformation, and devouring. The skill he had invoked was the power of consumption, having drained the very essence of blood and flesh from these individuals. Just as he finished off these dozen foes, the earlier gunfire attracted more adversaries. Yet, regardless of their numbers, they were no match for Yi Wentian, now a celestial realm warrior. He swiftly subdued all his opponents with mere flickers of movement, leaving a few alive for interrogation. He transformed the rest into mere puddles of blood through his bone transformation technique, while others were reduced to ashes by the Nine Suns' true chi. The few remaining adversaries were left pale with terror. With a single palm strike, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The individual who collided with Yi Wentian felt a surge of excruciating pain, followed by the astonishing sight of his calf bending at a right angle. The man immediately let out a harrowing scream, clutching his leg and collapsing to the ground, wailing loudly. With the first strike, Yi Wentian startled everyone present. The remaining onlookers instinctively stepped back in unison. Yi Wentian scoffed coldly, inquiring, "Are you scared now?" Before the echoes of his words faded, he had already plunged into the crowd, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the 10 or so individuals. Meanwhile, the crew-cut man in camouflage had swiftly subdued the two petty thieves, eschewing any underhanded tactics this time and efficiently dispatching his adversaries. However, just as he turned to assist Yi Wentian, a series of anguished cries erupted behind him. Initially, the crew-cut man assumed the sounds originated from Yi Wentian, but upon turning around, he was taken aback. There stood Yi Wentian, resembling a deity of war, leaping into the throng of enemies, causing chaos and despair among them. His strikes were swift and precise, with each blow resulting in an opponent collapsing, whether unconscious or howling in agony, while clutching a painful injury. Witnessing this spectacle, the crew-cut man could not help but scratch his head in disbelief, muttering to himself in astonishment, "What on earth? Is this even human?" In mere moments, a multitude of groaning figures lay strewn across the alley, with Yi Wentian being the sole individual still standing. Ding. Congratulations, you have earned 1 point. Ding. Congratulations. You have earned 1 point. Ding. Congratulations, you have earned 1 point. Such sounds echoed in Yi Wentian's mind, prompting him to shake his head. He realized that these were merely a few points, while the medicinal bottle for his eyes had cost him 20 points. "Brother, your skills are remarkable. Were you formerly in the military?" The crew-cut man approached, gazing at Yi Wentian with admiration. Yi Wentian shook his head, replying, "No. This is a martial art passed down in my family." "I see." The crew-cut man nodded, pondering for a moment before continuing. "You must be a descendant of one of those legendary ancient martial arts families." Yi Wentian looked at him with confusion, unable to comprehend the man's words. Noticing Yi Wentian's bewilderment, the crew-cut man suddenly appeared enlightened, as if he had grasped a profound realization, exclaiming, "I understand now. Descendants of such families prefer to keep their identities concealed. Rest assured, I will keep it a secret." With that, he straightened his attire and saluted Yi Wentian, stating, "Comrade, greetings. My name is Zhou Huajian, a soldier." "Zhou Huajian." Yi Wentian furrowed his brow, responding, "Isn't Zhou Huajian a singer?" Zhou Huajian chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "I am the sword in Li Jian. The singer is Jian Shun." "I thought so. You certainly don't resemble him." Yi Wentian nodded in agreement. Zhou Huajian laughed heartily, asking, "Brother, what is your name?" Yi Wentian responded, "My name is Yi Wentian, and I am a freshman." Zhou Huajian nodded, suddenly recalling something. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the bottle of medicine Yi Wentian had given him, and said, "This medicine is incredibly effective. How much is it?" "I shall pay you." Yi Wentian shook his head and replied, "No need, as long as it works." Zhou Huajian insisted, "No, I must pay you. Here, we have rules. We cannot take what belongs to the common people without compensation." Yi Wentian smiled at Zhou Huajian and said, "Really, it's not necessary. Let us just consider this a gesture of friendship." Zhou Huajian, undeterred, replied, "No, I must insist." Yi Wentian looked at him and asked, "Are you really going to pay?" Zhou Huajian assured him emphatically, "I must pay. It is essential." Yi Wentian nodded and said, "If you are so adamant, I won't refuse. Let us settle it at cost, 20,000. "What?" Zhou Huajian exclaimed, nearly dropping his eyes in shock. 20,000. Yi Wentian shot him a glance, and, with a sigh, remarked, "What's the matter? Is it too expensive? I already said I didn't want anything." With that, Yu Wentian turned to leave. Zhou Huajin stood there, stunned for a moment, before quickly following after him. Along the way, Zhou Huajin incessantly inquired why the medicine was so costly. Yu Wentian, quite exasperated, realized he himself did not know why it was priced so high. He had merely converted the expenses into renminbi. As they walked back, Yu Wentian spotted Lin Keqing standing by the car, surrounded by a crowd. Oh no, something is wrong. Yu Wentian's heart sank. He immediately dashed toward Lin Keqing. "Keqing, what happened?" he asked as he reached her side. Upon seeing Yu Wentian return, Lin Keqing's face lit up with delight. But her expression quickly turned to concern as she pointed to the ground and said, "This elderly gentleman suddenly collapsed here." Yu Wentian looked down and saw an elderly man in traditional attire lying on the ground, his complexion flushed and breathing labored, clearly in distress. Beside the elderly man stood a bespectacled middle-aged man in casual clothing, who was applying acupuncture with silver needles. "Leader, what happened to you?" Zhou Huajian, who had just arrived, shouted as he rushed to the elderly man's side. "The old leader has fallen ill, but do not worry. I have already treated him with acupuncture, and he is no longer in immediate danger. We must get him to the hospital for further examination," the bespectacled man explained as he began to pack away his needles. Zhou Huajian felt relieved, but at that moment, Yu Wentian, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, "That's not right. At this rate, the elderly man has at most 20 minutes left." "What did you say?" Yu Wentian's words left Zhou Huajian utterly astonished. He gazed at Yu Wentian in disbelief and stammered, "Are you serious?" "Indeed," Yu Wentian affirmed with a nod. Moments ago, he had employed his divination technique, revealing that the elderly man's body was suffused with a dark aura, teetering perilously on the brink of death. How could this possibly signify stability? Just as Yu Wentian finished speaking, the middle-aged man who had administered the acupuncture to the elderly gentleman interjected sharply, "Young man, do not spout nonsense here. I have just treated the old leader, and he is now out of danger." Yu Wentian regarded the middle-aged man with a smirk and replied, "Is that so? To me, it appears to be merely a fleeting glimmer of life." A fleeting glimmer of life? Yu Wentian's assertion elicited gasps from those nearby. However, the middle-aged man maintained a stern expression and retorted angrily, "Young man, cease your unfounded claims. What do you know of medicine?" As Yu Wentian and the middle-aged man each upheld their perspectives, Zhou Huajian found himself momentarily bewildered. Chapter 177. "I am not useless." This middle-aged man is the private physician of the former leader, renowned for his exceptional medical skills, and holds an esteemed reputation in the industry that could easily elevate him to the status of a master. His diagnoses rarely encounter significant errors. However, Yu Wentian had previously provided him with an extraordinary vial of medicine, which, although priced at a staggering 200,000, indeed proved to be a miraculous cure. Given the likelihood that Yu Wentian is a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, it is well known that the paths of martial arts and medicine have historically complemented one another. One cannot dismiss the possibility that Yu Wentian possesses some secret techniques. Noticing the hesitation on Zhou Huajian's face, Yu Wentian smiled gently and remarked, "Do not trouble yourself. In my estimation, the elder's condition will relapse within 3 minutes at most, or at least within 1. The middle-aged physician snorted derisively, casting a disdainful glance at Yu Wentian as he retorted, "Ah, truly, the world is in decline. Even a mere child dares to flaunt his medical prowess in public. Surely, you must be some self-important fool fresh from a medical academy." Yu Wentian, grinning, replied to the middle-aged physician, "I cannot say whether I am useless, but I am quite certain that you, sir, are most likely the true fool here." The middle-aged physician, incensed, exclaimed, "What? Do you dare to insult me as a fool?" With a chuckle, Yu Wentian fixed his gaze upon the physician, unreservedly stating, "Indeed, as a doctor, you cannot heal nor save lives, and instead, due to your misdiagnosis, you threaten the life of a patient. How can you claim not to be a fool?" Pointing an accusing finger at Yu Wentian, the middle-aged physician seethed, "When have I ever endangered a life?" Yu Wentian calmly gestured towards the elderly man lying on the ground, softly stating, "There is one right here." Just as the physician was about to retort, the elderly man suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Almost simultaneously, his previously restored and serene complexion began to flush a deep crimson once more. Witnessing this reaction, Zhou Huajian, kneeling beside the elderly man, grew frantic, supporting him while whispering, "Elder leader, how are you? Are you all right? How could this happen?" Upon observing the situation, the middle-aged physician's face turned pale with fear. He quickly knelt down and conducted a series of examinations on the elderly man. However, the more he examined, the darker and more foreboding his expression became, until ultimately, he appeared utterly drained of color, his eyes filled with despair. How can this be? I clearly administered the acupuncture, he murmured, his expression betraying his turmoil. Seeing the physician in such a state of disarray, Zhou Huajian anxiously inquired, Dr. Zhu, what is the situation? Dr. Zhu looked at Zhou Huajian, shook his head, and with a gaze of utter hopelessness, replied, it is already beyond recovery. What? Zhou Huajian shouted in shock. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned, his mind blank as he grappled with the reality of what to do next. How could everything suddenly go so wrong? Doctor. Zhu spoke with a sense of despair. That young man's words may indeed hold truth. It seems we are witnessing a fleeting moment of revival. The old leader's condition has deteriorated to the point of being utterly hopeless. No, Zhou Huajian exclaimed, gripping Dr. Zhu's hand fervently. You must possess a solution, do you not? You are the most renowned expert in all of China. Surely, you can do something. Dr. Zhu allowed Zhou Huajian to pull at him, indifferent to the spittle that landed upon his face. However, he perceived the situation as dire, much as Yuan had described it. There appeared to be little hope remaining. The elder's pupils were beginning to dilate, and his breaths grew increasingly shallow. He was beyond medical salvation. I have no means left. I am sorry, Dr. Zhu said. His head bowed, disheartened as he addressed Zhou Huajian. Perhaps I could give it a try. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Yuan stepped forward, his voice breaking the tension. As his words rang out, all gazes turned toward him. The assembly had anticipated an elderly physician to speak. But upon seeing the youthful visage of Yuan, who appeared to be in his early 20s, expressions of disdain flickered in their eyes. Who is this lad? Someone murmured. Surely, he cannot be a doctor at such a tender age. The audacity of today's youth knows no bounds. They dare to intrude upon any situation. Another lamented. Amidst the chorus of skepticism, Zhou Huajian found himself reflecting on the unfolding events. He had accompanied the old leader to this place for a respite, never expecting to confront such a crisis. Now, with the elder's life hanging by a thread, calling for an ambulance would be futile. Dr. Zhu, what do you suggest? Zhou Huajian finally turned his gaze back to Dr. Zhu, whose own countenance was fraught with anxiety, utterly at a loss for a solution. After a moment of hesitation, Dr. Zhu looked at Yuan and asked, Young man, do you truly possess the confidence to proceed? With a smile, Yuan replied, Is there ever a guarantee of success? I am merely taking a chance, doing my utmost and leaving the rest to fate. At this, both Dr. Zhu and Zhou Huajian hesitated once more, observing their indecision. Yuan urged, Gentlemen, time is of the essence. You cannot afford to deliberate. This is a matter of choice. You may allow me to attempt to save the elder, potentially turning despair into hope, or you can refuse, sealing his fate. Please, make your decision swiftly. Otherwise, in a short while, even divine intervention will be powerless. Very well. If death is inevitable, so be it. Zhou Huajian's expression suddenly hardened with resolve. He turned to Dr. Zhu and declared, Dr. Zhu, since we are faced with certain death either way, let us permit Yuan to give it a try. Dr. Zhu regarded Zhou Huajian thoughtfully, then nodded, conceding. It appears this is our only option. As soon as Dr. Zhu finished speaking, Yuan, who had been fully prepared, promptly approached the elderly man. He crouched down and placed his hand gently on the elder's pulse, closing his eyes slightly. After a brief moment, Yuan reopened his eyes. How is he? Both Zhou Huajian and Dr. Zhu inquired anxiously in unison. Yuan looked at Dr. Zhu and said, Dr. Zhu, may I trouble you to lend me your set of silver needles? Certainly, here you go. Without hesitation, Dr. Zhu retrieved the silver needles from his bag, opened them, and handed them to Yuan. Receiving the needles, Yuan extracted one and addressed Zhou Huajian and Dr. Zhu. The elder may experience tremors or exhibit other unusual behaviors shortly. I kindly ask you both to hold him steady. Understood, Zhou Huajian replied, and Dr. Zhu nodded in agreement. Yuan turned back, lowering his gaze to the elderly man lying on the ground. With the aid of the diagnostic technique, the acupoints on the elder's body became vividly apparent to Yuan. Taking a deep breath, he dispelled any hesitation and swiftly inserted the silver needle into various acupoints across the elderly man's body. Remarkably, with each insertion, the needle emitted a buzzing sound. Yuan persisted, administering a total of 36 needles before he finally paused. During this time, the elder's body convulsed violently several times, but Zhou Huajian and Dr. Zhu held him firmly in place. With a sigh of relief, Yuan exhaled deeply. Chapter 178. How much did we earn? Zhou Huajian inquired anxiously. Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, It's all right now. Just wait a moment. The elder should awaken shortly. Zhou Huajian's heart finally settled. However, before Yuan could finish his words, An astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The elder, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Zhou Huajian was immediately taken aback. Looking at Yi Wentian with alarm, he exclaimed, "What is happening here? What on earth is going on?" Yi Wentian was equally bewildered. He had followed the procedure for the 36 life-saving needles as prescribed by the system. How could it have turned out like this? The onlookers, witnessing this turn of events, instinctively recoiled several steps. Some of the more vocal spectators pointed at Yi Wentian, saying, "See, I knew this would be the outcome. This kid is clearly incompetent. Now look what has happened. Indeed, let us see how he handles this. It's over. This lad will likely never repay this debt. He brought this upon himself. His lack of skill has harmed others. If I were him, I would just find a block of tofu and end it all." As the pressure from the crowd's murmurs intensified, Lin Keqing, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming urgency. "Wei Xiao, what should we do?" she exclaimed in distress as she looked at Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian remained silent, discreetly using his observation technique to assess the elder's condition. After the elder expelled the black blood, the pervasive aura of death that had enveloped him seemed to dissipate like mist, quickly fading away. In its place, vibrant energy began to surge from his meridians, teeming with life and vitality. Furthermore, judging by the flow of these meridians, Yi Wentian was nearly certain that not only could the elder recover, but he would also be almost indistinguishable from his former self. With this realization, Yi Wentian finally felt a sense of relief. He lifted his head, a slight smile gracing his lips, and said to Zhou Huajin and Dr. Zhu, "Rest assured. The elder is fine now. I believe he will awaken in just a moment." Zhou Huajin and Dr. Zhu exchanged glances, their expressions laden with skepticism. The crowd, having overheard Yi Wentian's words, erupted once more. "This kid says the old man will wake up in a moment. Just listen to him brag. I bet the old man is dead because of him, and now he has just stubbornly holding on." These voices pierced through Yi Wentian's mind, and with a light chuckle, he rose to his feet. Facing the crowd, he smiled and proposed, "Ladies and gentlemen, since you all doubt my word, why not make a bet?" The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of Yi Wentian's intentions. Yet, almost everyone, possessing a sense of self-awareness, refrained from taking up Yi Wentian's challenge, wary of being embroiled in the situation. Observing the indecisive expressions of the crowd as their gazes flitted between one another, Yi Wentian couldn't help but chuckle. "How about this? Who among you dares to take me up on this wager? The winner shall claim this 10,000 yuan, he declared, producing the crisp bills from his pocket. As the saying goes, great rewards will surely attract bold souls. Yi Wentian's gesture instantly piqued the interest of the onlookers. Before long, several eager individuals stepped forward. One of them inquired, "What are we betting on?" Yi Wentian cast a glance at the elderly man sprawled on the ground, still unconscious, and smiled gently as he replied, "Let us wager on when this old gentleman will awaken." The group of challengers exchanged glances, and one of them asked, "What are the stakes?" With a jovial demeanor, Yi Wentian responded, "If I lose, this 10,000 yuan will be yours, and I shall accept my responsibility. However, if you lose, you must publicly slap yourselves and shout, 'I was wrong 10 times. Upon hearing this, the challengers looked at one another, bewildered. One of them asked, "There are 6 of us. Are you really wagering just one sum of 10,000 yuan? Yi Wentian shot a derisive glance at the speaker and chuckled. "When did I say you would divide this amount?" The 6 men exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of his intentions. Keqing, retrieve a box of money from the car, Yi Wentian instructed, turning to Lin Keqing with a smile. In this situation, even Lin Keqing, though not the sharpest, understood Yi Wentian's plan. However, she was acutely aware that the money in that box was counterfeit. Would this not incite public outrage? Her mind raced with possibilities. After a moment's hesitation, she approached Yi Wentian and whispered hesitantly in his ear, "Wei Xiao, that money is fake. Could it?" "Fear not, I have it all under control." Yi Wentian reassured her softly, leaning closer. Afterward, he lightly patted her slender waist twice. Lin Keqing felt a jolt, as if electrified, and shuddered involuntarily. In all honesty, she thought that had they not been in such a public setting, Yi Wentian's hand would likely have ventured elsewhere. Casting a reproachful glance at him, Lin Keqing turned and returned to the vehicle, emerging with a black money box. Yi Wentian took the box from her hands, placed it on the ground, and opened it. In an instant, a box brimming with cash was revealed to the astonished crowd. A gasp rippled through the onlookers. Zhou Huajian, witnessing Yi Wentian's sudden display of wealth, was perplexed and asked, "Brother, what is this about?" With a cheerful demeanor, Yi Wentian replied, "This concerns me and this gathering of spectators." Upon concluding his statement, Yi Wentian turned to the onlookers, proclaiming loudly, "Listen closely, everyone. Here lies a sum of 1 million. Today, I propose a wager with you, the curious bystanders. If I lose, each of you who partakes in this bet shall receive 10,000 yuan. However, should fortune favor me, those who wager against me must deliver 10 slaps to themselves and cry out 10 times, I was wrong, as he spoke. Yi Wentian pointed at the first group of 6 individuals who had stepped forward, asking, "What say you? Will you accept the wager?" The 6 exchanged glances, and one among them boldly declared, "Of course. Why would one refuse money that is so readily available? That would be foolish." "Very well. Is there anyone else?" Yi Wentian called out to the crowd. With the 6 initial participants leading the charge, coupled with the enticing sight of the box filled with money, an increasing number of spectators stepped forward, and soon nearly 50 individuals had joined in. Observing the eager volunteers, Yi Wentian nodded in satisfaction, contemplating that even if just one person faltered, he would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. Clapping his hands, Yi Wentian addressed the assembly. "Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence." He then glanced at his phone, checking the time before announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 3:50 in the afternoon. I am certain that within 10 minutes, the elderly gentleman will awaken." Chapter 179. The Genius Within 10 Minutes? The individuals who had come forth to wager glanced at Yi Wentian, engaging in hushed discussions among themselves. At that moment, Dr. Zhu, who had been examining the elderly gentleman after completing his treatment, furrowed his brow and remarked, "The old man's condition is rather concerning. Both his breathing and heartbeat are quite weak." Those words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving everyone astonished. However, the reactions varied. Zhou Huajian was taken aback, while the onlookers who had come to gamble were filled with delight. "Dr. Zhu, please do not jest." The old leader appeared stable. Zhou Huajian grasped Dr. Zhu's arm in a state of panic. Dr. Zhu shook his head and replied, "When a life is hanging by a thread, stability is often a fade. I fear the old leader may truly. See, I told you this lad was merely posturing. This time, my victory is assured. Once I collect my winnings, I shall purchase that dress I have coveted for so long." Time passed, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. While Zhou Huajian's face turned ashen, Dr. Zhu sighed heavily, and Lin Keqing appeared visibly anxious. Among them, only Yi Wentian stood resolute, like a steadfast mountain, hands clasped behind his back. As the seconds ticked away, according to Dr. Zhu, the old gentleman's chances of survival dwindled to nearly none. The spectators eagerly rubbed their hands together, anticipating the division of the prize money. With just 1 minute remaining, one individual could no longer contain himself and rushed forward to seize the cash. However, as he reached out, Yi Wentian swiftly grasped his wrist. "What are you doing? Step aside, I have one. That money is mine." The man shouted angrily at Yi Wentian. With a serene smile, Yi Wentian shook his head and replied, "Not so fast. Look over there." No sooner had he spoken than the elderly man on the ground suddenly began to cough again. Old leader, Zhou Huajian, quick on the uptake, reached out to assist him. Yet, to Zhou Huajian's utter disbelief, just as he was about to touch the old leader, the elderly gentleman sat up unaided. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded, with Zhou Huajian's hand frozen in midair. The air felt as though it had solidified. In the once vibrant square, the only sound now was the old man's robust voice. "Where am I?" If someone were to arrive at the square in front of the Hang Lung Plaza at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the scene before them. Standing in the space between the main entrance of the Hang Lung Plaza and the fountain were 4 or 5 dozen individuals, all dressed in various styles. They appeared dejected, their spirits low, resembling a batch of autumn eggplants battered by frost. What is the meaning of this? In front of this disheartened crowd stood a young man who appeared to be merely in his early 20s. His demeanor radiated an energy far superior to that of the forlorn group before him. His face seemed to have been graced by the gentle caress of spring, adorned with a radiant smile, while his eyes sparkled with vivacity. The young man's penetrating gaze swept over the 40 or 50 individuals surrounding him. Before he spoke, the principle of betting and accepting defeat is well known to all present. "So let us commence." As his words echoed, the group exchanged glances. Moments later, one individual slowly raised his palm, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. He struck himself soundly across the face. With a resounding slap, he yelled, "I was wrong." Following his lead, the others began to raise their hands, delivering slaps to their own faces. The resounding chorus of apologies filled the square. "I was wrong, I was wrong. I was wrong." The onlookers stood in stunned silence, many pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle. Meanwhile, not far away, an elderly man in a black luxury vehicle observed the bizarre scene unfold through the glass, bursting into laughter. "This lad is truly a genius," he chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Beside him, a young man in camouflage attire grinned and remarked, This kid is incredibly audacious. In such a situation, he still finds the audacity to gamble with the spectators. A middle-aged man on the elder's other side joined in the laughter, saying, "Indeed, I was on edge." Yet this young man shows no signs of trepidation. The elder laughed heartily, declaring, "This precisely demonstrates his exceptional talent and boldness. Hua Jin, check into this lad's background." His gaze remained fixed on Yi Wentian. At that moment, Yi Wentian stood before the crowd he was betting with, a cheerful expression on his face. Internally, he mused, "As I anticipated, each individual cost me 1 point of bravado. Now, I have accrued points, equivalent to 640,000 in cash, infinitely better than any job." Having resolved matters there, Yi Wentian leisurely made his way towards a nearby daikos. He had originally intended for Lin Keqing to witness the astonishing spectacle of the crowd slapping their own faces, but she adamantly refused to join him. Reluctantly, he allowed her to find a place to wait for him. Upon entering daikos, Yi Wentian spotted Lin Keqing seated in a corner, waving at him. With a smile, he approached and took a seat across from her. "You have no idea how exhilarating it was. I wanted you to see it, but you wouldn't go," he said. Lin Keqing, holding 2 ice cream cones, handed one to him and replied, "I had no desire to witness that. So many people slapping their faces, how embarrassing." Yi Wentian chuckled. "It's not as if they were slapping your face. They brought it upon themselves. You have no idea how many people were there, all gathered to watch, snapping photos and videos. I assure you, this will undoubtedly become a trending topic on Weibo." Lin Keqing delicately savored the ice cream cone in her hand, casting a playful glance at Yi Wentian as she remarked, "You are simply too bored." Observing the charming sight of Lin Keqing enjoying her treat, Yi Wentian was suddenly struck by a rather delightful thought. He murmured softly to himself, "If only Keqing could indulge in me as she does with that cone. How splendid it would be. It would surely be exhilarating." Initially focused on relishing her ice cream, Lin Keqing, feeling that mere licking was insufficient, decisively opened her mouth and took a hearty bite out of the cone, which had already been savored considerably. Chapter 180. A Good Son-in-Law Crack. "Did you just say something, Westbrook?" Lin Keqing inquired, her slurping sounds punctuating the air as she turned to Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian's expression suddenly froze, a chill washing over him unexpectedly. At that moment, he felt a brisk gust sweep beneath him, compelling him to clasp his legs tightly together. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Have you finished eating? Once we're done, let us go shopping," he suggested, pulling Lin Keqing out of the fast food restaurant. Following the signs, they ascended to the 3rd floor of the shopping mall. This level was entirely dedicated to bedding and home textiles. As they strolled through the aisles, Yi Wentian remarked, "Today, we shall procure all the essentials for sleeping, and tomorrow we will delve into more detailed shopping." Lin Keqing nodded in agreement, content to leave the arrangements entirely in Yi Wentian's capable hands. Grandpa Li, dressed in athletic gear, Zhao Ziyu rushed into the hall, her urgency palpable. Upon entering, she leapt into the arms of an elderly gentleman seated in the main chair. "Grandpa Li, I heard you fell ill on the street today. You truly frightened me." "Second miss." Today the old leader was indeed in a perilous situation, but fortunately, he encountered a remarkably skilled young man, a young man in camouflage, standing beside the elder. Replied. Zhao Ziyu lifted her head from the elder's embrace, turning to the young man. "Zhou Huajian, you failed to protect Grandpa Li and now seek excuses. It seems you have a penchant for trouble," she chided. Zhou Huajian was momentarily at a loss for words. The elder gently patted Zhao Ziyu's back, soothingly saying, "All right, dear. Don't be angry. It was my decision to send him after those ruffians. Who could have predicted I would fall ill at that moment?" Zhao Ziyu regarded the elder with a reproachful gaze. "Grandpa Li, you really shouldn't involve yourself in such matters. Surely, the police would handle it. At your age, why seek out trouble?" "Ziyu, you mustn't speak so disrespectfully," admonished Zhao Zihan, seated nearby. It's quite all right. Our little Ziyu is right. I was indeed reckless," the elder chuckled. Zhao Zihan smiled and nodded, bewildered by why the venerable elderly, a pillar of support for the Zhao family, held such affection for her mischievous sister. Zhao Ziyu disengaged from the elder's embrace and turned to Zhou Huajian, asking, "Hey, Zhou Huajian, who is that remarkable young man who saved Grandpa Li today? Is he truly impressive?" Zhou Huajian nodded, giving her a thumbs up and exclaiming, "He is exceptionally skilled. Without him, I would have fallen into the trap set by those petty thieves. I would likely be lying in a hospital bed right now." The elder furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. "So, if what you say is true, this young man possesses both literary and martial prowess. It seems we owe him a debt of gratitude." Zhou Huajian affirmed, "Indeed." Old leader, Zhao Ziyu, intrigued, asked, "Since when has our city of Southern Land produced such a talented individual? How come I was unaware?" She turned to Zhao Zihan and inquired, "Sister, have you heard of it?" Zhao Zihan shook her head and replied, if even you, the infamous demoness of the world, are unaware, how could I possibly know? Zhao Ziyu tilted her head in contemplation for a moment before raising her gaze to Zhou Huajian and asking, do you know what that fellow's name is? Zhou Huajian nodded and said, I do indeed know. His name is Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian. Before Zhou Huajian could finish his sentence, the two sisters, Zhao Zihan and Zhao Ziyu, gasped in unison, their faces etched with astonishment. Zhou Huajian, taken aback by their incredulous expressions, appeared utterly bewildered. The elder furrowed his brow as he observed the sisters and inquired, what is it? Do you two know this esteemed individual? Zhao Ziyu's gaze abruptly turned cold, her eyes fixated ahead as she declared, that scoundrel Yi Wentian. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize him. Observing Zhao Ziyu's fierce demeanor, the elder smiled faintly and remarked, it seems there are quite a few tales behind this. He then turned to Zhao Zihan and asked, Zihan, could you assist me in locating this Yi Wentian? I wish to invite him to examine the health of an old friend in the capital. Just as Zhao Zihan was about to acquiesce, Zhao Ziyu interjected, Grandpa Li, leave this matter to me. I will certainly bring him to you. With a fierce determination, she added, if he refuses to come, I will drag him here. Even if I must resort to binding him. This time, Yi Wentian was not as brazen as before. He parked his vehicle dutifully at the roadside. While seated in the car, he made a call to Zhang Muqing, then turned to Lin Keqing's mother, saying, Andy, let us wait here for a moment. Our prospective landlord will be arriving shortly. Lin Keqing's mother nodded, feeling immensely pleased with her daughter's choice of a boyfriend. Not only did he possess good looks, but his temperament was also exceptionally amiable, treating her daughter with utmost care. Furthermore, his willingness to assist their mother-daughter duo was commendable. A son-in-law of such caliber was indeed a rare find. Now, upon discovering that Yi Wentian had connections with the police, Lin Keqing's mother felt an indescribable surge of emotion. Yi Wentian, you are truly capable, even acquainted with the police, she exclaimed in admiration. Her words left both Yi Wentian and Lin Keqing momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, silently comprehending each other's thoughts. Their acquaintance with Zhang Muqing could be traced back to an embarrassing incident when she mistook them for a courtesan and her client, nearly causing Yi Wentian to be apprehended. Seeing her daughter's future son-in-law rendered speechless by her comment, Lin Keqing's mother grew anxious, fearing she had misspoken. Qing, did I say something wrong? Lin Keqing's mother cast a glance at Yi Wentian, then turned to her daughter with a cautious inquiry. Before Lin Keqing could gather her thoughts, Yi Wentian took the initiative to respond. No, Auntie, Keqing and I merely stumbled upon some intriguing ideas. Upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, Lin Keqing's mother felt a wave of relief. She had no desire to pry into the little secrets shared between her daughter and her prospective son-in-law. So she settled quietly into the back seat. The three of them waited for approximately 20 minutes, and as the sky began to dim, Zhang Muqing, dressed in plain clothes, emerged from the police station. Chapter 181. Fatigued with life though the sky was dim, Yi Wentian possessed exceptional eyesight. From a distance, he honked his horn twice. Zhang Muqing approached Yi Wentian's vehicle, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, Wow, a new car. Impressive. Yi Wentian, grinning with pride, replied, Indeed, quite remarkable, isn't it? Zhang Muqing furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring, It's not another big shot car, is it? Yi Wentian chuckled and responded, There aren't that many big shots. Do you think I'm a fool? If I were to acquire another car like that, wouldn't it just be for Officer Zhang? Why would I go through all that trouble? Zhang Muqing nodded in understanding. Turning to Lin Keqing, Yi Wentian said, Keqing, why don't you sit in the back and keep your mother company? Sure, Lin Keqing replied, rising to take her seat in the rear. Zhang Muqing settled into the passenger seat beside Yi Wentian and remarked, Let us go. We should grab a bite to eat first. Yi Wentian paused, perplexed, and asked Zhang Muqing, Aren't we supposed to check out some properties? Zhang Muqing pouted, shooting him a glare, and retorted, You didn't even tell me that Keqing's mother was discharged from the hospital. Now that I know, I must treat her to a meal to celebrate. Zhang Muqing's words startled Lin Keqing's mother, who sat in the back seat, waving her hands dismissively as she said, No. There's no need to trouble the police officer to treat this old woman. Zhang Muqing turned with a cheerful smile towards Lin Keqing's mother, saying, Annie, please don't be modest. Keqing and I are good friends. I should have picked you up from the hospital. But it's all Yi Wentian's fault for not informing me. Now, treating you to dinner is merely a token of my respect as a younger generation. Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian laughed and shook his head at Zhang Muqing, exclaiming, Goodness, you're rather presumptuous. Since when did you become such good friends with Keqing? Have you even consulted her? Caught off guard by Yi Wentian's interruption, Zhang Muqing could have easily confronted him had it not been for Lin Keqing and her mother being present. Instead, she shot Yi Wentian a fierce glare and huffed. "What business is it of yours whether Keqing and I are good friends?" She then turned to Lin Keqing and asked, "Keqing, what do you think? Are we good friends?" Lin Keqing, not wishing for Zhang Muqing to appear overly assertive, quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, Sister Zhang is right." "Sister Zhang?" Lin Keqing's words sent a wave of exhilaration through Zhang Muqing. "She called me sister. Does that make her the younger one and me the elder?" The thought left Zhang Muqing momentarily stunned. Hey, Zhang Muqing. I said, "Officer Zhang, where are we going to eat?" Yi Wentian suddenly called out. Noticing Zhang Muqing lost in thought. However, he soon realized that she was completely unresponsive. Yi Wentian, feeling perplexed, leaned closer to Zhang Muqing's ear while waiting for the red light and shouted, "Ah? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Startled by Yi Wentian's sudden outburst, Zhang Muqing snapped back to reality, tightly covering her ears as a ringing sound echoed within them. Yi Wentian chuckled at her and, turning back to face the front, started the vehicle while saying, "Who told you to daze off? I called your name several times, yet you didn't respond. Now you blame me?" Zhang Muqing shot him a fierce glare, thinking to herself that if it weren't for Lin Keqing and her mother being present, she would have certainly given him a piece of her mind. Noticing the dark expression on Zhang Muqing's face, Yi Wentian couldn't help but shiver. If this lady were to become enraged, he knew he would not fare well. Thus, he chose to disregard her cold gaze and, keeping his eyes on the road, asked, "Officer Zhang, didn't you say we were going out to eat? Where shall we go?" With a huff, Zhang Muqing replied, "To Daoyao Pavilion." Daoyao Pavilion is a renowned Chinese restaurant in Dinan City, primarily serving vegetarian dishes. It is considered the pinnacle of vegetarian dining not only in Dinan but throughout the entire province. It is said that this chain was established by the descendants of a century-old establishment. Following Zhang Muqing's directions, Yi Wentian navigated through a series of twists and turns until they finally arrived at Daoyao Pavilion. Before even exiting the car, he caught sight of a steady stream of diners entering and exiting the restaurant, reminiscent of a flowing mountain stream. He couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, there are so many people here." Zhang Muqing raised her eyebrows with a smug expression and replied, "Humph, who do you think recommended this place?" With a grin, Yi Wentian retorted, "Whoever recommended the place orders the food, and whoever recommended it pays." Yi Wentian, "You are outrageous. As a grown man, how can you expect a delicate lady like me to foot the bill? Have you no shame?" Zhang Muqing yelled as she stepped out of the car. Yi Wentian, still smiling, glanced at her and then approached Lin Keqing, who had already exited the vehicle. "Keqing, who was it in the car just now that said they would treat us to a meal?" Lin Keqing looked at Yi Wentian, then cautiously at the fuming Zhang Muqing, and in a voice barely above a whisper said, "It was Sister Zhang Muqing." Once again, the mention of Sister Zhang Muqing felt like a gentle spring breeze, sweeping away Zhang Muqing's anger in an instant. She shot Yi Wentian a fierce look and huffed, "Fine, I'll treat, but only for my dear sister Keqing and Annie. Not for you. You're not allowed to eat." Yi Wentian made a playful face at Zhang Muqing and cheerfully replied, "Not allowed to eat? I'll sneak a bite." As Zhang Muqing was about to speak, a boisterous voice erupted unexpectedly, resonating like a clap of thunder. "Whose car is this? Have your eyes failed you? How dare you occupy my parking space? Are you tired of living?" Yi Wentian, along with Zhang Muqing and Lin Keqing, turned to see a rather flamboyantly dressed man standing before them. He wore a large gold chain around his neck, sported earrings, and 6 of his 10 fingers gleamed with ostentatious rings. At that moment, this man's car was parked diagonally in front of Yi Wentian's vehicle. Seeing this, Zhang Muqing's temper flared instantly. She narrowed her eyes, ready to confront him. "Wait." Yi Wentian grabbed Zhang Muqing's arm. Zhang Muqing looked back at him and exclaimed, "Why are you holding me back? Let me teach him a lesson." In his mind, Yi Wentian thought this was a serendipitous opportunity for some bravado, and he had no intention of relinquishing it. However, he refrained from voicing this directly to Zhang Muqing. Instead, he shot her a sidelong glance and gently admonished, "Why are you, a young lady, being so impulsive? Such matters should be left to us men." His words left Zhang Muqing momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "Then make sure you teach him a good lesson." Yi Wentian grinned at Zhang Muqing, his smile laden with meaning, and said, "Not only will I teach him a proper lesson, but I will also find time to give you a lesson as well." Upon seeing the mischievous grin on Yi Wentian's face, Zhang Muqing's cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 182. Seeking trouble. Yi Wentian turned around and addressed Lin Keqing, saying, "Keqing, please keep an eye on Annie Zhang while I step away for a moment." Lin Keqing nodded in response, cautioning him, "Wei Xiao, do be careful. That person seems rather fierce." Unfazed, Yu Wentian waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's all just a show. Who wouldn't act a bit intimidating? I'll be back shortly." With that, he pivoted and strode towards the arrogant young man. As Yu Wentian approached, the young man smirked, tilting his head and inquiring, "What's up, buddy? Is that wild stallion of yours?" Yu Wentian grinned and affirmed, "Indeed, it belongs to me." The young man continued, "Do you realize you've taken my parking spot?" Upon hearing this, Yu Wentian glanced at his vehicle before turning back to the brash young man, asking with a smile, "Is this your parking spot?" The young man retorted, "Of course. I park here every time I come." He even patted the door of his car for emphasis. Feigning confusion, Yu Wentian responded, "Oh, a luxury car. What model is it?" The young man, brimming with pride, declared, "Humph, it's nothing special, an Audi R8." Yu Wentian nodded, observing the young man while remaining silent. Initially, the young man was full of bravado, expecting Yu Wentian to readily yield the parking spot to him. However, when Yu Wentian remained unmoving, the young man's confidence began to wane. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" he questioned. Yu Wentian cheerfully replied, "So you claim this spot is yours?" The young man affirmed, "Yes, I always park here." Yu Wentian countered, "Then does that mean this parking lot is yours as well?" The young man shook his head. "That is impossible." Yu Wentian remarked, "Since this parking lot is not yours, on what grounds do you assert that this spot belongs to you? Do you even think before you speak?" The young man, now furious, pointed at Yu Wentian and shouted, "Are you calling me brainless?" Yu Wentian waved his hand, still wearing a cheerful expression, and replied, "I never said that. I merely asked if you possess any common sense. However, it seems you are rather self-aware of your situation. You're seeking death, aren't you?" The young man bellowed, raising his fist to strike Yu Wentian. With a slight smile, Yu Wentian seized the young man's arm and, with a swift motion, executed an impressive shoulder throw. "Splendid!" Xiaoyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable at witnessing Yu Wentian's flawless technique. The young man, caught off guard by Yu Wentian's prowess, found himself sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Yu Wentian approached him, squatting down to inquire, "So, is this parking spot still yours?" As the young man observed Yu Wentian squatting beside him, he instinctively cradled his head in his arms. Yu Wentian offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Kid, there's no need to be so arrogant. Those who pretend to be tough only end up getting humiliated. You are certainly not the first, nor will you be the last. However, I sincerely hope you do not become the next." With that, Yu Wentian patted the young man's shoulder, stood up, and strode toward Zhang Muqing and her companions. "Impressive. Your skills remain as sharp as ever," Zhang Muqing exclaimed as she approached, playfully punching Yu Wentian on the shoulder. "Let us go grab a bite." Yu Wentian cheerfully suggested to them, "Is that guy all right?" Lin Keqing turned her head with concern, casting a worried glance. Xiaoyu, linking arms with Lin Keqing, interjected, "Oh, Keqing, why bother with that worthless fool? Come on, let us go eat." The young man lay on the ground for quite some time, waiting until Yu Wentian and the others entered the establishment before he begrudgingly got back on his feet. "You bastard. Just wait," he seethed, his eyes burning with fury as he stared into the bustling crowd, as if he could pierce through the throngs to spot Yu Wentian. He then pulled his phone from his pocket. "Hello, is this Brother Liang? I've been bullied." "Yes, right in the parking lot outside Daoyao Pavilion. One guy and 3 girls, and the guy is quite strong. Okay, I'll wait for you." After ending the call, the young man leaned against his car. "Humph, you little brat, just wait until I make you kneel and call me daddy." At that moment, a security guard approached with a respectful demeanor. "Young Master Chiao, would you like to find a parking space for your car?" he inquired. "Park my car? Can't you see my spot has been taken? Get lost." "I'm already irritated," the young man yelled angrily at the guard. The guard, not daring to provoke such a privileged youth, promptly fled in haste. After about half an hour, a sedan and a van arrived in the distance. 4 individuals emerged from the sedan, 3 of whom sported brightly colored hair in shades of red, yellow, and green. Following them from the van were 7 more people. "Hey, Brother Liang, over here." The young man, upon spotting them, waved his arms excitedly. The trio with colorful hair approached him in response to his call. From afar, the red-haired man shouted, "I can't believe you, Chiao Ming. You actually got bullied here?" Seeing the trio, Chiao Ming wore a smirk, replying, "I didn't expect that kid to be so formidable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered you, Brother Liang. Didn't you introduce us?" The yellow-haired man beside the red-haired one remarked as he accepted the cigarette Chiao Ming offered. As Chiao Ming lit a cigarette for the 3 traffic lights, he chuckled and remarked, "I hadn't even gotten the chance to speak, and he already left. You are truly foolish. If you had simply reported our names, none of this nonsense would have ensued." The green light took a deep drag from his cigarette and disdainfully retorted, indeed, you are right, my 3 brothers. Now, I must ask for your assistance in avenging this grievance. Tonight, I shall host a gathering at Qianshui Bay, a delightful affair. The red light inquired of Chiu Ming. Which vehicle has encroached upon your parking space? Chiu Ming pointed and replied, that one, the new Mustang. Bah! The red light hurled the remaining half of his cigarette to the ground, crushing it underfoot. Brothers, let's smash it, he declared, taking the lead with a baseball bat, striking the windshield with a powerful blow. With the red light leading the charge, the green and yellow lights rallied, accompanied by their underlings, rushing forward with fervor. After a chaotic barrage, Yi Wentian's pristine Mustang was left in ruins, resembling a lifeless steed. Brother Liang, that brat has emerged. At that moment, Chiu Ming suddenly pointed towards the entrance of Daoyao Pavilion, emphasizing his words. He's come out? Perfect. Brothers, let's confront him, the red light proclaimed, striding confidently towards Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian, there are 3 traffic lights approaching. Are they here to trouble you? Zhang Muqing remarked upon noticing the approaching figures. Trouble me? Who dares to cause me trouble? Yi Wentian boldly retorted. No sooner had he spoken than he heard a voice shouting in his direction. Is it you who has taken my brother's parking space? Upon hearing the voice, Yi Wentian turned and could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, Oh, look at that. It truly is 3 traffic lights. Chapter 183. Stunned the trio of traffic lights, previously brimming with arrogance, swaggered towards Yi Wentian. The leader, the red light, brandished a baseball bat while shouting. You dare! He intended to declare that Yi Wentian was doomed today, but before he could finish, he caught sight of Yi Wentian's face. Instantly, the red light froze, terror washing over him as he stood rooted in place. Brother Liang, what's wrong? Questioned the yellow and green lights, along with Chiu Ming and the others behind them, bewildered by the red light's sudden change. With a clatter, the baseball bat slipped from the red light's grip, his expression morphing into sheer horror as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Brother Liang, what has happened to you? Why are you so scared all of a sudden? The onlookers, witnessing the red light's panic, were filled with confusion. Yet, the red light paid no heed to his companions, his gaze fixated on Yi Wentian. After a prolonged moment, he finally mustered the courage to stutter, Wa Shao. Yi Wentian had initially assumed these individuals were seeking trouble, prepared to unleash his martial prowess. However, the red light's reaction caught him completely off guard. What is happening? Why does this person look as frightened as a mouse before a cat? Beside Yi Wentian, Zhang Muqing also regarded him with confusion. Hey, Yi Wentian, what is going on? Yi Wentian replied softly. I have no idea. They must be here to stir up trouble. Zhang Muqing pressed on. But why did they change so dramatically upon seeing you? Yi Wentian pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps they are intimidated by the aura of authority I exude. Zhang Muqing shot him a disapproving glare, thinking it was hardly the time for such trivial banter. It seems they are here for you. You should handle them. With a resigned push of his hand, Yi Wentian feigned innocence, embodying a look of bewilderment. He stepped forward, halting about 2 meters away from the red light. Wa Shao, I was wrong. Yi Wentian began to inquire about the red light's identity, but before he could utter more than a single word, the red light suddenly knelt before him with a thud. This stunning act left everyone in shock. Passers-by paused, captivated as if witnessing a spectacle. Dozens of eyes converged on the scene. The green and yellow lights, alarmed by the red light's actions, urgently tugged at him, attempting to pull him up. However, the red light remained stubbornly on the ground, refusing to rise no matter how forcefully they tried to lift him. Yi Wentian was utterly astonished by the ludicrous scene before him. He gazed at the red light and inquired, Who are you? Do I know you? Upon hearing Yi Wentian's question, the red light promptly lifted its head and respectfully replied. In response to your inquiry, I am Gao Shan, formerly associated with Lord Long. Lord Long? The mention of this name momentarily confused Yi Wentian, as he struggled to recall who this Lord Long was. Fortunately, the quick-witted woman beside him interjected, Is your boss Li Qinglong? Gao Shan nodded and continued, Indeed, Mr. Yi. I was once a subordinate of Lord Long. That night, I encountered you, and you, well, you rewarded me with a kick. Oh, so you are one of Li Qinglong's subordinates. Thanks to Zhang Muqing's prompt, Yi Wentian quickly grasped the situation. He looked at Gao Shan and pointed to himself, asking, Have you come here to cause me trouble today? No. Gao Shan shook his head vigorously, his demeanor resembling that of a maraca, and waved his hands in protest, causing one to think he had taken ill. All right, Yi Wentian exclaimed, observing Gao Shan's frantic behavior. Gao Shan, startled, immediately ceased his movements and knelt on the ground, rendered mute by fear. Yi Wentian surveyed the yellow and green lights standing behind Gao Shan, along with their followers. Soon, he recognized the young man from the group who had previously competed with him for a parking spot. Yi Wentian pointed at him and stated, I see now. You were invited here by that young man. Yao Shan turned to look at the shrinking Qiu Ming, feeling an overwhelming surge of indignation. Damn it. This kid stirs up trouble and has brought me such a colossal predicament. Why must he provoke someone like the King of Hell? Now I'm in deep trouble because of him. You too. Bring that kid over here. Gao Shan suddenly roared at the yellow and green lights beside him. They exchanged a glance before approaching Qiu Ming, each taking hold of him on either side. Mr. Yi, he is the one who summoned me to deal with you, Gao Shan said, pointing at Qiu Ming with a sense of grievance. I truly had no idea it was you, Mr. Yi. I was wrong. I truly did not dare to. Yi Wentian, witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He pondered, realizing that this charade was rather tedious. Thus, he waved his hand and declared, All right, enough of this kneeling, it's quite embarrassing. If there is nothing else, you may leave at once. Yi Wentian initially believed that his command would prompt them to scurry away, yet to his surprise, upon hearing him suggest leaving, Gao Shan's expression transformed into one of even greater terror. Yi Wentian was taken aback and asked Gao Shan, What does this mean? Are you not allowing me to leave? No. As the red light illuminated their path, he lifted his gaze to Yi Wentian and cautiously remarked, Wei Xiao, have you recently acquired a Mustang? Indeed. Yi Wentian nodded, responding, I just bought it today. What's the matter? Upon hearing this, a pang of anxiety struck Red Light's heart. He looked at Yi Wentian, his face contorted in a manner more sorrowful than a cry, and stammered, Well, Wei Xiao, the brothers were unaware that it was your car, so they may have been a bit heavy-handed. Heavy-handed? Yi Wentian gazed at Red Light's woeful expression and immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. He bellowed, What have you done to my car? When Yi Wentian reached his vehicle, disbelief washed over him. The once pristine new car was now a wreck, every window shattered. The body marred with dents and dings as if it had been through a catastrophic accident. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely assume it had endured a severe collision. Witnessing his car in such a state, Yi Wentian's fury ignited. He turned and approached Red Light, fixing him with a cold, penetrating stare. Red Light instinctively lowered his head, perhaps sensing Yi Wentian's imposing presence. Yi Wentian coldly inquired, What shall we do? Speak. Taken aback, Red Light hesitated momentarily before suddenly lifting his head and asserting, Wei Xiao. Rest assured, we will compensate you. We shall do so immediately. Compensate me, you say? Yi Wentian nodded and declared, Very well, provide the funds, 500,000. Chapter 184. The escape. Hong Deng swallowed hard. Although he was not familiar with automobiles, he understood that the Mustang was not worth such an extravagant sum. Yet, Yi Wentian was a formidable figure who had taken charge of the entire Qinglong Hot Springs, a notable presence in the underworld. As a mere unemployed youth, how could he dare to oppose Yi Wentian's wishes? Thus, upon hearing the demand for 500,000, Hong Deng immediately responded, 500,000, of course. We'll find a way quickly. Yi Wentian, arms crossed, paid no heed to their anxious demeanor. Hong Deng turned to Qiu Ming, glaring menacingly as he said, Kid, this mess is your doing. Now that Wei Xiao's car is in this state, you must compensate. Wei Xiao has stated 500,000, not a cent less. Despair washed over Qiu Ming, who felt as if he were on the brink of death. What did it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? This was the very definition. Why, when everything was fine, did he need to seek revenge? Yet now it was too late. Relying on Hong Deng to produce such a sum was patently unrealistic. Hurry up. Otherwise, I swear I'll put you out of commission right here. Hong Deng's harsh words cut through Qiu Ming's hesitation. Wait, brother. I'll pay. I'll get the money. Qiu Ming exclaimed. Turning to Yi Wentian, he added, Brother, could you give me your bank account number? I'll transfer the money right away. Yi Wentian provided his account details, and shortly thereafter, a notification of the 500,000 transfer pinged through. Well, my business here is settled. You all can deal with your issues. I'm off, Yi Wentian said, striding over to Qiu Ming, a smile gracing his lips. I warned you before, pretentiousness can lead to folly. You're neither the first nor the last. But I hope you learn from this. Why do you never listen? With that, Yi Wentian departed, accompanied by Zhang Muqing and Lin Keqing. Regret gnawed at Qiu Ming, who turned to Hong Deng and asked, Brother Liang, can I leave now? Leave? Hong Deng shot him a fierce glare. You think after causing me such embarrassment, you can just walk away? Stunned, Qiu Ming felt an overwhelming wave of despair wash over him. Yi Wentian had been right. He had attempted to flaunt his bravado and had ended up looking foolish instead. Why did that gang fear Yi Wentian so? In the car, Zhang Muqing turned to Yi Wentian, her expression filled with curiosity. Why do they seem so afraid of you? Perhaps it is because their former leader fell to me. Instilling a certain fear, Yi Wentian pondered. To be honest, he had never anticipated a day when he would evoke fear in others. Following Zhang Muqing's directions, Yi Wentian took a taxi to an upscale residential complex. Indeed, this neighborhood was a significant cut above the surrounding areas. Standing at the entrance, he observed the nearly opulent decorations within the house, his brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Zhang Muqing and Lin Kuching, noticing his expression, exchanged concerned glances. Fearing something was amiss, Yi Wentian pondered for a moment before turning to Zhang Muqing and inquired, Officer Zhang, is your father a leader in some region? Zhang Muqing nodded and replied, Yes, why do you ask? Yi Wentian shook his head and said, Oh, it's nothing. No wonder your family possesses so many houses. Zhang Muqing, upon hearing this, initially nodded but soon felt an uncomfortable sensation creeping in. Yi Wentian, she exclaimed angrily, those houses belong to my mother. She is a legitimate businesswoman. Yi Wentian nodded, feigning an expression of understanding, and remarked, I see. A wealthy merchant and a high-ranking official, a match made in heaven, indeed. Yi Wentian. Zhang Muqing glared at him, her eyes flashing like a furious leopard, ready to pounce and tear him apart. Yi Wentian chuckled as he entered the house, surveying the layout and furnishings while cheerfully exclaiming, It's all good. Without Officer Zhang, where would we find such a splendid house? So, I must extend my gratitude to you. His intention was merely to tease Zhang Muqing, but unexpectedly, Lin Kuching approached her side after hearing his words. Though she appeared somewhat shy, she mustered the courage to take Zhang Muqing's hand and said earnestly, Sister Zhang Muqing, thank you. Zhang Muqing, already on the verge of losing her temper due to Yi Wentian's teasing, felt her anger doused by Lin Kuching's sincere gesture. She shot Yi Wentian a fierce glare and then turned to Lin Kuching, saying, Kuching, this house has been vacant. You and your mother can stay here and help me tidy up. I should be the one thanking you. With that, she glared at Yi Wentian once more and added, Listen well, this house is for Kuching and her mother. You have no part in it. Yi Wentian huffed and ignored her, thinking to himself that he could come and go freely in her house, as if her words could truly keep him out. After settling Lin Kuching and her mother, Zhang Muqing handed over the necessities to Lin Kuching. Considering that Lin Kuching's mother had just recovered from a serious illness and had been tirelessly moving between hotels, Yi Wentian and Zhang Muqing decided not to disturb them and left early. Once Yi Wentian and Zhang Muqing had departed, Lin Kuching's mother turned to her daughter and asked, Dear, how did you come to know Yi Wentian and Zhang Muqing? Lin Kuching's cheeks flushed instantly as memories of her recent sacrifices to save her mother resurfaced. Reflecting on the past, she felt a profound sense of gratitude towards fate. Had she not met Yi Wentian, she might have fallen victim to deception. Noticing her daughter's flushed face and her dazed expression, Lin Kuching's mother was suddenly filled with doubt. My dear, what are you thinking about? Lin Kuching's mother inquired with a gentle tone. Startled, Lin Kuching snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, It's nothing, Mom. Just look at this house. It is so beautiful. I never even dreamed that one day we would be able to live in such a splendid place. Observing her daughter's evasive demeanor, Lin Kuching's mother chose not to press further. After all, her daughter was growing up, and some matters were surely meant to be her own little secrets. Gazing at the opulent decor of the house, Lin Kuching's mother couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, I never imagined this either. Meanwhile, Yi Wentian and Zhang Muqing had departed from the residence of Lin Kuching and her mother. It was now nearly midnight, and the two of them strolled side by side down the tree-lined path. Yi Wentian broke the silence, saying, I didn't expect you to be so generous as to offer the house to Lin Kuching and her mother. Zhang Muqing nodded in agreement, replying, Honestly, I was quite hesitant at first, but then I thought, isn't living in someone else's house still living? I hardly come here throughout the year, so it might as well be occupied. Yi Wentian nodded thoughtfully. He wanted to say something more, but the words that escaped his lips were merely, Thank you. Chapter 185. A mouthful of nonsense. Zhang Muqing turned her head, gazing at Yi Wentian, and asked, You want to thank me? After I've rendered you such a significant favor, how do you intend to show your gratitude? Surely, you aren't merely going to pay lip service, are you? Yi Wentian returned her gaze. Beneath the streetlight, Zhang Muqing, dressed in a voluminous skirt, appeared as enchanting as a princess. Who could have imagined that such a delightful girl would transform into a resolute police officer, unyielding in her pursuit of justice, once clad in her uniform? Don't tell me you didn't foresee that. Seeing Yi Wentian momentarily lost in thought, Zhang Muqing playfully tapped his nose with her finger. Let me be clear. I want to be satisfied with mere empty promises. I'm not one to be easily placated. After teasing him, she tucked her hands behind her back, shaking her head with a grin. Yi Wentian, having regained his composure after her playful gesture, chuckled and replied, That is quite simple. My very being belongs to you now. What you wish to do with me is entirely at the discretion of the gallant heroine. Zhang Muqing giggled. Really? You mustn't go back on your word. With a more serious expression, Yi Wentian responded, What a jest. When I, Yi Wentian, make a statement, it is as binding as a vow. Not even 180 horses could convince me to retract it. Zhang Muqing laughed. Then doesn't he that make you a master of nonsensical chatter? Yi Wentian felt a flush of embarrassment. He realized that this girl's thought process was truly unique. After chatting for a while by the roadside, Zhang Muqing turned to him, asking, "Where shall we go now?" After some contemplation, Yi Wentian suggested, "Since I have class tomorrow and you have work, let us head to your home." Upon hearing this casual suggestion, Zhang Muqing felt a surge of shyness and glanced at him. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she exclaimed, "It's so late. How are we going to get back?" Realizing the predicament, Yi Wentian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, I almost forgot. My car was wrecked by that group of ruffians. At this hour, we'll likely have to hail a cab." However, unbeknownst to them, it seemed that fate was conspiring against Yi Wentian and Zhang Muqing. Not only did their taxi request go unanswered for quite some time, but they stood by the roadside for nearly 40 minutes without encountering a single cab. This place is so remote. After all this time, not only has no one accepted our ride request, but there hasn't even been a single car in sight. Yi Wentian muttered to himself. Zhang Muqing, equally puzzled, replied, "This can't be right. Although this area isn't the city center, it's usually quite easy to catch a cab." At that moment, a green taxi suddenly approached from a distance. Yi Wentian spotted the vacant sign illuminated on the vehicle and quickly began to jump and wave his arms, shouting, "Hey, taxi, taxi!" The driver, noticing Yi Wentian's enthusiastic gesture, steered the cab toward them, coming to a stop right in front of him and Zhang Muqing. The driver was a woman, accompanied by a man in the passenger seat. Yi Wentian glanced over and remarked, "I apologize, driver. I was unaware you had a passenger. I noticed your empty taxi sign and assumed you were alone." After Yi Wentian spoke, the female driver replied, "It's all right. This is my husband. We are finishing work and happened to encounter you, so we thought we might as well take you along." Upon hearing her words, Yi Wentian felt an inexplicable discomfort. Yet he could not precisely identify the source of his unease. Meanwhile, Zhang Muqing was expressing her profound gratitude towards the female driver, grasping Yi Wentian's hand and urging, "We've finally found a kind-hearted driver. Let us get in quickly." Regaining his composure, Yi Wentian allowed Zhang Muqing to pull him into the back seat of the car. Just before entering, he couldn't resist stealing another glance at the couple in the front seats. The sense of unease lingered, as Yi Wentian still felt that something was amiss, though he couldn't quite place it. Lin Keqing, once settled in the vehicle, provided the driver with her address. As the taxi set off, it soon whisked Yi Wentian and Zhang Muqing away into the depths of the night. After a brief while, both Yi Wentian and Zhang Muqing began to feel overwhelmingly drowsy. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from the day. Zhang Muqing leaned against Yi Wentian's shoulder and soon drifted off to sleep. Yi Wentian, too, felt his mind clouded and heavy, making it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes open. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to sleep, a sudden alert from the system jolted him awake. To his astonishment, he found himself within the confines of his mind's system, confronted by the glowing red light of the bewitching stone he had previously acquired. What could this mean? Yi Wentian pondered, bewildered by how he had slipped into the system upon falling asleep. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the bewitching stone flashed brightly. It seemed as if a window had opened, allowing Yi Wentian to clearly observe himself and Zhang Muqing in the taxi, both leaning together in a stupor. What am I meant to see here? Yi Wentian questioned the bewitching stone, confusion etched on his face. No one answered him, and even the ever-responsive system fell silent. With no choice but to continue watching, Yi Wentian was taken aback when the taxi suddenly came to a halt. This left him perplexed, as he could see through the window that they were still surrounded by desolation, nowhere near their destination. Why did we stop? Yi Wentian murmured to himself, when suddenly, a jolt of realization coursed through him as he exclaimed, "Oh no, could we have encountered trouble?" Uncertain whether it was a mere coincidence that validated Yi Wentian's words, the scene abruptly shifted, focusing on the back of the heads of a man and a woman seated ahead. Subsequently, Yi Wentian was met with a startling sight. The two individuals in the front seats, though their bodies remained utterly still, slowly turned their heads backward, completing a full rotation of 180 degrees. The spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. What on earth are these two? Yi Wentian was so startled that he leaped from the ground, exclaiming loudly. Almost immediately, the voices of the man and woman echoed on the screen. "Brother Tian, I never expected we would actually catch two scoundrels today. Sister Lian, indeed. I did not foresee that we would have a hearty feast." As Yi Wentian listened to their exchange, he felt utterly bewildered, akin to a monk who could not comprehend the simplest of matters. What on earth are they talking about? Chapter 186. Invasion of the System. What kind of despicable individuals are these? Are they truly feasting on something grotesque? Yuan-Tian pondered, as the two figures on the screen suddenly sprang to life. The pair, positioned on either side, approached Zhang Muqing, with the female figure now standing beside Yuan-Tian. Gazing into the eyes of these two, filled with a ruthless intensity and insatiable desire, Yuan-Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. What were their intentions? Surely, he wasn't encountering a lecherous demon. As he contemplated this, the ensuing events unfolded in a manner he could scarcely anticipate. The man and woman abruptly transformed into two beams of light, one azure and one crimson, and then invaded the bodies of Zhang Muqing and Yi Wentian, respectively. Ding, ding. With their intrusion, the system erupted in a flurry of urgent alarms. Warning, warning, the system is under attack. Warning, warning, the system is under attack. With the cacophony of alarms, Yi Wentian found himself momentarily bewildered. He had never encountered such a scenario before and was utterly at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, the system maintained a degree of user-friendliness. Amidst his anxiety, its voice resonated once more. Alert! The system has been compromised by external forces and requires activation of the self-defense protocol. Please select a defense level, host. Before he could fully process this, a screen materialized before him. Yi Wentian scrutinized the display, which presented defense levels ranging from 1 to 9. These levels represented varying degrees of defensive strength, requiring the host to choose based on the actual circumstances. Level 1 offered the most minimal protection, while Level 9 provided the utmost defense. However, initiating the defense system also incurred a significant cost. To activate the lowest level, Yuan-Tian would need to expend 50 points. Conversely, activating Level 9 demanded a staggering 500 points. Moreover, the Level 9 system came with considerable limitations, allowing for activation only once within a span of 99 hours. Upon reviewing this information, Yuan-Tian found himself in a quandary. The system urged him to activate a defense mechanism, yet which level should he choose? Should he opt for a defense level that was too low? A breach could spell his doom. Yet, if he selected a level too high, he risked squandering resources without assurance of reward. He suspected that this treacherous system would not offer him any further recompense. As he vacillated, the system's insistent prompt echoed once more. Yuan-Tian inquired, "System, is there a way to assess the strength of the intruders? How can I determine the appropriate defense level to activate?" Ding. Host request received. Activating the non-demon scan function will require an initial expenditure of 100 points, with subsequent uses costing 10 points each. What a ripoff. Why don't you go rob someone instead, system? Yuan-Tian gazed upwards, cursing the void above. Yet the system seemed to function like a rigid program, utterly indifferent to his grievances. It incessantly reiterated the cost of activating the non-demon wall scanning feature and urged Yi Wentian to promptly engage the defensive system. Damn it, this time I concede to you. Ultimately, Yuan-Tian chose to compromise, for the cost was trivial compared to the urgency of vanquishing these two inexplicable entities. He remained unperturbed, confident that the ostentatious system within him could safeguard his well-being. However, concern for Zhang Muqing loomed large in his mind, causing him to feel increasingly apprehensive. There was no time to delay. Resolute, Yi Wentian informed the system of his willingness to expend 100 points to activate the non-demon wall scanning function. He subsequently spent an additional 10 points for the scan. The results materialized almost instantaneously before him. Crimson and Azure Serpent Demon, Xian, 3rd tier, level 6. Originally the sword spirit of the 8 Desolation sword and the 6 Harmonies sword, the 2 swords having vanished, the demon spirit now roams, feeding on human essences. Despite having mentally prepared for the outcome, Yuan-Tian was still taken aback by the scanning results. System, can you assess what level of defensive system I should activate? Detected the host's request. The non-demon wall is currently evaluating. Please hold on. Evaluation complete. The host must activate at least a level 4 defensive system. May I proceed? A level 4 defensive system necessitated 200 points. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan-Tian, prioritizing caution and a swift resolution, resolved to engage the level 5 defensive system. System, activate the level 5 defensive system, he declared, tapping the corresponding option on the screen. Detected host activating the level 5 defensive system, requiring 250 points. Shall I proceed? Without hesitation, Yuan-Tian affirmed. Please select a defensive target, annihilate or capture. Contemplating the substantial expenditure, he felt it unreasonable to eliminate them all at once. Thus, he opted for capture, activating the level 5 defensive system, defensive target set to capture. As the system's voice resonated, Yuan-Tian observed the vast non-demon wall before him suddenly flush with crimson. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through his space. Ah! Yuan-Tian jolted, hastily turning to the source of the sound, only to behold a woman clad in red, collapsed not far from him. Hundreds of pale blue light needles pierced her form. Upon noticing Yi, her countenance morphed into a monstrous serpent-esque head. He was instantly startled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, a faint blue light needle materialized from the void, directly piercing the forehead of the woman in red. Instantly, she collapsed, losing consciousness in an instant. Yi stood momentarily stunned, muttering to himself, "Is this really it?" Ding. One snake demon captured. Reward: 15 points. It was only upon hearing the system's announcement that Yi truly believed he had captured this creature. Cautiously, he approached the woman in red, now adorned with numerous faint blue light needles, and examined her closely. The female demon appeared remarkably beautiful, exuding an enchanting allure between her brows. Goodness, this feels so real. Yi gently reached out to touch her, the tangible sensation confirming that this was no dream. Just as he prepared to study the demoness in detail, he suddenly heard a piercing scream from Zhang Muqing. Though the sound was faint, it resonated clearly through the demon-sensing artifact. Peering through the window of the artifact, Yi beheld Zhang Muqing enveloped in a soft, greenish glow. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that a thin layer of green radiance separated Zhang Muqing from this exterior blue light. This green glow was gradually being siphoned from Zhang Muqing's body by the outermost layer of blue light. Having practiced the art of qi observation, Yi quickly realized that the entity was absorbing Zhang Muqing's vitality. Chapter 187. The Deceptive System. Alas, if this continues, Zhang Muqing's life will be in grave danger. Yi was instantly filled with anxiety. System, is there any way for me to subdue that creature? In his frantic state, akin to a headless fly, Yi had no time to sift through the system's convoluted list. He promptly activated the system's search function. After a brief interval of several seconds, the system's voice resonated from above. According to the host's request, the system recommends the use of a demon sealing talisman, requiring a cost of 20 points. Would you like to purchase it? Purchase, purchase, purchase. Yi repeated thrice, urgency propelling his words. Time equated to life, and he feared that with each passing second, Zhang Muqing's peril would deepen. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one demon sealing talisman. As the system's announcement echoed, a radiant golden light flashed in Yi hand, revealing a piece of yellow paper inscribed with the words demon sealing in red ink. Simultaneously, the method of utilizing the talisman flooded into Yi mind. By biting his middle finger, he could use his own blood to unseal the talisman and subsequently affix it to the demon, thus achieving success. Once he grasped all this, Yi concentrated, swiftly gaining control over his body. A subtle glance revealed that the azure glow emanating from Zhang Muqing was intensifying, indicating that the demon was greedily siphoning her vitality, utterly oblivious to the changes occurring beside it. This was a prime opportunity. Yi stealthily retrieved the demon sealing talisman, biting through his fingertips and smearing the blood onto the talisman. At the moment his fingers were pierced, the demon on Xiao Yi seemed to sense something. The azure glow flickered as it spoke. Sister Lian, where does this scent of blood come from? Did you injure that boy? With a cold chuckle, Yi suddenly thrust the talisman against the azure glow enveloping Zhang Muqing. Ah! The azure light flickered violently, and a series of piercing wails echoed within the carriage. How could this be? How could this be possible? Yi with a triumphant smile, gazed at the erratic azure light and proclaimed, "You two foolish demons dare to meddle with my intentions? Truly, you are courting death. Today, I shall act in the name of justice and vanquish you wretched creatures." Ah! Impossible. This cannot be. You are merely immortal. How could you possess this? The demon's words were abruptly cut short as it was entirely absorbed by the demon sealing talisman. Once the sealing was complete, the talisman naturally floated down from Zhang Muqing. Yi understood that this was normal. The talisman was effective only against malevolent entities, and as Zhang Muqing was an ordinary person, it served no purpose for her. Holding the talisman in his hand, Yi observed a coiled azure serpent design appearing at the base of the talisman, with an array of trigrams hovering above it. Yi gazed at the intricate design and chuckled to himself, muttering, "What a trivial endeavor, the folly of self-infliction." With that, a thought crossed his mind, and the talisman for exorcising demons silently melded into his being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing a pair of Qinhong serpents. Reward: 50 points. Damn it! Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi felt an intense surge of frustration. He had spent hundreds to capture this pair of serpents, and they rewarded him with a mere 50 points. To him, this was not merely a ripoff. It felt like a betrayal of his ancestors. Yet, he only grumbled a few words in his heart. He had neither the inclination nor the time to bicker with the system. As the saying goes, Wealth is but an external possession. What truly mattered was the continuous display of prowess, which would eventually lead to fortune. Therefore, Yi Wentian eagerly employed the qi observation technique to scrutinize Zhang Muqing's condition. He soon discerned that the green vitality within her body had diminished significantly. Based on his assessment, while Zhang Muqing was not in immediate peril, a severe illness was undoubtedly looming. To preempt any calamities, Yi Wentian spent 10 points from the system to exchange for a nourishing pill. After administering the pill to Zhang Muqing, he could distinctly observe her vitality rapidly replenishing through the qi observation technique. Watching her recovery unfold, Yi Wentian decided to remain in place to further investigate this so-called non-demon bead. Once more delving into his consciousness, Yi Wentian discovered a man and a woman appearing before the non-demon bead. The man was clad in blue, while the woman donned red. Both knelt before the bead. But unlike the man, whose forehead bore merely a talisman, the woman was covered in shimmering needles. Seeing this sight, Yi Wentian felt a pang of sympathy for the female demon for a fleeting moment. Hey, system, could you enlighten me on what exactly this non-demon bead is? However, the system responded, detected that the host requires an encyclopedic knowledge lecture. This will cost 20 points. Do you wish to purchase the lecture? Are you ever going to stop? Have you become addicted to extorting me? Yi Wentian's anger flared upon hearing the system's demand again. 20 points? That equates to 200,000 soft currency. What lecture could possibly be worth that? This is blatant extortion. It was unmistakably a scam. Yet the system remained stoic and unyielding, akin to a cold, mechanical entity. No matter how much Yi Wentian complained or vented his frustrations, the system's voice remained unchanged, devoid of emotion. Fine, I'll buy it. Is that satisfactory? Yi Wentian gritted his teeth in exasperation. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the encyclopedic knowledge lecture. Now upgraded to the grand version of the lecture for an additional cost of 10 points. Would you like to upgrade? Yi Wentian was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He felt as though he had fallen into the snare of a deceiver, continuously and insidiously tempting him to relinquish all his possessions. Fortunately, after Yi Wentian firmly expressed his refusal to upgrade, the system proceeded to narrate the origins of the unyielding jade and the 9 keys, adhering to the content of the encyclopedic lecture. Upon hearing this, Yi Wentian succinctly summarized that in ancient times, the divine continent was ravaged by demonic beasts, with calamities rampant and life in despair. To salvage humanity, the powerful ones divided the continent into 9 parts, placing the 9 keys to seal the demons, thereby ensuring peace and prosperity for the divine continent. During this so-called lecture, Yi Wentian was unaware of the identity of that powerful being, nor did he know the specifics of the 9 keys. He only realized that the unyielding jade he possessed was one of the 9 keys, and within it resided a fragment of the primordial indestructible sutra, comprising 1/3 of its text. This fragment could be acquired through purchase, and according to the system, Yi Wentian was offered a first-time purchasing discount of merely 999 points. However, this seemingly benevolent suggestion from the system was firmly rejected by Yi Wentian. At that moment, Zhang Muqing, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly awakened. Chapter 188. The Theft of Wealth. What has happened to me? Upon waking, Zhang Muqing felt a profound dizziness enveloping her, as though she had received a heavy blow. She turned her head to gaze at Yi Wentian, only to discover that he was slumped on the sofa, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Yi Wentian! Yi Wentian! Zhang Muqing exclaimed anxiously, shaking him. Huh, Zhang Muqing, you're awake? Yi Wentian murmured as he groggily regained consciousness. Upon seeing Zhang Muqing, he feigned ignorance. Zhang Muqing nodded and inquired, Yi Wentian, what on earth has transpired? Where are we? Yi Wentian straightened up and glanced around, realizing he had not taken note of his surroundings until now. A careful inspection revealed that the taxi they had been in had come to a halt on a deserted dirt road. The desolation surrounding them was palpable, and under the moonlight, a chilling fog enveloped the area, exuding an eerie atmosphere. A wave of cold dread washed over Zhang Muqing, prompting her to unconsciously draw closer to Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian, what has truly occurred? She asked. Yi Wentian, equally perplexed, replied, I'm not sure either. I fell asleep shortly after we got in the car. It was you who woke me. Zhang Muqing nodded, then turned to Yi Wentian, asking, what should we do now? Yi Wentian, appearing deep in thought, pondered for a moment before responding, staying here isn't a solution. Perhaps we should drive back. He added, tomorrow. You can take the car to your workplace to find out who it belongs to and return it. After considering Yi Wentian's suggestion, Zhang Muqing nodded. I suppose that is our only option. Thus, Yi Wentian took the wheel while Zhang Muqing occupied the passenger seat. Following the navigation on their phones, They drove for a full hour before finally reaching the city. Upon arriving at Zhang Muqing's home, Yi Wentian glanced at his phone, noting that it was already 3:40 a.m. Given that both needed to work and attend classes the following day, Yi Wentian refrained from any further activities, opting instead for a quick shower before embracing Zhang Muqing and drifting into slumber. Early the next morning, Yi Wentian awoke and prepared a modest breakfast. After sharing the meal with Zhang Muqing, he decided to drive himself to the school entrance. Following the previous incident involving crowded public transport, he felt a heavy shadow cast over his heart. After bidding farewell to Zhang Muqing, as Yi Wentian approached the school gates, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he was met with the anxious voice of Lin Keqing on the other end. Wei Xiao, something terrible has happened. The boxes of money we left at the hotel are missing. After hanging up, Yi Wentian hurriedly rushed to the hotel. That was several million in cash. Losing it would result in a significant blow. He sped through the streets, determined to reach the hotel where Lin Keqing and her daughter had previously stayed. Upon entering, Yi Wentian observed Lin Keqing engaged in a heated discussion with several hotel staff. Among them was a man in a sharply tailored suit, unmistakably the hotel manager. Lin Keqing, not particularly eloquent, appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage during the negotiation, which Yi Wentian could easily discern from his position by the door. Keqing, he called out, striding toward her. At the sound of his voice, Lin Keqing turned to greet him. What on earth is going on? Yi Wentian gently pulled her into his embrace, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. Before she could respond, the impeccably dressed manager interjected, "It seems your girlfriend has accused our hotel of stealing several million in cash. Is that not absurd?" Lin Keqing, upon hearing the manager's words, grew agitated. She whipped her head around to retort, "I did not make any false accusations. It is you who are in the wrong." "Enough, Keqing, allow me to handle this," Yi Wentian soothed, lightly patting her shoulder, to which she nodded in agreement. He then turned his gaze upon the hotel manager and calmly stated, "Whether or not you are guilty of theft, we shall address that shortly. For now, I wish to understand the situation from my girlfriend's perspective. Before I pose any questions, it would be wise for you to keep your silence." The hotel manager was momentarily taken aback by Yi Wentian's assertive demeanor. He attempted to retort, but found that Yi Wentian was uninterested in his response. Leaning in closer to Lin Keqing, Yi Wentian whispered, "Keqing, what transpired?" "Well," Lin Keqing began, nodding slightly. "This morning I intended to arrive early to retrieve the items we purchased. However, upon entering, I discovered that the 4 cash boxes we brought back yesterday were missing. I searched every corner, but found nothing. When I approached the hotel staff, they claimed they had never seen the boxes. When I requested to view the surveillance footage, they informed me that the cameras were out of order." After listening to Lin Keqing, Yi Wentian nodded, having grasped the situation. He surmised that it was highly likely that the hotel staff, while cleaning the room, had been tempted by the sight of money and had stolen it. "What do you have to say for yourselves?" Yi Wentian addressed the hotel manager. The manager scoffed, "You claim 4 million was stolen. But I could just as easily claim that I lost 40 million. If there were truly 4 million at stake, would you choose to stay in a modest hotel like ours? Who would believe your story?" Yi Wentian remained unperturbed, offering the manager a disarming smile. "Surely, the hotel has surveillance footage? It would reveal who entered our room and what items were taken." The manager dismissively replied, "No, our surveillance system has been under repair for the past few days and is currently non-functional." Yi Wentian chuckled lightly. "Is that so? How fortuitously unfortunate." The hotel manager, with a sardonic tone, remarked, "Indeed, what a timely occurrence. Just when you thought it was safe, you seized the opportunity to extort us." The manager's rhetorical maneuver was quite masterful. Originally, it was Yi Wentian who had lost money, yet in his narrative, it transformed into Yi Wentian attempting to extort the hotel during the period when the surveillance system was under maintenance. This deft reversal allowed the hotel manager to effortlessly place the blame squarely on Yi Wentian's shoulders. Yi Wentian nodded inwardly, recognizing that the hotel manager's actions were evidently premeditated. Each step seemed meticulously calculated. They undoubtedly had a comprehensive plan in place. Thus, Yi Wentian concluded that the hotel manager would not afford him the opportunity to retaliate. There was certainly a subsequent move in the works. Consequently, Yi Wentian resolved to observe the unfolding events with patience. Sure enough, after the hotel manager delivered his statement, he suddenly cast a cold smile toward both Yi Wentian and Lin Keqing. He addressed them, saying, "Aren't you two accusing our hotel of stealing 4 million from you? Very well, let us involve the police, and I shall file a counterclaim for your attempted extortion of 4 million. That is no trivial matter." The mere suggestion of involving the police prompted Yi Wentian to chuckle internally. He gestured toward the hotel manager, saying, "By all means, call the police. Let them investigate thoroughly. Those who stole the money certainly won't escape justice. The hotel manager glared at Yi Wentian, sneering as he retorted, extortion is what truly ensures no one escapes. With that, the hotel manager retrieved his phone and made a call. Shortly thereafter, several young individuals clad in black uniforms arrived at the hotel room. Upon seeing them, Lin Keqing felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively leaned closer to Yi Wentian. However, Yi Wentian remained remarkably composed. He had assumed the hotel manager would genuinely alert the authorities, yet it turned out that only a few auxiliary officers had come. The underlying deceit was something Yi Wentian could easily deduce. The auxiliary officers approached Yi Wentian and the hotel manager with an air of pretense. One of them, adopting a serious demeanor, inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" Without waiting for Yi Wentian to respond, the hotel manager interjected. "This individual has stayed with us for 2 nights and now claims we stole 4 million from him, demanding compensation. We intend to accuse him of extortion." "Oh, is that so?" The auxiliary officer turned to Yi Wentian, seeking his side of the story. Chapter 189. Consequences must be shouldered. Yi Wentian did not respond to the auxiliary police's inquiry. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the hotel manager, his countenance still adorned with a serene smile. Calmly, he addressed the manager, saying, "I offer you a chance. Return my money, and I shall commend your honesty with a reward of 100,000. Otherwise." Yi Wentian paused, his expression suddenly transforming into one of formidable intensity as he bore his piercing gaze upon the manager, articulating with deliberate clarity, "Consequences must be shouldered." Upon hearing Yi Wentian's proclamation, the hotel manager and his associates exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. In their eyes, Yi Wentian was merely a brash youth, audaciously warning them of consequences. Such arrogance was laughable. The hotel manager sneered at Yi Wentian, dismissively retorting, "Umph. Consequences must be shouldered? Boy, who do you think you are? Still wet behind the ears, and you dare to act so grandiose?" Yi Wentian regarded the manager with an unruffled demeanor, stating, "I have expressed my position clearly. How you proceed is your affair. I grant you 5 minutes. Oh, you little brat, extorting others, and yet maintaining such an audacious attitude." At that moment, several individuals resembling auxiliary police began to chime in, hastily branding Yi Wentian as an extortionist. Yi Wentian glanced at the group, remarking, "When did the police abdicate their responsibilities? Allowing a pack of curs to intervene?" The auxiliary police were incensed by Yi Wentian's insult, reacting with indignation. One officer, brandishing a rubber baton, pointed it menacingly at Yi Wentian, growling, "You dare repeat those words?" Turning his attention to the officer, a slight smile graced Yi Wentian's tranquil face as he quipped, "Are you not afraid of being apprehended by the real police for serving as their hounds? You insolent brat, you insult us. Come with us," another auxiliary officer proclaimed, stepping forward to seize Yi Wentian's arm. However, after taking but 2 steps, he abruptly halted as Yi Wentian raised his phone, the digits 110 glaringly displayed on the screen. With a smile, Yi Wentian remarked, "Now this is a genuine emergency call. As I stated, you have 5 minutes. After that, the actual police will arrive, and you shall face the consequences." With that, Yi Wentian promptly dialed the emergency number. Now, it was the hotel manager and the auxiliary police who found themselves in a state of shock. Previously, they had viewed Yi Wentian as merely a young lad, and without surveillance, who could substantiate their involvement in the vanished money. They had anticipated that summoning a few auxiliary officers would intimidate Yi Wentian into retreat. Yet, they had never imagined he would audaciously call for the authorities, willing to risk everything. What should they do now? One auxiliary officer approached the hotel manager and whispered, casting furtive glances at Yi Wentian, as if wary of being overheard. Upon observing Yi Wentian turning his head and whispering to the beautiful woman beside him, the auxiliary police officer finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing to worry about, even if the genuine police arrived. He believed they would possess no evidence against him, as he had already tampered with the surveillance footage. Since he was intent on playing this game, they would see it through to the end and discover who would ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences. His animosity toward Yi Wentian had reached a boiling point. Initially, his plan was to let Yi Wentian suffer a setback, and when Yi Wentian was disheartened, he would then, under the guise of humanitarianism, offer him a compensation of 500,000. This way, the significant issue could be minimized into a trivial matter, allowing over 3 million to blissfully flow into his own coffers. After deducting the hush money for others, he would still have a secure 2 million remaining, a staggering sum indeed. However, with Yi Wentian's interference and the arrival of the real police, a thorough investigation was inevitable. In the current situation, even if the hotel manager were willing to confess, it would be futile, as he feared Yi Wentian would relentlessly pursue him. Consequently, he had no choice but to continue playing this farce. Fortunately, Yi Wentian possessed no concrete evidence. Mere words held no weight. As long as he lacked proof, the case would remain an unsolved mystery. The initiative was still in their hands. That lad had no evidence, and if they performed their roles well, even the police would be powerless. The hotel manager whispered to the auxiliary officer, who appeared hesitant, clearly torn in his decision-making. Fearing that the officer might jeopardize his plans, the hotel manager glared, stating, "Don't think that admitting guilt now will absolve us. Given the gravity of the situation, he has already reported it to the police. If we confess, we would solidify the debt we owe him, and it would be game over for us. The only way to survive is to keep this matter concealed." After a moment of contemplation, the auxiliary officer's expression fluctuated, but ultimately, he resolved to follow the hotel manager's lead, saying, "All right then, what shall we do? I will heed your instructions." Throughout this exchange, Yi Wentian had not eavesdropped. It was not that he wished to avoid listening, but rather that he had no need to do so. Following his rigorous transformation, both his vision and hearing had vastly improved, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. From a distance of 3 to 5 meters, he could hear any sound clearly if he so desired. Although he appeared to be merely engaged in quiet conversation with Lin Keqing, he had already absorbed the dialogue between the hotel manager and the auxiliary officer. Initially, Yi Wentian considered letting them off the hook, recognizing that the crime of embezzling such a substantial amount was severe, and he had no intention of ruining their lives. However, their utter lack of remorse prompted him to feel a sense of relief. With fewer reasons to hesitate, he could proceed with decisive action. Just as he was contemplating this, several uniformed police officers entered the room. Yi Wentian lifted his head to glance at the officers and smilingly greeted them. "At last, you have arrived." Upon hearing Yi Wentian's remark, it was as if he had alerted the hotel manager, whose countenance instantly transformed into one of peculiar astonishment, reminiscent of a child encountering their long-lost parents. "Ah, officers, you have finally arrived. You must advocate for us, the common folk," he exclaimed, his voice laden with desperation. Observing the rotund man, who was now sobbing profusely, lunging toward him in a fit of anguish, the police officers instinctively took a step back. For the prospect of being drenched in tears and mucus was decidedly unappealing. Wait. One officer interjected, extending a hand to halt the manager's advance. "Remain right there and simply recount what transpired." The hotel manager stood rooted in place, resembling a distraught matron, weeping incessantly. Meanwhile, an auxiliary officer approached the police, imparting the alleged truth of the matter. After hearing the auxiliary officer's account, the officer furrowed his brow and turned to Yi Wentian, inquiring, "You claim you lost 4 million here?" "Indeed, there were 4 cases, each containing 1 million. Yi Wentian replied to the officers. Chapter 190. Regained. Do you possess any evidence? The police officer inquired, nodding towards Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian replied that a simple examination of the surveillance footage would suffice. The hotel manager, who had been weeping and lamenting, suddenly interjected, "Officer, I sincerely apologize. Our surveillance system is currently undergoing maintenance and has been non-functional for several days." Yi Wentian let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "How fortuitous that your surveillance system is malfunctioning at this particular moment." The police officer furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament. Without any footage, the case lacked leads, leaving them at a loss for where to initiate their investigation. Observing the officer's distress, the hotel manager reveled in his secret delight. At this juncture, if he could fan the flames of suspicion and shift the blame onto Yi Wentian by accusing him of extortion, he would be free from worry. However, just as the hotel manager prepared to speak, Yi Wentian preempted him, declaring, "Officer, the malfunctioning surveillance is merely a ruse. I suspect it may not be broken at all. I demand immediate access to the surveillance room to investigate." The hotel manager felt a surge of relief. He had feared that Yi Wentian possessed real evidence. It turned out that he merely wished to review the footage, which had already been deleted. The hotel manager, unable to contain his glee, interrupted Yi Wentian, saying to the officer, "Officer, I too insist on viewing the surveillance footage. It is essential to prove my innocence." The police officer turned to the hotel manager, questioning, "Didn't you just claim the surveillance was broken?" The hotel manager nodded vigorously, asserting, "Indeed, but this young gentleman does not believe us. I will now take him to the surveillance room to view the recordings." After a moment's consideration, the police officer agreed. "Very well, let us see what the surveillance reveals." Under the hotel manager's guidance, they all proceeded to the surveillance room, which boasted a video wall displaying 9 screens, each showcasing different footage. Yi Wentian pointed at the screens, asking, "Wasn't it said that the surveillance was malfunctioning?" The hotel manager retorted without hesitation, "It was fixed this morning. We cannot allow the surveillance to remain inoperative, as it jeopardizes the safety of our guests." Yi Wentian regarded the hotel manager with a cold smile, choosing silence. The police officer then commanded, "Please retrieve the surveillance footage. We need only the recordings from the incident location." The hotel manager accessed the computer and, while sifting through the footage, muttered to himself, "The recordings were still broken yesterday." Nothing was visible. Suddenly, as if someone had grasped his throat, his voice faltered and all sound ceased. How could this be? I distinctly deleted the recordings. Gazing at the images displayed in folder 307, the hotel manager was suddenly gripped by a cold shiver, his hair standing on end, and his heart racing to his throat. At that moment, Yi Wentian's voice echoed from behind him. "So, have you found it?" The hotel manager felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing Yi Wentian's words. He wanted to turn around to see if the man was indeed standing right behind him. However, he hesitated, fearing that a mere glance would reveal Yi Wentian and the police lurking behind him, sealing his fate. What to do? The hotel manager thought anxiously. Surrendering was out of the question. At this point, confessing felt no different than being arrested. His initial intent to pocket the money had unexpectedly led him to a potential prison sentence. Truly, he had brought disaster upon himself, a self-inflicted calamity. Suddenly, a wild idea struck him. With this thought, he stealthily turned to glance behind him. To his immense relief, neither the police nor Yi Wentian had approached. They stood in the middle of the room, waiting for him to provide them with answers. This was a golden opportunity, an unprecedented chance, perhaps his only one. As this realization washed over him, his hands trembled with anticipation. He dragged the mouse and swiftly selected folder 307, then decisively pressed the delete key. As the icon vanished from the screen, the hotel manager felt a wave of relief wash over him. All evidence was gone. He thought to himself, navigating back to the previous level on his desktop. Due to the peculiarities of the surveillance system, even after manually deleting folder 307, the system would automatically generate a new folder to store subsequent video footage. Completing these actions, the hotel manager turned around, wearing a relaxed expression, and said to those awaiting his news, all right, I found it. Come take a look." Upon hearing he had found it, the others quickly gathered around. A police officer pointed at the computer screen and asked, "Can we find the surveillance footage?" The hotel manager feigned a troubled expression and replied, "Did I not mention? The surveillance was malfunctioning before last night. There was no recording at all. You can check for yourselves." As he spoke, he dragged the mouse to indicate a folder on the screen. "The footage from 307 is right here." As he double-clicked to open the folder, he continued, "You see, this folder is completely empty." His words caught in his throat, akin to a hand gripping his neck. Yi Wentian leaned in to inspect the screen, chuckling. How can it be empty? It clearly shows there are 3 videos here. 3 videos? Where did they come from? The hotel manager felt as though he might lose his sanity. Good heavens. I distinctly remember having deleted everything. How could 3 videos have resurfaced? He cast a furtive glance at the several auxiliary officers beside him, realizing they too wore expressions of dread and disbelief. Wasn't it said that the surveillance system was malfunctioning? From where did these 3 videos emerge? At this moment, the police began to sense something was amiss, their tone turning stern as they inquired. The hotel manager jolted, a chill running down his spine. He thought to himself, what on earth? How could I possibly know the origin of these 3 videos? Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of concocting an explanation. After a moment of contemplation, the hotel manager stammered, "Perhaps they are recordings from this morning after the surveillance was repaired." While this rationale seemed plausible, the actual circumstances remained a mystery even to the hotel manager. At this juncture, he could only pray that these videos had only just been transferred to storage. "Let us take a look," the police officer commanded after hearing the manager's explanation. The hotel manager hesitated, instinctively responding, "There wasn't much activity this early in the morning. What could possibly be interesting in the footage?" His words immediately aroused the officer's suspicions. One officer unceremoniously approached the hotel manager, snatching the mouse from his grasp. He then opened the folder for room 307. "What is this?" As the video played on the computer screen, the hotel manager found himself utterly stunned. Chapter 191. The Fiery Temper in the First Video. A hotel staff member clad in white enters room 307 to clean, subsequently emerging with a black suitcase in hand. The second video reveals the same employee once more at the door of room 307, this time accompanied by another individual, as they extract 3 more suitcases from within. The third video, the most unsettling for the hotel manager, depicts him seated at his computer, casting furtive glances at the police and Yi Wentian behind him, and swiftly deleting and shredding documents pertaining to room 307. After viewing these 3 clips, Yi Wentian chuckled and inquired, "So, what do you have to say now?" Thud. The hotel manager collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated. It is over. Everything is finished. His life, irrevocably ruined. The police exchanged glances, and 2 of them approached to assist the limp hotel manager to his feet. As they departed, The officers informed Yi Wentian that they would notify him in the coming days to collect any lost items. Yi Wentian nodded in acknowledgement. Once the police had escorted several suspects away, Yi Wentian hailed a taxi, and together with Lin Keqing, they transported the remaining belongings from the hotel back. During their journey, Lin Keqing revealed that in Zhang Muqing's residence, everything was already furnished and pristine, rendering any purchases unnecessary. After a considerable detour, they returned to the school just before 10 o'clock in the morning. Upon arrival, Yi Wentian and Lin Keqing bid a temporary farewell. Recognizing that they were not in the same academic year, thus their chances of attending classes together were slim, Yi Wentian meandered back to the classroom, only to be met with peculiar stares from his classmates. For a moment, he was taken aback, instinctively checking to see if he had grown an extra arm or lost a leg. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Yi Wentian questioned, observing his classmates who gazed at him with eyes alight, as if he were a rare creature. To his surprise, his words acted as a catalyst, prompting an uproar among his peers. "Oh my goodness!" they exclaimed in unison, rising to bow deeply before him. Startled by the spectacle, Yi Wentian instinctively recoiled 2 steps, crossing his arms defensively, and feigned a look of fear as he asked, "What do you want from me? Don't you know?" came Yang Zhao's voice from behind him. Yi Wentian turned around, pointing to himself as he asked, "What should I know?" Yang Zhao rolled her eyes at him, replying, "Well, you are such a busy person. How could you possibly care about school gossip?" This left Yi Wentian even more perplexed, resembling a monk who could not fathom his surroundings. He feigned annoyance and retorted, "What do you mean by that? Can you clarify?" Yang Zhao scoffed and remarked, "You are currently reigning as the top figure in the campus heartthrob rankings. Among the 5 campus beauties, 3 have expressed their sole desire to marry you." "What? When did this happen? Why was I not informed?" Yi Wentian exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air upon hearing this. Yang Zhao looked at him with a mocking smile and said, "What is the matter? Are you only just realizing your fears?" Yi Wentian snorted defiantly, "Fear? Nonsense. Just tell me who those 3 beauties are. I will marry them right away." A gasp echoed through the classroom as his words left many of their classmates utterly astonished. Yi Wentian, observing their bewildered expressions, queried, "What does this mean? Are you all unwilling?" One male classmate crawled up from beneath his desk and gave Yi Wentian a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you're incredible." Yi Wentian nodded proudly, "Indeed. I have always considered myself quite remarkable." Yang Zhao looked at him with disdain, sneering, "Keep pretending. There will come a time when you'll be slapped back to reality." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yi Wentian replied nonchalantly, "Slap back? Not a chance." Just as he finished speaking, a voice resonated from the classroom door, accompanied by a familiar figure. This person stood at the entrance, smiling at Yi Wentian, and said, "I heard you want to marry me?" Yi Wentian was taken aback upon seeing her, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. He stammered, "What are you doing here? Is she one of the 3 beauties?" Yi Wentian turned to Yang Zhao, his expression slightly panicked. Yang Zhao wore a triumphant smile, looking at him as she said, No. Ziyu is the mastermind behind this rumor." Her words left Yi Wentian momentarily bewildered, but he quickly comprehended that Yang Zhao was implying that all of this was merely a fabrication orchestrated by Zhao Ziyu. And such a situation did not exist at all. Realizing that this matter was entirely fictitious, Yi Wentian felt a wave of relief wash over him rather than any disappointment or anger. Although he had appeared quite bold moments ago, the notion of 3 out of the 5 beauties desiring to marry him would have indeed placed immense pressure upon him. Noticing the look of relief on Yi Wentian's face, Zhao Ziyu let out a cold laugh, saying, "What? A simple rumor is enough to frighten you this much? It seems you are not as formidable as you think." In response to Zhao Ziyu, who seized every opportunity to undermine him, Yi Wentian raised his head, smiled at her, and replied, "Indeed. If someone like you could rank among our school as 5 beauties, I would truly feel overwhelmed." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Ziyu's expression darkened. She shot back at him, "What do you mean by that? Do you think I am unattractive?" Yi Wentian hastily responded, "Miss Zhao, you are far too modest. How could you possibly be deemed unattractive?" As he spoke, Yi Wentian deliberately paused, his keen eyes roving up and down Zhao Ziyu's figure. Finally, with a mischievous grin, he continued, "You, my dear, are remarkably lacking." Bang! Zhao Ziyu was instantly enraged. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched a kick, executing a flawless downward strike that shattered a wooden stool into splinters. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Those students who had been stunned by Yi Wentian's remarks fell silent, their mouths agape in disbelief. Yang Zhao, witnessing Zhao Ziyu's fury, shot a fierce glare at Yi Wentian and exclaimed, "This is all you're doing." Yi Wentian shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, "What does it matter to me? She is the one looking for trouble, engaging in such trivial antics. Yang Xiao found herself momentarily speechless. In truth, she also believed Zhao Ziyu's actions were unwise. However, the second daughter of the Zhao family was as stubborn as a mule. The more one discouraged her, the more determined she became to prove a point. Now, having intended to tease Yi Wentian, she found herself the one outsmarted. Yang Xiao glanced at their classmates, sighed softly, and approached Zhao Ziyu, whispering, "Ziyu, don't let it get to you. It's not worth your time to stoop to his level. Weren't you here for a reason?" Chapter 192. Unending entanglement. Yang Xiao's words seemed to have a certain effect on Zhao Ziyu. After she finished speaking, the anger on Zhao Ziyu's face gradually solidified. Her delicate countenance was shrouded in frost, dark clouds looming overhead, as if a hailstorm were imminent. She turned to face Yi Wentian, her eyes firmly locked onto him, and began to advance step by step. Hey, that's enough. Stop. If you take another step forward, you'll collide with me. Are you blind?" Yi Wentian exclaimed. Noticing Zhao Ziyu's reckless approach, he hastily sidestepped. Zhao Ziyu halted, gazing at Yi Wentian, who was now 2 meters away, with a cold expression. Her red lips parted as she enunciated, "Come with me." Yi Wentian nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. He looked at Zhao Ziyu and replied, "Go with you? Where to?" Zhao Ziyu retorted icily, "You will know when we arrive." Yi Wentian chuckled, turning his face away, "Not going. I still have class." It seemed that Zhao Ziyu had anticipated Yi Wentian's refusal. She glared at him, asking, "Are you waiting for me to finish you off before you agree to come with me?" Yi Wentian cast a mocking glance at Zhao Ziyu, his eyes glinting with derision as he cheerfully responded, "Please, don't act like you're my match. There are so many people watching. Do you think I wouldn't dare to retaliate just because we're in public?" Zhao Ziyu found herself at a loss for words. Yi Wentian's nonchalant demeanor left her with little recourse. After all, she had faced him before and feared that resorting to violence might result in humiliation. However, today she had to bring him along, no matter what. In an instant, Zhao Ziyu considered numerous strategies. Pleading or softening her stance was out of the question. She would rather perish than yield to Yi Wentian. Thus, the only method left to compel Yi Wentian was. Zhao Ziyu's gaze fell upon Yang Xiao, who stood beside her, her expression clouded with worry. Yang Xiao was nearly at her wit's end. Initially, when Zhao Ziyu mentioned seeking out Yi Wentian, she had tried to dissuade her in every possible way. Zhao Ziyu had assured her repeatedly that if Yi Wentian refused to accompany her, she would leave immediately, ensuring Yang Xiao would not be put in a difficult position. However, given the current situation, the teacher would soon arrive for class, and it was evident that things were not looking good. At that moment, Yang Xiao sensed Zhao Ziyu's intense gaze. She looked back at Zhao Ziyu and quietly suggested, "Ziyu, why don't we wait until after class to talk to that guy properly?" Zhao Ziyu regarded Yang Xiao and softly replied, Xiao, I have a plan to force him to come with me." "A plan?" Yang Xiao was taken aback, instinctively asking, "What kind of plan?" Without a word, Zhao Ziyu suddenly pulled Yang Xiao into her embrace. "Ziyu, what are you doing? Let go of me," Yang Xiao exclaimed, momentarily stunned before struggling to break free. "Yi Wentian, if you don't come with me, I might just be unkind to your girlfriend." Zhao Ziyu coldly laughed at Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian was momentarily stunned by this scene, but in the next instant, he burst into hearty laughter. "Zhao Ziyu, have you overdosed on trichloramine? Your brain must be fried. What is your connection with Yang Xiao? Are you using her to threaten me? Truly a brute with no brains." Seeing that Yi Wentian not only showed no signs of fear but instead laughed at Zhao Ziyu, her inner fury intensified. "Ziyu, stop messing around and let me go. The teacher is coming soon." Yang Xiao had no doubts that Zhao Ziyu would harm her. Yet it was clear that this girl had always lacked a certain common sense, and she surprisingly came up with such a foolish idea. Yang Xiao seemed to realize that her suggestion had reached a new level of absurdity. She turned to glance at the classmates in the classroom, who had transitioned from expressions of fear to ones of amusement. If only one of them had a large bucket of popcorn, it would have been perfect. At this moment, Zhao Ziyu genuinely felt that Yi Wentian was right. She was indeed acting thoughtlessly. What should she do now? How could she gracefully exit this situation? When she scanned her classmates earlier, she distinctly noticed someone filming with their phone. This incident would undoubtedly be shared online and posted in the school S forum. Given Yi Wentian's current popularity at school, that post would likely escalate into a sensational topic. She was truly on the verge of becoming infamous. As Zhao Ziyu spiraled into her anxious thoughts, Yi Wentian waved his hand with a grin and said, all right, considering how hard you were trying to bring us joy. I shall reluctantly accompany you this time." "What? You're actually willing to come with me?" Zhao Ziyu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, and instinctively released Yang Xiao's hand. Yang Xiao rubbed her wrist, which had become sore from Zhao Ziyu's grip, and looked at her with a resigned shake of her head. Then, she softly said to Zhao Ziyu, "All right, Ziyu, Your task is complete now. As she spoke, she turned and shot a fierce glare at Yi Wentian, admonishing, Look at you. How much trouble have you caused? While walking out of the classroom, Yi Wentian shrugged and replied, What does this have to do with me? Class monitor. I'm just taking a leave. Your approval is irrelevant since it's your good friend's matter. With that, he nonchalantly exited. Xiao, I'm sorry. I'll properly apologize to you another day. Zhao Ziyu regained her focus, first offering a sincere apology to Xiao, then glaring fiercely in the direction Yi Wentian had gone before hastily chasing after him. As Yi Wentian approached the school entrance, Zhao Ziyu caught up from behind. Yi Wentian. Stop right there. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyu's cry, Yi Wentian halted, turned around, and smiled at her, saying, What is up? Do you want to continue our banter? Zhao Ziyu cast a fierce glare at Yi Wentian and deftly shifted the subject, declaring, I must inform you that my car is not here. Yi Wentian chuckled, and for reasons unknown, he found Zhao Ziyu's furious expression in the face of defeat to be exceptionally amusing. Zhao Ziyu's vehicle was a Ferrari, and perhaps spurred by his irritation with Yi Wentian, he drove at breakneck speed, as if possessed by madness. Goodness, I implore you to slow down. Do you even possess a driver's license? Yi Wentian shouted at Zhao Ziyu, frantically fastening his seatbelt. Witnessing Yi Wentian's near-panic-stricken demeanor sent a wave of indescribable pleasure coursing through Zhao Ziyu. With Zhao Ziyu's reckless velocity, they arrived at his mountaintop estate in less than half an hour. As Yi Wentian stepped out of the car and felt the solid ground beneath his feet, he gradually regained his composure. Chapter 193. Such arrogance in the past. While driving fast himself, he had never felt anything remarkable about it. However, now that he was a passenger in someone else's speeding vehicle, an overwhelming tide of discomfort surged within him. Yi Wentian suddenly comprehended why. During their journey to deliver money to Wanner in the provincial city, this woman had been so frightened that she had screamed in terror. Zhao Ziyu also exited the vehicle. Observing Yi Wentian, who was clutching his chest, his face pale and still recovering from the shock, a sense of satisfaction welled up within her. With a disdainful glance, Zhao Ziyu remarked, To be so flustered at such a modest speed, how embarrassing. Yi Wentian glanced back at Zhao Ziyu with a scornful look, deciding against lowering himself to engage with this madwoman. Zhao Ziyu led Yi Wentian into a quaint courtyard, surrounded by lush greenery and dotted with artificial hills, with streams converging into a crystal-clear pond at the front. The mere presence of such an opulent residence in Huaxia was enough for Yi Wentian to fathom the formidable influence of Zhao Ziyu's family, even if he only had to imagine it. Nevertheless, this realization did not instill fear in Yi Wentian. Upon entering the courtyard behind Zhao Ziyu, he noticed several grand armchairs arranged in a semicircle, with a few already occupied. Initially, Yi Wentian thought he would only recognize Zhao Ziyu and her sisters. To his surprise, he spotted the elderly gentleman he had rescued that day, along with the bodyguard known as Zhou Huajian. You are here too? Yi Wentian exclaimed joyfully, addressing the elderly man and Zhou Huajian. Zhou Huajian remained silent, but the elderly gentleman seated in the armchair smiled warmly at Yi Wentian and said, Hello, young man. It's good to see you again. Yi Wentian nodded, replying, Indeed, I didn't expect to encounter you here. Are you acquainted with them? Just then, Zhao Ziyu interrupted, glaring at Yi Wentian fiercely and bluntly stating, Mind your manners. This is my grandfather. Your grandfather? Yi Wentian exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at Zhao Ziyu. Zhao Ziyu huffed and retorted, What's wrong? Are you challenging me? Yi Wentian fell silent. The elderly man, still smiling, interjected, Young brother. My family has long-standing ties with Yuer's family, which is why she calls me grandfather. Oh. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yi Wentian suddenly understood. That explains it. I thought it impossible for you to have such a willful granddaughter. So she is not your biological granddaughter. Now it makes sense. You. Zhao Ziyu was so enraged, she looked as if she might pop her eyes out. Fortunately, Zhao Zihan, sitting nearby, stood up and gently pulled Zhao Ziyu to her side. Stop causing trouble. Today, Grandpa Li has important matters to discuss, Zhao Zihan said, lightly patting Zhao Ziyu on the head. Sister. Zhao Ziyu pouted, pointing at Yi Wentian and asserting, This guy is insufferably arrogant. Zhao Zihan cast a deep glance at Zhao Ziyu, who pouted and lowered her head in distress. I apologize. Yi Wentian, my sister lacks understanding and has caused you trouble, Zhao Zihan said with a smile. Yi Wentian waved his hand dismissively. He held a very favorable impression of Zhao Zihan, who undoubtedly embodied the essence of a gentle goddess revered by the nation. He replied with a smile, No worries. I cannot afford to stoop to the level of a frivolous girl with a grand figure. Seated in the armchair, Zhao Ziyu, upon hearing Yi Wentian's words, lifted her head and glared at him in indignation, secretly vowing to find an opportunity to reclaim her dignity. Subsequently, Zhao Zihan introduced Yi Wentian to several other individuals present. Through her introductions, Yi Wentian learned that the elderly man he had rescued shared the same surname as him. In addition to this elderly gentleman surnamed Li, there were also two other elderly individuals, one surnamed Zhao and the other Zhang. The elderly man surnamed Zhao appeared to be in a state of mental fog, reminiscent of senility, while the condition of the elderly man surnamed Zhang was scarcely better. When Yi Wentian activated his diagnostic abilities, he discovered that the internal organs of the elderly man surnamed Zhang were suffused with a profound darkness, evidently the accumulation of years of illness. Aside from these individuals, there was a middle-aged couple seated beside the elderly man surnamed Zhang, with two young people standing behind them. Observing this scene, Yi Wentian had already deduced the purpose of Zhao Ziyu's visit without needing to inquire further. It was likely that, due to Yi Wentian's life-saving intervention for the elderly man surnamed Li, the latter had recommended him to the Zhao and Zhang families. While Yi Wentian discreetly surveyed the gathering, the others were likewise observing him. The middle-aged man beside the elderly man surnamed Zhang respectfully addressed the elderly man surnamed Li, Uncle Li. Is this young fellow truly the miracle doctor you mentioned? Elderly nodded and affirmed, indeed, this young brother here saved my life. Just yesterday, I underwent a physical examination at the provincial hospital, and the doctor stated that my health surpasses that of many younger individuals. Is it truly so miraculous? Inquired the middle-aged woman seated next to the man. But he appears to be merely in his early 20s. He probably hasn't even graduated from university yet. Elderly responded, one must not judge by appearances. In our great land of China, there are hidden talents and masters aplenty. How could there not be a few exceptional individuals? The middle-aged man turned to glance at Yi Wentian, a skeptical expression adorning his face as he replied, Uncle Li, it's not that I doubt you, but there are simply too many frauds these days. Just think of the Tai Chi master Zheng Fong and the Qigong master Chen Lin from a few years back. Before they were exposed, weren't they both regarded as miraculous figures? Upon hearing this, Elder Li's eyes widened in disbelief, and he retorted sharply, are you suggesting that I, an old man, colluded with this young brother to deceive my old comrade? Sensing the anger in Mr. Li's words, the middle-aged couple immediately lowered their heads. The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, no, Uncle Li, that is not my intention. Since you say this young man is a miraculous doctor, then he must indeed be one. Let him treat my father. Mr. Li let out a heavy grunt. Among those present, his indignation was the most profound. The elderly gentlemen, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Zhang, had succumbed to illness to the extent that they could scarcely utter a word. What struck Yi Wentian as somewhat peculiar was that the couple from the Zhang family appeared to belong to a generation above the Zhao sisters. Where were the parents of the Zhao sisters? Yi Wentian pondered for a moment and then dismissed the thought, recognizing it as a private matter of their family, a concern that did not require his meddling. At that moment, Zhao Zihan turned to Yi Wentian and smiled, saying, Yi Wentian, we heard from Grandpa Li that you cured his ailment on the street, so we would like to invite you to examine our two families, to see if there is any hope left for my grandfather and Grandpa Zhang. With Zhao Zihan having explicitly stated the purpose of their invitation, Yi Wentian decided to be forthright in return. He smiled at Zhao Zihan and replied, I am willing to treat the ailments, but I have 3 conditions. Only if you agree to them can I proceed with the treatment. No sooner had Yi Wentian finished speaking than a young man standing behind the middle-aged couple scoffed derisively, saying, you truly consider yourself a master physician, brandishing a feather as if it were a command, and yet you have 3 conditions? Such audacity. Chapter 194. Aren't you a fraud? Upon hearing the derisive remark, Yi Wentian turned to glance at the young man who had spoken, and then redirected his attention back to Zhao Zihan, who continued to wear a gentle smile. Zhao Zihan looked at Yi Wentian, a hint of apology surfacing on her face, and softly introduced, the one speaking over there is the second young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Peng, and beside him is his elder brother, the first young master, Zhang Kuan. With a smile, Yi Wentian responded to Zhao Zihan, your situation is indeed quite intricate. Why is it that you and your sister can sit here, while those 2 young masters must stand? Zhao Zihan clarified, you and I represent our parents, which grants us the privilege to sit. Yi Wentian nodded thoughtfully, and then turned his gaze towards the second young master of the Zhang family. Zhang Peng regarded Yi Wentian with a profound disdain etched across his face. Yi Wentian chuckled lightly and addressed Zhang Peng. So, does this imply that you, young master, do not believe in my abilities? Zhang Peng scoffed, retorting, just a charlatan, what skills do you possess to earn my trust? It was Dr. Zhu who cured our Grandpa Li, while you merely employed some sleight of hand. In the face of Zhang Peng's scornful remarks, Yi Wentian remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, What would it take for you to believe in me, young Master Zhang? With a dismissive grunt, Zhang Peng said, it's quite simple. You must demonstrate your true abilities to us. Otherwise, if you merely speak empty words, would we entrust our venerable elder to your whims? Do you truly think that possible? What do you mean by that, young master? Are you implying that you doubt my esteemed leader's words? Interjected Zhou Huajian, who stood beside Grandpa Li. He held Yu Wentian in high regard, particularly after Yu Wentian had saved Grandpa Li's life, earning him profound respect and admiration. To Zhou Huajian, Yu Wentian embodied the essence of the legendary martial families, adept in both martial arts and medicine. A notion that held immense allure for someone as passionate about martial prowess as he. Zhang Peng cast a glance at Zhou Huajian. Although Zhou was merely Grandpa Li's bodyguard, those within their circle understood that Zhou Huajian's relationship with Grandpa Li mirrored that of Zhao Yun to Liu Bei or Su Chu to Cao Cao in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In many contexts, Zhou Huajian often acted as a spokesperson for Grandpa Li, and his words largely reflected the elder's sentiments. Therefore, even though Zhou was just a bodyguard, Zhang Ping could not afford to confront him lightly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ping remarked, Brother Zhou, I certainly do not doubt Grandpa Li. However, when he was unconscious, how could he know who saved him? Moreover, can acupuncture truly heal Grandpa Li's affliction? Would you believe such a claim? Zhang Peng's assertions garnered unanimous agreement from his family members present. After Zhang Peng finished speaking, his father also chimed in, saying, Uncle Li, what Penger says is not without merit. After all these years of traditional Chinese medicine, its efficacy is well understood by all. Before you encountered this young man, you had sought the expertise of traditional practitioners, and even the venerable masters of traditional medicine would not boast of their skills. We must not take this young man's words at face value. Hearing the words of the Zhang father and son, Elder Li furrowed his brow. Zhang Peng's argument held weight. He had been in a state of unconsciousness, and the information he had was relayed to him by his bodyguard, Zhou Huajian, after he awoke. It was difficult to discern the truth amidst the uncertainty. If Yu Wentian possessed genuine talent, that would be one thing. However, if he were merely a charlatan, it could not only hinder Zhang Peng's recovery, but also lead to further deception in his name, potentially tarnishing the reputations of esteemed figures like Elder Li, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zhang. Should that occur, the illustrious legacies of these three elders could be irreparably damaged by this young man. At that moment, Yi Wentian noticed the hesitation and discomfort etched on Elder Li's face. With a smile, he interjected, Young Master Zhang, your lengthy discourse seems aimed at proving me a fraud. Zhang Peng shot him a sharp glance, scoffing, Indeed, are you not a fraud? Yi Wentian chuckled, As you said, if I am truly a fraud, then showcase some genuine skill, and the truth will reveal itself. Zhang Peng snorted derisively, fixing his steely gaze on Yi Wentian. Genuine skill? Why don't you demonstrate it? And let me be clear, do not attempt any tricks to deceive me, or I assure you, you won't leave this place unscathed. With a smile, Yi Wentian replied, Very well, if I am indeed a mere facade, then you may do as you wish, young Master Zhang. But what if I am not? As these words left his lips, the attendees perked up, fully aware that Yi Wentian was challenging Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng regarded him with disdain, sneering before declaring, If you possess authentic ability, I shall kneel and call you grandfather. Penger. After Zhang Peng's proclamation, the middle-aged man seated before him gently reprimanded. Lowering his gaze, Zhang Peng responded, Father, rest assured, I shall expose this fraud. Observing his son's unwavering confidence, Yi Wentian smirked internally. He smiled at Zhang Peng, saying, Since we have come to this agreement, I shall reveal a glimpse of my abilities to broaden your horizons. With a beaming smile, Yi Wentian approached Zhang Peng, closing the distance of roughly 10 paces. During this interval, he accessed a miraculous ability through his system, one that would enable him to discern the ailments of the person in front of him within the span of a single incense stick, or 2 hours, determining the nature and severity of their afflictions. As Yi Wentian approached the Zhang family's patriarch, he gazed with a congenial smile at the 4 individuals before him. The first person to capture his attention was Zhang Peng's father, the current head of the Zhang household. Yi Wentian stood before him, scrutinizing him closely, and immediately, information about Zhang Peng's father surfaced in his mind, including his estimated age, gender, physical condition, and any ailments he might have. With a measured tone, Yi Wentian began, Mr. Zhang, overall, your health appears stable. However, there is a concern regarding your gastric condition, which seems rather severe. I believe you experience abdominal pain each night for about half an hour. Am I correct? Zhang Peng's father was taken aback by Yi Wentian's words and quickly replied, Indeed. I endure abdominal pain nightly. Initially, I feared it might be stomach cancer, but after a hospital examination, the physician assured me that I was in good health. Yi Wentian nodded and responded, Mr. Luo, you are not facing any significant issues. Rather, it is a matter of excessive gastric deficiency. Your fondness for seafood and processed foods has likely exacerbated your condition, leading to persistent discomfort. Zhang Peng's father inquired, is there a remedy for this? Yi Wentian smiled gently, suggesting incorporating lighter foods and nourishing dishes, such as mutton lung and winter melon soup, into your diet may be beneficial. With that, Yi Wentian shifted his gaze to Zhang Peng's mother, a quintessential lady of refinement, exuding an air of understated affluence. She regarded Yi Wentian, scoffing lightly. So? You've managed to guess correctly this time. What else can you discern about me? Yi Wentian observed Mrs. Zhang intently, and once more, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Chapter 195. A trial will reveal all merely moments later. Yi Wentian jovially addressed Madame Zhang, saying, Madame Zhang, if I were in your position, I would refrain from aimless wandering and instead seek out the finest hospital for a comprehensive health examination. Madame Zhang, with a dismissive shake of her head, replied with a scornful expression, I beg your pardon, but I just had a checkup last week. With a smile, Yi Wentian responded, Oh, is that so? It appears that Madame Zhang is quite attentive to her health. Madame Zhang, proudly nodding, inquired, So what do you have to say? Surely, you must be implying that I am in excellent health? I have known that all along. You merely wish to elicit my admission of having undergone a health examination, so you can continue to evade the truth. Yi Wentian, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, shook his head and calmly looked at Madame Zhang, stating, Madame Zhang, what I wish to convey is that the hospital where you had your examination, did they inform you that you have uterine cancer? At Yi Wentian's words, Madame Zhang's expression shifted dramatically, and Zhang Peng, standing behind her, angrily interjected, What nonsense are you spouting? Our health has always been impeccable. How could we possibly have such an illness? Madame Zhang added, I have always believed my health to be sound. The doctor confirmed it during my visit. How is it that you suddenly declare I have cancer? This is utterly baffling. Yi Wentian, with a smile, observed the angry duo and remarked to Madame Zhang, Whether it is true or not, you may verify it at a hospital. You do not believe my words, and I am unable to conduct an examination on the spot. Just as Yi Wentian finished his statement, Zhao Ziyu, seated behind him, suddenly interjected, Who says we cannot conduct an examination now? And Zhang, would you like me to arrange for someone to check your health immediately? Upon hearing this, Madame Zhang's face displayed a moment of hesitation. Noticing her uncertainty, Zhang Peng leaned down and softly urged, Mother, perhaps you should have a checkup. Listen to Ziyu. Once the results are in, we can thoroughly confront this young man. Madame Zhang, considering this reasoning, followed Zhao Ziyu as he led her towards the Zhao family's private physician. After Madame Zhang had departed with Yi Wentian, Zhang Peng chuckled and, with an air of arrogance, looked at Yi Wentian, declaring, You have examined my parents, claiming my father is healthy and my mother has cancer. Yet you possess no evidence for either condition. Should you fail to provide proof, I shall not show you any mercy. In response to Zhang Peng's warning, Yi Wentian displayed no signs of panic. He gazed at Zhang Peng with confidence, stating, Very well, who shall be my first patient? Zhang Peng scoffed, retorting, Of course, it will be me. Who else would dare to let you diagnose them? As Yi Wentian regarded the self-satisfied Zhang Peng, he was immediately struck by an insight into Zhang Peng's personal information. Upon reviewing the details, he was taken aback at first, then found the situation exceedingly amusing. He never anticipated that the physique of this wealthy young master would deteriorate to such an extent due to his own misdeeds. The expression all show and no substance is not merely a phrase. Zhang Peng observed Yi Wentian's silence and assumed he was at a loss for words. So he sneered and remarked, What is the matter? Why the sudden muteness? Are you unsure how to fabricate a story? It's indeed quite challenging to concoct ailments for someone in such robust health as I. All eyes were fixed on Yi Wentian, especially since the ailments of the two individuals he previously diagnosed had yet to be fully confirmed. Should Zhang Peng falter in his assertions, he would undoubtedly be branded a fraud. Zhao Ziyu, witnessing the unfolding situation, inexplicably found herself wanting to support Yi Wentian. Just moments ago, she had despised him fervently. Yet now she could hardly bear to see him being ridiculed and bullied. Oh, Zhao Ziyu, can you not muster some spirit? Yi Wentian, of course, was oblivious to Zhao Ziyu's newfound sentiments. Upon hearing Zhang Peng's remarks, he regained his composure and, noticing Zhang Peng's arrogant demeanor, smiled faintly before responding, Indeed, young Master Zhang is of remarkable intellect. You are correct. I find myself at a genuine loss for words. Yi Wentian's statement struck the crowd like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone in shock. The most astonished were Li Lao and Zhou Huajian. Li Lao had been the one to advocate for Yi Wentian. If he turned out to be a charlatan, it would reflect poorly on Li Lao's judgment. Meanwhile, the Zhang brothers exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement and delight. although this was not the true gathering of the three families. Exposing Yi Wantian's FAAD in front of everyone was a significant triumph for the Zhang family. Suddenly, Zhang Kuan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. What is going on? Wasn't he Master Li just exuding confidence? How is it that he has suddenly revealed? Revealed? Yi Wantian glanced at the Zhang brothers and then at the others, quickly grasping the misunderstanding surrounding his earlier words. With a cheerful demeanor, he continued. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. When I said I was unsure how to fabricate a story, I did not mean I couldn't concoct an ailment for the second young master of the Zhang family, but rather, as he spoke, Yi Wantian slowly shifted his gaze towards Zhang Peng. The latter felt as though he had been ambushed by a beast in the darkness, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Yi Wantian, still wearing a smile, addressed Zhang Peng, saying, Young Master Zhang, will you speak, or shall I do so on your behalf? Zhang Peng's heart sank slightly. He could not help but avert his gaze from Yi Wantian and replied, Speak of what? What is there for me to say? Indeed. What is there for my younger brother to say? It is you who should be speaking, is it not? Zhang Peng's elder brother, Zhang Kuan, interjected. Yi Wantian chuckled as he observed the two brothers, particularly focusing on Zhang Peng, and remarked, Well then, I shall speak candidly. Zhang Peng cast a glance at Yi Wantian. He wished to articulate something, yet as he opened his mouth, words eluded him, leaving him in a state of turmoil and uncertainty. Strangely enough, despite his fervent efforts to discern what incriminating evidence Yi Wantian possessed against him, he found himself at a loss. Young man, do speak up. And refrain from beating around the bush, Zhang Peng's father urged at that moment. Yi Wantian nodded in acknowledgement and continued, In that case, I shall be forthright. Frankly, the second young master of the Zhang family is currently a FAAD of strength, while internally, his condition is dire. His health is severely compromised, with both his liver and kidneys afflicted. Chapter 196. Family Shame. Yi Wantian gazed at Zhang Peng, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and remarked, The last point, being trivial, is best left unmentioned. Even without divulging the final detail, Zhang Peng's physical condition had already astonished his father. He looked at Yi Wantian and inquired, Young man, are you truly speaking the truth? Yi Wantian nodded, his eyes hardening with resolve, and addressed Zhang Peng's father. Of course it is true. You may have the doctors from the Zhao family examine young Master Zhang. At that moment, Madame Zhang, who had gone for a medical checkup, returned. However, while she had previously exuded vigor and authority, she now appeared like a drenched chicken caught in a downpour. Her head hung low, radiating despair. This transformation struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Zhang Peng, filled with anxiety, and his elder brother, Zhang Kuan, hastily stepped forward before Madame Zhang could take a seat. They each supported one of her arms, gently guiding her into a chair. Mother, what has happened to you? The sight of their mother in such a distressed state left Zhang Peng and Zhang Kuan exchanging worried glances. Even their father, with a concerned expression, implored, What on earth has transpired? Madame Zhang remained silent, listlessly raising her hand, which clutched a piece of white paper. Zhang Peng took the paper from his mother's grasp, holding it with both hands as he scrutinized its contents. Suddenly, a look of shock overtook his face. How is this possible? Staring in disbelief at the information on the paper, he sparked the curiosity of all present. What has happened? Zhang Peng's father's voice took on a commanding tone. Zhang Peng glanced at his father and brother, then cautiously uttered, Mother. Mother has been diagnosed with cancer, cervical cancer. Bang. It felt as though a bomb had detonated in everyone's hearts. They were utterly taken aback by the revelation, realizing that Yi Wantian had indeed spoken the truth. Yet, Yi Wantian's demeanor remained remarkably composed. He turned to Zhang Peng's father and gently stated, There is something I wish to share with you, but it must remain between us. What is it? The head of the Zhang family inquired, his gaze fixed on Yi Wantian. Yi Wantian leaned closer, whispering something into the patriarch's ear. In that instant, the color drained from the Zhang family head's face, leaving it pale as a ghost. Zhang Peng sensed something was amiss, but he was unaware of the details. He could only softly ask his father, Dad, what is wrong? Upon hearing his son's voice, the patriarch of the Zhang family abruptly turned, his authority undiminished, his presence still formidable. However, what struck Zhang Peng with a sense of dread was the killing intent that flickered in his father's eyes as he regarded him. Father, what is going on? Why do you look at me like that? The more Zhang Peng gazed upon his own heart, the deeper his trepidation grew. It had been an eternity since he had witnessed such a countenance on his father. At that moment, Zhang Peng's mother regained her composure, mistakenly believing that her husband was incensed due to her ailment. Thus, she spoke, Zhen Nan, do not fret. The doctor has assured me that my condition is benign and not as grave as perceived. Please do not hold Pinger accountable. Zhang Zhennan looked upon his wife and queried, Xiao Shufan, do you truly have nothing to say to me? Xiao Shufan was momentarily taken aback. Having been married to Zhang Zhannan for many years, she had never once heard him address her by her name since their first encounter. The current state of Zhang Zhannan clearly indicated that something significant had transpired. As he prepared to speak, Yi Wentian, standing beside him, urgently interjected, "Mr. Zhang." Turning to face Yi Wentian, Zhang Zhannan listened as he leaned in and whispered, "Mr. Zhang, family matters should remain private." Zhang Zhannan fell silent for a brief moment, then comprehended Yi Wentian's insinuation. He nodded and glanced over at Xiao Shufan and Zhang Peng. Both mother and son were utterly perplexed, especially Zhang Peng, who had always been astute and enjoyed his father's favor. Just moments ago, Zhang Zhannan had been protective of him. How could his demeanor have shifted so drastically? It must be due to this man. Zhang Ping glared fiercely at Yi Wentian, vowing to reclaim his standing. Yi Wentian, however, was disinclined to engage with Zhang Peng any further, for he was aware that a tempest had been brewing at home. Awaiting their return, he then addressed Zhang Zhannan, saying, "Mr. Zhang, may I now attend to the elder Zhang?" Zhang Zhannan cast a glance at Yi Wentian, paused in contemplation for 2 seconds, then nodded, affirming, "Yes, do proceed, Dad." Upon hearing Zhang Zhannan acquiesce to Yi Wentian treating the elder Zhang, Zhang Peng exclaimed loudly. Silence. Zhang Zhannan turned back, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Ping, leaving him utterly bewildered, for he realized his father was genuinely irate. Yet, Zhang Peng remained oblivious to the cause of his father's anger. With Zhang Zhannan's consent, Yi Wentian nodded slightly and approached the elder Zhang. Utilizing the principles of pulse diagnosis, the elder Zhang appeared as if he were poisoned, with dark energy swirling within him. Yi Wentian furrowed his brow, struggling to fathom how such an abundance of deathly energy could exist within the elder Zhang, yet he still clung to life. However, the condition of the elder Zhang soon revealed itself in Yi Wentian's mind. He understood that the elder's organs were gradually deteriorating, causing the pervasive dark energy to erode his vital essence. Although the elder Zhang seemed to still possess a flicker of life, Yi Wentian estimated that it would not be long, perhaps 10 to 15 days, before the end would come. "Young brother, how are you?" Oldly asked with a furrowed brow, his concern evident. Yi Wentian turned his head, smiling as he replied, "Elder, please do not fret. I am now well aware of old Zhang's condition. Once I assess old Zhao's situation, I shall provide a comprehensive introduction to all of you." With that, Yi Wentian turned his gaze towards old Zhao, who seemed to present a condition that was quite the antithesis of old Zhang's. While old Zhang suffered from widespread organ failure, resulting in an aura of death that consumed his vitality, old Zhao's predicament stemmed from an excessively robust meridian system, which had trapped the life force within his organs, leading to a state resembling dementia or autism. After familiarizing himself with the conditions of the two elders, Yi Wentian looked at old Li and cheerfully stated, "Elder, I have gathered sufficient information regarding both old Zhao and old Zhang." "Is that so?" Old Li exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he inquired, "What is the prognosis? Is there a remedy?" Yi Wentian pondered briefly before responding, "There is indeed a solution, but it necessitates specific medicinal materials." Old Li replied, "What do you need? Just name it. I am willing to bear any cost to restore my two old comrades to health." Upon hearing Yi Wentian's assurance of a cure for their grandfather, the two Zhao sisters were instantly filled with excitement. While Zhao Zihan maintained her composure, Zhao Ziyu directly questioned Yi Wentian. "Yi Wentian, can you truly heal my grandfather? This isn't some deception, is it?" Yi Wentian looked at Zhao Ziyu and remarked, "Do you think I am like you? All brawn and no brain. These three families are colossal. Would I jeopardize my life by deceiving you?" Surprisingly, Zhao Ziyu refrained from engaging in a retort with Yi Wentian and instead muttered to herself, "That is a valid point." Zhang Zhannan turned to Yi Wentian and said, "Young brother, you must understand the significance of old Li, old Zhao, and my father, old Zhang, to our three families. If you can truly cure their ailments, I, Zhang Zhannan, can assure you that you shall receive anything you desire." However, Chapter 197, Bargaining. Zhang Zhannan paused momentarily before continuing, "If you are deceiving us, I can assure you that there will be no refuge for you in the vast expanse of China." Yi Wentian nodded and replied, "Rest assured, my willingness to take this on is grounded in confidence, provided that you secure all the medicinal herbs I require." Zhang Zhannan responded, "You need not worry about that." Ultimately, Yi Wentian requested paper and pen from Zhao Zihan and transcribed the prescription that resided in his mind. He handed the prescription to Zhao Zihan, saying, "Please make a copy of this for both the Zhang and Li families. Some of the herbs may be difficult to procure, even for me." Zhao Zihan nodded but, still somewhat doubtful, asked, "Are you truly confident?" Yi Wentian nodded, a confident smile gracing his face as he looked at Zhao Zihan and said, "Of course, provided you all place your trust in me." As Zhao Zihan gazed at Yi Wentian, she felt an inexplicable surge of confidence in him. After concluding their discussion, Yi Wentian took a moment to caution Zhang Jinan, emphasizing that in the cases of both old Zhao and old Zhang, the latter's condition was considerably more critical, with perhaps only a few days left. By the time Yi Wentian returned to the Zhao residence, night had fallen. He first sent a message to Lin Keqing, who informed him that she was at home helping her mother tidy up the house. Qian Wan'er also messaged to say she would be spending the night at her sister's place. As for Zhang Muqing, the stunning police officer, it was said she was engrossed in a major case, having even established a special task force, and would likely be working overtime for the foreseeable future. From an initial state of incessant busyness, Yi Wentian found himself suddenly alone, and the abrupt tranquility left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Thus, he wandered aimlessly along the bustling streets, where the night had barely begun to unfold, and he felt only a slight pang of hunger. He strolled through the brightly lit thoroughfare, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by and the dazzling array of goods on display. A sense of serene comfort welled up from the depths of his heart. At that moment, however, two discordant voices suddenly pierced the tranquility, shattering the exquisite ambience Yi Wentian had been enjoying. "Let us out. Quickly, let us out. Let us out." He gritted his teeth against the clamor in his mind and eventually found a CAF to sit down. Closing his eyes, he instantly slipped into a state of consciousness. Upon entering, Yi Wentian discovered that the demon sealing stone had undergone some changes. The two creatures he had captured were now awake, yet they were immobilized, stuck to the surface of the stone. "Are you not tired? Like a broken record. Are you mad?" Yi Wentian addressed the two half-human, half-demon beings before him. The male demon glared at him coldly and roared in anger, then releases quickly. "Release you?" Yi Wentian let out a cold laugh and then said, "You both sought my life. Do you think I would release you out of foolishness?" The male demon fell silent for a moment, gazing at Yi Wentian, hesitating before finally asking, "What do you intend to do with us?" "What I intend to do with you?" Yi Wentian pondered for a moment before responding. "I have yet to consider that. Perhaps we should first discuss why you two have resorted to wrongdoing." The male and female demons exchanged glances before the male spoke. "We are injured and pursued by enemies. If we do not quickly regain our strength, we will not survive." Intrigued by the male demon's words, Yi Wentian looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "I find it curious. Are you not the sword spirits of the 8 Desolate Sword and the 6 Harmony Sword? Why are you wandering outside of your treasures? How do you know we are sword spirits?" The male demon was taken aback, looking at the female demon, who gazed back at him in fear. After a brief pause, the male demon gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Yi Wentian frowned and replied, "Please, can you exhibit some professionalism? You are my prisoners. I am the one interrogating you. How can you turn the tables and question me?" "Brother Tian, I believe this person is undoubtedly in league with those arrogant Taoists." The female demon chimed in. Yi Wentian observed the male demon and then the female demon, noticing the palpable hatred in their eyes, as if they wished to rend him limb from limb. What was going on here? Yi Wentian became increasingly curious about the story behind these two demons. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to interrogate them and uncover the tales they held. Thus, Yi Wentian addressed the two demons, saying, "Listen closely. I am unaware of the Taoists you mentioned. Had you not intended to harm me, I would never have lifted a finger against you." "Really?" the male demon questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Yi Wentian nodded earnestly, stating, "Of course it is true. Just consider, if you had not attempted to ambush me, you would not find yourselves in this predicament." The male demon glanced at the female demon, contemplating her before saying, "Lian Mei, I believe this fellow has a point. If he were truly allied with those Taoists, we would have been delivered to them by now." "Well," the female demon lowered her head, pondering, then raised it to say, "What should we do?" "I trust your judgment, Brother Tian. Regardless, I will stay by your side." Yi Wentian was momentarily taken aback by this, thinking to himself that this pair seemed quite loyal to one another. "All right, enough with your displays of affection. I am still here, a solitary figure. Let us first discuss what transpired." The male demon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to confide in Yi Wentian. Through the male demon's narration, Yi Wentian gained a rudimentary understanding of the tumultuous saga of the serpent spirits. Originally, they were the sword spirits of the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies, with the male demon named Tianxin, belonging to the 8 Desolations sword, and the female demon named Liani, affiliated with the 6 Harmonies sword. Many years ago, a master from the Zhengyi sect captured them, refining them into sword spirits, promising to restore their freedom after a millennium. However, as the millennium has now elapsed, the newly appointed sword master of the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies not only reneged on their ancestors' promise, but also employed secret arts to forcibly extract Liani from the 6 Harmony sword, harboring intentions of possession. In the end, Tianxin and Liani unable to endure such humiliation, retaliated against the swordmaster. Yet, this incident soon reverberated throughout the entire Taoist community. Under relentless pursuit from the Taoist sects, the two demons fled, sustaining grievous injuries. In a desperate bid for survival, they resorted to using the lifeblood of the living to heal their wounds. Unbeknownst to them, it was only a matter of time before they encountered Yuan-Tian. Chapter 198. The Farmer and the Snake. After listening to the tales of the two demons, Yuan-Tian nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "While it is true that you both evoke a certain pity, the fact remains that you have taken lives, and more importantly, you sought to end mine and my wife's. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable." The male demon, Tianxin, interjected, "Master, if you would spare Lian Mei, I am willing to accept punishment alone and offer the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies sword, along with the sword techniques." "The 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies sword is in your possession?" Yuan-Tian gazed incredulously at the pair of demons. Tianxin nodded affirmatively, saying, "We have hidden it away. Without us, none could find it." "Well done, my friend," Yuan-Tian exclaimed, giving Tianxin a thumbs up. "Not only have you slain your master, but you also absconded with his treasure. I must commend your audacity." Tianxin, feeling indignant, retorted, "We never intended to betray our master. Over these many years, we have served multiple sword masters without ever considering treachery. Had it not been for that Zhang Yuanshan's excessive cruelty towards demons, we would never have resorted to such actions." Yuan-Tian pondered this and found that there was some merit in Tianxin's argument. Observing the relief on the demon's face, Tianxin quickly added, "Master, should you choose to grant us our lives, we would willingly become your demon servants, devoted to serving you for eternity." "Become my demon servants?" Yuan-Tian considered the implications as he looked at the two demons, who were partially absorbed into the vast, non-demon stone. He wondered whether they would soon be entirely engulfed within it. Seeing Yuan-Tian's hesitation, the two demons spoke in unison, "Master, we beseech you to show mercy and spare our lives. We are willing to serve you faithfully for all eternity. Is this truly your desire?" Yuan-Tian inquired seriously. "Let it be known that I do not compel you." Tianxin assured him, "Rest assured, this is our heartfelt wish." Yuan-Tian nodded. Strictly speaking, Qian Wan'er was already his demon servant, albeit their relationship was rather unique, with her often disregarding the boundaries of propriety, leaving Yuan-Tian at a loss as to how to handle her. Now, if he were to accept these two demons as well, irrespective of their actual utility, it would at least provide him with a couple of loyal companions. Moreover, in certain situations, having such subordinates could yield unexpectedly favorable outcomes. With this in mind, Yuan-Tian found himself increasingly swayed by the proposition of these demons. He called out to the non-demon stone, "Hey, I ask of you, non-demon stone, could you possibly release these two demons?" Yuan-Tian's shout was a spontaneous reaction directed at the non-demon stone, as he was uncertain of how to control it. Fortunately, just as his voice faded, a crisp sound resonated in the air. "Detected your intention to release the two minor demons from the non-demon stone. Would you like to proceed with the release?" As he spoke, a sky-blue screen appeared before Yuan-Tian, and in the lower right corner of the screen, there was a button marked yes. Without hesitation, Yuan-Tian pressed the button. With a sharp click, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of gears turning, the two snake demons, who had already been mostly absorbed, were gradually expelled by the non-demonic jade. When they landed, the two exchanged a glance, clearly incredulous that Yuan-Tian could truly release them. Unbeknownst to him, a fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the two demons. Looking at them with a smile, Yuan-Tian said, "Now, let us commence the master recognition ceremony." Upon hearing this, the snake demon known as Tianxin suddenly lifted its head, fixing its elongated serpent eyes on Yuan-Tian, a menacing glint evident within. "What recognition of a master? It should be the devouring of the master, right?" Tianxin sneered, the coldness of the venomous snake fully manifesting at that moment. Meanwhile, the female snake named Liani also chuckled darkly, saying, "Tiange, who would have thought this young man's body harbored such a wondrous object? Even the ancient non-demonic jade is here. With this, we can truly dominate the world." Yuan-Tian felt somewhat bewildered. He had begun to perceive the underlying intrigue, yet he could not believe he had been so easily deceived. Thus, he looked at the male and female snake demons with confusion and inquired, "What do you mean by this? Are you truly going back on your word?" Tianxin retorted with a cold laugh, "Going back on our word? Humans have ruled and enslaved demons for countless years. If we kill you, is there anything wrong with that?" With that, Tianxin and Liani transformed into two large serpents, coiling in opposite directions, racing towards Yuan-Tian to constrict him. Yuan-Tian exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no!" At that moment, regret filled his heart. Why had he chosen to trust such creatures, forgetting that snakes are cold-blooded beings? Now, he had mistaken them for Baisuzhen, while they regarded him as Donghua. As the two colossal serpents, each with a head the size of half his body, lunged towards him, Yuan Tian felt his mind go blank. It was over. It was truly over. He stood frozen in place, allowing the two great snakes to ensnare him, their gaping maws emanating a chilling aura. Humph, Tiange, this fool has been scared silly, Liani sneered at Tianxin. Tianxin's voice echoed. Such a simpleton does not deserve to possess such a fine treasure. Once we seize his physical form, we shall become one. Originally paralyzed by fear and lost in confusion, Yi Wentian was abruptly jolted back to reality by the icy aura emanating from the serpent's mouths. Now what should he do? Awakening. Yi Wentian found himself engaged in an incessant inner monologue, attempting to struggle against his constraints, only to discover that he was ensnared most securely, to the point that even the slightest movement of his fingers proved to be a formidable challenge. Sensing his efforts, the serpentine demon Tianxin's voice echoed ominously. You foolish boy. Cease your futile struggles. Soon, the three of us shall become one, and in that union, we shall possess all that you are. The serpent demon Liani chimed in with a mocking laugh. Indeed, we shall merge into a single entity, and in this fusion, you shall live through us. And we through you, henceforth existing in this world as one. Live through you? Not on my watch. You think I would willingly become a plaything for you? A mere mortal entwined with your twisted existence? Dream on. Yi Wentian's heart seethed with resentment, his fury igniting a fierce defiance within him. Since escape was impossible, he resolved to unleash a torrent of invective. You two wretched serpents, I curse your ancestors, every one of them a despicable scoundrel. With abandon. Yi Wentian unleashed a barrage of vitriol, his words enveloping the air like a tempest, darkening the very heavens and obscuring the light of day. Chapter 199. Betrayed by the system, the two serpent demons were left utterly dazed by Yi Wentian's scathing remarks, the fury in their serpent eyes reaching a critical threshold. Enough. The serpent demon Tianxin could no longer contain its wrath, roaring in anger. You insolent brat, even when death is upon you, you have the audacity to speak so much. I shall devour you now. With that, the serpent demon Tianxin opened its gaping maw, descending upon Yi Wentian with ferocious intent. Yi Wentian felt himself ensnared within an exceedingly cold and damp serpent's mouth. Darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see or speak. And all he could do was silently scream for help. Ding! The system detected that the host is currently in danger. Shall I initiate assistance? This will require the payment of all current points. Damn it! This cursed system is taking advantage of my plight. Yi Wentian roared internally. Ding! Repeating, the system has detected that the host is in danger. Shall I initiate? Ding! Repeating, payment of all current points is required. Shall I initiate? Shall I initiate? Shall I initiate? All right, I will initiate. It seems I am indeed unfortunate. One day, I shall reclaim my lost fortune. Faced with the simultaneous threat to his life and possessions, Yi Wentian resolutely chose to safeguard his own existence. If he were to perish, then all his wealth would be rendered utterly meaningless, becoming nothing more than a fleeting illusion. After all, no one could guarantee that Yi Wentian would have the chance to be reborn after this demise. Before he could finish his thoughts, the system's voice echoed once more, deducting 576 points and activating the protective system. 576 points. Upon hearing this figure, Yi Wentian felt as though his heart were bleeding. Once again, he had been reduced to a state of utter poverty. The only consolation was that, at the very moment the system's announcement concluded, he heard two blood-curdling screams. These two cries were all too familiar to him, belonging to the serpent demon Tianxin and Liani. With the sound of their wails, Yi Wentian felt a sudden brightness before him, and then a sense of liberation washed over him. He was free at last. Opening his eyes, he beheld two oval glass enclosures upon the ground before him. Within each enclosure lay a small snake, one green and the other red, scarcely larger than a loach. As Yi Wentian approached, the two small serpents began to plead for mercy. Great Immortal, we did not realize your celestial powers were so vast. We humbly beseech your forgiveness for our transgressions. Allow us to serve you as loyal servants for all eternity. Yi Wentian chuckled softly, gazing down at the two small serpents with a smile. Now you seek mercy? Were you not just saying you wanted to play with me? The serpent demon, Liani, writhed her body and addressed Yi Wentian. If the Immortal does not disdain, Liani is willing to serve as the Immortal's humble maid, to comply with whatever the Immortal desires, provided that the Immortal spares our lives. Yi Wentian straightened his posture and scoffed. You creatures truly possess a despicable nature, forsaking your dignity for the sake of survival. Upon hearing his words, the two serpent demons prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. How shall I deal with you? Yi Wentian mused, gazing intently at the two serpent demons encased within the glass chambers. With arms crossed and gently stroking his chin, he contemplated his options. As if sensing his thoughts, the system's voice resonated at that moment. Ding. The system presents 3 methods of resolution: execution, subjugation, or release. The choice is yours. You're not truly indifferent. You merely see that I am currently drained, Yi Wentian thought bitterly. The system's voice incited his ire. As he reflected upon the considerable sum he had amassed, over 570,000 in soft currency, now reduced to nothing in an instant. Please choose a method of resolution. The system continued, devoid of any semblance of emotion. After a moment's reflection, Yi Wentian concluded that engaging in conflict with the system was futile. He would wait until he grew stronger to unearth the malevolent force behind it and punish it accordingly. What shall I do with you? He pondered aloud, briefly setting aside his grievances with the system. He glanced at the trembling serpents before him, as if speaking to himself. Please spare us, immortal. The 2 serpent demons, at a loss for words, could only plead for mercy, prostrate on the ground. Spare you? Yi Wentian chuckled upon hearing those words. I have already granted you clemency once. How could I possibly do so a second time? Moreover, you have already wronged me twice. I cannot risk a third. He declared resolutely. Thus, I have decided upon your execution. With that, Yi Wentian stood tall and addressed the system. Hey, wretched system, execute these 2 foul serpents. It was not that Yi Wentian reveled in cruelty. Rather, after surviving a near-death experience, he had finally grasped how to handle such matters. His ancestors were right. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. If this holds true even among humans in conflict, how much more so between humans and demons? Ding. Commencing execution. Immortal, please spare us. The moment the system's voice echoed, the 2 serpent demons let out harrowing cries, thrashing violently within the glass, desperate to shatter their confinement. Yet, before the execution could be enacted, they had already inflicted grievous wounds upon themselves, collapsing within the chamber, resigned to await their demise. With a thunderous crack, a tempest of lightning and thunder erupted within the glass dome, and the 2 serpentine demons had not even the time to utter a cry before they disintegrated into ash. Ding. The serpentine demons have been successfully vanquished. You have acquired 2 demon cores, 2 serpent skins, and 2 serpent bones. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the demon-slaying task. You have earned 30 points. Ding. Congratulations. The voice of the system cascaded in waves towards Yi Wentian. However, at that moment, Yi Wentian had no time to heed the system's proclamations, as he sensed a chilling presence encasing his physical form in the real world. Thus, he directed his consciousness back to his body, and upon opening his eyes, he found a young girl nestled between his legs. Startled, he leapt from the sofa with a cry of surprise, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing?" The girl, more accurately described as being beneath the small wooden table in front of him, had found herself in this awkward predicament due to the proximity of the table to the sofa on which Yi Wentian sat. Shoo, don't scream. The girl raised her head and gestured for silence towards Yi Wentian. Chapter 200. Willful and headstrong show? What are you whispering about? Who on earth are you, lurking before me with such intent? Yi Wentian sat on the sofa, hugging his knees, gazing at the girl before him as though she were a peculiar creature. The girl rolled her eyes at Yi Wentian, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Hey, uncle, mind your words. I am merely hiding beneath the table. Could you please speak responsibly? Yi Wentian gasped, observing the girl with newfound interest. Ah, what a sharp-tongued young lady you are. Your father must be the legendary Ji Xiaolan. The girl paused, astonished, and stared at Yi Wentian. How did you know my surname is Ji? Yi Wentian was taken aback. No way. Your father is truly Ji Xiaolan? The girl shot him a disdainful glance, her expression akin to that of someone encountering a fool. Uft. And your mother is likely a maid. As their banter continued, a few girls of similar age approached, seemingly searching for something. Yi Wentian found himself perplexed by the audacity of today's youth when the girl beneath the table suddenly recoiled. Quick, cover for me. Her voice echoed from beneath the table. Before Yi Wentian could process her request, he felt his legs being seized, abruptly pulling him to the ground. What is happening here? Yi Wentian exclaimed in exasperation. He attempted to reclaim his legs, but the girl beneath the table gripped his feet with surprising strength, akin to a vice, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the other girls, who were scanning the area, gradually approached. What are you doing? Yi Wentian glared at the girl beneath the table, his irritation rising. Be quiet. Do not speak, she commanded without lifting her head. Yi Wentian was infuriated, wishing to drag the girl from her hiding place and chastise her thoroughly. Such a girl deserved her due punishment. Hey? I distinctly saw her enter this place. How could she not be here? Are you sure you didn't TC wrong? No mistake. We followed her and saw her enter. Could she have hidden in the restroom? Let us go check. The group of girls conversed as they walked past Yi Wentian. Moments later, they retraced their steps. It was only after the girls had completely vanished from the CAF that the girl beneath the table released her grip on Yi Wentian's feet. Come up for a moment, she said, peering up from beneath the table. Up? Why should I? This position is rather comfortable, and I quite enjoy it. Yi Wentian now held the initiative. How could he easily let go of this youthful girl who harbored ulterior motives against him? The situation between them was exceedingly awkward. The table before Yi Wentian was surrounded by wooden panels on 3 sides, with only one gap left open, presumably to provide patrons with a comfortable space to stretch their legs. The girl found herself ensnared beneath this table, though she had contemplated alternative methods of escape, such as lifting the table to crawl out. However, upon attempting this, she discovered that the table was affixed to the floor with large screws, rendering it immovable. Who on earth designed this table? The girl exclaimed in frustration, striking the wooden panel beside her. Yi Wentian looked down at her with an air of superiority, a smug smile gracing his lips. So can you get out? If not, I could offer you a suggestion, he taunted. The girl lifted her gaze to Yi Wentian and inquired, what suggestion? He replied, apologize to me, and I shall make way for you to exit. What do you think of that idea? Apologize? The girl's expression changed instantly upon hearing his words. She looked up at him defiantly and retorted, why should I apologize to you? Yi Wentian chuckled, simply because you crawled under my table without my consent, because you plotted against me, and because you just tried to shield yourself by pressing down on my feet. How about that for a reason? Yi Wentian believed that his tone was stern and his demeanor authoritative. He even envisioned the girl trembling in fear at his words. Perhaps she was intimidated. He thought to himself with satisfaction. However, reality proved that he had greatly underestimated the youth of this era. After he finished speaking, the girl beneath the table not only displayed no sign of fear, but instead wore a smirk of derision. She shot Yi Wentian a disdainful glance and said, Hey, old man, please stop referring to yourself in such a manner. I can call myself whatever I like. You. Yi Wentian was about to respond when the girl continued. This table isn't yours, so why should it concern you that I'm under here? And me plotting against you? Huh. I've seen far greater storms than you. Why would I conspire against you? Yi Wentian's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on his old coffee. The audacity of today's youth was astounding. Observing Yi Wentian's astonished expression, the girl remarked, Old man, you're so out of touch. Hurry up and move. Snapping back to reality, Yi Wentian replied, I want to move. This is my spot, and I'll leave whenever I please. As he spoke, Yi Wentian began to hum a tune. While he hummed, he took out his phone and confidently declared, Let me have a go at this game first. The girl, irked, glared at him, her gaze suddenly falling between his legs. In that fleeting moment, a nefarious scheme dawned upon Yi Wentian. The girl smiled slightly and said to him, Are you truly unwilling to budge? Yi Wentian cast a dismissive glance her way and retorted, What of it? If I refuse to move, are you really going to devour me? Very well, the girl nodded. This is of your own making. With that, she produced her own phone and aimed it at Yi Wentian's body, throwing it with force. Ouch. Just as Yi Wentian was blissfully opening the game Honor of Kings, ready to indulge in a round, an unidentified object suddenly collided with him. In that instant, a wave of intense discomfort surged from his feet, enveloping his entire being. Chapter 201. The Trap. With a resounding clatter, Yi Wentian's phone tumbled onto the table. He clasped his hands over his lap, tightly crossed his legs, and leaned back against the sofa, his face flushed a deep crimson. Serves you right for your mischief. The girl successfully crawled out from beneath the table, casting an indignant glare at Yi Wentian as she spoke disdainfully. You. Yi Wentian, sprawled on the sofa, pointed a trembling finger at her. He yearned to reprimand her for her cruel antics, but as he opened his mouth, only gasps of air escaped, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent word. The girl settled onto the adjacent sofa, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Wentian before shaking her head. Stop with the you. I am Ji Xiaolan, and I have no intention of changing my name. Today, you shall assist me, and I am not one to forget a favor. I shall treat you to a meal. As she spoke, Ji Xiaolan snapped her fingers, prompting a nearby waiter to approach and politely inquire what she would like to order. Ji Xiaolan took the iPad from the waiter and began tapping away, cheerfully saying, Let's start with these. If we need more, I'll order again. 20 minutes later, having regained much of his composure, Yi Wentian and Ji Xiaolan moved to a window-side table, sitting across from one another. Yi Wentian's expression was somber, while Ji Xiaolan wore a carefree grin. Before them lay a table laden with an array of dishes, from ice cream to steak and bread, a veritable feast. Looking at Yi Wentian's face, which resembled the bottom of a pot, Ji Xiaolan remarked, I ask you, with so many dishes before us, will you eat or not? This is my first time treating someone, and once this opportunity passes, it may not come again. Yi Wentian glared coldly at Ji Xiaolan. He initially intended to respond, but after reconsidering, he resolved to channel his anger into appetite, thoroughly satisfying himself and economically exhausting his adversary. Without further ado, he seized the food before him and began to devour it ravenously. Ji Xiaolan watched, stunned into silence, before finally reacting and exclaiming, "Hey, are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" As Yi Wentian continued to eat, he glanced at her, witnessing the food vanish at an astonishing rate. Ji Xiaolan, no longer able to resist, rolled up her sleeves and joined the fray, plunging into the feast alongside him. The sight of them eating was nothing short of spectacular, captivating the attention of nearly everyone in the CAF. Once they had indulged to their heart's content, Ji Xiaolan reclined on the sofa, snapping her fingers again. The waiter approached, and with her eyes half closed, she commanded, "Bring the bill." The waiter, smiling, replied, "Certainly. Your total comes to 1,799 yuan. I'll round it down to 1,007. What? So much?" Ji Xiaolan exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she nearly sprang from the sofa. Stealing a glance at Yi Wentian, who was also patting his stomach with a look of satisfaction, her beautiful eyes darted around in disbelief. Suddenly, Ji Xiaolan extended her hand, pointing at Yi Wentian, exclaiming, "He pays." With that, the young beauty grabbed her bag and dashed away without a backward glance. Yi Wentian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing the commotion, only to see the girl already at the door. She waved at him and said, "Uncle, I'm so sorry. I didn't bring enough money today, but I'll treat you to a meal another day." With that, she pushed open the CAF door and bolted outside. Yi Wentian realized he had been tricked and was about to rise and pursue her when a server blocked his path. "Good day, sir. Your bill is 1,700 yuan. Thank you for your patronage." A wave of exasperation washed over Yi Wentian. He couldn't believe his misfortune, having been played by a young girl. It was too late to chase after her, and the server would not allow him to leave without settling the bill. Reluctantly, he clenched his teeth and paid the entire amount. That little brat better not cross my path again, he seethed inwardly. Exiting the CAF, Yi Wentian wandered aimlessly along the sidewalk, still brooding over the loss of 1,700 yuan. Once he left the bustling commercial district, the surroundings quickly grew quiet, with only the occasional car whizzing by. In this serene atmosphere, his mood began to settle somewhat. Just then, he suddenly heard a familiar exclamation. It was the voice of that very girl who had just swindled him out of his dinner money. Following the sound, Yi Wentian turned to look and, across the street on the sidewalk, he faintly spotted several figures. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern details that others might have missed. He crossed the street, heading towards the source of the voice, not out of a desire to meddle, but to ascertain whether he had indeed heard correctly. What if it truly was that wretched Ji Xiaolan? As he navigated the road and reached the sidewalk, he became acutely aware of a significant trait he had acquired post-transformation. He felt akin to a cat, able to see clearly even in the dark. The only difference was that his eyes did not glow like a beast's at night. Otherwise, he feared the populace might mistake him for a monster and end his life on the spot. From a distance of 4 or 5 meters away, Yi Wentian clearly saw a group of girls encircling another girl near a public restroom, with several boys standing nearby. It was evident that the girl being surrounded was none other than Ji Xiaolan, the very one who had tricked him out of his meal money. It appeared she had been caught by this group. Yi Wentian observed from a distance a surge of schadenfreude arising within him. He did not rush to intervene but stood back to discern what was unfolding. "What do you want from me?" Ji Xiaolan addressed the girls confronting her. One of the girls let out a sinister laugh and said, "What are you doing? You wretched creature, do you dare to covet my boyfriend? Today, I shall ensure you remember this." Ji Xiaolan chuckled lightly and replied, "I apologize, but my memory has never been particularly sharp, especially when it comes to the barks of a mutt. You dare to insult me as a dog." The girl who spoke was instantly enraged, and Yi Wentian, who was observing from a distance, nearly burst into laughter. He thought to himself, this girl seems either fearlessly reckless or somewhat unhinged, deliberately provoking her adversary in such a precarious situation. Does she not crave to avoid further trouble? Indeed, upon her outburst, the girl retorted with malice, "Ji Xiaolan, I shall strip you bare today and take pictures to post around the campus tomorrow, and we shall see if you dare to be so brazen again." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaolan's voice trembled slightly, though she feigned composure as she said, "Please, do not act recklessly. I will report this to the authorities." Is she truly a fool? Chapter 202. Let me go. Yi Wentian could no longer suppress the smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, "Now you know fear. Weren't you quite imposing just moments ago?" The girl who had spoken earlier chuckled, addressing Ji Xiaolan, we'll strip you of your dignity and leave the rest to Brother Gue. Rest assured, he will treat you well today." At this, Ji Xiaolan truly panicked. Suddenly, she dashed forward, breaking free from the encirclement of several girls. However, after just a couple of paces, she was intercepted by a few boys standing outside. "Let go of me," Ji Xiaolan cried out, struggling fiercely against the grip of two boys. Yet, being an ordinary girl, her strength was no match for theirs. "You filthy little thing." Trying to escape, several girls swiftly closed in, and the girl who had spoken earlier hurled an insult at Ji Xiaolan. Then came a sharp crack. The girl raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Ji Xiaolan's face. "I'll strip your clothes off right now," she declared, tearing at Ji Xiaolan's attire with a swift motion, exposing her smooth, fair shoulder. "That's too much." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan understood it was time for him to intervene. He strode towards Ji Xiaolan, calling out, "What are you all doing?" Hearing his voice, Ji Xiaolan, still held by the boys, recognized him and exerted all her strength, calling out desperately, "Uncle, come save me." The boys and girls who had been restraining her turned to gaze at Yi Wentian in surprise. "Who are you?" The girl who had spoken earlier asked bluntly as he approached. Yi Wentian pointed at Ji Xiaolan, stating, "I am her creditor." "A creditor?" The girl turned to Ji Xiaolan, then asked, "Does she owe you money?" "How much?" With a smile, Yi Wentian replied, 1,700 yuan. The girl burst into laughter, 1,700 yuan. Yi Wentian nodded, maintaining his smile. "Indeed, 1,700 yuan. The girl's eyes darted as she responded, "She probably doesn't have that much on her." "You might not get it back," Yi Wentian asserted. "Even if I don't get it back, I must still demand it." Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up with a mischievous idea. "Uncle, perhaps we should do this instead. Let us strip her down, and you can spend the night with her. She is still a virgin. 1,700 is worth it." Yuan thought to himself how cruel today's youth had become. How could such a matter be treated so lightly? Hearing the girl's suggestion, Ji Xiaolan grew frantic, struggling even more as she shouted at Yi Wentian, "Uncle, uncle, I have money. I can pay you." Yi Wentian turned to Ji Xiaolan, inquiring, "Do you really have money?" Ji Xiaolan nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grain, pleading, "I have money, it's all at home. If you take me back, I will get it for you." Yuan turned his head, smiling as he addressed the girl. "You see, she has the wealth to offer me, so I must take her with me." The girl retorted angrily, "How dare you? I have finally caught hold of this insufferable brat, and you think you can just take her away?" Yuan furrowed his brow and mimicked Ji Xiaolan's words from the CAF, saying, "Stop calling me old lady, you are but a tender sprout compared to me. I can call you old man in return." At that moment, Ji Xiaolan, who had been held by others, couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Yi Wentian glanced back at Ji Xiaolan, thinking that perhaps she was a bit simple-minded. His words, however, had no effect on the girl, who remained unimpressed. She pointed at Yi Wentian without hesitation and declared, "Uncle, your matters are yours alone and have nothing to do with me. Now that she is in our custody, I must attend to my affairs, so you'd best step aside." "Goodness, are the young ladies today so bold?" Yi Wentian was taken aback, then smiled gently at the girl, saying, "So, if that is the case, my matters are of no concern to you?" As he spoke, before the girl could respond, he swiftly moved to Ji Xiaolan's side. The two boys holding on to her had yet to react when Yi Wentian snatched Ji Xiaolan from their grasp. The girl, witnessing this, was incensed and shouted, "Ghost brother." The other boys quickly regained their composure and surrounded Yi Wentian and Ji Xiaolan. As Ji Xiaolan backed away, she asked Yi Wentian, "Uncle, can you fight?" Yi Wentian replied confidently, "Of course." Ji Xiaolan inquired, "How many can you take on at once?" Yi Wentian pondered for a moment before replying, "If it comes to it, taking on 10 or 8 should be no problem." No sooner had he spoken than one of the approaching boys sneered, "Uncle, you really are full of hot air. 10 or 8. Do you think you are it, man? It would be wise to hand her over to us. Otherwise, my friends have varying degrees of strength." "Indeed, uncle. We are all minors. You should think carefully. If we happen to beat you to death, it would be for nothing." Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Really? You can be so brazen just because you're minors?" The boy grinned with pride, asking, "What's the matter? Are you scared? Are you ready?" Yi Wentian asked Ji Xiaolan. She paused, instinctively replying, "Ready for what? What a silly girl." After saying this, Yi Wentian grabbed Ji Xiaolan and turned to dash outside. Seeing him attempt to flee, the boys shouted and chased after them. There were hardly any people around, but Yi Wentian, holding Ji Xiaolan's hand, was clearly not running very fast. "Uncle, they're about to catch up with us." Ji Xiaolan panted. Yi Wentian glanced back, shook his head, and muttered, "What a hassle." With that, he suddenly pulled Ji Xiaolan with great force, lifting her off the ground. "Ah!" she exclaimed. Ji Xiaolan exclaimed as she found herself enveloped in Yi Wentian's embrace. Holding her close, Yi Wentian accelerated, his legs propelling them forward with remarkable speed, resembling a small train racing along the highway, swiftly disappearing around the corner. After what felt like an eternity, once Yi Wentian was certain they had evaded their youthful pursuers, he gently set Ji Xiaolan down. "Uncle, you are truly incredible," Ji Xiaolan remarked, her cheeks flushed and her expression brimming with excitement. Yi Wentian, catching his breath with his hands on his knees, lifted his gaze to meet hers, retorting, "Enough chit-chat, repay me." Ji Xiaolan regarded Yi Wentian with disdain, reproaching him. "Why are you like this? It's just a little over 1,000 yuan. Must you pursue it so insistently? How stingy." "Huh? Am I stingy?" Chapter 203. Drawing the bamboo slip, Yi Wentian felt as if his nose might be crooked with disbelief. Has the world become filled with the affluent? 1,700 yuan is hardly a trifling sum. Ji Xiaolan, observing Yi Wentian's bewildered expression, continued to shake her head in disdain and remarked, all right, just take me home, and I will pay you." What a reasonable statement. Yi Wentian regained his composure and replied, "You, as a child, do not understand the value of money. When you grow up..." Enough. Hearing Yi Wentian's lecture, Ji Xiaolan suddenly became quite impatient. She waved her hand, effectively silencing the remainder of his words. Yi Wentian hailed a taxi, covering the fare to take Ji Xiaolan back to her home. They ascended the stairs together until they reached her doorstep. "Wait a moment. I will go inside and fetch your money." Ji Xiaolan turned to him and said. Yi Wentian nodded, watching as she entered her home. After a brief while, she emerged, handing him the money while apologizing. "I'm sorry, this is all I have at the moment. Once my mother returns, I will transfer the rest to you." Yi Wentian noticed a sudden dip in Ji Xiaolan's spirits and pondered for a moment before saying, "There's no need. You can give it to me all at once when you have it." Ji Xiaolan glanced at him, retrieved the money, and then pulled out her phone. "All right, let me add you on WeChat, and I will transfer the money to you later." Yi Wentian nodded, and they exchanged WeChat information. "Are you all right?" Before departing, Yi Wentian turned back to inquire. Ji Xiaolan remained silent, merely waving her hand at him. From her expression, he could tell that she was quite dispirited. "Make sure to rest early and avoid wandering around. Those people may not know where you live," Yi Wentian added, perhaps a bit too candidly. Ji Xiaolan nodded, then shook her head, disregarding him as she entered her home and firmly shut the door. "Well, it seems I have been dismissed." Yi Wentian chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he entered the elevator. After a long and exhausting evening, Yi Wentian finally returned home. After indulging in a hot shower, he collapsed onto his bed. His spirits remained high, and he surmised that sleep would elude him for a while. He suddenly recalled that after vanquishing those 2 snake demons, he seemed to have obtained something quite extraordinary. Since sleep was not forthcoming, he thought it would be prudent to investigate further. Thus, Yi Wentian closed his eyes, and the system re-emerged in his mind. Earlier, his thoughts had been interrupted by Ji Xiaolan, and he had not fully absorbed the rewards the system had presented. Now, he intended to examine them thoroughly. After a thorough examination, Yi Wentian discerned the rewards he had obtained. In simple terms, he received 2 serpent skins and 2 rather inconsequential demon cores. The sole item that piqued his interest was the 3rd reward, a grand lucky draw wheel. How delightful! This contraption seemed remarkably novel. Yi Wentian extracted the lucky draw wheel from the system, surveying it with a beaming smile. However, he soon realized that this wheel differed fundamentally from ordinary ones. Its prizes were shrouded in secrecy. Each prize was obscured beneath a veil of mist, leaving Yi Wentian utterly unaware of what lay hidden beneath. The only publicly visible elements on the wheel were a prominent red pointer and the bold inscription, "Start Drawing," at its center. Oh, and there was also a small line beside the wheel stating, "Remaining draws, 3. Upon reading this, Yi Wentian's spirits soared. Regardless of the enigmatic nature of the prizes, he now possessed 3 opportunities to test his luck. Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed the Start Drawing button. The wheel began to spin, gaining momentum with each passing moment. After a brief interval, Yi Wentian softly uttered, "Stop." The wheel gradually decelerated. When it finally came to a halt, the pointer landed on one of the mist-enshrouded sections. What could it be? A celestial elixir? A martial technique? Perhaps a reward in the form of a fairy to warm his bed? Yi Wentian's imagination began to run wild. As the mist slowly dissipated, the content of the prize came into view. "Thank you for participating." What the hell? Yi Wentian felt a surge of indignation, nearly choking on his frustration. How could there be a prize that simply conveyed gratitude for participation? Could such a thing even be deemed a prize? This treacherous system had already robbed him of his resources, and now it sought to undermine his spirit. Yi Wentian directed a tirade of curses toward the dark void, venting his ire at the system. After expelling his frustrations, he clicked Start Drawing once more. The wheel spun again, and predictably, the outcome was the same. Thank you for participating. Ding. Your drawing opportunities have been exhausted. To continue drawing, it costs 10 points per attempt. At this point, Yuan was utterly incensed. What a blatant scam. 3 chances awarded, each resulting in the same insipid phrase. And now they expected him to expend even more points for another draw? Did they take him for a fool? If they intended to bait him, they could at least provide some enticing bait. After a vehement outburst of righteous indignation, Yuan clicked Start Drawing once again. Damn it. He refused to accept defeat. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. 30 points vanished in an instant, leaving Yuan feeling as though a legion of furious alpacas had surged through his mind. Was this some sort of cruel joke? If he were to engage in a lucky draw, he might as well summon an entire feast of 18 arhut skewers for their amusement. In a moment of exasperation, Yuan grumbled to himself, pondering the absurdity of his situation. What are the odds of encountering this doggone thank you for participating again? Is my face truly darker than the bottom of a pot? Despite his complaints, he felt a deep reluctance to cease his efforts after investing such a significant amount. After some contemplation, he clenched his teeth and resolutely clicked the button to initiate the lottery once more. This was his final chance. Should he fail, he would be left destitute, reduced to a state of utter poverty. As the wheel began to spin, Yuan shouted stop without hesitation. This time, as the mist began to clear, he was astonished to find before him not the dreaded thank you for participating, but rather a scroll of bamboo. A sigh of relief escaped him as the weight that had lodged in his throat finally settled in his stomach. It mattered little what the prize was, as long as it was not that dreaded phrase. Had he encountered it once more, he could not guarantee his reaction would remain civil. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a prize, which has been deposited into your storage box. Please check your inventory. Chapter 204. The peculiar mother and daughter. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Yuan promptly opened his storage box. Indeed, the scroll lay quietly within the compartment. He retrieved the scroll, unfurling it to reveal a series of bizarre characters resembling tadpoles. This sight reminded Yuan of the tadpole script from the heroic journey. However, what perplexed him was that, despite having never encountered these characters before, their meanings were clear to him. He softly recited the title at the beginning of the scroll, The Celestial Treasure Mirror. What on earth is this? It sounds rather grand. Just as Yuan prepared to delve further, the scroll suddenly emitted a faint golden light. The tadpole characters seemed to animate, floating out from the scroll and swiftly diving into Yuan's body. The unexpected occurrence startled him, prompting an instinctive attempt to evade. Yet, the speed of the tadpoles was astonishing, their shimmering forms cascading over him like a gentle rain. An indescribable warmth surged from every pore, engulfing him in a sensation akin to being cast into a roaring furnace. Ah! Yuan exclaimed, jolting awake in bed, his eyes flying open as he sat up abruptly. The system was gone, the golden tadpoles had vanished, and the burning sensation had dissipated. The moonlight outside was resplendent, spilling silvery beams into the room, while a gentle breeze wafted in, bringing a refreshing coolness that suggested his recent ordeal might have been merely a dream. Attempting to access the system once more, he was met with the message that it was undergoing maintenance and upgrades. What the hell? Still under maintenance? Will there be different versions in the future? Yuan couldn't help but grumble, then collapsed back onto the bed. It was not that he wished to sleep. Rather, an inexplicable wave of drowsiness had overtaken him, akin to being slipped a dose of somnolent powder. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of snoring, as Yuan succumbed to slumber. After some time, the bright moon had unknowingly crept to the window, its silvery light illuminating the entire room as if it were day. The moonlight cascaded onto the bed, enveloping the sleeping Yuan completely. Had he been awake in that moment, he would have been utterly astonished by his own condition. His form appeared translucent, with countless golden specks within his body, interconnected by delicate silver threads. Outside, the moonlight flowed into him like a brook winding through a mountain gorge, quietly streaming through the myriad tiny openings. Unbeknownst to anyone, Yuan's body was undergoing a profound transformation. He felt as if he were lost in a dream, where his dream self floated amidst a vast expanse of starry cosmos. However, unlike the familiar starry sky one usually gazes upon, each star here radiates a golden hue, interconnected by shimmering silver threads. Upon closer inspection, Yuan realizes that these so-called threads are, in fact, flowing rivers. These rivers cascade from one star to another, and he wonders whether they will endlessly flow onward or eventually return to a specific point, completing a full cycle. In any case, when Yuan opens his eyes once more, the sky outside has brightened significantly. Lying in bed, he gazes out the window to find a sunlit, cloudless expanse, a rare sight in contemporary Huaxia. He picks up his phone and notices several unread messages on the screen. After unlocking it, he discovers that apart from 2 reminders from his service provider regarding his phone bill, the rest are messages from acquaintances. The first is from Lin Kaching, informing him that she has finished tidying up her room and that her mother has invited him over for dinner that evening. The second message is from Yang Xiao, cautioning Yi Wentian about missing class again today and reminding him to attend the afternoon's rehearsal for the exchange meeting. The third message is from Zhang Muqing, who mentions an important task requiring her presence in another province for at least a week, possibly up to a month, urging Yi Wentian to wait patiently for her return. After reading these texts, Yi Wentian notices an unfamiliar number has sent him a message. Upon opening it, he finds it is from someone claiming to be the mother of Ji Xiaolan, inquiring if he is available to meet today. The mere mention of Ji Xiaolan conjures images of that quirky girl, leaving Yi Wentian curious as to why her mother would wish to see him. His first thought is that Ji Xiaolan might have requested money from her mother, prompting her to seek him out for clarity. The prospect of having to reason with a woman sends a wave of unease through him. Thus, Yi Wentian decides to send a message to Ji Xiaolan, asking her what the matter is. However, after half a day without a response, he begins to feel perplexed and sends a video message, yet still receives no reply. This situation strikes him as odd. Could something have gone awry? As this thought crosses his mind, he recalls Ji Xiaolan's deeply dejected expression from the previous night, which bore hints of despair. Panic sets in as he repeatedly attempts to contact her via WeChat video and voice calls. But it is as if his efforts have vanished into thin air, yielding no response whatsoever. With this in mind, the only option left for Yi Wentian is to personally investigate what has transpired. Resolutely, he dials Ji Xiaolan's mother, only to be taken aback when the call disconnects after merely 3 rings. What on earth does this mean? Are the 2 of them conspiring to toy with him? They must have too much time on their hands. Yi Wentian inwardly lamented as he received a message from Ji Xiaolan's mother, stating that they were to meet at the Elizabeth Western Restaurant at 10:30. The Elizabeth Western Restaurant. Yi Wentian swore he had never heard of such a name before. He pulled out his phone to consult the map, only to discover that the restaurant was located on the opposite side of the city, precisely diagonally across from his residence. Goodness, the fare alone would likely amount to $100 or so. He pondered whether Ji Xiaolan's mother would reimburse him, regardless of that uncertainty. Yi Wentian knew he had to rush over to clarify matters. The moment he recalled Ji Xiaolan's gaze as he departed the night before, his heart inexplicably leapt into his throat. Chapter 205. So you are here if a blossoming young girl were to wither away. Yi Wentian felt that he would undoubtedly bear an immense burden of guilt within his heart. Thus, he swiftly tidied up his bedroom. Just as he opened the door, he spotted Qian Waner at the entrance, holding a key and preparing to unlock the door. Yi Wentian, aren't you going to school? Upon seeing him, Qian Waner momentarily froze before speaking. As Yi Wentian stepped out, he replied, I'll head to school in the afternoon. I just have some matters to attend to right now. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already vanished into the corridor. Qian Waner, perplexed, pondered his sudden disappearance for a while before muttering to herself, he must be off to see one of his women again. Upon leaving the community, Yi Wentian hailed a taxi, directing the driver straight to the Elizabeth Western Restaurant. Fortunately, the establishment seemed to hold some renown, and the driver took a full 40 minutes to arrive. Uncle, over here. As he alighted from the cab, Yi Wentian heard the familiar voice of Ji Xiaolan. Turning around, he saw 2 women standing at the entrance of the restaurant, one of whom was indeed Ji Xiaolan. At that moment, Yi Wentian's heart settled. His greatest fear had seemingly not come to pass. Uncle, you're so slow. I've been waiting for you for over 10 minutes. Ji Xiaolan complained with a reluctant pout as he approached. Yi Wentian chuckled. I couldn't help it. My place is quite far from here, and I got caught in traffic. Ji Xiaolan looked at him with a teasing expression. Uncle, my mom always says that overtime and traffic jams are just excuses men use to deceive women. Caught off guard by the girl's words, Yi Wentian was momentarily speechless. Lan, don't talk nonsense, interjected the woman standing beside Ji Xiaolan. Hello, I'm Ji Yun, Lan's mother. Ji Yun? Ji Xiaolan? Yi Wentian was taken aback, wondering if this mother-daughter duo were ardent fans of Ji Xiaolan, as their names could easily lead to misunderstandings. Hello, I'm Yi Wentian. May I ask what brings you here? He inquired with a smile directed at Ji Yun. Ji Yun, as Ji Xiaolan's mother, appeared remarkably well-preserved. Had it not been for the unique aura of a 30-something woman, many might mistake them for sisters at first glance. With a smile, Ji Yun shook Yi Wentian's hand and suggested, let us go inside and sit down to talk. Yi Wentian nodded, following the mother and daughter into the restaurant. Once seated, Ji Xiaolan fixed her large eyes on Yi Wentian and exclaimed, Uncle, What would you like to eat? Today, my mom is treating you, so feel free to indulge and make sure to take full advantage of her generosity. Yuan felt two black lines appear on his forehead, chuckling as he replied, You truly are your mother's daughter. Ji Xiaolan shot a glare at Yuan and said, I am doing this for your own good. Yuan rolled his eyes at Ji Xiaolan and replied with a smile, Should I thank you for that, then? Just as the tension between the man and woman was about to escalate, Ji Yun, sitting beside Ji Xiaolan, interjected, Mr. Luo, are you still attending school? Yuan nodded and replied, Yes, I am still in university, currently a sophomore. Ji Yun nodded in acknowledgement, calling over the waiter to place their orders, while she continued. So, Mr. Luo, do you participate in any part-time jobs? Perhaps tutoring or work-study programs? Yuan shook his head and said, Not at the moment. I've been quite busy lately, so I haven't had the chance. However, our school is hosting an exchange event, and I believe I have a performance there. Uncle, you're performing? What will you be showcasing? Ji Xiaolan asked, slurping the juice that the waiter had just brought. Yuan pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, Breaking stones with my chest. What? Breaking stones with your chest? Ji Xiaolan's eyes widened, nearly causing her to spit out her drink. Uncle, are you joking? With your physique? How could you possibly perform that? Aren't you afraid you might end up injured? Lan, what nonsense are you spouting? Ji Yun lightly tapped Ji Xiaolan on the head and then turned to Yuan with an apologetic expression, saying, Mr. Luo, please excuse her. She is just a child and doesn't he understand? Yuan shook his head, indicating that he was unbothered by it. After all, why would he hold a grudge against a young girl? After a moment's thought, Yuan asked, You called me here for a reason, didn't you? Ji Yun glanced at Ji Xiaolan, who blurted out, My mom wants you to be my tutor. Upon hearing this, Yuan was taken aback. He turned to Ji Yun, who nodded in affirmation and said, Mr. Luo, that is indeed my intention. We can discuss the compensation. Yuan was momentarily at a loss, pondering the situation. He had only known Ji Xiaolan for one evening, and now they were suggesting he become her tutor? Just then, an incongruous voice rang out in the restaurant. Wife, daughter. So this is where you are. The sudden shout broke the previously tranquil atmosphere of the Western restaurant, drawing the attention of all diners towards the entrance. Yuan turned to look as well. Standing at the door was a middle-aged man, dressed in a rather careless manner, giving off an impression of being less than reputable. After shouting, he made his way directly towards Yuan and the two women. Yuan turned back to see a clear expression of distaste on Ji Yun and Ji Xiaolan's faces. However, recognizing that this was a family matter, he decided it was best to observe the unfolding situation. The middle-aged man approached the table where Yuan and the others were seated. And it was then that Yuan noticed he had his hair styled in a ponytail. The ponytailed man stood before the table, grinning as he looked at Ji Yun and her daughter Ji Xiaolan, and said, My dear wife, my daughter, you have made me search high and low for you. Before Ji Yun could respond, Ji Xiaolan abruptly rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the ponytailed man, her voice laced with fury. Ma Wei, I warn you. If you continue to harass my mother, I will call the police. Ma Wei. Yuan nearly spat out the juice he had just swallowed. Could it be that this man had intentionally styled his hair in a ponytail simply because his name was Ma Wei? Ma Wei, still smiling, turned to Ji Xiaolan and said, My dear daughter, is this how you speak to your father? Isn't it wonderful for our family to be reunited? Ji Xiaolan retorted with a scornful laugh. Pa, who wants to reunite with you? If you don't leave, we will indeed call the police. Chapter 206. Forced to take action. As she spoke, Ji Xiaolan dramatically pulled out her mobile phone, feigning the intention to call the police. Ma Wei, dismissing Ji Xiaolan, turned his attention to Ji Yun, smiling as he addressed her. My dear wife, our daughter has gone too far. Even I, her father, cannot manage her. Ji Yun turned her head away, her expression having evolved from disdain to outright disgust. With a voice as cold as ice, she replied, Ma Wei, Lan is my daughter, and she has nothing to do with you. Our relationship is non-existent, so I hope you refrain from disturbing me further, or I will have Lan call the police. Ji Xiaolan acknowledged her mother's words and truly began dialing the emergency number. Quick as lightning, Ma Wei seized Ji Xiaolan's hand, snatching the phone from her grasp. At this moment, Yuan felt compelled to intervene, yet he was torn, uncertain whether to involve himself in what was clearly a domestic dispute. As Yuan wrestled with his dilemma, Ma Wei, holding the phone he had wrested from Ji Xiaolan, chuckled and said, Oh, my dear daughter, have you changed phones again? Not even a hint of filial piety to buy your father a new one. Ji Xiaolan's face turned an alarming shade of green with anger as she glared at Ma Wei, demanding, Give it back to me. With a grin, Ma Wei nonchalantly pocketed the phone and then shifted his gaze toward Yuan, who was seated across from the mother and daughter. Who is this young man? Ma Wei mused, eyeing Yi Wentian with a smile. Brother, I'm Ma Wei, the man in their lives. If there's anything you wish to discuss, I'm all ears. Yi Wentian regarded Ma Wei with a steady glance, remaining seated on the sofa without moving. It seemed that Ma Wei was accustomed to such confrontations. He turned to Ji Yun, saying, Dear, what is this fellow doing here? Did you find a stepfather for our daughter? Ma Wei, you have gone too far. Ji Yun snapped, whirling around to glare at him. I will say this once more. I have no connection to you. I am calling the police to handle this matter. As she spoke, Ji Yun reached into her bag for her phone to make the call, but Ma Wei suddenly snatched her bag away. Just then, several menacing-looking figures surged into the restaurant from outside, startling everyone present. The patrons of the restaurant stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Observing the situation, Yi Wentian realized that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. Ma Wei turned to Yi Wentian, maintaining a smile. Brother, this situation does not concern you. Perhaps it would be wise for you to leave for now. Once I have calmed my wife and daughter, we can arrange another meeting. With that, Ma Wei produced a wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it onto the table before Yi Wentian. The stack appeared to be several thousand yuan, yet he did not reach for it. Hey, are you deaf or what? A burly man beside him shoved Yi Wentian forcefully, raising his voice. Fine, I'll take my leave. Yi Wentian spoke as he picked up the money on the table and stood up. Upon seeing Yi Wentian about to leave, Ji Yun and her daughter Ji Xiaolan widened their eyes in alarm. Yi Wentian had become their sole beacon of hope. If he departed, they would truly be at the mercy of fate. Uncle, are you leaving? Ji Xiaolan inquired, her sparkling eyes glimmering with concern. With a cheerful smile, Yi Wentian replied, Indeed. It is too noisy here. Let us dine elsewhere. The meal is on me. He waved the bundle of cash in his hand. Ma Wei's expression soured immediately. He glared at Yi Wentian and said, Brother, mind your own business, or you might not even know how you perished. Yi Wentian chuckled. I don't know, but do you? Ma Wei's anger flared as he sneered. This insolent youth dared to jest in such a situation. He glared at Yi Wentian, gritting his teeth. Take the money and get lost, or there won't be enough left for your medical expenses. As he spoke, a burly man beside Ma Wei seized Yi Wentian by the collar and yanked him upwards with force. What is this? Are you intending to resort to violence? Yi Wentian smiled nonchalantly at Ma Wei, his expression unperturbed. Ma Wei grinned menacingly. Kid, I'm giving you a chance, scram now. Or you won't be able to leave at all. Yi Wentian shook his head lightly and replied with a smile. I can't leave. I am Lanlan's tutor, and it is my duty to ensure her safety. You are right. It would be best for you to leave quickly, or you might find it difficult to depart later. You dare threaten me? Ma Wei glowered at Yi Wentian. With your small stature, you think you can act tough? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Yi Wentian responded with a grin. You are not the first to speak to me in such a manner. What? Ma Wei was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, Yi Wentian grasped the wrist of the burly man holding his collar. The man instinctively tried to retract his hand, only to find he could not. The expression on his face shifted dramatically, and as he prepared to exert force, Yi Wentian was quicker. With a swift turn, Yi Wentian's shoulder collided with the man's chest. The burly man felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle, finding it difficult to breathe. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, Yi Wentian executed a flawless shoulder throw. The burly man felt the world tilt, yet he did not fly away. Instead, under Yi Wentian's command, he fell from behind to right in front of him. With a thud, as the burly man landed, Yi Wentian added an elbow strike, causing the man to spit out bile, leaving him gasping on the floor. My goodness! Witnessing this scene, everyone in the CAF was left astounded. Yi Wentian's technique was clean and efficient, executed in less than 3 seconds, akin to the prowess of martial arts masters in blockbuster films. Certainly, the most thrilling moment was undoubtedly experienced by Ji Xiaolan. This young girl, upon witnessing Yi Wentian effortlessly subdue a burly man in just a few moves, reacted as if she were a starstruck girl encountering Li Han or Zhang Yifan, exclaiming in awe, Wow, uncle, you are truly impressive. Could you possibly teach me? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Yi Wentian. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned 1 point. The sound of the system echoed in Yi Wentian's mind. A voice he felt he hadn't heard in quite some time. He turned to glance at Ma Wei and the other muscular men beside him. In his eyes, they were merely moving targets. Kid, are you really not afraid of death? Ma Wei was taken aback that Yi Wentian dared to act, and even more surprised by the swiftness with which he executed his moves. Now, standing before him with a broad smile, Ma Wei found himself feeling somewhat anxious. Yi Wentian, still grinning at Ma Wei, said, So what do you think? Didn't I just tell you to scram? Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. You didn't believe me then, but do you believe me now? Chapter 207. Pleading for mercy. Ma Wei glanced down at his fallen comrade, still gasping for breath with no signs of recovery. Brother, it's too cramped here. We can't unleash our full potential. Let him out, and we'll take care of him, a burly man whispered in Ma Wei's ear. Nodding in agreement, Ma Wei realized the truth in his companion's words. The confined space hindered their abilities. He turned to Yi Wentian and proposed, if you have the courage, let us settle this outside. Yi Wentian replied with a nod, certainly. But you must first return Lan Lan and her mother's belongings. Ma Wei scoffed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. What if I refuse? Yi Wentian replied nonchalantly. Then you might find it difficult to leave this establishment. Ma Wei's expression twitched momentarily as the burly man called out, brother. Fine, kid. Soon you'll learn the meaning of defeat, Ma Wei retorted, pulling out Ji Xiaolan's phone from his pocket and placing it alongside Ji Yun's bag on the table. You all wait here. I'll be back shortly. As Yi Wentian turned and led the way outside the restaurant, he glanced back at Ji Xiaolan and her mother. Ma Wei, with a wicked grin, directed his words at Ji Yun. You foul woman, once I deal with that kid, I'll return to handle you. With that, he too exited the premises. Lan Lan, shouldn't we call the police? Ji Yun anxiously suggested, peering towards the entrance. No need, Mom. I assure you. Uncle will take them all down, Ji Xiaolan replied, her face alight with excitement. Ji Yun, puzzled, asked, why are you so confident in him? Did you not see how many there are? Scoffing dismissively, Ji Xiaolan asserted, what does their number matter? Uncle can definitely defeat them. You stay here. I'm going to check it out. Without waiting for a response, she dashed outside. Lan Lan, Ji Yun called after her, but Ji Xiaolan didn't look back. With no choice, Ji Yun quickly grabbed her bag and followed. Yi Wentian led the way out of the Western restaurant, closely followed by Ma Wei and his subordinates. Yi Wentian didn't venture far, stopping in a vacant area in front of the parking lot. It was midday. The sun hung high, casting glaring rays upon them. Ma Wei approached Yi Wentian slowly, his burly companions encircling him. With a sinister grin, Ma Wei taunted, do you truly believe you can take us all on? Yi Wentian chuckled softly, why shouldn't I? A large man sneered, kid, it seems you're truly unaware of what defeat means. Yi Wentian responded with surprise. You're right. I genuinely don't know how to write the character for death. I'll need your assistance with that shortly. Arrogant. The previously speaking man could no longer contain himself upon hearing Yi Wentian's audacious words, letting out a roar as he lunged forward. As the burly man made his move, it served as a signal for Ma Wei and the others. Without further ado, they surged forward, intending to overwhelm Yi Wentian with sheer numbers. Yi Wentian chuckled softly, shaking his head as the first of the strongmen approached him. Die, the man sneered, swinging his fist towards Yi Wentian's left cheek. Just as the punch was about to land, the burly fellow unexpectedly twisted his wrist, producing a short knife, or perhaps a dagger, from seemingly nowhere. Yi Wentian paused momentarily, realizing that these men were prepared to fight to the death. Without hesitation, he seized the man's wrist, leaving the assailant momentarily stunned and unable to withdraw. Just as before, he had no chance. Bam! Yi Wentian delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, causing him to soar into the air, helplessly propelled backwards. Thud! The burly man fell flat on his back. And it must be said that Yi Wentian's kick was indeed formidable. Yet, the man was not entirely incapacitated, gritting his teeth against the pain. He attempted to rise for another round, only to be astonished by the scene that unfolded before him. His compatriots, who had charged in behind him, were being dispatched one by this young man, each met with a punch or a kick. Ma Wei fared the worst. Yi Wentian twisted his arm and delivered a kick to his backside, sending him crashing forward and landing in a heap, likely with a disfigured face. In less than a minute, Yi Wentian had concluded the entire skirmish. He turned to face the only remaining standing strongman, smiled, and said, come on. Clang. The dagger slipped from the man's grasp and clattered to the ground as he buckled at the knees, collapsing in submission. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained 1 point. The system's notifications echoed, each merely 1 point, indicating that these individuals were no more than petty thieves. Seeing the man kneeling, Yi Wentian paid him no mind and walked directly towards Ma Wei, who lay sprawled on the ground. Yi Wentian nudged him with his foot and said, hey, are you dead? If not, get up. Though Ma Wei felt as if his body were falling apart, he knew he had to rise at once upon hearing Yi Wentian's words. This fellow was terrifying, almost inhuman. Big brother, please forgive me. I promise I will never disturb her and her daughter again. Ma Wei pleaded, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, even attempting to embrace Yi Wentian's leg. However, upon witnessing Ma Wei's pitiful state, Yi Wentian decisively kicked him, sending him tumbling. Write 1,000 death characters here. You may not leave until you have done so, Yi Wentian commanded. Looking down at Ma Wei. Yes, 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 Ma Wei nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. When Ji Xiaolan arrived, she was astonished to find that the battle had already concluded, with Ma Wei and several burly men sprawled across the parking lot, wielding brushes as they wrote something. Oh my, uncle, did you do all of this? Ji Xiaolan rushed to Yi Wentian's side, her face a picture of astonishment. At that moment, Ji Yin also hurried over, having already dialed the emergency number, only to find that there was no need for it at all. My goodness, is this truly human? Ji Yin pondered silently in her heart. Yi Wentian chuckled and said, a perfectly good lunch has been disrupted by them. Let us change venues for our meal. It's on me. As he spoke, he waved a bundle of cash in his hand, which he had received from Ma Wei earlier. Half an hour later, Yi Wentian and the Ji mother-daughter duo found themselves seated in another Chinese restaurant. Although this place lacked the tranquility of a Western dining establishment, it exuded a unique culinary ambience characteristic of Huaxia. Here, Yi Wentian felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 208. The performance after ordering a lavish spread. Yi Wentian turned to Ji Yun and said, Ms. Ji, regarding your earlier suggestion for me to tutor your daughter, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept. Before Ji Yun could respond, Ji Xiaolan immediately expressed her discontent, pouting as she addressed Yi Wentian. Why not? Yi Wentian chuckled softly, replying, the reason is quite simple. I am not performing well academically. This semester, I have scarcely attended class. Originally, Yi Wentian believed this would dissuade Ji Yun from pursuing his assistance with Ji Xiaolan's studies, but to his surprise, Ji Yun smiled and said, that is of no concern. Mr. Luo, you need not worry about Lanlin's studies. I merely hope you can spend a couple of weekends with her for leisure. Yi Wentian was taken aback. Wasn't this meant to be about tutoring? Why had it shifted to companionship? Ji Xiaolan, brimming with confidence, interjected, let me assure you, I am quite confident in my academic performance. What do you mean by this? Yi Wentian inquired, puzzled. Shouldn't it be your duty as her mother to spend time with her on weekends? At this, Ji Yin appeared somewhat awkward. Ji Xiaolan glanced at her mother and remarked, well, she is either in meetings or on business trips all day. When does she have time to look after me? Yi Wentian found himself at a loss for words. Ji Yun then said to him, Mr. Luo, I sincerely hope you will consider this position. As for compensation, how does 500 yuan per day sound? 500 yuan was indeed a generous offer for a university student's part-time job. However, after some contemplation, Yi Wentian replied, I am truly sorry, Ms. Ji, but I cannot accept this position. Why not? Both mother and daughter asked in unison, surprised by his refusal. Yi Wentian pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. It is the responsibility of parents to spend time with their children. Such roles cannot simply be delegated to another. With all due respect, Ms. Ji, judging by your financial means, I believe you are not lacking in resources. Why not allocate some time for your daughter? At this, Ji Yun was momentarily rendered speechless. The conversation had reached an impasse, and continuing to dine felt awkward for all. Thus, Yi Wentian stood up and said, I suggest you reflect on what truly matters, work or family. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he added, by the way, should that individual named Ma Wei disturb you again, please do not hesitate to call me. I will take full responsibility for the matter. I must leave now, as I have a rehearsal to attend. Having said this, Yi Wentian glanced at the bewildered mother and daughter before departing the restaurant. Upon returning to school via taxi, Yi Wentian intended to grab a bite at the cafeteria. Reflecting on his rebirth, he realized he had yet to dine there, since it was already past 1 o'clock. Most students had finished their meals, leaving the cafeteria relatively empty. After perusing several counters, he finally stopped at the entrance of the rice bowl station. Upon raising his gaze, Yi Wentian noticed something peculiar. The menu in the cafeteria featured 2 intriguingly named rice dishes in the first row. One was titled potato braised beef rice, while the other was called beef braised potato rice. What could possibly differentiate them? As he pondered this, a student happened to walk by, carrying a portion of one of the dishes. Yi Wentian called out, Excuse me, fellow student, may I pose a question? The student paused and glanced at Yi Wentian, replying, What question do you have? With a smile, Yi Wentian inquired, Could you enlighten me on the distinction between beef braised potato rice and potato braised beef rice? Why is the former priced 2 yuan higher? The student observed Yi Wentian for a moment before pointing to his dish, stating, This one is potato braised beef rice. Yi Wentian took a glance, noting that the rice was predominantly adorned with potatoes, with no trace of beef in sight. Just then, another female student approached with her meal, and the student gestured towards her dish, saying, That is beef braised potato rice. Yi Wentian followed the direction of the student's finger, and in an instant, he comprehended the subtlety. The so-called potato braised beef rice was devoid of any beef, whereas the beef braised potato rice indeed featured a few pieces of beef, which explained the 2 yuan price difference. Thank you, I understand now. Yi Wentian expressed his gratitude to the student before proceeding to the counter to order a serving of beef braised potato rice. The cafeteria was not overly crowded, allowing Yi Wentian to swiftly find a place to sit with his meal. Just as he settled down, a familiar voice reached his ears. He turned to see Yang Xiao standing before him with her meal, accompanied by several girls whom Yi Wentian did not recognize. Hello, class monitor. Yi Wentian greeted Yang Xiao with a cheerful smile. Yang Xiao took a seat across from him, while the other girls settled beside her. What brings you here for a meal? Yang Xiao regarded Yi Wentian with an expression akin to that of observing a rare creature. Yi Wentian chuckled. I'm a student too. Is it so unusual to dine in my own cafeteria? No sooner had he spoken than he overheard the whispers of the girls beside Yang Xiao, remarking, so that is Yi Wentian, the celebrity of our school. Doesn't he seem particularly special? I expected him to have an extra hand or leg. No extra hand, but I can assure you he has more legs than you. Where? Though their discussions were hushed, the proximity made it impossible for Yi Wentian not to catch most of their words, causing him to feel a surge of frustration. Goodness, Yang Xiao, who are these people? What do they mean by a third leg? When did you start associating with this group of girls? Yang Xiao looked at Yi Wentian and asked, You haven't forgotten about this afternoon's rehearsal, have you? Yi Wentian nodded and replied, Of course not. I originally planned to head to the auditorium right after dinner. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment and then asked, Have you prepared your performance? Performance? Yi Wentian was slightly taken aback. He could not recall any performance he was supposed to take part in. Observing Yi Wentian's expression, Yang Xiao realized without a doubt that he had completely forgotten about his own performance. She then reassured him, It's all right. I have already signed you up for your act. Yi Wentian, bewildered, looked at Yang Xiao and inquired, You signed me up? When? For what performance? How come I was not informed? Yang Xiao reflected for a moment and replied, It was a couple of days ago. I mentioned signing you up for breaking stones with one's chest, and you said to go ahead. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's words, Yi Wentian nearly spat blood in shock, raising his head to look at her with a face full of astonishment. Class monitor. You truly signed me up for breaking stones with one's chest. Chapter 209, The Eldest Disciple Indeed. Yang Xiao nodded, displaying an expression that suggested agreement, and said to Yi Wentian, Of course I must respect your opinion. Respect? In this day and age, who would return to perform the ludicrous act of breaking stones with their chest? Do you think this is a street performance? Yi Wentian felt a surge of exasperation, akin to 1,000 wild horses trampling through his mind. Observing the almost predatory expression on Yi Wentian's face, Yang Xiao shrugged and remarked, Don't blame me. I did seek your opinion in advance. The nearby girls, upon hearing this, immediately erupted into excited chatter. Wow, breaking stones with the chest. I've never seen such a performance. Me neither. Do they really smash stones with their chest? Fool. They place the stone on their chest, and then smash it with a hammer. Wouldn't that crush their chest? Let it be crushed. Look at you. With a chest so ample, wouldn't it be even better if it were flattened? Get lost. I don't want to be flattened. Goodness, you fangirls. It's not you who is breaking stones with your chest, it's me. Why are you acting as if you're the protagonists? What is wrong with you? Yi Wentian was now overwhelmed with frustration, realizing that his decision to participate in this rehearsal was a monumental mistake. It seemed time to concoct an excuse to escape. However, just as he hesitated, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, and he suddenly felt his arms being linked on either side. What was happening? When he regained his composure and looked around, his eyes widened in disbelief. The girls who had previously sat beside Yang Xiao had somehow moved to his side, 2 of them linking their arms with his. Yi Wentian's expression fell, and he turned to Yang Xiao, questioning, Yang Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Yang Xiao flashed a cunning smile and replied, Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. Are you trying to sneak away? I assure you, that will not happen. Yi Wentian was taken aback. How perceptive this girl was. The very moment he entertained the notion of escape, she sensed his thoughts. Could she possibly possess the ability to read minds? Yet, on another note, the 2 girls linking their arms with Yi Wentian were quite charming. Yang Xiao, observing Yi Wentian's awkward and embarrassed demeanor, felt a twinge of satisfaction swell within her. With a smile, she said to him, What do you think? The treatment I've arranged for you is rather exceptional, is it not? These are the gems of our student council. Such privileges are rare. The 2 girls chimed in with laughter, and one of the girls teased, You must take good care of our esteemed guest. Yes, ma'am, they replied cheerfully. Their voices were rather loud, and although the cafeteria was not crowded at this hour, they still managed to draw the attention of nearly everyone present. Even if Yi Wentian possessed an exceedingly thick skin, It would be utterly implausible for him to engage in flirtation in front of such a multitude. Upon reflection, he surmised that Yang Xiao must have deliberately assembled this group of enthusiastic admirers to confront him. In truth, Yi Wentian had wronged Yang Xiao. Their encounter in the dining hall was purely coincidental. However, Yang Xiao was not about to allow Yi Wentian an easy escape. The meal had become untenable as Yi Wentian, under the influence of two enchanting young women, exited the cafeteria alongside Yang Xiao, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, some of whom even paused to snap photographs. Chuckling at the spectacle. Oh, what humiliation! Yi Wentian lamented inwardly. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand auditorium, Yang Xiao commanded the two girls to release Yi Wentian, who feigned an innocent demeanor, imploring him, "Don't forget about Chunlan, and do remember Qiujuan." Yi Wentian scoffed silently in response. Yang Xiao then urged, "Let us proceed. Everyone should be inside by now. Having come this far, what purpose would it serve to attempt an escape?" Resigned, Yi Wentian cast a glance at Yang Xiao and strode towards the auditorium. As he entered, a familiar voice resonated joyfully within the hall. "Master, you have finally arrived." Although the voice sounded remarkably familiar, Yi Wentian struggled to identify its owner. Following the sound, he spotted a young man approaching him with exuberance. Li Tiangang. The name surfaced in Yi Wentian's mind, recalling the individual who had been summoned by the arrogant Chu Xiao only to be subdued by Yi Wentian. "Master, you have finally come," Li Tiangang exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he reached Yi Wentian. Observing Li Tiangang and the astonished expressions of his peers, Yi Wentian shook his head, sighed, and replied, "You may call me master in private, but in front of so many classmates, please refer to me as Yi Wentian." Li Tiangang, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the implications of Yi Wentian's words. He realized the absurdity of a third-year student calling a freshman master. Such a rumor would not reflect well on either of them. "Yi Wentian, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for so long. When will you teach me martial arts?" Li Tiangang inquired, his excitement palpable. Yi Wentian thought to himself that he was hardly versed in martial arts, yet he could only keep this sentiment to himself. With a smile, he responded, "Aren't we busy with the exchange meeting lately? After it concludes, I will find a suitable time." "Great." Li Tiangang nodded eagerly and led Yi Wentian further into the auditorium. As Yi Wentian strolled through the auditorium, he observed the remarkable transformation that had taken place since his last visit. The decorations, including various banners, ribbons, and balloons, were now meticulously arranged. "You all finished this so quickly? Impressive," Yi Wentian sincerely complimented. Beside him, Yang Xiao, with a look of resentment, replied, "What choice do we have? The school mandated that all participating students collaborate, yet someone has been conspicuously absent, leaving the rest of us exhausted from our efforts." Yi Wentian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he understood that the someone Yang Xiao referred to was undoubtedly himself, as if all the blame rested squarely on his shoulders. With a silent sigh, he shook his head. He was not in the mood to engage in a verbal spar with Yang Xiao at that moment.